Chen Shu nearly jumps out of his skin. He opens his eyes, only to find a massive face invading his personal space. Are you finally awake? Since you are up, recite the opening history of the Beast Tamers. Chen Shu blinks, completely stunned like a deer caught in headlights. Haha, what Beast Tamer? Did I walk into the wrong classroom? He freezes. The atmosphere feels incredibly hostile. He needs to escape, right now. Chen Shu flashes a nervous, awkward smile. Teacher Li, this question is simply too valuable. I should leave it for someone else to answer. I will not bother you guys any longer. Haha, nice try. Old Li grabs him by the collar and yanks him back. Where do you think you are going? You are now an official member of Beast Tamer Class 5. Whispers erupt across the room. The other students glare at Chen Shu, their eyes filled with absolute disdain. A transfer student sleeping on his very first day? People from the normal class are nothing but trash. I have no idea what the teacher was thinking. I heard his contracted spirit is only an F-rank talent. It leaves me completely speechless. Chen Shu has zero clue what nonsense these people are talking about, but suddenly, a glowing holographic system screen materializes in thin air, scaring the living daylights out of him. System activated. Option 1. Remain silent, bow your head, and do not answer. Completion reward. A minor boost in Beast Tamer power. Option 2. Open your arms and sincerely confess that you only wanted to use your top student status to make friends with everyone, but instead, you only received alienation. You have failed. You are just an ignorant fool who knows absolutely nothing. Completion reward. An expulsion notice from Jinxi High School, Campus 2, located in Nanjiang City. Option 3. Accept Xia Bing's help. Completion reward. A low-level flame potion. Chen Shu tentatively pokes his finger forward. He wonders since when his school installed such insane, high-tech holograms. In reality, no one else can see the glowing screen. To the rest of the class, he looks like an absolute lunatic poking at thin air. Has he slept so much that he lost his mind? What are you doing waving your hands around? Do not forget who threw a massive crying tantrum yesterday just to get into the Beast Tamer class. If you cannot answer, go back to the normal class immediately. Just imagine how utterly disappointed your parents will be. Chen Shu turns his head. His eyes land on a blue-haired girl frantically pointing at her textbook, trying to signal the answer. Is she Xia Bing? What a goddess of mercy. Even though I do not know you, I will never forget this favor. Mustering his courage, Chen Shu recites the answer with overwhelming, fake confidence. In the 5th year of the recovery era, the very first multi-dimensional space appeared within Chinese territory. From that moment, vicious shadow monsters spilled into our world, and simultaneously, it awakened the era of the Beast, Tamers, and Spirit contracts. Even though he delivers the answer flawlessly, panic screams in his mind. What on earth is actually happening? Are we not in the 21st century right now? Where is this place? Is this not my original world? Teacher Li scowls, utterly unamused by his performance. Do you think I am completely blind? Sit back down. If you pull a stunt like this again, you will be kicked out of this classroom permanently. Chen Shu slumps into his seat, his mind spinning with massive questions. Did I just transmigrate into a parallel world? Was old Li not just a regular math teacher? Furthermore, when did I ever request a class transfer? And why did this mysterious system just show up completely unannounced? Ding! A mechanical notification echoes in his mind. Reward issued. He looks around like an idiot, asking his desk mates if they heard that sound. Seeing their deeply confused expressions, the truth finally hits Chen Shu like a massive bolt of lightning. Wait a minute. Could this be the legendary main character system that only exists in anime and manga? He faceplants onto his desk, completely torn between wild joy and utter panic. The entire class stares at him like he is crazy. Meanwhile, his mind is screaming. Yes, I am the main character. Half a day crawls by. The moment the bell finally rings, Chen Shu sprints straight to the cafeteria. Thank heavens, it is finally time to eat. He desperately needs to find Dali to figure out how this bizarre world actually works. But just as exhaustion hits him, a massive uproar erupts in the hallway. Did a garbage truck explode out there or something? Chaotic shouting echoes through the corridor. Wang Meng, hold on. Are you going to be okay? You bastards from Class 3. Stop bullying people. Hurry, get him to the medical room. Two rival factions are locked in a vicious screaming match. Zheng Yi lifts his chin with a mocking sneer. Little Wang, you have lost to me for 3 consecutive months. So what if you are the class rep for Class 5? You are completely useless. Oh, and by the way, do not forget to bring me that Beast Tamer orb this afternoon. He takes 2 steps before a blonde boy behind him suddenly calls out. Zheng Yi turns around, and his sharp gaze locks directly onto Chen Shu. Sensing catastrophic danger, Chen Shu violently shakes his head. Not me, I have nothing to do with this. Right as the chaotic tension reaches its absolute peak, Xia Bing steps forward to shield him. She glares at Zheng Yi with blazing fury. What is the point of constantly using these pathetic dirty tricks? If you have the guts, fight me directly. Zheng Yi simply laughs. Yo, if it is not Xia Bing, the elite committee member of Class 5. What is wrong? Are you afraid one Beast Tamer orb is not enough? Do you want to gift me another one? His arrogant face is begging for a beating. Xia Bing's eyes turn ice cold as she makes her declaration. All of you, come at me together. Meet me in the battle hall. I will take on every single one of you from Class 3 by myself. When I win, you will return double the Beast Tamer orbs that Wang Meng lost. Standing safely behind her, Chen Shu casually cracks his knuckles with absolute confidence. You guys want to fight, right? Perfect. Fighting is my ultimate specialty. The surrounding thugs burst into mocking laughter. Is this absolute clown the new transfer student? As expected from the absolute trash of the regular class. Class 5 is really hitting rock bottom if they let just anyone in. That is exactly what happens when garbage has never even summoned a contract spirit. The mocking laughter echoed louder and louder throughout the room. Chen Shu's face twisted into an ugly grimace. He was so furious that the words completely died in his throat. He snapped his head back, his eyes burning red with a terrifying warning glare. Seeing Chen Shu's fierce reaction, the bullies just scoffed at each other. Oh wow, the loser actually turned around. Let us go, hurry up. The real battle is about to start. As the arrogant crowd finally walked away, Chen Shu narrowed his eyes. A fight? What exactly were they talking about? Contract spirits. Ever since he arrived in this bizarre world, those two words had been popping up constantly. Something huge was definitely going on. That punk had the slimiest, most treacherous smirk on his face. With his years of experience getting into trouble, Chen Shu recognized that look instantly. Something absolutely terrible was about to go down. I absolutely hate owing anyone a favor, he muttered to himself. The scene shifted to the massive combat arena. Students from Class 3 and Class 5 had already packed the stands, eagerly waiting for the drama to unfold. Zheng Yi stood proudly at the front, leading the charge for Class 3. A cocky, arrogant smirk plastered across his face. Xia Bing, I will admit that you are incredibly strong, but I never expected you to be this incredibly stupid. To actually challenge our entire class by yourself? You must have a death wish. I will gladly be taking your beast-taming orb right now. Xia Bing did not even waste her breath arguing with trash. She immediately raised her hand, gathering a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. In a blinding flash, she summoned her mighty frost wolf. Chen Shu and the crowd watched in absolute shock, their jaws dropping to the floor. They could not believe their eyes. That was no ordinary pet. That was a terrifying level 5 spirit beast. Zheng Yi and his arrogant gang instantly turned pale with fear. After all, they were merely level 4 spirit masters. Sweating heavily, Zheng Yi tried to calm his trembling crew. Do not panic, guys. A higher level does not mean she is invincible. If all 20 of us rush her at once, we will crush that wolf into dust. Hearing this, his lackeys regained their corrupt courage. The entire mob instantly summoned their own spirit beasts. But the pathetic sight of their summoned creatures made Zheng Yi scream in pure despair. A flimsy level 4 skull warrior, a tiny level 3 violent monkey, a squishy level 3 mud monster, a weak level 3 scorpion, and a completely useless level 2 green worm. Honestly, they were absolute trash. But at the very least, they had the overwhelming advantage of numbers. The mob of cheap beasts charged forward like a pathetic tidal wave. But before they could even touch a single hair on the frost wolf, disaster struck. With one devastating roar, the majestic wolf sent them flying in every direction. Zheng Yi desperately tried to keep control of the absolute chaos. Do not panic. Everyone, turn off automatic battle mode. Suddenly, the level 2 green worm belonging to the guy next to him completely vanished into thin air. The poor kid instantly collapsed to the ground, crying like a baby. My beautiful green worm, it is gone, he wailed miserably. Zheng Yi gritted his teeth, refusing to give up the fight. Everyone, enter manual control state right now, he furiously commanded. The surviving beasts quickly regrouped, forming a tight circle around the frost wolf, just as the majestic wolf leaped into the air for a deadly strike. A sneaky slime octopus shot forward, wrapping its nasty tentacles right around the wolf's hind leg. Zheng Yi let out a filthy, triumphant laugh, thinking he finally had the upper hand. Yet, Xia Bing did not even flinch. She simply stood there, with her arms crossed, radiating absolute, chilling confidence. Less than 5 seconds later, absolute carnage unfolded. The frost wolf mercilessly decimated the entire mob without missing a single strike. The pathetic beasts crashed violently into each other with heavy, bone-crushing thuds. Sitting in the stands, Chen Shu felt his own blood begin to boil with excitement. Staring at the epic monster brawl, a sudden thought struck his mind. Wait, do I have a contract spirit too? How in the world do I even summon the damn thing? The classmate sitting right next to him just let out a heavy, tired sigh. Brother, what are you even talking about? Has your spirit not literally been sitting out here this entire time? The kid pointed a trembling finger straight down at Chen Shu's chair. Chen Shu glanced down and nearly jumped out of his own skin. Holy crap. Right there, completely flattened under his seat, was a blindingly bright yellow blob that perfectly matched the chair. His heart practically exploded from the jump scare. His classmate watched the whole embarrassing display and let out a mocking sneer. He could not help but laugh internally at the pathetic sight. He just thought about it, and the useless thing instantly popped out. He mocked in his head. That really proves he belongs in the trash tier regular class. Haha. What an absolutely pathetic contract spirit. Even if it stays outside the beast space forever, it possesses exactly zero threat to anyone. Chen Shu stared blankly at the glowing blue system panel hovering in front of him. He was absolutely paralyzed with disbelief. This squishy yellow blob was actually his legendary contract spirit? The glowing text on the divine system interface read loud and clear. Contract spirit. Golden slime. Attribute. All-around type. Race. Special category living entity. Special trait, absolute sleep genius. It possessed the magnificent ability to remain in a deep, unbreakable coma like slumber for dangerously long periods of time. Combat skills included upgraded defensive shell, giantification mode, and the devastating technique, frenzied forward dash. However, there was a massive catch. Damage output strictly depended on the weight difference between the two combatants. System warning: if the enemy weighs over 10 kilograms, please completely avoid using this skill. Potential rating, F rank. Bound host. Chen Shu, a weak level 1 Beast Tamer with breathtakingly average talent. Chen Shu picked up the squishy golden blob, which was literally still fast asleep and drooling all over his hands. Chen Shu's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. Why does this thing look so unbelievably stupid? He groaned. And an F rank potential? Are you kidding me? This is no different from a squishy desk ornament. A trash rank like this does not even have the basic right to step onto a battlefield. Defeated, he plopped the sleeping slime onto his stomach and let out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. Wait a minute. Am I not the glorious main character of this story? By all laws of the universe, I should have awakened an ancient divine dragon, or some world-ending mythical beast. Suddenly, a loud chime echoed in his mind as the glowing system panel flashed again. Chen Shu nearly jumped out of his seat as he quickly read the floating text. Choice number 1. Stand up in the crowded arena and scream at the top of your lungs to cheer for Xiaobing. Completion reward. The golden slime's loyalty and obedience stat will increase by exactly 1 pathetic point. Choice number 2. Wave both hands wildly like an absolute idiot and dramatically scream, "Stop fighting, everyone please stop fighting." Completion reward. 1 single bag of premium food for your contract spirit. Choice number 3. Take advantage of the absolute chaos and launch a devastating sneak attack on Zheng Yi. Beat that arrogant punk and his gang into a bloody pulp while their guards are completely down. Completion reward. A massive, explosive surge of beast-taming power. Reading that final line, a wicked, devilish grin slowly spread across Chen Shu's face. Oh yes, he had definitely just found his true calling in this world. Down on the blood-stained arena floor, the battle was reaching a fever pitch. The mighty Frostwolf was being overwhelmed by cheap shots from the remaining monster mob, and it was finally taking heavy damage. That cursed skull warrior brutally slashed its rusty blades across the wolf's magnificent silver coat. Crimson blood sprayed through the air as the beast suffered blow after blow. The proud creature let out a heartbreaking howl of pure agony. Watching her beloved companion bleed, Xiaobing's cool facade finally cracked. Her face twisted in deep anxiety, her fists clenching so hard her knuckles turned white. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi just stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed, soaking in the twisted glory of his dirty victory. But little did that arrogant fool know, a dark shadow was creeping up right behind him. While everyone was distracted by the bloody arena, Chen Shu launched a ruthless sneak attack. Bam! With a devastating flying kick, he sent Zheng Yi crashing face first into the solid concrete wall. Before the villain could even process what hit him, Chen Shu ruthlessly shoved a dirty burlap sack entirely over his head. He mercilessly dragged Zheng Yi's limp body away like a fresh corpse in the night. He refused to let that scum utter a single word for help. If Zheng Yi even dared to twitch, Chen Shu instantly fed him a bone-shattering punch to the gut. The real nightmare was just beginning. Chen Shu's foot comes crashing down again and again. Pinned and desperate, the bruised thug has no choice but to spit out a pathetic threat. "Do you have any idea who I am?" He violently coughs. Chen Shu's eyes gleam with absolute thrill as he lands another devastating stomp. "Why the hell would I care who you are?" he sneers. "Burn this into your memory. I never hide my true identity. I am the legendary Zhang Dali of the Nanjiang underworld." Meanwhile, back in the beast arena, the sudden elimination of Zheng Yi changes everything. The Frostwolf seizes the absolute advantage. With an earth-shattering roar, it tears through the enemy beasts, ready to send them straight to the afterlife. Seeing the perfect opening, Xia Bing immediately commands her beast to flip the script. Now is our chance. Unleash the extreme cold domain and wipe them all out. The frost wolf unleashes a deafening howl. A devastating blizzard erupts, instantly freezing every remaining spirit beast in its tracks. While Class 5 erupts into massive cheers, absolute chaos consumes. Class 3, humiliated and furious, they instantly turn on each other in a vicious screaming match. And the main target of their blazing wrath? None other than the absolute loser of the match, Zheng Yi. "Help me! Someone ambushed me!" he shrieks in absolute terror. But the panicked crowd mistakes his flailing, fertilizer bag-covered head for a mutated spirit beast. Run to the spirit bureau. They scream. A bag of urea fertilizer has awakened and turned into a monster. The braver students do not even flinch, charging straight in to mercilessly beat the living daylights out of him. Standing casually on the sidelines, Chen Shu watches with pure satisfaction as Qin delivers another devastating blow to Zheng Yi. Ding! The system chimes in his mind. Mission accomplished, and the epic reward has been delivered to the Beastmaster. Suddenly, a classmate walks over, looking utterly confused. "Chen Shu, where exactly did you run off to?" The young man smoothly crosses his arms, his face a perfect picture of innocence. "Just hitting the restroom to relieve a little pre-match stress. That is all." Meanwhile, Zheng Yi's face is swollen up like a massive balloon. Barely clinging to consciousness, he is pathetic enough to be hauled away on a medical stretcher, yet his bruised mouth still manages to spit venom. "This was definitely a dirty trick by you, Class 5 Beastmasters. Our war is far from over." Seizing the perfect opportunity, Chen Shu steps right up to the stretcher and fiercely grabs the very finger Zheng Yi is pointing at them. "Do not dare spit your venomous lies on us," Chen Shu declares righteously. "Every single Beastmaster in Class 5 is a beacon of honor and integrity. We would never stoop to such despicable, underhanded tactics." Refusing to swallow his pride, Zheng Yi desperately tries to snap back, but his words dissolve into pathetic mumbles as Chen Shu brutally squeezes his finger. The agonizing pain sends shockwaves through Zheng Yi's body, pushing him straight to the edge of blacking out. Casually twisting the broken boy's finger, Chen Shu puts on a masterclass of fake sympathy. "Rest assured, my dear friend Zheng Yi, I will personally hunt down the culprit. With my flawless reputation on the line, I promise to deliver a result that will leave you absolutely satisfied." Cradling his spirit beast in one arm, he lets out the most dramatic sigh. "Oh heavens, what a tragic fate. You poor, poor thing." With his absolute masterpiece of a performance complete, Chen Shu and his slime swagger out of the arena, utterly carefree. Strolling down the street, his mind races with deep strategic thoughts. A contract spirit must reach level 3 just to qualify for real combat, and I have only just awakened as a level 2 Beastmaster. My path to the absolute peak is still unbelievably long. He lifts his gelatinous beast into the air, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Wait a second. Did you just level up too? Does this mean the power of a contract spirit completely synchronizes with its Beastmaster's growth? Right at that mind-blowing revelation, Xia Bing suddenly approaches from behind. She casually tosses a glowing green pearl straight into his hands, leaving the young man completely bewildered. "If you had not made your move in the shadows today," Xia Bing says coldly, "I never would have secured such an effortless victory. Take this beast pearl. You earned it." Terrified of his dirty tricks being exposed, Chen Shu immediately activates his clueless act. "Made my move? What move?" he stammers, eyes wide. "I honestly have no idea what you are talking about." Xia Bing just stares at his aggressively fake performance, utterly unimpressed by the clown show. "I already saw that ridiculous bag of urea fertilizer you stuffed into your backpack," she deadpans. "Battles between true Beastmasters are a matter of life and death. Do you seriously have zero awareness of the danger? Pulling insane stunts like that will only get you violently killed." Desperate to escape her lethal lecturing, Chen Shu takes off sprinting like his life depends on it. "Ha ha ha, what is the big deal?" he shouts over his shoulder. "Pulling off a flawless ambush is my absolute favorite hobby." Xia Bing does not bother chasing the idiot. She simply crosses her arms and clicks her tongue in quiet disbelief. What an absolutely shameless guy. And as a quick, gentle reminder to all the good kids out there, never stare at your phone while riding your bike like this lunatic. Chen Shu is clearly not a good kid. He pedals fiercely through the streets, loudly butchering the lyrics to a cheerful pop song about flying through a world of flowers, one hand on the handlebars, the other wildly texting a mysterious friend about his legendary arena Sabotage. Whoever is on the other end of the screen is buying the whole story, hyping him up with a flashy text. "You are an absolute legend, bro." But as he breezes past a dark, narrow alleyway, a sudden, violent crash forces him to slam on the brakes. Deep in the shadows, Two ruthless thugs are desperately trying to rip a purse from a screaming woman. Yet somehow, the fierce lady is putting up a titanic struggle. "Help me! Somebody help!" she screams at the top of her lungs. "Let go, you crazy lady," one of the thugs violently snaps. "We only want your cash. We have absolutely no interest in your body." Insulted to her very core, the woman completely erupts. "Even if you filthy animals manage to take my body, you will never capture my heart." Watching this bizarre soap opera unfold, Chen Shu freezes in absolute bewilderment. Are they trying to rob her? Or seduce her? He mutters in disbelief. Ding! The glowing blue system screen violently materializes before his eyes. Choice number 1, turn a blind eye and escape the scene immediately. The reward, a pathetic, microscopic boost to his Beastmaster power. Choice number 2, show zero fear toward the wicked. Charge into the dark alley and ruthlessly annihilate the two street thugs. The reward for this heroic path? A massive legendary surge of Beastmaster power. However, a glowing red warning flashes. This action comes with severe, life-threatening risks. Choice number 3, stop the underworld thugs without engaging in a bloodbath. The reward for outsmarting them? Instant mastery over mass potion refinement, officially unlocking the basic potion crafting skill tree. A sly, absolute grin instantly spreads across the young man's face. He knows exactly which destiny to choose. Stepping boldly into the streetlights, he points dramatically at the thugs and unleashes a furious roar. Unhand her at once, in broad daylight. I mean, in the freezing dead of night. How dare you commit such a filthy crime in the middle of a crowded street? I am the legendary hero, Zhang Dali, and I will absolutely never let underworld scum like you walk away unpunished. Caught completely off guard by his thunderous voice, the two thugs whirl around in pure panic. Taking full advantage of the distraction, the fierce woman seizes her purse and vanishes into the shadows. Mission accomplished. Chen Shu stomps on his pedals and flees the scene at light speed. Left in the dust with absolutely nothing, the two gangsters erupt into psychotic rage. "Curse you, you absolute bastard!" They scream into the night, veins bulging from their necks. "The next time we cross paths, we are going to smash your annoying face into the pavement. You better burn that into your memory." Far down the street, Chen Shu is laughing like an absolute maniac. Ding! The system notification rings like heavenly music. The ultimate reward has been successfully deposited into his spatial inventory, officially unlocking the mystical potion skill tree. Wait, a potion skill tree? He gasps, his heart racing with pure anticipation. Minutes later, he finally crashes at his front door. Just like every ordinary day, his mother greets him with a warm smile, telling him to wash up for a hot dinner. Glancing over at his father, lazily chilling on the sofa, a wave of profound relief washes over Chen Shu. Everything is going to be fine, he smiles to himself. At least in this crazy, monster-filled world, my parents are still just my parents. But little did he know, unlocking that mysterious potion skill tree was about to unleash a level of chaos he could never have imagined. Back in his room, Chen Shu pulls out the mysterious test tube. He glares at the glowing liquid, cursing his stingy system. A low-level potion? Seriously? Assuming it is meant for human consumption, he frustratedly downs the entire glass in one gulp. Later at the dinner table, a sudden thought strikes him. Wait a minute. Are you guys Beast Tamers too? He asks his parents. His father pauses, thinking his son has completely lost his mind. After all, the old man literally works in the beast taming department. Suddenly, a terrifying realization hits his father. He sets down his rice bowl and proudly reveals a pristine gift box. Inside was supposed to be a low-level flame potion, the exact same liquid Chen Shu had just chugged. It was a hard-earned reward for his stellar work performance. Chen Shu's blood runs cold. Remembering the nasty taste that almost made him gag, he completely freezes. "Dad," he swallows hard. "Is that potion extremely valuable?" His father laughs with absolute certainty. "Of course it is. This flame potion can permanently boost a contract spirit's fire attributes. A single drop of this treasure easily costs thousands of yuan." Chen Shu's soul practically leaves his body. Thousands of yuan? Down the drain in one single gulp? His father continues, completely unaware of his son's internal breakdown. Master pharmacists pour their very life force into brewing these potions. It takes countless hours of meticulous observation to refine just one drop. The failure rate is absolutely brutal. That is exactly why it is worth an absolute fortune. His mother lets out a soft sigh. "It is such a shame our little Shu's contract spirit does not use fire. We should just sell it and upgrade our household appliances." Forcing the most painful plastic smile imaginable, Chen Shu asks one final question. "So, what happens if a human drinks it?" His father snorts. "Only someone with terminal brain damage would drink that." Clutching his empty water glass, Chen Shu is paralyzed in pure, absolute despair. Thousands of yuan, vaporized in a single gulp. But what is done, and there is no turning back time. Retreating to his room, He fiercely studies the glowing blue system panel. Countless legendary potion recipes float before his eyes, locked away in shadows. Suddenly, one specific formula catches his gaze, the Great Strength Potion, an elixir that permanently maximizes a contract spirit's physical power. Scanning the recipe, a spark of hope ignites in his eyes. The ingredients actually look incredibly basic. The core component is simply the Great Strength Flower, a common herb from the dimensional rifts. But before he can plan his next move, his phone suddenly violently buzzes. A battle challenge. The glowing notification flashes on his screen. Black Iron Supreme invites you to a duel. Lone Wolf has challenged you. Do you accept? A wicked grin spreads across Chen Shu's face. Perfect timing, little sheep. The mysterious challenger is none other than Zhang Dali. This was the very same guy whose identity he had been shamelessly leaking all over the internet. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu casually messages him, asking where he can buy some great strength flowers. On the other end, Zhang Dali gasps, instantly assuming Chen Shu has some embarrassing male stamina issues. Panicking at the horrific misunderstanding, Chen Shu desperately changes his tune, claiming the flowers are actually for his aging father. The hilarious misunderstandings just keep piling up. But Chen Shu cuts right to the ultimate question. So, do you have any cash? Lend me some. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Dali instantly hangs up the phone. The scene violently shifts to a pristine, high-tech laboratory, where elite alchemists are frantically running experiments. While humanity boasts over a century of potion-making history, the volatile nature of magic makes it a complete nightmare. The refinement process is terrifyingly unstable, requiring absolute, flawless precision. Ingredients harvested from the dimensional rifts defy all modern science. Mass-producing them in factories? Absolutely impossible. But Chen Shu's system defies all mortal logic. He just needs to scan the correct magical ingredients. Once scanned, the system flawlessly automates the entire mystical refinement. The final yield and purity completely obliterate even grandmaster-level alchemists. In this world, a senior pharmacist easily pulls in millions of yuan a year. The most elite grandmasters, they sit on thrones of unimaginable wealth and absolute social supremacy. Reading this, Chen Shu practically drools on his screen. If this system actually works, he is about to become filthy rich. With that kind of cash, he could brew endless legendary potions for his slime. Day 2 dawns. At the shadowy entrance of the underground black market, two desperate figures are brutally blocked by a terrifying supervisor. The intruders? None other than Chen Shu and Zhang Dali. The massive, blonde-haired bouncer adjusts his dark shades and delivers a crushing verdict. No level 5 Beast Tamer escort? No entry. Refusing to accept defeat, Chen Shu desperately begs and bargains. Come on, big guy, cut us some slack, leave some room for future friendship. The towering bouncer simply growls one single word, scram. The pure humiliation makes the two boys want to dig a hole and bury themselves alive. Dragging a devastated Zhang Dali by the arm, Chen Shu walks away in total defeat. Zhang Dali sighs, the absolute picture of depression. Chen Shu, old buddy, it looks like our black market dreams are dead. Whatever. Next time, I will just beg my dad to sneak us in. But just as they turn to leave, a stunning silhouette cuts through the crowd. It is none other than Senior Xiao Yu. Chen Shu's eyes lock onto his target like a guided missile. Out of the 36 ancient stratagems, securing her help is their only hope for survival. Yanking Zhang Dali along, he heavily sprints toward Xiao Yu, successfully catching her attention. Xiao Yu is an absolute legend, an undefeated genius who crushes the academic rankings year after year. Hearing her name, the ice-cold genius turns around. The two boys practically teleport to her side, beaming with blinding enthusiasm. Senior Xiao Yu, I am Chen Shu from the beast taming class, and this is Zhang Dali. It is an honor to meet you. Xiao Yu stares right through them with absolute zero emotion. What do you want with me? Activating his Oscar-worthy acting skills, Chen Shu instantly transforms into a tragic, helpless victim. With tears glistening in his puppy dog eyes, he drops the bait. Senior, we just wanted to see the black market, but they brutally kicked us out. If you are heading inside, could you please bless us with your escort? To their absolute shock, the legendary genius does not even blink. She simply nods. And just like that, the impossible gates swing wide open for the duo. Mission accomplished. Waving goodbye, Xiao Yu politely excuses herself. I have urgent business to attend to. Keep yourselves out of trouble. The boys finally step inside the chaotic, roaring underground bazaar. Beast cages rattle, and mystical merchants scream their prices. The two countryside bumpkins stare at the wild scene, absolutely mesmerized. They look like they just crawled out of the Stone Age. Their jaws literally hit the floor. High-level tamers are violently bidding on potions that can forcefully evolve spirits into golden royal mythical beasts. Over there, merchants are offering legendary signatures for anyone dropping over 50,000 yuan. But cutting through all the luxurious madness, Chen Shu's eyes lock onto a single, blazing target. Sitting on a dusty vendor's table is a violently red, great strength flower. He immediately corners the bald merchant. "Hey boss, how much for the Herculean flower?" 5,000. But before the vendor could even blink, Zheng Yi crashed the party. He slammed down his bid with a mocking smirk. "I bid 10,000. This flower is mine now. Chen Shu, you shameless coward. Did you really think you could ambush me and get away with it? I will make you pay. You want this Herculean flower? Dream on in your next life." Chen Shu froze in absolute shock. How did this idiot figure out he was the secret attacker? Right as the gears turned in his head, Dali leaned in and whispered, "I already told everyone you did it, bro. I am making you an absolute legend out here. No need to thank me." Chen Shu's eye twitched with pure, unadulterated rage. He was half a second away from strangling his best friend. But suddenly, a familiar mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Option 1. Fight Zheng Yi tooth and nail right here and mock his pathetic weakness. Reward upon completion. A moderate boost to Beastmaster power. Option 2. Back down gracefully and hand the item over to Zheng Yi. Reward upon completion. The yellow slime's size increases by 10%. Option 3. Bait Zheng Yi into burning his cash like absolute garbage. Trick him into buying a horribly painted, fake Herculean flower for an outrageous fortune. Reward upon completion. A mid-level wind attribute potion. A sly, wicked grin crept across Chen Shu's face. So, this so-called rare flower was a complete knockoff. As a man of the highest moral standing and unwavering conscience, obviously, I am picking option 3. He cleared his throat and dramatically raised his voice. "I bid 20,000. He loudly declared that he would secure this treasure at any cost. The naive Zheng Yi completely took the bait. Believing the act, the rich kid laughed right in his face. "As long as I am here, you get absolutely nothing." Chen Shu played his desperate victim role flawlessly. It instantly turned their bidding war into a fiery spectacle. The two rivals clashed like legendary titans over a mere weed. Neither was willing to back down an inch. The price skyrocketed in a matter of heartbeats, until it hit a staggering 50,000. Game over. Chen Shu finally dropped his act with the hidden smirk of a true victor. Feigning defeat, he generously surrendered the fake flower to Zheng Yi and happily spun on his heels. But he could not leave without dropping a quick, shameless advertisement. "Oh, by the way, Class President Zheng, if you ever need to buy basic supplies in the future, just come to me. I guarantee you a massive discount." As he handed over that mountain of cash, a blank look washed over Zheng Yi's face. Wait a minute. Why did this victory feel so incredibly wrong? Strolling away with a massive spring in his step, Chen Shu was practically glowing. Dali turned to him, utterly bewildered. "Chen Shu, did you seriously just hand over the Herculean flower to Zheng Yi? What are you going to use now?" The young master just chuckled, completely unbothered. "Do not sweat it. I gave up a useless flower, but I gained pure comedy. Watching Zheng Yi burn his cash like water while scoring a free system reward? Now that is the truest form of happiness." He was busy patting himself on the back when a dark realization finally struck him. Wait. He just remembered exactly what this traitorous friend had done to him. Murderous intent flared in Chen Shu's eyes. "Hold up, you absolute dog. How dare you sell me out back there?" Dali frantically covered his head, crying out for mercy. "Bro, I was just trying to skyrocket your popularity. Please, spare my life. Do not hit me. Are we even brothers? If you are going to beat me up, just use your fists. Why the hell are you summoning a contract spirit?" Chen Shu whipped around in sheer confusion. The terrifying aura radiating from behind him definitely did not belong to his slime. Floating right there was a magnificent, raging, blazing bird. An absolute powerhouse of a level 7 magical beast. Dali blinked in dumbfounded horror. "If that is not your summon, then whose is it? I thought summoning contract spirits was strictly banned in the black market." Peering through the blinding flames, the duo finally recognized the towering figure. It was the fierce senior, Xiao Yu. Her blood was boiling with killing intent, her entire body engulfed in a blazing inferno. But shockingly, her legendary blazing bird was currently being pushed back. Some sinister, shadowy force was overwhelming it. Right on cue, the system's glowing holographic panel materialized before Chen Shu. Option 1. Summon the yellow slime and clash head-on to obliterate the shadow fiend. Reward upon completion. Beastmaster level increases by 1. Option 2. Turn a blind eye to her deadly struggle and flee into the chaotic shadows. Reward upon completion. The yellow slime's attack skill levels up by 1. Option 3. To defeat the army, you must sever the head of the general. Launch a devastating sneak attack directly on the shadow fiend's master. Reward upon completion. The yellow slime's metal attribute increases by 5%. Special note. The system will grant an absolute radar lock on the enemy's hidden coordinates. Cowering in the back, Dali let out a nervous chuckle. Well, looks like her defeat is already set in stone, but Chen Shu just turned around, slapping his friend's shoulder with earth-shattering confidence. As long as I am breathing, the fat lady has not sung yet. Come on, Dali. Let's go ruin someone's life. As he cracked his knuckles, his jacket fell open, revealing his ultimate secret weapon, a massive burlap sack of fertilizer. Dali nearly passed out from pure shock. You absolute psycho. Who the hell casually carries a giant bag of urea fertilizer to a fight? The terrifying entity suppressing the blazing bird was a nightmarish, level 9. Shadow Fiend. The cowardly summoner was hiding in the pitch-black shadows, pulling the strings from afar. But the system's auto-lock radar was completely flawless. Like a ghost of vengeance, Chen Shu silently materialized right behind the enemy summoner, sporting a terrifying, wicked grin. This sneaky rat was actually a formidable level 9 Beastmaster, but right at that crucial second, the yellow slime dramatically dropped from the ceiling, landing right on the enemy's face. The summoner shrieked in absolute terror. What the hell? Where did this flying piece of golden crap come from? While he was distracted, swatting at the squishy slime, his doom had already arrived. From the shadows, Chen Shu ruthlessly slammed the giant bag of fertilizer right over the man's head. Riding the momentum of pure chaos, our brutal hero delivered a devastating, full power kick right to the family jewels. You did not even need to see it to know that pain echoed straight to the heavens. As they stomped on him, Chen Shu and Dali instantly launched into their signature psychological warfare. Class President Zheng Yi of the Beastmaster 3rd Class. Let's beat this trash until he forgets his own name, then we can talk. Big Brother Wang Tang from 3rd High's 1st Class. Are you sure we won't get expelled for crippling this guy? Trapped inside the suffocating fertilizer bag, the enemy summoner wailed in agony, begging for mercy through a muffled stream of tears. With the master's concentration utterly shattered, the connection broke. Seizing the opening, the blazing bird unleashed a roaring inferno, completely overwhelming the weakened Shadow Fiend. As the smoke cleared and the battle abruptly ended, Xiao Yu stared at her two saviors in absolute disbelief. Wait, it was you guys? Never missing a beat, Chen Shu coolly threw up a two-finger peace sign. No need to thank us, Senior Xiao Yu. We are simply true heroes delivering justice to the streets. A knowing, gorgeous smile blossomed on Xiao Yu's face. I see. So, you boys also came here hunting for the notorious Liu Wuyi? Chen Shu's eyes widened at the unfamiliar name. To be exact, this was the very first time he had ever heard of it. Meanwhile, the defeated Liu Wuyi was mercilessly dragged away. Xiao Yu's face beamed with sheer relief. For capturing Liu Wuyi this time, I truly can't thank you kids enough. I will carve this favor into my memory. If you ever need absolutely anything, just say the word, anytime. Chen Shu's eyes immediately lit up with calculated ambition. Anything he needed? Sister Xiao Yu, during the summer break, can I come work at your family's 666 pharmaceutical company? Xiao Yu blinked in pure confusion. A pharmaceutical company? Do you want to work as a security guard there? Chen Shu knew the brutal truth. To become a legendary potion master, one needed to master insanely complex pharmacology and run countless grueling experiments. But a massive pharmaceutical company? It would give him free rein to experiment without worrying about material costs. It was the absolute perfect stepping stone. He looked her dead in the eye and answered decisively, No way. I want to go there to become a potion master. He thought this bold request would smoothly slide through, but Xiao Yu flat out rejected him. However, she did agree to let him start as a humble apprentice. An apprentice was still an apprentice. At the very least, it was his golden ticket to the world of potion making. By the time he returned to class, the entire room looked at him like he was a completely different beast. Chen Shu is an absolute monster. Everyone else fights using their contracted spirits, but this guy throws down in pure hand-to-hand combat. He had literally shattered their entire worldview. His legendary reputation now completely eclipsed Shu Xiaoyu's. Just his signature fighting style with the infamous poop bag was a majestic art form people wanted to study for a lifetime. One fanboy even shamelessly walked up to him. Bro, do you still have any of those legendary poop bags at home? Please gift me one. I want to hang it in my room as a glorious talisman to ward off evil. Chen Shu soaked in the worship, lacking absolutely any sense of shame. But right at the peak of his excitement, a furious roar shattered the mood. Get the hell lost. Don't block my damn path. The aggressive intruder was Zheng Nan. He stomped in, radiating pure hostility. Are you Chen Shu? You're the trash who bullied my little brother and scammed him out of 50,000 for fake garbage? Before Zheng Nan could even lay a finger on him, Chen Shu's hand clamped onto his wrist like an iron vice. Instantly, 3 glowing system options materialized in his vision. Option 1. Let go of Zheng Nan's arm, then forcefully guide his hand to slap his own face. At the exact same time, flash a pathetic, flattering smile and say, Brother Nan, that felt amazing. Reward for completion. The humiliating title, The Wise Coward. Bonus effect. Rice consumption efficiency increases by 50%. Option 2. Bow respectfully and say, "Boss, you've got the wrong guy. My name is Zhang Dali." Reward for completion. The golden slime's physical form increases by 10%. Option 3. Directly strike back, showing absolute dominance. Warning. Zheng Nan is a level 6 Beastmaster. Reward for completion. A highly coveted skill book. Reading this, a wicked calculation flashed through Chen Shu's mind. I literally just beat the brakes off Liu Wuyi, a terrifying level 9 Beastmaster. Why the hell would I fear a pathetic level 6 scrub? He leaned directly into Zheng Nan's face, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Yeah, it's me. So what? Got a problem with that? Without a single moment of hesitation, Chen Shu delivered a merciless, ringing slap. The brutal impact left Zheng Nan completely stunned. Do you have a death wish? He roared, his entire body practically erupting in flames of absolute rage. Chen Shu just smirked, dripping with sarcasm. What's wrong? Are you seriously about to summon your spirit over a little slap? If you dare summon it here, we dare to call the Spirit Control Bureau on your ass. Seeing the clash, a classmate immediately backed him up. He's right. The government established the Beastmaster law ages ago. You can't just casually summon contracted spirits in public. If you actually summon it, you are absolutely dead meat. Losing every last shred of his sanity, Zheng Nan continued to bark like a rabid dog. If you've got the guts, follow me to the school's beast arena right now. Knowing this clown was too scared to act, Chen Shu mercilessly poured salt on the wound. Do you think I'm as brain dead as you, willingly walking into a beating? Seriously, did playing games for over 180 minutes straight completely rot your brain? Zheng Nan desperately tried to argue back, but Chen Shu mercilessly cut him off. You what? Shut it. He stepped forward, disrespectfully patting Zheng Nan's cheeks with loud smacks. If you've got nothing else to say, get the hell out of my face, his classmates nervously whispered from the sidelines. Chen Shu, be careful. Zheng Nan is notoriously violent. When he completely loses his temper, he'll literally do anything. Chen Shu just crossed his arms, practically radiating fearless arrogance. He'll do anything, huh? If he's really down to do anything, then tell him to do a damn practice exam. But the moment he turned around, Teacher Li had already arrived. Instantly, the entire class scrambled back to their seats in dead silence. Standing at the podium with absolute authority, Teacher Li delivered the news. Starting tomorrow, we will have a 3-day break. During these 3 days, you must study relentlessly to prepare for next month's brutal final exams. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was completely zoned out, his eyes locked onto the glowing system interface. I've grinded this hard, and it was all just to get the Slime 3 combat skills. But even if a real deathmatch breaks out, I definitely won't go down easy anymore. Unbothered, Teacher Li continued his powerful speech. Furthermore, to fuel your motivation, the first place winner will receive an enlightenment pill. Those in the top 5 will be rewarded with intermediate Beastmaster certificates. And if you rank in the top 30, you will receive a Beastmaster orb. Everyone must fight with everything they have. Hearing the words enlightenment pill, Chen Shu's head snapped up, a greedy smirk spreading across his face. An enlightenment pill. That's a legendary elixir. If consumed, it gives a contracted spirit a chance to awaken a brand new skill. Even though my slime already has 3 terrifying skills, I absolutely wouldn't mind adding another weapon to the arsenal. When the final bell finally rang, Xia Bing shyly tiptoed over to Chen Shu's desk. Hey, Chen Shu, do you need me to come over to your house and tutor you? Without missing a beat, the ruthless young man simply shook his head and rejected her outright. He grabbed his bag and swaggered out, leaving a deeply disappointed Xia Bing standing all alone. Forget it. I need to crush this interview first. After that, it is straight home to grind and study. Dali stares at Chen Shu like he has grown a second head. Are you insane? You are seriously rejecting an invitation from the campus goddess, Xia Bing? They barely make it down the street before a hostile group blocks their path. Despite the obvious ambush, Chen Shu maintains a perfectly bright and innocent smile. Yo, if it isn't Brother Zheng Nan, Chen Shu mocks playfully. Why does your face look even more swollen than before? Zheng Nan points a trembling finger at him. Chen Shu, watch your mouth. You are going to pay in blood today. Brothers, get him. Seeing the approaching thugs, Dali shrinks back in terror. Chen Shu immediately steps forward to reassure his friend. Do not panic. I will protect you with my life. But the very next second, Chen Shu does not raise his fists at all. Instead, he throws his head back and screams at the top of his lungs. Somebody help! A third-year senior is trying to murder us. Within mere seconds, the academy's entire security force swarms the area. Instantly, Chen Shu switches to a pitiful, trembling voice. Uncle Wang, these seniors say they want to beat me to death to commemorate their fading youth. Hearing this absurd claim, Uncle Wang flares up with righteous fury. He glares daggers at Zheng Nan. You dare threaten a junior's life on my watch? Jungnan panics, desperately waving his hands to explain. No, Uncle Wang. I did not even touch them. Chen Shu immediately squeezes out some fake tears. Uncle Wang, I am so terrified. This Jungnan even dares to slander us right to your face. Uncle Wang's aura explodes with absolute menace. He slowly turns his lethal gaze back to Jungnan. So, you are calling them liars right in front of me? The bully practically wets himself in panic. I swear I do not. Right at that chaotic moment, a composed man strides onto the scene. What is going on here? Teacher Lee, who is standing right beside him, chimes in sternly. We can hear your ridiculous racket from all the way across the campus. Jungnan, the exams are right around the corner. Why are you not reviewing your coursework? Jungnan points a trembling finger at Chen Shu to complain. Teacher Lee, it is that brat Chen Shu who, before the bully can even finish his sentence, Teacher Lee completely shuts him down. Chen Shu what? That boy actually helped capture a wanted criminal. Meanwhile, you are out here starting pathetic street brawls. The words strike Jungnan like a bolt of divine lightning. What? He captured a wanted criminal? Chen Shu remains perfectly silent, his sharp eyes locking onto Wang Qian from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Teacher Lee continues to verbally obliterate Jungnan. That is exactly why the Bureau's commander personally comes to deliver Chen Shu's reward. You bring me nothing but absolute headaches. Now get out of my sight and go study before I expel you. Defeated and humiliated, Jungnan slinks away like a beaten dog. After Teacher Lee dismisses the gawking crowd, his tone softens as he introduces Chen Shu to Wang Qian. Wang Qian steps forward with professional grace. Greetings, young man. I am Wang Qian from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. I came here personally to thank you for taking down that dangerous fugitive. Please accept this reward of 100,000 credits from our bureau. Chen Shu is inwardly drooling over the massive payday, but he flawlessly maintains his humble hero persona. Oh, there is no need for this, sir. Serving the people is simply my solemn duty. Wang Qian chuckles warmly. Just take it, kid. However, I do have one burning question. How exactly did you manage to pinpoint the suspect's exact location? Chen Shu scratches the back of his head, acting perfectly shy and innocent. He obviously cannot reveal that his system practically handed him the coordinates, so he blatantly lies. Well, I saw his wicked expression. One look, and I knew he was pure evil. Wang Qian nearly trips over his own feet. Wait, that is your entire method? What if you had ambushed the wrong guy? Chen Shu puffs out his chest with absolute confidence. Impossible to trace back to us. We threw a sack over his head, so he could not see a thing. This completely unhinged logic gives the elite investigator a massive headache. Realizing he will get no actual answers, Wang Qian finally gives up. Regardless, we are deeply grateful that you saved Xu Xiaoyu. You are dismissed. Chen Shu does not hesitate for a single second. Perfect. I will take my leave now. Goodbye, Teacher Lee. See ya, Uncle Wang. Even as the boy happily marches away, Wang Qian stares at his back with lingering suspicion. Is that ridiculous sequence of events truly just a coincidence? Shortly after, Chen Shu and Da Li arrive at the prestigious alchemist company to find Xiao Yu. Hello, miss. I am Chen Shu, a classmate of Xu Xiaoyu. I have a scheduled appointment with her to interview for the potion master position. Suddenly, a strict-looking woman with glasses marches over and cuts him off. You? A potion master? Chen Shu proudly pats his chest. Exactly. I am here to test my skills. The woman glares at him with pure disdain. This high-end laboratory is not a playground for arrogant children. Get lost, she then mutters in supreme annoyance. What is wrong with Xiaoyu today? Recommending pure trash to our company. She is just causing endless trouble for the rest of us. Security, do not let these brats take another step inside. She viciously waves her hand, signaling the towering security guards to throw them onto the street. Chen Shu desperately tries to argue his case. Wait a minute. My interview has not even started yet. The woman shoots him a freezing glare. It ended the second I saw your face. Ding! Right at that crucial moment, a translucent blue screen materializes before his eyes. Option 1. Remain completely silent and go home in utter defeat. Reward. The humiliating title Dead, before even becoming an apprentice. Bonus effect. Loser aura +1. Option 2. Seize the moment. Deliver a devastating flying kick to that arrogant woman's rear end, destroying her dignity and triggering her absolute fury. Reward. A massive boost to your beast taming power stats. Option 3. Stealthily infiltrate the inner laboratory and force your own opportunity. Reward. Offensive skill level +1. Standing outside the glass doors, Dali turns to him in total panic. Brother, what do we do now? We are locked out. Chen Shu stands frozen, his mind racing. As incredibly tempting as a flying dropkick to her backside sounds, the consequences are far too deadly. Making a split-second tactical decision, he locks on to option 3. Understanding the assignment, Dali boldly charges forward. He slaps his own rear end, loudly taunting the towering guards. Catch me if you can, you brainless muscleheads. The security guards' faces instantly turn crimson with blinding rage. You filthy little rat. Get back here. Taking advantage of the beautiful chaos, Chen Shu slips right past their defenses like a phantom. Meanwhile, poor Dali is currently fighting for his life against two massive enforcers outside. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, my glorious brother. By the time the security guards finally snap out of their rage and look back, Chen Shu has completely vanished into the shadows of the laboratory. Spotting a spare uniform right where he stands, Chen Shu does not even hesitate. He snatches it up and tosses it on. Wearing his new disguise, our boy strolls into the potion synthesis zone with absolute confidence. He even throws out cheerful morning greetings, acting like everybody's best friend. But the moment he steps deeper, a massive shock hits him. His jaw practically hits the floor. Are there seriously this many giant lotus plants just sitting here? A glowing blue screen suddenly pops up in his vision. System notification. Ingredients for the strength potion are complete. Initiate synthesis? Snapping out of his daze a few seconds later, Chen Shu gleefully smashes the synthesize button. His hands fly in a blur of mystical gestures. In a flash, several vials of bubbling glowing liquid appear before him. Ding! The system chimes, confirming the successful creation of low-grade strength potions. Current proficiency reaches 3 out of 10, instantly unlocking the mid-grade formula. Two veteran alchemists standing nearby watch the whole thing, their mouths hanging wide open. Heavens above, is that really a perfect strength potion? He flawlessly synthesizes 13 bottles in a single breath. Chen Shu chuckles inwardly. This alchemy system is completely broken. As long as he has the materials, failure is simply impossible. Right at that moment, a familiar face appears. It is Xu Qing, the very same manager who ruthlessly kicked him out earlier. She covers her mouth, choking on her own disbelief. It is you! How? How are you this incredible? Consider. Pretending to be deeply wounded, Chen Shu instantly fires back with maximum sarcasm. Oh, please. I am just a clueless kid wandering around. No need to call security, miss. I can show myself out. Panic flashes across the manager's face, completely replacing her former arrogance. I am so sorry. I was completely blind and irresponsible to not recognize a genius alchemist like you. Without a shred of hesitation, she bows respectfully. If you are willing, I formally invite you to become the lead alchemist for our department. Chen Shu's eyes gleam with excitement. Instantly, the system projects two glowing options before him. Option 1. Accept Xu Qingshue's offer and become the company's elite professional alchemist. The completion reward? Unlocking every single potion manual in existence, but the devastating catch is that his spirit contract will vanish forever. Option 2. Agree to work only as a summer temp, remaining fiercely devoted to the path of a Beast Tamer. The reward for this path is pure Beast Tamer power. Our boy falls into deep thought. The first reward is incredibly tempting, offering instant world-class status. But fate has a different calling for him. He firmly chooses to remain a Beast Tamer. Stroking his chin with a mysterious aura, Chen Shu finally answers. I must apologize. The path I have chosen is to travel the vast world. Because of that, I can only offer my services here for the 2 months of summer break. Even though he only agrees to temp work, Xu Qingxue eagerly showers him with massive VIP benefits. She even promises him bonus rewards for any materials he saves by reducing synthesis waste. For 3 consecutive days of his vacation, Chen Shu locks himself inside the 666 pharmaceutical company. It is a non-stop potion brewing marathon. Those 3 days pass in a flash. Right now, our protagonist is gently rubbing the head of his squishy yellow slime. You better not let me down this time, little guy. Without missing a beat, he feeds the entire batch of glowing test tubes to the bouncing creature. The slime obediently chugs every last drop. Its tiny belly swells up like a massive balloon, letting out a loud burp. Shocked by its bizarre expansion, Chen Shu screams, "Holy crap, it is giving birth. It is giving birth." The bloated slime lets out one final, incredibly satisfied squeak. Then, it heavily collapses right into its master's arms. Checking the system stats, Chen Shu grins. The potion boosts the slime's power by a massive 20%. But hitting the next evolution wall means he desperately needs mid-grade strength potions. Over the past few days, he has literally drained the 666 company of all their raw materials. Thank the heavens, Xu Xiaoyu previously hooked him up with a VIP black market access card. Tomorrow, he is diving straight into the underworld. The very next morning, Chen Shu straps on his backpack and marches directly into the bustling black market. This is the harsh reality of life. The world truly revolves around cold, hard cash. Flash enough money, and the rarest ingredients magically appear in your hands. But just as he strolls toward a grimy public restroom, fate strikes again. He is abruptly paralyzed by 2 life-altering system choices. Option 1. Head back home to synthesize the potions. Option 2. Brew the potions right here, inside the public toilet. The completion reward? Elite high school history knowledge. Without a second thought, Chen Shu smashes the restroom option. The toxic stench of the place hits him like a physical blow. One look at the filthy stall, and he practically wants to pass out on the spot. Out of the entire vast world, why did he have to choose this cursed location? Pinching his nose shut, he bravely charges into the stinky gates of hell. A few minutes later, some random guy rushes into the restroom, clutching his stomach in sheer agony. He desperately bangs on the locked stall door, his entire body trembling. "Brother, hurry up! This is a code red emergency." Waiting an eternity with zero response, the poor guy stands there bewildered. Is the stall actually empty? Unable to bust the door open, he desperately decides to climb over the top. But the moment he peeks inside, his soul nearly leaves his body. What the actual hell? Is this madman seriously brewing magical potions in a public toilet? Ignorant to his audience, Chen Shu is admiring the glowing pale yellow vial in his hand. Then, with absolute savage confidence, he tilts his head back and chugs the entire thing. The bystander's brain short-circuits. What kind of twisted nightmare is this? Even after Chen Shu casually grabs his backpack and strolls out, the witness remains frozen in pure shock. This is absolute peak cinema. I have to post this masterpiece online. And just like that, the wild story goes incredibly viral across every social media platform. Shocking news. Elite alchemist brews mysterious pale yellow liquid inside a public restroom. Is this a terrifying twist of human nature, or a complete collapse of basic morals? The mad alchemist invents a new toilet-based potion and violently chugs it in front of a live witness. Is this the legendary form of modern performance art? Now, everywhere Chen Shu goes, he is bombarded with weird stares and relentless whispers. Our clueless protagonist has zero idea what is going on. What is wrong with this mob of people? Why are they staring at him like he is a zoo animal? He strokes his chin, a dramatic realization hitting him. Could it be they finally realize he is the long-lost billionaire heir of a legendary corporate dynasty? While he was still lost in thought, a green snake lunged from the shadows. The sudden ambush made Chen Shu's heart skip a beat. He instantly summoned his slime for a one-on-one battle. Explosions rocked the area as the two spirits clashed. Chen Shu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury over the dirty sneak attack. Looking into the distance, his sharp gaze locked onto the cowardly culprit. How dare this trash cast aside all martial honor to ambush him from the dark? "Let us see how I crush this spineless worm," Chen Shu muttered, a dark promise lacing his tone. With silent, predatory steps, he approached the tree where the attacker was hiding. The fool remained completely clueless, still grinning with absolute arrogance. "My snake is already a mid-level contract spirit. Let us see where that loser Chen Shu can run now." Hearing his name called out, Chen Shu answered with bone-chilling calm. "Where else would I run? I am heading straight for you." Even though Chen Shu was the one attacking, the student suddenly felt as if the Grim Reaper himself had come to claim his soul. He stumbled backward in pure terror. He crashed hard against the rough tree trunk. Chen Shu closed the distance, his entire body radiating a suffocating, terrifying aura. The boy collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf with a face pale as a ghost. Chen Shu cracked his knuckles, his lips twisting into a wildly sinister smile. "I wondered who had the guts to ambush me. Turns out it is just you, Zhongnan's pathetic little lapdog. Today, I will carve the price of a sneak attack directly into your bones. Regretting it now will not save you." A brutal, incredibly one-sided beatdown instantly unfolded. Within moments, the lackey was beaten into a swollen, bruised pulp beneath the tree. Without a second glance, Chen Shu turned to leave. His slime had also finished the job, completely flattening that shameless green snake into the dirt. Just as the battle ended, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed through the area. The violent clash of contract spirits had likely drawn the attention of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Chen Shu was arrogant, but he was not completely reckless. He glared down at the broken boy and dropped one final, deadly warning. "I will let you live today, but if you ever dare to try this again, I will make sure you and your spirit die without a burial place." Taking the cue, the slime slammed its weight down one last time. The green snake violently coughed up another mouthful of blood. Watching Chen Shu's retreating figure, the bruised student slowly sat up, shivering in sheer terror. He is a monster. He has truly changed. Upon returning home, Chen Shu immediately handed over the Spirit Suppression Bureau's massive 100,000 reward to his parents, explaining the entire crazy sequence of events. "The Bureau gave me 100,000, and there is still 90,000 left on this card after buying supplies." Surprisingly, his father firmly pushed the card back. "Our family does not need this money right now. You are currently cultivating your beast taming power. Buy whatever potions you need to grow stronger." If you ever run short on cash, just tell your old man. Chen Shu's eyes lit up like stars as he eagerly asked, "Are you serious? Dad, are you actually a secret wealthy heir?" Father Chen let out a hearty laugh, taking a calm sip from his cup before playfully nudging his chin toward his son. "Do not worry about the details. We simply do not need it at home right now. It is getting late, and you have school tomorrow, so get some rest." Chen Shu nodded and headed back to his bedroom. Glancing back, he watched his parents chatting happily in the living room. The young man fell into deep thought. They seemed like a perfectly ordinary working-class family, so why did his dad act like money was no object? Furthermore, both Old Li and Uncle Jang were highly respected figures, yet they treated his father as an absolute equal. Was there some massive hidden secret behind all of this? Whatever, he muttered to himself. If there really is a secret, Dad will tell me eventually. I should just sleep. Tomorrow is another day of school. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Chen Shu strolled into the classroom, still yawning and wiping the sleep from his eyes. Suddenly, his classmates swarmed him. They stared at him unblinking, their intense gazes freezing Chen Shu right in his tracks. What the hell was going on? Why were they looking at him like he was some exotic beast? Right then, Old Li opened the door. "Chen Shu, come to my office." Chen Shu mumbled in agreement, following his teacher in a daze. The moment they entered the office, Old Li cut straight to the chase. "Chen Shu, did you visit the black market yesterday?" The moment they entered the office, Old Li cut straight to the chase. "Chen Shu, did you visit the black market yesterday?" Chen Shu's face instantly drained of color, his smile turning stiff as panic set in. Had his brutal beatdown from yesterday already been exposed? The panicked young man stammered wildly. "Teacher, please listen to my explanation." But before Chen Shu could confess, Old Li shoved a phone into his face. "Is this guy you?" Chen Shu froze, grabbing the phone to get a closer look. His eyes widened at a ridiculously viral headline. "The mysterious potion maker of the public toilet." The post was exploding with an insane amount of shares and crazy comments. Chen Shu was absolutely stunned. Holy crap, it actually blew up. "I only brewed a random potion. I never expected the entire city to find out." Realizing he was not in trouble for the fight, a wave of immense relief washed over him. He handed the phone back to his teacher, nodding with a bright grin. "Yeah, that is me." Old Li breathed a sigh of relief, showing zero intention of punishing him. "I knew it was you. Even with just a glimpse of your face, I could spot your arrogant aura from a mile away. However, the entire internet is desperately hunting for the toilet potion maker right now. You need to lay low and be extremely careful these days. Do not let any shady illegal merchants track you down." Chen Shu nodded obediently like a good student. "I understand, teacher." With that, the crazy toilet potion incident was officially swept under the rug. Just then, Xia Bing and a blonde-haired classmate walked into the office. Old Li looked at the three of them with deadly seriousness. "I called you all here today to announce something extremely important. The school is planning to take the top rankers from the final exam and place them into a special 12th grade elite class." Chen Shu's eyes widened in shock. A special elite class? In previous years, the elite senior class only formed during the second semester. So why the sudden schedule change this time? Chen Shu watches Xia Bing lost in her deep thoughts. A strange feeling gnaws at his gut. Did something major happen behind the scenes? After the final bell, he grabs his bike and heads home with Zhang Dali. Zhang Dali bursts into a massive grin. "You are officially a celebrity now, man." Chen Shu waves it off with total fake modesty. "No way, it was just a casual everyday photo. How was I supposed to know the entire internet would hunt me down like a superstar?" Screech. Chen Shu suddenly slams on his brakes, his eyes locked on a roadside crowd. Caught totally off guard, Zhang Dali nearly crashes right into his rear tire. Following his friend's intense gaze, Zhang Dali spots a gang of ruthless debt collectors. They are cornering a helpless young woman and a little girl. "What is it?" Zhang Dali asks in confusion. "Do you actually know them?" Chen Shu shakes his head without looking away. "Never seen them in my life." The real reason our protagonist is staring so intensely? The legendary system has triggered another fate-changing choice. Option 1. Cover your eyes, walk right past, and blindly mutter that you saw absolutely nothing. The completion reward? The brutal skill book. Violent crush. Option 2 demands he step up like a true hero to save the girl. The reward for this noble path is a medium-tier beast taming power boost. Option 3 is pure villainy. Join the evil debt collectors and force the girl to pay up. The reward is the infamous title of Total Scum. This dark path would permanently twist his contract spirit into a cruel and evil beast. But justice and chivalry run deep in his veins. Without a single ounce of shame, Chen Shu declares his heroic stance. "I do not know them, but justice and chivalry are my lifelong creeds." Tossing his bike to the curb, he marches forward with burning determination. Caught up in the hype, Zhang Dali ditches his own ride and eagerly follows his brother. You have got serious guts, brother. I am with you. Seeing the two high schoolers approach, the vicious debt collectors instantly go on high alert. Listen here, brats. What do you think you are doing? Zhang Dali opens his mouth to shout about heroes saving the beauty. But instantly, Chen Shu drops his badass aura and switches to ultimate coward mode. He covers his face with both hands, shaking his head frantically. I cannot see anything. I did not see a single thing. The entire street suddenly falls into an awkward, dead silence. Zhang Dali's jaw drops to the pavement in absolute shock. Did this shameless guy really put on a righteous act just to say that? So much for the grand hero saving the beauty. But how could Zhang Dali possibly know the truth? Just by uttering those cowardly words, Chen Shu had instantly secured a brand new skill. Staring at the shiny new system reward, Chen Shu breathes a massive sigh of relief. He is just about to make his tactical retreat. But then, the little girl, technically, her eyes were locked on the menacing debt collector right behind him, but Chen Shu's heart still skipped a nervous beat. Suddenly, his righteous hero blood boiled over. Chen Shu shoved his finger right into the thug's scarred cheek. His eyes blazed with fake fury as he roared, "You useless piece of trash. Is bullying women the only thing you are good at?" The thug's face instantly twisted into pure, unadulterated rage. "You little bastard, what did you just say to me? Stop right there and die." Provoked beyond reason, the massive collector charged after Chen Shu like a raging bull. Without missing a beat, Chen Shu and Dali bolted down the street like their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, the original targets seized the chaotic distraction and vanished into the shadows. Never one to miss an opportunity to troll, Chen Shu threw out one last perfectly timed taunt. "Come on, try to keep up, slowpoke. If you actually manage to catch me, I will let you win." He chuckled darkly under his breath. The chaotic duo sprinted into a bustling plaza, flattening themselves against a towering concrete wall. Acting on pure comedic instinct, they each grabbed two random potted plants to act as urban camouflage. Just seconds after their flawless disguise was set, the furious thugs stomped right past them. But their enemies' eyes might as well have been painted on for decoration. The raging brutes remained completely blind to the two boys crouching right beside them. They charged straight ahead down the empty alley, completely missing their targets. Dali shot his best friend, a deeply concerning look. Chen Shu's erratic behavior was definitely crossing into the realm of total madness. We completely lost them. But seriously, I feel like your brain damage is getting worse by the day. Unfazed, Chen Shu casually slung an arm around Dali's tense shoulders. Relax and let us go. The system has put me in an excellent mood today, so dinner is totally on me. But before they could take another step, a sleek black car aggressively slammed its brakes right in front of them. Dali instantly dropped into a fierce defensive stance, his imposing figure ready to strike at any threat. Whether the mysterious driver was actually intimidated remained entirely unknown. Beside him, Chen Shu instantly summoned his legendary slime, his battle aura flaring up as he prepared for a deadly clash. However, as the tinted window slowly rolled down, the deadly tension vanished in an instant. A warm, familiar face beamed back at them. "Get in the car, son. You too, little Shu." The menacing driver was none other than Dali's father, Uncle Jang. The two teenagers quickly scrambled into the luxurious back seat. Peering through the rearview mirror, Uncle Jang flashed a knowing smile. "Little Shu, rumor has it you officially transferred into the elite beast taming class. That takes some serious ambition. It is truly a shame that my Dali was not blessed with the divine talent for beast taming. Otherwise, I would have dragged this boy straight to the Black Iron rank by sheer force." Chen Shu's eyes widened in silent shock. The Black Iron rank was an elusive realm beyond the 9th level, an absolute wall that ordinary humans could almost never break through. Sure, he possessed a heaven-defying system that allowed him to grow insanely powerful just by sleeping. But how could a seemingly normal uncle speak about reaching such a legendary tier like it was nothing? Burning with newfound curiosity, Chen Shu leaned forward. "Uncle Zhang, could you tell me more about the alternate dimensions?" Uncle Zhang's booming laughter filled the car, his tone suddenly shifting to something far more profound and gentle. "Are you thinking about stepping into that dangerous world? Listen closely, little Shu. Those dimensional rifts are overflowing with legendary resources, but the demonic beasts lurking inside are bloodthirsty and merciless. Without overwhelming personal strength and an elite team of tamers to watch your back, I strongly advise you never to risk your life in there." Uncle Zhang's warning hung heavily in the air, his harsh words echoing nothing but the absolute, undeniable truth. Right now, his raw power was nowhere near enough to survive that hellscape. But with his overpowered system actively awakening, the rules of reality no longer applied to him. Still, hiding his true trump card, Chen Shu bowed his head and offered a perfectly polite word of thanks. That night in his room, Chen Shu wasted absolutely no time. He immediately sat down to cultivate. his version of hard training, absorbing every single drop of knowledge from his system rewards. But hitting the next major breakthrough would not be easy. He desperately needed a massive mountain of spiritual herbs. The local black market simply could not supply his growing appetite anymore. If the chance arose, he needed to dive straight into an alternate dimension. Chen Shu happily flipped open his guidebook on alternate dimensions. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Xiaobing. Why was she suddenly acting so shy? Could this be a confession? Chen Shu's mind immediately went into overdrive. She should have said something sooner. How could he let a girl make the first move? His fingers flew across the screen. You like me, do you not? Fine. I will give you a chance to pursue me. But right before he could hit send, another message popped up. Could you lend me some money? I am on the verge of breaking through to a level 6 Beastmaster, so I need to hit the black market for a mid-grade beast core. Chen Shu froze, his romantic fantasies shattering instantly. Wait, what? She had been typing for so long, he actually thought the system was about to drop a new quest. Right on cue, the holographic prompt appeared. Option 1. Generously declare. What kind of relationship do we have? Why even talk about borrowing? There is no need to be polite with me. Just tell me exactly how much you need. The reward for this choice? A minor boost to his Beastmaster energy. Option 2. Shake your head and quickly reply. Look, I have the cash, but I am absolutely not lending it to you. The reward? A 10% size increase for your yellow slime. Option 3. Stare up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sigh dramatically. Talking about money really ruins our bond. The reward for this would be a berserk potion. Finally, option 4. Thump your chest proudly and declare, since we are friends, I will lend you the cash, but I am definitely charging interest. The grand prize for this choice? Complete mastery of high school Beastmaster geography. Chen Shu scanned the holographic panel. His eyes instantly locked onto the fourth reward. He already possessed most of the high school curriculum. If he could just secure that geography knowledge, getting into the elite senior class would be an absolute breeze. Without hesitation, Chen Shu fired a message back to Xiaobing. I will front you the cash, but you are definitely paying interest. The very next morning, Chen Shu arrived at their meeting spot, handing over the funds and the beast core. Xiaobing bowed slightly. Thank you so much. Chen Shu flashed a cheeky grin. We are buddies. No need for thank yous. Instead, why do you not write a 1,000-word essay praising my greatness? Xiaobing clenched her fists, desperately trying to hold back her temper. Fine, I will do it. She gritted through her teeth before storming back to class. Later, Chen Shu was heading to the restroom when a bruised and battered figure stumbled into his path. It was Zhou Xiaoming, better known as Fatty Zhou, his old classmate from the regular division. His face was beaten to a pulp. The moment he spotted Chen Shu, Fatty Zhou practically launched himself forward, wrapping his arms around his friend while sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Shu, Zhengnan and Zheng Yi from Class 3 jumped me. Chen Shu immediately pressed a finger against the crying boy's forehead, halting the massive incoming hug. Hold on. Those two elitists never waste their time beating up ordinary students. Did you provoke them? Fatty Zhou looked at him with eyes full of absolute injustice. I accidentally peed on them. Chen Shu choked on his own spit. He collapsed onto the floor, slapping the tiles as uncontrollable laughter completely took over his body. Tears streamed down Fatty Zhou's swollen face. Brother Shu, I know you have become incredibly strong lately. Please, can you help me get revenge? Logically speaking, Fatty Zhou was completely in the wrong here. But considering the targets were those two arrogant brothers, there was absolutely no way Chen Shu was turning down this mission. He stood up, wiping a tear of laughter from his eye, and patted Fatty Zhou's shoulder. Done, but it is going to cost you extra. I want your family's shop to sign a business partnership with me. Fatty Zhou blinked in sheer shock. Huh? But I do not have any say over my family's business. Chen Shu just slung an arm around his buddy's hefty shoulders. Do not sweat it. Just put in a good word for me when the time comes. Now, let us talk about how we are going to extract your glorious vengeance. Fatty Zhou nodded eagerly, spilling every single detail of the incident. Chen Shu suddenly held up a hand, his eyes gleaming. Wait a second. Did you just say Zheng Yi and Zheng Nan are currently sitting in the auditorium for the graduation ceremony? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. A devilish smirk crept across Chen Shu's face. Old grudges and new debts. We are about to settle everything in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, inside the grand auditorium, the principal was passionately droning on about the bright futures awaiting the graduating seniors. It barely took a minute for Chen Shu to scan the massive crowd. There they were, Zheng Yi and Zheng Nan, sitting pretty among the graduates. Just as expected, moving with the absolute stealth of a master thief, Chen Shu slipped through the aisles. Like a shadow, he crouched directly behind their seats, completely undetected. The two arrogant brothers were completely oblivious to the predator lurking right behind them, happily chatting away about their elite prospects. They were boasting about how Jung Nan was practically guaranteed a spot at the nation's top Beastmaster University. Chen Shu ducked lower, pretending to tie his shoelaces. Suddenly, Jung Nan's voice dropped. By the way, has that little rat Chen Shu been causing any trouble for you lately? Zheng Yi bit his thumb, his eyes flashing with raw hatred. No, I have been rolling with the crew lately, so that bastard has not had a single chance to make a move. He turned to his older brother. Bro, you are a level 6 Beastmaster. When are you finally going to teach that trash a lesson he will never forget? Zheng Nan shook his head, his tone dead serious. That kid is not as simple as he looks. He actually managed to severely injure Wu Li. Just wait. Once I gather enough muscle, we will crush him permanently. Zheng Yi gasped, the color instantly draining from his face. What? Big Brother Wu is a level 4 Beastmaster. How the hell did he get hurt? Zheng Nan let out a heavy sigh, aggressively rubbing his temples. He must be hiding his true strength. That is why our only option is to hire an underground gang to jump him. Hearing this, Zheng Yi furiously ground his teeth together. Damn it all. Chen Shu really is an absolute menace. After stewing in anger for a few more minutes, Zheng Yi finally stood up, heading straight for the restroom. A wicked ear-to-ear grin stretched across Chen Shu's face. He had literally just sat there listening to them plot his downfall, and the perfect opportunity for payback had already fallen right into his lap. He thought he would have to stake them out all day, but heaven itself was delivering this prey. Without making a sound, Chen Shu stalked Zheng Yi right into the restroom. But little did they know, at that exact same moment, Zheng Nan turned back to check on his little brother's empty seat. For some unexplainable reason, Zheng Nan stared at the retreating figure. That silhouette felt incredibly familiar to him. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Zheng Yi was busy answering the call of nature, but his moment of peace was about to be violently interrupted. Chen Shu strolled in with a massive grin, raising a hand in greeting. Good afternoon. Just taking a little bathroom break, student Zheng? The sinister smirk on Chen Shu's face said it all. That, and the massive sack of goat manure gripped tightly in his hand. Zheng Yi spun around to flee, but Chen Shu moved like lightning, completely cutting off his only escape route. The sack of foul manure flew through the air. It was a flawless, unavoidable strike with absolutely zero wasted movement. Total darkness instantly consumed Zheng Yi. An unspeakable, eye-watering stench assaulted his senses. He froze in absolute horror before screaming out, Chen Shu, you absolute bastard. Chen Shu's eyes turned totally cold. He grabbed the boy by the head and violently dragged him into a corner. But this time, Zheng Yi was ready, desperately summoning his skeleton spirit to fight back. Chen Shu stared at the terrifying skeleton spirit glaring at him from the shadows. He merely scoffed in his mind. A contract spirit? Please, I have one of those too. In a flash of blinding light, his golden slime burst onto the scene. The slime instantly expanded to a monstrous size. In less than a heartbeat, the mighty skeleton spirit was brutally crushed, completely unable to resist. Chen Shu glared down with pure menace. No one is coming to save you this time. Zheng Nan actually dared to hire underworld beast tamers to take me down? If I do not beat you to a pulp today, you will never learn the true meaning of pain. Agonizing cries for help echoed off the bathroom walls. After beating his enemy into an unrecognizable pulp, Chen Shu felt an overwhelming wave of satisfaction. Humming a cheerful little tune, Chen Shu proudly marched right out of the restroom. The sky was bright, and the beautiful scenery brought total peace to his soul. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold, Chen Shu crashed straight into Zheng Nan, and Zheng Nan was not alone. A whole gang of menacing lackeys completely blocked the exit. Zheng Nan stood tall, arrogantly resting his hands on his hips. I knew it was you. He locked his furious gaze right onto Chen Shu. Where is my little brother? Chen Shu just smirked. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he spun a brilliant lie. Your brother, Zheng Yi? I just saw him sneaking into the girls' restroom. Zheng Nan barked a cold order to his men. Keep a close eye on this punk. He marched straight toward the restroom doors, while his brutal lackeys instantly formed a tight circle around Chen Shu. But suddenly, Zheng Nan stopped dead in his tracks. Chen Shu was acting way too calm, making his outrageous lie almost believable. However, Zheng Nan knew exactly how devious this guy could be. Refusing to be fooled, he spun around and kicked open the door to the boys' restroom instead. The front area was completely empty. Zheng Nan actually started to believe his brother had lost his mind and entered the girls' room. But his gut told him to check one last stall. He stepped deeper inside, only to freeze in pure shock. He found Zheng Yi slumped over, his entire head trapped inside a disgusting sack of goat manure. Absolute panic gripped Zheng Nan as he frantically rushed to save his brother. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, a glowing blue screen suddenly materialized in front of Chen Shu. The system had issued a brand new quest with 4 choices. Chen Shu quickly scanned the glowing text. The first 3 rewards looked incredibly tempting, sparkling with potential. However, it was the 4th option that made his eyes widen. It was exactly what he needed to break through his current limits. If he completed this insane task, his beast taming level would instantly rank up by 1 full tier. With that kind of overwhelming power, getting into the elite 12th grade class would be an absolute breeze. But the quest required him to turn these 4 loyal lackeys against their boss. Luckily, Chen Shu had absolute confidence in his legendary trash-talking skills. The moment he accepted the quest, Chen Shu activated his ultimate acting mode. He casually strolled forward and threw a friendly arm around the most gullible-looking thug. "Hey buddy, no need to be so tense. Actually, Zhengnan and I go way back. I might look like a fierce rival, but we are practically childhood best friends." The thug eyed Chen Shu with deep suspicion. "If you two are so close, why did you just mercilessly bully his little brother?" Chen Shu flashed a brilliant, innocent smile. "Oh, that was just a little brotherly roughhousing. Honestly, I treat Zheng Yi like my own flesh and blood. We always play intense games of tag like this." The thug was still slightly skeptical, but the tension in his shoulders finally began to relax. Seeing his opening, Chen Shu masterfully dropped the ultimate bait. "Think about it, guys. If we actually had beef, I would have sprinted out of here ages ago. Why would I just stand here chatting with you all?" Striking while the iron was hot, Chen Shu moved through the group, casually throwing his arms over their shoulders. He lowered his voice like he was sharing a massive secret. "Let me tell you the truth. Ever since we were kids, Zhengnan has been a total drama queen. He pulls these fake tough guy acts a few times every single year. In mere minutes, his silver tongue had completely brainwashed them. The fearsome gang of lackeys had bought his outrageous lies hook, line, and sinker." At that exact moment, Zhengnan dragged his brutally battered brother out of the restroom, catching the tail end of Chen Shu's speech. A terrible sense of dread washed over him. Chen Shu was still passionately weaving his ridiculous tale. He was completely oblivious to the furious demon standing right behind him. "Honestly, we used to go way harder than this. One time, Zhengnan actually dressed up in women's clothes and begged me to roleplay as his heartless ex-boyfriend." Zhengnan's face turned purple with blazing rage. "Wang Yu, what the hell do you idiots think you are doing?" But Wang Yu and the gang were roaring with laughter at Chen Shu's fabricated story. "Chill out, boss, we are just catching up with your old pal." "Man, Zhengnan, you really know how to keep things interesting. We honestly had no idea you were into cross-dressing roleplay." Zhengnan felt his brain completely short-circuit. His furious gaze darted between them as he roared, "What the hell are you talking about?" By now, his supposedly loyal gang was completely under Chen Shu's spell. They fully believed their boss was just doing another one of his famous theatrical performances. They smiled at him like long-lost blood brothers. Bubbling with pure fury, Zhengnan violently slapped Wang Yu's hand away. "Have you all lost your damn minds? What kind of absolute garbage are you spewing?" Wang Yu looked incredibly awkward, rubbing his stinging shoulder. He mumbled under his breath, "Geez, Zhengnan, it is just a little act. There is no need to snap at your own brothers like that." Flashback to earlier that day. Chen Shu smirked at the crowd. "Brother Nan is just super passionate about his acting role. You guys have to understand him. Let us all take a step back and breathe. Zhengnan, stop being so mad at your loyal brothers. Alright, look at the time. You all have your 12th grade graduation ceremony tonight. Better scatter and get ready." Completely fooled by his friendly act, Zhengnan's lackeys nodded and walked away without suspicion. Chen Shu waved them off cheerfully. "You brothers go ahead. Brother Nan is still stuck in character, so I will help him snap out of it." He watched their shadows disappear down the hallway. The warm smile on Chen Shu's face instantly vanished. A dark, sinister grin replaced it. "Alright, Brother Nan, now the real fun begins." He lunged forward and clamped his hand violently over Zhengnan's mouth, muffling his desperate groans. Down the hall, the departing lackeys suddenly paused, hearing what sounded like a cry for help. A terrible realization struck them like lightning. Without a second thought, the whole gang turned and sprinted back. They burst through the restroom doors, only to witness absolute chaos. Chen Shu was casually sitting on top of Zhengnan, raining down a relentless barrage of fists on his face, until the guy's eyes rolled back. Seeing the furious crowd, Chen Shu clicked his tongue and shrugged. "Oops, looks like my little secret is out." The lackeys practically fumed with volcanic rage. They had been played like absolute fools. "You little rat, you dared to trick us? You think you are so good at fighting? Today, we are going to teach you what a real beatdown looks like." Faced with the angry mob, Chen Shu immediately fell back on his ultimate dirty trick. He backed up and frantically raised his hands. Wait. We are civilized people here. If you touch me, I swear I will scream my lungs out." Bruised and dizzy on the floor, Zhengnan snapped back to reality at the word scream. The last time this shameless punk screamed, the campus security swarmed them instantly. Classes had just ended. If he caused another massive scene right before the final exams, the consequences would be disastrous. But a wicked idea flashed in Zhengnan's mind. If he could legally cripple Chen Shu's contract spirit, this bastard would never qualify for the special class. ruining his enemy's entire future? That sounded 10 times sweeter than throwing a few punches in a dirty bathroom. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jungnan glared with pure hatred. Hold on, Chen Shu, you are a beast tamer. If you have the guts, face me in an official duel at the beast arena. Normally, Chen Shu would refuse without blinking, but suddenly, a translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes. Option 1. Beg for mercy, and ask Jungnan to let him go. The reward? The title of Ultimate Coward. Its effect granted a slight chance to make opponents feel pity while beating him up. Option 2. Reject the challenge to his face, and make a mad dash out of the restroom. The reward for running? Medium-level beast taming power. But option 3 changed everything. Accept the challenge, and claim total victory in the contract spirit battle. The grand prize? His yellow slime would awaken the thick armor talent. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, calculating his odds against Jungnan. Thanks to his previous system choices, he was already a level 5 beast tamer. Facing a level 6 opponent was risky, but victory was definitely within his grasp. However, his gaze shifted to the angry lackeys blocking the door. They were all level 5 and level 6 experts, cracking their knuckles menacingly. Win or lose in the arena, this mob would definitely use the chance to jump him afterward. Even Xia Bing, the absolute powerhouse of their class, could not survive jumping into this shark tank alone. But a structured, one-on-one official match? That was a completely different story. Chen Shu's eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. I accept, he declared boldly. But knowing your rotten personality, I do not trust you. I am bringing an official witness. Minutes later at the towering Beast Tamer arena, Chen Shu quickly arrived with his chosen witness, Xu Xiaoyu. Jungnan clicked his tongue in pure frustration. With a witness here, his only chance to cripple Chen Shu was inside the combat ring. Having Xu Xiaoyu watch over the match gave Chen Shu the perfect safety net. No dirty tricks from the audience today. He chatted with her casually, completely unbothered by the looming battle. But Xu Xiaoyu was pale with worry, convinced he was marching straight into a brutal massacre against Jungnan. Chen Shu just let out a hearty laugh. Relax, Sister Xiaoyu. I am overflowing with confidence, and even if I wasn't, I would still force my way to victory. He muttered the last part under his breath. After all, the system practically gift-wrapped that juicy new talent for me. The two rivals stepped onto the massive combat platform. Their fighting spirit surged to explosive levels. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Without a second of hesitation, both tamers summoned their contract spirits. A blinding light erupted from Jungnan's side. A massive azure eagle materialized, its razor-sharp eyes locking onto its prey with terrifying bloodlust. Its oppressive aura swept across the stadium like a hurricane. The beast let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its massive wings beat the air as it rocketed into the sky, before diving straight down like a deadly meteor. In the blink of an eye, steel-like talons ruthlessly pierced into Chen Shu's yellow slime. The massive bird yanked the helpless creature violently off the arena floor. The crowd gasped in horror. Trapped in those deadly claws, the squishy slime looked incredibly frail and doomed to be ripped apart. Even the slime realized it was one wrong move away from destruction. Panic flared within its squishy body, desperately calculating a way out of this mid-air nightmare. The Azure Eagle's speed was overwhelmingly superior. A head-on clash would result in absolute defeat. It needed a brilliant counterattack, a totally unpredictable move to turn the tides. Back down in the arena ring, the brave little slime gritted its imaginary teeth, holding on with fierce determination and fighting for survival with every passing second. But Jungnan's eagle showed zero mercy. Its glowing talons continuously shredded into the slime, pushing the poor creature to the absolute brink of despair. Just when the crowd thinks Chen Shu is entirely out of options, tears suddenly well up in his eyes. His gaze turns pitiful as a choked sob escapes his lips. Please, stop fighting. I surrender. This sudden display of weakness plays perfectly into Jungnan's hands. A smug, arrogant grin stretches across his face, wider than ever before. Holding the upper hand against a retreating foe sends a rush of adrenaline straight to his head. Bloodlust takes over. This is his golden chance to completely obliterate Chen Shu's contracted spirit once and for all. Jungnan barked his command without hesitation. He was dead set on teaching the slime a brutal lesson. It was time to show this trash what true power looked like. His massive eagle unleashed an ear-piercing screech. Spreading its colossal wings, it dive-bombed from the heavens. It radiated the overwhelming aura of a bloodthirsty apex predator. But Chen Shu had been waiting for exactly this moment. Wasn't this the perfect opening? A grotesque, mocking smile twisted across the slime's face, as its eyes flared with a sinister, blood-red light. Jungnan flinched. His heart skipped a frantic beat. Looking at that eerie expression, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him. What goes around, comes around. The seemingly weak slime suddenly exploded with terrifying kinetic energy. It launched itself upward with pure, unadulterated ferocity. Normal slimes couldn't fly to save their lives. But this golden slime only needed one explosive leap to defy gravity. It hovered perfectly mid-air, instantly closing the gap to its stunned opponent. In that split second, Jungnan's eyes went bloodshot. All the blood furiously rushed to his brain. Only one, single, terrifying thought echoed in his mind. I am completely screwed. The moment it reached the perfect altitude, the slime instantly triggered its special skill, gigantification. From a pathetic little blob, its body rapidly expanded into a colossal titan. It instantly grew to be 6 or 7 times larger than the majestic eagle. The mighty green bird could only thrash helplessly beneath the slime's crushing weight. Jungnan watched in absolute horror. He never expected Chen Shu's contract spirit to be this overpowered, let alone possess multiple high-tier skills. But Jungnan wasn't a total idiot. He knew when he was hopelessly outmatched. If he couldn't win, he simply couldn't win. There was no point in digging his own grave, especially right in front of Xu Xiaoyu. His hands were completely tied. He swallowed his pride and surrendered. Chen Shu gave a smug grunt of acknowledgement. The giant slime shrank back down, coiled around his master's arm, and vanished into thin air. Victorious, he casually strolled over to Xu Xiaoyu, and the two of them walked away together. Meanwhile, Ji Yi frantically rushed to Jungnan's side, his face pale with deep concern. Jungnan let out a heavy, defeated sigh. His entire body was swollen and battered from the absolutely humiliating beatdown. Cough, cough. I am fine, he wheezed. But once I leave Nanjiang High School, do not ever provoke Chen Shu again. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ji Yi had no choice but to obey. I understand. I will stay far away from him. Cut to the outside of the school gates. Xu Xiaoyu and Chen Shu were taking a leisurely stroll down the street. Having witnessed that mind-blowing battle firsthand, Xu Xiaoyu was burning with intense curiosity. Chen Shu, be honest. Is your contract spirit actually S rank? It's immense power. It honestly feels way more lethal than my own flame bird. Chen Shu chuckled with a purely mischievous grin. Of course not. My contract spirit is actually the universe's invincible supreme poop, ranked triple S. Right as he delivered that ridiculous line, he suddenly spotted Fatty Joe walking up ahead. Xiaoyu blinked in absolute bewilderment. The universe's invincible supreme poop? I have literally never read about a contract spirit with that name. But Chen Shu completely ignored her confusion. Promising to catch up with her later, he shamelessly sprinted straight toward Fatty Joe, like a man on a mission. Staring at his retreating figure, Xu Xiaoyu felt her perspective shifting. Her opinion of Chen Shu was changing drastically by the minute. He was already a level 5 Beastmaster. If he managed to secure a Beastmaster orb during this time frame, he would absolutely qualify for the elite special class. Little did Chen Shu know how highly the class genius evaluated him. The shameless youth currently had only one greedy thought in his mind. He needed to track down Zhou Xiaoming's parents to discuss a highly lucrative business deal. I have officially avenged you, my friend, Chen Shu declared. Now, let us go find your parents and talk serious business. Fatty Joe stared at him in utter disbelief. Like, right this second? Still, he knew better than to question a madman. He immediately guided Chen Shu back home to meet his folks. What followed was a masterclass in shameless persuasion. Chen Shu unleashed an absolute barrage of sweet talk and grand promises. And brilliantly, it worked perfectly. Having successfully secured his ultimate goal, the scammer happily waved goodbye to Fatty Joe and headed out. Ever since he unlocked the high-grade strength potion recipe at the black market, he had been desperately short on crafting materials. But now, with this golden partnership sealed, everything changed. Zhou Xiaoming's parents had agreed to supply the raw materials from the designated alternate dimension. His ingredient crisis was completely solved. However, the Zhou family strictly refused to handle the actual potion sales. Chen Shu let out a troubled sigh. What on earth am I going to do with the stockpile of potions sitting at home? He muttered. Just as despair crept in, a brilliant flash of inspiration struck his devious mind. His thoughts immediately drifted back to the chaotic underworld of the black market. His golden slime didn't need strength potions anyway, so hoarding them was totally pointless. Why not test his luck in the underground economy? The black market was just as busty and dangerously packed as ever, and Chen Shu quickly claimed a dark corner to set up his street stall. He proudly lined up his glowing vials of strength potions on the ragged cloth. Clearing his throat, he began to aggressively hawk his wares. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, he hollered. Freshly brewed mid-grade strength potions, 100% authentic. If you find a fake, I will refund you 10 times the price. This is the deal of a lifetime. Do not miss out, he shouted until his lungs burned. But brutally, not a single soul walking by gave him the time of day. Since he was selling highly coveted mid-grade potions at ridiculously cheap prices, everyone assumed it was a scam. Chen Shu could only mentally spit on their utter lack of intelligence. These blind fools wouldn't know a priceless treasure if it smacked them in the face. Suddenly, an incredibly sketchy-looking veteran scammer slithered up to his stall. "Listen here, kiddo. Your scamming technique is ancient history," the old crook sneered. "Want to learn some real underworld sales tactics from a master?" Chen Shu's mouth twitched violently in annoyance. He shot the shady newcomer a look of pure, unfiltered suspicion. The absolute swindler was dangling a battered, mysterious book right in front of his face. For the low, low price of 998 coins, you can master the ultimate black market deception arts. If your inventory just sits there, you will go broke. Make an investment. Chen Shu stared at the book's title and was rendered completely speechless. The ultimate collection of black market scams. Rare edition? What kind of absolute garbage was this? Waving his hand dismissively, Chen Shu scoffed. Since when do scammers write textbooks? And who even publishes a rare edition of a con artist manual? But as his eyes drifted back to his own pathetic advertising board, a dangerous spark ignited in his mind. Wait a minute. Limited time exclusivity. A wicked grin stretched across his face. He finally knew how to bait the whales. Without hesitation, he whipped out a thick stack of cash. Shoving it straight into the old scammer's greasy hands, he lowered his voice to a devious whisper. "Old man, I have a very special job for you." The greedy crook pocketed the money and vanished into the shadows. Barely a few moments later, he returned with an entire crowd of rough-looking thugs. But little did the real customers know, this entire mob was just a squad of paid crisis actors, ready to put on the performance of a lifetime. Before we see how that deadly clash ends, we rewind a bit. A flashback reveals Chen Shu inspecting a group of sketchy individuals. "Not bad at all. Your facial features are perfectly forgettable. You guys are exactly what I need for this job. Let the show begin." Back in the sprawling black market, the usual gloomy silence is completely shattered. A massive crowd suddenly swarms right in front of Chen Shu's tiny stall. The atmosphere practically boils over. A brutal, dramatic brawl breaks out over a single strength potion, forcing every single passerby to stop and stare in pure curiosity. One of the hired thugs screams at the top of his lungs. "Damn it, do you morons not understand the concept of a line? You dare try to snatch this from me?" Before another word can drop, the group collides in a messy, full-blown action movie brawl. Meanwhile, Chen Shu stands perfectly still. He watches from behind his little stall, his eyes gleaming with pure amusement. A delightfully wicked thought flashes through his brilliant mind. As expected, human nature never changes. Give them a good show, and the sheep will flock. These hired thugs are acting their hearts out. It is so convincing that even Chen Shu almost believes the hype. Step right up, my lovely audience. He picks up a glowing potion, pretending to play the peacemaker, while shamelessly advertising his goods. "Please, stop fighting. Do not shed blood over this mid-grade strength potion that only costs 800 yuan. The moment those words leave his mouth, the effect is instantaneous. Every single passerby snaps their neck toward Chen Shu, their eyes wide with absolute shock. Did he just say a mid-grade strength potion for only 800 yuan? Is this guy for real or is it a scam? Right on cue, one of the battered brawlers drags his bruised body across the dirt. He collapses directly at Chen Shu's feet, like a dying man. Covered in fake bruises, he reaches out a trembling hand and whispers dramatically, "Please, give me that mid-grade strength potion. If I do not get it, I will never rest in peace." But before he can even grasp the bottle, the man's eyes roll back. He drops dead on the spot, delivering an absolute god-tier acting performance. Watching this life-or-death struggle unfold, the skeptical crowd's mindset shifts entirely. Doubt turns to curiosity, and curiosity completely morphs into blind, unshakable faith. Within seconds, a tidal wave of real customers surges forward. They practically trample each other to reach the stall. "Boss, hand over a mid-grade strength potion right now." "Me too. I need one too." Chen Shu flashes a brilliant, greedy smile. He subtly shoots an okay hand gesture to his dead actors on the ground. In the blink of an eye, his entire inventory is wiped completely clean. Later, safely tucked away from prying eyes, he hands a thick stack of cash to the extras hired by the old scammer. He nods, immensely satisfied with his brilliant marketing scheme. "Excellent work, gentlemen. Let us definitely do business again soon." With the theatrical masterpiece concluded, Chen Shu moves to his real objective. It is time to hunt down premium ingredients for a high-grade strength potion. His eyes lock onto the sprawling black market like a predator spotting prey. A fierce, uncontainable excitement burns within his chest. The master plan is already perfectly outlined in his genius mind. Cut to Chen Shu's private room, where the magic truly happens. A glorious batch of high-grade strength potions is freshly brewed and ready. Thanks to the automated system, the crafting process is lightning fast and absolutely flawless. Chen Shu smiles, nodding at his shiny new creations. He can only pray his slime will not let him down this time. He lines up the mountain of glowing strength potions on the floor. With a flick of his wrist, spiritual energy flares. His contracted spirit, the slime, is summoned into the room. The second the slime spots the buffet of power, its squishy body quivers. It bounces like a loaded spring, launching itself at the potions with blinding speed. In a single breath, the entire stash is vacuumed up. Its belly bulges out, radiating pure, unadulterated bliss. Instantly, the slime's raw power skyrockets by a massive 20%. Chen Shu gently pats the squishy beast, grinning from ear to ear. With this ridiculous leveling speed, conquering the final exam will be an absolute walk in the park. Time skips forward like a turning page. The day of destiny has finally arrived. Inside the buzzing school classroom, the atmosphere is suffocatingly tense. Old Lee stands upon the podium like a stern general preparing his troops for war. His piercing gaze sweeps across the terrified students. Listen up, everyone. Today is the day of your final examinations. Once you survive the written tests, you will immediately report to the Beast Taming Hall. The practical combat exam will follow. I expect nothing but excellence. And just like that, the brutal academic war begins. Down in the trenches, Chen Shu's pen blurs across the paper. He is filling out answers at a mind-bending, dizzying speed. He had completely memorized the entire curriculum long ago, but the exact second he finishes the last question, a blue screen flashes. A new system quest has dropped. Chen Shu jerks his head up, immediately locking eyes with old Lee, who is glaring daggers straight at his soul. Chen Shu lets out a heavy, internal sigh. He reads the glowing quest panel, a wave of sheer helplessness washing over him. Heavens above, this system really loves to torture me, he grumbles, completely torn. But the glittering rewards attached to this ridiculous quest are far too juicy to pass up. Deciding to just bite the bullet, Chen Shu entirely embraces the risk. He picks up his completed exam paper and starts waving it around wildly. The obnoxious rustling noise echoes like a thunderstorm in the dead silent classroom. In mere seconds, every single terrified student is staring right at him. Old Lee's teacher radar goes completely haywire. The old man storms down the aisle, marching straight toward Chen Shu's desk with murderous intent. Ding! Quest officially completed. Chen Shu smirks inwardly. He never expected farming system rewards could be this laughably easy. These students are way too tense anyway. They needed a distraction. Old Lee slams his knuckles on the desk twice, his face dark as thunder. If your brain is empty, at least sit still. Stop aggressively flapping your exam paper like a maniac. Playing the part of a perfect angel, Chen Shu nods obediently. A cheeky, innocent smile spreads across his face. Understood, teacher. But the exact millisecond old Lee turns his back. Chen Shu faceplants onto the desk. He is instantly fast asleep. Exam conquered, system loot secured. Truly, there is no greater feeling in the world than a well-earned nap. By the time he finally wakes up, the exam papers have already been snatched away. The classroom atmosphere is thick with sheer despair. The written test was an absolute nightmare for the rest of the class. One of his buddies drags his feet over, looking like he just survived a war. Man, that test was a complete bloodbath. How did you survive it? Chen Shu simply offers a cool, unbothered smile. Do not sweat the small stuff, man. What is done is done. The beast taming combat test is about to begin. Let us head over there right now. Scene transition to the legendary Beast Taming Hall. The massive arena is packed with nervous students lining up for the ultimate practical combat exam. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Chen Shu and his friend join the ranks, ready to show the world their true power. Half an hour later, the moment of truth finally arrives for Chen Shu. Before he steps into the arena, Shaolin claps him on the shoulder with a teasing smirk. Take care in there, brother. Try not to cry when you lose. Chen Shu just bursts into a carefree laugh. He strides forward, his every step radiating the overwhelming confidence of a true powerhouse. His classmates can only watch in absolute awe. In the blink of an eye, this guy has actually skyrocketed to a level 5 Beast Tamer. Scratching his head with feigned innocence, Chen Shu put on his signature humble act. Sigh. Even though I jumped from a level 1 to a level 5 Beast Tamer in just a single month, I am still way too weak. Hearing his outrageous flex, everyone in the room instantly froze with twisted expressions. While Chen Shu was still happily chatting away, old Lee casually strolled into the room. He swept his piercing gaze across the beast taming hall and smiled. All right, everyone, the final exams are officially over. Your final results will be sent directly to your phones. Class is dismissed. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday break. Hearing this, the exhausted students immediately began packing up to leave. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Shaolin squeezed his way next to Chen Shu. His voice trembled with barely concealed admiration. You sly dog. You actually hit level 5 without saying a word? Hey, do you want to come over to my family's beast taming academy during the break? We could train together. Chen Shu merely smiled and shook his head. No thanks. I actually have some important things to take care of. Shaolin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What kind of important business could you possibly have during a holiday? Chen Shu threw both arms toward the heavens. His expression turned dead serious, as if declaring a legendary mission. Doing something truly meaningful, of course. 10 days later, inside the 666 pharmaceutical company, the heavy scent of spiritual herbs completely filled the laboratory air. In just a short break, Chen Shu had completely transformed his status. He had already built a terrifying reputation and absolute prestige within the Alchemist Association. Every single staff member now bowed to him in deep reverence. They even respectfully addressed him as Grandmaster Chen. Donning a spotless white alchemist robe, Chen Shu stepped into the room. His confident aura made him look like the absolute ruler of the pharmaceutical world. To him, risking his life on dangerous missions just to grind a few measly experience points was completely exhausting. It was much better to rely on the power of medicine. It was fast, incredibly safe, and brutally effective. Everything flowed perfectly until one fateful day. While he was lost in his alchemy, Shu Qingxue suddenly barged in, clutching a bundle of vigor flowers. Her expression was dead serious, and her steady voice carried an ominous warning. "Little Chen, this is the very last batch of vigor flowers our company has." Chen Shu flinched violently. His eyes shot wide open as he screamed in absolute horror. "What did you just say? Is the company going bankrupt?" The corner of Shu Qingxue's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A look of utter helplessness washed over her face. "Could you have just a little bit of faith in our company?" She slammed the precious flowers onto the table and quickly explained the crisis. "A newly risen faction has been aggressively stealing our vigor flower supply lines. However, the company's expedition guild has already departed for another dimension. They are hunting for fresh materials, so the situation will stabilize soon." Right at that critical moment, the holographic system interface suddenly flared to life before his eyes. Option 1. Request to join the company's beast taming expedition and venture into the alternate dimension. The completion reward? An exclusive contract spirit skill book. Option 2. Open your mouth and cowardly declare, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us run away." The completion reward would be a painfully average beast taming plunder skill. Chen Shu only needed one glance at the glowing text. The first reward was far too intoxicating to pass up. Without a second thought, he snapped his head up, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. "Miss Shu, I want to enter the alternate dimension too." After receiving her reluctant nod of approval, Chen Shu instantly dashed back home. It was time to prepare his survival gear for the unknown. He finally secured his golden ticket to an alternate dimension. He absolutely refused to be careless this time. Whether it was a deadly system mission or a thrilling new adventure, he needed every single tactical advantage. He frantically dumped a mountain of survival gear onto his desk. He stared at the massive pile, desperately wondering if he should just pack it all. After all, he had absolutely zero experience surviving in the brutal wilderness. Suddenly, a brilliant realization struck him like lightning. He chuckled at his own foolishness and smacked his forehead. "Oh, duh! How could I forget?" Chen Shu frantically rummaged through his system inventory. He had almost forgotten the ultimate survival skill book the system had gifted him. His fingers brushed against the ancient, glowing tome. Without hesitation, he materialized the skill book and instantly summoned out his slime. He planted his hand firmly onto the creature's head and channeled the knowledge directly into its core. Instantly, the slime's base stats skyrocketed to terrifying new heights. But more importantly, it awakened an overwhelmingly powerful new ability, the invincible contract spirit, Crush, Crush, Crush. This was a game-breaking, overpowered passive skill. Any unfortunate creature pinned down by the slime's overwhelming weight would be completely stripped of their ability to cast any skills. The only exception was if the enemy contract spirit completely outclassed him by an entire major cultivation realm. Reading through the God-tier skill description, Chen Shu nodded in absolute satisfaction. This skill is ridiculously overpowered, he thought with a wicked grin. "All right, my preparations are flawlessly complete. I just need to catch some sleep, and I will hit the road at dawn." But just as he relaxed, his phone erupted into a chaotic frenzy of vibrations. A massive flood of notifications lit up his screen. Chen Shu glanced down at the glowing text. Rank 2 in the entire class. Rank 20 in the whole grade. It was an absolutely spectacular achievement. And exactly as he predicted, the moment the rankings dropped, his phone started ringing off the hook. It was old Lee. The second he swiped to answer, a booming voice practically shattered his eardrum. "Congratulations, kid. You officially made it into the special grade 12 class." Old Lee's voice trembled with such pure, unadulterated joy and sheer disbelief that Chen Shu actually found himself grinning from ear to ear. He cocked a smug eyebrow, chuckling inwardly. "Come on, Old Lee. Wasn't this monumental success entirely within my calculations? You are a grown man. Try to keep your cool." But on the other end of the line, Old Lee was genuinely choked up with emotion. "I completely misjudged your potential before, so this is a huge shock to me. I truly never expected you to turn out to be a shining piece of golden poop. Chen Shu was floating on cloud nine, entirely wrapped in his own arrogance. The bizarre compliment completely short-circuited his brain. 2 agonizing seconds later, the shocking words finally registered. Wait, what? A golden piece of poop? But old Li shamelessly continued speaking, completely unaware of the mental damage he just inflicted. Do not sweat the small details. All right, I have one more student to call. Just remember to train like your life depends on it during the break. Because the real challenges are just on the horizon. The call disconnects with a sharp beep. Chen Shu's lips curl into a wicked, downright villainous smirk. In such a rush. Huh? He chuckles. He absolutely has to share this glorious news. Without wasting a single second, he drafts a mass message and hits send to his entire contact list. I officially made it into the special 12th grade class. The reaction is instantaneous. His phone practically explodes with a hurricane of text messages. Everyone is absolutely stunned, showering him with praise. Chen Shu sits back, soaking in the endless buzzing of his phone. His face glows with absolute triumph, chest puffed out with sheer pride. Humility? That word does not exist in his dictionary today. Yet, even this massive victory is not enough to satisfy his hunger. For him, stepping into an alternate dimension is the real ultimate flex. Once he completely conquers that mysterious realm, he will not just be a top student, he will become an absolute legend. After a grueling day of preparation, his slime is already curled up in a deep slumber. Chen Shu lets out a long stretch before crashing onto his bed. If I do not sleep now, I am going to be a walking zombie tomorrow, he mutters under his breath. And missing this trip would be a total disaster. The very next morning, exactly as planned, Chen Shu arrives at the Syndicate's assembly point. The journey to the alternate dimension is finally beginning. Inside the transport vehicle, he sits right next to Xu Xiaoyu, escorted by 2 high-ranking Beast Tamers. Chen Shu stares out the window. In the distance, a heavily fortified military zone slowly emerges from the horizon. The towering barricades completely obscure whatever secrets lie inside. That must be the dimensional gateway. Just as the thought crosses his mind, Xu Xiaoyu excitedly announces that they have officially arrived at Qingyuan Town. Chen Shu immediately raises an eyebrow. Qingyuan Town? I thought the dimensional gate was here. Is this not the alternate dimension itself? With a heavy screech, their vehicle comes to a complete halt. Xu Xiaoyu turns to him, taking on the role of an all-knowing tour guide. The gateway is just a massive front, she explains. It is designed to keep the weak and ordinary from wandering into the true danger zone. The actual alternate dimension is hidden deep within the Qingyuan forest, right inside this very town. She hops out of the car, continuing her endless chatter. Absolutely no vehicles are allowed inside Qingyuan town. We have to travel on foot from here. Without a single moment of hesitation, he agrees. Approaching the heavily guarded checkpoint, Xu Xiaoyu swipes her Beast Tamer identification card. The security system instantly chimes with a successful verification. Access granted. Chen Shu pauses to process this. The strict identity checks mean one terrifying truth. If you are not an awakened Beast Tamer, you do not even have the right to step foot in this place. Taking a deep breath, they push forward, their footsteps echoing toward the unknown. Inside Qingyuan town, the bustling streets catch him completely off guard. He silently evaluates his surroundings. It honestly looks just like any ordinary, vibrant city, but as he stares at the heavily armed soldiers patrolling the area, reality sets in. The sheer number of powerful spiritual beasts lurking in the shadows proves otherwise. Suddenly, Xu Xiaoyu leans in with a dead serious warning. Listen closely. While we are here, you absolutely must obey Uncle Joe and follow every single rule. Her expression turns grim as she delivers the final threat. If you mess around, those elite soldiers will execute you right on the spot. A cold shiver runs down Chen Shu's spine. They actually have the authority to wipe out troublemakers on sight? He nervously eyes the gleaming barrels of their rifles and nods frantically. I get it, he stammers. This alternate dimension is the most heavily restricted zone in the entire nation. Rules are everything here. Before I make any moves, I will definitely ask Uncle Joe for permission. Hearing this, Joshi quickly steps in to correct him. It is not as complicated as you think, the veteran tamer says. Just do not start any fights, and do not cause trouble. Simple. Chen Shu nods eagerly, flashing the older man an overly innocent smile. Yes, sir. I am the absolute model of good behavior. I have never started a fight in my life. After walking for a while longer, Joshi finally signals the group to stop. All right. We have reached our reserved hotel, he announces. We rest here tonight, and tomorrow, we make our real move. The 3 of them agree in unison and step inside the grand lobby. By the time they settle in, the sky has already faded to pitch black. Down in the dining hall, Joshi notices someone missing. Is Xiaoyu really skipping dinner? He asks, clearly puzzled. Chen Shu quickly covers for her. Sister Xiao Yu said she needed to rest. Hearing this, the veteran tamer drops the subject without a second thought. Fair enough. Let the kid sleep, he shrugs. He turns to the staff. Waiter, bring me a plate of braised rabbit, steamed fish, and crispy fried locusts. Zhou Jie smiles warmly and nods. Coming right up, sir. Hearing the bizarre menu, Chen Shu pales. Wait, are those dishes made from actual savage beasts? He asks, totally horrified. Zhou Shi chuckles at the boy's panic. Of course they are. The Qingyuan forest borders this very town. Because of that, savage beast meat is incredibly cheap around here. In fact, it is considered a local delicacy. You have to try it. Chen Shu strokes his chin, the realization hitting him. Before he can reply, an arrogant voice cuts through the air. Huang Wei's gang swaggers over, dripping with malice. Oh, if it is not the famously legendary Beast Tamer Zhou Shi does not even bother looking up, his voice dripping with pure mockery. Huang, the wild weasel. Did I not beat enough sense into you last time? Still begging for another thrashing? Unable to hold back his explosive rage, Xiao Qi instantly raises his fists. Are you asking for a death wish? But before chaos erupts, Huang Wei barks a command, halting the clash. Stand down, kid, Huang Wei sneers. He slowly pulls out a chair, commanding his underlings to sit and eat. Seeing the tension diffuse, Zhou Shi merely shrugs. Let us just enjoy our meal, he tells Chen Shu calmly. But right at that second, something flashes before Chen Shu's eyes, making his heart skip a beat. The system's glowing interface violently pops up with a new mission. Option 1. Summon the yellow slime and instantly throw hands. Option 2. Keep your head down and quietly eat your food. Option 3. Teach Huang Wei's arrogant crew a brutal lesson. The insane rewards make Chen Shu's eyes widen with pure greed. A direct promotion to the Black Iron rank. Wicked thoughts race through his mind, but then he spots the heavily armed military guards stationed just outside. Without thinking twice, Chen Shu casually drops a question that makes Zhou Shi literally spit out his water in absolute horror. Uncle Zhou, if I summon my contracted spirit and beat them into a pulp right now, exactly how much trouble would I be in? Panic flashing in his eyes, the older man grabbed Chen Shu's arm. Do not do anything reckless, Chen Shu. The military guards will not just punish us, they will strike us down right here. Inwardly, the man was cursing up a storm. Since when did this peaceful kid become such a hot-headed troublemaker? Chen Shu weighed his options with a heavy sigh. Option 1 was completely off the table, but choosing option 3 would definitely trigger a massive brawl. The guards would swarm them in seconds. Yet, swallowing his pride with option 2 tasted like ash. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his eyes, and he slipped his hand into his pocket. That is it, he muttered. He marched straight toward the thugs, leaving Uncle Zhou in absolute panic. Uncle Zhou, I am going to show them some true colors. The older man desperately tugged at him, begging him to stop, but Chen Shu brushed him off. He strode right up to the enemy's table, slamming his hands down with the overwhelming presence of an absolute legend. I am here to show you guys some colors, he announced loudly. This fearless provocation instantly ignited Huang Wei's blazing fury. What the hell are you playing at, you little brat? Whipping out a stack of brightly colored flashcards, Chen Shu feigned pure, childlike excitement. Look closely, boys. See this one right here? This is the color red. Huang Wei stared back, utterly baffled by the sheer absurdity. Without missing a beat, Chen Shu flashed another card, and this beautiful shade is yellow. The entire gang sat there, completely paralyzed by the sheer disrespect. Meanwhile, Chen Shu kept rambling on, totally immersed in his new role as a condescending kindergarten teacher educating a bunch of toddlers. Now, who can tell me what color this is? That is right, it is green, he cheered. Huang Wei finally snapped, his voice trembling with absolute rage. You little punk, are you mocking us? Flashing a dazzling, innocent grin, Chen Shu shrugged. I told you I was going to show you some colors, did I not? Right then, Xiao Qi frantically pointed at the heavily armed guards lurking right behind them. Catching the silent warning, Huang Wei swallowed his explosive wrath. He aggressively muttered his anger management mantra. Do not get mad. Do not get mad. Life is just a fleeting play. Chen Shu relentlessly pushed his luck, thoroughly enjoying the sight of these terrifying thugs suppressing their violent urges. Looking at your expressive faces, I think you have finally mastered your basic colors. I will let you keep these premium flashcards. Make sure to practice them at home when you have some free time. No need to thank your generous teacher. Huang Wei's face turned a dangerous shade of purple, practically vibrating as he forced himself to remember that dying of high blood pressure right now was simply not worth it. Having successfully tortured his enemies, Chen Shu casually nudged his companion. Uncle Zhou, our work here is done. Let us head out. The older man let out a nervous chuckle, completely stunned. All right, let us go. The moment they turned their backs, Uncle Zhou lowered his voice to a frantic whisper. Little Chen, are you completely insane? Are you not terrified of making a deadly enemy out of Huang Wei? Chen Shu blinked, his face a perfect mask of pure innocence. What do you mean? I was just doing my civic duty by teaching them their colors. How is that offensive? But Uncle Zhou was not falling for that act. As they walked, he issued a grim warning. Huang Wei is a vicious, cold-blooded snake. Even if you were just playing around this time, do not ever provoke a beast like him again. Once we step outside the safe zones of Qingyuan town, he will absolutely hunt you down, and things will turn bloody. Chen Shu just laughed, without a single ounce of fear in his bones. Relax, uncle. He has no idea who I am. He only knows your face. Besides, his sentence trailed off as he gently tapped his backpack. A terrifyingly confident smirk crept onto his face. If that thug really wanted to throw hands, Chen Shu had his almighty system. The real victor was yet to be decided. The duo vanished into the dense, suffocating fog. Peering through the mystical mist, Chen Shu could not help but ask, Uncle Zhou, is this really the true entrance to Qingyuan town? The veteran warrior lowered his voice, the atmosphere growing heavy. At the first light of dawn, we will cross through the cursed Qingyuan forest to breach the alternate dimension. Suddenly, Chen Shu froze, his eyes locking onto a chilling sight. Right at the forest edge, heavily armored troops were escorting a massive iron cage, dragging critically wounded soldiers alongside them. One of the bloody mercenaries roared out to the crowd. We captured a mutated green-eyed serpent. The absolute highest bidder takes the prize. Like sharks smelling blood in the water, the chaotic crowd swarmed in. 10,000. 200,000. The explosive bidding war instantly skyrocketed to a staggering 800,000. Hitting that astronomical price in mere minutes left Chen Shu completely paralyzed with shock. Could a mere basic tier fierce beast truly command such a god-tier fortune? Uncle Zhou offered a knowing, veteran smile. A standard green-eyed serpent is basically worthless garbage on the market. But a mutated variant changes all the rules. Its liver can permanently boost a beast tamer's core power, and devouring its eyes grants a contract spirit a rare chance to awaken the legendary keen vision skill. He heavily patted Chen Shu's shoulder, his eyes gleaming. These wealthy elites are not paying for the beast itself. They are betting everything on that microscopic chance of awakening a new power. All right, the night is getting dangerously late, and we need our strength. Let us pray the heavens grant us that exact same golden luck on tomorrow's deadly expedition. Deep into the dead of night, silence claimed their rugged shelter. Everyone had surrendered to a heavy, exhausted slumber. But suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes snapped open in the darkness. What in the world is that sound? He whispered, his senses instantly on high alert. The glowing, ethereal blue light of his system panel hovered right above his face. Option 1. Infiltrate the Beast Tamer Association alone. Option 2. Go back to sleep. He let out a massive, frustrated yawn, cursing his relentless magical system for ruining his beauty sleep. Sitting up, Chen Shu stared blankly at the floating text. Boosting his slime's defense by 5% was incredibly tempting, but that was just a fleeting, temporary power-up. The potion crafting manual was the true path to infinite, long-term power. Resolving his inner conflict, he threw his legs over the edge of the bed and yanked on his jacket. Option 1, it is, he declared silently. Slipping into the shadows like an absolute ninja, he escaped the sleeping quarters undetected. Once he hit the cold night air, he sprinted through the desolate streets, his heart racing with sheer excitement. Beast Tamer Association. Your future legend is arriving. Skidding to a halt, Chen Shu craned his neck upward, utterly mesmerized by the colossal, towering architectural marvel piercing the night sky. So this was the sacred sanctuary of power. This was the legendary Beast Tamer Association. Stepping through the grand doors with absolute swagger, he furiously analyzed his new surroundings. Information trading networks, forbidden alternate dimension maps, terrifying beast bounties, and a massive quest hall. This place was an absolute goldmine of endless possibilities. The sheer volume of overwhelming services made his head spin, but his destiny was calling from one specific place. He set his sights straight on the bustling mission hall. The gigantic, glowing quest boards were overflowing with deadly bounties, harvesting demonic spirit grass, hunting more mutated serpents. But the ultimate, top-tier quest, sitting right at the very peak, instantly stole his breath. An elite assassination mission to hunt down the terrifying wild Ice Lord Rabbit. Right on cue, his tyrannical system flashed a brand new, terrifying ultimatum. Option 1. Safely accept any boring, normal-tier quest. Option 2. Accept the suicidal death warrant to hunt the wild Ice Lord Rabbit. Meanwhile, Chen Shu pictures the massive rabbit from his mission, sighing helplessly to himself. Is the system playing a joke on me? He thinks. Even if that beast has a trash-tier bloodline, a monstrous boss like that is not something a mere level 5 tamer can casually corner. But then, A spark of realization hits him. He remembers his ultimate advantage. His slime relies entirely on its sheer body mass to crush its enemies. If his gigantification ability can push the slime's size to the next tier, that means every single one of its other skills will evolve right along with it. With a new plan forming, he casually strolls up to the mission desk guide. "Excuse me, I have a quick question. Is there any penalty for failing a mission?" Gao Feng greets him with a polite, professional smile. "Hello, sir. Accepting a bounty requires a security deposit. If you fail, that deposit will be permanently deducted." Hearing this, Chen Shu eagerly presses for more details. "Then what about the Icefield Lord Rabbit mission? How much deposit does that one need?" His mind races as he calculates his funds. He has around 100,000 Huaxia credits right now. If he fails, he will just consider it the cost of buying a new skill. Gao Feng is a bit taken aback by his sudden intensity. This specific mission is issued directly by the military. It requires absolutely zero deposit. If you successfully hunt it, the entire reward is yours. Chen Shu's sharp mind instantly puts the pieces together. He immediately grasps the hidden loophole in this system. So it is completely free, he realizes, seizing the golden opportunity without a second thought. I will take it. Later that night, the moon hangs high in the sky, yet the Tamer Tower remains absolutely packed with bustling hunters. Chen Shu tightly grips the bounty contract he just claimed. As he skims through the terrifying details, a wave of cold sweat drops down his back. This mission is nothing short of a suicide run. Completing it would require not only heaven-defying luck, but also overwhelming combat power. But then, a sly grin stretches across his face as he breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the system only forced me to accept it. It never said I actually had to finish it. I will just pretend this piece of paper does not exist. Stretching like a lazy lion, Chen Shu lets out a massive yawn. It is way too late for this, he mutters. Time for this genius to go get some beauty sleep. In a flash, he slips out of the towering guild building. He casually strolls down the moonlit streets, making his way back home. Sneaking into his room with the stealth of an assassin, Chen Shu crashes onto his bed. He instantly falls into a deep sleep, acting as if the deadly bounty never happened. The very next morning, a crisp, refreshing breeze sweeps through the air. Commander Ji Duan, the fierce leader of the exploration squad, barks out an order. Move out. Today, we dive straight into the alternate dimension of the Qingyuan forest. Chen Shu nods with blazing excitement, instantly falling into formation. Yes, sir. Deep within a fog-drenched forest, a massive, ancient dimensional gate stands tall, surrounded by heavily armed military guards. The expedition squad slowly approaches the imposing structure. One by one, they swipe their elite access cards, ready to step into the unknown. With unshakable confidence, Chen Shu steps right into the swirling white mist. With every single step he takes, the dense fog grows heavier, while the real world fades away behind him. As the heavy mist finally shatters, the sight before him hits him like a physical blow. He jumps back, screaming in absolute shock at the alien landscape. Are you telling me this nightmare is the Qingyuan forest? Commander Ji Duan simply nods, his expression deadpan. Yeah, keep moving. They quickly leave the safety of the spirit-quelling army base. High above them in the sky, a seemingly ordinary bird glides silently through the clouds. But appearances can be deceiving. That bird is actually a high-tech surveillance drone, tracking their squad's every single move from the shadows. Down below, completely oblivious to the spy in the sky, Chen Shu hears a sinister rustle from the bushes behind him. He whips around as if trapped in a horror movie. Out of nowhere, a terrifying, mutated snake launches itself at him with lightning speed. Damn it. The entire squad freezes in shock at the deadly ambush. They scream Chen Shu's name in pure panic. But instead of fear, a wicked smirk crawls across Chen Shu's face. Without a second of hesitation, blinding golden light erupts from his palm as he summons his slime. The beast materializes in its fully gigantified state. Its massive, mountain-like body slams down, viciously crushing the demonic snake into the dirt. The terrifying serpent thrashes wildly, desperate to sink its fangs into him, but it is hopelessly pinned beneath the slime's overwhelming weight. Chen Shu casually takes a step back, letting out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Staring down at the furiously writhing monster, he actually sticks his tongue out to mock it. "Na, you cannot reach me." Then, in a burst of sheer audacity, he leaps right back into its striking range. "Oh, look, I am back." The serpent violently shakes with pure, unadulterated rage, completely powerless to strike back. Chen Shu instantly hops back out of range again. Oops, still cannot reach me. The rest of the squad stands completely paralyzed, watching this lunatic jump back and forth just to bully a trapped monster. But in that very second, the snake notices the slime's grip slipping. Seizing its one chance at revenge, it unhinges its massive jaws and lunges straight for Chen Shu's throat. But Chen Shu had predicted this all along. Before the beast can even sink its fangs in, the slime ruthlessly flattens it into a pancake, ending its life instantly. Commander Ji Duan lets out a heavy sigh, almost feeling bad for the monster. It was just a level 5 ancient snake. Why did it have to suffer such psychological torture? With a flick of his wrist, he summons his own spirit beast, tossing the snake's remains to his black wolf as a quick snack. The vicious black wolf swallows the massive prey in a single, terrifying gulp. Without missing a beat, the commander orders the squad to keep moving forward. "Let us keep moving," he commands. "Xiao Yu, take to the skies on your flame bird. I need you scouting the path ahead." In a brilliant burst of crimson light, the magnificent avian beast is summoned. Xiao Yu leaps onto its fiery back, looking like an absolute goddess of war. Staring up in awe, Chen Shu makes a shameless move. "Xiao Yu, let me hold your backpack for you." She immediately shoots him down. "No thanks." But before she can even blink, Chen Shu snatches the bag from her hands and shamelessly scrambles onto the flamebird right behind her. "Nonsense. We are a team," he grins, completely ignoring her glare. "Besides, let me tell you a little secret. I have officially entered the special grade 12 class. Since we are going to be university classmates in the future, helping each other out is just my duty." This shocking revelation hits Xiao Yu like a bolt of lightning. "Wait, you actually passed the special class exams?" She gasps in disbelief. He flashes a devastatingly cocky smile. "That is right. I was just acting a little careless, and I accidentally passed." But as they prepare to take flight, little do they know what truly awaits them in the skies above. That unexpectedly humble reply leaves her completely speechless. Chen Shu firmly pats his beast's back, his voice ringing out with command. "Xiao Huo, take to the skies." Watching those two interact, Captain Shi Duan can only shake his head with a helpless sigh. He turns his gaze toward Deng Jun. "Let's move out." The captain secretly evaluates Chen Shu's potential. His reaction speed, contracted spirit, and raw combat power are absolutely top tier. Yet, his brow furrows as a final thought settles in. This kid is just a little too cunning for his own good. The dynamic duo finally sets off. They trail closely behind Flame's soaring path, venturing deeper into the unknown. Riding in the back, Chen Shu scans their surroundings with hawk-like focus. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a hidden prize. A rare vigor flower clings stubbornly to a jagged cliff face just ahead. Deng Quan cannot help but whistle in absolute awe. "Kid, do you possess some kind of clairvoyant sight?" Shi Duan immediately issues a grim warning. "Stay on guard. Rare herbs and precious ores never sit unguarded. Vicious beasts always lurk nearby. Keep your voices down," he commands in a hushed tone. "Old Deng, send your contract spirit to scout the perimeter." Pushing up his glowing glasses, Deng Quan gives a sharp nod of compliance. Magical energy flares from Deng Quan's palm. A blinding burst of emerald light erupts, revealing a fierce, green-scaled chameleon. He dispatches the beast instantly. While the squad crouches safely behind a massive boulder, the stealthy chameleon creeps toward the coveted vigor flower. Incoming, a deadly barrage of frost arrows tears through the air. With lightning-fast reflexes, the chameleon dances through the icy volley, flawlessly dodging the attack. But the ambush is far from over. A vicious horde of bloodthirsty rabbits, bearing razor-sharp claws, entirely surrounds the lone scout. The lead rabbit unhinges its jaw. A chilling blue aura gathers in its throat before exploding outward. The chaotic energy instantly morphs into a storm of icy arrows hurtling straight at the chameleon. There is no escape this time. The poor creature takes the devastating hit head-on, its body instantly freezing solid. Watching the slaughter, Shi Duan identifies the threat immediately. Wild ice rabbits. Wasting no time, he summons his mighty black wolf. With a bone-chilling snarl, the demonic beast charges straight into the very center of the rabbit horde. The ferocious onslaught sends the rabbits scattering in sheer terror. The wolf's razor-edged claws pulse with overwhelming power. With just a single, devastating swipe, it effortlessly rips two wild ice rabbits to absolute shreds. The battle turns into a completely one-sided massacre. In mere minutes, the entire icy horde is wiped from existence. Witnessing such brutal carnage, the gentle Xiao Yu trembles in genuine, helpless horror. But Chen Shu? His reaction is the exact opposite. His eyes sparkle with absolute greed as he mutters pure nonsense. "Should I use cumin for these, or go with extra spicy?" Overhearing this, Xiao Yu's fear instantly turns into sheer disappointment. Why did I even expect him to be scared? What was I honestly thinking? Suddenly, the boy leaps right off Flame's back. "Hey, you giant black dog," he roars at the top of his lungs. "Do not even think about eating that rabbit." The moment his boots hit the dirt, he whips out a massive sack and starts hoarding the carcasses. Shi Duan sighs heavily. "Little Chen, Normal tier wild ice rabbits are completely worthless. I know, the boy beams with absolute delight. I am not selling them. These are strictly for tonight's barbecue. Within minutes, Chen Shu has stuffed his burlap sack to the absolute brim. With the beastly guards completely eradicated, his hungry gaze locks back onto the towering cliff. Now, it is finally time to harvest that flower. Dropping his heavy backpack, Chen Shu pulls out a specialized silver trowel. Using his slime's bouncy assistance, he scales the sheer rock face with effortless agility. Watching from below, Shiduan nods in genuine approval. Your knowledge of magical materials is impressively solid, kid. You actually knew to use silver for harvesting a vigor flower. Hearing the praise, Chen Shu puffs out his chest with sheer arrogance. Of course I did. Do you not understand the absolute weight of scoring 396 points in cultural studies? The ridiculous flex makes the older man burst into loud laughter. 396? Do you honestly think Uncle Joe never attended school? No matter how much of a genius you are, cracking 380 is nearly impossible. Even with everyone doubting him, the shameless boy simply shrugs it off. Yeah, whatever you say, he replies breezily. Yet, watching Chen Shu extract the vigor flower, Shiduan is left completely stunned. His movements are too fluid. How can a mere student possess such veteran harvesting skills? After securing the precious loot, Chen Shu turns around with a sly, businesslike grin. I am an absolute expert at safe storage. Just let me hold on to this beauty for now. Busy applying scent-eliminating spray, the man waves his hand dismissively. Fine, keep it in your stash for now. With the task complete, Shiduan signals the squad. Let us move. We push forward. Xiao Yu and the boy hop back onto Flame, taking the lead to scout the perilous path ahead. But the moment they resume their march, the Black Wolf's ears twitch. It uncovers something horrifying in the dense brush and unleashes a blood-curdling howl. Shiduan's survival instincts kick in instantly. Damn it! It is a swarm of steel-toothed rats dead ahead. Bypassing all logic, the panicked man desperately summons his ultimate contract spirit. Come forth, Black Feather Eagle. The majestic beast erupts into existence. Shiduan violently yanks Deng Quan forward, forcing him to mount the giant bird. The two men scramble onto the little eagle's broad back in pure desperation. Get Flame into the clouds. Fly as high as you physically can, he screams at Xiao Yu. The terrified girl obeys without a single second of hesitation. Even from their towering altitude, Shiduan's heart continues to pound against his ribs. Hold on tight. If you fall down there, you are dead. Seconds later, deafening chaos erupts from the forest floor below. Driven by morbid curiosity, Chen Shu peers over the edge. What he sees makes his soul practically leave his body. Good heavens, a literal ocean of demonic rats. A savage, endless tide of steel-toothed rats floods the earth. Screeching like hellspawn, they tear through the thicket with blinding speed. Unlucky adventurers on the ground instantly become their prime targets. Save me! Somebody please help! Hunters sprint for their lives, but it is entirely useless. The once quiet forest now echoes with blood-curdling screams of pure agony. Watching the massacre unfold, Xiao Yu's gentle heart shatters into pieces. Uncle, please. Is there absolutely any way we can save them? Gritting his teeth in frustration, Shiduan slowly shakes his head. Down below, the iron-jawed swarm violently shreds through the screaming hunters. Only the agile Lin Zi manages to scramble up a towering tree just in time. Reaching the highest, thickest branch, he gasps for precious air. He peers down into the terrifying abyss, praying the nightmare is finally over. But destiny is incredibly cruel. The monstrous swarm fully engulfs the base of his absolute only sanctuary. Are you kidding me? He shrieks in horror. They are actually chewing through the damn trunk. The situation violently spirals out of control. Xiao Yu, get us the hell out of here, Shiduan commands with a booming roar. The sickening, bone-chilling sound of gnawing teeth sends furious shivers down both Chen Shu and Xiao Yu's spines. Pushing Flame to its absolute limits, the fiery bird skyrockets higher into the heavens. They blast away, leaving the catastrophic nightmare far beneath them. Clinging to his crumbling tree, Lin Ji spots their soaring silhouettes. Hey, up there, save me, he begs with his dying breath. But high above, Shiduan coldly turns his head away. In this brutal world, some screams are meant to be completely ignored. Absolute despair crashes over him. He is completely out of options. If I am going down, I am taking you all with me. Lin Ji suddenly releases his death grip on the tree trunk. Plunging toward the ground, he summons his contracted spirit. A massive green snake materializes in midair alongside his falling body. Following its master's final command, the colossal beast lunges straight toward Shituan. Reacting instantly, Shituan commands his little eagle to swerve, dodging the deadly strike by a mere hair's breadth. Meanwhile, down below, the nightmare unfolds. Within minutes, the rat swarm utterly devours the grounded players, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Shituan watches the massacre unfold. A bitter sense of helplessness washes over him, knowing he cannot do a single thing to save them. But then, something catches his eye. Right in the center of the chaotic swarm, one specific rat stands out, clutching a giant pine cone. His blood runs cold as he recognizes its terrifying aura. It is a Lord-tier, steel-toothed rat, Shituan warns urgently. Hold on for your dear lives. If you fall down there, you are instantly dead. High above, the two massive flying spirits draw the beast's gaze. The squad of 4 holds their breath, their hearts pounding as they track the horde's every movement. The tension is suffocating. But after staring them down for what feels like an eternity, the Lord-tier beast realizes it cannot reach its aerial prey. With a sharp screech, it commands its terrifying army to retreat. The black tide of monsters vanishes with terrifying speed, hunting for their next unfortunate victims. Once they are completely out of sight, Chen Shu finally exhales. They are actually gone. Xiao Yu looks up, her eyes filled with conflict. Uncle, why did we just watch? Why did we not try to save them? Shituan's expression hardens into deadly seriousness. You saw it with your own eyes, kid. That man tried to drag us down to hell with him. This alternate dimension is nothing like Blue Star. Back home, we have ironclad laws and powerful enforcers. But out here, this is a completely lawless wasteland. You could be murdered in cold blood, and the world would never know. He places a heavy hand on her shoulder. I pray you never become a villain, but I also refuse to let you play the hero at the wrong place and time. Out here, naive kindness will only get you killed. The harsh truth of his words sinks in. Gripping her clothes, she gives a slow, obedient nod. I understand, Uncle. Riding behind them, Chen Shu is deeply moved. He never expected the easygoing Uncle Zhou to drop such brutal wisdom. Even though they survived the immediate crisis, the veteran leader remains on high alert. Enough resting. We need to move, he declares. If that swarm decides to double back, we are finished. Bathed in the bloody glow of the setting sun, the 2 avian spirits soar through the sky toward a safe haven. By the time they finally touch down, absolute darkness claims the wilderness. Deep within the eerily silent forest, Chen Shu casually sits by a crackling fire, roasting a fat rabbit. Watching the boy pull out a mysterious small box, Shituan suddenly connects the dots. So, that is why you insisted on hunting this specific beast. You actually packed your own secret spices? It smells absolutely heavenly. Chen Shu flashes a wildly confident smirk. A hunter must always be prepared. I brought my special blend specifically to avoid starving in the wild. Moments later, they tear into the perfectly roasted meat. Not bad at all, Uncle Zhou praises with a full mouth. But his tone quickly turns serious again. Listen up. We are taking shifts for night watch. Little Chen and Old Deng, you two take the first rotation. Xiao Yu and I will cover the second. Their faces buried in juicy rabbit legs, the 2 youngsters nod obediently in agreement. By the time they wipe their mouths and clear the camp, the midnight hour arrives. But out in the chilling darkness, Chen Shu and Deng Jun's heavy eyelids completely betray their post. The 2 watchmen drift off into a deep slumber, completely unaware of the terrifying truth. Hidden within the pitch-black shadows, countless pairs of glowing eyes lock dead onto their camp. Somehow, the suffocatingly long night comes to a peaceful end. As the first rays of dawn pierce the canopy, the squad slowly emerges from their tents. Deng Jun scans the surrounding tree line, his face pale with paranoia. I do not know how to explain this, he mutters, shivering. But last night, I swore I felt a sinister presence watching our every move. He quickly turns to the veteran leader. Captain, did absolutely nothing attack during your shift? Uncle Zhou furiously shakes his head. Not a single shadow. Deng Jun scratches his head, trying to shake off the lingering dread. Then it must have been my exhausted mind playing tricks on me. But Uncle Zhou strokes his thin beard, his eyes narrowing sharply. Just an illusion, you say? Breaking the tense silence, Chen Shu waves enthusiastically from the back of his blazing firebird. Uncle Zhou, Old Deng, it is time to roll out. The veteran snaps out of his thoughts and gives a firm nod. Wasting no time, the rest of the squad mounts the majestic black-feathered eagle. With a powerful blast of wind, the 2 massive contracted spirits launch themselves high into the endless, crystal-clear skies. The deeper Chen Shu's squad pushes into the infamous Qingyuan forest. The deadlier the environment becomes. Ferocious beasts constantly block their path, testing their absolute limits. Thankfully, with the fierce black wolf standing guard, they miraculously survive 7 grueling days without a single casualty. Their harvest is absolutely massive. They secure 3 elusive green-eyed snakes and a mountain of rare spiritual herbs. On the morning of the 8th day, the battle-hardened squad gathers tightly for their final briefing. Uncle Zhou stands before them, his aura commanding absolute respect. Listen up. Today is our absolute final day in the treacherous Qingyuan forest. He locks eyes with each of them. Brace yourselves and stay sharp. Do not let your guard down and die at the finish line. The younger members feel their blood pumping with adrenaline. Understood, Captain. They roar in perfect unison. With their resolve burning brighter than ever, the fearless foursome pivots to face their ultimate path. But as Uncle Joe scans the dense, diverging trails, a rare look of hesitation crosses the veteran's face. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes gleam with a hidden light. Without a second thought, the boy thrusts his finger toward a specific path. In his vision, the glowing blue interface of the system materializes. Option 1. Turn left and engage in a lethal battle with a black iron-tier demonic beast. Option 2. Turn right and secure the ultra-rare level 2 iron core fruits. Option 3. March straight ahead and plunge blindly into the uncharted depths of the Qingyuan forest. A devilish, utterly confident smirk creeps across Chen Shu's face. This system is absolutely spoiling me, he thinks with a chuckle. It is literally handing me the cheat codes to this forest. His eyes lock onto the prize. All right then, time for a high-stakes gamble. Breaking his train of thought, Deng Jun calls out from behind. Captain, which path are we taking to survive this? Uncle Zhou rubs his chin, completely torn between the dangerous routes. We should probably take the... Before the veteran can even finish his sentence, Chen Shu proudly interrupts. Hold on a second, Uncle Zhou, the boy declares boldly. Let me perform a divine reading. The heavens will decide our path. Uncle Zhou stares at the kid in absolute disbelief. Since when do you know ancient divination arts? Chen Shu simply scratches his head, casually pulling a crinkled deck of playing cards from his pocket. Just a little bit of mystical knowledge, he grins. With a dramatic flick of his wrist, he slaps 3 random cards into the dirt. Without even glancing at his fake fortune, Chen Shu aggressively points to the right. The heavens have spoken. Our destiny lies to the right. The rest of the squad watches his ridiculous performance, completely and utterly speechless. Uncle Zhou stares blankly at the dirty playing cards in the mud. With a defeated sigh, he mutters, Right. I guess we are going right. But little do they know. A terrifying challenge awaits them on that very path. Since they have absolutely no clue which path to take anyway, they trust his instincts. The entire squad marches forward, following the exact direction Chen Shu points out. Suddenly, a chill runs down Deng Jun's spine as his danger intuition kicks in. He abruptly whips his head around to check their blind spot. Captain, he calls out nervously, we haven't encountered a single demonic beast on this entire route. Why does this feel so eerily wrong? Before anyone can answer, the bushes explode. A massive wild boar with razor-sharp fangs lunges directly at them. Its thunderous footsteps echo through the forest like a beating war drum. The sheer killing intent leaves Deng Jun frozen in absolute terror. Without missing a beat, Chen Shu swipes his hand to summon his spirit and roars. Old Deng, watch out. Like a falling meteor, the slime plummets from the sky and viciously flattens the charging boar. Chen Shu flashes a cocky smirk. You seriously thought you could launch a sneak attack right in front of me? You are a million years too early for that. But beneath the gelatinous mass, the monstrous boar snarls and struggles wildly to get back on its feet. Pushing with terrifying brute force, it violently bucks the slime high into the air. The beast flexes its raw power. In an instant, its massive body and deadly fangs glow with a sinister blood-red aura. It ruthlessly stomps the earth, tearing up the ground to build devastating momentum. Moving like a red flash, it brutally headbutts the falling slime with bone-crushing force. Panic flashes in Chen Shu's eyes as he shouts, Slime, recall. Following his command, the slime vanishes right before the beast's eyes. Swapping instantly, the black-feathered eagle swoops down to take its place in the deadly clash. Captain Shiduan's eyes widen as he recognizes the horrifying species. A mutant-tier bloodfang boar. A heavy sweat drops down his face. We are in serious trouble this time. He glares at the battlefield, his brow tightly furrowed. Taking down this monster will definitely require 2 contracted spirits fighting in perfect sync. Just as the boar recovers from its charge, the black wolf materializes like a shadow at its back. The black wolf dashes furiously toward the maddened boar, just as the beast clashes with the black-feathered eagle, sending a shocking spray of blood into the air. The wolf releases an earth-shattering growl, baring its razor-sharp claws for a fatal strike. The monstrous boar takes the full brunt of the attack, flying backward across the dirt while letting out an agonizing squeal. It crashes hard, carving a deep trench into the ground and shattering solid boulders upon impact. Wasting no time, the Black Wolf and Xiao Ying launch a relentless pincer attack on their downed enemy. The 2 spirits violently tear into the boar's thick hide, showing zero mercy in their assault. But the cornered beast lets out a series of demonic grunts, and its terrifying aura explodes with even greater intensity. Captain Shiduan screams at the top of his lungs. This is bad, it's charging an active skill. Xiao Ying, hit it with a soul attack right now. Xiao Ying instantly executes the command without hesitation. Soaring high into the heavens, its body erupts in a blinding golden radiance. The crazed boar completely loses its focus, staring up at the blinding light in a daze. Seizing the perfect opening, The black wolf lunges forward with blurring speed. Its lethal claws slice through flesh, sending a dramatic spray of blood painting the forest floor. The colossal beast finally crashes to the ground, legs twitching in the air, completely defeated. Captain Shi Duan lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank the heavens we stopped it from triggering that passive skill, or we would have been completely wiped out. Suddenly, a realization hits the captain, and a greedy grin spreads across his face. A mutant-tier beast wouldn't just guard this random area for no reason. There absolutely has to be precious spirit herbs or rare ores nearby. Right on cue, the black-feathered eagle spots a strange energy signature from above, hidden deep beneath the thick canopy. A cluster of level 2 iron core fruits glows with immense spiritual energy. The squad immediately scrambles to harvest the priceless treasure, stacking the loot at their feet. Captain Shi Duan heavily claps Chen Shu on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with praise. Kid, you are seriously our squad's lucky star. Finding level 2 iron core fruits in this wasteland? We are definitely returning to base with our pockets bursting with gold. Chen Shu casually snaps his fingers, flashing his signature arrogant smirk. I told you guys, my fortune-telling skills were the real deal. Wiping sweat from his brow, Deng Jun stands up and reports in. Captain, I've fully butchered the beast's materials. We are ready to move. Still riding the high of their loot, Captain Shi Duan nods eagerly. Perfect. Let's march. The elite squad resumes their treacherous journey through the dense wilderness. Behind them, they drag the massive, lifeless carcass of the mutant beast as their ultimate trophy. Out of nowhere, Deng Jun leans in close to whisper in Chen Shu's ear. Little Chen, this old Deng owes you his life today. Mark my words, I am a man who honors his debts. Whatever happens, I will absolutely repay this life-saving favor. Chen Shu simply waves him off with a humble laugh. No need to be so dramatic, old Deng. It was just a minor inconvenience. Suddenly, a venomous viper launches itself from the shadows, aiming straight for the group. But before anyone can even blink, the black wolf strikes like lightning, completely crushing the green serpent in its jaws. Captain Shi Duan immediately barks out a stern warning. Everyone, stay on high alert. Keep your eyes peeled and absolutely do not lose focus. Realizing his earlier distraction almost cost them dearly, Deng Jun hangs his head in deep shame. Understood, Captain. The sky remains a vibrant blue, but the cooling winds signal the rapid approach of dusk. The captain turns to face his tired squad. We set up camp here for the night. First thing tomorrow morning, we head straight back to the city. The squad shouts their agreement in perfect unison. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's eyes lock onto a massive beehive hanging from a nearby branch, and his face lights up with pure joy. Looks like the heavens are blessing us with a feast tonight. He immediately turns and issues a command to his loyal beast. Xiao Long, get up there and bring that hive down for me. Hearing its master's voice, Xiao Long scales the tree with terrifying agility to secure the prize. Holding the dripping golden hive in his hands, Chen Shu brags loudly to the exhausted team. Get ready, boys. Tonight, your grand chef is serving up honey-glazed mutant boar. Hours later, the crackling campfire casts dancing shadows across a massive pile of stripped beast bones. Patting his full stomach, Deng Jun settles down to chat with his savior. I'm telling you, little Chen, you seriously need to enroll in a spirit chef university. With your skills, you'd be way more legendary as a chef than a combat beastmaster. Chen Shu instantly waves off the ridiculous suggestion with a scoff. Give me a break, old man. Are you seriously trying to bury the career of a future legendary beastmaster? Besides, my buddy Zhang Dadao's culinary arts are light years ahead of mine anyway. Deng Jun furrows his brow, seriously pondering the kid's combat prowess today. Well, I guess your beast taming skills aren't exactly garbage either. You just turned 17 this year, right? Catching the sudden shift in tone, Chen Shu tilts his head in suspicion. Yeah, why do you ask? Deng Jun suddenly drops a massive bomb, just realizing. You're exactly the same age as my precious daughter. A shiver of dread runs down Chen Shu's spine as he furiously shakes his head. Whoa, hold up. Don't even tell me you're trying to set me up with your daughter. I absolutely refuse. Seriously, keep her far away from me. Seeing the intense rejection, Deng Jun whips out his smartphone with an offended glare. Hey, why are you acting like you're taking a massive loss here? I didn't even say anything yet. I just thought you two young prodigies could casually network and be friends. But before he can even open a photo, Chen Shu violently snatches the phone right out of his hand. Old Deng, as a human being, you seriously need to have some absolute conscience. Are you seriously trying to throw me behind bars? On the glowing screen, a tiny girl with adorable twin tails stares back. You call this being the same age as me? He fiercely retorts. Isn't there at least a 10-year age gap here? His voice shifts into strict reprimand. Is a 10-year gap the real issue here? This is straight up criminal. Everyone has a duty to protect the youth. Stop talking about this right now. Do not ever bring it up again, or I swear I will actually lose my mind. Suddenly, the system interface flashes before his eyes. Option 1. Roll 5 meters to the right. Option 2. Trust in your iron head technique. Chen Shu's jaw drops at the absurd choices. Without a single word of warning, he kicks Deng Jun straight to the dirt. It is a life-saving kick. Right where Deng Jun just stood, a colossal paw slams down. A giant bear towers over them, roaring with blood-curdling fury. Panic grips Chen Shu as he screams toward the tent. "Help me! A black bear is attacking!" In a flash, the black-feathered eagle swoops down to save the day. Shiduan rushes out, his eyes scanning the chaos. "Are you guys all right?" he shouts. Chen Shu turns back, gasping for air. "We are fine." Suddenly, the blood completely drains from Chen Shu's face. He points a trembling finger into the shadows. Wait. It brought backup. A whole horde of raging bears charges right at them. Shiduan's jaw drops in pure terror. He quickly swallows his fear and roars a command. "Everyone, prepare for battle." The flame eagles spread their majestic wings and take to the sky. Shiduan looks completely baffled. They already masked the Lord-tier beast's scent, so why did they attract so many earth-shaking bears? Cold sweat drips down Chen Shu's panicked face. The terrifying realization finally hits him. It must be because we ate their honey. The monstrous bears completely encircle the team. The flame eagle, the black-feathered eagle, and the slime launch a desperate counterattack. Elemental strikes rain down on the beasts. One massive bear rears up on its hind legs, letting out an ear-piercing roar. The beasts slam their heavy paws into the dirt. Boom! Boom! The ground violently quakes beneath them. The violent tremors knock Chen Shu and Xiao Yu completely off balance. "You damn beasts!" Shiduan roars in pure rage. Raw, explosive energy gathers rapidly in his hands. He commands his massive beast to charge directly into the fray. Fangs clash against claws in a brutal frenzy. Yet, Shiduan cannot hide the deep worry in his eyes as he scans the battlefield. "Xiao Yu, watch out." A savage bear lunges at the girl with murder in its eyes. Just in time, the flame eagle dives down, unleashing a blazing counterattack. That is not all. The slime catapults itself forward, smashing violently into the bear's stomach. Chen Shu strikes a confident pose and shouts, "Crush this bastard to death for me." But the black bear refuses to go down so easily. It wraps its massive arms around the slime. It is a brutal contest of raw strength to the bitter end. The crushing weight just is not enough to suppress the beast. Suddenly, the black wolf leaps into the fray. Its razor-sharp claws tear through the bear's tough hide, drawing first blood. Chen Shu watches in absolute disbelief. Is this the true power of a black iron tier contract spirit? Even while injured, its sheer combat prowess is completely overwhelming. Finally, the last of the bears falls to the ground. The brutal battle is over. Chen Shu sighs in relief. Thank the heavens he abandoned the quest to hunt the Ice Rabbit Lord, or the death toll would be catastrophic. His mind races as the adrenaline fades. That terrifying encounter nearly made me wet my pants. His legs are still shaking. I need to go take care of business right now. If another monster jumps out, I might actually embarrass myself for real. He quickly looks for a quiet spot. Ding! The system window rudely interrupts him. Option 1. Relieve yourself in the nearby grass. Option 2. Climb a tree and pee from above. Chen Shu's jaw drops. What is completely wrong with this system? It is just taking a leak, not stealing sacred herbs, he grumbles. He heavily sighs, accepting his absurd fate. Fine. I will play along with your stupid game. Grabbing the thick trunk, Chen Shu scrambles up the tree. He firmly locks in option 2. Standing high on the branch, he fearlessly exposes his little brother to the broad daylight. A look of pure, unadulterated bliss washes over his face. Ah, that hits the spot. Ding. System notification. Super armor skill +1. Duration permanently increased. But suddenly, his eyes widen in absolute horror. The color violently drains from his face. Wait a minute. Directly below him, a fluffy creature is now completely soaked in his golden shower. The creature looks up, its eyes burning with apocalyptic rage. It is the legendary Ice Rabbit Lord. Tears stream down Chen Shu's face as he scrambles down and runs for his absolute life. Oh my god. Damn it all. The Ice Rabbit Lord is here. He bursts out of the bushes like a madman. Xiao Yu and Shiduan turn their heads, completely stunned by his panicked screaming. Slash. A massive tree nearby is cleanly sliced into jagged pieces. The devastating destruction is caused by a single swipe of the ice rabbit's razor-sharp claws. The beast is out for blood. Seeing the terrifying monster closing the distance, Chen Shu pushes his legs to their absolute limits. Damn it. Did I anger the god of death today? He runs so fast his feet barely touch the ground. To bump into 2 Lord-tier creatures in one day, Shiduan instantly senses the lethal threat and barks a dire warning. This ice rabbit is at least an A-rank contract spirit. Our strongest fighter, the Black Wolf, is only C-rank. His voice trembles with genuine dread. We are staring straight into the jaws of death. The ice rabbit's bloodshot eyes narrow with murderous intent. It opens its jaws and unleashes a deafening, monstrous roar. The terrifying sound echoes across the entire mountain range. Blinding blue light erupts from the surrounding forest. Dozens of its vicious brethren step out from the shadows. Shizhuan's soul nearly leaves his body. It is calling its entire army. Out of the legendary 36 stratagems, Shizhuan chooses the absolute best one. Run for your lives. They instantly scramble to retreat. Everyone desperately leaps onto the backs of their flying spirits. Shizhuan yells a final, frantic order. Dodge every single ice sphere, or we are dead meat. Xiao Yu nods sharply, her eyes locked in intense focus. Looking down at the organized army of ice rabbits below, Chen Shu's heart practically explodes from his chest in pure terror. They are completely surrounded by a sea of ice magic. Locking onto their flying targets, the beasts open their jaws wide. Deadly beams of freezing light shoot into the sky. Chen Shu forces his panic down, using every ounce of focus to command the evasion. Xiao Yu, pull up higher, he screams. The flame eagle and the little eagle violently flap their wings. They barrel roll through the air, miraculously dodging the deadly crossfire. The ice rabbit lord seethes with humiliated fury. How dare they escape its wrath? It instantly barks a savage command, sending its freezing horde to chase them down. Chen Shu has suddenly become the ultimate prize these monsters are obsessed with. Any poor forest creature standing in their path is instantly caught in the crossfire. The horde spares absolutely no one. High above the chaotic forest, the flying spirits push their bodies to the absolute limit. The flame eagle and little eagle flap wildly, dodging an endless barrage of fatal ice blasts. One wrong move means instant death. Down below, the rabbit army turns the entire forest into a frozen wasteland. Every beast in their path is instantly encased in solid ice. Even a massive bear gets a permanent ticket to early hibernation. Fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred, the ice rabbits unleash an endless barrage of deadly magic. The tension reaches an absolute breaking point. Shizhuan turns to Chen Shu and screams over the roaring wind. What the hell did you do to them? This is bad. If it keeps chasing us, we are all dead meat. Uncle Zhou panicked. Little Chen, what on earth did you do to it? Why does it feel like it wants your blood specifically? Backed into a corner, Chen Shu finally confessed the shocking truth. I might have accidentally peed right on that rabbit's head. The entire group froze in their tracks. The sheer absurdity of his words shattered their minds. Utter silence fell over the team. Uncle Zhou shook his head in sheer disbelief. You truly are a rare breed of idiot, he groaned in pure despair. The wild frost rabbit is notorious for being an absolute neat freak. What you did is an unforgivable sin. Forget it. Just keep running, he roared. That monster will never, ever let us live after this. Thanks to Chen Shu's catastrophic mistake, Little Firebird and Little Eagle were forced to push past their absolute limits. They flapped their wings desperately, flying for their very lives. 10 grueling minutes passed. The nightmare was far from over as the monstrous wild frost rabbit was rapidly closing the distance. With no other options, Chen Shu desperately cheered his spirits on. Hold on just a little longer. Little Firebird, you can do this. 30 agonizing minutes dragged by. The beast refused to give up the chase, its bloodlust growing wilder by the second. 2 exhausting hours later, a shift occurred. The terrifying wild frost rabbit was still hot on their trail, but its relentless barrage of attacks had finally stopped. Chen Shu's eyes gleamed sharply. A golden opportunity. Uncle Zhou, it is time to turn around and fight, he declared. That frost rabbit boss is completely running out of gas. He urgently rallied the exhausted team. Listen to me. If we do not make our stand right here and now, we are going to run out of road anyway. Uncle Zhou understood the assignment perfectly. Dark aura surged violently in the palm of his hand. A dimensional rift tore open, unleashing the black wolf. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, dropping into a lethal combat stance. The wild frost rabbit slammed on the brakes. Its instincts flared as a suffocating wave of killing intent washed over it from the opposing beast. One by one, the team landed safely on solid ground. Chen Shu's eyes locked onto the battlefield, his blood pumping as the epic showdown between the frost rabbit and the black wolf began. The black wolf unsheathed its deadly claws, ready to rip its prey to shreds. In a fraction of a second, the 2 titans launched forward. Their terrifying auras collided in a massive shockwave. Little Eagle spread its wings, diving into the chaos as backup. It soared swiftly behind the frost rabbit, hovering like a deadly shadow, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But fate is cruel. The monster's bloodshot eyes snapped toward the sky. Without hesitation, the frost rabbit unleashed a devastating barrage of ice arrows straight at the airborne spirit. Down below, the black wolf burned its energy just to block the freezing assault. Uncle Zhou's face went pale with terror. This is catastrophic. My black wolf is going to be frozen solid, right at the absolute brink of death. Stu materialized out of nowhere. With a blinding flash of power, he shattered the deadly ice arrow into a million harmless crystals. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Shu smirked with absolute arrogance over his flawless rescue. Trying to pull off a sneak attack on my watch? Keep dreaming, you overgrown furball. He instantly barked a commanding order to the Black Wolf. The enemy is in a stiff state. Do not take a single step back. Strike now. Seizing the fleeting window, the Black Wolf let out a heaven-shaking roar and lunged forward. Teaming up with Little Eagle, the two spirits unleashed a flawless, synchronized combo. The relentless barrage left the Frost Rabbit completely defenseless. Cornered and taking heavy damage, the furious beast instantly triggered its berserk mode. A terrifying aura exploded from its body. Thankfully, Chen Shu sensed the lethal danger. Fall back, now, just as he predicted. A devastating storm of ice arrows erupted, moving faster than the naked eye could track. Thanks to his split-second warning, the entire team dodged the lethal assault without a single scratch. The moment the icy barrage paused, Chen Shu went for the throat. Now is our chance. Everyone, charge. Slime and Little Firebird instantly joined the fray, turning it into an all-out war. On the opposite flank, the Black Wolf and Little Eagle channeled their ultimate power. But then, something chilling happened. The monstrous Frost Rabbit actually curled its lips into a sinister, human-like smirk. It slammed its massive foot down to gather momentum. The sheer, catastrophic pressure caused the very earth beneath it to shatter and crater. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the beast vaulted into the high heavens. It plummeted like a meteor, aiming a devastating crush directly at the Black Wolf. The surrounding forest canopy instantly flash-froze into solid blocks of ice. Sensing the unnatural, deadly shift in the air, Chen Shu threw his arm out, stopping his remaining spirits in their tracks. "Stay back! The absolute zero domain is expanding," he roared. The Frost Rabbit unleashed a terrifying wave of power, surrounded by a lethal vortex of spinning ice blades. Dang Jun watched in pure agony as the Black Wolf remained pinned down. "What do we do? The Black Wolf is trapped. If we do not break it out right now, it is going to be wiped out." Uncle Zhou was absolutely sweating bullets. "Little Chen, do you have a plan?" Amidst the suffocating tension, Chen Shu simply offered a chillingly calm smile. "Relax. Leave everything to me." Catching its master's trusting gaze, Slime understood the mission flawlessly. The gelatinous creature bounced forward, fearlessly placing itself right in front of the raging Frost Rabbit. Xiao Yu, however, was terrified. "Chen Shu, are you insane? Sending Slime into that absolute zero zone is just a pure suicide mission." Yet, Chen Shu radiated absolute confidence. "Suicide? Not a chance in hell. Slime, execute the plan." Hearing the command, the brave little spirit launched itself directly into the jaws of death. Slime dramatically inflated its bouncy body, using its immense momentum to ram the Black Wolf completely out of the lethal strike zone. Capitalizing on the split-second opening, Chen Shu roared his next command to Little Firebird. "Catch him!" Little Firebird swooped down like a fiery meteor, snatching the Black Wolf mid-air. Mission accomplished. The flaming bird soared away to safety, leaving the Frost Rabbit absolutely trembling with murderous rage. The giant beast glared daggers at the tiny slime that had ruined its kill, but in return, it only received the most clueless, ridiculously innocent stare from the bouncy spirit. If looks could kill, the Frost Rabbit's furious roar screamed to go straight to hell. Chen Shu's danger sense spiked to the absolute maximum. Recall. It is charging its ultimate skill. Slime, return. The very millisecond the spirit vanished, an apocalyptic storm of ice crashed down. The frozen energy bloomed into a massive, devastating lotus of absolute zero. Facing that breathtaking display of power, Chen Shu did not flinch. He instantly rallied his remaining spirits for a counter-siege. Its energy is completely tapped out. Obliterate it now. The combined forces unleashed an overwhelming wave of destruction, burying the exhausted boss monster. Bursting from the smoke, the Black Wolf delivered the final judgment with a devastating, earth-shattering kick. Against all odds, the terrifying tyrant of the frozen woods finally collapsed. Completely lifeless, Chen Shu exhaled a massive breath of relief. "Finally, we sent that bastard straight to the underworld." Xiao Yu was overflowing with pure euphoria. She tightly grabbed Chen Shu's arm, shaking him. "We did it. We actually survived and killed it." "Chen Shu, did you see that? Did you see it?" she repeated wildly. Chen Shu just smirked, casually patting her head. "The carcass is literally over 10 meters away from me. I am not blind, you know. Try to act like you have been here before. Calm down. Take a breath." They awkwardly rip their hands apart, faces flushed. Nearby, the mercenary crew scrambles to inspect the fallen Frostbite Rabbit Lord. A Lord-tier magical beast is worth at least 1,000,000 credits. "Pack the loot, quickly. We need to vanish from the Qingyuan forest right now." The crew roars in victorious agreement. The brutal hunt has finally come to an end. Above them, Flame and Little Eagle soar triumphantly into the clear blue sky. A brilliant smile spreads across Chen Shu's face. They are finally heading home. The group halts before a heavily fortified town, bristling with armed guards. The mercenaries erupt into wild cheers. We actually made it back alive, after surviving endless nightmare days in the abyss of the forest. The sheer relief brings grown men to absolute tears. You all fought like legends out there. Once we liquidate this monster, your accounts will be stacked. The captain turns. Little Chen, your cut is coming too. But Chen Shu immediately waves his hands in refusal. Keep it, Uncle Joe. You are being far too polite. I have already stuffed my bag with all the rare herbs I need. Split the cash among yourselves. Deng Jun and the entire veteran crew freeze in utter disbelief. Rushing to check the communal storage bags, their jaws hit the floor. Kid, your sticky fingers move faster than lightning. Chen Shu just flashes a cheeky grin. You flatter me, truly. As the blood-red sun dips below the horizon, the captain barks out his final orders. We camp here tonight and sort our gear. At first light, we march back to Nanjiang City. Understood. The squad roars in perfect unison. Soon, a dead silence swallows the outpost. Only a solitary silver moon watches over the midnight shadows, while the exhausted mercenaries snore like thunder. Chen Shu slips into the darkness like a ghost, gripping the severed head of the frostbite rabbit lord. His destination? The prestigious Beast Tamer Association. The night clerk takes one look at the massive icy skull and starts violently stuttering. Is that really the frostbite rabbit lord? Chen Shu rolls his eyes, slamming his hand on the counter to snap the guy to reality. Cut the crap. What else would it be? Hurry up and clear my bounty board quest. But the clerk glares at the young boy with massive suspicion. Hold your horses. I need to verify this anomaly. Minutes later, the clerk returns with serious backup. He is trailing behind Xie Shan, an elite soldier of the Spirit Suppression Army. Chen Shu casually strides up, offering a fearless handshake. Yo, I am Chen Shu. Want a bite of legendary rabbit meat, brother? Zieshan raises a hand in polite decline. I will pass on the meal, young man. But I must admit, this trophy is genuinely the Frostbite Rabbit Lord. Hand over your citizen ID card. Your Huaxia merit points will be transferred immediately. But as Xie scans the digital profile, his military composure completely breaks. You are only 17 years old? Chen Shu shrugs, his face the picture of absolute innocence. Do I look older to you? Xie arches an eyebrow, unable to hide the profound respect burning in his voice. No, it is just utterly terrifying. A 17-year-old kid butchering a Lord-tier magical beast? Well done. 50 Huaxia merit points have been wired to your account. You can hit up any state treasury to swap these for high-tier resources. At the sound of the word resources, Chen Shu's eyes practically glow with greed. Thanks a million. If we are done here, I am ghosting. The elite soldier gives a respectful nod. Safe travels. Watching the teenager's retreating shadow, Jieshan lets out a low, deeply amused chuckle. The very next morning, the mercenary squad's rugged off-road vehicle screeches to a halt outside an apartment complex. The driver flashes a tired but warm smile. See you around, little Chen. Chen Shu tosses a lazy wave over his shoulder before heading inside. It is finally time to inspect his hard-earned loot. He dumps the glowing ingredients onto his desk. Strength flowers, iron core fruits, and even the rare wisdom awakening fruit. With this botanical arsenal, I can definitely brew some basic defense and intellect potions. Chen Shu shuts his eyes tight. He forcefully draws in his spiritual energy, tuning out the entire world. Inside his specialized system space, his hands move like absolute blurs, blending, boiling, and crystallizing the raw mystical essence into potent elixirs. Wiping sweat from his brow, he glares at the messy results. Just as I thought. Concocting potions without the system's golden light guarantees a brutal failure rate. Burning through a mountain of priceless herbs yielded only 9 basic defense potions and 6 intellect potions, but a wicked spark suddenly flashes in his eyes. Time for a live field test. He snaps his fingers. Slime. Chug these down. His gooey summon bounces over, happily gulping down the glowing liquids without a single shred of hesitation. The slime's translucent belly swells like a balloon before it lazily flops onto the bed. Ding! The blue holographic system screen aggressively pops up. Slime. Defense +1. Intellect +1. Chen Shu's eye twitches violently at the pitiful stat boost. He furiously clenches his fists, fighting the overwhelming urge to smash his desk into splinters. The system gave me this. I cannot just trash it. I cannot trash it, he aggressively mutters like a madman. With a heavy sigh, he violently sweeps the remaining vials into his backpack for Plan B. Whatever. I am hauling these strength potions to the underground black market. He instantly dials up his trusty sidekick. Yo, Dali. Your boy is back in town. Gear up, we are hitting the black market today. Striding down the neon-lit alleyways, Dali bursts into laughter. Man, we have not seen each other in ages, and your first move is dragging me into the criminal underworld? Chen Shu just flashes a mysterious, dangerous smirk. Unable to hold back, his friend presses on. Seriously though, Chen Pai, what is our actual endgame here? Chen Shu shoots him a sideways, villainous glance. I am about to show you the absolute goldmine of the underground brotherhood. The duo finally arrives at their old stomping ground, a notorious street corner, but Chen Shu immediately stops, staring at a blatantly empty patch of concrete. Old Wang is actually a no-show today? He violently shakes out a ragged tarp, muttering curses under his breath. The economy is in the gutter, and this old fossil is slacking on his scamming duties. Absolutely zero ambition. Dali nearly chokes on his own spit, his eyes darting around in sheer panic. Chen Pi, have you seriously stooped to becoming a street corner con artist? Shut your mouth! Chen Shu snaps back, thoroughly offended. My stash is 100% authentic magic. You hear me? With pure, unhinged energy, he hoists a glowing vial into the air, striking the ultimate TikTok hustler pose. Now, witness the power of my legendary reputation. I do not have to lift a single finger, and the customers will come crawling. Dali just stared at him in pure disbelief. His only response? A highly contemptuous middle finger right to the face. Suddenly, two imposing figures loomed over Chen Shu's humble stall. Luo Xiang casually picked up a bottle, asking smoothly, "Brother, how much for one of these?" Without missing a beat, Chen Shu kept his absolute poker face. 8,000 a pop. Luo Xiang's friendly facade shattered instantly, his face twisted in outrage as he barked. Are these potions brewed from liquid gold, or are the ingredients literally solid gold? Yet, Chen Shu just blinked, completely missing the dangerous undertone. What was with that sudden aggression? Something about this interaction felt incredibly off. Just as things heated up, Zheng Hao raised a hand to block his partner. With a chilling calmness, he demanded, "Give me one." Snatching the vial from Chen Shu, Zheng Hao held it up to the light, his eyes practically piercing through the glass. Can you guarantee this is the real deal? Annoyance immediately flared in Chen Shu's chest. I run a legitimate stall here. Why would I sell you fakes? Zheng Hao's expression turned terrifyingly dark, repeating his question as if daring the boy to lie. I am asking you one more time. Is this potion real? Chen Shu's patience completely snapped. He glared right back, questioning, Are you just here to pick a fight? Do you actually want to buy something or not? Leaning in until he was mere inches from the boy's ear, Zheng Hao dropped his voice to a menacing growl. If this potion is real, I will definitely buy it. But what happens if it is fake? Chen Shu rolled his eyes to the heavens, utterly exhausted by this drama. If it is fake, I will chug it myself. Happy now? That was exactly what Zheng Hao was waiting for. He popped the cork instantly. You said it. If it is a fake, you drink it. The man aggressively raised the vial to his lips, ready to down the suspicious liquid. Panic struck Chen Shu, and he lunged to grab the bottle. Hold up, brother, you cannot drink that before paying. But in a flash of cold steel, heavy handcuffs slammed shut around his wrists. Before he could even process the shock, his face was brutally shoved into the dirt. Dali screamed in absolute terror. Chen Shu. He desperately tried to rush forward and save his best friend. But from his blind spot, Luo Xiang tackled him to the ground, giving him the exact same VIP treatment. Do not move a muscle. Zheng Hao whipped out his official badge, his voice booming with absolute authority. Nanjiang City Spirit Suppression Bureau. Resist, and we are authorized to execute you on the spot. The threat was so terrifyingly real that both boys froze, completely paralyzed by fear. Cut to a cold, desolate detention cell. Heavy iron bars completely sealed them off from the outside world. Huddled under the watchful eyes of the guards, Dali let out a soul-crushing groan. Brother Pai, you really are something else. Is this what you meant by your legendary black market reputation? Truly extraordinary customer service. Chen Shu groaned right back, his face buried in his hands. No, you do not understand. I had no idea this would happen. This was not in the script. Desperate, he turned his pleading eyes toward their captors. Big brothers, I swear you have bagged the wrong guys. We are outstanding, law-abiding citizens. Heck, I even took down a wanted criminal just the other day. Zheng Hao's face remained an absolute wall of ice. Cut the crap. We have been tracking your fake potion syndicate for half a month. Taking it a step further, Luo Xiang slammed a blinding interrogation light right into Chen Shu's eyes. Spill it! Where is the mastermind pulling your strings? Luo Xiang barked. Confess now, and we might just show you some mercy. All the color instantly drained from Chen Shu's face. He desperately waved his hands, trying to clear his name. Boss, I swear on my life, I do not peddle fake potions. But internally, his mind was racing in utter chaos. He had only stepped into another dimension for a quick run. How did everything turn completely upside down the second he got back? Zheng Hao's aura grew terrifyingly oppressive. You really will not shed a tear until you see your own coffin, will you? he scoffed. Move! We are bringing in the victims for a lineup. Let us see how you talk your way out of that. Roughly hauled to their feet, the two boys were marched out of the freezing interrogation room, navigating a maze of sterile corridors. They were dragged straight into the main hall of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Beyond the entrance doors, a massive, furious mob was screaming for blood, looking ready to riot. Zheng Hao shoved the boys forward, projecting his voice over the chaos. Take a good look. Is this the guy? The second the furious mob locked eyes on them, absolute pandemonium broke out. That is him. That is the black market dealer, they roared in unison. Because of his garbage potions, our contracted spirits violently threw up all over our warriors. They are completely out of commission. Chen Shu's brain practically short-circuited. Cold sweat drenched his back as terrifying visions of his execution flashed vividly in his mind. Had he actually become a black market scammer without realizing it? Swallowing his rising panic against the tidal wave of public rage, Chen Shu desperately forced himself to think. He had to unravel this deadly misunderstanding. His slime drank those potions like regular water. If his brews were truly toxic, how was his own spirit perfectly fine? Taking a deep, trembling breath, he finally spoke up against the mob. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. Are you absolutely certain that I was the one who sold you those potions? Xie Yu fiercely stepped out from the angry crowd. Damn right you did. I bought it directly from your stall. Without a second of hesitation, he shoved his smartphone right into Chen Shu's face. This guy is part of your syndicate, is he not? He practically swore on his life that the merchandise was top tier. The screen displayed a photo of Tianba, sporting that painfully familiar, sketchy mustache. Like a bolt of lightning, everything finally clicked in Chen Shu's mind. It was that swindler, Brother Wang Ba. No wonder that rat was nowhere to be seen this morning. He had already taken the money and bolted. Slapping on his most charming, desperate smile, Chen Shu faced the raging mob. Listen, that guy is a professional con artist. We are absolutely not partners. I am completely innocent, and our products are not even in the same league. Think about it. Has anyone ever suffered a side effect from my authentic batches? But his silver tongue failed him. The crowd's glaring eyes remained locked on him, radiating pure, murderous disbelief. Just as Chen Shu was running out of excuses, a familiar shadow caught the corner of his eye. Uncle Wang Qian was strolling into the hall with absolute leisure. The sheer, crushing weight of his aura forced the rioting mob to unconsciously part like the Red Sea. Seeing him, Zheng Hao snapped to attention, immediately saluting his captain. The veteran captain gave a stoic nod before his piercing gaze landed right on the boy. Chen Shu, what in the world are you doing in handcuffs? What is the meaning of this? Zheng Hao leans in close, whispering the full report into his superior's ear. Captain, that is exactly what went down. Taking in the details, Wang Qian turns his piercing gaze toward Chen Shu and his companion, ready to interrogate them. How do you two plan to explain this mess? The captain demands. In a flash of theatrical brilliance, Chen Shu raises his handcuffed wrists, squeezing out a pair of flawless crocodile tears. Uncle Wang, we have been horribly framed. I might be desperately broke, but I would never stoop so low as to sell fake potions. He keeps the dramatic monologue rolling without skipping a single beat. Besides, my supply comes directly from the 666 Pharmaceutical Company. If you do not believe me, I will call their representative right now to testify. Wang Qian shoots a meaningful glance at Zheng Hao. Catching the drift instantly, the subordinate gives a brisk nod. With his confiscated phone finally returned, Chen Shu wastes no time. He immediately opens his messaging app, his fingers flying across the screen. Shi Duan had invited him to dinner an hour ago, making it the perfect opportunity to report his own arrest. Within seconds, a reply flashes on the screen, confirming backup is on the way. A triumphant smirk instantly replaces Chen Shu's pitiful expression. He leans back in his chair, radiating absolute confidence as he waits. The sky outside the Spirit Suppression Bureau shifts from bright daylight to a suffocating pitch black. Inside the interrogation room, the two boys sit practically rotting away from boredom. Just as their patience reaches its absolute limit, the heavy door swings open. Shi Duan strides in with a booming laugh. Little Chen, how is the prison food treating you? Chen Shu slumps forward, looking as deflated as soggy bread. Uncle Joe, please stop joking around. Keep talking like that, and I will actually end up rotting in a cell. The man turns his attention to the captain with a familiar grin. Old brother Wang, it has been way too long. Wang Qian warmly returns the greeting. Long time no see, indeed. Skipping the pleasantries, the captain cuts straight to the chase. Old Joe, are those stamina potions this kid has been peddling in the black? Skipping the pleasantries, the captain cuts straight to the chase. Old Joe, are those stamina potions this kid has been peddling in the black market truly from your company? Shi Duan flashes a standard corporate apology smile. I can guarantee it. They are absolutely our official products. Wang Qian accepts the explanation without a single shred of doubt. So that is the truth. Well, then there is no problem here. You boys are free to go. Shi Duan gestures toward the two teens who are already practically vibrating out of their seats. Let us go, little friends. Stepping out of the Spirit Suppression Bureau into the dead of night, they throw their arms toward the sky. Li stretches his stiff muscles, looking as relieved as a man who has just been reborn. Chen Pai, why does it feel like I have been given a second chance at life? Li sighs. Taking a deep breath of the cool night air, Chen Shu nods in absolute agreement. I feel exactly the same way, my friend. Watching them from behind, Shi Duan stares like he is looking at two escaped lunatics with malfunctioning brains. Stepping closer, he drops his voice to an exasperated whisper. Are you two completely out of your minds? Chen Shu merely wags his index finger like a seasoned veteran of the streets. Uncle Joe, you simply do not understand. Unlike you, we are honest, law-abiding citizens. We are not exactly regulars at the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Deciding to drop the subject, Shi Duan smoothly shifts gears. By the way, the Beast Taming Corps is throwing a banquet tonight. Do you boys want to tag along? Pausing in his tracks, Chen Shu casts one final, lingering look back at the towering gates of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. We will pass for tonight. Let us catch up another time. Sensing the heavy unspoken thoughts weighing on the boy, Shi Duan simply nods without pushing the issue. All right then. He climbs into his car and drives off into the night. Li turns to his friend, utterly bewildered. Chen Pai, this is so not like you. You actually turned down a free meal? Chen Shu's expression darkens with an unspoken intensity, signaling a major shift in plans. Lowering his head slightly, his eyes blaze with a cold, unyielding resolve. Li, I am going to hunt down that fake potion peddler. Li's voice booms through the quiet street, radiating absolute loyalty like a warrior taking an oath. Chen Pi, I have got your back to the very end. Deeply moved, Chen Shu pats his sturdy shoulder. That is my true brother right there. But where do we even start digging? The towering silhouette of a mysterious figure suddenly flashes through Li's mind. I have a contact. He might be exactly what we need for this mission. He is legendary in the underworld, known as the ultimate savior for rookies and the top informant in all of Nanjiang. There is no mystery he cannot crack. Swayed by such an overwhelmingly epic introduction, Chen Shu leans in with burning anticipation. So, what is this master's true identity? Without a second of hesitation, Li drops the reveal. Tang Xiaofei, the local butcher. In an instant, the grand, high-stakes atmosphere completely shatters into dust. Chen Shu stands completely paralyzed, his face twisting as if he had just swallowed a literal fireball of disappointment. Panicking at his friend's deadpan stare, Li scrambles to defend his legendary contact. Hey, do not look at me like that. I swear on my life he is the real deal. I will pick you up first thing tomorrow morning and blow your mind. It is about time you met the true hidden dragons of Nanjiang City. Still radiating massive levels of skepticism, Chen Shu just throws an arm around Li and drags him away. Yeah, right. We will see. The very next day, golden rays of the early morning sun pierce the sky, reflecting brilliantly off the towering skyline. Yawning wide enough to swallow a fist, Chen Shu trails behind, deeply annoying his energetic companion. I told you to get a good night's sleep. Today is the day you meet an elite expert. What is wrong with you? Are you really falling asleep on a mission? Operating at a mere 30% battery life, Chen Shu can only groan in pure agony. Big brother, it is literally 6. In the morning, Li simply shrugs off the complaint with absolute seriousness. This kind of crucial business cannot wait. If we are even a second late, he will close up shop. Utterly unimpressed, Chen Shu weakly shakes his friend by the shoulders. Listen to yourself, Li. Are you absolutely sure you have not been brainwashed by a cult? How on earth is a guy chopping meat going to track down a black market potion syndicate? Faced with this blatant disrespect, Li's temper flares up. Have I ever lied to you? Have you never heard the legendary saying, if you have never met Xie Sunan in your life, calling yourself a hero is completely useless? Chen Shu opens his mouth to roast his friend's terrible poetry, but his combat instincts violently kick in. A chilling presence rockets through the air straight toward his back. With godlike reflexes, he spins around and snatches the unknown projectile out of thin air. Who goes there? He roars like a seasoned martial arts master. Show yourself, coward. But the deadly hidden weapon in his grip is a massive, pink, raw pig trotter. Before either of them can process this utterly bizarre assassination attempt, a voice echoes from the shadows. I do not expect my reputation to be this massive. Even two small fries like you have heard of, Xie Sunan. Not far away stands a humble pork stall. Behind the counter looms a towering man with bulging, rock-hard muscles. Xie Sunan is an absolute unit with wild hair and a scruffy beard. Yet, this shirtless giant is rocking a ridiculously cute pink apron. Chen Shu freezes, completely dumbfounded by the sight. But Li immediately recognizes him and waves happily. Brother Xie, it is me, Li. Sunan casually clamps a cigarette between his lips and flicks his lighter. Oh, it is you? The kid who came looking for me last time to investigate his own origins? Chen Shu's brain short-circuits. Investigate his origins? Dolly quickly snatches the pork leg back from Chen Shu's hands. Chen Shu watches his friend's flattering behavior and secretly judges him. He actually doubts he is his parents' biological son? Typical Dolly. If Chen Shu ever does something that embarrassing, he will lock himself indoors for the rest of his life. But Dolly does not feel a single ounce of shame. He remains perfectly cheerful and polite. Here you go, Brother Shi, your pork leg. His eyes sparkle with absolute admiration. I cannot believe you still remember me. Sunan matches his boundless enthusiasm. How could I possibly forget? I even remember the exact color of the pants you wore that day. Witnessing this suspiciously intense bromance unfold before his eyes, Chen Shu internally screams in sheer horror. Something is seriously wrong with these two. Dolly just laughs and pats his shoulder. Haha, do not sweat the small details. He slings an arm around Chen Shu's neck and introduces him. Brother Xie, my buddy here needs a massive favor. Sunan leans in, his eyes sparkling with burning curiosity. Little brother, do you also suspect you are not your parents' biological son? Chen Shu's face turns completely pale. He rejects the idea with absolute fury. Hell no, I absolutely do not need that service. Standing before the bizarre butcher stall, Chen Shu finally gets down to business. No, I need to track down a specific person. The muscular butcher flashes a surprisingly gentle smile, but the words that leave his mouth are completely unhinged. Tell me a little about their identity, their appearance, height, and their preferred bathroom posture. Chen Shu's jaw drops straight to the floor. He stands there, frozen like a deer caught in headlights. Before he can even process the sheer absurdity, Sunan whips out a ridiculously massive meat cleaver from nowhere. He glares at the boy with a deadly, threatening aura. Is there a problem? Cold sweat pours down Chen Shu's forehead. No problem at all, he stammers in pure panic. Trembling slightly, he hands over a photograph of Tianba. The thing is, I only have this single photo. Will this work? Sunan's playful demeanor instantly vanishes, replaced by deadly seriousness as he calculates the fee. Done. 50,000. Come find me in exactly 3 days. The words strike Chen Shu like a bolt of divine lightning. He screeches like a man being robbed blind in broad daylight. How much? 50,000? Furious, he spins around and signals Dolly to follow. Forget it. Even if I sell Brother Wangba on the black market, he is not worth 50,000. But suddenly, a glowing blue system panel materializes right before his eyes. The system presents 3 fate-altering choices. Option 1. Let Xie Sunan handle the job. Reward, a massive surge of beast-taming power. Option 2. Find a completely different helper. Reward, a high-grade strength potion. Option 3. Handle the chaotic mess entirely alone. Reward, a medium-grade beast-taming seed. Seeing his friend staring blankly into space, Dolly waves a hand. Earth to Chen Pai? Faster than lightning, Chen Shu whips back around. He beams a dangerously bright smile at Sunan. 50,000 is absolutely no problem at all. We have a deal. The other 2 men are utterly paralyzed by the whiplash. They blink in perfect synchronization, staring at him like he has lost his mind. Bro, you change your tune way too fast. But Chen Shu is already vigorously shaking the giant's hand, his eyes shining with absolute trust. 3 days from now, you bring the intel, I bring the cash. Right at that moment, an ordinary customer approaches the stall. The deadly informant instantly morphs back into a jolly neighborhood butcher. Welcome, welcome. How much meat are you looking for? 1.5 kilos. Coming right up. The flawless transition leaves the 2 boys sweating buckets. Chen Shu slings his arm over Dolly's shoulder as they walk away, lowering his voice to a whisper. I have to ask, Dolly, is this guy actually reliable? A case that even the Spirit Suppression Bureau cannot crack. Can a random pork butcher really pull it off? Dolly nods his head so hard it almost snaps. He gives a rock-solid guarantee. Absolutely reliable. Selling pork is just his side hustle. Chen Shu still eyes him with heavy suspicion. He furiously scratches his head, his mind racing through the calculations. Fine, he has to take the gamble anyway. If the butcher fails, he will just treat the 50,000 as the cost of buying that massive system reward. His mind finally made up, he lets out a heavy sigh. Whatever, let us just roll with it. Come with me to the Beast Tamer Association for a bit. On the surface, Chen Shu looks as calm as a placid lake, but inside, his soul is weeping tears of blood over his lost fortune. He has to bleed out 50,000, so he needs to scavenge it back from somewhere else. Time to hunt for lucrative commissions at the association. Let us go, Dolly agrees smoothly. Suddenly, a spark of realization hits Dolly as they stroll down the street. Oh right, Chen Pi. This August, I am heading all the way to Kyoto. I am entering the Kyoto Spirit Master University entrance exam. This sudden lore drop completely blindsides Chen Shu. He stops in his tracks, utterly confused. The university entrance exam? What the hell do you mean? Dolly puffs out his chest with absolute pride. It is the early recruitment phase. Basically, I am taking the college exams ahead of everyone else. Chen Shu opens his mouth to instantly roast him. Wait, that makes zero sense. How could you possibly won? But his savage comeback is brutally cut off by an explosion of chaos. Bursting through the crowded street, Shushan is sprinting madly after Li Hua. Stop the thief! Somebody catch that thief! She shrieks. But the fleeing criminal, Li Hua, does not show a single ounce of fear. He savagely roars at the panicked bystanders blocking his escape path. Get the hell out of my way, or you are all dead meat. Chen Shu's jaw practically unhinges in pure shock. He has only stepped out of the house for one single day. How is he constantly stumbling into this much insane drama? Instantly, the glowing system panel flashes right back into his vision with fresh missions. Option 1. Apprehend the thief. Reward: a minor boost of beast taming power. Option 2. Play the innocent bystander. Reward: a camouflage potion. Option 3. Actively cheer the criminal on and force people to make way. Reward: the absolutely cursed title, Crime Cheerleading Squad. Option 4. Match the exact running speed of the thief. Reward: unlocking the brand new Speed Potion illustration book. Staring down that overwhelmingly juicy reward, Chen Shu grits his teeth. A blinding, hypocritical flash of pure justice ignites within his eyes. Oh, it is on. He unleashes a ferocious battle cry and blasts forward like a cannonball. Freeze right there and put your hands in the air. Burning with greed masquerading as heroism, Chen Shu aggressively hunts down the panicked Li Hua. The desperate chase tears through the busy streets. Looking back, the cornered thief roars a lethal threat. Keep following me, brat, and I will send you straight to the afterlife. Chen Shu simply flashed a wicked smirk. He casually flipped the bird. Then, he accelerated like a rocket, matching Li Hua stride for stride, terrifying the petty thief to the point of tears. The thief panicked, realizing his terrible luck. He had provoked a complete madman. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the boy as if looking at his absolute mortal enemy. Defeated, he hurled the stolen purse backward. Take your bag back. Just stop chasing me. But, to his absolute horror, Chen Shu ignored the bag entirely, continuing his relentless sprint right beside him. Seeing the action, Dali eagerly joined the pursuit. Count me in, he roared, matching their pace with a massive grin. Shushan snatched her purse from the ground. She desperately chased after them, shouting that she had the bag. But her words fell on deaf ears, leaving a bizarre scene of 3 young men sprinting in perfect sync. Dali effortlessly kept pace, throwing a glance at his friend. Are you just trying to torture this guy? He asked. Chen Shu chuckled darkly. I simply enjoy it. 10 agonizing minutes later, the 2 students were still running with joyous energy. Trapped between them, Li Hua was completely, utterly drained. Big brothers, I was wrong, he wheezed. Please stop chasing me. Absolute despair gripped the thief's heart. He was legitimately terrified now, his words breaking into desperate, pathetic sobs as he begged for mercy. Grandpas, my absolute lords, please let me go, he wailed in agony. I cannot take another step. My lungs are going to explode if we keep running. Completely ignoring the thief's suffering, Chen Shu kept his eyes glued to his system interface. What was wrong with this thing? Why had the reward not triggered yet? He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Modern thieves had absolutely no stamina. If the system had not delivered the reward, this guy was not allowed to stop running. Without hesitation, Chen Shu grabbed Li Hua by the right arm. Dali instantly clamped onto his left. We run until you drop. Chen Shu smiled with an innocent yet demonic expression. And if you do not drop, we keep running. The bizarre trio dashed across a crowded public plaza. The elderly folks doing morning exercises watched in absolute awe. Are they chasing the very sun itself? One elder gasped. Such magnificent youthful energy. I truly admire this generation. Another elder nodded in deep approval. Unlike my lazy grandson who is still rotting in bed. Keep it up. Push past your limits. The old folks cheered them on. Half an hour had passed, and Li Hua was withering away like a dying weed. Dali and Chen Shu were finally breaking a healthy sweat, their bodies glistening. Meanwhile, the thief looked ready to receive his one-way ticket to the afterlife. Right on cue. A heavenly chime echoed in his mind. The system had unlocked a new illustration book. Burst Speed Potion acquired. Finally, Chen Shu thought with intense glee, as both boys instantly dropped the thief's arms. Li Hua collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. His limbs were completely paralyzed from exhaustion. He sprawled out on the concrete, crying out in absolute injustice. Are you two completely insane? He shrieked from the ground. I just stole a purse. Did you really have to torture me like a war criminal? Chen Shu's face suddenly turned dead serious. He pointed a firm finger directly over his shoulder. Save your breath. Do you see what is right behind me? Li Hua forced a weak, trembling smile. The Nanjiang City Spirit Suppression Bureau. Chen Shu's aura immediately darkened, intense killing intent radiating from his glare. He looked absolutely ready to beat the thief into a bloody pulp. Excellent. Now crawl in there and turn yourself in, Chen Shu commanded. Terrified of another beating, Li Hua scrambled to his feet. I am going, he cried, sprinting into the police station as the boys watched with profound satisfaction. Suddenly, Chen Shu waved his hand, calling out to the criminal. Wait, what is your name? Shockingly, the terrified thief actually paused to answer. Li Hua, he whimpered before vanishing inside. The two boys exchanged victorious glances, their faces glowing with righteous pride. Chen Shu patted his chest, feeling like a true hero of justice. Only then did they finally leave the scene. As they walked, Chen Shu brought up a serious topic. By the way, did you say you wanted to take the university entrance exam early? If you leave early, am I going to be stuck in this city all by myself? Dali rubbed the back of his neck with an awkward, sheepish smile. Pretty much, but do not worry. I will be waiting for you in the imperial capital. A gentle warmth filled Chen Shu's eyes. The path ahead was set. All right then, he replied softly. I wish you the absolute best of luck. Their footsteps soon led them to the Grand Beast Taming Association. Dali looked around in total confusion. Chen Shu, why exactly are we here? Before them stood a massive board covered in high-stakes bounties. Chen Shu's eyes locked onto the glowing screens. To make money, he declared smoothly. And to rack up contribution points. Dali blinked, still completely lost. Make money? We are literally just high schoolers, Dali protested. What kind of money can we make, and what points? Chen Shu confidently aimed his finger at a specific bounty. Watch and learn, Chen Shu smirked confidently. Look right here. The mission is to investigate a syndicate of fake potion smugglers. The reward? A staggering 100,000 Huaxia credits. Standing outside the majestic doors of the association, Chen Shu chatted enthusiastically with his best friend. I am planning to hit up the Nanjiang City Beast Taming Resource Bureau next, Chen Shu announced. What are your plans? Dali's expression instantly turned apologetic. I cannot make it this afternoon, Dali sighed. I need to head over to the Spirit Chef Academy for my specialized training. Chen Shu rubbed his chin, a complete map of this world's professions forming in his brilliant mind. In this era of mystical beasts, Beast Tamers reigned supreme. However, the world also desperately needed elite support classes to keep society running. Spirit chefs, alchemists, and medical healers were the backbone of this era. Just as the titles implied, their absolute purpose was to nurture and enhance contract spirits. Chen Shu visualized the path of a chef. A true spirit chef did not just cook, they butchered terrifying monster beasts to create heaven-defying meals for contract spirits. He looked at Dali's massive frame and burst into a proud, knowing smile. Who would have thought this towering brute wanted to become a gentle support healer? Chen Shu threw his hand up in a cheerful farewell. Got it. Train hard for your exams, man. Someday, you are going to be cooking Michelin star meals for my slime. Dali let out a booming, hearty laugh. You bet. I am heading out first. Chen Shu stood silently, watching his brother's broad back fade into the bustling city streets. With a clear mind, Chen Shu turned and marched toward his next destination. An hour later, he stood before a deceptively massive, run-down building. He scoffed quietly, surprised the legendary Resource Bureau looked this shabby. Pushing open the heavy doors, Chen Shu stepped into the dimly lit lobby. His eyes immediately darted to an incredibly ancient man sitting in the corner. What was a guy like that doing here? Shaking off the thought, he approached the front desk. Hello, I am here to spend Huaxia contribution points, he stated politely. The receptionist offered a warm, professional smile. Please present your citizenship identification. Without missing a beat, Chen Shu slid his ID across the counter. The receptionist's eyes widened in absolute shock as she read the card. You are just a high schooler? She gasped. Recovering her composure, she slid a massive, heavy ledger across the desk. Right this way, sir. Here is the Ultimate Exchange Catalog. Chen Shu's eyes lock onto every single word in the ledger. He studies the ink intensely, his mind racing. The inventory here is absolutely massive, though quantities are likely limited. But since he is just a lowly apprentice beast tamer, he has zero access to resources at the Black Iron tier or above. Still, this stash is more than enough for his current level. Suddenly, Chen Shu's finger stops on a specific line. A realization hits him. Herbs from the alternate spatial dimensions are going to become insanely rare, he mutters to himself. A massive herb shortage is about to hit everywhere. I need to secure the high-grade herbs right now. His eyes scan the premium item list before he makes his move. Hello, I need to purchase 5 level 1 giant transformation fruits and 7 level 1 ironstone fruits. The receptionist flashes a polite smile. Right away, sir. With his precious loot finally secured, Chen Shu confidently strides out of the exchange hall. But from the shadows, an elderly man watches his every move. A mysterious, CEO-like smirk creeps across the old man's face. How truly interesting, he murmurs. Meanwhile, Chen Shu strolls down the bustling sidewalk, lost in thought. Today is an absolute jackpot. Not only did he trigger a new quest, but he also bagged a mountain of premium herbs. It is finally time to brew some epic potions. Suddenly, a massive crowd blocks the path ahead, forming a tight, buzzing circle. Curiosity instantly peaks in his mind. Is there some epic drama going down? Chen Shu violently squeezes his way through the wall of onlookers to get a front row seat. The scene before him makes his blood boil. A vicious woman named Mei Li is ruthlessly screaming at a tiny, trembling girl. "If you did not steal it, then why is my wallet missing cash?" The woman shrieks. "And why is my phone completely smashed?" Chen Shu freezes in pure shock. Wait a second. Isn't that little Niu Niu? Without hesitating, Chen Shu roars the little girl's name through the crowd. Niu Niu. The terrified girl instantly recognizes that familiar voice. Brother Chen Pai. She bursts into tears, sprinting over to bury her face in Chen Shu's chest. Meanwhile, Mei Li glares daggers at him, her face twisting with rage. "Are you this brat's family?" the woman barks. Little Niu Niu looks up, her huge eyes overflowing with tears. "I was just playing nearby, and I found this lady's wallet on the ground." She chokes out. "Mommy always told me that if I find someone's wallet, I have to return it. So I stood right here, waiting for the owner to come back." Chen Shu gently grips the little girl's shoulders, his thumbs wiping away her tears. Niu Niu's voice completely breaks as she finishes her story. "But when she finally showed up, she accused me of stealing her money and smashing her phone." A heartbreaking sob escapes her lips. The poor girl actually blames her own innocent heart. Brother Chen P. Was I wrong to be a good girl? Mei Li just stands there, her arms crossed in arrogant defiance. "Listen here, parent," she snaps aggressively. "How exactly are you planning to resolve this mess? Are we taking a trip to the police station? Or are you paying up right now?" Chen Shu ignores the screeching woman, tenderly patting Niu Niu's head. "Do not worry, little one. Your big brother is right here." But when he turns around, his expression shifts into something purely demonic. Oh, this wretched woman has dug her own grave. Murderous aura rolls off Chen Shu as he glares straight into Mei Li's soul. "So, how exactly do you want to play this?" Ding! The familiar translucent blue system screen flashes before his eyes, displaying 3 paths. Option 1. Compensate the scammer. Reward. A special title and status effect. Option 2. Walk away entirely. Reward. A mid-grade frost potion. Option 3. Fight back with pure logic. Reward. A massive surge of beast-taming power. Mei Li's shamelessness knows absolutely no bounds. "You are going to pay me double the cash I lost," she demands, her chin raised high. "Plus, you are buying me a brand new phone and a designer wallet. Refuse, and the cops are getting involved." Chen Shu throws his head back, bursting into a booming, mocking laugh. "In your pathetic dreams, lady, it is time to mercilessly tear down her little scam. You just claimed your bag held 1,000 yuan and a smartphone, right?" He points a menacing finger at her. "But this bag is completely empty. Therefore, it is mathematically impossible for this to be yours. So tell me, why on earth should I pay a dime?" Boom! The flawless logic hits her like a truck. Mei Li's eyes nearly bulge out of her skull in fury, yet she cannot utter a single word of defense. In a flash, Chen Shu completely snatches the actual designer bag right off her shoulder. "Hand that over." Even backed into a corner, Mei Li refuses to surrender her pride. "Absolute nonsense," she screeches hysterically. "If this bag does not belong to me, then are you claiming it belongs to you?" But Chen Shu remains as calm as a mountain breeze. He slowly hoists the golden luxury bag into the air, preparing his ultimate trap. Since the contents of this purse directly contradict your entire story. A predatory grin spreads across his face. "Exactly. How are you going to prove that this belongs to you?" Mei Li desperately jumps up, clawing at the air as she curses him out. "You despicable trash. Give it right back to me." Then, turning to the massive crowd, she puffs out her chest with absolute confidence. "My national ID card is tucked right inside. The name reads, He Mei Li. Pull it out and read it yourself." Unfazed, Chen Shu lazily digs his hand deep into the luxurious fabric. Sure enough, his fingers brush against a plastic ID card, just like she claimed. But as he pulls it out and compares the photo to the woman screaming in front of him, the face does not match at all. Chen Shu's expression instantly morphs into an awkward grimace. "Big sister. Are you absolutely serious right now?" he asks, holding back a snicker. "Are you entirely sure this is not your mother's ID card?" The sheer emotional damage from that single sentence is enough to make her an introvert for the rest of her natural life. "Just look at the printed name, you idiot," she shrieks, her face burning beetroot red. But Chen Shu takes his trolling to the absolute limit. "What exactly does a name prove around here? You could be named He Mei Li. And I could also be named He Mei Li. This piece of plastic proves absolutely nothing. Hearing this flawless audacity, tears of pure frustration actually well up in the scammer's eyes. Realizing she is utterly outmatched, she instantly switches to playing the helpless victim. Stop playing your sick little games. You are just bullying a defenseless woman, she cries out dramatically. What kind of pathetic man ruthlessly bullies a fragile lady in public? Chen Shu's brow furrows in sheer disgust as he pulls little Niu closer, shielding her from the toxicity. Oh, I see how it is, he shoots back, his voice dripping with venom. When you were scamming cash out of an innocent little kid? Why didn't you remember that you were a grown adult? The massive crowd erupts in a chorus of fierce agreement. He is totally right. What a shameless woman, the bystanders roar. Utterly defeated and humiliated, Mei Li grinds her teeth together. What exactly do you want from me? She screams in total desperation. Chen Shu's playful aura vanishes, replaced by dead serious authority. Apologize to Niu right now. It is the only way this ends. Swallowing her shattered pride, Mei Li barely dips her head. I am sorry, she mutters under her breath. Way too quiet. Chen Shu barks back instantly. I did not hear a single syllable. Driven to absolute madness, she violently shrieks at the top of her lungs. I am sorry. The ear-piercing scream hits like a physical punch to the eardrums. Chen Shu casually crosses his arms, a triumphant smirk returning to his face. Now that is more like it. Barely acceptable. His demeanor softens instantly as he kneels back down to eye level with Niu. Well, little one, do you forgive this mean lady? The sweet girl blinks, her huge, starry eyes at him before nodding bravely. Yes, brother Chen Pi. I forgive her. Ding. The glowing blue system screen blazes to life once more. Mission accomplished. Rewarding a massive surge of beast-taming power. Smirking in absolute victory, Chen Shu turns on his heel, casually tossing the luxury bag back into Mei Li's humiliated face. See? That was not so hard. Try being a decent human being for once. He throws back over his shoulder. It is truly a beautiful day, filled with crystal blue skies, fluffy white clouds, and glorious golden sunshine. After a quick elevator ride up the towering apartment complex, he finally escorts Niu back to her front door. But beneath her brave smile, a heavy shadow of sorrow still lingers in the little girl's heart. Niu looks up with teary eyes. Big brother Chen Shu, did I do something wrong today? Should I not have picked up that lost item? Hearing her innocent plea, Chen Shu gently rests his hand on her head. No, you did perfectly fine. Returning lost items is the right thing to do. That older sister was the one in the wrong. It is getting late. Let us get you home. His warm words instantly untie the knot of anxiety in the little girl's heart. Her face brightens, and she happily waves him goodbye. Okay, goodbye big brother Chen Shu. He stands quietly in the fading light, watching her small figure disappear inside. That woman had intentionally framed Niu to extort money, but thankfully, he arrived just in time. If he had not stepped in, the poor girl might have been too terrified to ever help anyone again. With the situation completely resolved, a heavy weight lifts from his shoulders. He can finally leave in peace. The moment he steps into his apartment, Chen Shu hangs a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his door. His eyes gleam with absolute determination. Time to grind some alchemy, he mutters excitedly. Without wasting a single second, he opens his alchemy space. He sits in deep meditation, his trusty slime bobbing right beside him. By the afternoon of the next day, Chen Shu is murmuring to himself in a trance. 2 whole days. It is finally done. Instantly, a glowing blue system panel materializes in the air. System notification. Physique and defense increased by 2 points. Both Master and Slime vibrate with sheer excitement. He clenches his fist, feeling the raw energy course through him. With these enhanced stats, I can definitely go toe-to-toe with a Black Iron rank Beast Tamer now. He stretches his arms, feeling the satisfying crack of his joints as the fatigue washes away. Food, sleep, and then. Tomorrow, I hunt down Shi Sunan. Dawn breaks on a brand new day. Chen Shu strolls casually down the bustling street, humming a catchy tune under his breath. I wonder what juicy intel he has for me today. Let us hope it is worth the effort. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, breaking his train of thought. Chen Shu spins around to see who it is. To his surprise, standing right there is Xia Bing. Xia Bing? What are you doing out here? He asks, an eyebrow raised. A bright smile lights up her face. Perfect timing. I was actually looking for you to pay back what I owe. Since you are here, let us settle it right now. Chen Shu puts on his best humble smile, waving his hand dismissively. No rush at all. It is not like I am short on cash. Yet, in the exact same breath, his hand moves like lightning to pull out his phone. So, are we doing bank transfer or hard cash? The sheer audacity hits her like a heavy stun skill. She freezes for 2 solid seconds before sighing in defeat. Bank transfer it is. When I borrowed those 200,000 from you, applying the standard bank interest rate, it should be. Chen Shu swiftly cuts her off. Forget the interest. We are good. Xia Bing stares at him in sheer disbelief. You. Waiving the interest? Chen P, did you hit your head this morning? He flashes a mysteriously smug grin. What? I just genuinely want to help a friend out. Her danger instincts instantly scream. The gears in her head turn rapidly as she senses a massive trap waiting to spring. Her intuition is dead on. Xia Bing has always been Chen Shu's go-to partner in crime. Listen closely, he whispers, his tone turning deadly serious. Based on my analysis, Old Wang is definitely not the mastermind. Someone else is pulling the strings from the shadows. I suspect there are high-level Beast Tamers involved. I cannot handle this scale of firepower alone, so I need you as backup. Xia Bing's eyes spark with battle lust, and she eagerly nods. Fine. Consider this my good deed for the day. Just then, Chen Shu spots their target, Xie Sunan. The informant is casually hacking away at some meat. Hearing his name, Sunan instantly drops the cleaver, rummaging through his pockets to whip out a pair of dark sunglasses. Sliding the shades on to look like an absolute mob boss, Sunan smirks. You are here. Did you bring the cash? Chen Shu flashes a predatory grin. Of course I brought the money. Where are my goods? He lays down his condition. I need to verify the intel first. Sunan confidently holds up 2 pieces of folded paper. Before Chen Shu can even make a move, Xia Bing snatches the papers right out of the informant's hand. It is broad daylight. Are you auditioning for a classic Hong Kong triad movie? Chen Shu is instantly rendered speechless by her aggressive speed. Shaking it off, the two of them huddle together, eyes locked onto the crucial documents. As they read, Sunan breaks down the situation. My intel is flawless. We have confirmed the target is currently hiding out in this abandoned construction site, but consider this a free warning. That place is crawling with rogue Beast Tamers. Walking in there is practically a death wish. The informant's gaze turns ice cold behind his shades. Chen Shu rubs his chin, the gears in his mind spinning. He had anticipated enemy Beast Tamers, but a direct confrontation would be an absolute bloodbath. He turns to his partner, a challenging glint in his eyes. Xia Bing, do you dare to walk into hell? Her expression hardens with absolute resolve. What is there to fear? Her battle spirit instantly ignites. Then let us go. Ridding the city of this scum is our duty. We fear nothing, but fate is a cruel joke. The very second the duo walks away, Sunan's wicked smile returns as he dials a burner phone. Hello? It is me. Chen Shu has already arrived at the abandoned factory. Meanwhile, a sprawling landscape of rusted metal and decaying concrete looms before our heroes. Chen Shu compares the desolate ruins to the photo in his hand. This is the place. Stay sharp. Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoes from the dark interior. Reacting on pure instinct, Chen Shu and Xia Bing dive straight into the dense brush nearby. Someone is coming out. Xia Bing, stay out of sight. A hulking figure named Tian Ba steps into the light, his paranoid eyes scanning the perimeter. In the bushes, our heroes hold their breath, blending perfectly with the shadows. Chen Shu cautiously peeks through the leaves and catches a glimpse of Old Wang lurking deeper inside. Xia Bing nudges him, whispering fiercely, Chen P, what is the play here? Do we take them down right now? Chen Shu shakes his head, his voice barely a breath. Hold your ground. This is the moment to let a true professional strike. A surge of absolute adrenaline floods Chen Shu's eyes. Moving like a phantom, he stealthily creeps up right behind the unsuspecting Tian Ba. But the veteran rogue senses the deadly killing intent, instantly spinning around to flee. Damn it! If I knew it would come to this, I never would have taken that bloody money. But just as Tian Ba's foot lifts off the ground to run, a massive, suffocating shadow completely eclipses the light above his head. Huh? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Chen Shu silently slips a massive sack over his target's head. Blinded and utterly disoriented, Tian Ba stumbles around like a headless chicken. Ah! Let me go! The thug screams. Stepping back, Chen Shu bends his knees, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. With explosive power, he launches a devastating superkick straight at the trapped man. Bam! The impact is absolute. Tian Ba instantly collapses to the ground, completely knocked out cold. Chen Shu stepped forward and yanked off the unconscious man's pants. Bad timing. Xia Bing caught the entire act red-handed. Without missing a beat, he brazenly ripped off his own shirt, causing her face to burn bright red as she let out a piercing scream. Ah, Chen Shu, do you really have to be such a massive pervert? Startled, Chen Shu whipped his head around. Huh? His expression dropped instantly, and he scrambled to clear his name. Oh my god, your mind is entirely in the gutter. He is literally a grown man. Xia Bing stood there, utterly mortified and flustered. Exactly. That is exactly why it is a problem. Chen Shu sighed, completely helpless against her wild imagination. Oh, big sister, I just need a disguise. I am only trying to infiltrate their ranks and scout the situation. What in the world were you thinking? Xiaobing finally connected the dots, her awkwardness fading. Right. I get it now. You did not do anything weird, and I definitely did not think anything weird. Chen Shu swiftly changed into Tianba's clothes. Before heading out, he turned back with a serious gaze. All right, I am going in first. Wait for my signal, and then make your move. Xiaobing tilted her head, confused. What exactly is the signal? Chen Shu just flashed her a confident wink. Halira. With his code word set, he marched straight toward the Scammer Syndicate's hideout. Inside, the heavy hitters were already gathered in a tense meeting. Wenfeng spotted his disguised figure and called out, "Old Wang is back. Perfect timing. We are discussing our next move. Pull up a chair and listen in." Chen Shu offered a silent, obedient nod. "Yeah." Cao Yang leaned forward, his voice dropping into a deadly serious tone. "Brother Wen, we have completely alerted the Spirit Suppression Bureau this time. This job is not going to be a walk in the park." Wenfeng ground his teeth together, his eyes burning with bitter fury. He remembered the brutal old days, risking his life in alternate dimensions just to scrap together 10 or 20,000 coins. Catching the heavy mood, Xiao Chen quickly chimed in to fuel the fire. "Exactly. 10 million is worth risking our necks 100 times over. Besides, without our guild leader around, we cannot even enter the alternate dimensions anymore." Chen Shu stood silently in the corner, absorbing every word. The pieces of the puzzle instantly clicked together. These thugs used to be official Beast Tamers, but after losing their leader, they had stooped down to running cheap scams. Wenfeng's mind raced as he calculated their next survival route. "We definitely cannot leave the city limits right now. Let us lay low in Xiang Town for a while." But right as the plan settled, every single pair of eyes in the room slowly turned and locked dead onto Chen Shu. Kuei Hao tilted his head, his gaze turning cold. "So, what exactly do we do with him?" Wenfeng shrugged, his voice chillingly casual. "Let us just bury him." At those fatal words, the blood completely drained from Chen Shu's face. "You have got to be kidding me. I just sneaked into this base, and I am already getting a one-way ticket to the afterlife?" Ding! The system interface instantly flashed before his eyes, presenting 3 distinct choices. Option 1, scream like a coward. "Boss, please do not kill me." Option 2, lower his voice and threaten them back. Option 3, fake absolute terror. Best of all, every single choice came with a sweet reward. Acting entirely on instinct, Chen Shu stumbled backward in utter panic. His mind spun like a top as he weighed his survival options. While the first 2 rewards were decent, that third prize was an absolute jackpot. Fully committing to the role, Chen Shu shrieked at the top of his lungs. "Wait! Hold on! You cannot do this to me!" Cao Yang and his menacing crew closed the distance, backing Chen Shu into a literal corner. "Look what you guys did! You scared him so badly his voice completely cracked." Cao Yang raised a heavy, threatening fist, a wicked grin twisting his face. "Old Wang, listen carefully. In this brutal world, you only live if you have value. Give us one good reason why we should not end you right here." Chen Shu's heart hammered against his ribs like a wild drum. He stuttered out the first ridiculous excuse his brain could form. Because burying people alive is just not polite." That pathetic excuse only earned him a look of absolute disgust. Cao Yang sneered, turning to his crew. "Would you look at this pathetic trash? He is trembling so hard he cannot even string a basic sentence together." Cao Yang aggressively clapped a hand onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. "Little Chen, why don't you step up and show our friend exactly how impolite we can be?" Chen Shu did not waste a single microsecond playing the hero. He spun on his heels and sprinted for his life. "Somebody save me." But his frantic cries for help only fueled the gang's sadistic amusement. "You actually think you can outrun us?" Chen Shu ignored their taunts, pushing his legs to their absolute limit in a desperate dash for freedom. But out of nowhere, a massive, heavily armored beetle slammed down from above, completely barricading his only escape route. Xiao Chen's sinister, mocking laughter echoed menacingly from behind him. "Why make this so difficult, Old Wang? Would it not be infinitely better if you just laid down and accepted your fate?" The monstrous beetle glared down at Chen Shu, its vicious eyes practically dreaming of swallowing him whole. Just as total despair threatened to crush him, the glorious system notification illuminated his vision. Reward acquired. Violent smash increased by 1. Armor-piercing strike increased by 1. Feeling an explosive surge of new power coursing through his veins, Chen Shu confidently raised his hand high into the air. "Your giant bug might look impressive," he declared boldly. "But my beast is infinitely bigger." Xiao Chen just stood there, freezing in pure confusion, completely unable to process what the cornered man was blabbering about. Rumble! The very earth beneath them suddenly split open. A massive, gelatinous slime burst forth from the concrete, sending violent shockwaves that left the entire gang completely stunned. "What the hell is going on?" Standing tall behind his newly summoned beast, Chen Shu unleashed his command. Execute the violent smash. The massive slime responded instantly. Its gelatinous body expanded rapidly, radiating a blinding, overwhelming surge of magical energy. With dramatic flair, Chen Shu ripped off his disguise mask, revealing a dangerously confident smirk. Such a tragic pity for you guys. That sheer, unadulterated arrogance sent Cao Yang into an explosive rage. He dropped into a fierce combat stance, ready to tear the boy apart. Damn it all. That is definitely not old Wang. A measly level 6 Beast Tamer actually dares to challenge us? Brothers, annihilate him. At his ruthless command, the atmosphere instantly erupted into chaos. Every single thug chanted their incantations, violently summoning their own vicious battle spirits to the field. The sheer terrifying pressure of their beasts actually made Chen Shu break into a cold sweat. Crap, they are packing high-level fire elemental spirits. There is zero chance I can take on this entire squad by myself. Thinking fast, he instantly cancelled his attack sequence. Slime, activate sleep mode. The giant jelly immediately shut its eyes, triggering its absolute defense protocol. Its massive body gigantified into an impenetrable, towering fortress of gel. Cao Yang's battle instinct screamed that something was deeply wrong. Hold your ground. Do not rush in blindly. But it was already far too late. They had danced right into Chen Shu's ultimate distraction. Time to make a grand escape. But right at that crucial second, a massive azure bird cut through the sky, diving straight for him. You are not going anywhere, you little rat. It was Xiao Chen, barking wildly as he rode atop the majestic beast's back. With his back against the wall, Chen Shu frantically roared his final code word. Holly-hoo! Instantly, razor-sharp shards of ice erupted from the freezing air, violently impaling the azure bird's descending talons. Wenfeng stormed forward, his face contorted in absolute rage as he scanned for hidden backup. But emerging gracefully from the shadows was none other than Xia Bing. Chen Shu, are you holding up okay? Chen Shu flashed a brilliant, victorious grin. I am perfectly fine. You take care of that oversized pigeon up there, and leave this guy entirely to me. In a flash of pure adrenaline, Xia Bing's little wolf and the massive azure bird clashed in a spectacular frenzy of fangs and feathers. Meanwhile, Chen Shu began a slow, terrifying advance toward the gang leader. Utter panic finally broke Wenfeng's tough facade as he screamed, "Stay back, do not take another step." A terrifying, villainous grin spreads across Chen Shu's face. Chuckling darkly, he pulls out yet another sack, ready to bag his next victim. His expression twists into something truly diabolical. You actually dared to stab me with a needle? Watch how I make you beg for the sweet release of death. Karma always comes knocking. Chen Shu charges in, unleashing a brutal flurry of strikes upon Wenfeng. The agonizing pain is too much, sending the scammer rolling into unconsciousness. Wenfeng's accomplices stand frozen, completely failing to process the brutal scene. Chen Shu cracks his knuckles and rolls his shoulders. They are up next. Back inside, panic sets in. Songmu has been gone way too long, Wenfeng mutters anxiously. Could something have happened to him out there? That kid is an easy target. But what if they are agents from the Spirit Suppression Bureau? A heavy sense of dread washes over the entire group. Flight mode activated. Forget it. Let us retreat first. Cao Yang points frantically at a nearby exit. There is a back door right here. Hurry up and move. But the moment they rush the exit, they freeze in pure terror. Little Wolf is already waiting in ambush, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. Refusing to back down, Wenfeng scoffs at the level 6 contracted spirit. Upon his command, a fire elemental and a wild boar charge forward in a synchronized assault. Engulfed in a blazing inferno, Little Wolf instantly loses its bearings. The battlefield turns chaotic as the heat distorts its senses. Taking advantage, the wild boar violently rams its massive head directly into the wolf. Blood sprays from Little Wolf's mouth, leaving Xia Bing utterly heartbroken at the brutal sight. Desperate for her ice wolf, she turns to Chen Shu for a battle plan. He simply flashes a confident smirk. Just help me lock them down for a moment. Understood. Xia Bing channels her icy energy, her hands glowing with power. She fires a supportive buff to Little Wolf, while simultaneously freezing the fire elemental and wild boar in their tracks. The strain is immense as she struggles to maintain the icy hold. Hurry it up! I cannot hold them back much longer, she cries out. This is exactly the opening he waited for, Chen Shu shouts with absolute triumph. Activating its attack skill, the slime violently shatters the wall and bursts onto the scene. Showing zero mercy, the massive slime crushes the two enemy spirits beneath its overwhelming weight. Wenfeng curses in blind rage. A mere level 6 contracted spirit dares to challenge us? Black Boar, activate Berserk, he commands. The beast hears the order, but its massive body remains completely pinned under the gelatinous mountain. A full minute passes in dead silence. Wenfeng and Cao Yang watch in absolute helpless despair. The slime presses down harder, forcing a pathetic squeal from the trapped boar. Squeal, squeal. Moments later, the once fierce beast is reduced to whimpering, thick puffs of smoke blowing uselessly from its snout. The color drains from both scammers' faces. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's smug grin only grows wider. Well, gentlemen, are you not feeling a little awkward right now? He shakes his head mockingly. All right, save your energy. Just stop struggling and obediently accept your absolute defeat. To her utter shock, he suddenly whips out 2 more suspicious sacks. Where in the world did you get those reeking urine bags? Xiaobing asks. Ignoring her, he mercilessly shoves the foul bags right over their heads. That ruthless move alone is enough to turn her face pale. Thrilled with his victory, Chen Shu dials his phone. Hello, Uncle Wang? Hurry to the West City. I caught the black market scammers. And just like that, they spend the entire day trapped at the Spirit Suppression Bureau. But stepping out into the late-night air, Chen Shu looks thoroughly satisfied. Consider this mess completely resolved. My innocence is finally proven, he declares proudly. Right on cue, a glowing taxi pulls up before the victorious duo. Turning to Xiaobing, he offers a smooth invitation. My ride is here. However, I need to make a quick stop at the Beast Tamer Association. Care to join me? She politely shakes her head. No thanks, I need to head home for dinner. With a casual wave, Chen Shu slides into the back seat. I will head out first then. See you at the opening ceremony. Xiaobing nods in agreement. Under the starry night sky, the vehicle speeds off into the distance. In no time at all, the cab parks right outside the Grand Beast Tamer Association. Stepping out, Chen Shu practically radiates ecstatic energy. Hehehe, not only did he perfectly crush those scammers, but he is also about to pocket a massive bounty of 100,000. Life is simply amazing, but suddenly, a massive, incredibly familiar back catches his eye in the lobby. Wait, is that not Sunan? The burly man swiftly turns around, batting his sparkling eyes and puckering his supposedly seductive lips. The horrifying sight sends a cold shiver straight down Chen Shu's spine. Xie Sunan. Barely hiding his sheer dread, Chen Shu grabs the man by the shoulder with a strained, terribly forced smile. What in the world are you doing here? Did your pork butcher business suddenly expand into the Beast Tamer Association? Raising his chin haughtily, the large man barks out his response. I am here, checking the mission boards. This explosive revelation knocks Chen Shu off balance completely. You? You are actually a beast tamer? His outright disbelief visibly strikes a nerve in the butcher. Do you have a problem with that? Being a beast tamer makes selling meat entirely reasonable, he huffs angrily. Chen Shu waves his hands in hasty surrender. Right, entirely reasonable. Seeing him submit so obediently, Sunan finally drops his defensive posture. Go do your business. Chen Shu flashes an incredibly relieved grin. Oh, sure, thanks man. He strides up to the receptionist and presents a card containing all his basic information. This is the solid proof provided by the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Continuing with unwavering confidence, he declares, I am here to turn in my mission. The receptionist, Tian Yu, meticulously scans the card's details. Understood. Please wait 1 moment. Looking back up, he warmly announces the incredible news. Sir, your mission to investigate the fake medicine merchants has been successfully completed. The bounty of 100,000 spirit crystals will be automatically transferred directly to your card. Rubbing his hands together enthusiastically, Chen Shu replies, Thank you very much. Overhearing that staggering amount, Sunan freezes in utter stupidity before violently cursing out loud. Holy shit, that mission paid 100,000? Spitting furiously everywhere, the butcher immediately opens his mouth to demand a cut. You sneaky middleman, hand over 50,000. Chen Shu's face instantly drained of color. Massive drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Crap, he completely forgot this guy was still here. But the panic only lasted a split second in his mind. Chen Shu forcefully jabbed his finger into the man's chest and roared. Sneaky? Do you have any idea what I just went through out there? 5 thugs. He completely reversed the interrogation, his tone dripping with the venom of a 1,000-year blood feud. 5 vicious criminals. Do you know what kind of hell I survived today? Do you? The one who put his life on the line against those 5 monsters was me. His acting skills were absolute perfection. He even thumped his own chest, playing the ultimate victim. The total bounty was 100,000. And you dare demand 50,000 for just an information fee? No way. If anything, you owe me at least 10,000. Sunan was left utterly speechless, his thick brows knitting together in sheer disbelief. Bro, can you drop the Oscar-winning performance? He did not even have the energy to argue anymore. Cut the crap. Without my intel, could you have ever caught them? Chen Shu waved his hand with a dramatically reluctant sigh. Fine, fine. I will give you a little extra then. Who asked you to be my sworn brother? With that, he gave the man a firm pat on the shoulder. My good brother, the hour grows late. I shall take my leave first. Before Sunan could even process what had just happened, Chen Shu had bolted, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust. The informant's furious roar echoed down the hallway after him. Damn it, that little brat played me again. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was grinning so smugly his facial structure practically warped. When it came to swindling, he was the undisputed king. Under the clear blue sky, he sat triumphantly beneath a massive red banner. It read, Premium Potions, Spirit Suppression Bureau Certified. He was peddling his wares to the endless crowd without pausing for breath. Over the next 10 days, that official bureau certification worked like absolute magic. Chen Shu's potions vanished from the black market shelves in the blink of an eye. This massive shift lined his pockets with an astronomical sum of wealth. Marching into the grand hall of the Beast Tamer Association, his heavy backpack slung over one shoulder, he placed his order with the aura of a tycoon. However many strength flowers you have left in the vault, I am buying out the entire stock. In a flash, this previously broke alchemist swept up a mountain of precious strength flowers. The sheer volume of his purchase forced the receptionist to flash a flawless 10 out of 10 professional smile. We deeply appreciate your patronage, sir. By ruthlessly exploiting the massive profit margins of potion crafting, Chen Shu had amassed a staggering 3 million huaxia coins. However, his aggressive monopoly on the flowers had just painted a massive target on his back. Night gradually descended upon the towering headquarters of the Xiaxing Potion Company. Inside a dimly lit boardroom, a man's furious roar shattered the silence. Our strength potion sales have plummeted by a catastrophic 70% this month. Investigate this instantly. The furious CEO slammed his fist against the mahogany table, trembling with absolute rage. I want to know exactly which suicidal fool dared to snatch food right out of the Xiaxing Potion Company's mouth. Meanwhile, safely back in his room, Chen Shu was deeply engrossed in tinkering with a pile of glowing test tubes. His loyal slime snored peacefully by his side. Suddenly, his phone shattered the quiet focus. The glowing screen displayed a truly bizarre notification. Dolly, the lone wolf, wishes to pair with you. Chen Shu stared at the screen, utterly baffled. What kind of twisted game was his best friend playing now? Before he could process it, another notification pinged. Fatty apologizes. You are completely unworthy. Veins popped on Chen Shu's forehead. Without a second thought, he immediately dialed Zhang Dali's number. The dial tone connected, blasting a ringback tune so incredibly cringe-worthy that it made Chen Shu's blood boil. I love your lonely silhouette, drifting through the dark alleys. I love your unyielding pride. I love how you conquer despair, refusing to shed a single tear. The moment the call connected, a deafening shout nearly shattered his eardrums. Dolly, what the hell are you doing? The voice on the other end answered with a helpless sigh. Oh, my bad. I clicked the wrong button. I was aiming to match with Lan Yayi. Anyway, ignore those minor details. I am heading to the capital tomorrow. Are you coming or what? It is the perfect timing. We can tag along with Sister Fong Si. The moment Zhang Dali finished speaking, a glowing blue system panel instantly materialized before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Travel to the capital with Zhang Dali. Option 2. Remain behind to build and expand your street stall empire. His eyes narrowed intensely at the glowing text, sinking into deep thought. Since when was this even a choice worth debating? Besides, he had just raked in an absolute fortune. Taking a little vacation out of the city sounded perfect right about now. A confident smirk crossed his face as he quickly agreed. All right, let us head out tomorrow. I have absolutely nothing tying me down anyway. Having achieved his true goal, Zhang Dali's greedy intentions finally leaked out. Perfect. See you tomorrow then. Oh, by the way, I am completely broke. You better bring enough travel funds to cover your best, bro. Thick veins violently bulged on Chen Shu's forehead. So this was his shameless scheme all along. A mischievous cackle echoed through the phone speaker. Heh, I got stuff to do. Hanging up now. See you tomorrow. Left with zero options, Chen Shu could only exhale a long, defeated sigh. This Zhang Dali was a bigger swindler than he was. Since they were rolling out tomorrow, he needed to start packing his arsenal immediately. Humming a casual tune, he began shoving fresh clothes and vital gear into his storage bag. It was time to prepare for the next grand stage. The very next day brought absolutely perfect weather. A boundless, crystal-clear azure sky stretched out as golden sunlight bathed the world. As the heavy steel train slowly rumbled down the tracks, Zhang Dali sat slouched in his seat, whining relentlessly. Chen Pai, you cheapskate. Why on earth did you not book us plane tickets? Tilting his head back with the tranquil aura of a seasoned monk, Chen Shu began spouting utter nonsense. The modern man lives with far too much haste. This blindingly fast-paced world forces us to lose our true selves. We must learn the profound art of slowing down. Zhang Dali rolled his eyes, utterly disgusted by the fake enlightenment. Speak human, you fraud. Dropping the act instantly, Chen Shu clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. Plane tickets are way too damn expensive. Throwing an arm over his best friend's shoulder, Chen Shu tried to smooth things over. Come on, relax. Riding the train is a solid experience. Besides, are we not arriving soon anyway? Zhang Dali shot his cheapskate friend a soul-dead glare. Are you out of your mind? Your definition of soon is 8 agonizing hours. The train's intercom crackles to life, announcing their final approach to Bailey City. But Chen Shu is entirely focused on his own jokes. Ha ha ha. You have got to be kidding me. He laughs, completely carefree. Suddenly, a desperate scream shatters the peaceful atmosphere. Help me, he stole my bag, a woman cries out, instantly killing Chen Shu's laughter. Ding! The system panel materializes right in front of him. 2 familiar choices flash alongside their shiny rewards. Option 1. Step up and crush the criminal. Option 2. Close his eyes and pretend to sleep. Time is ticking. He spots the desperate thief sprinting directly toward their carriage. Without a second thought, Chen Shu reaches into his bag, pulling out a massive burlap sack with deadpan seriousness. Dolly leans over, blinking in utter confusion. Whoa, Chenpai, what in the world are you doing? Dolly asks. A confident smirk spreads across Chen Shu's face as he holds the sack high. I am delivering justice to the people. Dolly suddenly catches a glimpse of a bizarre metal claw hidden inside the rough fabric. The very second the thief sprints past their seats, a massive shadow completely engulfs his vision. Before the criminal can even process what is happening, the rough sack swallows him whole. Absolute panic sets in as total darkness surrounds him. Who is it? Let me go, he screams in terror. Too bad no one bothers to answer his desperate pleas. Instead, the heavy metal claw swings down, slamming directly into his skull with zero mercy. Clang! The metallic impact rings out so loudly it could probably be heard across the Pacific Ocean. Chen Shu and Dolly happily high-five over their brutal masterpiece. Absolute perfection. The dynamic duo hands the stolen purse back to the shaken victim, while 2 train guards drag the dizzy thief away. Qinghan bows repeatedly, her face filled with endless gratitude. Thank you both so much. I cannot thank you enough, she repeats. But as she finally looks up, something strangely familiar catches her eye. Recognition instantly flashes across Qinghan's face. She realizes exactly who her saviors are. Wait, it is you guys? She gasps. Chen Shu and Dolly just stare blankly at her, completely clueless. Chen Shu curls his lip, thoroughly unimpressed. He clicks his tongue repeatedly, letting out sounds of absolute disdain. He casually drops a hilariously arrogant line, instantly making Qinghan's blood boil. Look, I know my charm is overwhelming, but please, do not use such an outdated method to hit on me. Dolly watches this awkward exchange play out. He finally realizes that his best friend genuinely has no idea who this girl is. He quickly tugs on Chen Shu's sleeve and whispers frantically, Bro, that is the loan shark girl. Chen Shu blinks in utter shock, leaving Dolly completely helpless. Huh? I loaned money to people? When did I ever do that? Dolly is completely speechless. He forces himself to jog the idiot's memory. No, she is the girl you walked past, covered your face, and chanted that you could not see. Dolly's painful reminder finally does the trick. The gears in Chen Shu's brain turn as the memory of that day floods back. So it really was her. Meanwhile, Qinghan stands there frozen, completely stunned that he had forgotten her existence. You really do not remember me at all? Chen Shu frowns, defending his logic without missing a single beat. Hey, I told you back then. If I said I did not see anything, then I absolutely did not see anything. She huffs angrily, crossing her arms. Well, thankfully noble heroes like you decided to just walk away that day. Of course, Chen Shu refuses to lose a verbal spar. Hey, debts must be paid. That is just the law of the universe. Pushing their awkward past aside, her curiosity finally takes over. By the way, are you two heading to the capital city as well? Dolly, busy wrestling with their chaotic luggage, turns his head to answer. Exactly. We are going to take the entrance exam for Zhuling University. Qinghan smiles warmly, acting as if their little argument had never even happened. Ah, that makes perfect sense. No wonder you two came so fully prepared. But Chen Shu absolutely refuses to let the topic slide. He narrows his eyes suspiciously. Wait a minute. Tell me you are not running to the capital just to dodge your debts? The blunt accusation makes her jump like a frightened cat, clearly striking a nerve. Her face turns entirely crimson as her eyes desperately dart away in panic. No way. My debts are completely paid off. I am just here for a simple vacation. Dolly laughs awkwardly, quickly slapping his hand over Chen Shu's big mouth before he can cause a diplomatic disaster. Please ignore him. The wind just knocked his brain loose. With the crisis averted, the 3 of them settle into their seats. Dolly smoothly takes over the conversation. Right, so you are here for sightseeing. Time flows rapidly, and soon the dark curtain of night swallows the southern capital station. Stepping outside the bustling terminal, the 2 boys wave their final goodbyes to Qinghan. It was genuinely fun chatting with you today. If fate allows, we will definitely meet again. Take care. With that chapter closed, the dynamic duo casually strolls away into the neon-lit city. But the peace does not last long. A sudden, sharp voice cuts through the night air, instantly snapping their attention backward. Look at those legs. The two oblivious idiots instantly light up, their eyes scanning the area like radar dishes. Where? Who has nice legs? Suddenly, a menacing shadow shoots directly behind them. Dali's jaw hits the floor in absolute shock. Without warning, a brutal flying kick launches Chen Shu straight into the air. Damn it. Are we being mugged? Not giving him a single second to recover, Fang Xi delivers another vicious smack straight to the back of his head. Smack! Chen Shu furiously spins around, spitting fire. You bastard! Who dares to jump me in public? Let me tell you something. You are currently provoking the most ruthless tyrant of Nanjiang. Slap. Another painful strike echoes through the street, instantly extinguishing every last ounce of the young man's fake tough guy aura. The ruthless tyrant of Nanjiang. Huh? Chen Shu is in so much pain that genuine tears prick his eyes. He hugs his battered head defensively. Okay, enough. That is enough. But the merciless beating is far from over. He desperately screams out for his only ally. Zhang Dali, save me right now. His reward is another heavy knock straight to his skull. His pride shatters. Sister Fang Xi, I am so sorry, I was wrong. Sister Fang Xi, I am so sorry, I was wrong. Fang Xi plants her hands on her hips, looking down at the groveling boy with pure disdain. Little brat, do you finally realize your mistake? Her sharp eyebrows rise dangerously with every single sarcastic syllable. I thought you were supposed to be incredibly brave. Taking full advantage of the power shift, Dali eagerly sneaks up from behind to play the snitch. Sister Fang Xi, Chen Pi has gotten way too arrogant lately. You absolutely need to teach him a harsh lesson. Hearing this, Chen Shu viciously grinds his teeth at his traitorous best friend. Boiling with rage, he launches a swift kick right at Dali's backside. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Dali frantically dodges, screaming for his life. Sister Fang Xi, protect me. Watching the two clowns mess around, a soft giggle finally breaks her tough exterior. She steps in to stop the chaos. All right, stop fighting you two. Sister is treating you to a good meal tonight. The two starving boys immediately agree in perfect unison. Yes, please. Soon, they arrive at a bustling night market, surrounded by crowds enjoying heavenly street food under the glittering starry sky. Taking a seat at their small plastic table, Fang Xi locks her serious gaze onto Chen Shu. Chen Pai, let us talk. I heard you finally awakened as a Beast Tamer, and even made it into Nanjiang High's special class. Chen Shu twirls his meat skewer with a cocky grin. What can I say? A genius like me just cannot stay hidden for long. Fang Xi instantly crosses her arms, her expression turning dead serious. Cut the nonsense. Bragging about talent in front of me? Have you no shame? She challenges him to prove his worth by getting into the elite Huaxia Academy. Without missing a beat, Chen Shu makes a bold promise. Just watch me. I will crush that entrance exam. Dali enthusiastically slaps Chen Shu on the shoulder. Now that is what I like to hear. Such fierce ambition. We will be waiting for you in the capital. As the laughter settles, Chen Shu's tone turns serious. By the way, Sister Fang Xi, were you not taking on a mission in an alternate dimension? She gives a nonchalant nod. Yeah, I got back 2 days ago. Slayed a 3-star Black Iron Lord tier creature. Chen Shu practically chokes on his spit. A 3-star Black Iron Lord? He knows exactly what that means. The Black Iron realm is divided into 3-star tiers, with 3 being the absolute peak. One more breakthrough, and she steps into the legendary silver rank. How can she say that so casually? Just recently, they were nearly wiped out by a measly 1-star Black Iron Ice Rabbit. But before they can celebrate, an obnoxious voice shatters the mood. Well. If it is not the infamous and mighty Fang Xi, Bai Yuan stumbles over, his face flushed with cheap alcohol. Ziyi and Wang Qi struggle to hold up their drunk boss. Bai Yuan sneers, mocking her for finally eating with men. And 2 of them at once, no less. Pure disgust instantly washes over Fang Xi's face. The atmosphere drops below freezing. Panicking, Ziyi violently slaps a hand over his boss's mouth. Wang Qi jumps in front, sweating bullets. Sister Fang Xi, it is a massive misunderstanding. Our boss just had way too much to drink, but the clueless Bai Yuan savagely slaps his minion's hand away. Why are you scared of this witch? Her beast-taming squad is not even here to protect her. Surprisingly, Fang Xi just flashes a chillingly polite smile. It is fine. Just take him away. Bai Yuan points a shaky finger at her, roaring with arrogant laughter. See? I told you she would not dare touch me. Ziyi practically drags the drunken fool away before he can dig his grave any deeper. Wang Qi bows apologetically. We will be taking our leave now, Sister Fang Xi. The second they turn their backs, Fang Xi shoots a deadly look at Chen Shu. He catches the signal instantly, a wicked smirk forming on his face. Without a word, he slips her the legendary stealth attack sack. Fang Xi kicks off the ground. Her sneakers tear through the wind with terrifying speed. She locks onto her target like a predator hunting its prey. Bai Yuan is still busy running his mouth to his lackeys. He is completely oblivious to the shadow of death looming right behind him. Fang Xi does not hesitate for a split second. Before Bai Yuan can even finish his sentence, total darkness consumes him. The sack drops over his head, leaving his two goons paralyzed with absolute terror. Seizing the moment, Fang Xi unleashes a brutal barrage of devastating punches. Ziyi and Wang Qi turn pale as ghosts, stammering in shock. Yi Yu. She throws them a terrifying glare. What? You want to step in and save your boss? Of course. Those cowards do not dare to move an inch. They can only stand there, fists clenched in pathetic, helpless fury. Ripping the sack off his head, Bai Yuan explodes with absolute wrath. Fang Xi. He violently channels his energy, summoning his beast spirit into the alley. Do you have a death wish? But Fang Xi just scoffs, treating his deadly threat like an absolute joke. A death wish? Do you think trash like you is even worthy of saying those words to me? With a fierce shout, she summons her own contracted spirit. Come out, Crimson Flame Dragon. The massive fire beast erupts onto the scene, roaring viciously at the pathetic Bai Yuan. Compared to her legendary dragon, his summoned snake looks like a pathetic earthworm. Before the snake can even hiss, the Crimson Flame Dragon crushes it beneath its massive claws. It thrashes the enemy spirit around brutally, slamming it into the pavement over and over again like a cheap chew toy. The battered snake is finally tossed aside, letting out one weak hiss before passing out completely. Meanwhile, Fang Xi delivers a devastating spinning kick right into Bai Yuan's face. Absolute trash. Dali and Chen Shu stand completely frozen. Their jaws drop to the floor as they witness the one-sided massacre. Dusting off her hands, she casually turns back to her stunned juniors. Show is over, let us head back. Chen Shu and Dali strut past the unconscious Bai Yuan, throwing him a look of pure disgust. What a loser. Left in the dirt, the humiliated Bai Yuan throws a furious tantrum, violently kicking the nearby trash cans. Later, back in the safety of their hotel room, Chen Shu speaks up. So, those clowns from tonight, were they seriously your classmates? He sits cross-legged on the bed, still utterly confused. How can they be that pathetically weak? You completely destroyed him, and he could not even land a single scratch on you. Fang Xi leans back, resting her head on her hands with a smug smirk. Most of my classmates are weaker than me. That was barely a warm-up. Speechless, Chen Shu just throws up a slow, respectful thumbs up. But Fang Xi's smirk fades into a serious warning. Listen closely. Do not try to pull the stunts I just did. If you run into them in the next few days, you run away instantly. With your current strength, you absolutely cannot beat them in a real fight. Dali and Chen Shu nod in perfect unison. Crystal clear. Do not worry about us. Having delivered her warning, Fang Xi stands up and heads for the door. All right, I am heading back to my room. Get some sleep, boys. Tomorrow I will give you the grand tour of the capital. The literal second the door clicks shut, Dali aggressively faceplants into his mattress. I am exhausted. Night. Less than 1 second later, earth-shattering snores rattle the room, leaving Chen Shu utterly bewildered. Rolling his eyes at his friend's instant coma, Chen Shu kicks off his shoes and crawls under the covers. Whatever. I need to recharge too. But 2 agonizing hours pass, and Chen Shu is still staring intensely at the ceiling. Sleep completely evades him. Frustrated, he throws off the blankets and sits up. Screw it. Maybe a midnight stroll will help clear my head. Even in the dead of night, the capital streets are buzzing with restless energy. Chen Shu blends into the neon-lit crowd, completely amazed. The capital really hits different. It is pitch black out, and the city is still alive. Suddenly, something in the corner of his eye halts him in his tracks. A shady little shop named Old Ghost Sundries is still burning the midnight oil. He steps inside, his gaze instantly locking onto the glowing display cases. Beast Taming Pearls. These glowing orbs are the crystallized hearts of mutated demonic beasts. Consuming one instantly skyrockets a tamer's spiritual power. However, they are strictly meant for black iron rank and above. Barely containing his excitement, Chen Shu points at the glass. Hey boss, how much for this basic tier beast taming pearl? The shopkeeper, a shady old man named Ma Kui, does not even look up from his ledger. 500,000. Chen Shu's soul practically leaves his body. 500,000? Are you robbing me? What about that iron tier beast taming pearl? He pushed the bidding to a staggering 600,000. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's gaze locked onto a mysterious glass bottle. A massive, awe-inspiring spirit suddenly materialized within Chen Shu's mind. The sheer scale of it was breathtaking. Is a Lord-tier Qiongfeng Eagle's heart really worth 2 million? He stood completely frozen, lost in pure confusion. Because right at that exact moment, the glowing system interface flashed before his eyes. The system's holographic screen flashes before his eyes. Option 1. Walk away and claim a top-tier flame potion. Option 2. Buy the Hurricane Eagle's heart and secure the legendary Countershock skill book. Option 3. Expose the merchant's prized artifact as a mere wild boar bone. The reward? A mid-level beast-taming power boost. Chen Shu grits his teeth at the absurd choices. Isn't this damn system practically forcing him to buy that 2 million yuan heart? His mind races as he calculates the absolute value of the materials. The Hurricane Eagle's heart has a rare chance. It can trigger his contracted spirit to awaken a devastating innate talent. But there is one massive problem. If he empties every single pocket he has, he only possesses exactly 2 million Huaxia yuan to his name. The other rewards pale in comparison to that skill book. Breaking his train of thought, Ma Gui's patience finally snaps. The shady merchant begins to shoo him away. Look here, little brother. We both know you cannot afford this. If you are not buying, then get lost. Do not stand here ruining my precious business. Caught in this awkward bind, Chen Shu can only scratch his head with a sheepish grin. Who says I am not buying? I am merely studying its magnificent quality. In that split second, clarity strikes him like lightning. Money is just a worldly possession. Gaining a permanent, overpowered skill is infinitely more important. He dramatically sweeps his hand across the gleaming display cabinets. I will take this one. And that one. In fact, I want every single top-tier herb in this entire shop. Throw in all the beast-taming pearls from the next store over while you are at it. The old man's grumpy attitude vanishes in a heartbeat. You want absolutely everything? A cheeky flush spreads across Chen Shu's face as he delivers the punchline. I do not want a single one of them. He then points a deadly serious finger at the glass jar. I only want that heart. The jar sits proudly on an elevated wooden shelf. It is displayed majestically above rows of incredibly rare, glowing herbs. The merchant practically beams with joy as he hands over the precious cargo. Honored guest, here is your prize. Chen Shu forces a polite smile as he grabs the jar. Outwardly, he nods coolly. But internally, his soul is screaming and weeping waterfalls. That is 2 entire million yuan gone in a flash. The moment the transaction clears, Chen Shu summons his contracted spirit. He shoves the outrageously expensive heart directly in front of his slime. Little gold, swallow this down. Before his sentence even finishes, the slime gulps the legendary treasure whole. Gulp! Ma Gui watches the scene unfold with absolute horror. Who in their right mind feeds a 2 million yuan artifact to a trash F-rank slime? The merchant's jaw hits the floor. Are the wealthy elites of this era truly this insanely reckless? Having digested a fortune, Little Gold lets out a deeply satisfied burp. Chen Shu instantly summons the slime system interface. His eyes widen in absolute shock. It actually awakens the Windbreath talent. The glowing blue holographic screen floods with freshly updated data. The details of the overpowered new skill blaze before his eyes. Reading the majestic stats, a triumphant grin spreads across Chen Shu's face. 2 million yuan. It was completely worth it. Outside, the crystal-clear blue sky stretches over the towering cityscape. 3 peaceful days vanish in the blink of an eye. Fang Xi now leads Chen Shu and Zhang Dali on an exclusive tour. They are walking through the legendary grounds of the Huaxia Academy. Down in the colossal arena, terrifying A-rank contracted spirits clash in an earth-shattering battle. Witnessing the sheer, devastating power of Huaxia's elites changes everything. A fire ignites in Chen Shu's chest. He is going to conquer this academy. Another 3 days slip away under the radiant morning sun. Inside their dim hotel room, Zhang Dali is already fully geared up for battle. He gently nudges his best friend, who is currently snoring like a dead log. Chen Pai, I am heading to the examination grounds, he whispers. Chen Shu violently forces one heavy eyelid open to mutter his support. Give them hell out there. I will be waiting for your victory news. Dali turns and marches out, leaving Chen Shu to immediately dive back into dreamland. Hours pass as the blazing golden sun sweeps across the apartment floor. Eventually, the light begins to sink behind the concrete jungle of towering skyscrapers. And yet, the future master of the academy is still drooling onto his pillow. Chen Shu remains utterly dead to the world. Suddenly, an obnoxiously loud ringtone shatters the peaceful silence. Groaning in pure agony, a blind hand shoots out from under the blankets. He desperately fumbles to silence the screaming phone. The absolute second he swipes to answer, Zhang Dali's terrified roar explodes from the speaker. Chen P. Code Red. Absolute emergency. I have been cornered in the streets. Beep, beep, beep. The screen goes pitch black. The call is brutally cut off. Sleep vanishes from Chen Shu's eyes instantly as he vaults over the bed. Like a loaded spring, he blasts out of the hotel room. Moments later, beneath the blood-orange hue of the setting sun, the screeching of tires echoes as a taxi violently slams its brakes by the curb. Chen Shu kicks the door open before the car even fully stops. His furious gaze locks onto the mob surrounding Zhang Dali. Without a single ounce of fear, his voice booms across the street. Dali! He violently shoves his way through the suffocating crowd of gossipers. What in the hell is going on here? The smug punk blocking their path takes one look at Chen Shu's disheveled state and sneers. He points a mocking finger at the breathless hero. Is this the legendary backup you were bragging about? Your grand army of thousands is just this one pathetic kid? A terrifying, suffocating, killing intent erupts in Chen Shu's eyes. Cut the absolute garbage. Who the hell are you people? Even as he barks the threat, his tactical mind is already scanning the enemy. One glance is all it takes to read the situation. The plump kid in front is clearly a spoiled young master, dripping in old money. But the towering, muscle-bound bodyguards flanking him, they are the real danger. Not keeping him in suspense, the arrogant youth puffs out his chest with sickening pride. Who am I? You better wash your ears and listen closely. I am Chu Dabai of the legendary Chu family from the capital. He glares daggers at Zhang Dali. This big-mouth brother of yours dared to humiliate me. Right in the middle of the examination, he openly claimed he would crush me. Chen Shu's brain crunches the numbers. A physical brawl is risky, but not impossible. He needs more intel to turn the tides. Feigning complete innocence, he asks aloud, "Oh, and what was the glorious result?" Seizing the ultimate opening for emotional damage, Zhang Dali proudly declares, "The result? I absolutely destroyed him. I ranked 5th, and this loser placed 50th. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu bursts into a hysterical, gut-busting fit of laughter. Wiping a tear of joy from his eye, Chen Shu shrugs mockingly. Well, I see absolutely zero problems here. He promised to crush you, and he delivered flawlessly. Keeping his word is the highest form of respect, isn't it? You can almost hear the agonizing crack of Chu Dabai's fragile ego shattering. Tears of utter humiliation well up in the young master's eyes. Boiling with unholy rage, he finally explodes. Shut your damn mouths. I am giving you street rats exactly 2 choices to pay for this. Option 1, you fight a death match against my elite bodyguards. Or option 2, you face the wrath of my contracted spirit. Ignoring the terrifying threat completely, the 2 best friends instantly turn their backs to huddle up. Lowering his voice, Chen Shu urgently whispers his brilliant strategy. In a life-or-death scenario like this, why didn't you just call Sister Fang Xi? A look of sheer despair washes over Zhang Dali's face. I already did. But she is ignoring her phone. We are completely on our own. He glared at them, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Have you made up your minds yet? Right at that moment, a translucent system panel materialized before his eyes. Option 1. Accept the challenge and emerge victorious. Reward. Slime's resistance increases by 10%. Option 2. Flee from the battle to gain a massive defense boost. Option 3. Launch a sneak attack on Dabai while his guards are distracted. Reward. Slime's speed increases by 5%. Instantly switching to serious mode, he probed for information. Tell me, what exactly is your power level? Just a level 8 Beast Tamer, Dabai replied with fake humility. Yet, his eyes burned with overwhelming arrogance and absolute disdain. Hearing this, cold sweat rolled down Chen Shu's face. This guy was no easy target. Back home, Xu Xiaoyu was already the top dog, and she was only level 7. To reach level 8 at this age, the power gap between Nanjiang and the capital was terrifyingly huge. Plus, those bodyguards looked incredibly tough to deal with. Gritting his teeth, he finally made his choice. Whatever, he had to take the gamble. It was the perfect chance to see how strong Slime had become after devouring his 2 million. The air grew heavy with explosive tension as their eyes locked. Fine, he declared with a freezing tone. I accept your challenge. Dabai smirked and whispered to his men. Did you look into their backgrounds? Are they safe to crush? The guard nodded quickly. Absolutely. They are just nobodies from a tiny southern city. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was urgently plotting with his friend. Dali, watch the situation closely, he ordered. If things go south, you run. Do not look back under any circumstances. Dali gave a firm grunt of agreement. Stepping into their battle positions, both tamers unleashed their spiritual energy. In perfect sync, they summoned their contract spirits. A blinding light erupted from Dabai's side. But as the dust settled, an absurdly fat flying pig appeared, looking completely ridiculous. Chen Shu desperately slapped a hand over his mouth to muffle his laughter. I never expected your grace to possess such a rare, flying contract spirit. Dabai's face turned violently red from the blatant mockery. Laugh all you want. I will make you beg for mercy soon enough, he roared. But Chen Shu completely lost it, laughing until his jaw ached. Ha ha ha. Hold on. I actually feel terrible right now, he gasped out. I am laughing so hard I'm getting cramps. Give me a second. Driven into absolute madness, Dabai pointed a trembling finger at Chen Shu. He ruthlessly commanded his spirit to obliterate him. Obeying its master's wrath, the beast began to gather a terrifying amount of energy. In the blink of an eye, it launched a massive, devastating energy sphere straight at his spirit. Caught completely off guard, he froze in sheer shock. Thank the heavens. Slime leaped forward just in time. absorbing the devastating blow. Giving them no room to breathe, the flying pig unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts. Dabai threw his head back and cackled. Ha ha ha. Looks like your pathetic defeat is near. Annoyance flared in Chen Shu's eyes. A suffocating, murderous aura suddenly erupted from his entire being. Sensing its master's intent, Slime instantly fortified its defensive barrier. With a powerful sweep, it deflected the incoming barrage, clearing the battlefield. Chen Shu's mind raced with rapid calculations. If they kept playing defense, total defeat was inevitable. Furrowing his brows, he made a desperate choice. They had to try the impossible. Establishing a deep telepathic link with him, the creature entered a state of absolute frenzy. Launching forward like a cannonball, it rained continuous attacks down upon the flying pig. Dabai reacted instantly, roaring with a triumphant sneer. I have been ready for that pathetic trick all along. Slime's entire body suddenly expanded rapidly, multiplying 6 times its normal size. It now stood like a colossal, towering mountain of gelatin, right before the enemy spirit. Yet, the arrogant tamer looked as if everything was going exactly according to his grand design. Lucky for me, I already predicted you would pull a stunt like that. Just as Slime hurled its massive weight forward to crush its target, he commanded his contract spirit to activate its shrinking skill. White smoke instantly enveloped the beast, signaling its rapid recovery state. Emerging refreshed, it furiously threw another barrage of energy spheres right at Slime. From the sidelines, Dali cracked his knuckles and shouted out, Chen P, what is the play here? Are we making a run for it? Chen Shu quickly raised a hand, signaling him to hold his ground. Do not panic. I still have one last trick up my sleeve. He then gripped a glowing stream of energy that perfectly matched his spirit's aura, while the flying pig was blinded by its own relentless assault. Slime opened its mouth wide, silently gathering power for its wind breath technique. Clueless about the impending doom, the enemy beast just stood there, completely wide open. Dabai, still oblivious to the danger, let out a disdainful scoff. You still refuse to run? What could you possibly do now? But Slime was already moving, perfectly executing its master's tackle command. The flying pig suddenly found itself paralyzed, entirely unable to move. Seizing the perfect opening, Slime channeled all its might and unleashed the brutal crush. Pinned down in the blink of an eye, his spirit let out a miserable, pathetic squeal. Dabai watched in sheer, unadulterated horror at the nightmare unfolding before him. In stark contrast to his panicked opponent, Chen Shu let out a long sigh of relief. A triumphant thought echoed in his mind. I cannot believe combining 3 completely unrelated skills actually worked. He quickly analyzed the explosive combo. Wind breath locked down the trajectory. Tackle provided the overwhelming explosive momentum. And brutal crush delivered the devastating mid-air raw power. Hands on his hips, Chen Shu flashed the ultimate winner's smirk. Fusing them together created the perfect counterattack. Absolutely flawless. His blood boiling with absolute fury, Dabai screamed at the top of his lungs. You damn country bumpkin. How dare you lay a finger on my contract spirit? Taking the hint, the 2 menacing bodyguards cracked their knuckles and closed in. Without hesitation, Chen Shu stepped in front of Dali, his gaze turning deadly. What is the meaning of this? Are you going back on your word? Pointing a trembling finger right at Chen Shu's face, Dabai roared like a cornered beast. So what if I am? Break him into pieces. He ruthlessly barked the final order to his men. Like ravenous wolves, the goons lunged toward him with murderous intent. But little did they know, Chen Shu merely tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the first strike. What nightmare awaited them next? He instantly focuses his aura, barking a fierce command to his contract spirit. Slime, use tackle. The slime launches high into the air, descending in a devastating zigzag pattern that rains relentless strikes upon the enemy. Chen Shu and Dali slowly close the distance. Looming over Zhou Dabai, a sinister, almost villainous smirk creeps across Chen Shu's face. Trying to go back on your word, are we? Before Dabai can even blink, Chen Shu delivers a ruthless left-handed slap right across his arrogant face. Swallow those words. Dali quickly follows up with another brutal slap just to keep things beautifully symmetrical. You wanted to fight us? Chen Shu mercilessly pinches the guy's swollen cheeks. Next time, open your damn eyes. And drop that pathetic, fake tough guy act. There are some people in this world you simply do not provoke. Do I make myself perfectly clear? With that chilling warning, he casually turns on his heel. Dali practically skips behind him in absolute joy. That was insanely epic. Chen Pai. Chen Shu shoots him a cocky, eyebrow-raised glance. Just stick with me, brother. I guarantee your life will never be boring. But the celebration is violently cut short. Zhou Xuan, the notoriously ruthless uncle of Dabai, suddenly materializes, blocking their path. Chen Shu forces a mask of absolute calm, holding his breath as they silently brush past the towering man. The absolute second they are clear, Chen Shu wildly signals his best friend. Run for your life. But before they can escape, A massive trunk shoots through the air like a whip. "Get back here," Zhou Xuan roars. The monstrous appendage effortlessly snatches them off the ground, violently slamming both boys back into the dirt. Panic explodes inside Chen Shu's chest. Damn it all. How could I have been so completely blind? This suffocating aura. He is definitely a black iron rank beastmaster. Desperation setting in, he frantically digs into his pockets for his phone. But as he pulls it out, the completely shattered screen leaves him utterly speechless. Across the battlefield, the intimidating man kneels to support his precious nephew. "Da Bai, are you all right?" he demands. Da Bai clutches his chest, playing the perfect wounded victim. "I will live. But my soaring pig. Uncle, you have to obliterate them for me." Cold sweat drips down Chen Shu's forehead. His mind races at light speed. This situation has escalated into an absolute, unmitigated disaster. He glances over at the tragic sight of the soaring pig. The poor creature is practically seeing stars, pathetically twitching in a miserable heap. Zhou Xuan's murderous gaze locks dead onto Chen Shu. The broken phone rattles in the boy's trembling hands. The massive black iron beastmaster stomps forward, casting a terrifying shadow. 200,000 for medical expenses. Do we have a problem? But before Chen Shu can defuse the bomb, Dali's next words nearly give him a heart attack. 200,000? Are you trying to blatantly rob us? Do you have any idea how many normal pigs we could buy with 200,000? The man's vicious expression does not flinch. Instantly, he summons the terrifying pressure of his spirit. Every single syllable drips with pure malice. "So, you are refusing to pay?" The sheer killing intent drains all the color from both boys' faces. Chen Shu frantically waves his hands in surrender. No, absolutely not. Channeling his inner con artist, he starts spinning a legendary web of lies. A magnificent, ultra-rare soaring pig like that. It is easily worth that much. He forces the most ridiculously flattering smile he can possibly muster. But as you can see, we are completely broke students. Could we please make a quick phone call to have someone deliver the cash? Zhou Xuan raises a skeptical eyebrow. Who exactly? Are you calling your pathetic relatives? A flicker of hesitation crosses the veteran's mind. Wait, do these brats actually come from a powerful background? Chen Shu immediately seizes the opening. "I have an older sister. She is currently attending university over in the capital." Hearing this, the man scoffs in relief. "Then tell her to bring the cash." Immediately, Zhou Xuan's inner monologue is dripping with absolute arrogance. There are countless mediocre universities in the capital. What threat could a mere college girl possibly pose? Catching on perfectly, Dali instantly dials the number. "Hello, big sister. Chen Shu and I are trapped at the Spirit Master University. We desperately need you to bring 200,000 right now." Satisfied that the trap is set, Zhou Xuan crosses his muscular arms. "Is the call finished?" he grunts. Chen Shu nods enthusiastically. "Yes, sir. But there are too many prying eyes out here. Shall we wait comfortably inside the Beastmaster arena?" High above the brewing storm, tranquil white clouds drift across an endless blue sky. Meanwhile, miles away, Fang Xi slowly lowers her phone. Her sharp instincts immediately pick up on the terrifying anomaly. "Dali always calls me Sister Fang Xi. Never just sister. Those idiots have definitely stepped into a death trap." A dangerous glint flashes in her eyes as she turns to her best friend. "Qing Yi, I need to borrow your Gale Falcon right now. Someone is about to learn a very painful lesson." Back under that deceptively peaceful sky, Chen Shu and Dali are practically praying to the heavens. They huddle miserably in a dark corner, heavily guarded by Dabai's vengeful group. Dali's voice trembles with sheer terror. "Chen Pi, are you absolutely sure Sister Fang Xi can handle a monster like him?" Chen Shu lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. "Relax, brother. Worst case scenario, we just surrender the cash." But his soulless expression betrays the tragic reality of a completely broken capitalist wage slave. "It is just 200,000. I will just have to brew and sell a mountain of potions to earn it back. If we have to bleed money, so be it." Dali stares at his friend in absolute disbelief. That is 200,000 they are talking about. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuan is growing incredibly bored, sadistically cracking his knuckles out of pure habit. "I think I will warm up with a little beating." The hulking Beastmaster sneers with overwhelming contempt. "Trash from a small city daring to touch the glorious Zhou family. You basically dug your own graves." But before Dali can even finish screaming, "Boss, please wait," a devastating fist smashes directly into his jaw. What follows is a merciless, high-speed barrage of kicks, courtesy of the Black Iron Beastmaster. "Who gave you the right to cripple my nephew's contract spirit?" Zhou Xuan roars with blazing fury. "A pathetic, low-level Beastmaster like you dares to act so obnoxiously arrogant?" Huddled in his miserable little corner, Chen Shu is sweating absolute bullets. He watches the brutal beatdown with profound, heart-wrenching sympathy. "Wait a minute. Did this meathead target the wrong guy? Chen Shu silently prays to the heavens. Stay strong, Dali. Your noble sacrifice will never be forgotten. But looking at the man's terrifying rampage, Chen Shu realizes his own inevitable beating is just a matter of time. Anticipating the absolute worst, the cunning protagonist secretly slips a fake blood pack right into his own mouth. By now, Dali is beaten so severely, his own mother would not recognize him. Are you completely blind, you oversized gorilla? He wails. I am not even a beastmaster. Zhou Xuan freezes mid-punch, raising an incredibly confused eyebrow. What the hell does that mean? Did I actually pummel the wrong brat? Right on cue, the battered Dabai points a trembling finger directly at Chen Shu. Uncle, you idiot. That is the beastmaster who assaulted me. The monstrous black iron beastmaster slowly turns around, cracking his blood-stained knuckles with a demonic grin. My mistake, he growls, stepping menacingly toward Chen Shu. I guess I will just have to dish out another legendary beating. But looming just beyond the horizon, a hurricane of absolute vengeance is about to descend. But the second the man's fist strikes down, the teenager bites hard on a hidden packet, spewing thick crimson liquid everywhere. Chuchuan freezes in his tracks. What the heck is going on? Before him, Chen Shu sprawls dramatically across the floor, putting on the performance of a lifetime. Big boss, I am fatally wounded. Ah, flying fat pig, I have sinned. Please, big boss, strike me one more time. Barely finishing his sentence, he coughs up another massive spray of blood, sending the older man into absolute panic. Deep down, Chen Shu is dying of laughter. When old Wang from the black market gave him these blood packs for a price-crashing scheme, he thankfully kept them, though he wonders if they have passed their expiration date. The uncle and nephew duo stare in pure horror, cursing internally. Holy crap, did they just commit manslaughter? Keeping up the act, Chen Shu staggers toward them like a dying zombie. Big boss, strike me. I am guilty. Swish. Chu Xuan frantically backs away, screaming his lungs out. No, no, stay back. Do not come any closer. The boy sways like a flickering candle in the wind, his voice breaking pitifully. No, I must come closer. Big boss, finish me off. Cough, cough. If you do not strike me, I will die of shame. Cough. With a final gasp, he blasts a mouthful of fake blood directly into the man's face. Chu Xuan frantically catches his falling body, screaming in terror. Hurry! Call 120. Meanwhile, Dali stares blankly at a blood pack that magically appeared in his own hand. Catching onto the script in a split second, he prepares for his own theatrical debut. Chen P, you have left this world. I absolutely refuse to live on without you. After delivering his vow of eternal brotherhood, he forcefully spews out the most dramatic geyser of blood yet. The uncle and nephew sweat bullets, their eyes bulging at this mind-bending absurdity. Suddenly, the room door creaks open. Click! Fang Xi steps inside, her eyes widening in absolute horror at the gruesome sight. Chen Shu, Dali, an uncontrollable inferno of sheer rage instantly ignites within Fang Xi's eyes. You bastards! The tragic scene of Chen Shu and Dali lying lifeless in a massive pool of blood pushes her over the edge. Her suffocating, murderous aura instantly drains all the color from Dabai and Chuchuan's faces. She roars with earth-shattering fury. Do you have a death wish? Chuchuan barely stammers. Wait a minute. Bam! A devastating kick launches him soaring across the room. Before he can even hit the ground, Fang Xi lunges forward like a beast untethered. Go to hell! Facing the catastrophic wrath of an enraged woman, Chuchuan can only raise both arms in desperate defense. Panic grips his heart as he finds himself pushed to the absolute brink. Didn't they say she was just a normal college student? They break apart, creating a brief, tense distance between them. Refusing to be the victim, Chuchuan prepares to seize the initiative. Muscles bulging, he channels his power for a counterattack. The lightning elephant, Dabai, materializes behind Fang Xi in a flash of electricity. But before the beast can even make a move, a majestic roar shakes the very heavens. The flame dragon has arrived. A massive, blinding sphere of fire manifests, ready to blast Dabai straight to the afterlife. The scorching inferno erupts, completely swallowing the colossal beast. The devastating shockwave violently hurls Dabai backward, unable to resist the overwhelming force. Fatal burns begin to scorch across its massive body, but the merciless onslaught is far from over. The flame dragon descends, its razor-sharp claws slashing down without a shred of mercy. Deep, burning gashes carve into Dabai's thick hide. To make matters worse, agonizing explosions of residual fire erupt violently from the dragon's lingering claw marks. Chu Xuan watches in utter disbelief as his core spirit approaches death's door. How in the world is this woman so terrifyingly powerful? Damn it, he has no choice but to summon his second contract spirit and run for his life. Raising his hand toward the sky, he screams, Dabai, hurry, get on the golden condor. In a desperate scramble, the trio finally locks into position, ready to flee into the horizon. But Fang Xi is not about to let her brother's murderers escape so easily. You think you can run? With a flick of her wrist, she summons the mighty sea dragon. Freeze right there. Chu Xuan's soul nearly leaves his body as sheer terror consumes him. Damn it all, an S-rank dragon? Just who the hell is this monster? In a fraction of a second, the sea dragon unleashes a devastating blizzard of absolute zero energy. Man, beast, and bird are instantly entombed in solid ice, frozen helplessly in midair. The majestic serpent ascends, violently smashing the frozen block back down to earth. The ice shatters, leaving Dabai and Chu Xuan coughing up real blood on the floor. Yet, the blazing fire of vengeance in Fang Xi's heart remains unquenched. Pay for my little brother's lives! Just as she steps up to deliver the killing blow, two familiar voices suddenly scream out in sheer panic. Stop, Sister Fang Xi. Committing murder is against the law. The unexpected voices strike her like lightning, freezing her body in place. Tears swelling in her eyes, she slowly turns her head in absolute disbelief. Chen Shu, Da Li. You guys are still alive? Chen Shu frantically waves his hands. We are alive. It is just that you started destroying everything the moment you walked in. We were too stunned to even speak until now. Still trembling with a mix of relief and suspicion, Fang Xi points a shaking finger at the boy. Then what about all that blood? Seeing her lingering doubt, Chen Shu nervously pats his chest. It is fake, just theatrical blood packs. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Fang Xi's relief instantly morphs back into blazing wrath as she fiercely kicks Chen Shu in the shin. You absolute idiots! The two boys cry out, desperately pleading for mercy while running for their lives as she chases them around the room. We were wrong. We really know we messed up. Watching this chaotic family reunion, Chu Xuan weakly raises a trembling hand from the floor. Big bosses, honorable sister, we are actually about to be roasted alive over here. His pathetic plea snaps Fang Xi back to reality. She momentarily halts her disciplinary action against the two troublemakers. Fine, I will deal with you two later. Chen Shu and Da Li obediently crouch in the corner, holding their heads in repentance. Striding confidently over to Dabai and Chu Xuan, she crosses her arms. Speak. What exactly happened here? In the blink of an eye, the sun dips below the horizon, bathing the room in a golden twilight. Fang Xi's jaw drops as she screams in pure, unadulterated shock. You want my little brother to pay you 200,000 Huaxia coins? Chu Xuan still trembled before her overwhelming power. He frantically waved his hands in surrender. No, we don't want any more trouble. We were wrong. Knowing she held all the cards, Fang Xi offered a chilling smirk. Is that so? She mocked. Without missing a beat, she turned to check on her two juniors. Chen Pi, Da Li. How should we settle this? Chen Shu and Da Li didn't miss their cue. They instantly hit the floor, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of agony. Sister Fang Xi, my head is splitting, Chen Shu wailed. I think I need 100 beast-taming pearls to recover. Sister, me too. I can barely stand, Da Li chimed in. I fear only a Lord-tier fierce beast core can soothe this terrible pain. Chu Xuan watched these so-called victims. Just seconds ago, they were perfectly fine. Now, they were on their deathbeds. He could only grit his teeth in silent rage, as Fang Xi played right along. She shot Chu Xuan, a look of fake pity. It seems my dear juniors are gravely injured. So, how do you plan to compensate us? Dabai and Chu Xuan were backed into a corner. Left with no choice, he began to negotiate. We agree to pay 300,000 in medical fees. Hearing that pathetic number, Chen Shu felt more insulted than injured. Only 300,000? He stealthily bit down on a fake blood capsule. Crimson liquid sprayed dramatically from his mouth. Ah, my internal organs are completely shattered. The opposing duo was absolutely boiling with rage. Chen Shu's acting was completely shameless, but the terrifying aura of Fang Xi's spirits was no joke. Chu Xuan hastily raised his offer. Fine. We will add 4 basic beast-taming pearls and 1 mutated fierce beast core. Finally satisfied, the dying Chen Shu instantly leaped to his feet. He brushed off the dirt like nothing happened. Deal! As evening fell, they exited the building. Chen Shu immediately activated his legendary bootlicking skills. Sister Fang Xi, you were absolutely magnificent back there. But Fang Xi wasn't buying it. Cut the nonsense, she scolded. I haven't even settled the score for your embarrassing dead man act. Chen Shu and Da Li immediately went on the defensive. Sister Fang Xi, it was a life or death situation. That guy's punch was like a freight train. And look at my fragile frame. One hit, and I would have crossed the Yellow River. Yes, we only played dirty to survive. Hearing their desperate excuses, her anger finally faded. Fine, I will let it slide this time. But never pull a stunt like that again. Relieved that the storm had passed, the two boys rejoiced. Yes, ma'am. Whatever Her Majesty commands. Fang Xi rolled her eyes at their antics. Enough kissing up. You two divide the loot yourselves. Her tone then shifted to serious business. Chen Pai, tomorrow I am taking Dali out on a mission. I need you to queue at the Huaxia Hospital's beast taming department. My frost spirit has been acting strange. A wave of concern hit Chen Shu. Her contract spirit was having issues? Pushing his worries aside, he obediently nodded. Don't worry, Sister Fangxi. Leave the hospital line to me. Morning sunlight bathed the massive Huaxia Hospital. Inside the beast taming department, the waiting line was an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, Chen Shu's phone buzzed with a notification. It was a spam text from someone named Wang Fang. Big brother, do you need any special services? I can do absolutely anything. A mischievous gleam sparked in Chen Shu's eyes. He quickly typed back, absolutely anything? The reply came almost instantly. Of course, sweetheart. Anything you desire. And for a very cheap price. The text continued. Chen Shu grinned like a shark smelling blood. Well then, he wouldn't hold back. He rapidly fired off his grand request. Perfect. I am at Huaxia Hospital right now. I need someone to hold my spot in this god-awful line. Get over here quickly. A red exclamation mark popped up. The scammer had instantly blocked him. Chen Shu stared at his screen in disbelief. What a lack of professional ethics, he grumbled, claiming she could do anything, but rejecting an honest queuing job. Absolutely a scammer. Making matters worse, Dr. Bai Yang suddenly stepped out of the clinic. My apologies, everyone. Please wait patiently. I have an emergency to handle. Chen Shu groaned in absolute agony. Are you kidding me right now? How much longer do I have to wait? Right on cue, his trusty system panel materialized. It displayed 3 delightfully wicked options. Chen Shu clutched his chest in fake moral conflict. Ah, system, why must you force me to be the bad guy? But the hesitation lasted exactly 1 second. His conscience vanished without a trace. He decisively grabbed a spare white doctor's coat from the rack. With a wicked grin, he slipped it on. It was time to play doctor. Dr. Chen Shu officially opened his clinic. He glanced at his first patient's beast. No problem at all. Just take it home and blast the air conditioner. The absolute worst medical advice in history began flowing from his lips. It's nothing serious. Just let your beast binge watch some movies. Trust me, I am a professional doctor. 2 chaotic hours later, Chen Shu stretched lazily and let out a long yawn. He had successfully prescribed nonsense to the entire waiting line. Now, let us check out the glorious rewards. The system panel glowed brightly. Ding! Obtained skill upgrade. Violent sitting kill +1. Chen Shu grinned so hard his jaw cramped. While he was busy celebrating his ill-gotten gains, a familiar voice echoed through the hall. It was Fangxi, walking in with Dali. Chen Pai, she called out. He enthusiastically jumped up to greet them. Sister Fangxi, you finally made it. But as she got closer, her eyes narrowed at his outfit. Are you out of your mind? She hissed. Why are you cosplaying as a doctor? Chen Shu frantically tore off the white coat to explain. Heh, I just wanted to speed up the line, he chuckled shamelessly. Dali looked at him in sheer horror. Brother, are you not afraid of getting someone's beast killed with fake diagnoses? But Chen Shu patted his chest with absolute confidence. Relax, I know exactly what I am doing. I just told all of them to come back tomorrow for a checkup. Nothing catastrophic will happen. But right at that moment, Dr. Bai Yang returned to his clinic. His eyes went wide as he stared at the completely empty waiting room. Huh? Why are there only 3 people left? Report the situation immediately. Wait, no. There is only 1 person. Inside the bustling clinic, Fangxi frantically explains her contract spirit symptoms to Dr. Bai Yang. Doctor, my bone dragon has fallen into a severe state of weakness. Its combat power has dropped by 20%. It cannot even swallow or absorb any food or medicine. Bai Yang remains perfectly calm, nodding slowly. I understand. He immediately conducts a thorough examination of the massive beast. After a tense moment, Bai Yang delivers the good news with a warm smile. Do not worry, it just ate something bad. Once it fully digests the trash, it will be perfectly fine. A heavy wave of relief washes over Fangxi. Thank the heavens, that is wonderful news. Stepping out of the consultation room, fate orchestrates an unexpected encounter. Standing right there is Xiao Qinghan. Her eyes widen in absolute shock. Sister Fangxi, wait, do you all know each other? But Fangxi looks even more stunned by the revelation. Little Qinghan? Based on that reaction, does that mean you guys know her too? Dali rubs the back of his head, letting out an awkward chuckle. Yeah, we are actually acquainted. Without missing a beat, Fangxi immediately shifts the conversation. Wait a second, little Qinghan. Why are you at the Contract Spirit Hospital? Is something wrong? Genuine concern immediately paints her features. Qinghan lowers her gaze, her voice tinged with lingering hardship. Well, I had to borrow some money just to survive. To pay off that crushing debt, I entered a fierce underground tournament, and my contract spirit took a heavy beating. I was completely broke back then, so I just had to improvise and endure. Listening to her gritty tale, absolute curiosity flashes across Chen Shu's face. But then, Nanjiang High School actually refunded my entire tuition. Thanks to that windfall, I finally had enough money to bring it here for proper healing. This revelation hits Chen Shu like a bolt of lightning, leaving his jaw practically on the floor. What did you just say? Nanjiang High School just handed you a pile of money? She nods earnestly, not holding back a single detail. Exactly. I was originally just a regular student there, but the academy practically threw money at me to transfer directly into the special class. As his brain processes this massive info dump, the pieces finally click into place for Chen Shu. Wait, the special class? Does that mean we are? Qinghan tilts her head, genuine curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Classmates? Wait, did you get into the special class too? Before he can brag, Dali proudly chimes in. You bet he did. Chen Shu smashed the exams and secured his spot in that very same class. Chen Shu squints, scanning her up and down as his mind races. Everyone in the special class is an absolute monster, and the entrance exams are famously brutal. Why on earth would the school literally pay her to join their ranks? Does she possess some terrifying, hidden power? Unable to hold back his burning curiosity, he asks her point blank, just what kind of talent do you actually have? Why would the academy bend over backwards and pay you to transfer? Maintaining her humble demeanor, Qinghan answers softly. It might be because my beast taming talent is rated as excellent. Oh, and my contract spirit is an A rank. Those casual words instantly shatter every ounce of doubt in Chen Shu's mind. Excuse my rudeness, he mutters, secretly completely humbled. Beast taming talents are strictly ranked. Normal, outstanding, excellent, and extraordinary. The higher the talent, the more monstrous the cultivation speed. He never expected this unassuming girl to be a supreme genius on par with Xu Xiaoyu. With her secret revealed, Qinghan excuses herself. Sister Fangzi, I really need to go see the doctor now. Fangzi beams brightly, waving her hand in farewell. All right, catch you later. The moment Qinghan leaves, her cheerful face turns deadly serious as she glares at Chen Shu. Listen up. You and little Qinghan are classmates now, so you better protect and take good care of her. Hearing this unreasonable demand, Chen Shu immediately crosses his arms and rolls his eyes to the heavens. Her talent is absolutely terrifying. She does not need my protection at all. Fangzi narrows her eyes, clearly not buying his excuses. Oh, cut the crap. You went from a complete nobody to a level 6 beast tamer in just 1 month. Do not act like you are just some ordinary guy. Defeated by her flawless logic, Chen Shu finally surrenders. Fine, I get it. I will watch her back. But a split second later, a sly grin spreads across his face. By the way, Sister Fangzi, are you taking us out to have some fun tomorrow? The mere mention of an adventure makes Fangzi's eyes sparkle with excitement. You bet. Tomorrow, we are conquering Mount Taichung. The very next day, surrounded by majestic peaks and endless greenery, she fiercely leads Chen Shu and Dali up the steep mountain trails. After trekking halfway up, she wipes her brow and glances back. Hey Chen Shu, Dali, when was the last time the three of us actually hiked a mountain? Dali flashes a wide, carefree grin. If I remember right, it was right before my entrance exams. Just then, an incredibly old-looking man named Shen Hui happens to hike past their group. He pauses, giving the trio an approving nod. You kids have some phenomenal stamina. Dali bows politely. Your vitality is quite impressive too, sir. Do you have some kind of secret health regimen? Shen Hui stops, panting heavily. A secret health regimen? Without an ounce of shame, the weathered man proudly drops his ultimate wisdom. My secret is staying up late. I pull all-nighters every single day. Look at me. I am 24 years old this year, and I still look fantastic. The sheer absurdity of his words leaves all three of them paralyzed in absolute, terrified silence. As the sky bleeds into a deep purple night, the exhausted trio finally finds a clearing. Let's pitch our tents right here for the night. Chen Shu immediately stands tall, delivering a deeply passionate speech. Listen to me. We must sleep early tonight. Absolutely no staying up late, or that 24-year-old walking corpse will be our future. Dali nods solemnly, treating this warning like absolute gospel. Makes total sense. I cannot argue with that logic. All right, let's cook up some grub. Shortly after, the three friends sit around a crackling campfire, happily enjoying their warm meal alongside the majestic sea dragon. Taking a deeply satisfying sip of his hot soup, Chen Shu gazes into the flames. Honestly, guys, being out here right now makes me feel like we have crossed into another dimension. He lazily points a finger at a massive, looming shadow resting high in the tree canopy. Like, if this really were an alternate dimension, I would bet my life that thing is a terrifying magical beast. Naturally, his friends completely ignore his dramatic rambling. But suddenly, all the color brutally drains from Chen Shu's face. The pitch-black silhouette he was pointing at begins to vibrate violently. Panic explodes from his lungs as he screams at the top of his lungs. Crap. Sister Fang's eye, that is an actual magical beast. The moment Chen Shu's words dropped, Fang Xi's head snapped up. Her eyes narrowed with razor-sharp vigilance. Out of nowhere, a massive black armored beetle lunged straight for them. Fang Xi did not even flinch. Reacting purely on battle instinct, she barked an order. Crimson Sea Dragon, charge your core. In a flash of freezing light, the monstrous beetle was turned into a solid block of ice. Cautiously, the trio stepped forward to inspect their frozen prey. A black armored beetle from the Demon River Plains. Fang Xi muttered. Looking at its mutated shell, it must be a crossbreed. A filthy hybrid mixed with a native blue star insect. She knelt beside the frosty carcass, her eyes scanning every grotesque detail like a seasoned veteran. 100 years ago, the Demon River Plains fell. Though the invasion was quickly crushed, some demonic beasts were left stranded on Blue Star. Her brow twitched slightly. If it is just this low-level trash, it is normally no big deal. But as she slowly stood up, a dark shadow of dread washed over her face. But if Tai King Mountain is hiding pureblood original beetles from a century ago, we have a catastrophic disaster on our hands. She turned around. Wait, what are you guys doing? Before the words even left her mouth, she caught her two shameless juniors already halfway out the door. Sister Fang Xi, stop yapping. Let's bail off Taiching Mountain first, then call the Spirit Suppression Bureau for that sweet bounty. But suddenly, Chen Shu slammed the brakes, a greedy glint in his eyes. Hold on, our logic is completely backwards. We need to secure the bounty over the phone first, and then run for our lives. Without missing a beat, he furiously dialed the Bureau's hotline. The second they picked up, he launched into an Oscar-worthy performance, slapping layers of dramatic flair onto his frantic screams. Oh my god, it is an absolute massacre. Taiching Mountain is falling. Dimensional demonic beasts have breached the perimeter. What? No, not normal animals. They are absolute titans. Watching this gremlin spin a web of lies so flawlessly, Fang Xi couldn't take it anymore. She snatched the phone right out of his hand, bringing a cool head to the chaos. Hello, dispatch? This is Fang Xi from Huaxia Academy. I am reporting a sighting of an impure black armored beetle on Taiching Mountain. We need an investigation team out here immediately. Suddenly, a chilling buzzing sound hijacked her attention. She looked up, and an entire, suffocating swarm of black armored beetles was blotting out the sky right above them. Dropping all pleasantries, she screamed into the receiver. Code Red. It is a full-blown swarm. There are hundreds of innocent tourists still trapped on the mountain. Deploy the beast taming army, now. Tossing the phone aside, she whipped around to face her two useless teammates. Da Li, Chen Pi, run for your lives. But Chen Shu and Da Li were already kicking up dust, fleeing like their pants were on fire. Sister Fang Xi, stop playing hero. Let's get out of here. Seeing her so-called brave companions abandon ship without a second thought left her absolutely speechless. But the looming slaughter of innocent civilians anchored her boots to the ground. She had to walk straight into the jaws of death. No way. With a mountain full of defenseless tourists, I cannot just turn my back and run. I have to hold the line. Meanwhile, as Chen Shu was sprinting like a madman, a familiar glowing digital interface materialized in his vision. The system had triggered another choice. A holographic screen popped up with three glowing options. Option 1. Stop the insect swarm. Option 2. Flee at top speed to save his own skin. Option 3. Start a live stream right in the middle of the bloodbath for some internet clout. Slamming on the brakes, he spun around and yelled back at her. Sister Fang Xi, that thing leading them. Is it a 3-star Black Iron Lord? Can you actually take that monster down? His terrifying accuracy sent a shockwave through her mind. How can he read its power level? Swallowing hard, Fang Xi answered with grim honesty. If it is truly a 3-star Black Iron, I can only promise to hold it back until the army arrives. Without wasting another breath, Chen Shu made his shocking declaration. He was joining the vanguard. Perfect. Then we are done running. Let us crush this bug. Hearing the word we, Dali's face turned completely pale. Wait, keep me out of this. But Fang Xi had no time for their comedic duo act. Radiating a blazing battle aura, she led the charge right back into the danger zone. Then, let's ride. Despite his desperate struggles, Dali was snatched up by the collar by Chen Shu. Get your butt moving. And just like that, the trio plunged straight toward the apocalyptic swarm, completely ignoring Dali's absolute mental breakdown. The battlefield instantly erupted into an absolute bloodbath. The tension in the air was thick enough to slice with a blade. The Lord Beetle unleashed an ear-shattering screech. Like mindless corporate workers rushing for their 13th month bonus, its ravenous swarm surged forward. But suddenly, an ominous pressure locked onto the leader. From the roaring skies above, a gargantuan fireball descended at breakneck speed. Boom! The devastating impact triggered a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion, turning the mountain path into a blazing inferno. As the suffocating smoke slowly cleared, The Lord Beetle stood amidst the crater, its scorched armor smoking as it hissed furiously at its attackers. Sensing a terrifying spike in the monster's aura, Fang Xi shouted a desperate warning. "You two, watch your backs, hide and do not make a sound." But before the final word even echoed, her backup was gone. From a distant patch of tall grass, Chen Shu and Dali simply flashed a thumbs up. Already buried deep in their cowardly hiding spot, their shameless survival instincts left her utterly exasperated, but she had no time to complain. Fueled by blazing rage from that devastating fireball, the Lord Beetle locked its murderous red eyes directly onto her. Refusing to back down, Fang Xi channeled her spiritual energy. In an instant, twin auras of scorching fire and freezing ice erupted around her. A wild, battle-hungry grin stretched across her face. "Come and get it." Taking the vanguard, her crimson flame dragon roared, unleashing a torrential breath of white-hot hellfire. Submerged in an incinerating 100-degree inferno, the Titan did not even flinch. Seeing the flames fail, the Crimson Sea Dragon instantly followed up, blasting a devastating wave of absolute zero ice. But with a mere flex of its demonic muscles, the Lord Beetle shattered the glacier like fragile glass. Enraged by these pathetic parlor tricks, the colossal beast let out a soul-crushing roar. Its grotesque jaws snapped open, toxic saliva spraying wildly into the air as its killing intent peaked. The sheer, overwhelming pressure paralyzed Fang Xi, rooting her boots to the blood-stained earth. From the bushes, Chen Shu shot to his feet, terror gripping his throat. "Crap! It is going straight for Sister Fang Xi." Beside him, Dali screamed at the top of his lungs. Sister Fang Xi dodged, but it was too late. Unfazed by the relentless elemental barrage, the unstoppable Lord Beetle morphed into a terrifying shadow of death, plunging its lethal fangs straight toward her. Its overwhelming aura suffocated him. Is this really just a black iron rank battle? The sheer power is simply terrifying. In a flash, a massive claw shot straight toward Fang Xi's face, but a hair's breadth away, it froze completely. Just in the nick of time, the Crimson Sea Dragon had encased the beast in ice, sparing her life. Yet, before anyone could exhale, the Black Armor Beetle Lord shattered the frozen shell with pure, brutal force. High above the chaotic battlefield, the Crimson Flame Dragon and Crimson Sea Dragon unleashed their ultimate fury, pouring every ounce of their power into destroying this monster. Meanwhile, two figures in a nearby mountain villa witnessed the apocalyptic clash. Damn it, what on earth is hovering up there? Are those actual dragons? The woman rubbed her eyes in absolute disbelief. She gasped in shock. Are those really dragons? They are actually flying. But these two troublemakers had practically signed their own death warrants. Their loud voices instantly drew the lethal gaze of the Black Armor Beetle Lord. With an ear-piercing screech, it commanded its monstrous swarm to attack. Hiss! The endless tide of Black Armor Beetles flooded toward the mountain villa. They swarmed forward like a mindless horde of starving zombies. Fang Xi instantly realized its sinister plot, her face drained of all color. This is bad. That monster is going after innocent civilians. A bone-chilling cold washed over her. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Only one terrifying thought echoed in her mind. We are too late. Just as despair threatened to consume her, Chen Shu burst from the bushes like a descending hero. Sister Fang Xi, do not panic. You still have me here. He roared out the name of his contract spirit. Slime, gigantification, wind breath. The moment the beast materialized, it crashed headfirst into the endless bug swarm. The slime gathered boundless energy. Its gelatinous body expanded into an absolute behemoth. Even its rounded head gleamed with an unnatural, blinding polish today. Channeling its terrifying rebound force, it launched a devastating shockwave. A single bounce blasted the heavily armored beetles high into the sky. Fang Xi watched in pure awe. That is absolutely badass. I never expected your rank F slime to pack such a devastating punch. Chen Shu just shoved his hands in his pockets, wearing a humble grin. It is nothing, really. He forced a polite smile, but inwardly he was practically gloating. It has 3 supreme skills already. Of course, it is insanely overpowered. Back at the blood-soaked main battlefield, the Crimson Sea Dragon relentlessly blasted freezing shields, desperately trying to lock down the Black Armor Beetle Lord. But the monster was insanely buffed. The absolute zero ice shattered like fragile glass in mere seconds. Seeing its battle brother struggling, the Crimson Flame Dragon instantly unleashed a hellish inferno to back it up. From a distance, Chen Shu locked onto the creature's maddened, bloodshot eyes. A deep sense of dread washed over him. That terrifying gaze. The Black Armor Beetle Lord unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Absolute power erupted from its core as a bizarre, demonic aura swallowed its entire body. Fang Xi realized the situation was spiraling completely out of control. She screamed a desperate warning. This is really bad. It is ready to fight us to the bitter end. Crimson Flame Dragon, Crimson Sea Dragon, fall back. Chen Shu roared his command at the top of his lungs. We have to stop its rampage right now. But defying all logical battle sense, the massive black armor beetle lord violently flapped its wings. It shot straight into the clouds, completely abandoning its swarming minions. Fang Xi stood paralyzed, absolutely dumbfounded. Is this unstoppable boss actually running away? Shaking off the shock, she leaped onto the back of her Crimson Sea Dragon. She immediately commanded the Crimson Flame Dragon to give chase. Left completely behind in the dust, Chen Shu panicked. No way! I cannot miss out on this boss fight. He screamed for his contract spirit. Slime, let us go. But up in the sky, something impossible happened. The mighty black armor beetle lord suddenly went into a dead free fall. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. Did someone just intervene? Could the elites from the Spirit Defense Bureau have already arrived? Meanwhile, Fang Xi and the Crimson Sea Dragon touched down safely in a clearing. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes widened in absolute horror. Something is terribly wrong. Whoever just attacked is not an ally. He desperately called out to the slime. The moment its gelatinous body materialized, he vaulted onto its back with lightning speed. Deep within the suffocating, dense woods, Fang Xi stood her ground. Suddenly, the shadows parted. A massive, foul-smelling beast foot with razor-sharp claws stepped out of the darkness. Sitting atop the fearsome Erlang wolf was Su-han, a third-year elite from the prestigious Huaxia Academy. Fang Xi's heart pounded with sudden confusion and rising tension. Su-han, a twisted, arrogant smirk stretched across his face. He looked down at her with pure mockery. So, the legendary genius of our academy is only this capable? Looking for your precious black armor beetle? Without anyone noticing, the terrifying lot beast had already been utterly slaughtered. A massive chunk of its flesh was viciously carved out. Fang Xi glared fiercely at the mutilated corpse. She furrowed her brows as a sickening realization hit her. The beast had been completely hollowed out. Her expression darkened like a gathering storm. The spirit core is gone. Her furious voice echoed through the silent forest. Did you seriously just steal my kill? Both the Crimson Sea Dragon and the Crimson Flame Dragon unleashed a deafening roar of sheer killing intent. Yet, Su-han remained completely unfazed. He just laughed with absolute disdain. Rank S contract spirits? Did you really think you were the only one with 2 of them? Your bravery far outweighs your brains. Su-han violently slammed his palm onto the earth, triggering his second summoning circle. A majestic beast with blindingly vibrant fur materialized, practically glowing with overwhelming power. Su-han casually stuffed his hands in his pockets, oozing absolute confidence. But he never noticed the creeping shadow looming right behind his back. Taste my legendary sack attack. Taste my legendary sack attack. A mischievous voice suddenly rang out. Su-han blinked in pure bewilderment, completely oblivious to his impending doom. Bam! A dirty burlap sack was violently yanked over his entire head. Seizing the perfect opening, Dali charged forward, wielding his legendary, indestructible frying pan. Clang, clang, clang! Dali ruthlessly smashed the heavy steel pan repeatedly against Su-han's covered skull. Caught completely off guard, the elite senior's vision spun as his knees buckled. He crashed pathetically into the dirt. What a rookie mistake. The moment a beast tamer loses consciousness, their contract spirits are instantly forced back into their taming space. Fang Xi mercilessly kicked his unconscious body a few times to vent her blazing frustration. Humph. Did you really think you could mess with me? Nearby, Dali and Chen Shu were already gleefully looting the elite student's precious inventory. Chen Shu held up the stolen beetle shell, flashing a devilishly wicked grin. These arrogant young masters simply do not understand the true cruelty of society. He gave his newly bulging backpack a satisfying pat. Sister Fang Xi, the loot has been fully secured. Let us get out of here before this absolute fool wakes up. Before walking away, she delivers one last, merciless kick to Su-han. Yeah. Let us get out of here. The trio barely takes a few steps when Chen Shu suddenly stops. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Hold on a second. While Fang Xi and Zhang Dali watch in pure confusion, he dashes back to Su-han. His hands move in a frantic, chaotic blur. The masterpiece is finally revealed. He strips his enemy absolutely bare. The once proud fighter is left shivering in nothing but a pair of bright pink underwear. Admiring his brilliant work of art, Chen Shu stands tall. He dusts off his hands with absolute satisfaction. All right, let us go. The other two stare at the scene in absolute shock. You are seriously ruthless for this. Chen Shu just flashes a devious smirk in his defense. Who told this guy to act so arrogant? Haha. Now I cannot wait to see how he manages to walk back home. With the deed done, the trio resumes their journey. Suddenly, a massive shadow descends from the sky, freezing all 3 in their tracks. The overwhelming presence belongs to none other than a royal dragon guard. Fang Xi stares up at the heavens and quickly explains. That is a royal dragon guard. They only handle major incidents. It is not a wild beast. The majestic guard commands his little eagle to touch down. You are Feng Si from the Huaxia Academy. She immediately nods her head, ready to give a full report. Yes, sir. The black-armored bug lord has already been eliminated by us. Hearing this, the guard gets straight to the point. The Spirit Suppression Bureau has officially handed this matter over to us. Surrender the beast's corpse immediately. She wastes no time and points directly at the massive carcass. The remains of the Bug King are right over there. Mount Taiching is completely safe now. After verifying the massive kill, the guard gives his final order. Understood. You are all dismissed. As the overwhelming shadow of the Dragon Guard fades into the horizon, Chen Shu lets out a massive sigh of relief. That scared me half to death. Good thing I quickly stood in front of Zhang Dali. He scratches his cheek awkwardly. I had to block his line of sight so he would not spot Su Han. Otherwise, we would be completely doomed. Feng Si offers a comforting smile to calm his nerves. Do not worry about it. Usually, they do not bother with deep inspections anyway. She turns around with a bright smile and points the way. Let us move. It is getting incredibly late. We will crash at a hotel tonight and head down the mountain tomorrow. Chen Shu nods in immediate agreement. Sounds like a plan. Just like that, the triumphant trio strolls casually into the night. Late that night, inside a quiet hotel room, Feng Si reveals their hard-earned loot. She slides the glowing items toward Chen Shu. This right here is the blood crimson shell from the Bug Lord. You should hold on to this. See if your contract spirit can manage to devour it. If it successfully swallows this shell, it might awaken the beast's black crown shield skill. Hearing this generous offer, Chen Shu immediately waves his hands in refusal. There is absolutely no need for that. My contract spirit is definitely not lacking in skills. On the outside, he flashes an innocent, completely harmless smile. But deep down, his mind is racing. Relying on his overpowered system is more than enough to dominate. Seeing his stubbornness, she decides not to force the issue. Fair enough. By the way, your vacation has less than half a month left. When are you planning to head back? Zhang Dali immediately shoots his hand into the air to answer. I am actually not going back at all. I have already been accepted early. The academy is setting up a special training camp, so I'm staying right here. Chen Shu gently rubs his chin, pondering his next move. After a brief silence, he makes his choice. As for me, I will be leaving in exactly 3 days. Feng Si holds out an ice-cold beverage, offering a toast to boost his spirits. If that is the case, Chen Pai, you better give it your all. Zhang Dali and I will be waiting for you in the capital. The three companions excitedly clink their cans together in a toast. Chen Shu flashes a confident grin. You have a deal. Fast forward exactly 3 days later. At the hotel entrance, Feng Si and Zhang Dali gather to see Chen Shu off. As he steps away, he throws a casual wave over his shoulder. I am heading out. Catch you guys later. Popping his head into the waiting vehicle, he immediately shouts his destination. Driver, take me straight to the capital's South Dock. Liu Xie turns around with an overly warm, welcoming smile. What a perfect coincidence. Both of you are heading to the South Dock, so we can just share the ride. Hearing this, Chen Shu freezes. Someone else is in here? Was this not supposed to be an empty ride? The vehicle quickly starts rolling down the road. Sitting inside, Chen Shu narrows his eyes. He blatantly stares at the mysterious passenger sitting right next to him. Why does this guy look so much like Su Han? Suddenly, a familiar chime echoes in his mind. The system flashes before his eyes, presenting 3 distinct choices. Choice 1. Escape to save your life. Reward. A massive surge of beast taming power. Choice 2. Seize the opportunity to break out of this crisis. Reward. Golden slime volume permanently increases by 5%. Choice 3. Scream at the top of your lungs that this is not a kindergarten bus. Reward. 1 purifying potion. Seeing these bizarre options, Chen Shu's suspicion about this stranger skyrockets. Sharing a ride out of absolutely nowhere? This guy is definitely hiding something shady. Chen Shu's mind races as he deeply analyzes the system's ridiculous prompts. The first option offers an insanely rich reward. However, leaping out of a moving vehicle on the highway is a guaranteed death wish. As for the third option, screaming like a maniac would only alert the enemy. Action is better than overthinking. Instantly, he shifts his entire aura, perfectly playing the role of the martial world's friendliest capybara. I knew you looked super familiar. Old Wang, is that really you? Song Shu furiously furrows his brows, clearly annoyed by the noise. You have the wrong person. Ding! The system instantly identifies the mysterious target. It is Song Shu, the younger brother of Su Han. On the surface, Chen Shu waves his hands with an overly friendly smile. My bad, my bad. I completely mistook you for someone else. But inside, his tactical mind is running wild. He is not a black iron rank beast tamer, and he is definitely not Su Han. A wave of absolute relief washes over Chen Shu's entire body. Perfect. Now I can confidently lock in choice number 2. In a split second, his friendly mask shatters into fake rage. Hey, driver! The South Dock is not in this direction. You are going the completely wrong way. Realizing his cover is blown, Liu Xie drops the friendly driver act instantly. Listen here, you little brat. Know your place and sit quietly. Chen Shu immediately switches back to his elegant, scholarly persona. Sit quietly and just wait for you thugs to traffic me into some remote mountain. The moment those words leave his mouth, he launches a devastating punch straight at Song Shu's face. Keep dreaming. Moving with lightning speed, Chen Shu firmly grips his enemy by the throat. A chilling, villainous smirk spreads across his face. Without holding absolutely anything back, he unleashes a storm of brutal punches right into Song Shu's face. Meanwhile, the clueless driver Liu Xie still does not grasp the deadly situation. Like throwing gasoline on a blazing fire, he furiously roars. Stop your hands right now, Song Shu. Did you not study martial arts? Take him down right now. Hearing this command, Chen Shu freezes in place for 5 whole seconds. Martial arts? Song Shu furiously clenches his fists, launching a desperate counterattack. Nice try, but Chen Shu effortlessly dodges the strike, rewarding the guy with a brutal punch straight to the face. Chen Shu's temper flares like wildfire. He unleashes a merciless barrage of strikes, holding absolutely nothing back. Where are your martial arts now, huh? Song Shu cowers on the ground, taking the brutal beating in absolute terror. No, please, no. After thoroughly venting his rage, Chen Shu violently grabs Song Shu by the collar. So, got any problems taking me to the South Pier of Jingdu now? Beaten to an absolute unrecognizable pulp, Song Shu sobs pitifully as he accepts the brutal demand. No problem. Brother Liu, take him there. The car instantly swerves, changing its course. Having completely crushed his opposition, Chen Shu flashes a wildly smug grin. Hey. The entire drive echoes with nothing but agonizing groans. Ah. Upon arrival, Chen Shu immediately steps out, leaving a brutally battered Song Shu rotting in the back seat. Looking half dead and utterly defeated, Song Shu weakly gasps. Hurry, get me to a hospital. Taking just a few steps away, Chen Shu pulls out his phone to make a crucial call. Hello? Sister Fangxi? Tell everyone to stay on high alert. Suhan has officially sent his lapdogs for revenge. He pauses, his tone softening. Yeah, I am perfectly fine. I am heading back now. Just keep your eyes peeled. Hanging up the phone, Chen Shu strides forward into the night, but suddenly, he pauses. He glances back at the city he is leaving behind, a dark, chilling smile creeping across his face. In 1 year, I will return. Meanwhile, inside a ridiculously lavish mansion, Suhan furiously grips a wine glass, his eyes blazing with absolute wrath as he screams at his trembling subordinates. You utterly useless trash. You cannot even capture a pathetic high schooler? Useless garbage. Drag this failure out of my sight right now. His expression turns downright demonic as pure malice floods his thoughts. Chen Shu, Fangxi, Zhang Dali. Just you wait. I will never let you off. In a fit of explosive rage, he hurls his wine glass against the wall, shattering it into a million shimmering pieces. Time flashes by in the blink of an eye. Night has already cast its dark veil over the bustling pier of Nanjiang City. Stepping off the boat, Chen Shu gleefully stretches his arms toward the night sky and roars. I'm finally back home. He swiftly flags down a taxi, but before his seat can even get warm, the driver, Jia Hao, speaks up. Hey brother, do you mind if I pick up one more passenger? Feeling generous, Chen Shu casually nods. If it is on the way, sure. Moments later, the cab screeches to a halt to collect their mysterious second rider. Standing in the shadows is Xu Xingxing, fully dressed in a striped hospital gown. And the pickup location? A massive, towering hospital. Chen Shu stares up at the glowing blood-red sign, and his blood runs totally cold. Nanjiang City Psychiatric Hospital? Watching Xu Xingxing stand there with a creepy, foolish grin, Chen Shu instantly connects the dots. Are you a literal psychopath? Xu Xingxing slowly shuffles forward and pulls the car door open. The moment the strange guy slides in, Chen Shu violently presses himself against the opposite window. Under the eerie silence of the night sky, the solitary taxi speeds down the deserted highway. Inside the cabin, an absolutely suffocating tension hangs in the air. The 3 men exchange nervous glances, not daring to breathe a single word. Suddenly, Xu Xingxing breaks the deadly silence with shocking enthusiasm. I was just at the psychiatric ward conducting some very important research. Chen Shu blinks, eyeing the weirdo with heavy suspicion. Research? So he is not a loose patient after all. That makes sense. How could a lunatic escape on their own? Relieved, Chen Shu completely drops his guard and flashes a friendly smile. Man, you look exactly around my age. I cannot believe you are already a researcher. Chen Shu leans in, totally curious. So, what exactly are you researching? The guy maintains his creepy, unblinking smile. Being researched. By other people. The words hit Chen Shu like a ton of bricks. He freezes in pure horror. Huh? Faster than lightning, Chen Shu grabs the door handle and screams for his life. "Driver, let me out right now. I want to get off." But before he can escape, a pair of pale hands aggressively wraps around his waist from behind. Xu Xingxing frantically tries to explain himself. "No, wait. I am just a student. I am only doing part-time work for the holidays." But Chen Shu is already completely pinned against the cold glass, unable to resist the crazy grip. Part-time work? Who the hell works part-time as a certified lunatic? Chen Shu thrashes wildly. "I do not believe a single word. Let me out of this death trap." But the crazy guy sticks to his waist like 502 industrial glue, absolutely refusing to let go. "Bro, I swear on my life, I am just a normal student trying to earn some extra pocket money." At this point, Chen Shu's brain has completely short-circuited. "Unhand me, you psycho. Driver, for the love of God, save me." Despite his passenger screaming bloody murder in the back seat, driver Jia Hao firmly grips the wheel, choosing to violently ignore the chaos just to secure his daily paycheck. After a chaotic, exhausting wrestling match in the back seat, the taxi finally reaches its destination. Panting with rage, Chen Shu violently grabs Xu Xingxing by the head and glares daggers at him. "I am at my stop. Can I finally get the hell out of this car?" The strange boy instantly releases his iron grip. "Of course you can." Without missing a beat, the psycho cheerfully introduces himself. "Big bro, my name is Xu Xingxing. Let's be great friends." Chen Shu furiously brushes off his clothes with maximum disgust. "I pray to the heavens I never see your face again for the rest of my miserable life." Xu Xingxing stands quietly, watching the terrified boy run off into the night. Slowly, a highly amused, calculated smirk twists his lips. "Is that so? Well, my apologies, because fate will definitely bring us together again." High above, the cold moonlight spills over the sleeping metropolis, hiding countless secrets in its shadows. Meanwhile, back in his absolute safe haven, Chen Shu passionately bear hugs his beloved mattress. "Finally home. I can finally rest in absolute peace." But fate has other plans. His phone violently buzzes, flashing a call from Sunan. Chen Shu frowns in utter exhaustion as he accepts it. "Chen P, are you back yet?" the man asks, clearly testing the waters. "Are you totally free tomorrow? I just picked up an official mission, and I seriously need your backup." Instantly on alert, Chen Shu fires back. "What kind of mission?" Sunan lays out the dangerous details. "We are hunting down a corrupt official right here in Nanjiang." Rolling his eyes, Chen Shu immediately rejects him. Zero interest. Go bother the Spirit Suppression Bureau for that kind of dirty work. But the man does not skip a single beat. "The bounty reward is 500,000. The moment those words drop, Chen Shu's attitude flips a solid 360 degrees. "Brother," Chen Shu declares with absolute righteous fury, "I simply cannot tolerate criminal scum in this lifetime. I will definitely assist you." On the other side of the line, Sunan is left completely dumbfounded by the shameless hypocrisy. "You change your tune way too fast." Sunan mutters. "Fine. Meet me at the pork stall tomorrow at exactly 6 in the morning." And just like that, the wheels of a brand new, chaotic mission begin to turn. Chen Shu's eyes crinkle into a delighted smile. "All right, see you tomorrow." Hanging up the phone, a thrill runs through his veins. Finally, another chance to make some serious cash. The next morning, Chen Shu and Sunan arrive at the rendezvous point. Chen Shu scans the area with hawk-like vigilance before lowering his voice. "Did you bring the stuff?" Smack. Sunan rolls his eyes and slams a folder onto Chen Shu's head. "What kind of spy game are you playing now? Hurry up and look at the mission brief." Rubbing his throbbing head, Chen Shu grumbles in annoyance. "Fine." He snatches the documents and scrutinizes every detail. The target: capture the Nanjiang embezzler. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a fascinating detail, flashing with a razor-sharp glint. "Wait, we are authorized to use our contract spirit's abilities? Is this target a Beast Tamer too?" Sunan leans in close, tilting his head with a challenging smirk. "What is wrong? Getting cold feet already?" Chen Shu furrows his brows, weighing his options. "Not exactly, but," seeing him hesitate, Sunan loses his patience. "But what?" Chen Shu looks him dead in the eye and states his absolute demand. "I need more money." The two stare at each other in utter silence, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Breaking the heavy silence, Sunan gleefully claps his hands together. "Deal." A while later, they arrive at the city's northern district, a place of stunning and deceptive tranquility. Chen Shu points at the passing scenery, shooting his partner a questioning glare. "Wait a minute, are we not supposed to hit the slums in the west?" Crossing his arms, Sunan confidently shoots down the doubt. "That intel is absolute garbage. My inside sources confirm their real hideout is right here in the north." Hearing this, Chen Shu nods in realization. "So that is the play. By the way, old Shay, why are you suddenly grinding extra missions? Are you strapped for cash?" The older man stares out the window, a thoughtful shadow crossing his face. The new semester is starting soon, just scraping together some living expenses. Chen Shu leans over and pats his shoulder with mock sympathy. It must be so tough. Earning living expenses for your precious son is no easy feat. Su Nan shoots him a lethal death glare before delivering a single merciless word. Scram. Not long after, their taxi screeches to a halt in front of a towering luxury apartment building. Chen Shu takes a few steps forward before a nagging sense of doubt hits him. Are you absolutely sure this is the spot? He scans the opulent surroundings, skepticism etched across his face. I know we skipped the slums, but since when do fugitives live in high-end mansions like this? Annoyed by the complete lack of faith, Su Nan fiercely defends his underground network. This is exactly the place. You can doubt my combat power all you want, but never insult my reconnaissance skills. Deciding not to argue, Chen Shu urges him forward. All right. Let us move out. With their target set, the dynamic duo marches straight up to the building's grand entrance. Spotting the suspicious outsiders, a security guard immediately blocks their path. Halt! Non-residents are strictly forbidden from entering. Thinking on his feet, Chen Shu spins a web of lies without skipping a beat. I live here, man. Do you not recognize me? I am the owner of apartment 2 in building 1. I just forgot my access card. Hearing this blatant nonsense, the guard's face twists in pure anger. What kind of joke is this? There is no building 1 in this complex. Get lost. His brilliant lie is instantly shattered into pieces. An awkward, suffocating silence descends upon the duo. Locked out of their target zone, Su Nan begins to panic. What is the grand plan now? If we fail this mission, you are paying me back for the cab fare. Chen Shu quickly steps in to calm his partner's frayed nerves. Why panic? When the cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a road. Suddenly, a familiar figure strolls out of the lobby, catching Chen Shu's hawk-eye vision. The prey is delivering itself right to their doorstep. A wicked grin spreads across his face. See? The road just opened up. Without hesitation, he waves wildly at the eccentric Shu Xing. Hey, my mentally unstable friend. Spotting him, Shu Xing's face lights up with overwhelming enthusiasm. Big brother, it is you, taking your old dad out for a morning stroll, huh? Good job. Walking is great for preventing elderly dementia, though it is just an innocent comment from a clueless stranger. The words hit Su Nan like a devastating critical strike. As volcanic rage erupts from his partner, Chen Shu desperately holds him back. He chants their golden rule like a mantra, the Nanjiang Embezzler. Focus on the Nanjiang Embezzler. His brain finally rebooting, Su Nan forces a terrifyingly bright, friendly smile onto his face. Beside him, Chen Shu lets out a massive sigh of relief. Pointing at the luxurious high-rise, Chen Shu casually probes for intel. Do you actually live here? Shu Xing nods with complete innocence. My relatives stay in this building. Hearing this golden ticket, Su Nan and Chen Shu lock eyes. A dazzling, holy aura practically erupts behind them as their synestem perfectly aligns. Like two villains in a comic book, they burst into a manic, unhinged cackle. 10 minutes later, their clueless VIP successfully smuggles them past security. Striding down the lavish hallway, Shu Xing suddenly casts a suspicious glance their way. Are you two bosses actually here to catch a criminal? Chen Shu proudly thumps his chest, radiating absolute heroic justice. Of course, upholding morality and crushing evil is encoded in our very DNA. Seeing their new ally completely sold on the lie, he instantly drops the act and turns to his partner. Old Xie. Which way do we go from here? The veteran scout confidently points down the corridor. This way. Moments later, deep within the building's labyrinth, the trio presses their ears against a heavy door, hunting for any sign of life. Su Nan signals with a sharp hand gesture. They are in here. Trick them into opening the door. Chen Shu gives a curt nod. Got it. Rapping his knuckles against the wood, he spins his next masterful trap. Hello, I am from building maintenance. Could you open up? I need to inspect the water meter real quick. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from within the room, making all three of them jump. Chen Shu rubs his chin, his mind racing. What in the world is happening in there? Has their cover already been blown? Wasting no time, he summons his contract spirit. Sim, come forth. The moment the creature materializes, it unleashes its signature collision skill. It hurls itself forward like a cannonball, blasting the reinforced door right off its hinges. As the dust settles, Chen Shu charges forward, but an iron grip yanks him back. Wait, Su Nan warns, his eyes blazing with combat intent. Let me handle this. An adorable, cheesy pink butterfly materialized right in Su Nan's palm. Chen Shu's eyes went wide at the tiny creature. Wait, that little thing can actually track him? Su Nan flashed a charming smile and gave a confident thumbs up. Of course. Instantly, Chen Shu lost his absolute mind, grabbing Su Nan's collar in a blazing fury. Then why didn't you summon it earlier? You made me smash the damn door down, Sunan frantically defended himself. You were just way too fast. Hold on. Stop hitting me. The scan is complete. Tracking the fluttering Xiaodi, Sunan pointed to the escape route. He slipped out through the window. Hearing this, Chen Shu bolted like a lightning strike. He turned back and roared at his companions. Well, what are you idiots standing around for? Hurry up and chase him down. Shu Xing quickly held him back. Wait, running on foot is way too slow. Ride my bird instead. Without missing a beat, Shu Xing raised both hands to the heavens. A majestic thunderbird materialized in the sky. This legendary sight made Chen Shu narrow his eyes in deep thought. An A-rank thunderbird? Are peerless geniuses just roaming the streets everywhere nowadays? Even an absolute lunatic has an A-rank contracted spirit. Seeing them dazed, Shu Xing screamed, Chen Shu, get on, now. Meanwhile, at the base of the building, a fully naked man sprinted into the open. It was the ultimate corrupt official of Nanjiang. Jiang Zhao desperately tried to hail a taxi to escape. Thank the heavens I ran fast, or I would be dead meat. Suddenly, a massive shadow blotted out the sun above him. To stall for precious time, Chen Shu roared from the sky to draw his attention. Hey, you corrupt Nanjiang scum! Jiang Zhao stared at the unexpected pursuers above, his face pale with absolute shock. Wait, they aren't from the Spirit Suppression Bureau? Regaining his twisted arrogance, Jiang Zhao barked back. Where did you little brats come from? How dare you block my path? Seeing the bait had been perfectly taken, Chen Shu ordered Shu Xing to strike. The trap is set. Let your contracted spirit unleash hell. But despite Chen Shu's burning anticipation, Shu Xing just smiled helplessly. My Thunderbird actually has 0 combat power. Chen Shu's face contorted into a massive question mark. Are you kidding me? An A-rank spirit, and you are telling me it cannot fight? Shu Xing sighed with deep sorrow as he explained the tragedy. My Thunderbird mutated a little bit. Its innate talent is purely lightning-fast speed. It is only good for running away. Just as Chen Shu hit rock bottom, Sunan delivered the ultimate critical strike. My contracted spirit is only meant for tracking. Chen Shu let out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. Forget it. I guess I have to do this myself. He reached behind his back and pulled out his legendary heirloom weapon. He immediately ordered Shu Xing to lower the Thunderbird's altitude. Reaching the perfect drop zone, Chen Shu sprang to his feet. He hoisted a massive burlap sack high into the air. Without an ounce of fear, he dove straight down to confront Jiang Zhao. Plummeting through the air in freefall, he roared for his contracted spirit. Slime, attack now. His absolutely chaotic fighting style left both Jiang Zhao and the Shadow Rat completely dumbfounded. Quick as a flash, Chen Shu ruthlessly bagged the naked official from head to toe. Right beside them, the giant slime crashed down like a meteor. Its massive body utterly flattened the Shadow Rat into the pavement. The squad now stood around leisurely guarding the bagged Jiang Zhao. The corrupt official looked entirely drained of life, his body twitching pathetically. Approaching the scene, Wang Qian cut straight to the chase. Is this the corrupt official of Nanjiang? Chen Shu answered with absolute certainty. Yes. The moment he spoke, Wang Qian proudly patted Chen Shu's shoulder. Excellent work. Nanjiang City is truly blessed to have heroes like you. Moments later, Jiang Zhao was forcefully dragged away by the police. Suddenly, Sunan stepped up from behind. Chief Wang, I need a word with you. He turned back and gave a subtle, knowing nod. You know what to do. Catching the signal instantly, Chen Shu smirked. Understood. A second later, Chen Shu violently whipped his head around to change the subject. Hey Xing Xing, what are you eating for dinner tonight? The sudden question left Shu Xing completely baffled. Huh? But it is not even afternoon yet. Just as he spoke, Shu Xing realized something was off. He turned around and asked Sunan, wait, where is Chief Wang? Sunan wore an expression of absolute, glorious satisfaction. Oh, he already went back to interrogate the prisoner. But this only plunged Shu Xing into even deeper confusion. What? Before he could process reality, Chen Shu rushed forward, passionately shaking his hand. Great hero Shu, if not for you today, that criminal would have escaped. The absolute peace of Nanjiang City depends entirely on you, great hero Shu. Chen Shu showered him with endless, exaggerated praise. Nanjiang still has countless villains lurking in the shadows. The citizens desperately need you starting tomorrow. No, starting right this second, great hero Shu. Hurry and patrol your territory. Hunting criminals is your divine destiny. Sunan chimed in right on cue. Justice begins with a single step. You can do this. Saying that, Chen Shu started shoving Shu Xing away. Go get them. Their flawless tag team acting finally made Shu Xing suspicious. Wait a minute. Something is incredibly wrong with you two, he suddenly yelled, exposing their masterful scheme. You guys are trying to chase me away to swallow the bounty yourselves, aren't you? Those words froze Chen Shu and Sunan right to their very souls. Damn it. This guy is actually not an idiot. Sunan frantically turned back to salvage the situation. No, of course not. How could we possibly hog all that glorious bounty money for ourselves? Here is your rightful share, 500 yuan. However, Xu Xing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every micro-expression on Sunan's face. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he snatched the cash. In an instant, his entire demeanor completely transformed. Turns out, a wanted criminal is actually worth a massive fortune. Seeing the reward, Chen Shu and his companion finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. As expected, the guy was a complete fool. Night soon falls over the neon-lit city. Chen Shu strolls down the street, unable to hide the smug grin on his face. Thank goodness we tricked Xu Xingxing into leaving, he chuckles. Otherwise, we would have had to split this bounty 3 ways. Right on cue, the massive transfer notification chimes on his phone. Old Xie, since you gave Xu Xingxing 500 yuan, your remaining cut is exactly 49,500 yuan. No objections, right? Without a single shred of doubt, Sunan nods. No problem? Chen Shu instantly shifts gears, his tone smooth as silk. Then let us part ways right here. Farewell. A tense moment passes. Reality suddenly strikes Sunan like a massive hammer. Wait a minute. Why was that 500 deducted from his own cut? But the legendary scammer is already cruising away in a cab. Sunan is left standing on the dusty road, screaming into the wind. Chen Shu, you tricked me again. 3 days vanish in the blink of an eye. Stepping onto the school grounds, Chen Shu takes a deep breath. A 2-month break. The new semester has finally arrived. Suddenly, 2 overly eager faces block his path, beaming with excitement. Brother Bai. Greetings, Brother Bai. Another student eagerly steps up to introduce himself. Brother Bai, I am Lu Shuang from Beast Taming Class 5. It is an honor. Basking in the glory, Chen Shu cheerfully waves back. Hello everyone. Smothered in such passionate admiration, immense pride swells in his chest. Haha, getting into the special class is an absolute dream. He is being welcomed like a conquering hero. Suddenly, his stomach unleashes a monstrous, rumbling roar. His smug expression instantly turns a deadly shade of pale. Damn it. He forgot to answer nature's call this morning. As he frantically scans the area, Wu Shuang's sharp voice echoes from behind. Watching Chen Shu sprint like a madman, the older man narrows his eyes. Why is that brat running for his absolute life? Inside the school restroom, a glorious wave of relief washes over him. He is just about to stand up, when a random hand suddenly reaches under his stall partition. The stranger frantically wiggles his fingers. Brother, do you have any toilet paper? Save a brother in the martial world. Instantly, a desperate voice from the opposite stall echoes the plea. Brother, I need a lifesaver too. This absurd situation leaves him completely speechless. Utterly helpless, Chen Shu generously divides his tissue. Here, take it. But as the words leave his mouth, a chilling realization strikes him. Something is deeply wrong. Why do these 2 voices sound so incredibly familiar? His gears turning, Chen Shu quickly devises a plan. Gripping the stall walls with both hands, he slowly hoists his body upward. Peering over the top, his jaw drops in pure shock. Damn it. Staring right back at him is Xu Xingxing. He violently snaps his head toward the other stall. The son of a gun. It is Xie Sunan. Hearing the gasp, the man scowls in pure irritation. What is your problem? Yes, I am Xie Sunan. The absolute absurdity leaves Chen Shu stunned. You are Xie Sunan? Wait, where is your beard? Sunan replies with a deeply awkward tone. I shaved it off. School is starting. If I keep the facial hair, the teacher will definitely scold me. The phrase hits Chen Shu like a lightning bolt. Scolded by the teacher? Are you telling me you are still a student? You actually study here? The man gives a firm, undeniable nod. That is exactly right. The 3 boys freeze like stone statues, the silence incredibly deafening. A moment later, Chen Shu shoots a heavy glare at Xu Xingxing. Then what about you? Are you studying here too? Xu Xingxing answers without a single trace of hesitation. Yes. Chen Shu begins to severely doubt his own reality. This makes 0 sense. As the legendary scammer of Nanjiang High School, how has he never crossed paths with these 2? Suddenly, a terrifying possibility flashes through his mind. Wait a minute. Chen Shu jolts in pure horror and screams at the top of his lungs. Do not tell me the school paid you both to transfer into the special class? Chills run down his spine, freezing his very soul. Against all odds, these lunatics are actually going to be his classmates. He silently assesses the devastating reality. Xu Xingxing is somewhat acceptable. At least he is young. But panic completely sets in when he thinks about the ancient-looking Xie Sunan. Suddenly, Xu Xiaoyu's sharp voice slices through the classroom air. Chen Shu, hand over your holiday homework. The sudden demand leaves him completely bewildered. Homework? I am from Beast Taming Class 5. The teacher gave us 0 homework. Hearing his defense, she instantly fires back. No homework? Then where did Xiaobing's homework come from? The more Xiao Yu pushes, the more clueless Chen Shu becomes. Huh? Is it entirely possible she just assigned it to herself? But she is fiercely determined not to let him slip away. I do not care about your excuses. You must submit it to me today. Out of nowhere, Wang Qian's imposing figure steps up from behind. Shu Xiaoyu, return to your seat. There is no need to collect Chen Shu's homework. The moment those words drop, a voice of fierce protest erupts. Teacher, submitting homework is a student's absolute duty. Why does he get special privileges on the very first day? The objector is none other than Sun Ziyang, an elite student of the special class. He shoots a venomous, deathly glare straight at Chen Shu. The blatant hostility instantly makes Chen Shu's blood boil. Is this fat brat seriously picking a fight on day one? Trying to diffuse the rising tension, Wang Qian steps in to explain. Chen Shu's academic score is 396 points. According to our strict school regulations, anyone scoring over 390 points is entirely exempt from academic homework. That justification only fuels Ziyang's blazing fury. Teacher, so what if his grades are good? Does that mean he can just ignore the rules? Shockingly, the teacher replies with absolute, undeniable dominance. I am sorry, but exceptional grades truly give you the supreme right to do whatever you please. With a grave expression, Wang Qian issues his strict, unyielding command. Listen closely. From this moment on, remember your status as the special class. As long as your performance is elite, you can trample the rules. His booming voice echoes with terrifying, commanding power. Is that clear? The entire class roars back in perfect, disciplined unison, crystal clear. Hearing their thunderous, united response, Wang Qian smiles in utter satisfaction. Excellent. Now, let us begin our very first agenda. All new transfer students, step up to the podium and introduce yourselves. Following his strict orders, the new arrivals march forward one by one. They line up imposingly from left to right. Wang Qinghan, Xu Xingxing, Xie Sunan, and Du Long. The first to speak is Wang Qinghan, his aura blazing. My contracted spirit is an A-rank fire elemental sprite. My beast taming talent is elite grade. Greetings, everyone. Then comes the towering heavy presence of the second student. I am Du Long. My contracted spirit is an A-rank earthworm. My beast taming talent is also elite grade. The scene shifts to a bustling classroom. Teacher Wang Qian formally introduces the next student. This is Xie Sunan. His contract spirit is a grade B butterfly, specializing in tracking and search operations. But as he steps forward, a terrifying clatter echoes through the room. A massive butcher knife drops straight out of his clothes. Clang! Panic flashes across his face as he frantically waves his hands. Sorry, everyone. It is just an occupational habit from my part-time job selling pork over the holidays. The entire class instantly freezes in absolute horror. Teacher Wang Qian quickly steps in to break the deadly silence. There is no need to panic, everyone. Just ignore that. He immediately calls up the final transfer student. Next up is Xu Xingxing, the teacher announces. His contract spirit is a grade A mutated lightning beast, and his natural talent is ranked as outstanding. But Wang Qian notices something strange about the boy's attire. What exactly are you wearing under there? You must wear the school uniform on campus. Without a second thought, Xu Xingxing rips his outer jacket open. This is my work uniform, sir. The director ordered me to wear it at all times. The entire class stares at the bold logo printed on his chest. It reads, Nanjiang City Psychiatric Hospital. A massive shockwave of disbelief rocks the classroom. Holy crap, is this guy an actual mental patient? Terrified screams echo all the way down the hallway. No, no, no. Please listen to me. Xu Xingxing waves his arms wildly, desperately trying to salvage the situation. I am not a patient. I just work there part-time. But his frantic explanation falls on completely deaf ears. The other students only back away, staring at him with deep suspicion and sheer terror. A split second later, utter chaos erupts. Teacher, I am requesting a transfer out of this special class. Me too. Education is important, but my life is worth more. Teacher, please let us leave. They beg in pure desperation. Seeing the riot, Teacher Wu Shuang furiously waves his hands to restore order. Settle down. Everyone, please remain calm. Suddenly, a familiar blue glow catches Chen Shu's eye. His exclusive system interface materializes right in front of him. Option 1. The screen reads, Stand up and declare. As the only normal person here, I am officially withdrawing. Reward for Option 1, a disguise potion. Option 2, remain completely silent and watch the teacher handle it. Reward for Option 2, a moderate boost to beast taming power. Option 3, stand up, calm the class, and confiscate their items using your fertilizer sack. Reward for Option 3, wind element skill +1. Reading the prompt, Chen Shu lets out a heavy, helpless sigh. It seems this legendary Chen has to step up to save the day once again. Without a single second of hesitation, Chen Shu rises from his seat. He puffs out his chest, stepping up to vouch for his bizarre friends. Everyone, there is absolutely no need to panic, he announces loudly. I can personally guarantee that they only took up part-time jobs during the break. They are not dangerous criminals. Moving with blinding speed, he snatches the terrifying butcher knife right out of Xie Sunan's hand. He then forcefully strips Xu Xingxing of his hospital shirt, stuffing both items into his sack. Ding! The system instantly rewards him with win skill +1. Playing the cool hero, Chen Shu waves his hand dismissively. Everything is perfectly fine now. You two, go take your seats. The terrified classmates finally let out a massive, collective sigh of relief. But right at that moment, Ziyang stands up, pointing a trembling finger at them. Do not believe a single word he says. Those three are in a gang together. I saw them in the restroom once. They were climbing over the stalls together to act like utter creeps. Struck right in their guilty consciences, all three boys instantly freeze like statues, clicking his tongue in pure annoyance. Teacher Wang Qian finally loses his patience. Just get back to your seats, right this instant, he barks. Bam! His palm slams against the podium, sending a shockwave through the room. That is quite enough. I will not tolerate any more nonsense. Wang Qian roars. Everyone needs to calm down right now. This is the very first day of the academy. He glares at the troublemakers. Pay attention while I go over the orientation schedule. His overwhelming aura instantly forces the chaotic students back into their chairs. Adjusting his glasses, the teacher speaks with absolute authority. Today consists of two main events: the grand opening ceremony, followed by free exploration time. However, there are two very critical matters you all must know, he continues, his tone darkening. Wang Qian holds up his smartphone for the entire class to see. First, all students in this elite special class are strictly required to live on campus. Your dorm room assignments have just been sent to your devices. Check your notifications immediately. Second, and most importantly, tomorrow marks the official beast taming tournament that will determine your academy rankings. You must prepare yourselves for absolute battle. Now, proceed to the main hall for the ceremony. Hearing this, Chen Shu eagerly checks his phone. The screen boldly displays his new home, room 302. Right beside him, Qi Sunan and Xu Xingxing excitedly compare their room assignments, grinning from ear to ear. While the grand opening ceremony kicks off with magnificent fanfare, the scene cuts to the boys' dormitory. Xu Xingxing is casually chilling on his new bed, a trace of doubt crossing his face. Hey, are you sure about this? He asks nervously. Skipping the opening ceremony on our very first day. Won't we get caught? Chen Shu waves off his concern with supreme confidence. Relax, with so many students there, they will never notice we are missing. Grabbing his controller, he shoots them a mischievous grin. Anyway, who is ready for some video games? The other two instantly light up at the brilliant suggestion. Hell yeah, count us in. But just as they settle in, heavy, aggressive footsteps echo down the corridor outside. Bang, bang, bang. Someone violently pounds on Chen Shu's door. His gaming session interrupted. An annoyed scowl forms on his face. Who the hell is bothering us right now? He mutters. Throwing his controller aside, Chen Shu marches over and rips the door open. He is immediately met with a cold, fiercely threatening voice. So, you are the infamous Chen Shu? The stranger sneers. Beside the main speaker stand two intimidating lackeys. Their student IDs proudly display the names Wang Yun and Hong Ming. A dark aura of irritation begins to rise from Chen Shu. Are these guys seriously picking a fight on day one? He crosses his arms, completely out of patience. Spit it out. What exactly do you want? Seeing his defiance, Wang Yun cuts straight to the chase. Young Master Tang sent us with a very clear warning for you. Stay the hell away from Xu Xiaoyu. Do I make myself clear? The aggressive threat leaves Chen Shu completely bewildered. Young Master Tang? Who on earth is that? Seeing his confusion, the lackey reveals the name with a disgustingly smug smirk. I am talking about the almighty Tang Lai, he boasts proudly. Hearing that name, a mocking sneer stretches across Chen Shu's face. Oh, is that all? I thought you were actually someone important. If there is nothing else, get lost. I have important business to attend to. The very next second, he slammed the door shut. But before the lock could click, a heavy hand firmly blocked it. Wang Yun shoved the door wide open without a single ounce of hesitation. It seemed this punk had absolutely no clue about the current situation. His cold gaze shifted to Qi Sunan and Xu Xingxing sitting on the bed. Both of you, get the hell out. We have some private matters to settle. The onlookers stand completely frozen in shock. Their minds simply cannot process what is unfolding right in front of them. Chen Shu's voice remains chillingly calm. Step outside for a moment, guys. These two just want to discuss a few things with me. Taking the hint, the two bystanders quickly scramble out of their beds. Sunan shoots a wary glance at Wang Yun before leaving. They even politely click the door shut behind them. Thud. Suddenly, Chen Shu steps deeper into the shadows of the room. While the two troublemakers watch in utter bewilderment, he reaches out to grab something hidden from view. But before Chen Shu can grasp his target, a heavy hand violently clamps down on his shoulder. Hongming glares fiercely, spitting out a dark threat. "You arrogant little punk, you have gone way too far." Without warning, Chen Shu yanks a gleaming blade from behind his pillow. The sharp metallic ring of steel leaving its sheath makes the bully freeze in pure shock. Showing zero hesitation, Chen Shu slashes viciously toward Hongming. Sensing the bully desperately trying to back away, our main character instantly locks his grip onto the guy's arm and yanks him forward. In a single breath, the power dynamic completely flips. Chen Shu now holds absolute control over the room. "Do you still not understand your position?" Meanwhile, Wang Yun stands off to the side, pretending to remain completely unfazed. "Hongming, calm down. I highly doubt he actually has the guts to slash you." Hearing this, Chen Shu's face darkens into a terrifying smirk. "Is that so?" With explosive momentum, he swings the heavy blade high into the air. Bang! Driven by sheer power, the tip of the blade buries itself deep into the solid wooden desk. Witnessing this raw display of violence, Hongming trembles in absolute terror. "Wang Yun, are you treating me like a complete idiot right now?" Hongming screams in panic. "Of course you do not believe it. You are not the one standing under the blade." In less than a heartbeat, the arrogant bully drops his tough facade. "Big brother, let us talk about this. Please, just calm down and let us talk." But Chen Shu mercilessly kicks him right in the rear. "Shut your mouth and get to the corner." Finishing his sentence, he glares fiercely at Wang Yun, waving the knife to signal him to squat down with his hands on his head. Surprisingly, the second bully obediently follows the humiliating order. Chen Shu then delivers his absolute judgment. "Now, both of you face the wall. I want you to sing, 'Do not treat me like a simple sheep,' exactly 100 times. Naturally, this ridiculous command leaves both thugs utterly dumbfounded. Huh? Yet, moments later, Hongming and Wang Yun are pathetically singing their hearts out against the wall. "Do not treat me like a simple sheep," they cry out in unison. Standing victoriously behind them, Chen Shu calls out to the hallway. "You guys can come back in now." Stepping back into the room and witnessing this bizarre scene, Xu Xing finds it incredibly amusing. "Chen Shu, your punishment methods are truly one of a kind. It seems I will have to learn a few tricks from you next time." In stark contrast to his cheerful mood, the two punished bullies are sinking into pure despair. Tearfully singing, "The grass becomes greener because of me." Receiving such high praise from his peer, our main character humbly replies, "You flatter me too much, brother." Moving the conversation along, Xu Xing changes the subject. "The afternoon is still quite long. Let us head back home and pack some daily necessities for our dorm life." Chen Shu instantly agrees to the plan. "Sounds good to me. It just so happens that I need to head back and pack some clothes anyway, and buy some snacks while I'm at it." Seeing the group leave, Wang Yun shoots a resentful glare before attempting to sneak away with Hongming. But suddenly, a terrifyingly sharp slash cuts right through the air in front of his face. A demonic voice immediately echoes with a heavy threat. "Keep singing. Do not even think about leaving this spot until you hit exactly 100 times." Utterly defeated, the two bullies tearfully resume their humiliating old melody. "The sky becomes bluer because of me." A long time later, both of their bodies are completely drained of energy. Wang Yun groans in sheer agony. 100 times. We finally finished singing. Sobbing pathetically, he and his partner stumble out of the dorm in tears. "Let us just go home." A while later, in a completely different location, Tang Lai calmly asks for a status update. "Well then, did you guys teach that punk a proper lesson?" Meanwhile, the dark curtain of night has already fallen. Chen Shu leisurely pedals his bicycle down the quiet street. Today was actually not a bad day at all. Even though he has to stay at the academy, becoming classmates with Xie Sunan and Xu Xingxing turned out to be a massive win. He murmurs to himself with a satisfied grin. "It looks like my senior year will not be a solo battlefield after all. However, I definitely need to head home and pack a few more stink bombs for self-defense." Ding! Suddenly, a glowing blue system panel flashes right before his eyes. Option 1. You are in extreme danger but decide to take a massive risk. Counterattack to show absolute dominance. Reward, Beastmaster level +1. Option 2. Flee immediately. Reward, Invisibility Potion. Option 3. Stand in the street and roar. I want to fight 10 people. If you want to die, come at me. Reward, a massive amount of Beastmaster power. Chen Shu cannot help but gasp out loud. Danger? Again? He continues pedaling his bike while intensely analyzing the sudden prompt. Even though all three choices offer incredible rewards, if he can somehow break through and become a rank B Beastmaster, suddenly, a brilliant realization hits him. That means I could completely overpower Xu Xiaoyu and his arrogant gang. Without any warning, Chen Shu leaps wildly off his moving bicycle. He instantly dives into a dark corner to survey his surroundings. I need to assess the battlefield first. Suddenly, strange rustling sounds echo from the tree branches above. Swish, swish. Bewildered, he slowly looks up. Are assassins seriously playing these kinds of stealth games nowadays? In the very next second, Chen Shu silently scales the massive tree trunk like a trained assassin. He carefully observes the movements of the two mysterious figures from behind, completely oblivious to the lethal danger lurking at his back. Liu Tian is busy swatting away annoying insects. Damn it, there are way too many blood-sucking mosquitoes out here. Feeling incredibly frustrated by the long wait, Liu Lei voices his creeping doubts. Brother Liu, we have been staking out this spot for half a month. Are you absolutely sure we will run into that student? The moment his words fall, Chen Shu's chilling voice echoes from right behind their necks. Of course you will. This terrifying ambush nearly scares the souls out of their bodies. The thug instantly recognizes the target's face in the moonlight. It is him. That is Chen Shu. Hearing the sudden commotion behind him, Liu Tian freezes in absolute shock. Before the two stalkers can even process what is happening, Chen Shu unleashes a devastating double strike. Why do you not take a trip down below? Liu Lei and his partner are violently blasted off the high branch by the overwhelming impact. But just as they plummet, a blinding, mysterious light violently erupts from their bodies. Witnessing this sudden magical anomaly, our protagonist narrows his eyes in deep suspicion. A Beastmaster's spirit contract? But fate leaves no room for hesitation. Within seconds, Chen Shu issues his absolute battle command. Violent slime, it is time to slaughter. The slime bounces forward, emitting a wet, squelching sound. Pop, squish. Its usually cute face twists into an expression of pure, unadulterated fury. Facing this squishy wrath, Liu Tian doesn't even flinch. With a single devastating strike, he sends the poor slime flying. Chen Shu freezes in absolute shock. A one-hit guard break? The defeated slime immediately bounces back, clinging to its master in tears. Wah, wah, it wails like a completely wronged child. Chen Shu's eyes narrow as he analyzes the battlefield. He assesses the enemy's C-rank black-tailed scorpion contract spirit. Suddenly, a chilling realization hits him. Something is wrong. A mere C-rank spirit shouldn't be able to damage his slime this easily. There is only one terrifying explanation. This guy has to be a level 9 Beastmaster. Chen Shu's mind races, desperately calculating his odds of survival. If it is just one level 9 contract spirit, he might stand a chance. But the two assassins just stand there, their eerie stillness making his blood run cold. The second killer hasn't even made a move yet. Panic threatens to overwhelm him, but Chen Shu instantly flips the script. Putting on a mask of pure innocence, he clears his throat. Gentlemen, I am Chen Shu, a paragon of justice, a helper of the weak. I am the shining example of this generation's outstanding youth. I surely haven't offended two esteemed brothers like you. Hearing this utter nonsense, Liu Lei sneers ruthlessly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for touching another man's profit. With that cold declaration, the assassin launches a lethal strike. Genuine panic flashes across Chen Shu's face. Death is inches away, but his battle instincts kick in instantly. He commands his slime to form an absolute defense. The enemy spirit's murderous aura is suffocating. Chen Shu's heart drops into his stomach. It is another level 9 contract spirit. A level 9 shadow sound leopard. The jaws of death are snapping shut around him. It is impossible. He cannot win this fight. But in a move of absolute madness, Chen Shu commands his slime to go to sleep. Liu Lei barks out a cruel laugh. You cannot win, so you are just going to take a nap? Pathetic. Shadow sound leopard, tear him apart. Seeing his partner's bloodlust, Liu Tian quickly steps in. Watch your attacks. This student's bounty is a staggering 5 million. We need him alive. On command, his spirit joins the ruthless assault. Relax, I will just beat him half to death. The leopard's razor-sharp claws frantically tear at the slime's defensive bubble, but a split second later, a sickening crunch echoes. The leopard's paws are instantly shredded and dripping with blood. Liu Lei's arrogant smirk vanishes into thin air. What the hell is that? Realizing the prey is fighting back, Liu Tian steps up. You useless trash, watch how it is done. Without hesitation, the deadly black-tailed scorpion launches itself straight at Chen Shu. Slime, wake up right now, Chen Shu yells out. All traces of his previous goofy demeanor are gone. His gaze turns sharp and lethally serious. You two forced my hand. Wind breath. Chen Shu leaps onto his slime's back like a majestic knight. He glares down at the assassins. You are both dead meat. The sudden burst of aura makes Liu Tian break out in a cold sweat. Get back. He is using an ultimate move. Whoosh! Defying all logic, the slime and Chen Shu blast into the sky like a rocket, leaving the two assassins dumbfounded on the ground. Chen Shu casually whips out his phone. Say cheese. Miraculously, the two stunned killers look up right at the lens. 2, 3, click. Chen Shu gives them a cheeky wave from the heavens. Thanks for the photo op, boys. Catch you later. Liu Tian finally snaps out of his trance. The realization hits him like a truck. Damn it, he just took our mugshots. What if that brat goes straight to the cops? Liu Lei grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. That little rat is utterly shameless. He acted like he was going to fight to the death, just to run away. Pack everything. We need to vanish. Now. Meanwhile, on a bustling city street, heavy footsteps echo through the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Shu stumbles forward, completely drained of energy. I actually made it out alive. His trembling fingers quickly dial a trusted number. Uncle Wang! Someone just put a hit out on me. I am sending you their faces right now. Find out who these bastards are. Moments later, as Chen Shu is still trying to calm his racing heart, his phone violently buzzes. It is Uncle Wang Jian calling back. The terrifying speed of the callback sends a jolt of surprise through Chen Shu's system. What is the verdict? Did you find their identities? He asks breathlessly. On the other end of the line, Wang Jian's grave voice attempts to reassure him. I found them. They are top-tier wanted criminals hunted by the Spirit Suppression Bureau this year. They have been off the grid completely. To think those ghosts slipped into our Nanjiang city. Do not panic, kid. I am taking over this investigation. Thanks to Chen Shu's bold photograph, the Bureau finally has a solid lead. Keep your head down and wait for my word. A massive weight lifts off his shoulders. He finally lets out a long exhale. Got it. Hanging up, Chen Shu's mind starts churning again. Waiting for the Bureau to act might take entirely too long. His survival instincts make the final call. The absolute safest place right now? He needs to get back to the academy immediately. His nerves finally start to settle down. Taxi! He yells out. Surviving an assassination attempt by 2 level 9 masters? Talk about an insanely dramatic Tuesday. Hours blur by, and the midnight moon hangs high. The entire dorm room is dead silent, but Chen Shu is wide awake, staring at the ceiling. Why? Why would anyone drop a fortune to have him assassinated? His brain feels like it is short-circuiting. Sure, he has ruffled a lot of feathers and trolled countless people, but who hates him enough to drop a 5 million bounty on his head? Whose profit margin did he actually destroy? Wait a minute. Profit margin. Like a lightning bolt, a specific name strikes his mind. Could it be the Great Strength Potion Corporation? The more Chen Shu connects the dots, the more terrifyingly logical it gets. Back at the black market, his insane price slashing on the strength potions absolutely ruined their monopoly. He didn't just touch their pie, he flipped the whole table. A ruthless pharmaceutical empire like that? Dropping 5 million to erase a market rival would be pocket change to them. It has to be them. But assumptions in this deadly game will get him killed. He needs absolute confirmation. Looks like it is time to pay Uncle Joe a visit. Just as the conspiracy thickens in his mind, his roommates Su Nan and Xu Xing burst into the room. They are beaming with absolute joy. But the moment Chen Shu gets a good look at them, his dark, brooding mood flatlines into sheer speechlessness. He stares at them deadpan. Are we seriously using psychiatric ward patient uniforms as pajamas now? His look of pure disgust does absolutely nothing to kill Xu Xing's vibe. Bro, you do not understand. These pajamas are incredibly comfortable. The material is just... Before he could even finish his arrogant threat, Chen Shu cut him off with eyes like ice. Get lost. He crossed his arms, looking like a martyr, ready to die for his pride. Even if I, Chen Shu, freeze to death and have to streak outside, I will never wear this kind of trash. In response, Xie Sunan flashed a smile as bright as a pageant queen. Are you absolutely sure you do not want to try it on? And just like that, Chen Shu's iron will crumbled into dust. 5 minutes later, the same guy who was fighting for his life was now beaming with pure joy. Wow, this outfit is actually incredibly comfortable. After a surprisingly peaceful night, morning finally arrived. The entire class gathered at the beast taming arena for the real action. Teacher Wu Shuang stood before them with a deadly serious aura. Today is the class-level beast taming battle. Are you all ready for this? The entire class roared back in perfect unison. We are ready. But suddenly, Wu Shuang's sharp eyes noticed a glaring issue. Why are we missing 3 students? Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Xu Xingxing were nowhere to be found. One look at his darkening expression, and everyone knew someone was about to die a horrible death. Wait here for a moment. It seems a few stragglers still have not arrived. Meanwhile, room 302 was eerily quiet. Chen Shu and his crew were sleeping so deeply they would not have noticed a falling meteor. Out of nowhere, an uninvited guest slithered right into their room. Little Na proudly coiled herself on top of Chen Shu's chest, staring directly into his sleeping face. Xu Xingxing, quit messing around. He mumbled half asleep, but his brain instantly registered that something was terribly wrong. Wait a minute. This freezing sensation did not feel right. A split second later, Chen Shu's soul-shattering scream echoed through the entire dorm. There is a snake. The temperature in the room instantly plummeted below 0. A dreadful premonition struck their hearts. They knew right then and there. They were completely doomed. Teacher Wushuang's face was darker than the abyss. How long did you three plan on sleeping? Moments later at the beast taming arena, Chen Shu was still fuming over the morning's trauma. Old Man Li is pure evil. Who uses a giant snake to wake up their students? Xu Xingxing, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. Is it not our own fault for oversleeping? He patted his friend's shoulder. All right, stop whining and get ready. The matches are about to start. Word on the street is that our future academy resources will be entirely determined by our ranking today. That golden piece of information instantly reignited Chen Shu's fighting spirit. Rankings dictate resources? Well then, it looks like I will have to get serious this time. Right on cue, the broadcast system roared to life. First match, Chen Shu versus Sun Xiang. Hearing his name, a mix of surprise and absolute thrill washed over Chen Shu. I am up first? Without missing a beat, he swaggered down from the stands. Stepping onto the battlefield, Chen Shu raised an eyebrow at his opponent. My opponent is actually you? A teasing smirk crept onto his face. Fatty, so your name is actually Sun Xiang? His laid-back attitude made his opponent's blood boil. Cut the crap and bring it on. Without a second of hesitation, Xiang slammed his hands down, instantly summoning his contracted spirit. A glimmer of appreciation flashed through Chen Shu's eyes. A-B rank Golden Claw Beast? This fatty actually has some decent skills. Chen Shu finally dropped his slacker persona, his aura shifting dramatically. Too bad running into me means his luck has run dry. In a flash of blinding light, his slime materialized on the arena floor. Before the crowd could even blink, the Golden Claw Beast lunged forward for a lethal strike. However, the slime was no soft pushover waiting to be crushed. Before its razor-sharp claws could even land, an invisible force completely blocked the attack. Seeing his spirit's flawless defense, Chen Shu smiled in pure satisfaction. Now, it is my turn. The slime instantly activated its impact skill. The moment the command left his lips, the creature seized the opening and launched a brutal counterattack. The strike was so devastatingly fast and overwhelmingly powerful that the Golden Claw Beast had zero room to dodge. A single move was all it took to decide the victor. Xiang ground his teeth in sheer rage, but he was completely helpless. Chen Shu wins. The system announcement echoed again. Next match, Xu Xingxing versus Hong Ming. Riding the high of his swift victory, Chen Shu was in a fantastic mood. Give it your all. His absolute confidence gave Xu Xingxing the exact boost he needed. The moment the two tamers stepped into the arena, both sides summoned their contracted spirits. Watching from the stands, Xiao Yu began analyzing the matchup. A land-based contracted spirit fighting an aerial type is a fatal disadvantage. It looks like Hong Ming is definitely going to lose. But Chen Shu saw the battlefield completely differently. Even though Xu Xingxing's contracted beast is an A-rank spirit, it has absolutely zero offensive capabilities. How is Xu Xingxing supposed to pull off a win here? Right at that moment, the Thunderbird unleashed its very first technique. A brilliant realization struck Chen Shu like lightning as he studied the Thunderbird's attack patterns. I get it now. Xu Xingxing has to use that strategy. Deep down, Chen Shu was absolutely certain his friend was planning the exact same thing. Make a feint to the east and strike in the west. The battlefield was heating up by the second. Chen Shu's eyes locked onto the clash as he analyzed every movement. Is the Berserk Hound focusing entirely on defense first, just to set up a frenzied counterattack? The tension in the arena was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, the Thunderbird flashed the most arrogant, punchable expression imaginable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Its relentless mocking drove the Berserk Hound absolutely insane with rage. Seconds later, the hound completely snapped under the disrespect. It lunged upward with explosive force, desperate to rip that smug bird right out of the sky. The sudden twist sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stood completely frozen. Good heavens, what kind of move is that? But Hong Ming instantly saw through the Thunderbird's scheme. The sneaky bird was trying to bait the Berserk Ape right off the arena. Do not chase it, Hong Ming desperately screamed. Do not chase it, Hong Ming desperately screamed his command. Yet, Xu Xingxing merely flashed a smirk, dripping with 3 parts disdain and 7 parts pure mockery. You really think you can just stand still because you want to? Without a single second of hesitation, Xu Xingxing unleashed his next devastating move. Thunderbird, strike! Following its master's absolute command, the Thunderbird swooped down and viciously grabbed the Berserk Ape by the head. Pushed to the absolute limit. How could the mighty Berserk Ape swallow this insult? One look at its face, and Hong Ming knew his beast was about to go completely feral. This was catastrophic. The Berserk Ape was so furious, it looked ready to resign from being an ape if it did not rip that bird apart. Hong Ming screamed until his lungs gave out. I said, do not move. But right as the furious ape reached out to crush the Thunderbird, the agile bird violently shifted its trajectory. Just like a perfectly written script, The berserk ape tumbled right off the fighting stage. It crashed down in the most humiliating posture imaginable. Nobody expected the fierce battle to end in such a comical way. Xu Xingxing claimed the victory, leaving the entire audience wide-eyed and utterly speechless. You call that a win? Hongming simply could not swallow this bitter defeat. Damn it, you played dirty. Xu Xingxing met his fury with a highly provocative grin. All is fair in love and war, my friend. Seeing this, Chen Shu welcomed him back with a beaming, triumphant smile. Brilliant job, brother, you really have guts. Xu Xingxing puffed out his chest, overflowing with smug pride. But of course, while the trio joyfully celebrated their big win, the system announcement echoed through the arena. The next match was set. Xie Sunan versus Wang Yun. Before the three of them could even process the news, a menacing figure approached. Wang Yun swaggered over, radiating absolute confidence. His moment for revenge had finally arrived. Staring at his smug face, Chen Shu felt a heavy knot of worry in his stomach. Unlike Su Xingxing, Xie Sunan's contract spirit was strictly built for reconnaissance. It possessed absolutely zero combat power. Sensing the tension, Xie Sunan patted his friend's shoulder with a casual, reassuring smile. Relax. If I cannot win, I will simply surrender. I will not let myself take any unnecessary damage. At this critical point, that seemed to be their only viable option. Chen Shu nodded firmly. All right. Just be careful out there. The second Xie Sunan stepped up, his usual comedic aura vanished completely. He was dead serious. On the opposite side, Wang Yun projected an ironclad battle intent, refusing to yield a single inch. The moment their boots hit the arena floor, the very air around them seemed to freeze over. The tension was suffocating. Wang Yun looked like a predator who had starved for this exact confrontation. Stop wasting my time and summon your contract spirit. With a fierce roar, he materialized a colossal, terrifying crocodile onto the stage. A heavy gasp escaped the crowd. Even the usually composed Chen Shu could not hide the absolute shock written all over his face. AB rank contract spirit. The special class truly was a gathering of absolute monsters. Yet, Xie Sunan calmly analyzed his opponent, noting Wang Yun's overflowing, absolute certainty of victory. Without breaking eye contact, Xie Sunan slowly and deliberately summoned his partner. A fragile-looking entity known as Little Butterfly emerged. The instant the monstrous crocodile spotted Little Butterfly, it launched a devastating, power-packed assault. Just as everyone feared, the tiny butterfly stood no chance of dodging the brutal strike. Terror gripped both Chen Shu and Xu Xingxing. Chen Shu desperately screamed from the sidelines, "Xie Sunan, stop fighting, surrender right now." But before his desperate plea could even echo, cruel whispers swept through the observing crowd. He is pathetically weak. What was the Academy thinking, tossing trash like him into the special class? Does he have no shame? Hearing this toxic garbage, Xu Xingxing's blood began to violently boil. Damn those bastards. Who gave them the right to run their mouths? He turned to Chen Shu in a panic. What do we do? He clearly cannot win this. We have to force him to forfeit. Suddenly, Chen Shu threw his arm out, stopping him. Wait a second. A crazy theory just flashed through his mind. I think he actually has a master plan. Up on the stage, the relentless mockery had finally struck a nerve. Xie Sunan sneered, his eyes turning sharp. You think I am an embarrassment? Let's see who the real joke is. The very moment those words left his mouth, a strange light flickered in Little Butterfly's eyes. Realization struck Chen Shu and Xu Xingxing like lightning. Xie Sunan was about to unleash his ultimate move. Just as they braced themselves, a bizarre, unbelievable transformation erupted right on top of Wang Yun's body. Xu Xingxing pointed at the stage, screaming in absolute hysterics. It is a blinding beam of light. The sight unfolding before them was so wildly absurd, the entire arena erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Mother of heaven, what in the world is that skill? The glowing green light is burning my retinas. I cannot even open my eyes. Wang Yun, you look incredibly green right now. Can someone confirm if he is actually glowing like a neon sign? The entire audience was crying tears of joy, except for the humiliated victim himself. Wang Yun was fuming, steam practically shooting from his ears, but he was utterly powerless to stop the glow. Driven to madness, he did the only thing he could. He snitched. Teacher Wu Shuang, Xie Sunan is blatantly violating the rules. He used a combat skill directly on a Beast Tamer. But before the teacher could even process the complaint, Chen Shu aggressively leaped to his friend's defense. Objection, teacher. Xie Sunan simply applied a harmless visual special effect. It deals absolutely zero physical damage, therefore it cannot be classified as a foul. Beside him, Xu Xingxing nodded like a frantic woodpecker. Exactly. He is completely right. Miraculously, Teacher Wu Shuang bought their ridiculous logic. He waved his hand dismissively. Agreed. It does not count as a foul. The roaring laughter from the spectating students doubled in volume. Wang Yun felt his sanity snapping. You absolute scumbags. This is inflicting severe psychological damage. Fine. Let's see how much longer your pathetic contract spirit can survive. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to ignore the humiliating mockery and focused his burning rage. Responding to its master's fury, the monstrous crocodile charged forward once again. Its murderous gaze was locked dead onto Little Butterfly, but Xie Sunan merely stood his ground and gave a subtle, chilling nod. Suddenly, Little Butterfly opened its mouth and spat out a literal camera. Floating in midair, the camera aimed directly at the glowing, furious Wang Yun. Flash, flash, flash. It snapped photos frantically, permanently immortalizing his incredibly green, humiliating state for the rest of history. The bizarre scene unfolding leaves Chen Shu absolutely stunned. So this is how those fake medicine peddlers in the black market snap their infamous blackmail photos. Standing across the arena, Xie Sunan happily adds fuel to the blazing fire. Come on, give the camera a big smile. Yes, that is perfect. Just imagine you are a massive superstar standing on a stage with tens of thousands of cheering fans. That green light above your head, that is your glorious aura. Poor Wang Yun. His mind completely snaps under the overwhelming humiliation. Finally, unable to endure another second of this torture, his spirit breaks. I surrender, but I have one condition. Before he can even finish, Xie Sunan already knows exactly what he wants. I get it. I get it. I will delete the photos. With that, Wang Yun proudly turns around and marches away, desperately trying to salvage his shattered dignity. Xie Sunan claims the victory, leaving all the spectating classmates with their jaws dropping straight to the floor. As it turns out, winning a battle does not always require raw combat power. Down below the fighting stage, Chen Shu and Xu Xing welcome him back with beaming, triumphant faces. As expected, of our sworn brother, right as they are hyping each other up, Wu Shuang appears out of thin air. Keep yourselves humble. Take a rest now, because once the top 20 matches begin, you will not be relying on pure luck anymore. Hearing their teacher's words, the trio happily marches back toward the spectator seating, completely unbothered. The subsequent battles unfold with an explosive level of intensity that keeps the crowd on the edge of their seats. Every imaginable type of contracted spirit, ranging from the lowest to the highest tiers, makes a breathtaking appearance. Yet, in stark contrast to the boiling tension inside the arena, the sky outside remains remarkably peaceful, like the calm before a raging storm. Moments later, the scattered participants gather back into the center. The first grueling round of the tournament has officially come to an end. Wu Shuang raises his powerful voice, declaring across the stadium. The second round for the top 20 officially begins. His piercing gaze shifts between two individuals standing like polar opposites. The first match, Xie Sunan versus Tang Li. The moment that name echoes through the air, Chen Shu narrows his eyes in sheer surprise. Tang Li? Is that not the notorious second-year student? On the other side of the room, Wang Yun and Hong Ming look as if they have just found their ultimate savior. Young Master Tang, please help me get my revenge. Young Master Tang. Tang Li pats his two lackeys on the shoulders to comfort them. Rest easy. Then, he struts forward with an overwhelmingly arrogant aura. Do you have the guts to fight me? In sharp contrast to Tang Li's aggressive intensity, Xie Sunan remains completely unfazed. Why would I not dare? A provocatively wicked smile stretches across his face. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Once you accept, there is absolutely no escaping my dazzling light of love. The mere mention of that bizarre tactic sends a slight shiver down Tang Li's spine. I will not give you the chance to unleash a single skill. Hearing this bold claim, Xie Sunan merely shakes his head with innocent amusement. The confrontation instantly shifts from playful banter to a blood-boiling standoff. Taking the initiative, Xie Sunan commands the start of the battle. Let us begin. Seeing this, Tang Li wastes 0 seconds and instantly launches a vicious assault. While Tang Li's blue bird charges forward with blazing momentum, Xie Sunan's Xiaode slowly glides backward. This sight fills Tang Li with absolute arrogance. Are you surrendering already? You cannot even fight back. But before the words fully leave his mouth, Xiaode effortlessly dodges the bluebird's incoming strike. In the next heartbeat, the butterfly darts straight toward Tang Li himself. The counterattack happens so fast that Tang Li is caught entirely off guard. Damn it! Panic sets in, and he is forced to turn tail and sprint for his life. Suddenly, Xie Sunan shouts at the top of his lungs, Xiao Yu, why are you taking your clothes off? Right on cue, Tang Li, who was running like a madman, violently slams on the brakes. Where? Let me see. He whips his head around, but unfortunately, it is not the beautiful Xiao Yu waiting for him. It is the terrifying Xiao Di. Fury erupts in Tang Li's eyes as he watches the butterfly pull out that infamous camera. Why the hell are you using this dirty trick again? Seeing his opponent's panicked state brings immense satisfaction to Xie Sunan. Exactly as planned, he is gathering premium blackmail material. Just as Tang Li is about to completely lose his mind, Wu Shuang finally intervenes. Alright, Xie Sunan, you have lost. retract your skill, do not mess around anymore. Only upon hearing this does he finally command Xiaodie to halt its flashy assault. The blinding green light dissipates, leaving a wildly enraged Tang Li behind. Even though he technically lost the match, Xie Sunan could not care less. I never intended to win from the very beginning. I just wanted to have a little fun. Meanwhile, Tang Lai is practically foaming at the mouth, wanting nothing more than to lunge forward and beat him to a bloody pulp. Xie Sunan. But no matter how fiercely Tang Li seethes with rage, it does absolutely nothing to ruin the incredibly hyped atmosphere in the arena. The referee announces the next battle. Chen Shu versus Yang Ziyu. The second he hears his own name, Chen Shu eagerly springs to his feet, his blood pumping with sheer excitement. Beside him, Xu Xing and Xie Sunan are radiating even more intense battle spirit than he is. Do your best, brother. We are waiting for you to snatch that number 1 spot. However, stepping onto the fighting stage, Chen Shu's expression slightly darkens. Both combatants stand on opposite ends, instantly summoning their formidable contracted spirits. Before the match can even officially commence, Yang Ziyu speaks up with a sickeningly sweet voice. Big brother Chen. Faced with this shameless request, Chen Shu acts like it is absolutely no problem at all. Do not worry, little sister. I will take it easy. He assures her that his slime will definitely hold back. Deep down, however, he is secretly sneering with pure disgust. You are this young and already trying to use such manipulative tricks? Then do not blame me for showing zero mercy. With just a single, sharp glance from him, the slime instantly understands its master's devious intentions. Playing along, it charges toward the opponent with the agonizingly slow speed of a crawling turtle. Plop. Plop. Just as it inches closer, a mysterious and dangerous change flickers within Erlang's eyes. Without warning, the slime is instantly struck by a dazzling charm illusion. Plop. The poor creature visibly wobbles, mindlessly staggering backward toward the edge of the arena. Seeing her trap succeed, Yang Ziyu finally reveals a wildly triumphant smile. Big brother, you have already lost. This sudden, disastrous turn of events completely catches Xie Sunan off guard, filling him with absolute dread. To think even a contracted spirit could fall for a seduction art. Chen Shu is in massive trouble this time. But suddenly, a flash of pure astonishment streaks across his eyes. Wait, that is not right. Why is he not panicking at all? Indeed, Chen Shu stands there looking incredibly relaxed, a terrifyingly calm aura surrounding him. The outcome is not set in stone just yet. The moment the words left his mouth, Slim's eyes snapped open with startling clarity. Without missing a single beat, the slime launched itself forward like a cannonball, unleashing a devastating tackle attack. The impact was absolutely explosive. The sheer force sent Mi Lang rocketing straight into the sky. The entire arena fell dead silent, every jaw dropping to the floor in pure shock. When Chen Shu actually got serious, his presence was downright terrifying. He looked down with cold, calculating eyes. Little girl, I am giving you one last chance to surrender. Across the arena, Slim wears a totally smug expression. Trapped with absolutely zero way out, Ziyu bites her lip. I admit defeat. Chen Shu is an absolute wall of iron, completely immune to any honey trap. The winner is Chen Shu. Meanwhile, Ziyu looks like she is about to burst into tears. She turns to the instructor with pleading eyes. Teacher, my contract spirit is heavily injured. What should I do now? Seeing her distress, Instructor Wu Shuang gently comforts her. Do not worry. The academy will cover all medical expenses. Your studies will not be affected. The moment he hears those words, Chen Shu's eyes practically glow with greed. The academy is paying? Without missing a single beat, he immediately shoots a secret signal to Slim. What follows is an Oscar-worthy performance of pure shamelessness. Teacher, my Slim has suffered massive internal injuries. We desperately need medical funds too. When it comes to having a thick skin, if Chen Shu claims second place, nobody on earth dares to claim first. Ziyu grits her teeth. Your contract spirit is truly ruthless. You have my respect. But internally, this is the very first time Ziyu has ever encountered such a completely shameless human being. Even Instructor Wu Shuang has to summon all his willpower just to stop himself from throwing this absolute menace out the window. Recall your little acty right now. Everyone, go rest. The next round begins this afternoon. Hearing his scheme fail, Chen Shu instantly deflates like a punctured balloon. Fine. Later that day, the academy grounds are bathed in perfect, breezy weather. Chen Shu and his crew stroll casually down the main corridor. They are laughing and joking around, when suddenly, an aggressive voice cuts through the air. Chen Shu. Hearing his name practically barked out, the main character pauses, blinking in slight confusion. He turns around, only to spot the very same losers he humiliated earlier. Instantly, a single thought crosses Chen Shu's mind. Are these guys seriously here looking for a beating? Whatever their goal is, he is not sweating it at all. He smirks. Do not be so formal, boys. Calling me uncle works just fine. That cocky smirk instantly strikes a nerve with Tang Li. "Were you the punk who beat up my guys yesterday?" he hisses, barely holding back his exploding rage. "I already did my homework on you. You are just a regular class, nobody who scraped up enough talent to sneak into the special division." Faced with this threat, Chen Shu does not flinch. Instead, his mocking aura dials up to the max. And? So what? Tang Li is officially out of patience. "I will make this simple. Stay far away from Xu Xiaoyu, and I might just let yesterday slide." But standing right behind him, Dulong eagerly fans the flames. "Young Master Tang, why are you playing nice with this trash? His contract spirit is just a pathetic F rank. Let us just crush him right now." This unhinged bloodlust leaves Chen Shu genuinely baffled. Why is this random sidekick suddenly begging for a death wish? Narrowing his eyes, Chen Shu flashes the most punchable, arrogant grin imaginable. "Little boy, right now, my only urge is to shove a knife straight up your backside." That completely unhinged threat hits Dulong like a runaway train, freezing him in his tracks. What in the world is that supposed to mean? Dulong's utterly bewildered expression brings a wicked sense of amusement to Chen Shu. Naturally, this little stunt is just to open the rookie's eyes. It is only in this moment that Dulong finally realizes he has been completely played. "You bastard." But right before he can completely explode with rage, Tong Lai throws out an arm to stop him. "I highly suggest you keep running your mouth during the next match." Suddenly, a glowing blue interface flashes before Chen Shu's eyes. The system presents him with 3 distinct choices, and not a single one of them is anywhere close to normal. He can only stare in sheer disbelief at his own ridiculous system. Out of all the times to force a life-altering decision, it just had to be right now. Chen Shu carefully analyzes the battlefield before him. Deep down, he absolutely despises the idea of letting Xie Sunan cast the blinding light of love onto Tong Li. However, summoning contract spirits is strictly forbidden in this area. After weighing his absurd options, he grits his teeth and decides there is only one reluctant path forward. Without a single warning, Chen Shu explodes forward like a fired cannon directly at Tong Lai. His terrifying, blazing aura instantly scares the living daylights out of the arrogant student. Yet, just as he closes the gap to a mere few steps, Chen Shu dramatically collapses face first into the dirt. This completely bizarre twist leaves Tong Lai frozen in absolute confusion. Little does he know, the real theatrical masterpiece is just beginning. "Tang Lai, how dare you say that every single student in the regular class is complete garbage?" The moment those explosive words leave Chen Shu's mouth, every single glaring eye in the vicinity violently locks onto Tong Li. Tang Li instantly panics, desperately waving his hands to clear his name. "I never said anything like that." But Xie Sunan is already moving in to pour gasoline on the fire. "Oh, you absolutely did." He cranks his vocal cords to maximum volume. "Just a second ago, you called the entire regular class pathetic trash." Seizing the golden opportunity, even Xu Xing leaps right into the fray. "Just who the hell do you think you are? When it comes to spinning tall tales, absolutely no one can rival Xu Xing. How dare you look down on the hardworking regular students?" Xu Xing's righteous fury only burns hotter with every word. "And you even dared to viciously assault my sworn brother, Chen Shu. I will fight you to the bitter end." Seeing that the crowd's anger has reached its absolute boiling point, Chen Shu suddenly springs up and buries a vicious punch directly into Tang Lie's face. The spark ignites into a full-blown chaotic brawl. The two instantly lock into a fierce fistfight while the surrounding classmates stand by in shock. It only takes mere seconds for someone's restraint to snap. "Let us absolutely wreck this bastard who humiliated our regular class." Like a tidal wave of fury, the entire crowd brutally swarms Tang Lai in a ruthless group beatdown. Amidst the chaos, Chen Shu slowly turns his gaze toward Dulong, raising a profoundly threatening eyebrow. "Huh?" Instantly crushed by Chen Shu's overwhelming aura, Dulong desperately scrambles for any pathetic excuse to flee. "I think I completely forgot to bring in my laundry. I am heading back right now." Yet, despite his cowardly words, Dulong hurriedly rushes toward the dog pile, desperately trying to stop the massacre. "Stop hitting him! Please, everyone, just stop fighting!" Meanwhile, right through the chaos, a glowing notification panel chimes before Chen Shu's eyes. The mission is officially a flawless success. He receives the ultimate system reward. His slime's physical form gains a 5% increase in comprehending the miraculous gigantification skill. Hearing this glorious notification, a deeply satisfied smirk spreads across Chen Shu's face. "Oh man, what an absolutely spectacular unexpected harvest." He throws a proud look toward his accomplices, praising their flawless teamwork. "Brilliant job, boys. You instantly knew exactly what I was plotting." Xie Sunan puffs out his chest with sheer, unadulterated smugness. "Of course we did." Then, the sly schemer eagerly leans in to add more fuel to their master plan. "But that move of yours was absolutely brilliant. You practically turned him into public enemy number 1. Chen Shu had seen right through the situation. It was not just my doing, he muttered. Someone in that crowd definitely knew I was putting on an act. With those parting words, he turned and walked away. The guy had totally brought this upon himself. Later that afternoon, at the beast taming arena, the sight waiting for Chen Shu left him absolutely speechless. Tong Lai was sitting in a wheelchair, his arms and legs wrapped entirely in plaster casts. Seeing his rival in such a pathetic state, Chen Shu instantly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Oh my. Oh my. What kind of fashion statement is this? It is certainly unique. Hearing his mockery, the surrounding crowd could not hold back, erupting into a massive wave of laughter. Laugh all you want. Tong Lai ground his teeth in pure humiliation. Chen Shu. Right at that tense moment, Wu Shuang stepped into the arena with a furious scowl. All right, settle down. It is time for the next round to begin, he announced sternly. Enough messing around. The broadcasting system is broken, so I will be reading the announcements myself this afternoon. He cleared his throat and declared with booming authority. Now, let the first match commence. Chen Shu versus Dulong. The moment Dulong heard his name, he puffed out his chest with absolute certainty. Rest easy, Tong Lai. I will avenge you. Hearing this bold claim, Chen Shu merely let out a mocking smirk. Avenge him? Keep dreaming. Dulong, blinded by his own arrogance, truly believed he was the absolute king among mortals. Going up against me, it seems your luck has completely run out. Chen Shu did not miss a beat, instantly firing back. Huh, I would not be so sure about that. Without holding back, he looked his opponent dead in the eye and delivered a ruthless provocation. Little dragon boy, Uncle, advises you not to look down on others. The waters here are way too deep for you. You will drown before you even realize it. Across the arena, Dulong was already channeling his magical energy. Cut the nonsense and let us begin. Instantly, a massive pseudo-dragon materialized on the battlefield, letting out an earth-shattering, ferocious roar. Dulong crossed his arms, eagerly waiting for his opponent to make a fool of himself. Now, let me see just what this legendary slime of yours looks like. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with amusement. Are you absolutely sure you want to see it? But Dulong was completely lost in his own delusions of grandeur. What? Are you trying to forfeit already? Makes sense. Thinking you could defeat my pseudo-dragon with a mere slime is nothing but foolish arrogance. His words reeked of overwhelming superiority. A pseudo-dragon carries the mighty bloodline of the giant dragons. It is undeniably invincible among its peers. I am not trying to target anyone here, but... Suddenly, Dulong froze mid-sentence. His brows knit together tightly, and his jaw dropped completely open. A colossal, mountain-sized slime materialized right in the center of the arena. Even Wu Shuang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the sight. What an absolute waste of heavenly treasures. This was the divine skill, giant transformation, that his slime had miraculously comprehended. In a mere fraction of a second, both the pseudo-dragon and Dulong were completely suppressed by its overwhelming presence. What is the meaning of this? Chen Shu's slime had expanded to an apocalyptic size, completely dwarfing the supposedly mighty pseudo-dragon. Dulong's confidence shattered as cold sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. That was when Chen Shu haughtily introduced his partner. Behold, my slime. Dulong. Did you not just claim your pseudo-dragon was invincible in the same tier? It is a good thing my slime is only F rank. If it were A rank, you would have definitely lost already. He held all the cards, mercilessly rubbing salt in the wound. Oh, right. Dulong, did you not just say you were targeting everyone? Well, what happened to that? Dulong stared at the ground, completely at a loss for words. Yet, despite his underlying terror, he stubbornly clung to his arrogant facade. Do you seriously think you have already won? Following his command, the pseudo-dragon frantically began gathering its spiritual energy. But with a casual snap of Chen Shu's fingers, the beast instantly lost all control of its power. Dulong watched in absolute horror, his mind going blank. You actually possess a contracted spirit sealing skill? Chen Shu's smirk grew even wider as he proudly declared, take a wild guess. Now, it is my turn to make a move. He had meticulously calculated this entire sequence from the very beginning. The overwhelming aura radiating from the gigantified slime possessed the absolute ability to seal the skills of any lower-tier contracted spirit. That overgrown lizard had just walked right into his trap. Ha! Now you will be nothing but a toy for me to torture. The massive bouncing slime launched its colossal body straight toward the pseudo-dragon's head. Dulong was now backed completely into a corner. After what felt like an eternity of utter humiliation, he watched helplessly as his beloved beast was brutally crushed. Knowing he stood absolutely no chance, he swallowed his pride. I surrender, stop crushing it, please stop crushing it. If it takes any more damage, I will not be able to bear it. Triumphant, Chen Shu arrogantly flipped him the middle finger, ruthlessly mocking the absolute trash before him. Finally, Wushuang stepped forward to announce the outcome. Chen Shu is the victor. Even the seasoned instructor could not help but marvel internally. To think Chen Shu possessed such terrifying strength. Basking in his glorious victory, Chen Shu subtly glanced over at Wushuang. Suddenly, a glowing system panel materialized, presenting 4 distinct choices. As Chen Shu read the crucial details, his jaw completely dropped. A chance for bloodline evolution? A wildly dangerous idea began brewing in his mind. Should I actually test this out? Wushuang noticed the boy's sinister expression and immediately felt goosebumps erupt across his skin. Why do I feel like this brat is plotting something purely evil? The instructor coughed awkwardly to regain his composure, before firmly continuing the official announcements. Next match: Wang Qinghan vs Xu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's gaze remained intensely locked onto Wushuang, though he desperately tried to hide his true intentions. But his staring only fueled the instructor's growing suspicion. Why on earth are you staring at me like that? Just what exactly are you planning? Harboring his secret scheme, Chen Shu cautiously decided to test the waters. Teacher, I was just wondering, what exactly is your Beast Tamer rank? Having nothing to hide, Wushuang casually revealed his true power. 2-star Black Iron. Why do you ask? Hearing that title, Chen Shu completely froze, turning stiff as a board. Was this system option playing a cruel joke on him? How in the world was he supposed to defeat a 2-star Black Iron Master? Left with 0 alternatives, he embarrassingly lowered his head and backed away. It is nothing at all. Excuse me. Making his way back to his seat, Chen Shu abruptly stopped when he noticed Tong Li. Seeing the perfect opportunity, he could not resist poking the bear once more. Young Master Tang, why do I feel like you resemble a freshly dug-up mummy from the pyramids? But Tang Li furiously snapped his head away, absolutely refusing to engage in another pointless argument. Suddenly, a dangerous spark ignited within Chen Shu's eyes. In an instant, raging flames engulfed the entire arena. As a devastating fireball blasted straight toward the spectator stands, Chen Shu was absolutely determined to steal the spotlight. Young Master Tang is on fire. Seeing the flames erupting from his lower region, the young master shrieked in absolute panic. Damn it! Having achieved his sinister goal, Chen Shu only wanted to troll him harder. Young Master Tang, don't panic. Let me help you out. Tang Li's infuriated roars echoed all the way outside the arena. Chen Shu mercilessly targeted Tang Li's family jewels on purpose. As the sparks grew into a blazing inferno, his excitement hit the absolute roof. Oh my god, young Master Tang, the fire is huge. Not stopping there, Chen Shu shamelessly called for backup to broadcast this humiliating spectacle to the entire world. Everyone, hurry up and help. Xu Xing and Xie Sunan heard the frantic call. The duo instantly rushed over to Tang Li's side. One glance was all it took for them to understand the wicked assignment. And just like that, Xu Xing and Sunan eagerly joined the crotch-stomping crusade. Tang Li let out a soul-shattering howl of agony. Ah, the despicable Chen Shu intentionally dragged Wang Yun and Hong Ming into the chaos. You two, stop standing there like statues. Hurry up and help us put it out. Their clueless expressions forced him to use a heavy-handed guilt trip. Are you seriously going to stand there and watch your boss lose his future generations? The 2 gullible lackeys were successfully gaslit. They scrambled over in a complete panic. Right on cue, Chen Shu started dropping the beat for their synchronized crushing assault. Alright, follow my rhythm. 1, 2, stomp. 1, 2, stomp. This chaotic spectacle finally caught Wushuang's attention. What on earth is going on over there? Why is it so noisy? Getting bored of the stomping game, Sunan suddenly offered a brilliant suggestion. Damn it, just use water. The clueless lackeys stared at each other with utterly blank expressions. Wang Yun and Hong Ming finally experienced a foolish epiphany. Oh my god! We completely forgot that water puts out fire. Tong Li slowly raised a trembling arm. He tightly gripped the hand of the mastermind behind his unbearable suffering. His voice dripped with an ocean of pure resentment. You bastard. But before he could even finish his curse, a highly satisfied Chen Shu shamelessly cut him off. Young Master Tang, there is absolutely no need to thank me. We are classmates after all. This is exactly what I, Chen Shu, ought to do. Without missing a beat, he pulled a white sheet straight over Tong Li's head. Shifting back to the ongoing tournament, the girls' matches were about to commence. A student analyzed the current situation and confidently predicted, "Looks like Wang Qinghan is about to lose." The female student beside him turned her head. Seeing the suspicious lump covered in white, she jumped out of her skin. Holy crap, what happened over there? Why is there a white sheet covering a body? The crowd erupted into a whirlwind of noisy gossip. Excuse me, I have to ask, are we preparing to attend a funeral banquet? Dibs on the kids' table. I want a seat at the adults' table. Meanwhile, Sunan and Xu Xing were already playing a mournful tune to send him off to the afterlife, while Chen Shu enthusiastically acted out his tragic comedy skit. Today is a highly auspicious day. Tong Li, trapped beneath the blanket, frowned in pure, murderous rage. Hitting his breaking point, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Chen Shu, I will take you down with me." But before he could even rise from his grave, Chen Shu casually walked over and rolled him up tightly, like a helpless caterpillar. "If your body is weak, don't push it. Be a good boy and rest up." Right at that moment, Jun Xuan arrived with a medical stretcher. "Where exactly are you injured?" Out of pure instinct, he glanced down at the pathetic roll on the ground. This absurd circus act completely froze Jun Xuan in his tracks. "It looks like we cannot treat this here. We must transfer him to the infirmary immediately." Wu Shuang spoke up with a tone full of sympathetic regret. "Agreed. He is excused from his match today." Tang Li violently tore the blanket off, thrashing around like a dying fish. "No! I refuse. I demand to continue fighting." The entire crowd fell dead silent, watching him pathetically crawl across the floor. Sensing his unyielding determination, the instructor could only heave a helpless sigh. "Fine. If you want to fight, then you fight." Despite his severe reluctance, Wu Shuang officially announced the matchup. Next battle. Tang Li versus Xu Xing. Their relentless mockery from earlier was firmly etched into Tang Li's absolute blacklist. The blood feud of having his sacred jewels stomped on. It was absolutely unforgivable. "I will crush you today," Xu Xing casually replied with zero remorse. "Oh, well, excuse me then." With that, the highly anticipated match officially commenced. Tang Li immediately summoned his Azure Avian. The moment it materialized into the arena, it unleashed a deafening, thunderous screech. The Azure Avian's aura pierced the heavens, yet it was brutally disrespected by the Thunder Avian spitting right at it. The proud beast suffered instant psychological trauma. It never expected to face such humiliation, adding insult to injury. The Thunder Avian started flying in dizzying circles, blatantly provoking its opponent. Witnessing this sheer disrespect, the Azure Avian's fury ignited into a blazing inferno. In a flash, the Azure Avian shot forward, relentlessly chasing down its obnoxious enemy. Standing proudly, Xu Xing spoke with overwhelming confidence. "You seriously want to challenge my bird in a test of speed?" He was not bluffing. The Thunder Avian executed a razor-sharp hairpin turn, forcing its opponent to hilariously eat dirt. But Tang Li absolutely refused to back down. "Did you really think you could keep stalling for time?" Seizing the perfect moment, the Azure Avian opened its beak for a devastating strike. It unleashed a storm of berserk magical energy straight at the Thunder Avian. In the blink of an eye, the opponent was securely trapped. Xu Xing offered a brutally honest assessment. "Whoever said I actually wanted to win? I just wanted to humiliate you." Hearing its master's arrogant voice, the Thunder Avian surged with overflowing, explosive power. It effortlessly shattered the magical restraint into scattered dust. Before the Azure Avian could even process its shock, the Thunder Avian transformed into a lightning-fast shadow. It swooped down and pinned its razor-sharp talons right into the enemy bird's souls. The crushing force was so overwhelming that the Azure Avian shrieked in absolute agony. In mere moments, its life force rapidly began to drain away. Riding the wave of superiority, Xu Xing grew incredibly smug. All right. I should leave you some face so we can still be civil later. Out of pure mercy today, I..." Without warning, he dramatically announced his next words. "I surrender." He then turned to give Tang Li a parting message. "No need to thank me. We are classmates. We should always help each other out." Wu Shuang sighed in sheer exasperation at this circus of a class. But rules were rules, and he finally declared, "Tang Li is the victor." Following the chaotic match, he brought out a special box and summarized the current standings. "I will now announce the top three. In order, they are Chen Shu, Xu Ziyu, and Tang Li." With the rankings securely settled, Wu Shuang quickly shifted the focus to an entirely different matter. Next up, it was time to draw lots. This would decide the brutal matchups and who would score the single free pass. Following the elder's command, the three of them stepped up to test their luck. They unfolded their slips simultaneously. Chen Shu squinted at his crumpled piece of paper. Meanwhile, Tang Li was already celebrating like he had just won the lottery. "I got a blank. The blank is mine." But before Tang Li could even start his victory dance, Chen Shu mercilessly crushed his joy. "What are you getting so hyped about? This is what a real free pass looks like." Chen Shu casually flashed his ticket. The words, "exempt from match," slammed right into Tang Li's arrogant face. Tang Li froze instantly, turning as stiff as a board. "Damn it. You really do not have to fight?" Right on cue, Wu Shuang's voice echoed across the arena, announcing the first clash. Xu Xiaoyu versus Tang Li. Instantly, Tang Li shot his opponent a look of pure arrogance. "Xiaoyu, my real target is Chen Shu. To crush him, I have to eliminate you first. Forgive my ruthlessness." Xiaoyu did not even waste her breath on a reply. She instantly summoned her partner. The flaming bird emerged, The giant spirit radiated majestic power, making Tang Li jump out of his skin. Panic flashed in his eyes as he frantically yelled, "Hey! Push my wheelchair back a little." Once at a safe distance, Tang Li let out a heavy sigh of relief. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Chen Shu was cheering like an absolute maniac. "Xiao Yu, give it everything you have got. It is best if you both destroy each other. Leave the rest of the tournament to me." That absolutely shameless attitude forced Xiao Yu to glare back at him. She shook her head and refocused on the arena. Chen Shu had been waiting for this exact moment, and the showdown was finally kicking off. However, as Chen Shu observed the fight, his eyes narrowed. In her previous match against Wang Qinghan, Xiao Yu had secured the win, but it had completely drained her stamina. For now, the flaming bird was fiercely suppressing the blue bird. It unleashed a barrage of blazing sparks, forcing its opponent to shriek in pure agony. Even so, Chen Shu noticed the terrifying flames beginning to flicker and fade. Her energy was dropping. This victory was slowly slipping out of her grasp. Seizing the perfect moment, the blue bird launched a brutal diving kick. It smashed right into the flaming bird, sending it crashing violently into the dirt. Wu Shuang raised his hand and declared the result. Tang Li was the winner. Chen Shu locked his gaze onto the victor. Without missing a beat, Tang Li glared right back, his eyes burning with absolute defiance. A confident smirk crossed Chen Shu's face. He thought to himself, "So the battle for first place is just between me and Tang Li now." Suddenly, Wu Shuang stepped forward to address the crowd. Since Tang Li has sustained heavy injuries, he will be granted a short rest before the final match. Hearing this, Chen Shu practically bounced with joy. Fine by me. Time flew by, and one intense hour quickly passed. Feeling his energy fully restored, Tang Li aggressively stepped up. "Teacher, let us begin." He was absolutely desperate to crush Chen Shu right here and now. "This time, I will rip my dignity back from your hands." From the sidelines, Sunan and Shuxing screamed their lungs out for Chen Shu. Chen, number 1. He swaggered onto the battlefield with the most arrogant, untouchable aura imaginable. Standing directly across from him, Tang Li was practically vibrating with bitter resentment. In a heartbeat, Wu Shuang's commanding voice echoed through the arena. "The final match begins now." The atmosphere instantly turned heavy as both fighters locked deadly, razor-sharp gazes. But a split second later, Chen Shu smirked. "Hey, no need to be so serious." Tang Li completely ignored him and began his summon. The blue bird materialized with a shockingly fierce aura. Out of nowhere, Chen Shu screamed at the top of his lungs. "Wait a minute," he pointed frantically. "Young Master Tang, your pants are on fire again." Panic struck. Tang Li instinctively looked down to check his crotch. That was exactly what Chen Shu was waiting for. He instantly summoned his own spirit, springing the ultimate trap. The massive, jiggly slime burst onto the scene. It plummeted from the sky, ready to crush the blue bird right under its massive weight. The slime's ambush was incredibly fast. The blue bird had absolutely zero time to dodge. Yet somehow, the bird still managed to look up with huge, innocent, tear-filled eyes. Tang Li exploded with absolute fury. He cursed wildly. "You shameless bastard. I completely underestimated your dirty tricks." But in a flash, he regained his fierce composure. "You think you are the only one who knows how to humiliate people? Watch this." Instantly, the blue bird recovered its balance, spreading its wings and soaring high into the arena sky. The tension in the arena skyrocketed. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, staring down his airborne opponent. He braced himself for a devastating ultimate attack. But unbelievably, the blue bird just turned around and aggressively wiggled its feathery butt. Chen Shu and his slime were completely stunned. Its blue wings flapped rhythmically in the air, perfectly syncing with its mocking, booty-shaking dance. Watching this ridiculous display, the slime boiled over with absolute rage. Chen Shu was so angry he practically blew a gasket. "Tang Li, you absolutely shameless degenerate." He pointed a furious finger at his rival. "To use such a despicable, filthy move. You are truly the most shameless person in all of Nanjiang High School." The entire crowd of spectating students instantly froze stiff. They could not believe those words had just come out of Chen Shu's hypocritical mouth. Refusing to break character, Chen Shu dramatically yelled out to his partner, "Slime, do not look at its butt. Even if we go down today, we will go down with our dignity intact." Following its master's righteous command, the slime rallied its fighting spirit. It locked eyes with Chen Shu and gave a firm, jelly-like nod. The message was clear. Understood. Suddenly, the slime squished its entire head down, burying it deep inside its own chubby, bouncy body. Seeing this, Tang Li thought he held the absolute upper hand, and sneered. "So, what if you hide your face like a coward?" he mocked loudly. "You cannot fly. You are doomed to stare at my spirit's butt forever." But right before his eyes, the slime's massive body began expanding rapidly. It grew bigger and rounder by the second. Tang Li laughed maliciously. "What is wrong? Is your pathetic slime going to explode from sheer anger?" Up in the stands, Wang Yun and Zhang broke into a cold sweat. They leaned in and whispered frantically, "Young Master Tang, maybe we should step back a little. If that giant jelly bomb explodes, the guts inside will cover all of us." Hong Ming nervously joined the huddle. "It is puffing up so round. Does it seriously think it can float away like a giant balloon? Haha. Yeah, right." But their laughter was abruptly cut short. The slime suddenly unleashed its hidden skill. Activating the mighty wind breath, it rocketed straight into the sky like a massive missile. Who would have thought a single strike could bring down the blue bird? With just one devastating blow, the slime sends its opponent crashing hard into the dirt. But the humiliation does not end there. The little squishy spirit bounces excitedly onto the fallen bird's head, flashing a triumphant and incredibly cheeky grin. Tang Lai watches in absolute despair as his contract spirit is completely suppressed. Yet, the shameless guy still has the audacity to scream, "You cheated!" Chen Shu casually waves off the wild accusation. "Cheated? Me? I just gave my slime a little flying weapon, that is all." He deliberately provokes Tang Li even further. "Besides, using those basic skills against me just makes you look like a complete fool." Chen Shu does not hold back his razor-sharp tongue. "You wanted to crap on my slime's head, so I simply pulled your guts out." Tang Li chokes on his own rage, his trembling finger pointing helplessly at his rival. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, Wu Shuang steps in with absolute authority. "Enough. Chen Shu wins this match. Everyone is dismissed. Go back and get some rest." The intense bickering almost made Chen Shu lose track of time. Oh crap. He completely forgot his system quest. A holographic panel flashes before his eyes, warning him that only 30 minutes remain. Panic sets in as Chen Shu rushes toward Wu Shuang with an incredibly awkward smile. "Teacher, wait! Do not announce the final results just yet. I have a tiny favor to negotiate with you." The teacher narrows his eyes suspiciously. "What do you want now?" Fearing a sudden beating, the boy immediately throws his hands up in defense. "I swear on my life, this is a pure, friendly negotiation with zero bad intentions." Wu Shuang crosses his arms, his curiosity mildly piqued by this overly dramatic display. "Speak your mind then." Chen Shu scratches his head, pretending to look completely innocent. "Well, I was wondering, could my slime spar against your contract spirit for just one round?" The temperature in the room instantly drops to freezing. Wu Shuang's previously calm expression twists into a dark, suffocating scowl. A heavy silence falls as the teacher glares at him in sheer disbelief. Sweating buckets under that deadly gaze, Chen Shu stammers, "Do not worry, sir. I will definitely hold back." One sharp glance is all it takes for Wu Shuang to realize the brat is not finished talking. What else? Sweat pours down Chen Shu's face like a waterfall as he drops the real bomb. "Also, please resign and give us young folks a chance. I want to take over as the homeroom teacher for the special class." The moment the ridiculous words leave his mouth, Chen Shu cowers and covers his head. "Please do not hit me." Surprisingly, Wu Shuang does not explode in anger. Instead, a hauntingly gentle smile creeps onto his face. "Very well. I will grant your first request," the teacher whispers dangerously. In a flash of blinding light, the colossal green serpent is summoned to the battlefield. "Bring out your contract spirit," Wu Shuang commands softly. That unnervingly peaceful expression sends shivers straight down Chen Shu's spine. Old Li's smile is downright terrifying. Left with no other choice, the boy reluctantly summons his slime. Faced with the green serpent's overwhelming, mountain-like aura, the tiny creature is instantly suppressed. Chen Shu watches with bated breath, sensing that Old Li is playing a very wicked game. Right there on the arena floor, the massive serpent literally bites down on the slime's head. But against all odds, the squishy spirit easily bounces right out of the death grip. The slime happily ricochets through the air, completely unharmed. The message is loud and clear. Wu Shuang is actively flexing his overwhelming power. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. "Still want me to resign?" Terrified, Chen Shu frantically waves his hands. "I was just joking." "Never mind. Forget I said anything." With his dominance firmly established, the teacher turns back to the class. Today's matches are officially over. The top three are Chen Shu, Tong Li, and Xu Xiaoyu. Official rankings will be posted later. But his calm demeanor shatters in a heartbeat, replaced by roaring disappointment. To be perfectly honest, your overall performances today can be summed up in one word: pathetic. Wu Shuang begins to ruthlessly tear them down, one by one. "Tang Lai, you fought like an absolute amateur. You had a massive elemental advantage, yet Chen Shu crushed you with zero effort. Go thoroughly reflect on your humiliating defeat." His fiery gaze shifts to his next victim. "Xu Xiaoyu. When your blazing eagle unleashed its skill, you clearly had the perfect window to pause and strategize. If you had just waited to recover your stamina, you could have kept fighting. Instead, you stubbornly forced your way into a loss. What a disgraceful waste of talent." Finally, Wu Shuang's piercing eyes lock onto Chen Shu. As for you, the heavy tension in his face softens just a fraction. For now, I am somewhat satisfied. Even though your contract spirit is incredibly ugly, at least its combat skills are surprisingly top tier. Wrapping up the intense session, Wu Shuang delivers his final strict warning. Go home and seriously reflect on your flaws. He dismissively waves his hand at the exhausted students. All right, we are done for today. Tonight is self-study for your cultural classes. The entire class erupts in a synchronized, thunderous shout. Understood. Later in the hallway, Sunan jogs up to the victor. Brother Chen, you are basically a local legend now. Know any good spots for food around here? Chen Shu flashes a wide, overly confident grin. Of course. I know exactly where the best local delicacies are. Hold on a second. I am treating everyone to a luxurious feast today. Yet, immediately after making that bold promise, the guy sprints straight toward the nearest public restroom. Sunan stares at the bathroom door with profound suspicion. He rushed in there so fast. Please do not tell me he is fetching the delicacies from the toilet? While Shu Xing gags at the thought of a restroom special, Chen Shu is actually locked inside a stall, frantically tapping his system panel. Come out to Papa, my precious treasure. A look of pure, unadulterated ecstasy lights up his face. I finally got it. I almost got beaten to a pulp by old Lee for this exact reward. A golden glow radiates from the system screen as it manifests the exclusive skill book, Slumbering Dream Strike. The sheer potential for his spirit makes Chen Shu tremble with absolute hype. With this ultimate skill combined with my current arsenal, I will be absolutely invincible among my peers. His wicked, villainous laughter echoes off the bathroom tiles. Ha ha ha. Later, the golden afternoon sun beats down on a run-down wooden food stall. Sunan stares at it in utter disbelief. Is this the so-called luxurious restaurant you promised us? Chen Shu casually slams a cheap bowl down in front of Shu Xing. What do you amateurs know? The highest-end establishments always embrace a minimalist aesthetic. Shu Xing picks up his mismatched chopsticks, still deeply troubled by earlier events. Why were you in the restroom for so long anyway? What exactly were you doing in there? A mysterious smile 3 parts cunning and 7 parts absolute mischief creeps onto Chen Shu's face. He keeps his lips sealed. Meanwhile, Sunan's judging eyes catch something totally bizarre in the distance. Whoa. Look at that weirdo. Despite the blazing heat, a mysterious figure is lurking nearby. Just as Sunan pointed out, this absolute creep is sweating in an aggressively pink, thick winter puffer jacket under the scorching sun, desperately trying to act like an undercover detective. Sunan narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a cautious whisper. I am calling it right now. This guy is either completely unhinged or a straight-up wanted criminal. Chen Shu merely scoffed, not even bothering to look up. Do you really think fugitives are that brain-dead? Dressing up like a walking target is just begging for attention. He is probably just some eccentric artist. But the moment his phone buzzed in his pocket, everything changed. Chen Shu pressed the receiver to his ear, and the playful smirk instantly vanished from his face. Uncle Wang, what is going on? He asked. On the other end of the line, the older man's voice was deadly serious, completely devoid of its usual warmth. Little Chen, listen to me. We captured 2 of the fugitives from yesterday, but the third one slipped through our fingers. Watch your back. We have reason to believe he is prowling right near your school. A cold chill crawled up his spine. Near his school? Chen Shu muttered the words under his breath, his eyes instantly turning sharp as daggers, scanning the area with high alert vigilance. Understood, Uncle Wang. I have got something to handle right now, so I will hang up. The moment the call ended, he whipped around to face Shu Xing. Little Xing, go sneak a photo of that weirdo right now. Shu Xing's face instantly contorted into pure agony, looking like he had just been forced into an arranged marriage with a hideous yaksha demon. Chen Pi, have you completely lost your mind? You want me to stealthily photograph a certified creep? He complained bitterly. Yet, whether driven by an unbreakable bond of brotherhood or just a fleeting moment of sheer madness, the corner of his mouth finally twitched in defeat. Fine, whatever. Since it is a direct request from my sworn brother, I will stick my neck out just this once. Heh heh heh. Shu Xing casually whistled as he strolled past the suspect in the obnoxious pink padded jacket. But in a display of absolute zero stealth, he shoved his camera lens right into the guy's face. A blinding flash erupted, making the bizarre man flinch in pure shock. Sunan and Chen Shu's jaws practically hit the floor in absolute disbelief. He calls that stealthy? Meanwhile, the exposed suspect, Liu Lei, completely lost his temper and roared like a wild beast. Are you completely out of your mind? Liu Lei bellowed. Shu Xing immediately shrank back, bowing frantically. My bad, my bad. Having successfully secured the evidence, the fool merrily whistled his way right back to their table. Sliding safely into his seat, Shu Xing slammed the phone down in front of his friend. Here you go. One single glance at the screen was all it took. Chen Shu cursed under his breath. Damn it all. It is actually the fugitive on the run. Any normal human being would be paralyzed by absolute terror right now. However, Sunan and Shu Xing were far from normal. Instead of fleeing, their eyes widened with pure, unadulterated excitement. Wait, seriously? A real-life wanted criminal? They gasped. Right at that exact moment, a glowing, translucent interface materialized directly in front of Chen Shu's eyes. The system had awakened. Option 1. Roar out loud. Scum of the underworld. Prepare to die. Reward. Mid-level beast taming power. Option 2. Use diplomacy to convince the ruthless enemy to surrender. Reward. Increase slime obedience by 5 points. Option 3. Silently track the target, observe the unfolding situation, and strike when the time is right. Reward. Slime physique. Boosted by 1%. Across the room, Liu Lei abruptly stood up from his table. Without missing a beat, Chen Shu took the lead. Move out. We are tailing him. We will assess the battlefield before making our move. The other two troublemakers exchanged a thrilled glance before fiercely nodding in unison. Got it. Up ahead, the dangerous fugitive made his way toward a dark, nondescript vehicle parked nearby. The moment the heavy car doors slammed shut, the engine roared to life and tore down the street. Not wasting a single second, Chen Shu frantically flagged down a passing taxi. The trio piled inside in absolute chaos. Hurry! Chen Shu thrust his finger toward the vanishing taillights. Driver, tail that car. Do not let them out of your sight. The grizzled driver merely shot them a confident thumbs up. Consider it done, kid. With a screech of burning rubber, the taxi blasted forward. Like a silent shadow, they flawlessly mirrored the black sedan's every turn. Suddenly, the target vehicle slammed on its brakes, coming to a dead halt right in front of a desolate, narrow alleyway. Chen Shu kicked the door open, gesturing for his sworn brothers to follow closely behind. Concealed in the shadows, the trio watched intently as Liu Lei shoved his hands into his pockets and vanished into the suffocating darkness of the alley. But their rushed footsteps echoed far too loudly against the damp brick walls, causing the fugitive to freeze in his tracks. Liu Lei snapped his head around, his deadly gaze locking onto three extremely familiar faces. Realizing their cover was blown, Chen Shu boldly stepped forward with a mocking cheer. Well, if it is not our good pal, Brother Liu. His face twisted into a highly punchable smirk. Long time no see, why the new look, huh? However, instead of panicking, Liu Lei smiled. It was a terrifying ear-to-ear grin of a starving tiger cornering its prey. Looks like I just reeled in a few extra catches today. Huh. Suits me just fine, the criminal sneered, dark aura leaking from his menacing stance. If you three brats are so eager to throw your lives away, then I will gladly send you straight to the afterlife. A heavy sense of absolute dread crashed into Chen Shu's chest. Wait, what did he mean by reeled in? Before he could even process the trap, the glowing system panel forcefully manifested once more. Option 1. Flee immediately. Survival is the only priority. Option 2. Scream at the top of your lungs. Save me, grasshopper. Option 3. Annihilate the entire criminal syndicate. Each path offered its own unique, fate-altering reward. The color completely drained from Chen Shu's face. Syndicate? Did they just willingly march right into the center of the enemy's heavily guarded stronghold? Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from the far end of the shadows. Old Liu. The chilling voice rasped out. Are these three brats the primary targets for your mission today? Chen Shu's combat instincts flared to the absolute max. From their swaggering, uneven footsteps to their fiercely arrogant glares and blood-stained clothes, it was obvious these newcomers were hardened underworld killers. He shot a desperate, tactical glance at Shu Xing. Understanding the grim reality, his sworn brother gave a grim nod. Crackle. Blinding blue electricity sparked wildly across Shu Xing's fingertips. In a flash of raw, elemental light, the majestic Thunderbird was summoned into the fray. The three brothers exchanged one final, determined look, before rapidly scrambling onto the legendary beast's back, fully prepared to blast their way out of this deadly ambush. But the syndicate leader, Chu Zhe, merely let out a mocking sneer. Trying to run? Boom! The very earth beneath them violently ruptured, revolting. Muddy hands erupted from the asphalt, ruthlessly snatching the Thunderbird right out of the sky. The sudden impact sent Shu Xing and Su Nan violently tumbling to the ground. A colossal earth elemental materialized, its gaping, cavernous maw snapping open to devour the paralyzed bird whole. Return! Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, Shu Xing forcibly recalled his spirit beast back into its contract space, narrowly saving its life. Damn it all. These scumbags are way too strong, he snarled. Chen Shu's mind raced at 1,000,000 miles an hour, frantically analyzing the catastrophic battlefield. An earth elemental spirit of this magnitude? Brute force was completely useless here. There was only one trump card left to play. He discreetly flashed 2 fingers behind his back, signaling Sunan to prepare for chaos. Instantly, his face morphed into an overly friendly, in a total misunderstanding gentleman, he yelled, buying time. Then, he dropped the ultimate psychological nuke. By the way, did everyone hear that Xiao Di from the Zhao family just gifted Chuzhe a fabulously sparkling starry green hat? The absolute disrespect of that insult hit like a physical shockwave. Instantly, the ruthless gangsters completely broke character, erupting into howling, uncontrollable laughter. Holy crap, old Lee, you actually got cuckolded. Haha, they roared, entirely distracted by the brutal gossip. Seizing that split-second window of absolute chaos, Chen Shu thrust his hand backward, channeling his spiritual energy in total silence. Poof! A bouncy, semi-transparent slime instantly materialized into the world, wearing an insanely mischievous smirk, as if it was fully ready to cause absolute mayhem. Meanwhile, an actual, glowing green hat had somehow clamped itself onto Chuzhe's head. The furious syndicate leader was shrieking like a madman, violently clawing at his own scalp. Get this cursed thing off me. Why will it not come off? His brutal subordinates were practically rolling on the floor, clutching their stomachs in pure, breathless agony from laughing so hard. Not a single one of them noticed the escape plan unfolding right behind their backs. Desperate to flee, Chen Shu attempted to vault onto the giant slime, but his foot lost traction, sending him sliding right off its smooth surface. With absolute zero time left to act cool, he desperately lunged forward, jamming his fingers right into the creature's gaping, squishy mouth just to find a handhold. Securing his grip, he bellowed to his sworn brothers, "Do not just stand there. Get on, right now." The absolute second, all 3 of them latched onto its gelatinous body. The slime compressed like a coiled spring and violently launched itself straight into the sky. Watching his prey literally blast into the atmosphere, the humiliated Chuzhe roared in absolute, murderous fury. "Shut your mouths, you idiots. That damn slime can actually fly?" The earth elemental erupts from the ground. It reaches out to crush the giant slime. But just a hair away from impact, the slime effortlessly glides out of reach. Watching the earth elemental grasp at thin air, Chen Shu bursts into a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha ha, too slow." Perched safely atop the slime's head, he whips out his phone and pans the camera around. "Smile for the lens, you bunch of idiots. I am capturing all your ugly mugs so the Spirit Suppression Bureau can wipe you out in one swoop." The criminals below turn deathly pale. But suddenly, the giant beast shakes violently, throwing Chen Shu completely off balance. He hurriedly looks down and screams in panic. "Everyone hold on tight. It is about to. But it is already too late. Achoo!" Before he can even finish, Shu Xing and Xie Sunan are blasted right off the slime's back. They scream in sheer terror. Chen Shu watches in absolute disbelief. "You have got to be kidding me. How could the tables turn this fast?" The moment they hit the dirt, the syndicate instantly pins them down. Shu Xing, face drained of all color, shrieks at the top of his lungs. "Chen Shu, save us!" Suspended high in the air, Chen Shu shouts right back down. "What was that? You want me to run away?" Without missing a single beat, he commands his slime to bolt. "Understood. Leaving right now." The slime shoots off like a rocket, not even glancing back once. Chuzhe orders his earth elemental and his underlings to tightly restrain Xie Sunan and Shu Xing. A sinister smirk stretches across his face. "Looks like your precious brother cannot save you after all." He immediately orders them to be dragged away. "If that Chen Shu dares to alert the Spirit Suppression Bureau, we kill these 2 on the spot." His lackey instantly nods in agreement. They brutally march the 2 hostages forward, barking aggressively as they drag them along. "Move your feet! Quit dragging your heels!" Still on high alert, Chuzhe snaps his head back to check their surroundings one last time. A cold breeze sweeps through the desolate street, but hidden in a dark alleyway, Chen Shu peeks out, his eyes calculating every detail. These guys are not going to be easy to deal with. The corner of his mouth curls up into a sly grin. "Thank the heavens I chose to run away last night," and scored that invisibility potion. Staring at the swirling purple liquid in his hand, Chen Shu smirks confidently. "I am counting on you for this one." He downs the vial in one massive gulp, and a mystical purple aura envelops his entire body. Ah! The effects are incredible. As expected of a system reward, heavy footsteps echo between the abandoned buildings. The sound of his boots slamming against the concrete grows faster and more frantic. Panting heavily, he sprints through the shadows. One sip grants exactly 20 minutes of invisibility. "I cannot waste a single second." Suddenly, Chen Shu skids to a halt right after rounding a corner. A tightly shut house looms directly in his line of sight. This must be it. Chen Shu cautiously pushes the door, then instantly dives into a nearby bush. From a distance, a syndicate lackey marches over, staring right at his location. Chen Shu's heart skips a beat. Did he spot me? But Kaiza simply walks past the bush and pulls the door fully shut. A massive wave of relief washes over Chen Shu. He was just closing the door. Kaiza turns back and glares angrily at the others. Why the hell did you leave the door unlocked? Moving like a phantom, Chen Shu silently tails him inside, but his eyes widen as he scans the room. Only the hardened criminals are sitting there. Wait, Xu Xing and Shi Sunan are nowhere to be seen. Liu Lei aggressively tears off his bright pink padded jacket. Wearing this trash is roasting me alive. I look like an absolute lunatic. Ni Yu chuckles nervously while carrying a heavy crate over. Was this not all just to bait the Spirit Suppression Bureau? But Brother Liu, do we really have to wipe out the Bureau's men? Hearing this, Liu Lei slowly closes his eyes. When he speaks, his voice drops to a terrifyingly cold whisper. Only by muddying the waters can we create a chance to escape. That is exactly why the Bureau's dogs must be eliminated. Ni Yu leans in closer. And what about those students? Murderous intent flashes wildly in Liu Lei's eyes. Send them all straight to hell. A cold shiver shoots down Chen Shu's spine. He never expected this gang to be so utterly ruthless. I need to find Xu Sunan and Xu Xing. Right now, taking full advantage of Liu Lei, distracted by the master plan, Chen Shu silently slips away into the shadows, sneaking perfectly undetected into the main house. He spots Xie Sunan and Xu Xing bound tightly to their chairs, completely knocked out. A wave of joy washes over Chen Shu's face. Well, that saves me some serious trouble. He instantly summons his trusty slime. Now it is my turn to strike back. He tosses the invisibility potion straight at it. Drink up, buddy. The slime chugs the potion in one massive gulp. Chen Shu gently pats its squishy head, flashing a dark, menacing smile. Roll out. The invisible slime launches itself right at the syndicate, who are still busy painting their grand, delusional future. Do not be so pessimistic, boys. Once we make it out of here, we work hard, collectivize, and expand our network. In 3 years, we structure our capital. In 5 years, we double it. And in 10 years, we take this gang public on the stock market. Wham! The invisible force slams into Kaija, sending him flying flat on his back. Before Liu Lei can even process what just happened, the unseen beast charges forward, bowling over the rest of the thugs like literal bowling pins. In less than a few minutes, the fearsome Yuanbing gang is left groaning on the dirt floor. Chen Shu pulls out his phone and dials a number. Hello, Uncle Wang? Send your men over here. Chen Shu stares down at the unconscious bodies scattered across the grass. It is me, Chen Shu, the unsung hero of this city. The clouds part, letting the bright moonlight spill over the night sky. Wang Jian stands with both hands shoved in his pockets. He lowers his voice, speaking with heavy gravity. Tell me the absolute truth, kid. His expression is dead serious as he locks eyes with Chen Shu. Exactly how did you manage to take down a squad of highly wanted fugitives? The boy awkwardly scratches his head, instantly spinning a ridiculous web of lies. Well, someone asked whether the chicken or the egg came first. Things got heated, an argument broke out, and then punches started flying. They basically just beat each other half to death. Wang Jian is left completely speechless, staring at the absolute bloodbath sprawled outside the door. Seizing the golden opportunity, Chen Shu excitedly changes the subject. Oh, right, Uncle Wang. With a bust like this, I am definitely getting the Outstanding Citizen Award, right? And what about the cash reward? In the end, the seasoned veteran can only let out a long, exhausted sigh. Do not worry. I will make sure you get exactly what you deserve. These scumbags are all wanted fugitives. Once my team verifies their identities, your bounty will be issued. But with a payout this massive, the paperwork is going to be a nightmare. Wang Jian pointed at the back, where Sunan and Xu Xing were piled up like sacks of potatoes. I'll leave the heavy lifting to you, uncle. Let me get these two back first. Wang Jian gave a firm nod. Wasting no time, Chen Shu dragged his unconscious friends away. The very next morning, inside the Nanjiang Academy dormitories, Chen Shu collapsed onto his bed. After a brutal day of fighting, he could finally rest his eyes. But before sleep could claim him, a piercing shriek shattered the silence. It was Sunan, thrashing in a dead sleep. Boss, please, have mercy. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old kid at home. Robbed of his precious sleep, Chen Shu shot up with a dark scowl, startling his friend awake. Seriously, old Xie? Did that fight completely break your spirit? Sunan blinked in utter confusion. Huh? We're back in the dorms? Was it all just a nightmare? Chen Shu let out a massive yawn, but still struck a heroic pose. Of course it wasn't a dream. But as long as I'm around, I'd never let you guys bite the dust. Old Xie, take some notes from Xu Xing. Look how completely unbothered he is. With that perfect piece of advice, Chen Shu flopped back down. Anyway, I'm going back to sleep. We have to collect our massive rewards tomorrow. Little did he know, Sunan was holding back tears. Did Chen Pi really risk his life to save us? The next day at the academy. Instructor Wu Shuang stood before the class. Listen up. Today, we officially distribute the rewards from yesterday's tournament. When I call your name, step up to the podium. He glanced at the official roster. Taking first place, Chen Shu. The entire classroom fell totally silent. Everyone stared in absolute disbelief as Chen Shu sat perfectly frozen in his chair. Up on the podium, Wu Shuang's eye twitched. I said, first place. Chen Shu. What on earth was going through this brat's head? He was acting like a literal stone statue. The instructor ground his teeth, fighting the desperate urge to punch his own student. Are you deaf, Chen Shu? Did you not hear me? To everyone's shock, Chen Shu gave a shameless grin. Oh, I heard you loud and clear, sir. I was just waiting to make sure everyone else heard it too. Wu Shuang's sanity officially snapped. His terrifying aura exploded as he roared. Chen Pi, get your butt up here right now. Having completely satisfied his massive ego, Chen Shu casually stood up and swaggered his way to the front. That's right. It is I, the mighty Chen Shu, your undisputed champion. Chen Shu. He even stood at the podium like a supreme commander addressing his troops. Since everyone is gathered here today, I'd like to say a few words. To achieve this glorious first place, I really must thank all of you down there. He flashed the most punchable, arrogant smirk in existence, because if you guys weren't so incredibly pathetic, I never would have won this easily. The entire class collectively choked on their sheer, unadulterated rage. But the absolute menace wasn't finished. He pointed directly at a single student. And an extra special, thanks to you. Young Master Tang, your glorious sacrifice paved my path to victory. Tang Lai's killing intent spiked as he snarled his name. But completely ignoring the death glare, Chen Shu just kept hyping himself up. In conclusion, there is only one phrase that perfectly describes me. I am simply built different. An absolute legend. That was the final straw. A barrage of books and pens rained down on the podium. Get off the stage, you absolute clown. Scram back to your seat. Dodging the projectiles, Chen Shu let out a heavy sigh. The youth of today just don't appreciate greatness. He casually strolled back to his desk, completely ignoring the bloodthirsty glares trying to skin him alive. Su Nan and Xu Xing immediately swarmed his desk to inspect the legendary loot box. Inside sat a rare Frost Ravine mutated lion core. It contained the innate talent, War Roar, an insanely overpowered skill that triggers massive area of effect fear. Su Nan gasped, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Holy crap, this is top-tier loot. These 4 energy pills alone are worth 500,000. Add in this beast core, and you're holding over 1 million right there. A thrill of pure greed shot through Chen Shu. The academy had seriously opened their treasury for this. But a second later, his brow furrowed. These are premium artifacts, sure, but totally useless for my current build. He turned his intense gaze to his 2 loyal sidekicks. Xiaoxing, Old Xie. I need some underground connections. Do you have any? I want to liquidate all of this and trade it for Beast Tamer pearls. Su Nan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Have you completely lost your mind? Trading premium gear for basic pearls? Sure, pearls give you a massive speed boost, but their actual cultivation value is absolute trash compared to beast seeds. Chen Shu just shook his head, giving them a look of profound pity. You simpletons don't get it. I don't need to cultivate. Xu Xing froze in absolute shock. Then how the hell are you so insanely overpowered? Su Nan's jaw practically unhinged. Wait, don't tell me you just swallow beast pearls like candy? Even the most absurdly wealthy heirs wouldn't dare try something so suicidal. A mysterious smile played on Chen Shu's lips. Of course not. Your mortal minds simply cannot comprehend my methods. His eyes burned with the absolute confidence of a martial god. True cultivation isn't just about sitting in some boring lotus position. To a true master, eating, sleeping, attending class, and even taking a dump, it is all part of the divine path of cultivation. Seeing the utterly broken expressions on his friends' faces, Chen Shu delivered his legendary finishing blow. Once you transcend to my supreme realm, you'll finally understand the ultimate truth of the universe. Xu Xing groaned in pure agony at the sheer cringe. But after a heavy sigh, his tone shifted. Just give the loot to me. My family has a direct supply line for beast pearls. Chen Shu and Su Nan whipped their heads around, staring at him. Since when? Chen Shu demanded instantly. What exactly does your family do? Xu Xing scratched his head, looking completely clueless. Oh, you know, we're just an average household. We run a tiny little trading business. Chen Shu and Su Nan exchanged a deeply profound look. Their minds perfectly synchronized with one single sarcastic thought. An average household, my foot. Chen Shu's mouth twitched violently. A single basic tier beast pearl cost 150,000, and a black iron tier was a staggering 600,000. With that kind of cash flow, how the hell were they an average household? While the trio was busy whispering about their secret underground trades, Wu Shuang's booming voice echoed from the podium. All right, the reward distribution has officially concluded. The teacher's voice echoed through the classroom. For today's lesson, everyone follow me to the beast taming arena. The real training was about to begin. Standing proudly on the arena stage, Teacher Li Wushuang addressed the eager crowd. First and foremost, you all must learn to wield your beast's skills with absolute flexibility. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned his contracted beast. A colossal black and white python materialized in thin air, its massive scales gleaming with overwhelming power. One of its signature skills is binding, he explained. It not only dominates the enemy's movements, but also provides a sturdy layer of defensive armor. Wushuang's sharp gaze landed on a specific student. Chen Shu, come up here and summon your slime for us. Chen Shu groaned inwardly. Why use his precious slime as a teaching prop? Without missing a beat, he ruthlessly dragged Tang Li forward to use as a human meat shield. Teacher, I will bet young Master Tang's life on this, Chen Shu declared shamelessly. I guarantee this snake's binding technique is incredibly effective. Putting on an innocent act, Chen Shu spoke in a soft, persuasive tone. Teacher, there is no need for a demonstration. Haven't we already witnessed its terrifying might? Hearing this, Wushuang surprisingly backed down. All right, fine. The colossal python affectionately coiled around his body as Wushuang gently stroked its massive chin. Binding is not just a simple crowd control skill. It holds other hidden functions. Do any of you know what they are? Suddenly, a glowing blue system panel sprang to life before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Follow your coward's instinct and lower your head. Option 2. Rely on your extraordinary system and proudly stare at the ceiling. Option 3. Meet Teacher Li's gaze head-on and stare right back at him. Naturally, each daring choice offered an incredibly tempting reward. Cold sweat dripped down Chen Shu's face as his inner voice screamed, "Are you kidding me? Why am I the target again?" The system screen flashed, revealing a berserk potion as a prize. Rubbing his chin deep in thought, he realized he had no choice but to play along. Chen Shu boldly raised his head and swept his gaze across the terrified classmates. Not a single soul dared to look up and meet the teacher's eyes. The moment Chen Shu's defiant eyes locked with Wushuang's, the seasoned teacher froze. A flicker of absolute shock crossed the older man's face. How could a mere student possess such an overwhelming, tyrannical aura? Snapping back to reality, he called out, "Chen P, you answer this." Simultaneously, the system chimed, confirming the berserk potion had been claimed. Chen Shu confidently stepped forward, clearing his throat for dramatic effect. Then allow me to explain it in simple terms. With the entire class watching, he began his masterful breakdown of the beast's technique. The casting speed of binding is unbelievably fast. It does not just restrict the enemy's movements. If the master is in mortal danger, the python will tightly coil around them, using offense as the ultimate defense. Taking a breath, he continued his flawless analysis. The third function relies on its sheer speed to compress its massive body. By shrinking its target zone, it effortlessly dodges incoming strikes. Of course, no skill is completely rigid in battle, he reminded them sharply. A true master adapts and judges based on the ever-changing chaos of combat. Finishing his speech, he proudly planted his hands on his hips. That concludes my explanation. Gasps of pure awe erupted from the crowd. Even Teacher Wushuang looked deeply satisfied. Where on earth did you learn all of this? The teacher asked. Did you research the binding technique beforehand? Instantly, Chen Shu's narcissism switch flipped into overdrive. Not at all, he scoffed loudly. Isn't this something anyone with a working brain would naturally know? The admiring crowd instantly fell into a dead silence. Damn it, they had just been brutally insulted. Desperately trying to salvage the awkward atmosphere, Teacher Wushuang let out a stiff cough. Ahem, Chen Shu is completely right. The impact of any skill shifts wildly depending on the battlefield. A devastating offensive strike can seamlessly transform into an unbreakable shield. Without skipping a beat, he called up a female student. Shu Xiao Yu, summon your contracted spirit. Let us have Chen Shu analyze its combat flexibility for everyone. Xiao Yu confidently stepped onto the battle stage. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a blazing fire sprite ignited into existence. Seeing this, Chen Shu immediately put on a pitiful face. Teacher Li, have mercy. I am just a humble student. Internally, his soul was shrieking in pure agony. There were more than 20 students in this class. How long was he supposed to stand here and lecture? This was nothing short of absolute psychological torture. But Wushuang calmly dropped a bombshell. From this moment on, you are the official class representative of our special class. Hearing that grand title, Chen Shu waved his hands in desperate refusal. No way, I absolutely refuse. I have zero interest in playing class president. Unbothered, the teacher casually tossed out the ultimate bait. 2 premium beast taming pills every single month. The immense power of wealth hit Chen Shu like a truck. In an instant, his righteous aura flared. For the sake of serving my beloved classmates, I, Chen Shu, cannot possibly decline this heavy burden. The entire crowd was nearly moved to tears by his dazzling, selfless radiance. Stepping up to the blazing entity, Chen Shu began his ruthless analysis of Xiao Yu's fire sprite. Xiao Yu, your sprite's fireball spell does not need to be fired off blindly. You must use your brain and unleash it based on the battlefield's chaos. He boldly reached out and tapped the blazing creature's beak. It can manifest 3 fireballs, right? Force it to stuff all 3 back into its mouth and merge them into one devastating, supercharged blast. His hand swiftly glided over its incredibly soft, fiery plumage. Furthermore, who says it must spit fire from its mouth? It can unleash hell from other angles. He gave the spirit's rear end a resounding slap. For example, blasting it straight out of its backside. Xiao Yu stared at him in utter disbelief. "Teacher," she called out hesitantly, but Wu Shuang's eyes were glowing with fierce anticipation. "Try it immediately, Xiao Yu. If this bizarre method actually succeeds, it will be the ultimate, unpredictable sneak attack." Though her face flushed bright red with embarrassment, she reluctantly nodded her head. Understood. Wasting no time, Chen Shu mercilessly targeted his next victim. Next up, Tang Lai. Startled by the sudden call-out, Tang Lai's face twisted into a massive scowl as he stood up to summon his contracted spirit. The moment his weak blue bird materialized, Chen Shu delivered a completely ruthless, devastating critique, beyond saving. "Delete your account and restart your life." Those brutal words hit Tang Li like a physical blow, leaving him choking on his own fury. Pure rage boiled within his chest. Did this bastard seriously just call him up here solely to humiliate him in front of everyone? But Chen Shu could not care less about the boy's murderous glare. His tone remained infuriatingly casual, as if crushing someone's pride was just another mundane task. Next, stepping up to the following student, he carefully examined their crackling thunderbird. Not completely hopeless, he commented with cool indifference. "This contracted spirit of yours can still be salvaged for battle." Just like that, his reign of terror continued. For the entire grueling morning, he systematically judged, analyzed, and verbally destroyed every single student in the class. Only when the blood-red sun finally began to dip below the horizon did his relentless evaluations come to an end. Stepping out of the shadows, Teacher Wu Shuang finally delivered the words they were all waiting to hear. "Class dismissed." For now, Chen Shu let out a massive sigh, slumping his shoulders as he looked at his 2 roommates. "It is finally over. My throat is completely wrecked from shouting all day. Come on, let us go grab some food." Just as the trio turned to leave, Shu Xing froze, as if a sudden thought struck him. "Hold on a second, guys. I need to swing by the school gate to pick something up." Chen Shu gave an easygoing nod. "Sure thing." The 3 friends strolled toward the campus exit together. But the moment they arrived, a gleaming luxury car was already waiting for them. A middle-aged man stood perfectly straight beside the vehicle, radiating absolute discipline. Yu Tian bowed deeply, his voice completely respectful. "Young master, here are the beast-taming pearls you requested." Shu Xing offered a warm, totally unassuming smile. He gave a polite little nod to the older man. "Perfect, thank you." Chen Shu and Su Nan instantly dropped their jaws, completely dumbfounded by the sight. Chen Shu's eyes practically bugged out of his head. "What the heck is this? Are you some kind of domineering CEO?" Ignoring their shock, Shu Xing casually tossed the items over to Chen Shu. "Here, everything you asked for is inside." Without wasting a second, Chen Shu popped the box open, revealing perfectly arranged, brilliantly glowing pearls. His eyes locked onto the top-tier loot. After a quick inspection, he snapped the lid shut, a highly satisfied, scheming smirk spreading across his face. Su Nan nudged his friend, a teasing grin on his face. "Seriously, little Xing, your family is clearly loaded. Why on earth are you working a part-time job at a mental hospital?" "Chen Pai, what are you even talking about?" Chen Shu fired back with a laugh. "We are the ones working part-time to survive. Little Xing here is just role-playing a normal life." Su Nan leaned in close, whispering dramatically into Shu Xing's ear. "Spit it out, little Xing. Do you suffer from a bad stomach, chronic insomnia, and neat freak tendencies? Your real surname is Gu, is it not?" Refusing to miss out on the fun, Chen Shu immediately joined the interrogation. "Yeah, little Xing. When you sit on the toilet, do you glare at it and coldly command, 'Yeah, come out on your own'?" Shu Xing just blinked, utterly baffled by their weird tropes. "You two seriously need to get your heads checked." The entire trio burst into chaotic laughter, joking non-stop as they strolled past the gates. Watching from a distance, a gentle warmth softened Yu Tian's strict features. It has been far too long since the young master smiled that brightly. Night instantly swallowed the city, plunging the world into total silence. Back inside the cramped dormitory, deep, heavy breathing signaled that everyone had fallen dead asleep. But suddenly, the sharp buzz of a phone shattered the quiet. Chen Shu squinted at the bright screen. reading a sudden text from Wang Qian. Chen Shu. Come down to the Spirit Control Bureau tomorrow. Chen Shu furrowed his brows, the gears in his head turning rapidly. Wait a minute. Is old Wang finally handing out the reward money? The next morning, golden rays of sunlight pierced the peaceful city streets. However, inside the Spirit Control Bureau, the peace was immediately broken by an insane question. Chen Shu, do you happen to own a literal military tank at home? The sheer absurdity of the question hit Chen Shu like a brick. He completely froze, blinking blankly for a solid 5 seconds. What the heck is that supposed to mean? Wang Qian tapped a crime scene photo on his desk. It showed all 8 wanted criminals utterly flattened by some massive force. Our initial forensic assessment is that someone literally ran them over with a tank. Chen Shu's face instantly went totally dark with speechlessness. Uncle Wang, please be serious. Who on earth has the guts to drive a literal tank through the city streets? Wang Qian rested his chin on his hands, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. I know, it sounds absolutely impossible. That is why the investigation is still ongoing. But in the very next second, the older man's aura shifted entirely, becoming deadly serious. Anyway, that is not the real reason I called you all the way down here today. We have a much bigger problem on our hands. Wang Qian let the silence hang for a terrifying second, locking eyes with the young man. We finally figured out exactly who put out the hit on your life. The words crashed down like a thunderbolt, sending a massive shockwave straight through Chen Shu's mind. Who was it? He demanded, his voice dropping an octave. Wang Qian did not sugarcoat it. It was the Xiaxing Pharmaceuticals Corporation, operating right here out of Nanjiang City. A dark, knowing glint flashed across Chen Shu's eyes. He had already suspected this outcome deep down. He was really being hunted by that massive potion empire. Wang Qian leaned forward, deeply confused by the situation. They were willing to pay any price just to see you dead. Did you secretly cross paths with them in some kind of cutthroat business deal? Having absolutely nothing to hide, Chen Shu shrugged. He casually laid out the exact truth. Not really. I mean, the only thing I did recently was completely tank the market price by dumping over 200 bottles of strength potions at a massive discount. The instant those words left his mouth, Wang Qian choked violently on his tea. Pfft. He hacked and coughed, glaring daggers at the brazen teenager. Are you out of your mind? How is that not really doing anything? You literally ripped away their entire profit margin and cut off their lifeline. Wang Qian had to pause, taking a deep, ragged breath just to stop himself from strangling the kid. Listen to me very carefully, he finally growled. We still need concrete evidence before we can raid a corporation that size, so for the time being, you need to keep a seriously low profile. With a heavy sigh, he slid a sleek premium bank card across the desk. On a brighter note, since those 8 assassins were highly wanted fugitives, the bounty total comes out to exactly 500,000 Huaxia coins. It is all loaded right onto this card. Chen Shu snatched the card at lightning speed, a completely unhinged grin stretching from ear to ear. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Uncle Wang. A few moments later, Wang Qian escorted the newly rich teenager to the front doors. Remember what I said, Chen Shu. Keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Chen Shu immediately put on the most innocent, angelic face possible. Loud and clear. Uncle Wang, he shouted, waving enthusiastically as he walked away. I am heading straight home to be completely, 100% humble. You have my word. But the second he turned the corner, the innocent smile vanished. Chen Shu's eyes narrowed into a calculating glare. Xiaxing Pharmaceuticals held a monopoly on strength potions. But with the Spirit Control Bureau breathing down their necks, their empire was guaranteed to crumble very soon. Suddenly, a brilliant, highly profitable idea sparked in his mind. He smacked his hands together, his blood rushing with pure excitement. When that massive corporation inevitably goes down, Nanjiang City will face a total shortage of strength potions. A devious master plan began forming in his head. It looks like it is finally time for me to completely hijack the market and print my own money. Refusing to waste a single second, he whipped out his phone and immediately dialed a number. Hey, has old Wang been released from lockup yet? Gather up the boys and get everyone together right now. I am about to lead all of you to an absolute goldmine. Hanging up, he immediately scrolled down his contacts list to hunt for his next recruit. He casually dialed old Li next, officially calling in sick for the day. A few hours later, deep inside the chaotic underground black market, Tianba sat across from Chen Shu, raising an eyebrow in deep skepticism. So, let me get this straight. This massive gold mine you promised is just opening up a little retail shop with us? Chen Shu shot back a massive thumbs up, his eyes blazing with absolute, unshakable confidence. Exactly. I am planning to completely upgrade our original, pathetic little street stall. We are going to lease a premium storefront right here in the black market, and we will strictly monopolize the strength potion trade. He smoothly threw his arm around the burly man's shoulders, acting like they were lifelong brothers. And guess what? You guys are the very first founding members of my new empire. Tianba let out a sigh, standing up to survey the bustling, shady market around them. All right, fine, Tianba muttered. So have you actually picked out a specific storefront yet? Chen Shu extended a dramatic finger, pointing directly at the prime real estate, right across from them. Oh, I already locked onto my target. We are setting up shop right there. In that very moment, his resolve hardens like steel. Starting today, he will systematically tear down that aphrodisiac potion company. Meanwhile, back at the Beast Mastery Hall, Wu Shuang's lecture is in full swing. The instructor's voice echoes with absolute authority. Listen up, everyone. This September, your main mission is mastering skill flexibility. Next month, I will throw you all into an alternate dimension for a real combat trial. He pauses, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Until then, train like your lives depend on it. Class rep, step up and supervise. But the arena remains dead silent. Not a single soul dares to speak. Frowning, the teacher finally asks, "Where is Chen Shu?" Sunan nervously breaks the heavy silence. "Reporting, sir." Chen Shu asked for a leave of absence. Hearing this, Wu Shuang raises an eyebrow and quickly checks his device. A leave of absence? Since when? Did his message somehow not go through? The moment he unlocks his screen, a glaring notification from Chen Shu pops up. "Old Li, I will probably get sick tomorrow, so I am taking the day off." This is a notification, not a negotiation. Wu Shuang's face instantly darkens like a thundercloud. "Chen Shu," he grinds out through gritted teeth. At that exact moment, the missing student stands glued to a computer screen, processing an avalanche of furious transactions. Finally, the last batch of high-grade strength potions is successfully secured. By the time he finishes, the pitch-black veil of night has already swallowed the city. Chen Shu stretches his stiff arms with a loud groan, exhaling all his pent-up exhaustion. "What a crazy day," he mutters. But our grand opening is finally just around the corner. Turning to Tianba, he gives a casual wave. "We are done for today. Our shop will officially open soon, and I will notify everyone when the time comes." A mischievous grin spreads across Chen Shu's face as he gives his final order. "It is getting late. Head back first." The man plays along perfectly, bowing like a fiercely loyal vassal. "Understood, boss." Shortly after, Chen Shu manages to flag down a passing taxi. He returns to the eerie quiet of his dorm room. The moment he steps inside, he casually tosses his bag onto the bed. "I am back," he announces. But Sunan and Xuxing just stare at him, their faces pale with disbelief. Noticing their weird expressions, his brows furrow. "What is with those looks? Forgot who I am?" Xuxing forces a stiff, unnatural smile. "Chen Pai, your act first, report later." Stunt today completely enraged the teacher. Chen Shu just tilts his chin up, utterly unfazed. "Why should I care about some low-level homeroom teacher getting mad?" Xu Xing intentionally provokes him. "Chen Pi, are you seriously not scared?" Chen Shu scoffs, his voice brimming with absolute arrogance. "I am the undisputed tyrant of Nanjiang. Why would I fear a mere teacher?" Xu Xing gulps, slowly pointing a trembling finger at Chen Shu. "Chen Pai, do you not feel a little cold on your head?" The tyrant freezes. "Cold?" Chen Shu suddenly feels icy droplets trickling down his scalp. "Huh? Is the roof leaking?" He reaches up to touch his hair, his face instantly dropping when he sees the slimy wetness on his palm. Wait a minute. How could it be raining indoors? Driven by sheer curiosity, Chen Shu slowly tilts his head up. In a flash, pure, suffocating terror crashes over him, sending violent shivers down his spine. Coiled menacingly across the ceiling, a colossal black and white giant python is staring dead at him, thick drool dripping from its fangs. He stumbles backward in sheer panic, his eyes locked on the nightmarish beast above. Realizing its cover is blown, the massive serpent hilariously tries to act innocent. But mere seconds later, Chen Shu's blood runs cold. The beast lunges straight for his throat. His survival instincts instantly kick into overdrive. "Manifest," he roars, instantly summoning his spirit beast. In a flash of light, his slime materializes, throwing itself in front of its master. Without a second thought, Chen Shu vaults onto its bouncy back. "Fly! Get us out of here, now!" The slime's gelatinous body quivers violently as it launches them into the air. It wobbles desperately, trying to carry him to safety. But the very moment they breach the doorway, the giant python strikes with lightning speed. Showing absolutely zero mercy, the serpent yanks the slime right back inside. Losing all momentum, Chen Shu plummets, face-planting brutally onto the hard floor. Right at that devastating moment, a pair of shoes steps calmly into his blurred vision. A mockingly familiar voice echoes through the room. Well, is this not the undisputed tyrant of Nanjiang? Ding! A glowing system panel suddenly materializes before his eyes. It rapidly lists a series of survival options, each with a tempting reward attached. Chen Shu curses viciously in his mind. "You useless system! You want to play games at a time like this?" His brain scrambles, unable to process the options under such terrifying pressure. Out of sheer desperation, he closes his eyes and blindly picks one. Instantly, Chen Shu goes limp on the floor, groaning dramatically. "Ah, I am dying." Seeing his student apparently lose consciousness, Wushuang freezes in his tracks. "Huh? Chen Pi?" The teacher is genuinely taken aback. "No way. Seriously? This brat's body is tougher than steel," he mutters in disbelief. Quickly stepping forward, Wushuang places a cautious hand on Chen Shu's forehead to check his vitals. The teacher's sharp mind immediately catches on. He is sweating profusely. Is this little punk faking it? Stroking his chin, Wushuang intentionally raises his voice. "Well, since he is already dead, we might as well bury him." Without an ounce of hesitation, Wushuang commands his massive python to drag Chen Shu deep into a desolate forest. Panic erupts in the unconscious boy's mind. What the hell? Where is old Li taking me? Extreme anxiety begins eating away at his fake composure. Why have we been flying for so long? Absolute terror grips Chen Shu's heart. Is this psycho teacher actually looking for a secluded spot to bury me alive? After flying a bit further, the giant python finally unceremoniously drops him. Immediately, Wushuang's icy voice cuts through the dark woods. "Start digging the grave." Chen Shu remains spread-eagled on the dirt, but his inner voice is screaming in utter horror. No way. Hearing the violent, rapid sounds of dirt being excavated, he desperately weighs his options. "I cannot risk it. Old Li is absolutely crazy enough to do something this inhumane." Deciding to end the act, he dramatically forces a violent cough. "Old Li," Chen Shu whimpers pitifully, his eyes snapping open. "I really feel like I can still be saved." But Wushuang has zero intention of letting him off the hook. "I do not care what you feel. Master feels today is an auspicious day. You absolutely must be buried." Chen Shu couldn't hold back a muttered curse. Damn it. His mind raced furiously in the face of absolute doom. It seemed he had no choice. It was time to unleash his ultimate trump card. His hand slipped into his pocket like a phantom. He retrieved a small red packet and tossed it straight into his mouth. With a sharp bite, crimson liquid instantly spilled from his lips. Cough. "Master, I don't think I'll make it." His face turned deathly pale as he trembled like a leaf in the wind. Yet, internally, he was laughing like a maniac. Let us see if the old man panics now. Witnessing this tragic scene, Wushuang casually stepped forward. He calmly swiped a finger through the red liquid. Bringing it to his nose, he took a slow, deliberate sniff. In a fraction of a second, absolute fury erupted from Wushuang. "Dig! Keep digging," he roared. "If I do not bury this brat today, my name is not Wushuang." Tears of genuine panic streamed down Chen Shu's face. "Old Li, have you no mercy in your heart for your precious student?" he wailed inwardly. Ding! Suddenly, the glowing system panel appeared, announcing a brand new reward. Wild joy exploded within Chen Shu's chest. Did his outrageous acting actually succeed? He cast a terrified glance at the black and white giant python. The massive beast was still happily excavating his grave. Deciding the reward was not worth dying for, he shamelessly hugged Wushuang's thigh. "Master, I was utterly and completely wrong," he begged. Seeing Chen Shu finally surrender, the old man's furious aura receded slightly. "So, you finally realize your mistake?" Wushuang scoffed. Was this a confession or a business negotiation? Scrambling to his feet, Chen Shu dusted himself off. "I said I am wrong. Therefore I am absolutely wrong," he declared with zero shame. Wushuang's gaze turned razor sharp. "Then speak. Where exactly did you sneak off to this afternoon?" Knowing he was trapped, Chen Shu confessed. "I went to the Spirit Suppression Bureau." Taking a deep breath, he began to weave his tale. He recounted every single detail, starting from the very moment the dark clouds swallowed the moon. He spoke until the darkest hours of the night faded into a clear sky. Finishing his epic recounting, Chen Shu let out a heavy breath. "And that, Master, is the absolute truth." Processing the chaotic events, Wushuang finally let out a long sigh. "Fine. I understand the situation," the Master muttered. "But if you ever pull a stunt like this again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Get out of my sight and go rest." But before Chen Shu could escape, Wushuang dropped a massive bombshell. "Train your absolute hardest, starting tomorrow. In exactly 1 month, you are entering an alternate dimension." Chen Shu froze as if struck by lightning. Enter an alternate dimension? From that moment on, his daily life completely transformed. He spent every waking hour at the academy, training like an absolute madman for the upcoming trial. But his nights were a completely different story. Under the cover of darkness, he and Tianbao worked relentlessly. They were secretly finalizing the intricate paperwork for their brand new black market shop. In the blink of an eye, half a month vanished. The grand day had finally arrived. A ridiculously wide grin plastered Chen Shu's face as he held the ceremonial golden scissors, ready to cut the ribbon. "Today marks the glorious downfall of the inferior potion company," he declared. and the legendary grand opening of our very own Great Strength Potion Shop. Stepping up to the crowd, his merchant persona took over completely. To celebrate the birth of our miraculous store, we are offering an unprecedented deal. Walk through these doors today and receive a massive 10% discount. Gripping a megaphone, Fei Lin cranked the volume to the max. Passers-by, do not let the opportunity of a lifetime slip away. Standing right beside him, Wen Cheng roared with equal passion. If you want your familiars to be truly invincible, Great Strength Potions are your only path. The dynamic duo stood tall at the entrance, like seasoned street hawkers. They fired off their promotional lines in absolute perfect synchronization. 1 bottle will awaken your spirit and clear your mind. 2 bottles, and exhaustion will become a myth. 3 bottles, and you might just achieve absolute immortality. Fei Lin was completely lost in his own hype. Great Strength Potions, the taste of absolute victory, he bellowed. When I enter the alternate dimension to crush monstrous beasts, this is my weapon of choice. Masters, feed this to your familiars. Forge the strongest contracted spirits in existence. Only true masters provide Great Strength Potions. Raising his pitch to maximum volume, his face bloomed into a brilliantly blinding salesman's smile as customers approached. Only 28,888. Yes, you heard that right. A mere 28,888. Wen Cheng pumped his fists, practically vibrating with marketing energy. Take the flawless Great Strength Potion home today. Their relentless, ear-piercing sales pitch acted like a powerful magnet, drawing in a massive crowd of intensely curious onlookers. We have a strictly limited supply available each day. Walk right in. Do not miss this heaven-sent opportunity. Absolutely do not let this slip through your fingers. Watching the sea of customers flood his store, Chen Shu's eyes turned into literal dollar signs. I am finally going to be filthy rich, he cheered internally. But as the transactions rolled in, his triumphant smile completely froze. Wait a minute. Huh? Why in the world is everyone only buying a single bottle? He muttered in utter disbelief. Overhearing his panic, Tianba adjusted his glasses and offered a cold, logical analysis. To push a familiar to its absolute limit with premium potions requires 40 bottles. That costs over 1 million credits. A pathetic discount of 1,000 credits is simply not enticing enough. The cruel reality of business slapped Chen Shu right in the face. Stroking his chin, his eyes gleamed with calculating merchant cunning. Was a 1,000 credit discount truly that pathetic? His brilliant mind worked in overdrive before cementing a brand new, devious strategy. Starting tomorrow, the price drops to 20,500 per bottle. But we cap the purchase limit to exactly 5 bottles per person. Tianba simply nodded, offering a single word of agreement. Understood. Several days later, Chen Shu was sprawled across his bed like a deflated balloon. Su Nan and Xu Xing quietly entered the dorm room. Completely oblivious to their presence, Chen Shu was trapped deep inside his own turbulent thoughts. Running a business empire is far more brutal than I imagined, he strategized inwardly. I need to master the ancient art of commerce and figure out exactly how to trick these customers into emptying their wallets. His brain finally ran out of battery capacity. Whatever, it is way too late for this mental gymnastics. Tomorrow is a new day to scheme. Without another thought, Chen Shu completely blacked out, sinking into a ridiculously deep sleep. Staring at his exhausted roommate, Su Nan crossed his arms in deep suspicion. What exactly has Chen Pi been doing every single night lately? He viciously nudged Xu Xing's shoulder, a wildly inappropriate smirk creeping onto his face. How does he come back looking completely drained of life energy every single day? His tone shifted into one of genuine, mocking concern. If he keeps slacking off like this, even a regular office worker will surpass his power level in a month. Shaking his head dramatically, Xu Xing sighed. Tragic. An absolute, downright waste of God-given talent. But right at that moment, Su Nan's eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait a minute, what was that aura? Right before their very eyes, Chen Shu's sleeping body began to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Su Nan's jaw practically hit the floor as he stared unblinkingly. Little Xing, am I hallucinating? Or is his aura expanding? The horrifying truth hit them both like a freight train. He is about to break through? They shrieked in unison. Their minds completely short-circuited in sheer disbelief. How in the world does a person ascend to the next realm by literally just taking a nap? The chaotic night faded, giving way to a tranquil dawn. Warm, golden sunlight gently filtered through the dorm room window. Rising from his slumber, Chen Shu let out a massive, satisfying stretch. Every ounce of his previous exhaustion had completely vanished into thin air. A surge of boundless, newly awakened energy coursed through his veins. Ah, there really is nothing like a good night's sleep to recharge your batteries. But little did he know what his roommates had witnessed last night. He jolted awake, nearly jumping out of his skin. Su Nan and Xu Xing loomed over his bed, their eyes sunken with heavy, dark circles. Sunan broke the eerie silence, his voice trembling. Do you have any idea what happened last night? Chen Shu blinked, glancing around the room. What is wrong? Did that giant snake come back? Shu Xing could not hold back his frustration, and practically screamed, Haven't you realized that you broke through? Chen Shu's expression remained completely flat. Oh, I noticed. What? His two roommates froze in disbelief. You aren't surprised at all? This was the perfect moment to flex. Surprised about what? It is just a level 8 Beastmaster breakthrough. Doesn't anyone with hands know how to do that? That casual brag pierced their pride like a critical hit. Utterly unbothered, Chen Shu casually rolled out of bed. He puffed out his chest with absolute arrogance. I told you guys before. Sleeping and going to the bathroom are just alternative forms of cultivation. You doubted my methods then, but the results speak for themselves. Stick with your big brother from now on, and I will carry you straight to ascension. Sunan and Shu Xing were left completely speechless. Seriously? The morning hours slipped by, and the sun climbed high into the sky. As the morning lecture commenced, the chaotic classroom instantly fell into formation. Everyone stood at rigid attention without a single word. In the pin-drop silence, teacher Wu Shuang's steady voice echoed. Today, we will. But before he could finish, Dulong threw his hand into the air. Dulong. What is the meaning of this? The student puffed out his chest, taking a deep breath. With a surge of arrogant energy, he summoned his contracted spirit. Teacher, you said yourself that only the strongest is fit to be the class representative, and I firmly believe that title belongs to me. Hearing this blatant power grab, Shu Xing and Sunan shared the exact same thought. What a shameless guy. Yet, Dulong stood there, radiating absolute confidence. Therefore, I formally challenged Chen Shu for his position. Behind him, a massive earth wyvern roared, its battle intent blazing like a wildfire. Chen Shu muttered under his breath, challenging me? Teacher Wu Shuang actually looked intrigued. Well, Chen Shu, what do you say? A wicked smirk crept onto the boy's face. Oh man. I just broke through. And some idiot practically shoves his head into the cannon's barrel. Talk about perfect timing. Chen Shu crossed his arms and laid down his terms. I will accept the duel, but there needs to be a wager. If any random cat or dog can challenge me for free, how am I supposed to study? Teacher Wu Shuang was practically speechless at the sheer audacity, but he decided to play along, turning his gaze to the challenger. Then we will bet beast cores on the outcome. Do you accept? Dulong did not hesitate for a second. Of course. I have zero objections. With the stakes locked in, Wu Shuang stepped back to referee, then let the battle begin. Suddenly, Chen Shu paused. The translucent system interface flashed before his eyes, presenting a fresh set of choices and juicy rewards. His expression instantly morphed into that of an absolute supervillain. Is this even a choice? He lowered his voice, practically dripping with menace. Dulong was eager to throw hands, but he watched in confusion as his opponent silently summoned his spirit. But what? Dulong asked, utterly baffled. A chilling sense of dread washed over him. He looked up, only to see a slime rocketing toward his face. Damn it, a sneak attack? It plummeted from the sky like a blazing meteor, carrying unstoppable, crushing momentum. The earth wyvern immediately dropped into a heavy defensive stance. Chen Shu scoffed, his voice echoing with absolute sarcasm. Not bad. Your reflexes are decent. But did you really think that was my only trick? He flipped the switch to serious mode, while the slime shot forward like a fired arrow. Following a telepathic command, the slime slammed the brakes mid-air. Its gelatinous body stretched wide, inhaling a massive vortex of air. With puffed-up cheeks, it unleashed a devastating hurricane blast. The shockwave launched the earth wyvern across the arena. After obliterating its target, the slime bounced to a proud, arrogant landing. Teacher Wu Shuang sensed the terrifying aura radiating from Chen Shu and gasped. A level 8 Beastmaster? You actually broke through? Chen Shu scratched his head, putting on a flawlessly innocent act. Oops, I guess I accidentally leveled up. Watching his precious summon get utterly humiliated, Dulong's blood boiled with absolute fury. So what if you are level 8? I am not scared of you. Just as the words left his mouth, his battered earth wyvern crashed onto the ground right in front of him. Pretending to be completely sincere, Chen Shu offered some friendly advice. Hey man, your dragon is not looking too good. Dulong completely snapped. You are the one who is not looking good. Do not get cocky, Chen Shu. I will turn this battle around right now. He roared a command to his spirit. The earth wyvern forced itself to ignore the agonizing pain, ready to fight to the bitter end. The wyvern unleashed a lockdown skill, completely trapping the slime in place. Seeing his target immobilized, Dulong's eyes lit up with absolute madness. Send him straight to the afterlife. The beast lunged forward at godlike speed. Yet, the slime just let out a massive, bored yawn. Chen Shu's taunting voice pierced the tension. You want to kill my slime? Please. My summon could beat you in its sleep. As if on cue, the slime activated gigantification. Its bouncy body expanded into a massive fortress, entering a deep, defensive slumber. Dulong lost his mind at the sheer disrespect. "You are pushing me too far, Wyvern." Tear that blob to shreds, but the razor-sharp claws completely bounced off the incredibly squishy surface. Worse yet, the impact triggered the slime's iron sleepwalker strike, reflecting the kinetic force and launching the wyvern away once more. And through all that chaos, the slime was literally snoring. The earth wyvern's soul practically left its body. A moment later, Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, his eyes glowing with arrogant mockery. "Well, do you still want to throw hands?" Dulong swallowed his blazing pride. Staring at his paralyzed summon, he had no choice left. "I surrender." Chen Shu pointed a dramatic finger right at his face, his voice echoing with undeniable authority. "The class representative will always remain the class representative. Have I made myself clear?" Stepping away from the bruised and battered Tong Li, Chen Shu suddenly turns toward his fellow classmates. He raises his voice to echo across the entire training grounds. "I know for a fact that many of you are absolutely unconvinced of my strength. So today, I am giving everyone a golden opportunity. If anyone here can defeat me in a fair match, I will personally hand over 10 premium beast taming cores." His voice suddenly drops into a deeply sinister, plotting tone. "However, if you lose to me, you must hand over one single supreme-grade beast taming core." Pausing just long enough to let the heavy tension build, Chen Shu locks eyes with the crowd and asks one final time, "Do any of you have the guts to accept?" As he waits for a challenger, his mind sharply calculates every single angle. This is the absolute perfect moment to harvest their respect and their resources. The atmosphere instantly shifts into a terrifying, dead silence, with every single face in the crowd bearing a deeply conflicted expression. Standing tall and arrogant upon the makeshift arena, Chen Shu purposefully puts on a mask of total, infuriating disdain. He mercilessly doubles down on his declaration of war. Is there truly not a single coward here willing to fight? Seeing absolutely zero response, he cranks his provocation to the maximum. "Are you really going to let the sacred pride of elite geniuses be trampled under the feet of a regular student like me?" Shaking his head dramatically, Chen Shu lets out a long, disappointed sigh, painting on a perfectly helpless expression. "Fine then. Since absolutely everyone here is utterly terrified." But just before he can finish his mock pity party, a towering figure suddenly steps out from the shadows. "I will crush you." Hong Ming locks onto Chen Shu, his piercing gaze radiating an intense, razor-sharp hostility. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he proudly declares to the heavens, "This time, I will absolutely destroy you." Instantly, a blinding, emerald-green light erupts from the palm of his hand. The air shatters around them as his colossal, earth-shaking, violent ape is summoned directly onto the battlefield. The monstrous beast crashes into the earth with devastating momentum, unleashing a deafening roar to assert its absolute dominance. Yet, witnessing this terrifying display, Chen Shu does not flinch. Instead, he simply strokes his chin with a wicked, deeply intrigued smirk. Now, this is getting interesting. The ultimate clash finally begins. His squishy slime and the towering violent ape violently charge directly toward one another. Yet, in a mere fraction of a second, the absolute victor is brutally decided. The stunned crowd of elite students can only groan in sheer, agonizing, second-hand embarrassment, hiding their faces behind their hands. Meanwhile, a completely devastated Hong Ming falls to his knees, bawling his eyes out at the humiliating defeat. My precious monkey. In stark contrast to his misery, Chen Shu is practically radiating pure joy. All right, next victim. Step up. Who is next? Watching from the sidelines, Tong Li discreetly digs his elbow into Wang Yun's ribs, leaving the poor guy utterly bewildered. "Young Master Tang, there is absolutely zero chance I can beat that monster." Hearing this cowardly whine, Tang Li drops his voice into a sinister, calculating whisper. "Who the hell said you actually have to defeat him? It is a simple war of attrition, do you understand? Just drain the stamina out of that weird squishy poop blob of his. Once it is utterly exhausted, I will swoop in and obliterate it with a single, devastating strike." Having zero way to refuse, Wang Yun can only let out a deeply pathetic sigh and surrender to the cruel plan. "Fine, I will do it." Up on the blood-pumping stage, Chen Shu is still eagerly waiting to claim his next victim. Is there seriously no one else? Trembling with fear, Wang Yun rapidly shoots his hand into the air. "I will fight!" However, just a brief, tragic moment later, the horrific beatdown concludes. Wang Yun is left hugging his bruised spirit beast, sobbing uncontrollably into the dirt. Wah. Ignoring the absolutely tragic crying, Chen Shu purposefully puts on a mask of deep, philosophical sorrow. Ah. Is sitting at the very peak of absolute invincibility truly this lonely? But just as he flexes his unmatched power, The slime beside him suddenly begins to shrink, clearly running out of stamina. Lurking in the shadows, a wildly sinister, bloodthirsty grin slowly spreads across Tang Li's face. The giant transformation effect of that bizarre poop slime finally wears off. Seizing the moment, he sheds all hesitation and roars. Chen Shu, you bullied my brothers and humiliated me. I, Tang Li, will never forgive you. Today, I will crush you into absolute despair. The moment the words leave his mouth, Tang Li leaps directly into the arena. His blue bird, already summoned and waiting, unleashes a burst of energy to cushion his dramatic landing. The second his boots hit the arena floor, Tang Li points a furious finger at the opponent across from him. His target? The bizarre poop slime. Hand over your life, he screams. The blue bird dives at blinding speed, aiming to shred the slime with its razor-sharp talons. Tang Li watches with a ruthless glare, anticipating the kill. A knowing smirk crosses Chen Shu's face. So this was Tang Lie's master plan all along. He had been waiting for this exact opening to strike, but he completely underestimated the slime. Chen Shu's eyes track his familiar as it slips into a deep sleep, his tactical mind calmly analyzing the battlefield. Even without the giant transformation, you are still nothing to me. The slumbering strike skill instantly activates. A glowing net of energy materializes around the slime, drastically boosting its absolute defense. The blue bird unleashes its full, devastating fury, but the slime remains completely unfazed, not budging a single inch. Chen Shu's aura turns dead serious. Now, it is my turn. The slime, miraculously, is still fast asleep. Yet, that slumber does not hinder the battle at all. The wind breath skill suddenly ignites, erupting into a violent gale. The slime rockets off the ground and launches itself straight forward, leaving the blue bird absolutely panicked. But the avian beast quickly shakes off its fear. With a fierce shriek, it dives right back toward the slime. Right as the blue bird prepares its lethal strike, a razor-sharp blade of pure magic slashes across its body. In agonizing fashion, a shower of blue feathers explodes into the air. Losing all balance, the massive blue bird spirals out of control and violently crashes into the hard dirt. Witnessing his beast's brutal defeat, Tang Li clenches his fists, his face twisting in absolute, seething fury. You bastard! Chen Shu simply fires back a merciless taunt. Young Master Tang, since your two pathetic lackeys have not gone far, you better hurry and get in line to heal your trashed familiar. Gnashing his teeth, Tang Li is forced to swallow his burning pride. Just you wait, I will definitely make you pay for this. Completely brushing off the empty threat, Chen Shu turns his dominating gaze toward the crowd. I only have one thing to say. Who is next? Gone is the roaring excitement from earlier. The once rowdy crowd is now paralyzed with fear, not a single soul daring to step up. Seeing his overwhelming intimidation, Chen Shu quickly pivots to a new strategy. If that is how it is, I can only. Suddenly, the slime convulses violently, thrashing in unnatural agony. Without warning, it violently spits something out. Poof! Chen Shu sprints forward in absolute panic. Oh no. Little Yellow, are you hanging in there? The slime's body trembles, looking completely drained of its life force. Cradling it gently, he announces to the crowd, I am sorry. My slime is severely injured. Chen Shu's face darkens instantly. As for today's tournament. But before he can even finish his thought, an arrogant voice cuts through the air. Class rep, I challenge you right here, right now. That is Lin Xingchen, the elite prodigy from the special class. The crowd whispers in awe. Chen Shu's eyes narrow with sheer contempt. Aren't you playing a little dirty, trying to kick a man while he is down? But Lin Xingchen just flashes a chilling, arrogant smile. Didn't our dear class president just ask if anyone else wanted a piece of him? Not giving Chen Shu a single second to back out, he makes his move. With a blinding flash of energy, Lin Xingchen summons his mighty radiant lion. Chen Shu acts completely caught off guard. An A-rank contract spirit? Classmate Lin, even if you win, it will not look good for your reputation. Yet, Lin Xingchen keeps his smug, gentle facade. What is wrong? Is our fearless president trying to back out? His next words drip with absolute venom and raw sarcasm. Is my overwhelming power still not enough to impress you? Our president is incredibly strong. How could he possibly surrender? The gullible crowd instantly takes the bait, roaring in agreement. Yeah, President, show him what you have got. Feigning total helplessness, Chen Shu finally sighs and compromises. Fine. Then let us fight just one more match. His eyes sharpen as he issues the ultimate command. Slime, activate gigantification. The slime's body violently expands, inflating into an absolute towering behemoth. Lin Xingchen's confidence wavers for a split second, but he quickly reassures himself. Do not panic. That thing is already critically injured. It cannot possibly hold on much longer. Regaining his composure, he barks out his final, lethal order. Radiant Lion, annihilate it with Radiant Lion's roar. The very air crackles with devastating energy as violent lightning erupts around the glorious beast. But here is the absolute craziest part. Even while trapped in a deep sleep, the monstrous slime blindly charges forward to meet the devastating attack. As the gap between the two titans closes, Lin Xingchen flashes a terrifyingly arrogant grin. Victory is practically sitting in the palm of his hand, but brutal reality hits him like a speeding freight train. With a single, earth-shattering impact, the majestic radiant lion is effortlessly blasted into the sky. Chen Shu immediately puts on his best Oscar-worthy face of pure heartbreak. "I told you I could not fight anymore. Why did you force my hand?" Lin Xingchen's jaw hits the floor, absolutely paralyzed by shock. He cannot even force a single syllable out of his mouth. The very second, the chaotic battle officially concludes. The giant slime dramatically coughs up a highly suspicious, strange-looking liquid. Seeing his cue, Chen Shu frantically waves his hands in mock panic. "That is enough. We are totally done here. Just hand over my beast-taming seeds already." "Oh, my poor, poor slime." The absolute mastermind is putting on the performance of a lifetime. He fakes sheer terror over his pet's condition, calculating the massive stakes. 10 premium beast-taming seeds. That is a staggering 1.2 million. There is zero chance I am letting this absolute goldmine slip away. The mere mention of that astronomical wealth instantly ignites pure greed in the crowd's eyes. Another challenger immediately steps out of the shadows. "Oh no, you do not. You set the rules for this arena. You cannot back out now." Eager to claim the massive bounty, Ziyang instantly summons his fierce golden claw beast. He perfectly traps Chen Shu with zero room to retreat. But on the inside, Chen Shu is literally dying of laughter. He cannot believe these absolute fools are swallowing his bait so easily. "You rookies are way too green to play this game." Flipping the switch back to his legendary Hollywood-tier acting, he dramatically throws his arms around his slime, wailing in absolute heart-wrenching agony. The clueless crowd buys every single second of the tragic performance. They roar in intense protest. "President, you cannot just run away like a coward." Pushed to the absolute edge, Chen Shu forces out a deeply pained, helpless sigh. "If you all insist, then fine, I will fight." Meanwhile, Ziyang's eyes are practically burning with greedy ambition. He is already tasting his glorious, guaranteed victory. But history repeats itself in the most brutal way imaginable. The fearsome Golden Claw beast gets absolutely steamrolled in mere seconds. Yet, right after its total domination, the slime goes back to violently coughing up fake blood, looking like it is clinging to its last breath. Chen Shu milks the tragedy for all it is absolutely worth. "This is complete madness. I must draw the line right here. I have to get my dying slime to an emergency medic." But the crowd is completely blinded by the dangerous illusion of an easy win. Greed consumes the entire arena as students scramble to fight. "Hold it right there. You still have to face the rest of us." The master manipulator gives another heavy, utterly fake sigh of defeat before accepting their challenges. One by one, majestic spirits are summoned to the battlefield, and one by one, they are absolutely decimated in the most humiliating ways possible. Even the untouchable aerial beasts get completely swatted out of the sky by the rampaging slime. Yet, after racking up an unprecedented, flawless winning streak, Chen Shu is still standing there, crying fake tears. "Oh heavens, my slime is barely hanging on by a thread. Does anyone else want to finish us off?" But the brutal reality check has finally hit the crowd. The entire arena is dead silent, with nobody daring to move a single muscle. Seeing their absolutely shattered spirits, Chen Shu casually turns his back to walk away. But of course, he leaves them with one final, dramatic, parting shot. What an absolute tragedy. If there are truly no brave souls left, I guess I will finally take my poor slime to the hospital. The very second he steps out of sight, his tragic facade vanishes. It is instantly replaced by a massive, sinister grin of pure triumph. The sleepwalking assassination technique combined with this slime is an absolute cheat code. Chen Shu practically dances down the street, chuckling darkly to himself. "Ha ha ha. I just scammed an entire mountain of premium beast taming seeds. Life is incredibly good." Like a conquering king returning to his treasury, he struts right into his hidden shop. He immediately demands the daily report. "Give me the numbers. How overflowing are our coffers today?" Tianba rushes over to deliver the glorious news. "Not bad at all, boss. All 5 bottles of the premium super strength potion sold out in record time." Hearing this massive success, a deeply satisfied smirk spreads across Chen Shu's face. "Excellent work. Now, listen closely. I need you to hunt down some highly specific materials for me. Get me mind-awakening fruits, azure leaf flowers, and bouncing berries." His eyes gleam as he lays out his ultimate business empire expansion. It is time we dominate the market with brand new potion lines. He then drops a massive bombshell of responsibility on his crew. "From now on, the entire shop's revenue stays directly in your hands. Your primary mission is to use those funds to secure my rare alchemy ingredients." But the hustling mastermind knows exactly how to buy absolute loyalty. And listen up. Your base monthly salary is a solid 10,000. He turns to his main manager. Old Wang, you are officially the store manager. Your cut is 20,000 a month. The sheer absolute generosity sends massive shockwaves through the room. Both Tianba and Wen Cheng absolutely erupt in ecstatic, deafening cheers. Standing amidst their loud cheering, Chen Shu feels like an absolute god among men. He looks around his booming shop with supreme satisfaction. This is it, the glorious, unshakable foundation of my undisputed empire. For the next few days, Old Wang completely takes over the reins of the business. This frees Chen Shu to lock himself away, frantically grinding his alchemy and academic skills. Time flies in a total blur of intense training, bringing September to a rapid close. The atmosphere in the academy suddenly shifts to dead serious. Teacher Wu Shuang stands imposingly before the entire student body, ready to drop a massive bombshell. Our first month of intense training is officially over. His booming voice echoes through the silent hall. This October, I am personally leading you rookies into a normal rank alternate dimension, the legendary Ice Ravine. The seasoned veteran locks eyes with his students, his tone turning dangerously grave. Listen closely. Pack extreme cold weather survival gear. In that dimension, the terrifying demonic beasts are only half the threat. The brutally freezing environment itself will try to kill you. Teacher Wu Shuang glares at the massive crowd, delivering one final, absolute warning. And do not even think about packing useless garbage that will only slow us down. Down in the ranks, Chen Shu's lips curl into his signature wicked smirk. He leans over, ruthlessly teasing his two terrified companions. Well, did you hear the man? Are you ready for hell? And leave those embarrassing pig butcher knives and mental patient uniforms at home. Hearing this ruthless mocking, Sunan and Xing Xing's moods instantly hit rock bottom. Chen Shu, however, just smirks with pure amusement. Having delivered her final instructions, Wu Shuang immediately dismisses the assembly. The meeting is officially over. We are done for today. Everyone gathers at the academy. We are done for today. Everyone gathers at the academy the day after tomorrow. The students erupt in a unified, understood. Moments later, Chen Shu and his crew swagger down the academy corridor. Chen Shu suddenly breaks the silence, his voice dripping with skepticism. Tell me the truth. Have you guys ever stepped foot into an alternate dimension? Sunan replies without missing a single beat. Never. Xing Xing's eyes widen with burning curiosity. Wait, don't tell me. You have? A smug, arrogant grin instantly takes over Chen Shu's face. Of course I have. You can ask anyone on the streets. Whether Tong Qingyuan falls into total chaos or not is entirely decided by this fierce tyrant of Nanjiang. He completely leans into his wild boasting, puffing out his chest. Listen here. Back then, I even took a leak right on the head of the legendary Wild Ice Lord Rabbit. Hearing this absolute nonsense, the other two stare at him with overwhelming worship. If you are truly that legendary, please guide us, senior. What exactly should we pack? Chen Shu instantly shifts into commander mode. It is incredibly simple. Old Xie, you are on cooking duty. Bring the pots, the finest spices, and definitely do not forget the barbecue grill. He then casually throws an arm around his other buddy. As for you, Xing Xing, you do not need to pack a single thing. Just have your rich family hire a silver rank Beast Tamer, and we will absolutely dominate the entire zone. The second those words leave his mouth, the illusion instantly shatters. Realizing they have been played for absolute fools, the two of them spin around and walk away in total disgust. Sunan even tosses a universally friendly middle finger over his shoulder. Damn it! Chen Shu stands frozen, watching their retreating backs. I was actually telling the truth. Why does absolutely no one believe me? But deep down, his playful demeanor vanishes into sharp focus. Jokes aside, it really is time to pack my survival gear for the Ice Ravine. The moment he steps into his room, Chen Shu locks himself in and fires up his computer. His eyes gleam in the monitor's glow, fiercely absorbing every single detail flashing across the screen. So, this is the true face of the perilous Ice Ravine. Outside his window, the golden rays of sunset cast dramatic shadows over the towering city skyline. Chen Shu leans back and stretches until his joints pop. Finally, I have memorized every single survival guide for the Ice Ravine. He springs to his feet, humming a battle tune. Time to hit the streets and secure my supplies. Pushing his front door open, Chen Shu immediately bumps into a familiar figure. It is the neighbor across the hall, currently struggling with her door lock. He flashes a bright, neighborly smile. Good evening, Auntie Wang. The kind-hearted woman turns around. Oh, hello there, little Chen. Heading out for dinner already? Even while making small talk, she fiercely rattles her stubborn doorknob. Say, little Chen, are you tied up with anything important right now? Auntie Wang suddenly flashes a suspiciously sweet, almost pleading smile. I actually need a tiny little favor from you. Chen Shu blinks, instantly on guard. A favor? What kind of favor? Cut to a few moments later. At the local elementary academy gates, an absolute sea of parents and students creates a chaotic tidal wave of traffic. Chen Shu stands dead center in the bustling crowd, his eyes scanning the chaotic sea of heads. I thought it was a life or death emergency. Turns out she just needed me to pick up her kid. Right on cue, little Niu Niu skips out of the academy gates with her friend. He immediately raises a hand. Yo, Niu Niu. The little girl's eyes light up, waving frantically. Big brother Chen Shu. Chen Shu scoops the little girl up into a warm hug. Your mom put me on escort duty today. Let us head home. But suddenly, his sharp gaze catches a painfully familiar silhouette nearby. Wait a second. Is that Loan Shark Wang? Without a single ounce of hesitation, he marches straight toward the figure. Hey, Loan Shark Wang. What are you doing lurking around here? Ching Han snaps her head around, completely caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Chen Pai? Her knuckles turn pale white as she furiously grips her jacket. It is nothing. Just a minor clash with a classmate. The word clash instantly ignites a dangerous spark of interest in Chen Shu's eyes. A conflict? Ha, that is child's play. Spit out the name. Who dares to cause trouble? He puffs his chest out with overwhelming local pride. This elementary academy happens to be my former turf. But before he can flex any further, an arrogant presence suddenly crashes the conversation from behind. And who the hell are you supposed to be? The hostile voice drips with absolute venom. Tell you my name? What kind of big shot do you think you are? Standing there with a sickening sneer is Xu Chang, the elite from Nanjiang Academy No. 3's special class, flanking his snotty younger brother. Seeing little Qing Xue trembling in pure terror, Chen Shu instantly pieces the dark puzzle together. Did this arrogant punk just bully Loan Shark Wang's little sister? Chen Shu's eyes narrow into dangerous slits as he steps forward. Since you asked, I am a student from Nanjiang Academy, No. 2. The name is Chen Shu. Refusing to lose face, the opponent instantly flaunts his own background. Xu Chang, core member of the special class at Nanjiang Academy, No. 3. With the formalities out of the way, Chen Shu cuts straight to the bloody chase. So, is your little brother in the business of bullying innocent people? Xu Chang furiously shakes his head in denial. The little brat points an accusing finger. I did not bully her. She kept ignoring me. I just called her a pathetic orphan. Those exact words make a heavy, dangerous silence fall over Chen Shu. The arrogant brat then maliciously points straight at Qing Shua's face, spitting pure poison. Besides, she is a filthy orphan anyway. Snap. That single sentence completely shatters Chen Shu's last thread of patience. Without a second thought, Chen Shu's hand slices through the air like a deadly whip. Xu Chang's eyes widen in sheer panic as he lunges forward. Stop! What the hell are you doing? But he is way too slow. Smack! A devastating slap lands squarely on the brat's left cheek, echoing like a gunshot. Only then does Chen Shu lower his hand, his aura freezing cold. What am I doing? I am obviously educating this absolute trash. He is barely out of diapers, yet he dares to act like he owns the heavens and the earth. Hearing this absolute disrespect, Xu Chang's face twists into a demonic scowl. Are you practically begging for a death wish? You act tough, striking a literal child. If you are a real beast tamer, meet me at the beast taming arena and face me in a true battle. Ding! Right at that critical moment, a glowing blue system interface violently materializes before his eyes. A brand new set of dangerous missions fully loads into view. The system presents 3 brutal choices: evade the challenge, provoke the enemy further, or severely cripple the opponent's contracted spirit. A dark, predatory smile creeps onto Chen Shu's face. His decision is already locked in. If you are in such a massive rush to meet your maker, I gladly accept. Cut to the Grand Nanjiang City Beast Taming Arena. The crowd watches in suffocating, deadly silence as the two fierce rivals stare each other down. Nearby, Ching Han desperately tries to talk sense into the utterly shameless guy. Maybe you should just let it go. There is no need to take a child's tantrum so seriously. Chen Shu instantly scoffs at that naive logic. A child's words are still forged daggers. His cold response leaves her completely stunned, freezing the words right in her throat. Ching Han can only watch in silence as his imposing figure slowly fades into the distance. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Xu Chang summons his fearsome Thunder Tiger. Chen Shu stands his ground, silently sizing up the Beast Tamer before him. A high-tier tamer with an A-rank Thunder Tiger? No wonder this guy is dripping with absolute arrogance. His mind races, calculating the odds. In all of Jiangnan City, few peers could ever stand a chance against that beast. But unfortunately for this guy, he ran into the ultimate wild card. Flexing his overwhelming aura, Xu Chang's ego inflates to maximum capacity. You have witnessed my true power. Do you still dare to fight? In response, a blinding golden light erupts from Chen Shu's hand. Of course I do, but let me give you a free piece of advice. Book a bed at the Central Beast Hospital immediately, and make sure it is in the emergency ward. A mocking sneer twists Xu Chang's face. You should be saving that bed for yourself. Chen Shu fires right back. I truly hope your mouth stays that tough when this is over. The golden light fades, and a perfectly squishy slime drops onto the battlefield. Xu Chang points a trembling finger at it and erupts into maniacal laughter. An F-rank slime? Are you kidding me? Completely unfazed by the brutal mockery, Chen Shu maintains his absolute confidence. Laugh all you want. The Central Hospital is definitely getting a new VIP patient today. The air grows heavy with killing intent. Is that right? Xu Chang sneers. Then let us see whose bones get broken first. The Thunder Tiger shatters the ground beneath its paws. With a deafening, blood-curdling roar, it launches itself directly at the helpless little slime. Watching this terrifying beast charge, Chen Shu does not even blink. Bring it on, he whispers. Meanwhile, his slime lets out a massive, bored yawn. Boom! The bizarre Slumber Strike skill instantly activates. Xu Chang freezes, completely baffled by this absurd, unseen energy. Without skipping a beat, the slime triggers its tackle ability. It launches forward like a cannonball toward the massive predator. Cold sweat drips down Xu Chang's face as panic finally sets in. Thunder Tiger, dodge it, now. But his desperate scream echoes too late. The arrogant tamer can only watch the impending disaster in absolute horror. Wham! The tiny slime slams brutally into the beast's face, sending the massive tiger flying across the arena like a rag doll. Then, the slime shifts gears, triggering its signature brutal slam. It leaps high into the air and crushes the Thunder Tiger without a single ounce of mercy. The match is instantly over. But wait, when did Chen Shu suddenly appear right beside Xu Chang? I am done beating the dog. Chen Shu casually steps forward, oozing pure menace. Now it is the master's turn. The terrified loser stumbles backward, completely out of options. Chen Shu raises his hand with terrifying calmness. A heaven-shaking slap instantly connects with devastating force. The sheer impact literally warps Xu Chang's facial features. Clutching his swollen purple cheek, the defeated tamer stutters helplessly, unable to form a single coherent word. You. Suddenly, Chen Shu pivots toward the little brother. His gaze turns dangerously dark. I have not forgotten about you. Another echoing smack rings out. A heavy slap lands squarely on the younger boy's face. Chen Shu's eyes gleam with a predator's sharpness. Who gave you the right to throw your weight around? Did you really think having a strong older brother meant you owned the world? His overwhelming aura crushes down on the trembling kid. From now on, whatever Wang Qingxue says in that class is absolute law. Understand? Shaking like a leaf, little Shu nods frantically. I understand. I got it. In a split second, Chen Shu's terrifying expression melts back into his usual, sunny smile. He reaches out and gently pats the crying boy's head. Good boy. A short while later, Chen Shu's triumphant crew steps out of the beast arena. Breaking the silence, Qing Han calls out with a shy flush on her cheeks. Chen Shu. She bows deeply, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much for stepping up today. Chen Shu flashes an easygoing smile. Do not even mention it. Sister Fangxi told me to look out for you. I am just doing my job. He casually waves his hand in the air. All right, it is getting late. I need to head back. Goodbye. Qing Han watches their silhouettes fade into the setting sun, whispering softly to herself, Goodbye. Meanwhile, Chen Shu is already hyping up his little sister. Niu, what are you craving tonight? Big brother Chen Shu is buying. Niu instantly cheers, I want to eat. 2 peaceful days pass. Over at the school's beast arena, a hopeful parent excitedly shakes hands with teacher Li Wushuang. Teacher Li, I am leaving my child's future in your capable hands. From a distance, Chen Shu waves to his own father. Dad, it is time for me to go. Even now, Chen Yu cannot help but worry. Make sure you stay safe out there. Keep your guard up. Nodding, the young tamer boards the massive class bus. The moment he steps inside, his eyes lock onto a familiar face. Xing is frantically waving, having saved a premium seat just for him. Over here! Chen Shu slides into his seat, and the journey finally begins. Fast forward to the hotel in Ice Valley Town, where Li Wushuang is laying out the grand itinerary. We rest in town for tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, we march straight into the ice ravine. The strict teacher glares at the excited students. You are free to explore the streets this afternoon, but let me be perfectly clear. No causing trouble. His piercing gaze locks onto Chen Shu's notorious trio like a laser, especially you three. But a mischievous glint is already dancing in Chen Shu's eyes. Ha! The more they tell me to behave, the more I want to rebel. Chen Shu immediately grabs Xing and Sunan by their collars. Let's roll, boys. I am taking you to pick up a real quest. Moments later, the rebellious trio kicks open the doors of the Beast Tamer Association's quest hall. Marching straight to the front desk, he demands, Do you have any Lord-tier beast quests? Lu Qian steps out with a fresh bounty poster. We have an active hunt for a Lord-tier Frostbone direwolf. Hearing those exact words, An uncontrollable thrill surges through Chen Shu's veins. Perfect, that is the one. With peak professionalism, the receptionist slides the clipboard across the counter. Please review the details carefully. Snatching the board, his eyes devour the mission specs. Objective: retrieve the Lord-tier Frostbone. Direwolf's Heart. Deposit: 50,000. Reward payout: a staggering 4 million. Rubbing his chin, Chen Shu falls into deep tactical thought. A Black Iron Lord-tier threat. With just the three of us, we would be instantly wiped out. But if we can somehow bait Old Man Lee into doing the heavy lifting. Sunan takes one look at the suicidal quest, frowns, and quickly shoves the paper back. Never mind, it is way too expensive. But right at that moment, a hand suddenly slammed down on the counter. Hold on. Chen Shu thumped his chest, a confident grin spreading across his face. I will take this quest. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Qian and Sunan froze completely in their tracks. Huh? Fearing he had not read the details clearly, the receptionist reminded him that this mission required a massive 50,000 crystal deposit. Hearing this, Xu Xing tilted his head, clear displeasure flashing in his eyes as he shot back. Speaking like that, people might actually think I cannot afford it. Without missing a beat, he openly flexed his wealth, terrified that someone in the room might not realize he was an absolute tycoon. Come on, give the three of us one quest each. Despite the sudden display of overwhelming generosity, Lu Qian maintained her professional caution, needing to confirm one last time. I am terribly sorry, sir. This quest can only be accepted once. Are you absolutely certain you want to take it? Right then, a trembling hand quietly tugged at Xu Xing's sleeve. Sunan leaned in close, whispering nervously into his ear. Xiao Xing, let us look for a simpler mission. We already showed off enough. Let us drop this one. It is way too expensive. Seeing his hesitation, Xu Xing burst into a bright, arrogant laugh and waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. This is my very first time accepting a guild mission. Naturally, I have to do it in style. 50,000 is barely pocket change. Confronted with this ridiculous display of wealth, Chen Shu and Sunan stood completely frozen. Both of them were internally screaming in absolute defeat. Damn it, he totally outshined them. Chen Shu shot him a side glance, opening his mouth as if he were about to add something. But before he could speak, a sharp, mocking voice pierced the air. Tsk. I was wondering who dared to act so arrogantly. Huang Wei slowly approached, his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes dripping with pure disdain. So it is just you, brat. Why so eager? Are you in a rush to reincarnate? Unbothered, Chen Shu met the hostility with an incredibly relaxed, almost lazy smile. Oh? If it isn't our colorful big brother, I have not seen you in 2 months. What brings you here? Huang Wei's lips curled into a sinister smirk, clearly amused. Your mouth is just as sharp as ever. Without a single shred of fear, Chen Shu casually dropped his next words. Just average. Just average. Only rank 3 in all of Nanjiang. That careless taunt instantly ignited a blazing, battle-hungry fury within Huang Wei. What a coincidence. I am also heading to the Ice Canyon. And let me tell you, the Zhou Guild will not be able to protect you there. Just as the threat left his mouth, a heavy hand suddenly clamped down onto Huang Wei's shoulder. What is going on here? Are you trying to bully my student? Startled by the sudden booming voice, Chen Shu cast a quick glance over his shoulder. Oh, it was him. Meanwhile, Huang Wei violently flinched, spinning around on pure reflex. The moment his eyes locked onto that familiar, imposing face, a startled gasp escaped his lips. Old Li. Veins bulged at Huang Wei's temples as boiling frustration forced him to spit out his next words. So it really is you. Wu Shuang was completely unfazed by the arrogant hostility. Instead, his aura darkened as he emphasized every single word. Good that you recognize me. Do not even think about touching my student. Otherwise, I will bury you alive in that ice canyon. The sheer killing intent in his voice left Huang Wei utterly paralyzed, unable to formulate a single response. The moment the man finally walked away, Chen Shu threw up a massive thumbs up, absolutely thrilled. Teacher Li, that was completely badass. But his triumphant gloating was immediately cut short. The older man leaned in, his expression dead serious as he demanded to know why his student was constantly stirring up disasters. I take my eyes off you for 1 second, and you are already picking fights with a Black Iron-ranked Beast Master. Seeing his teacher practically breathing fire, Chen Shu quickly raised a clipboard to shield his face. It really is not a big deal, just a tiny little grudge from before. But as Wu Shuang's gaze swept over the mission details on that clipboard, his entire body stiffened. What? A Lord-ranked Frostbone giant wolf? Hearing the sheer terror in his teacher's voice, a brilliant spark of hope suddenly flashed in Chen Shu's eyes. Teacher, are you interested in this? Could you actually take down a Black Iron-ranked Lord-class magical beast? Wu Shuang slowly shook his head, his voice dropping into a heavy, deadpan tone. I could fight it, But as for actually killing it, absolutely not. Desperate to prevent his students from marching into an early grave, he quickly offered a safer alternative. If you brats truly want to take on a mission, you had better pick something far more grounded. Something normal. For instance, gathering medicinal herbs, or perhaps hunting down some low-level common beasts. Listening to reason, Chen Shu bobbed his head with a bright smile. Understood. His fingers danced rapidly across the digital terminal. In a flash, he locked in 2 new objectives: harvesting aqualeaf flowers and hunting wild lions. With the paperwork finally sorted, he spun around to rally his friends. "Let us move out." As they made their way back, Chen Shu glanced over with burning curiosity. "Xiaoxing, since you are swimming in so much cash, why haven't you taught your lightning bird any offensive skills?" Shu Xing eagerly threw up his hands, immediately correcting the misconception. "I actually do. It already has 3 specific skills equipped." The second those words hit the air, the entire group narrowed their eyes, glaring at him with intense, synchronized jealousy. "You absolute filthy rich monster." Seeing that the sun was already dipping below the horizon, Wu Shuang let out a long sigh. Bidding them farewell, he gently urged the kids to head home and get some rest. Without hesitating for a single second, Chen Shu and Sunan enthusiastically agreed. "Makes perfect sense. Let us go. Let us go." Old Li stood alone, watching the 3 energetic figures bickering as they vanished into the distance. A soft, nostalgic smile touched his lips. Ah, youth is truly a wonderful thing. The very next morning, golden rays of early sunlight pierced through the glass windows, bathing the entire academy in a brilliant, fiery glow. At the massive assembly grounds, the students stood in perfect formation, breathlessly awaiting their instructor's command. "Move out. Today, we are officially stepping into the alternate dimension." The order echoed like thunder. As one, the entire student body pivoted sharply, their synchronized footsteps vibrating against the earth as they marched forward. A blanket of pure white snow buried the ancient forest. Lines of students gathered before a massive, glowing stone gate, steeling their nerves for the spatial transfer. Clasping hands tightly, they squeezed their eyes shut and plunged straight into the impossibly thick, swirling mist. Moments later, Chen Shu's boots crunched against a fresh layer of frost. Stepping out of the blinding white void, he slowly opened his eyes. The true mission zone finally revealed itself. Before them lay the legendary Ice Canyon, a silent, deadly expanse trapped in eternal winter. Shivering, he let out a massive yawn and immediately began to grumble. "Good heavens, this frozen wasteland is way too cold." He rubbed his freezing arms, his eyes scanning the treacherous terrain. "Though I have to admit, this place feels completely different from any dimensional space I have entered before." But lurking right behind him, Wu Shuang materialized at his side, dropping a harsh reality check. "Remember this well. This brutal survival training will last for exactly half a month. Do not venture too deep into the canyon. Vicious beasts lurk in the shadows. Above all, absolutely no lone wolves. Stick to the formation. Form up in squads of 3. The instructor paused, his eyes sweeping the eager crowd. Then came the ultimate bait. "The squad with the highest hunt record will receive 2 million huoxia in taming resources." The crowd gasped. He gestured to the elite guards standing behind him. "A black iron rank tamer will shadow each squad. If your life hangs by a thread, they will step in to save you. But be warned, rescue means instant elimination. You will be dragged back to the Spirit Suppression Bureau in disgrace." His voice echoed with finality. "The survival trial officially begins now." Chaos erupted instantly. Squads scattered like wildfire, charging blindly into the frozen wasteland. Yet Chen Shu remained perfectly still. Shu Xing and Sunan exchanged confused glances. "Chen Shu, what are we waiting for?" A wicked grin spread across Chen Shu's face. His eyes gleamed with pure mischief. "Are you guys completely clueless? We are not on Blue Star anymore. Obviously, we take the sky route. Summon your Thunderbird." Realization struck Shu Xing like a brick. Oh, absolute genius. Blinding spiritual energy erupted from his palm. The air crackled with raw voltage. In a flash of dazzling light, the magnificent Thunderbird materialized before them. Sensing its master's command, the mighty beast spread its crackling wings. With a single powerful flap, it launched the trio into the freezing heavens. Wind whipped past their faces. Shu Xing roared with absolute adrenaline. "Higher! Take us even higher!" Chen Shu thrust his fist toward the horizon, his blood boiling with excitement. "Today marks our absolute conquest. The frozen canyon belongs to us." Shu Xing cheered like a madman, but their absolute triumph was cut short. A massive shadow eclipsed the sun. A giant gale hawk dive-bombed from the clouds. Shu Xing and Sunan froze completely. Absolute terror paralyzed their bodies. Confronted by the colossal predator, the color drained entirely from their faces. Even Chen Shu lost his cool, panic gripping his throat. "We are so dead. It is a black iron beast. Fall back immediately. But the Thunderbird's eyes flared with primal defiance. It unleashed an ear-piercing screech. Like a bolt of living lightning, it rocketed straight toward the massive predator blocking their path. Seizing the perfect angle, the Thunderbird banked sharply upwards. Crack! A blinding column of pure electricity blasted down on the monster's skull. Screech! Blindsided by the attack, the Galehawk shrieked in absolute fury. Its crimson eyes burned with undeniable murderous intent. It instantly locked onto its reckless challengers, diving into a high-speed pursuit. Down below, Wu Shuang had barely lit his cigarette. Before he could even exhale, he spotted Chen Shu's squad being ruthlessly hunted. Security forces sprang into action. Dozens of heavy muzzles locked onto the target. A deafening storm of lead and fire rained down upon the raging hawk. Wu Shuang froze mid-puff. Utter disbelief washed over his rugged face. What in the world is happening up there? The massive beast seized up, crashing heavily into the frozen earth below. Sunan whistled in sheer awe of its reckless courage. Suddenly, Wu Shuang's strict voice snapped their attention back. "Congratulations, brats. Your survival trial ends right here." The verdict hit them like a physical blow. Chen Shu's face twisted in desperate frustration. "Teacher, stop joking. We have not even started yet." Shuxing panicked, practically begging for their lives. "Teacher Li, please, just one more chance. We swear we will never drag a black iron boss over here again." Their pathetic pleading actually worked. Wu Shuang let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his temples. "Fine, just remember this one rule." Before the warning even left his lips, whoosh! The trio had already vaulted onto the Thunderbird, blasting into the sky at breakneck speed. Wu Shuang was left completely speechless. He stood there like a petrified statue, cigarette hanging loose from his lips. High above the clouds, Shuxing broke the tense silence. "Fleeing like that. Is Teacher Li going to absolutely murder us later?" Chen Shu flashed a totally shameless grin. "Relax. If we did not hear the rule, then the rule does not exist." Flawless logic. Shuxing breathed a massive sigh of relief. "Makes sense to me. So, where exactly are we dropping?" Ding. A glowing holographic screen materialized before Chen Shu. The system presented 3 paths. Option 1. Safely grind near the bureau base for a large swarm of basic beasts. Option 2. Play it safe in the designated zone to farm extra wind breath energy. Or Option 3. Dive 500 meters deep into the canyon. Survive 3 brutal days to unlock the devastating violent chokehold skill. Chen Shu's eyes locked onto the ultimate prize. His decision was instantaneous. "We are heading straight to the bottom, the absolute depths of the canyon." Without skipping a beat, Shuxing eagerly relayed the insane command. The Thunderbird shrieked in compliance. It tucked its wings and dive-bombed toward the freezing abyss. As they plummeted into the icy darkness, Chen Shu turned with a burning question. "Old Xie, besides tracking down villains, can your spirit butterfly detect nearby monsters?" Sunan's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He answered with absolute deadpan delivery. "Of course it can. In fact, we are diving straight into an entire horde of them." The moment the words left his mouth, whoosh, a barrage of glowing red boulders rocketed toward them. Total chaos erupted in the sky. Chen Shu and Shuxing nearly lost their minds, absolute terror washing over their pale faces. Death was literally inches away. Chen Shu roared in pure outrage. "Why did you not say that sooner?" Shuxing whipped around in full-blown panic. "Chen Shu, what is the plan?" Trapped with zero room to dodge, Chen Shu threw his arm skyward. Spiritual aura exploded from his core. "What else is there to do? We smash them!" Without a single second of hesitation, a manic grin spread across his face. He launched himself directly off the bird. Blinding energy tore through the icy wind. A colossal, gelatinous slime materialized mid-air, perfectly catching his falling body. Up above, his teammates watched with their hearts in their throats. "Do not get yourself killed." Plunging like a living meteor, Chen Shu reveled in the pure adrenaline. His trench coat snapped wildly in the gale. Woohoo! Riding the massive slime like a cannonball, he cratered into the frozen earth. Boom! The shockwave blasted the monstrous horde in every direction. "Eat dirt, you ugly freaks." But as the snow settled, a mystical ice lotus quietly revealed itself in the crater. It pulsed with an intoxicating, otherworldly aura. Chen Shu froze dead in his tracks. "Wait, what is that?" Is that the legendary ice snow lotus? The creatures that had just been blown away crashed down around the slime like a storm of falling debris. Scanning the chaotic scene with sharp eyes, Chen Shu immediately barks out tactical orders. "Old Xie, keep a close watch on the fierce beasts closing in. Little Xing, the second danger appears. Be ready to take to the skies. I am going in to harvest the spiritual herbs." Hearing the command, Shuxing nods without hesitation. "Got it." With the battle lines drawn, Chen Shu crouches down, gripping a small shovel, and rapidly begins his high-stakes harvest. The tense silence holds, until Sunan's eyes widen in sudden horror. Panic gripping his voice, he screams, "Chen Shu, someone is right behind you." Without wasting a single heartbeat, Shuxing thrusts his hand forward and roars, "Chen Shu, jump on the bird, now." Reacting on pure instinct, Chen Shu spins around and grips with his comrade's hand. The moment Chen Shu's boots hit the massive Thunderbird's back, before he can even stabilize himself, Shuxing screams a warning, "Hold on for your life." With a deafening screech, the Thunderbird rockets straight into the heavens. They narrowly dodge a deadly, blinding ambush from the returning bluebird. Watching them escape into the sky, Tong Lai narrows his eyes, his face twisting with bitter resentment. How did they react so fast? Spotting his relentless stalker, Chen Shu's brow furrows in deep disgust. So it was this rat pulling another cowardly sneak attack. Down below, Tang Lai shows zero remorse, wearing a mocking grin instead. "So what if I did?" Tang Li taunts. But Chen Shu is never one to back down, instantly flashing a sinister, knowing smile of his own. "Oh, it is totally fine. I just wanted to gift you a little avalanche." The moment the threat leaves his lips, the slime shifts violently, diving straight toward the frozen earth like a devastating tornado. Tearing right through the howling wind, it delivers a massive, explosive stomp directly onto the mountainside. The sheer impact shatters the cliff, sending massive shockwaves everywhere. Tang Li's face instantly drains of color. "You crazy bastard." And exactly as Chen Shu calculated, the structural integrity snaps. A catastrophic tsunami of pure white snow detaches from the peaks, crashing downward with apocalyptic fury. Tang Li freezes in absolute horror. Did he actually trigger a real avalanche? Desperation kicking in, he and his bluebirds scramble frantically to flee, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Somebody save me." The rest of the challengers below watch the impending doom in sheer terror. Absolute chaos erupts as the entire crowd scatters, sprinting for their pathetic lives. "Run for your lives! Get out of here!" Above the carnage, Chen Shu widens his eyes, genuinely shocked by the absolute destruction he just unleashed. "Holy crap! I did not expect the blast radius to be this huge." Sensing the deadly shockwave reaching even them, he desperately roars, "Xing Xing! Floor it!" Maximum speed. Catching the drift instantly, Shuxing pushes the Thunderbird beyond its limits, rocketing higher into the clouds. Below them, the colossal avalanche devours the entire canyon, wiping out every living soul in its terrifying path. Watching the dust finally settle from a safe altitude, Chen Shu lets out a massive sigh of relief. "Phew, that was way too close. At least we are safe now." Sunan slumps beside him, letting out a breathless, sarcastic laugh. "We almost became fertilizer down there, though. I bet that avalanche just wiped out half the competition." Hearing that insane body count, Chen Shu simply shrugs his shoulders. With a completely shameless, self-satisfied grin, he brushes off all the blame. "Hey, do not look at me. It was entirely the snow's fault." Hovering midair, Shuxing turned to his captain. "Chen Shu, what is our next move?" Eyes locked on his system screen, Chen Shu pointed toward the abyss. "We are heading into the deepest part of the ravine. If we can hunt down a mutant-class beast, first place is practically ours." Shuxing's eyes burned with absolute thrill. "Let us do this." Without a second thought, the trio spurred the lightning bird forward. They tore through the sky like a fired arrow, officially beginning their deadly hunt. But little did they know, hidden in the distant shadows, a mysterious figure watched their every move. Wu Shuang took in the entire scene. A fascinated smirk crept onto his face. These kids have some serious guts. Meanwhile, the lightning bird carried Chen Shu's team straight into the pitch-black chasm. A freezing, bone-chilling wind howled past them. The biting cold made everyone shiver uncontrollably like leaves in a storm. Chen Shu tilted his head back, groaning in absolute misery. Why the hell did the temperature drop this much? The moment their feet touched the frozen earth, Shuxing and Sunan frantically zipped their jackets to their chins. Chen Shu quickly followed suit to avoid freezing to death. Suddenly, Sunan's radar pinged. Analyzing the battlefield, he immediately barked out the coordinates. 8 level 8 beasts straight ahead, unknown horde of monsters on our left, and front left. 2 black iron-tier demonic beasts. Chen Shu's mind raced at the speed of light. Where there are black iron beasts, there are always rare medicinal herbs. His eyes flashed with absolute determination. "We are taking the black iron route. Pull up and fly higher." Shuxing did not hesitate for a split second. "Roger that." Spiritual energy erupted from his palms like a roaring waterfall. In a blinding flash, the lightning bird materialized once more, launching them straight into the frozen skies. Further up the mountain slope, 2 snow spirits were guarding a crystalline flower. Majestic waves of spiritual energy pulsed from its petals, glowing as brilliantly as starlight. Chen Shu's eyes locked onto the prize, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Jackpot! That is the ice leaf flower, our quest target." Suddenly, the system's blue panel materialized. Choice 1. Retreat and receive a common beast. Choice 2. Steal the ice leaf flower for explosives. Choice 3. Annihilate the beasts to boost Slime's overall stats by 5%. Rubbing his chin, Chen Shu fell into a dead silence. Beside him, Sunan and Shuxing exchanged completely confused looks. After a tense moment of calculation, Chen Shu turned with a deadly serious frown. Old She, little Xing, do you think my slime can wipe those 2 snow spirits off the map? Sunan stays completely silent. He just places a heavy hand on Chen Shu's shoulder, slowly shaking his head as if words are absolutely useless. Beside him, Shuxing firmly crosses his arms. His eyes shoot deadly daggers. I am officially reporting you for attempted murder. Their utter lack of faith instantly triggers Chen Shu's explosive temper. Are you kidding me? Do you guys seriously have zero trust in my brilliant plans? To prove his absolute dominance, Chen Shu raises his hand, unleashing a crackling surge of raw energy. A fiercely confident smirk plays on his lips. Looks like it is time for me to show you my true mastery. Xiaoxing, get ready to steal the herbs. In the blink of an eye, the squishy slime is summoned, materializing right behind the trio. Chen Shu narrows his eyes, his brilliant mind calculating every single angle of the treacherous terrain. The moment he locks onto their prize, the slime launches itself straight toward the edge of the jagged cliff. Without missing a beat, he clenches his fist and issues the absolute command. Slime! Let out a terrifying battle cry and intimidate them. Receiving its master's grand order, the round creature takes a massive breath and unleashes its fury. Bloop! Bloop! The ridiculously cute sound completely shatters the serious atmosphere, leaving Chen Shu absolutely paralyzed with shock. But against all odds, the bizarre noise and sudden movement are enough to trigger the trap. The terrifying snow fiends immediately snap their monstrous heads around, their survival instincts on high alert. Emitting low, bone-chilling growls, the frozen beasts bare their deadly fangs. Without a single second of hesitation, they charge straight toward the defenseless slime. Yet, the squishy summon does not panic at all. Instead, it casually rolls over, falls deeply asleep, and activates its slumbering death strike. Ironically, this mechanism forms a shimmering, absolute barrier that completely nullifies every single devastating attack from the beasts. Seeing the towering snow fiends successfully lured away, Chen Shu seizes the golden opportunity. Now is our chance. Let us grab those herbs and run. High above, the Thunderbird's eyes gleam with a piercing, cold light as it scans the empty sky. Gathering its massive power, it violently accelerates, tearing through the air and leaving a raging hurricane in its wake. This sudden, explosive burst of speed catches Chen Shu completely off guard. He furrows his brows, turning to glare at Shuxing with an expression of pure annoyance. You definitely did not have this skill before. Were you hiding your true strength this whole time? Shuxing simply shrugs, answering with absolute nonchalance. I just equipped this brand new skill right after our last tournament. Hearing those casual words, Chen Shu feels his heart shatter into a million pieces. Absolute betrayal, bringing dramatic tears of frustration to his eyes. Damn it, I got totally scammed by you again. Meanwhile, the mighty Thunderbird beats its sparking wings, slowly descending to bring the trio right against the frozen cliff where their ultimate prize awaits. Holding his breath, Chen Shu carefully reaches out his trembling hand to pluck the legendary ice leaf flower from its frosty resting place. But in that exact fraction of a second, the furious snow fiends snap their heads back, sensing their precious treasure being stolen. Feeling the chilling aura of absolute death closing in, Chen Shu whips around and screams, "Get us out of here!" Shuxing and Sunan do not waste a single heartbeat. Grabbing him fiercely from both sides, they forcefully yank the mastermind back onto the Thunderbird's broad back. The moment the trio is secured, Shuxing barks out the absolute command to accelerate. Obeying instantly, the majestic beast shoots straight into the heavens, piercing the biting wind like a roaring missile. Left completely in the dust, the two enraged snow fiends can only stand helplessly on the frozen ground. They roar in pure fury, glaring up at the cunning humans who just robbed them blind. Seeing the terrifying monsters losing their minds with zero ways to retaliate, Chen Shu bursts into manic, triumphant laughter. Ha ha! You cannot catch us now, you overgrown furballs! From then on, the ultimate cheat code is established. Chen Shu repeatedly summons his slime to draw all the deadly aggro, while he casually strolls around scooping up rare loot like he is grocery shopping. For the next 6 days, using this exact shameless tactic, Chen Shu and his crew absolutely dominate the frozen mountains. They sweep the icy peaks clean, drawing the bottomless hatred of every single beast whose treasures they brutally snatch. Finally, as the 6th day rolls around, Sunan dispatches his trusty summon, Xiao Di, to deeply scout their freezing surroundings for any hidden dangers. Meanwhile, the 3 criminals are comfortably hiding inside a warm cave, enjoying a luxurious feast of roasted meat. Shu Xing casually turns his skewer over the crackling fire and chimes into the conversation. Chen Shu, our harvest over these past few days is not bad at all, right? Hearing this, the mastermind immediately puffs out his chest with absolute arrogance. Not bad? It is legendary. First place is already sitting comfortably in our pockets. Thrilled by their overwhelming success, he raises his glowing roasted meat high into the air like a victorious sword, shouting with burning charisma. Let us use meat instead of wine. Cheers to our total domination. But before their meat skewers can even clash, a chilling sensation crawls up Sunan's spine, prompting him to shout in sudden panic. Hurry! Pack everything up right now. Someone is approaching fast. Hearing the blaring alarm, Chen Shu instantly slings his heavy loot bag over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing sharply. Which direction? Without wasting a single breath, Sunan presses two firm fingers against his temple, fully syncing his consciousness with his scout. Receiving the urgent telepathic signals from Xiao Di, he reports the grim reality. 300 meters to our left. Their speed is slow, but they are heading straight for us. It is definitely an ambush. Knowing that rats are creeping in the shadows, the atmosphere turns instantly deadly. Chen Shu grips his bag straps tightly, his tactical mind spinning into overdrive. Do not panic just yet. Let us hide in the shadows first and see exactly who is knocking. Who knows? The ones leaving here completely empty-handed might just be them. A few moments later, heavy, menacing footsteps echo through the icy cavern. Thump, thump, thump. A heavily armed squad in thick winter gear emerges from the blizzard, marching forward with overwhelming, murderous intent. Peering from behind a frozen boulder, Chen Shu instantly identifies their uniforms. It is a rival Beast Tamer squad. Refusing to let the intruders push any deeper into their territory, the trio immediately leaps out, blocking their path like a solid wall. Who the hell are you? Lu Xing, the squad leader, steps forward. An arrogant, mocking smirk twists his lips. It seems you runts have a scouting summon after all. But his arrogance does not stop there. He tilts his head back, oozing pure disrespect. Listen closely, little boys. Hand over all your loot, and get lost. If you refuse, do not blame us when we violently break your bones. However, instead of trembling in fear before the overwhelming threat, Sunan steps up with a dangerously calm expression. Big bro, we are the elite students of the special training class. Right above us is the mighty Spirit Suppression Army. Do you seriously want to declare war on us? Hearing that legendary name, the arrogant leader freezes. A flash of genuine shock and hesitation crosses his eyes. He slowly turns his head, catching a glimpse of a menacing guard's silhouette lurking right near the cave entrance. Even so, Lu Xing stubbornly bites down on his pride, refusing to back away from a bunch of kids. So what if it is the Spirit Suppression Army? Do you really think they will step in to save you brats? The three young tamers remain completely silent, offering absolutely zero defense. Seeing their lack of response, his towering ego violently inflates once again. Think about it very carefully, boys. The exact second your guards intervene, your precious training evaluation goes straight down the drain. Chen Shu slowly, almost defeatedly, lifts his heavy bag of legendary loot. Fine. You want our herbs? Come and take them yourself. Seeing the absolute submission, Lu Xing marches forward with a sickeningly greedy grin, fully believing total victory is his. Haha. At least you pathetic brats know your place. But blinded by his own pathetic greed, he completely misses the sinister, knowing glance exchanged between Chen Shu and Sunan. Just as the arrogant leader eagerly steps into the trap, Chen Shu unleashes a mockery that will change everything. Oh, brave warrior, here is some special, absolute love just for you. The moment those mocking words dropped, the thug's entire gang doubled over, roaring with manic laughter. But while his lackeys cackled like hyenas, Lu Xing's expression twisted into a demonic scowl. The sheer humiliation burned through his veins. Boiling rage erupted from his very core, impossible to contain. You little brat, Lu Xing roared, his voice shaking the air. Are you that eager to meet your ancestors? Gritting his teeth, the thug launched himself forward with murderous intent. Then do not blame me for tearing you apart. But Chen Shu did not flinch. Instead, a dark, mocking smirk crept across his face. You want to crush me? Seeing the pathetic attempt, Chen Shu unleashed his spiritual energy without a single drop of hesitation. I think you are the ones begging for a one-way ticket to heaven. With a burst of blinding light, his legendary slime materialized and catapulted straight toward the charging thugs. The gang froze in absolute terror. Save us! What the hell is that monstrosity? Is that a giant piece of crap? Before they could even blink, the massive, jiggly beast slammed down, flattening the entire squad into the dirt with zero mercy. In that perfect window of chaos, Chen Shu and his two companions vaulted onto the back of the Thunderbird to scatter. But before making their grand escape, the main character could not resist one final jab. We will be taking our leave now, you absolute trash. With a mighty screech, The Thunderbird beat its massive wings, launching the trio straight into the boundless sky. Just as they cleared the danger zone, the giant slime dissolved back into the void. Down below, Lu Xing crawled out of the crater, his hair standing on end from pure, unadulterated fury. "You bastards! You dare humiliate us?" Unable to swallow his crushed pride, the thug frantically channeled explosive spiritual energy into his palms. "I will rip you all to shreds." He leaped onto the back of his own flying spirit beast, shooting a glare of sheer disgust at his pathetic, groaning lackeys on the ground. "Xiao Li, patch up these useless fools. I am going to paint the sky with their blood." In a fraction of a second, Lu Xing tore through the howling winds, hunting down Chen Shu's fading silhouette. High above, Su Nan was scouting the perilous perimeter when a chilling sight caught his eye. The enraged thug was riding the wind, closing in on their tail with terrifying speed. Su Nan's face drained of color as he violently shook Chen Shu's shoulder. "He is right on top of us." Yet, Xu Xing did not show a single ounce of panic. Instead, a confident smirk danced on his lips. "Relax. I have got this." Without a shred of hesitation, Xu Xing raised his hand, channeling a surge of pure mastery straight into Xiao Lei. The Thunderbird's aura detonated instantly. Blue lightning crackled across its feathers like an overloaded high-voltage grid. With a sonic boom, the beast tore through the clouds like a supercharged jet engine. Chen Shu slowly leaned toward Xu Xing, narrowing his eyes with intense, burning suspicion. "Wait a minute. Are all of your legendary skills strictly designed for running away?" To his absolute shock, his teammate simply shrugged with overflowing pride. "Obviously, surviving is the ultimate martial art." That shameless declaration instantly petrified Su Nan into a solid statue. He and Chen Shu slowly turned their heads, exchanging a profound look of silent, pitiful sympathy. Why did they suddenly feel so incredibly sorry for the man chasing them? Driven by a rare spark of genuine pity, Chen Shu amplified his voice across the roaring wind. "I highly suggest you save your breath and give up. This chase is completely pointless." Of course, the main character was not actually trying to be the good guy here. "There is zero chance your speed can ever surpass my bro's ultimate coward technique." But Lu Xing was entirely deaf to reason, completely consumed by bloodlust. "You dead meat. I will make you pay with your lives today." Seeing the mad dog refuse to back down, Su Nan shook his head with heavy sorrow. "Why must you rush toward your own doom?" But in that exact heartbeat, the spiritual feed from Xiao Die flashed directly into Su Nan's mind, making his soul jump out of his skin. What in the heavens is that? Staring at the terrifying vision for just one more second, his face turned the color of death. "Damn it. Fly faster. An apocalyptic horde of demonic beasts is locked onto our position." The warning barely left his lips before the nightmare tore through the clouds. A massive swarm of monstrous entities, dripping with suffocating dark aura, was rocketing straight for their throats. As the sinister silhouettes came into sharp focus, Chen Shu instantly recognized the deadly threat. Son of a bitch. It is a legion of frost bats. His tactical mind spun at lightning speed as he evaluated the terrifying odds. We are in deep trouble now. With a swarm this massive, could there be a... Confirming his darkest fears, a colossal shadow erupted from the center of the demonic flock. A beast radiating absolute terror. A black iron-ranked frostbat lord. The Thunderbird banked hard, but the skies were already drowning in an ocean of bloodthirsty bats. Sweating bullets, Xu Xing desperately turned to his fearless leader. "Chen Shu, what is our play here? We are staring down a literal Lord-class monster." But right at that critical juncture, the glowing blue interface of the system chimed inside Chen Shu's retinas. Option 1. Annihilate the entire frostbat swarm. Reward. The immortal tombstone. Option 2. Scream that you are dying and instantly retreat for a randomized reward. Option 3. Dive into the abyssal canyon and use other beasts to block the incoming swarm. Staring at the words immortal tombstone, Chen Shu's eye twitched uncontrollably. Was the system casually implying he was going to die if he picked option 1? Shaking off the morbid thought, he peered into the bottomless, freezing abyss below. We are already 500 meters deep into this death trap, he analyzed silently. If we dive any further, we are guaranteed to wake up something infinitely worse. But weighing his deadly options, the main character's eyes flashed with absolute resolve. Dive into the canyon. Hearing the crazy command, Xu Xing did not hesitate for a single second. Hold on tight. Pouring every ounce of its life force into the dive, the majestic Thunderbird abandoned the sky and plummeted straight into the treacherous ravines like a striking meteor. Witnessing this suicidal maneuver, Lu Xing gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Damn those lunatics. Are they seriously rushing straight into hell just to escape me? His eyes burned with unquenchable wrath against the raging blizzard. But unlike his insane prey, the thug yanked his black avian mount violently upward, desperate to escape the frostbat's radar. Deep within the suffocating darkness of the canyon, More frosty shadows were already gathering, hungry for flesh. Chen Shu cursed under his breath as the terrifying reality sank in. Heavens above, are these bloodsuckers completely out of their minds? They are still diving after us. Sunan, entirely unhelpful, poured gasoline on the burning panic. It gets worse. We have another beast horde waiting right below us. Trapped between two jaws of death, Chen Shu ground his teeth and embraced the absolute madness. Keep pushing forward. Pushed past its ultimate limit, the Thunderbird tore through the icy winds like a bolt of lightning. A deadly game of tag unfolded through the jagged cliffs, soaring past frost-covered flora. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes locked onto a hidden treasure, his finger shooting out in raw excitement. Sweet mother of heavens! Are those Tier 2 frostleaf flowers? Shu Xing and Sunan nearly fell off their mount, completely paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of his greed. We are literally seconds away from a gruesome death, and you are spotting loot from a mile away? Could they actually survive long enough to claim it? He flashes a highly punchable smirk, casually denying everything. Talent is just talent, so it is best to keep quiet. Let us go harvest the frostleaf flowers. His two companions happily drop the subject. Got it. The moment they land, a massive silhouette blocks their path. A frostbone giant wolf is fast asleep right next to the floral treasure. Chen Shu knits his brows. What are the odds? A giant frost beast guarding the loot. He signals the group. Do not wake the monster. Let us secure the frostleaf flowers first. With his spirit's help, he reaches out and snatches the icy blooms. But the subtle shift in energy stirs the beast. The giant wolf's eyes snap open, enraged to find its precious treasure stolen. A chilling instinct washes over Chen Shu. He turns around, locking eyes with the terrifying predator. Busted. Run. The Thunderbird instantly reads the room and blasts off, riding the fierce winds. But in its blind panic, it completely forgets the swarm of ice bats that had been chasing them earlier. The moment the Thunderbird swerves to dodge, the giant wolf prowls closer. 3 humans and 1 beast are suddenly trapped between predators. It is a deadly dead end. Not willing to share its prey, the giant wolf glares at the descending bat swarm. It lets out a deafening roar, summoning its own pack for an all-out turf war. The wolves howl at the heavens, their murderous aura shaking the icy peaks. Shu Xing grabs his hair in absolute terror. What do we do now? The sheer panic infects Sunan, his voice trembling in despair. It is over. There is no escape. Yet amidst the chaos, Chen Shu stands perfectly calm. Relax, he casually says, opening his hand. He deliberately drops the precious flowers. Instinctively, the alpha ice bat swoops down and snatches the glowing prize. Instantly, Chen Shu plays the ultimate instigator. He points directly at the soaring bat. Brother Wolf, look, there is the thief. The psychological manipulation is flawless. Both spirit beast factions lock their deadly gazes on each other. Seeing a worthy enemy, the packs clash in a frenzy of fangs and claws. The alpha wolf launches itself into the air, jaws snapping and claws shredding. Completely played by a human, the two monster armies tear into each other with absolute brutality. Hiding safely behind a massive snowbank, Chen Shu peeks out. He watches the bloody chaos unfold, highly entertained by his own masterpiece. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Beside him, Shu Xing stares with wide, disbelieving eyes. This is an incredibly rare monster turf war. The battle reaches its boiling point. The bats might be much smaller than the wolves, but they use overwhelming numbers to crush their targets. Chen Shu analyzes the battlefield like a seasoned tactician. That giant wolf is losing ground. Look at those bite marks. Hurry it up. But as he watches, his eyes catch a strange, shifting space behind a massive boulder. Sitting still is simply too boring for him. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shatters the tension. Shu Xing and Sunan nearly jump out of their skin. Oh my god! Chen Shu's provoking finally crossed the wrong monster, and now he is sprinting for his life. It is a Lord-tier frostbone giant wolf. Run. Retreating frantically, he raises his hand to summon his spirit. A massive, bouncy slime materializes. He uses it as a living shield to block the furious Wolf King's path. Realizing the deadly stakes, Sunan acts immediately. He summons the Thunderbird back to the field, but Chen Shu underestimated the sheer power of a Lord-tier beast. A blast of absolute zero hits his spirit. Oh crap, the slime is completely frozen. Left with no choice, Chen Shu forces a recall on his contract spirit. Return! The slime cannot take any more. With the blockade shattered, the bloodthirsty giant wolf locks onto its prey. Exploding with terrifying speed, the beast lunges. It charges directly at the desperately flapping Thunderbird. Clinging to its back, the boys scream in sheer panic. Stop shaking your tail and fly! But the highly intelligent giant wolf opens its jaws, unleashing a devastating long-range ice attack. The Thunderbird rockets into the sky, but the blast catches its tail feathers. Solid ice creeps up its backside. The sudden, freezing agony makes the bird shriek into the heavens. That intense pain acts like the ultimate adrenaline shot. rocketing the bird forward at warp speed. Riding this chaotic mid-air roller coaster, even Chen Shu feels his stomach drop. His crazy bird clearly has zero fear of death. Yet, it takes only seconds for Chen Shu's fear to morph into pure adrenaline. He bursts into wild laughter. Up front, Shu Xing has his eyes squeezed shut, clinging on for dear life. Good lord, we almost fell to our doom. An unknown amount of time passes. Huddling around a warm campfire, the boys listen to Su Nan's heavy sigh. Today was way too close. Chen Bi, we need to head back up. The moment he hears that, Chen Shu's expression shifts. A blazing, undeniable fury ignites in his eyes. That oversized mutt dared to freeze my slime? Completely unforgivable. Without another word, he aggressively tears into his backpack. He digs through his inventory like a mad scientist. Finally, his hand wraps around a single glass vial. An unnervingly bright smile spreads across his face. Got it. He turns to his friends with a truly villainous grin. Brothers, it is time to strike back. His two noob companions stare at him blankly. Tilting the glowing orange liquid, the demonic Chen Shu makes his grand declaration. I am going to blow those frostbone wolves sky high. Shortly after, the squad positions themselves at a safe vantage point. They gaze down at the ongoing monster war. Su Nan swallows hard, asking one last time, Chen Bai, do you seriously intend to blow them all up? Right now, Chen Shu looks less like a hero and more like an overenthusiastic anime villain. Obviously. I, Chen Bi, always deliver on my threats. He smirks at his hesitant friends. Besides, do not tell me you guys want to fail this mission. Shu Xing, always the fragile one, goes completely pale. But what if the explosion drops, and they survive? Chen Shu bursts into booming laughter, heavily slapping their shoulders. Relax, even if the big boss lives, the blast will wipe out the small fries. His eyes gleam with tactical brilliance. Only the Lord tier will be left standing. He continues his pitch, overflowing with absolute, unshakable confidence. Then, we just trick old Li into finishing the job for us. Mission accomplished, right? Ignoring their dumbfounded looks, he stealthily crawls out across the freezing snow. Now, watch the master at work. Moments later, Chen Shu perfectly closes the distance to the injured giant wolf. But suddenly, his pupils shrink in sheer terror. A horrifying presence locks onto him from the shadows. Oh no. Has his ultimate master plan just been exposed? Chen Shu holds his breath, keeping low to evade the monster wolf's deadly gaze. Survival instincts scream at him to fall back. Gritting his teeth, he flattens himself against the freezing ground and crawls backward into the shadows. Escaping the danger zone, he slips back to his squad's position. Shu Xing's eyes widen in shock as she whispers, "Why are you back here?" But before Chen Shu can answer, he looks up to see an absolute nightmare. A massive stampede of terrifying beasts is charging right at them. Where did all these monsters come from? Suddenly, a towering frostbone direwolf throws its head back, releasing an ear-splitting howl into the sky. Su Nan spots the looming threat and urgently shouts a warning. Chen Pi, 7 more beasts incoming from the flank. Following their alpha's command, a pack of snow wolves blitzes across the icy wasteland, while another 7 monstrous creatures charge head-on. It is a deadly collision of apex predators. Dozens of lethal monsters funnel directly into the narrow canyon. Their auras are everywhere behind us too. We are completely surrounded. The bloodthirsty direwolf bares its razor-sharp fangs, ready to slaughter, while a swarm of ice bats shrieks from the opposite side, refusing to back down. The canyon drops into dead silence. 2 rival monster factions lock eyes, their murderous auras clashing like invisible shockwaves. Shu Xing's face turns pale with absolute terror. Are these monsters really going to start a total bloodbath just over a single flower? Sweat dripping down his face, Su Nan turns to his teammate. Chen Pi, an all-out war is about to erupt. We need to evacuate right now. With this many high-level beasts, we would not even be enough for a light snack. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's hand tightens around a vial of deadly liquid explosives. Chen Shu shakes his head, a crazy glint in his eyes. No way. If I do not blow this up tonight, I will not be able to sleep. Blowing it up might be a temporary mistake, but holding back will be a lifelong regret. Flashing them a wildly confident grin, he adds, "Do not panic. I am just going to drop the payload and run." Old Li is definitely creeping around in the shadows somewhere. If things go south, that old fox will absolutely jump in to save our necks. Across the battlefield, the alpha wolf unleashes a deafening roar, ordering the assault. Instantly, the 2 monster factions collide in a frenzy of blood and fangs, fighting like there is no tomorrow. Rocks shatter, and ice explodes as the canyon turns into a chaotic meat grinder. Seizing the perfect window of opportunity, Chen Shu chucks his vial of liquid explosives straight into the war zone. Fly, my beautiful bomb. The fragile glass shatters on impact, splattering a highly volatile orange compound all over the warring beasts. Without waiting to see the results, Chen Shu slaps the side of his Thunderbird summon. Time to bolt. Full speed ahead. the trio jumps onto the massive bird's back, soaring into the sky. Yet, even in mid-air, Chen Shu casually tosses a secondary explosive vial over his shoulder like it is absolute garbage. Bombs away. The payload hits the ground, instantly igniting into a massive sea of hellfire. Ignoring the apocalyptic blaze behind him, Chen Shu smirks. Cool guys do not look at explosions. Suddenly, a colossal shadow blocks their path. A giant snake materializes right next to their Thunderbird. Hearing the chaotic rumbling, Chen Shu glances over and spots his teacher. His eyes bulge as he frantically screams, "Old Li, run for your life!" Li Wushuang is floating leisurely, completely confused by his student's panic. But a split second later, the old man's face drains of all color. An apocalyptic shockwave violently rips through the snowy mountains. A catastrophic blast incinerates everything, sending a massive, towering mushroom cloud reaching into the heavens. Li Wushuang's eyes practically bulge out of their sockets. A literal nuclear bomb? Boiling with fury, his gaze locks onto the fleeing Thunderbird zooming across the sky. Miles away at the Spirit Suppression Army base, the troops freeze as they witness the catastrophic explosion lighting up the horizon. Captain Lin Xiang instantly sounds the alarm, assuming the worst. Enemy attack. All units, mobilize right now. Following his orders, hundreds of heavily armed soldiers assemble in the freezing snow, ready for war. Meanwhile, Li Wushuang furiously rides his summon, screaming at the top of his lungs, "You three brats, stop right there!" Hearing the terrifying aura of their teacher, the Thunderbird slams on the brakes, skidding violently in midair. Playing dumb, Chen Shu gives his teacher a goofy smile. "Wow, teacher, your giant snake looks so epic. It can even fly. Is that a special levitation skill?" Li Wushuang is absolutely fuming at this blatant deflection. Do not try to change the subject. Where in the world did you kids get a nuclear bomb? A nervous drop of sweat rolls down Chen Shu's cheek as he forces a sly grin. "Teacher, are you feeling okay? Science-based weapons literally do not work inside these alternate dimensions." Veins popping on his forehead, Li Wushuang furiously points down at the apocalyptic crater. "Are you trying to tell me that is not a nuclear blast? What else could completely vaporize an entire ice canyon? You idiots just triggered an emergency alert with the Spirit Suppression Army." Chen Shu awkwardly looks away, panicking internally. "Oh crap, I went way too far this time." Putting on his best innocent face, he immediately resorts to pure denial. "Teacher, it honestly was not me. My greatest wish is absolute world peace. I would never commit such an atrocity." Realizing he cannot argue with these shameless troublemakers, Li Wushuang pinches the bridge of his nose. "Fine. Whether you did it or not, listen carefully. If anyone asks, you deny everything. You know absolutely nothing." The three troublemakers instantly salute. "Yes, sir." But before they can relax, a terrifying wave of frost instantly freezes the tail of Li Wushuang's black and white giant python. The old master's eyes narrow as he senses an overwhelming murderous intent. "This is bad. 2 Lord-tier frostbone direwolves are hunting us." Chen Shu whips his head around, only to see a massive storm of wings darkening the sky. "Holy crap, we have got 5 Lord-tier ice bats incoming too." Swallowing hard, Chen Shu tries to keep his cool despite the absolute nightmare unfolding. "We are trapped by 7 Lord-tier beasts." The entire group freezes, staring at the incoming doom. Breaking the terrifying silence, Chen Shu awkwardly asks, Teacher? What is the master plan?" Li Wushuang's response is a furious punch right to the top of Chen Shu's head. "What is the plan? We run for our lives, you idiot. It is 7 Lord-tier monsters. Did you seriously think we could fight that?" Suddenly, a glowing blue system panel materializes in front of Chen Shu. Option 1. Flee for your life. Option 2. Attempt to pacify the enraged Lord-tier beasts. Option 3. Risk it all in a deathmatch. A wild, unpredictable grin stretches across Chen Shu's face as he mutters, "Is this even a choice? Obviously, I am going to." But his rant is brutally cut short. He slaps the Thunderbird's back, and the beast instantly catches his drift. It shoots off into the sky like a raging rocket, leaving only Chen Shu's echoing screams behind. Time to bail. Witnessing this incredibly absurd escape tactic, Teacher Wu Shuang's mouth twitches violently. Still, his sharp eyes remain locked on the terrifying horde of beasts relentlessly chasing them. Suddenly, a lethal threat registers in his mind. He roars at the top of his lungs, "Chen Shu, watch your back." Mid-flight, Chen Shu snaps his head around. His blood runs completely cold, without him even noticing. The ferocious swarm of ice bats has already closed the distance. The alpha bat unhinges its terrifying jaw, sinking its icy fangs brutally into the Thunderbird's wing. The terrified bird violently shivers from the agonizing pain. Up top, the 3 riders dangerously wobble, just one slip away from a fatal plunge. Despite the excruciating agony, the majestic beast desperately fights to stay conscious. It thrashes its talons wildly, doing everything in its power to shake off the bloodthirsty parasite. But the vicious beast's paralyzing venom quickly floods the Thunderbird's veins. Losing all strength to flap its wings, the massive bird begins a terrifying freefall. Panic gripping his chest, Shu Xing desperately screams at Chen Shu for a survival plan. It is no use. I have to recall the Thunderbird right now. Swallowing his mounting dread, Shu Xing raises his trembling hand and forcefully retracts his contracted spirit. Stripped of their aerial ride, the trio plummets helplessly toward the frozen wasteland below. Down on the snowy ground, a hungry pack of giant wolves already has their jaws wide open, eagerly anticipating their incoming feast. Thinking fast, Chen Shu forcefully twists his body in midair. He triggers his summoning circle. With a dead serious expression, his slime materializes right in the middle of the sky. The entire squad instantly locks their eyes onto the squishy savior. Without needing a single word, they all desperately launch forward, sinking their fingers deep into the slime's stretchy mouth. The three brothers cling to the spirit for dear life, doing everything they can to delay their one-way ticket to the afterlife. By stretching the slime like a massive parachute, they somehow manage to drastically slow their fatal descent. Sunan finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank heavens. We are actually going to live. But his victory is brutally cut short. Out of absolutely nowhere, a rabid ice bat violently crashes into the spirit, shattering their brief moment of peace. Are you kidding me? Not again. The monstrous beast unhinges its terrifying jaw. Its razor-sharp fangs sink viciously into the contracted spirit's gelatinous body. Tears of pure agony stream down the poor slime's face. Slime. Hold on. Chen Shu screams in absolute panic. But overwhelmed by sheer terror and pain, the squishy creature involuntarily begins turning completely invisible. With their makeshift parachute literally vanishing, the trio loses their grip and violently plummets toward the unforgiving earth. The slime is completely out of commission. Seeing their prey falling, the bloodthirsty ice bats abandon the spirit, diving recklessly to finish the humans off once and for all. But suddenly, the ground erupts. A colossal azure python shoots straight up into the heart of the chaotic battlefield. The frenzied monsters, too blinded by their hunt, violently smash right into the massive snake's towering body. The ice bat lord doesn't even have time to process what hit it. Dazed and utterly bewildered, the terrifying boss monster violently nosedives straight into the frozen dirt. Seizing the perfect opening, the towering black and white python sweeps in, gracefully catching the falling teenagers on its massive back. Teacher Wu Shuang's face is grim as he urgently checks on them. Is everyone still in one piece? Catching his breath, Chen Shu replies for the squad. We are alive, but we have a huge problem. The tides of battle have brutally shifted. Instead of hunting 3 fragile humans, the entire monstrous horde is now completely focused on slaughtering the 2 giant serpents. Sweating heavily, Chen Shu looks up. Teacher, do we actually have a chance here? But to his absolute horror, he sees his teacher furiously scribbling in a notebook. Chen Shu is utterly speechless. Teacher, are you seriously writing your last will and testament right now? Forcing back the absolute despair welling in his eyes, Wu Shuang looks at his students with deadly seriousness. Start writing, kids. If you do not draft your wills right this second, you will never get the chance. Refusing to accept this absolute nonsense, Chen Shu fiercely points at the other serpent. Forget the black and white python for a second. Do we not still have that massive azure python right there? But unfortunately, the poor green snake is currently getting ruthlessly bullied by the United Monster Alliance. Worse still, its one-sided beatdown isn't enough to distract the remaining swarm of idle ice bats, who immediately dive-bomb straight toward the humans once again. Seeing the incoming threat, the black and white python whips its massive head around. Its eyes flash with deadly intent, fully prepared to solo the entire swarm. Chen Shu's tactical mind kicks into absolute overdrive. A crazy spark ignites in his eyes. Hold your ground, we are not out of this fight yet. The rest of the squad watches in utter bewilderment as he frantically digs through his backpack. But the moment Chen Shu pulls out a glowing test tube, Sunan's eyes practically bulge out of their sockets. Are you insane? Tell me you are not planning to blow up the entire ravine again. Cold sweat violently drenches Sunan's back. If the authorities find out, we are all going straight to federal prison. What is that? Are you seriously going to use that to blow us up? Hearing their frantic accusations, Chen Shu furiously glares back. Are all of you completely colorblind? The explosive potion is a totally different color. This one is clearly ruby red. Despite his bold claims, Chen Shu's own heart is violently hammering against his ribs. Thank the heavens he managed to answer Teacher Lee's pop quiz earlier and scored this mystery reward. Backed into a deadly corner, this incredibly sketchy potion is officially their absolute last resort. It is a total gamble of life and death. Plastering on an awkward, desperate grin, Chen Shu aggressively shoves the glowing vial into Wu Shuang's hands. Just let the black and white python chug this and see what happens. Gripping the volatile liquid, the veteran teacher's voice aggressively trembles. You swear to me, this will not violently blow up my spirit? Deep down, Chen Shu is absolutely terrified and has no clue. But on the outside, he frantically shakes his head with Oscar-worthy conviction. No way, teacher. Absolutely not. Pushing his doubts aside for the sake of survival, Wu Shuang decisively hurls the mysterious vial toward his contracted spirit. Catching on to its master's desperate intent, the colossal snake expertly whips out its forked tongue and snatches the potion straight out of the air. The moment the volatile liquid slides down its throat, the python's amber eyes violently explode with crimson bloodshot veins. The terrifying, mysterious chemical reaction floods the beast's massive body, sending it into an absolutely frenzied state. Wu Shuang's eyes widen in absolute horror. This is bad. Everyone, jump off right now. I think the black and white python is literally about to detonate. Before anyone can even process the panic, the thrashing serpent violently bucks them all right off its massive back. The four of them miraculously crash land safely into the snow. Scrambling to his feet, Chen Shu immediately locks his horrified gaze onto the violently convulsing giant snake. Did I actually just roast his contracted spirit from the inside out? Beside him, Shuxing and Su Nan naively start sniffing the air. Honestly, the lingering aroma of sizzling snake barbecue does not smell half bad. Hearing their stomach-growling commentary, Chen Shu lets out a defeated, utterly exhausted sigh. Whatever. We are all going to get slaughtered by monsters in 5 minutes anyway. If our final meal on this earth is a legendary black and white python barbecue, then I guess I can die a happy man. Hearing his absolute nonsense, teacher Wu Shuang stares at him with world-shattering confusion. Completely embracing the sheer absurdity of their impending doom, Chen Shu actually starts gathering rocks to build a makeshift grill. Teacher Li, hurry up and help us prep the barbecue pit. Watching his students prepare to literally cook his beloved spirit beast, Wu Shuang is so furiously stunned, he almost coughs up a liter of blood. Pushed past his absolute breaking point, the furious teacher roars at the top of his lungs. All of you, get lost. But right at that very second, the wildly thrashing python suddenly freezes. The terrifying, explosive energy radiating from its scales abruptly stabilizes, leaving Wu Shuang completely and utterly stunned. Huh? Looks like the potion is finally kicking in. A fierce glint sparks within the creature's eyes as the sclera suddenly expands. The colossal python thrashes through the air, completely engulfed in a terrifying purple and black aura. Snapping back to its senses, its gaze locks onto a devastating sight, a majestic green snake being ruthlessly ganged up on by a horde of demonic beasts. Without a single second of hesitation, the giant python unleashes its absolute innate skill, Ice Ring. Its massive jaws unhinge, gathering a devastating sphere of azure energy. High above, an identical magic circle materializes in the sky, crackling with unmatched power. Countless ice spikes erupt from within the formation, joining the chaotic battlefield. Catching the perfect window, Chen Shu roars, "Teacher Li, recall the cyan python, now!" Heeding the command, the massive serpent shrinks in a flash, coiling obediently around Wu Shuang's arm. Instantly, the ice array expands its chilling domain, trapping the entire horde of demonic beasts. Wu Shuang curses out loud, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Heavens! The sheer range and destructive power have amplified tenfold. The leading giant wolf takes the brutal brunt of the ice spike barrage. Within moments, the entire pack of wolves and ice bats are left completely shredded, their bodies soaked in blood. Thanks to his sharp instincts, Chen Shu immediately senses the shifting tide. Teacher Li, those monsters are trying to escape. Wu Shuang merely crosses his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. They cannot escape. As if linked to its master's will, the giant python's eyes flare with an eerie azure light. The fleeing beasts suddenly unleash agonizing howls. Without warning, their frozen wounds rip wide open, spilling fresh terror across the snow. The serpent stands alone within the freezing mist, manipulating the very battlefield like a grand puppeteer. Watching this, Chen Shu releases a massive sigh of relief, knowing they have finally survived the ordeal. But the immense toll of the battle finally catches up to the cyan python. Utterly drained, the massive creature crashes heavily to the ground, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Chen Shu takes a faceful of the impact, freezing him entirely in place. Shaking it off, he kindly approaches the fallen beast to check its condition, but the creature remains completely motionless. Shu Xing holds up a spice jar, laughing with a wonderfully foolish grin. Do not tell me the black and white python actually kicked the bucket. Despite his boiling anger, Wu Shuang arrogantly tilts his chin toward the sky. Dead my foot! My beast has simply lost too much blood. But his expression quickly darkens as he interrogates the boy. What exactly is this item? How is its power so utterly tyrannical? Hearing this, Chen Shu guiltily avoids his teacher's piercing gaze. I have no idea. I just found it in a public restroom. Chen Shu deflects flawlessly, completely ignoring their chatter as his eyes lock hungrily onto the giant wolf's corpse. Wait a minute. Is that beast still breathing? The second the thought crosses his mind, Chen Shu raises his hand, ready to summon his spirit beast. Teacher Li, you take a rest. Leave the cleanup to me. A wicked, utterly villainous smirk spreads across the boy's face, making him look like the true antagonist. Today marks the glorious day his slime personally escorts 7 Black Iron Tier lords on a one-way trip to the underworld. The weather is freezing. You lords should really stop breathing now. Sensing their impending doom, the terrifying ice bats huddle together in absolute, shivering despair. Meanwhile, the Spirit Suppression Army descends upon the explosion site on their flying mounts. Officer Li Kai's jaw drops in absolute shock, because down in the snowy valley, Chen Shu stands proudly, watching his slime utterly humiliate the ferocious beasts. Ha ha ha. Let us see if you ever dare to mess with me again. Just as he boasts, a sudden chill runs down his spine, forcing him to look over his shoulder. Oh crap, the Spirit Suppression Army is already here. A beast-taming soldier quickly approaches the stunned officer. Old Li, what exactly happened here? Wu Shuang steps up, his voice flawlessly calm under pressure. The massive explosion earlier heavily wounded these Lord-tier ferocious beasts. This student of mine simply wants to pretend he beat them to death himself. The boy loves to brag. Hearing his teacher's brutal lie, Chen Shu forces a pained smile, desperately swallowing his bitter tears. Li Kai nods in full agreement, completely dropping his suspicions. So that is how it played out. Clearing his throat, the officer quickly pivots to the main issue. By the way, do any of you know what caused that insane explosion? Desperate to escape the blame, Chen Shu instantly ducks behind his teacher, acting completely innocent. Left with absolutely no choice, Wu Shuang leads his squad of absolute troublemakers in a chorus of flawless denial, claiming zero knowledge of the blast. The officer accepts their alibi, offering a stern warning instead. Understood. This icy crevice must be locked down temporarily, so all of you need to evacuate the area at once. Wu Shuang quickly agrees. Understood. Then we are leaving immediately. But he suddenly stops in his tracks, staring blankly at his shameless student. Chen Shu's eyes are practically glowing with the dazzling light of absolute wealth. His hands move like lightning, ruthlessly bagging every single dropped item. I am rich. So unbelievably rich. Wu Shuang presses his lips together in sheer helplessness, absolutely speechless at the boy's greed. Meanwhile, deep within the cloud-piercing snowy mountains, the heavily fortified Spirit Suppression Army base stands tall. Inside the central command room, Wu Shuang raises his voice to brief his exhausted students. Because of a certain someone's antics, our training expedition is officially over. Everyone rest well tonight, and tomorrow evening, we return to the academy. The young disciples respectfully bow their heads. Understood, sir. Outside, the towering facility stands deathly silent beneath the pale crescent moon. Inside his quarters, Chen Shu excitedly appraises his glorious spoils of war, completely thrilled by the harvest. I am definitely not handing over the heart of this frostbone giant wolf. I have already informed the Hunter Association. The quest issuer can come buy it directly from me, and we will split the massive payday. Just as he greedily calculates the astronomical value of his remaining loot, the door to his room silently creaks open. Wu Shuang steps in, intentionally raising his voice to finish the boy's math. About 20 million. Startled out of his mind, Chen Shu instantly death grips his treasure bag. Teacher, what are you doing here? Wu Shuang flashes a brilliantly shameless smile, clearly here to divide the spoils. He shoves both hands into his pockets, his gaze probing. What is wrong? Do you not want to share? Chen Shu wants to weep but lacks the tears. No. Of course I must pay my respects to you. Once we return, I will sell all of this. Suddenly, a confident voice slices through the tension. There is no need to sell it to outsiders. Xu Xing strides into the room, declaring his intent. I will buy it all. Tomorrow, I will have someone transfer the money to you. As for my share of the loot, you guys can just split it among yourselves. Xu Xing beams with absolute pride as the entire squad flashes him a massive thumbs up. But in that joyous moment, a sharp vibration catches Chen Shu's attention. A new message lights up his phone. Checking the glowing notification, Chen Shu's eyes widen with sheer disbelief. Guys, the original quest issuer just tracked me down. That person just offered a staggering 11 million to buy this frostbone giant wolf's heart. But who exactly is this mysterious buyer? And what is their true goal? Chen Shu rises to his feet. He exchanges quick words with the crowd, but his target has already set the stage. The meeting place? The elite beast taming arena of Daxing City First High School. Morning breaks over a massive administrative building. The trio stands outside the prestigious Daxing City First High School. Anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Just a little longer, we are about to secure over 10 million. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. The voice on the phone hits Chen Shu like a bucket of ice water. The subscriber you dialed cannot be reached. A cold, automated voice echoes. Chen Shu's expression instantly darkens. What in the world is going on? Ding! The familiar chime of the system rings in his mind. A glowing blue screen materializes. Option 1. Wait patiently for the target. Option 2. Confront the buyer directly. Option 3. Turn your back and walk away. Suddenly, a random student jogs past the trio with complete nonchalance. A wicked smirk creeps across Chen Shu's face. He has a brilliantly devious idea. Brothers, hold the fort out here for a minute. Minutes tick by. Chen Shu finally reappears, sporting a brand new disguise and a triumphant grin. Xu Xing and Su Nan stare in sheer disbelief. Are you kidding me? That actually works? The disguise is absolutely flawless. He completely adopts his new persona. Delivery for the principal, he announces to the guards. With clearance granted, he cruises straight to the elite beast taming arena, carrying a massive sack over his shoulder. Chen Shu sneaks down the corridor, keeping his ears wide open. Wang Qing, are you seriously challenging me? A proud voice echoes through the hall. I could crush that pathetic little snake of yours with a single strike. Cut the nonsense. Ouyang Bao, if you want to fight, bring it on. That name immediately triggers Chen Shu's memory. Wait a second. Isn't Ouyang Bao the exact buyer he has been looking for? He peeks into the massive arena. Two fierce rivals stand at opposite ends. The atmosphere is thick with killing intent. A brutal duel is about to unfold. Fury blazes in Ouyang Bao's eyes. Snow Lion, tear that disgusting snake to shreds. Across the battlefield, Wang Qing sneers. Charge, show that overgrown cat your true power. The contracted spirits roar in unison. They launch forward like fired cannonballs. An explosive clash of beasts erupts in the center of the arena. Chen Shu watches from the shadows, shaking his head. What an absolute amateur, he mutters. Who in their right mind strikes directly at a venomous snake's mouth? His prediction is spot on. The vicious golden snake sinks its fangs deep into the snow lion's paw. The feline shrieks in pain, forcefully tearing its leg away from the venomous jaws. Chen Shu cannot hold back his frustration any longer. You idiot, he shouts from the sidelines. Use your freezing skill to stop the venom from spreading. Then go in for the kill. The unexpected advice strikes Ouyang Bao like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. He is absolutely right. Ouyang Bao thrusts his hand forward with renewed confidence. Mad Lion, activate your freezing skill right now. Frost erupts from the snow lion's poisoned paw, sealing the lethal venom instantly. Seizing the moment, the beast launches a devastating counterattack. A massive block of ice smashes into the golden snake, sending it reeling backward. The golden snake collapses, completely knocked out. Wang Qing grinds his teeth in furious disbelief. A pathetic delivery boy dares to interfere with our duel? Chen Shu does not even spare him a glance. I am just here with a special delivery for Ouyang Bao. The young master's eyes widen as realization hits him. That is me. I am Ouyang Bao. Wait, are you Chen Shu? The main character grins, bringing the massive sack forward. Right on time. Feel free to inspect the merchandise. He rips open the bag, revealing a blinding array of ultimate-tier treasures. The surrounding students gasp in absolute awe. Is that a Lord-tier beast heart? Heavens, the power of pure wealth is terrifying. Ouyang Bao immediately tosses the legendary item to his snow lion. I will just buy one for now. If my spirit awakens a new skill, I will not need the second. Chen Shu crosses his arms, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Trust me on this one. You are definitely going to need both. The Lord-tier heart dissolves in the snow lion's jaws. Devastating energy surges through the beast's veins. It roars in agony as ancient power tries to break through its limits. But the miraculous moment fades almost instantly. The overwhelming aura deflates like a pierced balloon. Ouyang Bao curses out loud, slamming his fist into his palm. Damn it, the awakening failed. Dejected, Ouyang Bao buys the second beast heart. He looks at Chen Shu with deep suspicion. How did you know the first one would fail? The main character just flashes a brilliant, innocent smile. The heavier your wallet, the worse your luck, he jokes, as the snow lion devours the second heart. This time, overwhelming power finally shatters its limits. Both of its front paws mutate into terrifying frost claws. Ouyang Bao's eyes light up with pure ecstasy. You are an absolute genius, he praises from the bottom of his heart. A skill is useless if you do not understand it. A stern voice suddenly cuts through the celebration. The real power lies in how you wield it. Instructor Ji Qing marches into the arena, his face dark with disappointment. Are you elite students really going to let an outsider show you up? Chen Shu narrows his eyes, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Excuse me? Chen Shu scoffs, radiating absolute confidence. I am a top-tier professional. Having superior tactical knowledge is simply part of the job. The instructor smirks, taking the bait. Oh? You think you know everything? Ji Qing challenges mockingly. Perfect timing. I was just compiling a list of our students' spirit skills. I plan to teach them how to maximize their combat potential. He aggressively shoves a thick stack of tactical scenarios into Chen Shu's chest. If you are such a tactical genius, let us see you solve these. Ding. The system screen flashes instantly. Option 1. Walk away like a coward. Option 2. Refuse and mock the instructor. Option 3. Teach these elite students a real lesson in combat skills. A god-tier smirk spreads across Chen Shu's face. He feels like he just hacked the universe itself. Who knew he could trigger multiple choices at once? He snatches the papers without hesitation. Step aside. Let a real master show you how it is done. He strides up the arena stairs to get a better vantage point. Standing right beside Ouyang Bao, Chen Shu analyzes the combat scenarios. His brows furrow slightly as he scans the terrifying data. Daxing First High School truly lives up to its elite reputation. 10 students in this special class alone possess rank A contracted spirits. Not to mention, there are 2 level 8 Beast Tamers hiding in their ranks. Chen Shu glances sideways at the rich kid next to him. Ouyang Bao himself is a level 8 Beast Tamer equipped with 8 terrifying skills. The power of unlimited wealth is simply unfair. A brilliant tactical map unfolds in Chen Shu's mind. He rubs his chin, his eyes gleaming with calculating light. Without warning, he points straight at the confused young master. Ouyang Bao, your mist explosion skill is the ultimate gap closer. He drops the knowledge bomb with absolute authority. When the mist erupts, it completely blinds your enemy. Learn to exploit that split second of chaos. But what brutal strategy will he reveal next? Ji Qing stands frozen behind him. He curses under his breath. Good heavens. He actually knows. Then, he arrogantly tilts his chin toward the sky. I think I should just become your homeroom teacher instead. Ouyang Bao's eyes blaze with absolute fanaticism. That actually sounds like a great idea, boss. He just suffered a brutal loss, but he forcefully swallows his pride. Quickly changing his tune, he tries to shoo Chen Shu away. All right, you know everything I know now. You can leave. Chen Shu calmly accepts this outcome. Without another word, he turns and strides right out of the academy gates. Ping! His phone lights up with a mind-blowing transfer. 11 million yuan received. A new message from Ouyang Bao pops up on the screen. Boss, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Chen Shu stares at the screen in deep thought. Finally, his lips curl into a smirk. Fine. Send me the location. Slipping the phone back into his pocket, Chen Shu can no longer hold back. A wicked, money-hungry grin spreads completely across his face. A client with more money than brains is a rare treasure. He needs to nurture this golden goose. Who knows how much more he can milk from him later. Adjusting his collar, he makes a quick decision. He tells Xing Xing and the crew to head back first. This solo mission requires his full attention. Later, at the entrance of a ridiculously extravagant VIP dining hall, our young master stands calmly before a line of elite waiters. Chen Shu soaks in the luxurious atmosphere, completely unfazed by the staring crowd. Rows of intimidating underlings bow at a perfect 90-degree angle. Welcome, boss. Ouyang Bao, lounging like a king on the velvet sofa, immediately jumps up. Boss, you made it. He warmly pulls Chen Shu into friendly banter. Isn't this dinner a bit overkill? Chen Shu asks, raising an eyebrow. You booked out the entire venue and brought an army of bodyguards? Are you some kind of crazy rich heir? Ouyang Bao rubs his neck and shyly waves his hand. Me? Oh, I am not the rich one. My dad is the one loaded with cash. Chen Shu is left utterly speechless. He clasps his hands together in mock surrender. Excuse my interruption then, but Ouyang Bao quickly scratches his head, getting straight to the point. Boss, I seriously need you to train me. How do I crush my opponents? Chen Shu immediately waves his hands in defense. Hold on. You want me to teach you how to fight? No way. I cannot do that. But before Chen Shu can fully refuse, the rich kid plays his ultimate trap card. Boss, name your price. I will pay whatever it takes. He gestures grandly toward a literal trolley stacked high with hard cash. Take as much as you want. Faced with a mountain of money, how could our greedy protagonist possibly resist? Ah, talking about money ruins our brotherhood. Chen Shu coughs hypocritically. Tell you what, I will teach you one legendary technique for free. The ultimate secret to winning battles is the sneak attack. The two boys huddle close together like mischievous schemers. Chen Shu lowers his voice to a dramatic whisper. Here is what you do. The luxurious VIP room falls dead silent as Chen Shu shifts into serious business mode. If you ever need more combat advice, just text me. Honestly, we hit it off so perfectly, it feels like destiny. Because we are brothers, I will only charge you 10,000 yuan per question. Completely brainwashed by this flawless logic, Ouyang Bao respectfully presents a massive red envelope. Thank you for your guidance, boss. Chen Shu snatches the cash with practiced speed. Inside, his heart is doing backflips as he discovers this glorious new path to wealth. Several days blur past. True to his word, Chen Shu teaches Ouyang Bao a new dirty combat trick daily. He plays the role of a devoted martial master to absolute perfection. 3 days later, at the bustling train station, Chen Shu waves his hand coolly. All right, this is far enough. Text me if you run into trouble. Suddenly, his screen flashes with an incoming call from Xie Sunan. He casually answers the phone. Yo, what is up? But a second later, he shrieks at the top of his lungs in the middle of the crowded station. What did you just say? The arrogant jerks from Nanjiang First High School are attacking our turf? His aura shifts instantly. Hold the line for 2 hours. I am on my way. Meanwhile, inside the beast taming arena. Absolute devastation. Defeated spirit beasts litter the cold floor. The only creature still standing is a fiercely burning crimson bird. Lin Zixuan stands victorious. He rests his hands on his hips with an insufferable smirk. You know, before we left, my principal warned me that Nanjiang Second High School was hiding some terrifying secret weapon. He bursts into mocking laughter. What an absolute joke. He looks down at Xiao Yu and her battered crew with pure disgust. I cannot believe you weaklings could not even last 2 hours against me. So let me ask, is there anyone left who can actually fight? The home team hangs their heads in bitter humiliation, utterly crushed. Since nobody is stepping up, Zixuan declares loudly, I hereby announce that the so-called special class of Nanjiang Second High School are nothing but utter trash. Zixuan throws his head back in arrogant laughter. He is completely blind to the demonic shadow silently creeping up behind him. A student spots the incoming savior and their eyes light up. A girl happily screams his name, Chen Shu. Without hesitation, Chen Shu viciously slams a filthy fertilizer sack right over Zixuan's head. You asked who is left. Your grandpa is right here. Bam. Whack. Crash. Chen Shu unleashes a merciless storm of fists upon his blinded opponent. Trapped in the dark sack, the arrogant genius is instantly beaten to a pulp, seeing its master getting utterly trashed. Zixuan's dark spirit beast lunges forward. But suddenly, a massive shadow blots out the lights. Chen Shu's slime drops from the heavens like a meteor, flattening the beast into the floor. Dusting off his hands, Chen Shu shakes his head in absolute disappointment. I leave for barely 2 days, and you clowns think you can trample all over my class? He arrogantly flicks his nose, radiating dangerous thug energy. Standing on my turf, asking if anyone is left to fight? You were literally begging for a beatdown. With the enemy neutralized, he turns back to his stunned teacher. Sir, how should we dispose of this trash? Deep inside his mind, the mysterious system flashes with new chaotic choices. Moving with terrifying efficiency, Chen Shu effortlessly heaves Zixuan's unconscious body over his shoulder. Teacher Li Wushuang jumps back in panic. What on earth are you doing? The boy's answer is absolutely flawless. I am going to challenge the special class of Nanjiang First High School. The entire arena gasps, their jaws dropping straight to the floor. Taking only 3 steps toward the exit, Chen Shu abruptly stops. He glances back, with a calculating glint in his eye. Oh, teacher, that reminds me. His next words deliver a critical hit to the school's budget. When Senior Fang Xi did this back in the day, the academy rewarded her with 1 million yuan. Teacher Wu Shuang groans, desperately wanting to run away from this financial nightmare. But before he can escape, 2 imposing students step up to block his path. Refusing to let his payday slip away, Chen Shu smiles like a polite demon. Let's go, Teacher Li. It is time to head over there and do some serious business. That same morning, inside the principal's office, Ming Tai sits before his monitor. He repeats the words in sheer disbelief. What did you just say? You want me to give you 2 million? Fury blazes across the principal's face. And you want to challenge the entire special class of Nanjiang No. 1 High School? All by yourself? His expression suddenly shifts, turning dead serious. How on earth am I supposed to believe you can actually pull this off? Chen Shu lets out a helpless sigh, glancing sideways at the unconscious youth on the floor. Without hesitation, he lands a heavy kick right into Zixuan's motionless body. I will show you right now. As a Beastmaster, I will prove exactly how I can crush Lin Zixuan. Seeing the situation escalate, Ming Tai rises from his chair, observing Chen Shu with a chilling gaze. Yet, a spark of anticipation flickers within the principal's heart. The kid certainly has guts. He decides to let him prove his worth. Ming Tai gives his half-hearted nod of approval. Hearing this, a spine-chilling smirk creeps across Chen Shu's face. Haha, then I won't hold back anymore. Looking down at the unconscious Zixuan from above, Chen Shu raises his hand and delivers a ruthless slap straight across the guy's face. Jolting awake, the very first thing Zixuan sees is Chen Shu's looming figure. Absolute terror grips him, forcing him to scramble backward in a panic. What are you trying to do? Zixuan stammers out. Chen Shu flashes a wicked, predatory grin. I want to drag you into a duel. Inside the Beastmaster arena, the 2 challengers stand face to face across the massive stadium. Zixuan regains his composure and summons his spirit beast. If you sought me out for a deathmatch, are you eager to meet your ancestors? I will gladly grant your wish. A ferocious ice wolf materializes before the crowd, howling with raw power. Let me witness your true strength. The slime, acting exactly as expected, drops straight from the sky and smashes onto the opponent's head. Watching this dirty tactic unfold, Zixuan furiously curses out loud. Damn it, another shameless sneak attack. Seizing the perfect opening, the slime swings its stubby, formless leg and kicks the ice wolf flying into the distance. Chen Shu shamelessly defends his tactics with absolute confidence. We are Beastmasters. How can you possibly call this a sneak attack? He then plants his hands on his hips, flashing a triumphant smile that looks exactly like a textbook villain. Watching from the stands, Mingtai's face darkens as he turns to the person beside him. Is this really the #1 student of our class? Wushuang can only offer a weak defense. As long as a Beastmaster secures the win, nothing else matters. The chaotic chase between the two beasts looks utterly childish and ridiculous. Wushuang quietly pats the principal's shoulder to comfort him. There, just treat it as an entertainment show, not a real combat match. The once majestic ice wolf is being mercilessly chased down by the viciously glaring slime. Looking incredibly pathetic, Zixuan refuses to let his contracted beast remain a laughingstock. It seems I have no choice but to unleash my ultimate killing move. Hearing its master's command, the ice wolf instantly whips around. Its tail morphs into countless binding ropes that snake aggressively toward the slime. Zixuan can no longer hide his arrogant smirk. Just wait for your death. The mystic ropes tighten around the blob like a vice, but the brilliant slime instantly activates its Dreamfall strike. No matter how fiercely the ice wolf attacks, as long as the slime remains asleep, it takes 0 damage. Now the tables have turned, and it is Chen Shu's turn to flaunt his insufferable arrogance. My turn. The slime snaps out of its slumber state, its gelatinous body expanding massively to shatter every single binding rope. Across the arena, Zixuan is fiercely determined to fight to the bitter end. Is that all you have? He channels the speed of a shadow beast. In a flash, the ice wolf vanishes from the front and materializes directly behind the slime. Zixuan carefully channels a surge of energy into his beast. No matter how big that blob gets, it can never defeat my contracted spirit. Chen Shu casually waves his hand, preparing to unleash his own devastating trump card. Is that so? Then try surviving this. The slime takes a massive breath, trapping the air within to bloat its body to monstrous proportions. Leaving only an afterimage behind, it vanishes from its spot and ominously reappears right behind the ice wolf. Sticking to its signature brutal style, the slime flawlessly executes its ancestral ultimate technique, crushing the opponent with pure body mass. The slime grits its teeth, forcing every ounce of its massive jelly weight down to flatten the ice wolf. After utterly tormenting its foe, it bounces back to its original spot, with gleeful satisfaction. Every single student from Nanjiang #2 High School watches the spectacle, their jaws dropping to the floor in absolute disbelief. Down on the arena floor, the ice wolf lies completely limp, its entire body drenched in fresh blood, its survival uncertain. The victor is clear. Though thoroughly humiliated, Zixuan grits his teeth and declares, I concede. But Chen Shu takes it a step further, mockingly raising his middle finger right at his defeated opponent. Is this really all Nanjiang #1 High School has to offer? The spectating students gleefully join in on the mockery, echoing the savage taunt. Is that all Nanjiang #1 High School can do? Zixuan can only lower his head, swallowing his immense humiliation. I lost simply because my own skills were lacking. Yet, he immediately fires back with a venomous provocation. Do not assume for a second that our school lacks true masters. If you actually dare to step foot on our campus, I guarantee you will be carried out on a stretcher. However, his empty threat carries absolutely no weight at all. Chen Shu merely lets out a nonchalant, "Oh." Unwilling to argue further, Zixuan turns his back and marches away. Just you wait. I will definitely return for vengeance. But little does he know, the devilish main character is already flashing a sinister grin behind him. Haha. After taking only a few steps, Zixuan suddenly notices his entire surroundings plunging into pitch-black darkness. He looks up, freezing dead in his tracks. Before he can even react, Chen Shu ruthlessly yanks a burlap sack straight over his head. With his target perfectly blinded, Chen Shu pulls his fist back, charging up his momentum for the final blow. He lands a series of merciless hits before Zixuan can even process what is happening. Driven by raw momentum, Zixuan's body violently crashes backward, knocking him out cold on the floor. Casually rolling his shoulders to loosen his joints, Chen Shu barks an order. Boys, carry this trash back to Nanjiang #1 High School. The spectating students passionately cheer and obey his command. Witnessing this utterly lawless spectacle unfold, Principal Ming Tai is left absolutely speechless in pure shock. Before the principal can even process the madness, Chen Shu claps a heavy hand on his shoulder. So, Principal, do you finally believe in my true strength now? Kai Ming immediately activated coward mode. He whipped his head away, not daring to utter a single word of denial. Perfect, Chen Shu smirked. This was exactly the opening he needed to launch his master plan. Chen Shu's blood pumped with absolute adrenaline. His excitement reached a boiling point. "Just wait," he declared with a wicked grin. "In 2 days, I will make Nanjiang High School #1 flow with rivers of blood." Standing on the sidelines, Wu Shuang quietly observed the utter chaos unfolding around them. His eyes sparkled with awe. "Incredible," he whispered. "Our class president is simply too legendary." Fully aware of Chen Shu's chaotic nature, the teacher gave him a stern warning. "When you go over there, absolutely no nuclear weapons." For now, the boy put on his best innocent face, pretending to be the perfect, obedient student. Of course, that was just an act. Not long after, brilliant sunlight bathed the entire school campus in a golden glow. Down on the training field, Xu Xing strolled alongside Chen Shu and Su Nan. The atmosphere felt electric. Today was absolutely exhilarating. Xu Xing beamed. "I honestly thought our school was going to be completely crushed into the dirt. Who knew we could completely turn the tide like that?" But then, his expression turned serious as he sought confirmation. "Chen Pai," he began, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Are you seriously confident about next week? Can you really make Nanjiang High School #1 drown in a river of blood?" Finally dropping his arrogant act, Chen Shu confessed the harsh truth. "Honestly, not entirely. I need to make some serious preparations." But just as the words left his mouth, a brilliant flash of inspiration hit him. "Little Xing," he exclaimed, turning to his friend. "Your family runs a beast-taming business, right? Do you guys sell any lord-tier skills? Oh, and more importantly, can I score a massive discount?" Xu Xing did not even hesitate to offer a VIP deal. "Of course we do," he grinned proudly. "And since it is you, I can slide you a sweet 10% discount." That was all Chen Shu needed to hear. "Deal." He locked it in without missing a beat. "Do me a favor and check if your family has these 3 specific skills in stock." Later, back in the familiar comfort of their dormitory, a highly anticipated phone call finally came to an end. Xu Xing turned around, ready to deliver the crucial intel. "Listen up, Chen Pai," Xu Xing announced seriously. "I had my family dig through the entire inventory. We do not have those 3 specific ones. However, we found an equivalent. It is the innate talent intimidating roar from the golden-striped fox, capable of shattering an opponent's skill." Chen Shu's eyes instantly ignited with blazing excitement. "That works flawlessly. How much is the damage?" Chen Shu asked eagerly. Xu Xing casually held up his hand, innocently dropping the price tag. 4 million. Even with the so-called VIP discount, the staggering number hit Chen Shu like a physical blow. His soul practically left his body. "What did you just say? 4 million? Fast forward 2 days later. Inside the Nanjiang High School #2 dorms, Chen Shu stared in sheer disbelief at the glowing item resting in Xu Xing's hands. To think this tiny object was worth a mind-boggling 4 million. Sensing his doubt, Xu Xing immediately set the record straight. "Hey, do not look down on it. This is an absolute top-tier artifact." Hearing those heavy words, Chen Shu accepted the item with profound reverence, holding it as carefully as if it were spun from pure gold. "Understood." Chen Shu nodded solemnly. Now that the ultimate trump card was in his possession, why wait? It was time to test this legendary power immediately. He summoned his slime forward, clasping his hands in a wildly intense prayer. "Heavens above, I gladly sacrifice 10 years of my roommate's lifespan in exchange for this. The skill comprehension must be a complete success." Miraculously, the cosmic sacrifice worked. The slime's skill level surged upward in a brilliant flash of light. Overjoyed by the massive power-up, Chen Shu thrust his fist into the air, celebrating his flawless victory. But a split second later, his expression twisted into a wickedly villainous smirk. "The time has come. Today is the day I wamines." Nanjiang High School #1 in a sea of absolute despair. Fully geared up and radiating overwhelming confidence, Chen Shu rallied his crew. Together, they marched straight toward the towering gates of their greatest rival. The moment they arrived, Chen Shu flashed a terrifyingly polite smile. "Good morning," he announced loudly. "We are the proud students of Nanjiang High School #2, and we are here to officially issue a challenge." The gate guard, Yusi, stared at that incredibly fake smile, utterly speechless. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a swarm of annoying flies. "Sorry, kid. We have not received any official notice. Turn around and go back where you came from." Annoyance flared in Xu Xing's eyes as he fiercely shot back. "How is that even possible? Our principal clearly stated that the arrangements were already made. Just one question was enough to snap the guard's patience like a tight violin string. I already told you, there is 0 notification on my end. Now scram before I make you." Just as the tension threatened to boil over, a heavy, authoritative voice echoed from behind the gates. What exactly is causing this massive commotion? It was none other than the dean of High School #1. UC instantly spun around, snapping to attention to deliver his report. "Dean Lin, sir, these kids claim to be from High School #2, demanding an official duel with our students. Hearing that absurd claim, Dean Lin Jiang sneered, utterly repulsed by their audacity. He raised a finger, pointing it directly at the group with crushing disdain. High school number 2? Daring to act so arrogant on my territory? He mocked bitterly. Aside from that one fluke 3 years ago, since when did your pathetic school ever have the right to stand tall? Did our elite prodigy, Lin Zixuan, beat you so badly that you have all gone completely insane? But Chen Shu was not one to back down from a fight. With just a couple of razor-sharp words, he was about to set the man's pride completely on fire. Oh dear teacher, Chen Shu feigned innocent shock. Did you not order anyone to bring your precious Lin Zixuan back home? Do not tell me you guys went ahead and buried him already? Wu Shuang quickly stepped in, attempting to extinguish the verbal wildfire. Bury? Who said anything about burying? I had my people rush him straight to the hospital. They are probably trying to salvage his shattered phantom beast right this second. Despite the explanation, Dean Lin Jiang's face began to drain of color the moment Chen Shu let out a deep, exaggerated sigh. Old Li, I have completely misjudged you. Chen Shu shook his head theatrically. I never knew you had such a soft, merciful heart. Without skipping a beat, he pivoted right back to verbally incinerating Lin Jiang. Listen closely. Your mighty Lin Zixuan was utterly crushed by my own 2 hands, but the dean refused to believe a single fraction of a percent of that claim. You lying little brat, get out of my sight before I make you, he roared in denial. Those arrogant words instantly ignited Chen Shu's fighting spirit like a blazing inferno. Still acting so high and mighty? You actually have the sheer nerve to tell me to scram? Sensing an impending disaster, Wu Shuang tried to intervene, but he was a second too late. Do not get reckless, he warned. But Chen Shu's eyes were already glowing with untamed madness. Forget talking. We throw hands directly, he roared, charging forward like an unstoppable beast. Bam! A devastating high-speed kick planted itself squarely into Lin Jiang's face, sending the dean's entire body flying backward through the air. Panic erupted as UC screamed desperately into his walkie-talkie. Call the police. Call the authorities right now. We are under attack by insane intruders. Sprawled pitifully in the dirt, Lin Jiang struggled to even lift his head. Who the hell are you monsters? He groaned in agony. Meanwhile, completely unfazed by the absolute chaos he just caused, Chen Shu casually brushed a speck of dust off his pant leg. Shoving both hands coolly into his pockets, he stood tall, radiating the overwhelming aura of a true dragon's heir. He was just about to deliver a merciless follow-up strike to the dean's absolute worst spot when a thunderous roar shattered the air. Who dares? Who dares to cause such an unforgivable scene on my grounds? The heavy footsteps stopped. Standing before them with a mountain-like presence was the special class instructor of high school number 1, the terrifying powerhouse known as Wang Feng. Chen Shu scans the target stats, and his blood runs cold. He freezes in his tracks. Huh? A black iron rank beastmaster. Knowing damn well he cannot win this fight, our boy immediately passes the buck to Wu Shuang. Teacher, someone is looking for you. Caught completely off guard, the older man can only force an awkward, stiff smile. Trying to diffuse the heavy tension in the air, Wu Shuang cheerfully steps up. Greetings. I am Li Wu Shuang, the homeroom teacher for the special class at Nanjiang Second High School. But Wang Feng simply scowls, his annoyance peaking. Did you bring your students here just to cause trouble? Wu Shuang keeps up his perfectly polite facade, quickly defending himself. How could this possibly be considered causing trouble? We are issuing a formal, rule-abiding challenge. As for this teacher here, he was merely playing a little joke on my student. Wu Shuang smoothly adds this last part, glancing back at Lin Jiang, who is currently limping pitifully behind them. Getting straight to the point, Wang Feng puffs up his chest with absolute arrogance. Originally, I planned to show you some mercy if you came begging for a match. But it seems I have no choice but to teach you garbage a harsh lesson. He declares this with supreme confidence, completely unaware of the absolute nightmare awaiting him. Wu Shuang maintains his unbreakable smile. Meanwhile, Chen Shu actually feels a brief wave of panic seeing Wang Feng accept the challenge so easily. Follow me. The group stares at his retreating back, while Wang Feng continues to mutter arrogant insults under his breath. I cannot wait to see you losers crying as you run out of Nanjiang First High School. Shortly after, both sides gather inside the massive, state-of-the-art beast-taming arena. Wang Feng clears his throat and announces loudly to the crowd. Listen up, class. These weaklings from Nanjiang Second High School want to challenge us. Exactly as expected, the arena instantly erupts into mocking laughter and cruel sneers. Is Second High School out of their damn minds? The kings of Dead Last actually dare to challenge us? Haha, this is pure comedy. Are their brains filled with water? How dare they provoke the elites? Hearing this endless stream of trash talk, Chen Shu cracks his neck, his ears practically ringing with annoyance. He instantly summons his slime, but the cute monster only makes the elites drop their guard further. An F-rank slime? Holy crap, this kid really has a death wish. He is totally insane. Teacher, let me crush him. Let me go. The elite students practically trip over themselves, begging to fight. Just then, Deng Yuan steps forward like a conquering hero to calm the chaos. Nobody fight me for this. He is mine. Seeing his first victim take the bait, Chen Shu flashes a wicked, scheming grin. Hey, old Wang. Since your class is clearly so powerful, why do we not place a little bet to make things interesting? Falling right into the trap, Wang Feng arrogantly takes the bait. What are your terms, brat? Chen Shu immediately proposes a deal that sounds way too good to be true. Simple. If I manage to defeat your entire class alone, I want 20 high-grade beast cores. But if I lose, I will hand over 40 high-grade cores to you. Thinking Chen Shu is an absolute idiot, Wang Feng smiles from ear to ear and immediately locks in the deal. He points down at his eager student. Deng Yuan, get up there and end this. Chosen for the slaughter, Deng Yuan beams with murderous excitement. Thank you, teacher. Leave this trash to me. As he summons his beast, he cannot resist throwing more shade. I am going to show you the massive gap between first and second high sha. Before the elite can even finish his villain speech, the slime launches a devastating surprise attack, completely catching them off guard. Watching his beloved beast get flattened into the dirt without a single shred of mercy, Deng Yuan stands there screaming like a baby. You filthy coward! How dare you use a sneak attack? But Chen Shu could not care less about honor, offering only a wide, obnoxiously loud yawn in response. My bad. I am on a tight schedule. Next victim, please. Witnessing such a shamelessly dirty, calculated instant kill, the entire arena goes dead silent. The crickets chirp until Chen Shu finally taunts them again. What happened to all that big talk? Were you not all begging to fight me a second ago? Why is everyone so quiet now? Just as Chen Shu opens his mouth to unleash another barrage of brutal trash talk, a cold voice cuts through the silence. I will fight you. Wen Yu steps confidently into the arena, her eyes flashing with pure arrogance as she summons her terrifying purple-horned beast. Bring it on. Her sudden appearance actually makes Chen Shu raise an eyebrow. An A-rank contracted spirit? You are bringing out the big guns this early? Before the referee can even call the start, Wen Yu strikes a majestic pose to show off. To be crushed beneath the hooves of my purple-horned beast is an honor for a bottom feeder like you. The fanboys in the stands erupt into deafening cheers for their class goddess. Crush him, Wen Yu! Show that pathetic slime its place in the dirt. These second high school trash are way too arrogant. Hearing their absolute fury only fuels the chaotic fire burning inside Chen Shu's soul. Crush me? Oh, someone is getting crushed all right. The moment the words leave his lips, his slime launches itself like a devastating cannonball straight at the elite beast. Bam! The majestic purple-horned beast is violently slammed into the concrete, knocked out cold with all four legs twitching in the air. The crowd gasps in pure, unfiltered horror. How is this possible? He one-shotted our goddess Wen Yu? Riding the high of its brutal victory, the bloodthirsty slime bounces forward, instantly flattening another challenger's beast. It shows zero mercy to a tiny spirit bird, swatting it out of the sky. Even two massive, terrifying spirit monkeys are bullied so badly by the bouncy terror that they literally burst into tears. Standing victorious amidst the total carnage, Chen Shu puts his hands on his hips and sighs dramatically. To be this invincible, it is truly a lonely existence. The first high school elites are paralyzed by shock, while Wang Feng looks like he is about to swallow a live toad. Realizing his entire class is being systematically humiliated by a bouncing blob, Wang Feng grits his teeth and turns to his secret weapon. Jiang Tian, get in there and finish him. A devastatingly calm aura washes over the arena as Jiang Tian steps out from the shadows. Without a single word, terrifying energy begins swirling violently in the palm of his hand. If everyone else is too weak, then allow me to bring this farce to an end. Chen Shu and his slime just stand there in absolute silence, watching this guy try entirely too hard to look cool. Watch and despair. In a blinding flash of light, a massive shadow blots out the arena lights overhead. Descend and conquer, Wind Thunder Bird. For the first time today, Chen Shu's eyes widen in genuine surprise. An S-rank Wind Thunder Bird. Jiang Tian locks eyes with his prey, battle aura flaring up entirely. Let the real battle begin. Instead of panicking, Chen Shu strokes his chin thoughtfully. No wonder this guy was posing so dramatically. He actually had the firepower to back it up. But suddenly, a terrifyingly wicked smile spreads across Chen Shu's face as a brand new, dirty trick forms in his mind. Golden energy bursts from his fingertips in a blinding display of pure flex. If I claim second place, then no one in this world dares to claim first. Taking that cue, Slim absorbs the massive power boost. The golden slime shoots forward like a cannonball, locking onto its prey. Caught off guard mid-attack, the Wind Thunder Bird gets utterly leveled. A soul-crushing impact sends shockwaves across the arena. Even Jiang Tian freezes completely, his jaw hitting the floor at this insane counter. Chen Shu, however, wears a terrifyingly smug grin. "What is with that tough act?" he sneers. "Slim, do not let up. Keep crushing them." Watching the golden slime launch another assault, Jiang Tian snaps out of his daze in pure panic. "There is more?" He barks out desperate commands before total disaster strikes. "Wind Thunderbird, evade right now." The majestic beast shoots straight up into the sky just in the nick of time. A second later, Slim's devastating headbutt shatters the empty air where it just stood, but driven by pure combat instinct, the flying beast refuses to back down. It abruptly spins around in midair, deciding to launch a brutal counterattack. Sparks fly as it gathers another massive energy sphere inside its beak. Chen Shu just chuckles, eyes glowing with wicked amusement. "You actually want to fight back? Be my guest." With a sharp snap of his fingers, the execution order is given. Slim zeroes in and rams directly into the bird's chest with explosive force. Chen Shu just stands there, relishing the absolute destruction. "Try again in your next life." Boom! The Wind Thunderbird violently crashes down, slamming into the arena floor like a meteor. The elite students from High School Number 1 watch in utter disbelief, completely paralyzed by shock. Meanwhile, Chen Shu seizes the perfect moment to flex on everyone present. He sighs dramatically to the heavens. Being truly invincible is such a lonely existence. The enemy squad chokes on their absolute rage, faces turning entirely red, but Chen Shu snaps right back to business. "All right, wrap it up and pay the toll. I will take my 20 top-grade Beast Tamer kills now." But Wang Feng stubbornly clings to his shattered pride. "What is the huge rush?" He grits his teeth. "We still have one fighter who has not stepped into the ring." The main character openly stares at him like he is looking at garbage. He shakes his head in absolute disgust. Truly, utterly shameless. Just then, a familiar screen flashes, presenting 3 extremely chaotic system choices. Chen Shu's face twists into an insanely villainous grin. Oh man. These options could not have dropped at a more perfect time. He instantly locks in the option to take on the entire squad by himself. He points straight at the opposing bench. "I am not targeting anyone specifically, but everyone sitting over there is absolute trash. Come at me all at once." Thinking he just struck gold, Wang Feng eagerly jumps at the bait. "You brought this upon yourself. Everyone, swarm him right now." In a split second, a horde of terrifying spirit beasts materializes, baring their fangs at the lone slime. The peanut gallery completely loses their minds with hype. "This guy is way too arrogant. We absolutely cannot let him walk away from this. Crush him into dust." Following their master's fury, the beasts instantly form a suffocating kill circle around Slim. Slim suddenly unleashes its brand new skill. Seeing the display, the opponents burst out laughing, practically spitting in their amusement. "Pfft, a cute little roar like that? Aren't you embarrassed to show that in public?" But a split second later, an invisible force crushes every single beast, making them violently cough up blood. Standing behind the carnage, Chen Shu flashes a demonically evil smirk. "Ha ha ha, let the steamroller commence." Hearing the command, Slim happily flops its gelatinous weight straight onto the nearest enemy. Utilizing its newly massive body, the golden slime rolls forward like an unstoppable boulder. It crushes everything in its path, squashing beast after beast before obliterating the final target. Before the fallen beasts can even twitch, Jia Shu desperately tries to salvage the massacre from the sidelines. Launch an attack skill quickly. The slime is vulnerable, mustering their last bit of strength. The battered beasts combine their powers for a desperate ultimate strike, but the combined energy simply bounces off Slim's squishy exterior, leaving the slime looking completely unbothered. Refusing to give them any breathing room, it instantly follows up with a brutal frontal slam. The sheer kinetic force sends the entire enemy squad flying backward through the air. Seeing their prized combat beasts scattered across the floor like broken toys, the arrogant elite squad falls into a suffocating, terrifying silence. Jia Shu and Tan Shu stare at the arena, their minds completely shattered. This slime's power makes absolutely zero sense. I have never seen an F-rank contracted spirit hit like a truck. Is this some kind of freak mutation? Right on cue, the system delivers even more glorious news to Chen Shu. The charge skill levels up. All attributes of the golden slime permanently increase by 10%. Standing far in the back, Wang Feng aggressively flinches as Chen Shu's chilling voice echoes across the hall. "Well, are you trash finally convinced?" Without even waiting for a pathetic response, Chen Shu arrogantly waves his hand. "We are done here. Let's roll." Watching his retreating back, a deep sense of dread finally sinks into Wang Feng's gut. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. In this year's tournament, High School Number 2 is actually going to become an unstoppable nightmare. Shortly after, right at the gates of High School Number 2, Chen Shu is already eagerly pitching his next lucrative hustle to the faculty. "Teacher, make sure you relay my message to the principal. My fee is 2 million per school. It is a completely fair market price, no scamming involved." Tell him to contact me whenever he is ready to do business. Wu Shuang's face twitches with supreme awkwardness, but he has zero power to refuse the school's new golden boy. Right, I understand. I will go find the principal now. You kids head back to the beast taming hall first. He stands in absolute silence, watching Chen Shu eagerly skip away like a capitalist demon. Only when the kid is out of sight does Wu Shuang let out an exhaustingly heavy sigh. It seems the principal is going to bleed an insane amount of cash this time. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's victorious squad quickly arrives back at their beast taming hall. But they aren't alone. Tang Li's rival faction is already waiting inside. Word on the street is they actually managed to pull off a successful solo challenge. Hiding in the back, Wang Yun is practically shaking out of his boots before any fists are even thrown. Young Master Tang, maybe we should just avoid him. We seriously stand zero chance of winning. But the young master puffs out his chest, completely faking his bravery. What are you trembling for? Just wait until my level catches up to his. With my A-rank contracted spirit, beating him will be an absolute joke. Watching Chen Shu's demonic aura get closer and closer, Hong Ming completely panics. He tugs at his leader's sleeve. Boss, are you absolutely sure about this? Tang Li clenches his fists, radiating a fake aura of absolute justice. Pure nonsense. I, Tang Li, will fight against these evil forces until my very last breath. But less than 2 seconds later, his heroic facade instantly crumbles into cowardice. Shut up. Do not say another word. He is walking right toward us. Tang Li freezes like a statue, holding his breath as Chen Shu slowly breezes past him. But then, the main character's footsteps abruptly halt. He slowly turns his head, locking onto Tang Li with an utterly murderous glare. Young Master Tang. Just those 3 softly spoken words are more than enough to make Tang Li sweat like he is staring at the Grim Reaper himself. Tang Li tries to hold his ground against Chen Shu, but all the color drains from his face. Chen Shu maintains his terrifying aura, his voice echoing with absolute zero chill and devastating murderous intent. Nice outfit you got there. That single, casual sentence leaves Tang Li and his entire crew absolutely speechless. Only when the monster finally walks away do they dare to let out a trembling breath. A heavy, suffocating gloom descends upon the remaining group. Wang Yun steps up with a bitter truth. Boss, do you really think we can get revenge looking like this? Shortly after, back in Instructor Wu Shuang's classroom. Alright everyone, that wraps up today's lecture. As class dismisses, Chen Shu spots his golden opportunity. He turns to Xu Xing and Su Nan. You guys head back first. I have some serious business to discuss with old Li. With a massive grin on his face, he strides straight toward Wu Shuang. Teacher, what did the principal say about my proposal? Wu Shuang's face instantly pales. He forces a calm expression, quickly spinning a lie. The principal still needs some time to consider it. Chen Shu's eyes narrow in deep dissatisfaction. What is there to even consider? If the teacher cannot get it done, I guess I will just have to handle it myself. He struts out of the classroom with a bounce in his step. His mind is completely consumed by his upcoming grand business venture. The absolute grind for wealth never stops. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Wu Shuang's face is completely frozen in pure, unadulterated anxiety. Wasting zero time, Chen Shu tracks down Principal Tai Ming. The moment the old man sees this walking menace, a terrible feeling washes over him. Chen Shu, what brings you here? Ignoring all basic pleasantries, Chen Shu drops a massive bombshell straight out of the gate. Principal, do you want Second High School to become absolutely legendary across the entire Nanjiang city? Hearing this wild claim, Tai Ming's eyebrows knit together in deep suspicion. I do want that. But the budget for our elite classes is already bleeding us dry. Without missing a single beat, Chen Shu slashes his asking price to a flat 1 million per school. The principal's eyes widen. This outrageous proposal actually makes him hesitate. Even though Chen Shu's contract spirit is merely rank F, his actual combat power easily rivals Fang Xi. Gritting his teeth, the principal decides to gamble everything for ultimate glory. Deal. As long as you can completely crush the other 6 high schools in the city, I will personally wire you the cash. At the mention of cold hard cash, Chen Shu's eyes flash like blinding high beams. It is a deal. Later, back at the dormitory, Su Nan and Xu Xing corner him with intense questions. Chen Shu, are you absolutely insane? Do you really plan to challenge all 6 rival high schools? Chen Shu just flashes a devious eye-crinkling grin as he reveals his master plan. I had no choice, brothers. The academy is simply throwing way too much money at me. Then, his tone suddenly shifts to a much more serious note. Oh right, little Xing, does your family have any black iron rank beastmasters lying around to help me? Despite having 90% pure reckless adrenaline in his veins, even Chen Shu knows he needs some heavy backup. Even Chen Shu knows he needs some heavy backup. I am honestly worried that those sore losers might try to play dirty after I humiliate them. But Shu Xing's eyes light up as he passionately pitches a brilliant alternative. You do not need a black iron master to babysit you. You just need to leak this entire operation to the Nanjiang City media networks. Think about the headlines. A rank F slime challenging the top geniuses of 6 rival high schools? Every single reporter in the city will be swarming you like flies. His flawless logic hangs in the air. Then, he drops the ultimate mic drop realization. With thousands of cameras watching your every move, who would dare to try any underhanded tricks? Literal heart shapes pop into Chen Shu's eyes. The sheer media hype means massive exposure, which translates perfectly into lucrative corporate sponsorships. It is the ultimate golden ticket to unimaginable wealth. Without a single second of hesitation, he snaps his fingers in absolute agreement. Brilliant. I will make the arrangements immediately. In a flash, his phone is already pressed against his ear. The moment the call connects, Chen Shu unleashes his most enthusiastic sales pitch. Hello there, Uncle Zhou. I have just stumbled upon the money-making opportunity of a lifetime. Are you interested in getting incredibly rich? Fast forward a few days. The explosive news of Chen Shu declaring war on 6 rival academies absolutely shatters the internet with mind-blowing clickbait headlines. Major news networks wage war against each other for exclusive coverage, drawing millions of hype-hungry netizens. In the blink of an eye, the fateful morning of the ultimate challenge finally dawns upon the school dorms. Just as he is about to step onto the battlefield, Sunan grabs his shoulder with burning intensity. Chen Shu, you better put on the show of a lifetime. I went all in on you winning. His supreme hustler instincts instantly detect something incredibly suspicious. Chen Shu's face scrunches up in disbelief. Wait a minute. What do you mean you bet on me? Sunan completely spills the truth without a shred of hesitation. Wait, do you seriously not know what is going on out there? The underground syndicates have opened a massive betting pool on your survival. Some are betting you conquer all 6 schools, while others are betting you get utterly crushed. The odds are currently locked at a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. But instead of getting hyped, Chen Shu looks completely unimpressed. 1-to-1 odds? They actually rank me that highly? Suddenly, a golden holographic prompt shatters his vision. The system presents 3 devious choices that make his villainous blood boil with excitement. Without a single shred of moral hesitation, he locks in his absolute degenerate choice. Well, if that is the case, I am throwing all my money on myself losing. Sunan and Shu Xing stare at him as if he has grown a second head. Are you seriously going to throw the match? His shameless response leaves them completely paralyzed with shock. Throw the match? Who said anything about throwing the match? Listen to me very carefully. I am fighting a grueling gauntlet of intense battles. Making one tiny accidental mistake in the arena is perfectly logical. He puffs out his chest, suddenly putting on the mask of a noble saint. Underground gambling is strictly illegal. As the absolute pillar of justice in Nanjiang City, I simply cannot tolerate such vile activities. Therefore, both of you better cash out immediately after my fight tomorrow. Chen Shu preaches with deeply fake sincerity. But a split second later, the most diabolical, money-hungry smirk stretches across his face. This time around, whether it is righteous, clean cash, or filthy underworld money, I, Chen Shu, am going to devour every last penny. His heart swells with absolute pride over his own shameless philosophy. Why would a true mastermind choose between 2 options when he can ruthlessly monopolize both? Shu Xing and Sunan are completely shell-shocked by his bottomless greed. They share a deeply terrified glance and sigh in unison. He is an absolute, untamed menace to society. A short while later, chaos erupts outside the Nanjiang 3rd High School Beastmaster Arena. A colossal ocean of spectators swarms the massive stadium. Down in the thunderous stands, deafening roars of cheers and vicious curses collide in an explosion of pure hype. But, lurking, in the shadows, a legendary upset is about to unfold. Do your best, you little rascal. Surrounded by a sea of flashing cameras, Tai Ming plays the perfect mentor, hyping up his student's spirit to the absolute max. With such a massive crowd watching, you cannot lose. Chen Shu just smirks with unshakable confidence. Do not worry, teach. I have everything perfectly calculated. The moment those words leave his mouth, he strolls onto the arena. Hands on his hips, he strikes an impossibly arrogant pose. Let us begin. Across the battlefield, his opponent steps up, burning with competitive fire. Li Xuan, you are up first. The boy keeps his hands casually stuffed in his pockets, strolling toward the stage before executing a flashy, mid-air flip to land perfectly in the arena. Striking a dramatic pose, right in front of Chen Shu, he announces his presence. I am Li Xuan. Remember the name of the one who will crush you. He thrusts his palm forward. Instantly, a swirling vortex of pitch-black aura erupts from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the shadow condenses. A terrifying dark elemental reveals itself to the roaring crowd. Facing this suffocating dark pressure, a brief flash of panic crosses Chen Shu's face. An A-rank dark elemental spirit. This guy is no joke. But Chen Shu quickly regains his cool, tossing his jacket aside as spiritual energy explodes from his core. He leaps down from his high ground, ready to answer the challenge. Wait, the master and his spirit are actually wearing matching outfits. It is an unbelievably flashy entrance. The sheer cringe of their coordinated display leaves the audience experiencing intense secondhand embarrassment. But before the referee can even signal the start, Chen Shu whips out his camera for a quick photo shoot. First, he gives a brooding bad boy stare. Then, a cheeky duck face to win over the fangirls. Finally, he strikes a playboy pose, making absolutely sure the cameras capture his razor-sharp jawline. Seeing his student treating a death match like a fashion shoot, timing aggressively clears his throat. Chen Shu, it is time to start the battle. Thankfully, that snaps the boy back to reality. He finally turns his attention to the battlefield, but not before blowing one last, dramatic flying kiss to the press corps. Hold your horses, everyone. Chen Shu finally steps up to the battle line. Are you ready to lose? With a grand sweep of his hand, he summons his signature slime. Here I come, watch yourself. The moment the slime hits the ground, it instantly activates gigantification. Watching the beast grow to a monstrous size, cold sweat drenches Li Xuan's face. Chen Shu's battle lust completely takes over. His eyes gleam with absolute savagery. Slime, crush that shadow into dust. The giant slime triggers its charge skill, hurtling toward the enemy like a runaway freight train. Yet the dark elemental stands perfectly still, its physical form rapidly fading into mere mist. In a fraction of a second, it completely merges with the thin air. The massive headbutt passes right through the phantom target, hitting absolutely nothing but empty space. The slime bounces wildly, utterly confused by the miss. Even the ever-confident Chen Shu is caught entirely off guard. What in the world is that? Intangibility. Across the arena, Li Xuan lets out an arrogant, triumphant laugh. You thought you could beat me? With just that pathetic slime? You do not even have the right to stand before me. But backed by absolute main character energy, does he really think Chen Shu will just give up? Without hesitating, our hero unleashes his ultimate counter-strategy. Keep attacking. Let us see what runs out first. Your ghostly trick, or my beast's endless stamina. A high-stakes game of cat and mouse explodes across the arena. The two spirit beasts clash in a chaotic frenzy. Finally, the dark elemental exhausts its mana and materializes, while the slime is still brimming with monstrous energy. Seizing the flawless opening, Chen Shu's voice booms like thunder. Now is the time. End it. The slime accelerates to blinding speeds, aiming a devastating blow right at the enemy's core. The brutal impact sends the dark elemental flying dozens of meters, crashing wildly toward the spectator stands. With victory secured, Chen Shu's arrogance soars to new heights. So this is an A-rank spirit? How incredibly disappointing. The entire student body below drops their jaws in absolute shock. He shamelessly pulls a massive megaphone out of thin air. Slamming it down on the arena floor, he broadcasts his taunts right into their stunned faces. Next victim. Bring me the next victim. His infuriatingly cocky attitude instantly puts every single challenger on high alert. Chen Shu stares down the sea of glaring eyes, genuinely surprised when not a single person dares to step up. Realizing they are terrified, he immediately switches his tactics. How about this? All of you come at me at once. If you win, I will give you 40 premium spirit seeds. But if you lose, you just owe me 20. Hearing this pure disrespect, Principal Shen Yi completely loses his temper. You arrogant brat, you are pushing it too far. Every single student from Nanjiang 3rd High is a born genius. We have 6 A-rank spirits, and the rest are all solid B ranks. But Chen Shu just picks at his ear, looking utterly bored by the old man's raging lecture. So, does that mean the principal accepts my challenge? He talks such a big game, but turns out to be just as cowardly as the rest. Of course, Shen Yi instantly refuses. Do you take me for a fool? I already know exactly what happened to Nanjiang 1st High. Hearing his scam exposed, Chen Shu's mouth twitches in slight annoyance. Then why are you still standing here running your mouth? A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the arena as the two lock eyes in a deadly staring contest. Ultimately, it is Chen Shu who takes a tactical step back. Sighing dramatically, he proposes a brand new set of rules. Fine, I will humor you cowards. Let us drop the bets. All of you, attack me together. A ranks, B ranks. Bring everything you have. No spirit seeds on the line. Chen Shu's voice echoes with pure provocation. How about that? That is exactly the opening Shen Yi has been waiting for. With his pride on the line and nothing to lose, the principal discards all hesitation. Deal. Moments later, the lone slime stands surrounded by an army of hostile spirit beasts. But then, an overwhelming, Monstrous aura erupts from its gelatinous body, sweeping through the enemies and crushing them one by one, with terrifying ease. When the dust finally settles, the slime lands victoriously amidst a sea of defeated beasts. An absolute, flawless slaughter. Watching from the sidelines, Tai Ming's jaw practically hits the floor. Chen Shu versus the entirety of Nanjiang Third High. Chen Shu wins. Bathed in the glorious light of absolute victory, Chen Shu soaks in his own legendary status. He gazes up at the sky, sighing with maximum dramatic flair. Being invincible is truly a lonely existence. Hours pass, and silver moonlight finally blankets the dormitory balcony. Spotting old Shi glued to his glowing phone screen, Chen Shu's curiosity is instantly piqued. How are the betting odds looking, old Jia? Thanks to Chen Shu's masterfully deceptive performance throughout the day, his roommate turns around to deliver the shocking news. The odds have skyrocketed to 5-1. Every single person is betting all their money on you winning. Hearing those magical words, a devious smirk creeps onto Chen Shu's face. The real master plan is finally in motion. Perfect. Before midnight strikes, I need you to do me a little favor. Use your ID and bet 10 million on me. Losing. The more Chen Shu spoke, the more his twisted smirk lost all traces of humanity. Now then, he chuckled darkly. It is time to rob the rich and give to the poor. Watching from the sidelines, Sunan did not dare utter a single word. Since that fateful day, Chen Shu had made it his daily routine to crush a different high school. Naturally, the media treated him like absolute royalty. The results were always identical. Chen Shu dominated every single match with overwhelming power. His opponents were left utterly humiliated, openly sobbing right there on the arena floor. In the blink of an eye, the final battle arrived. His target was the elite Nanjiang Special High School. By this point, his legendary winning streak had attracted a massive horde of wealthy sponsors. Just like always, Chen Shu strutted into the arena with absolute arrogance. He did not even bother with pleasantries. Enough talking. All of you, come at me at once. Before the fight even began, he could already see mountains of cash floating before his eyes. A staggering 50 million was about to fall right into his pockets. However, reality is rarely that kind. Chen Shu's supreme intuition suddenly flared with a massive warning. Wait a minute. Why did something feel terribly wrong? Despite his inner panic, he let out a light cough. Spreading his arms with a completely fake friendly smile, he yelled, "Come on, attack me together." But out of the entire crowd, only Wolong raised his hand like a student asking a question. Chen Shu secretly cheered in his heart. Was this guy stepping up for a solo duel? But Wolong's next words hit him like a bucket of freezing ice water. Today, our special class chooses not to fight, Wolong declared. It is not out of fear, but simply because the timing is not right. Therefore, we officially surrender. Those loud, crystal-clear words echoed across the stadium. Chen Shu was so completely paralyzed by shock that his eyeballs nearly popped out of his skull. Instantly, the rest of the elite students began chanting in agreement. We surrender, we yield. Their voices sent Chen Shu into an absolute panic. No way, he could not let his massive payday slip away like this. Bristling like a cornered beast, he desperately screamed, I absolutely object. But Wolong stood his ground, firing back with flawless logic. We have already forfeited, Wolong shot back. Since when does the challenger get the right to reject a surrender? Those words completely choked Chen Shu into silence, but refusing to give up, he immediately whipped out his massive megaphone. Stay calm, he muttered to himself. I can definitely provoke these rich kids into fighting. Putting his plan into action, he unleashed a venomous taunt. Giving up before throwing a single punch? You elite students from Nanjiang Special High School, he sneered, are nothing but a pathetic bunch of trembling cowards. The blazing sun beat down relentlessly on the exterior of the elite academy. Inside the arena, however, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. A Beast Tamer's true strength relies entirely on their contracted spirit. But if the master possesses a cowardly heart, it will fatally curse their performance in actual combat. To make his speech hit even harder, Chen Shu went directly for the throat. Take Tang Li from your precious elite class as an example. He has an untouchable family background and an A-rank wind beast. Yet, I have crushed him into the dirt time and time again. I broke him so badly he now has permanent psychological trauma. The crowd of students instantly erupted into mocking laughter. Fueled by their reaction, Chen Shu's speech reached a fever pitch. Do you fools really think a man like him just gave up? Do you think he surrendered to fear? Let me tell you the absolute truth. Even now, he is burning to fight against this evil force to the bitter end. Chen Shu's booming voice commanded the entire stadium. He locked eyes with the crowd and delivered his ultimate philosophical strike. That unbreakable will. That is the true aura a genius must possess. He may have been struck down, but he will never be truly defeated. Moved to their very cores by this epic speech, the elite students erupted into thunderous applause. Dollar signs literally flashed in Chen Shu's eyes. The bait was set. He immediately seized his golden opportunity. Now then, does anyone have the absolute courage to challenge me? But in the very next second, dead, suffocating silence fell over the arena. A cold sweat dripped down Chen Shu's forehead. Wait, did his epic speech actually completely fail? Suddenly, a singular voice shattered the unbearable quiet. Excuse me, get out of my way. It was Wolong. His eyes were practically blazing with an awakened fighting spirit. I will challenge you, he roared. Chen Shu was so relieved he could have wept tears of pure joy. Oh heavens above, his 50 million paycheck was finally saved. This guy was an absolute saint. Trembling with excitement, Chen Shu nearly stumbled over his own words. Excellent. May I ask for the name of my my worthy opponent? The student crossed his arms with supreme confidence. I am Zhu Wolong. Chen Shu beamed at him like a proud father. Outstanding. Please, step right up. Riding the hype, Wolong marched proudly into the combat zone. In a flash, the two combatants stood face to face. The ultimate showdown was finally about to begin. On one side stood Chen Shu, radiating the unstoppable aura of a main character. On the other side stood Wolong, armed with absolutely nothing but sheer, reckless bravery. Without warning, Wolong summoned a massive, awe-inspiring magical vortex. Come forth, Azure Dragon. Wolong commanded with earth-shattering volume. A wild spark of hope ignited in the crowd's eyes. The legendary Azure Dragon? That sounded like an incredibly overpowered mythical beast. But when the glowing light faded, a pathetic, incredibly tiny green worm wiggled onto the floor. The entire stadium descended into stunned silence. Someone in the front row finally cracked. Bro, you summoned a literal bug? How dare you step into the arena? A female student clutched her head in pure despair. A slime versus a tiny green caterpillar? What kind of absolute joke is this battle? Just forfeit and get off the stage. Seeing Wolong start to visibly panic, Chen Shu began sweating bullets. If this guy quits, the 50 million is gone. Oh no, his walking payday was getting cold feet. Slapping on the most forced smile in human history, Chen Shu seized the initiative. Let the battle begin. He dramatically threw his arm forward with explosive force. His slime materialized right behind him like a terrifying titan. Attack! Chen Shu roared. The slime morphed its face into a nightmarish, bloodthirsty expression, literally terrifying the tiny caterpillar into tears. Witnessing this horrifying mismatch, the crowd braced for absolute carnage. It was a total bloodbath in the making. On the battlefield, the massive slime launched itself at the microscopic bug like a devastating cannonball. But right before impact, the slime suddenly lost its footing. It violently skidded off course, sliding past the tiny bug like a rogue gust of wind. The caterpillar just sat there. Absolute confusion written all over its tiny face. Carried by its own massive momentum, the slime slammed headfirst into the stadium barrier with a deafening crash. Seizing his moment, Chen Shu immediately unleashed an Oscar-worthy performance, coughing dramatically. He fell to one knee. I, Chen Shu, admit total defeat. The entire sequence happened so fast that Wolong's brain completely short-circuited. Wait, did he actually just win? However, the elite students were not buying this absolute circus act. What the hell just happened? Did the invincible Chen Shu seriously just lose to a bug? The great demon king of Nanjiang, defeated by an absolute nobody with a caterpillar? Are they faking the match? Someone yelled out. The furious crowd instantly swarmed the arena, staring daggers at Chen Shu as cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall. But lurking just beneath this ridiculous farce, what was his real endgame? A forced smile masks the absolute hurricane of panic raging in his chest. What is he supposed to do now? Thinking fast, Chen Shu pivots sharply toward the spectating crowd. He immediately slaps on an expression of deep, tragic earnestness. I know all of you are completely stunned right now. I am the undefeated champion in the hearts of Nanjiang City's people. But, with a heavy sigh, he points a trembling finger at Slim, who is sound asleep in the distance. My Slim's obedience level is just too painfully low. You can all see the overwhelming wisdom in its eyes. Slim's performance is an absolute disaster, but thankfully Chen Shu's brain works at lightning speed. Oh, well, even though its eyes are closed, its supreme intellect means it outright refuses my commands. Therefore, I concede defeat. But rest assured, everyone, I will definitely train relentlessly from this day forward. I must increase its obedience. The more he speaks, the more a fake wave of emotion washes over him. Thanks to this Academy Award-winning acting, he successfully dodges the intense backlash. Exactly. After all, it is still just an F-rank Slim. Striking a dramatic pose, he cups his hands together and announces with booming authority. Chen Shu takes his leave. He spins on his heel and strides away without a single wasted movement. The watching students are left in sheer awe. To them, this overwhelming aura is the mark of a true king. Not long after, back in the quiet confines of the dormitory, Chen Shu cannot hide the utterly villainous grin spreading across his face as he stares at his phone. Haha, the funds have finally hit the account, but Xu Xing instantly calls him out on the spot. Did you really throw the match just for this bit of pocket change? Chen Shu immediately fires back defensively. Do you call this a bit of pocket change? Look at this. He aggressively shoves the glowing bank notification screen right into his face. Pressing the phone dangerously close to Xu Xing's nose, he emphasizes every syllable. This is 70 million. Not stopping there, he quickly turns his fiery gaze to Su Nan for backup. Let me ask you, old Jie, if a God-given chance to pocket 70 million dropped in your lap, would you throw it away? The guy merely forces an awkward laugh and avoids eye contact. Chen Shu does not even wait for an answer, confidently slinging his arms around both of their shoulders. Absolutely impossible. Who in their right mind would walk away from this much wealth? Now, completely loaded with cash, he immediately shifts into business mode with Xu Xing. Oh, right. Little Xing, does your family's guild sell beast-taming pearls in massive bulk? I'm looking to drop 40 million on them right now. Shocked, Xu Xing replies, what on earth do you need that many for? Chen Shu has absolutely zero intention of hiding his epic master plan. To level up, obviously. I am on the verge of breaking through to a level 9 Beast Tamer. Time flies by in a flash. 3 full days later, inside the Grand Beast Taming Dojo, instructor Wu Shuang stands before them, laying out his rigorous training plan. Listen up, everyone. It is already November. After a grueling month of pushing your limits, your combat power has undoubtedly skyrocketed. Now, the true cultivation course begins. His stern expression remains completely unreadable as he breaks down the brutal details. This specialized cultivation course will last for exactly 2 months. Within these 2 months, whoever manages to level up their beast the fastest will claim the undisputed title of number 1. The moment Chen Shu hears this, a confident smirk tugs at his lips. He already knows victory is his. The fastest breakthrough? Who else could it possibly be but him? But his smugness shatters the next second as Wu Shuang points straight toward the exit. Our cultivation grounds will not be this dojo. Everyone pack your gear immediately. We are heading to an entirely new battleground. Moments later, a heavy-duty blue transport bus rumbles to a halt right in front of the gates. Adrenaline instantly spikes through Chen Shu's veins. Are they actually diving straight into another dimensional rift? Instructor Wu Shuang is forced to immediately shut down their wild imaginations. Settle down. The frozen ravine is currently under absolute lockdown. There is no way I am dragging you brats into that death trap right now. Just get on the bus. The heavy transport engine roars to life, tearing down the main highway. Before long, the massive vehicle screeches to a halt in front of a breathtakingly grand facility. Peering through the reinforced glass, Chen Shu's eyes immediately lock onto the towering structure. He instantly recognizes it as the absolute peak beast-taming pavilion in the entire city. Unconsciously stroking his chin in deep thought, a spark ignites in his eyes. So this is where the real training begins. In a desperate bid to attract and forge the ultimate beast tamer prodigies, Nanjiang City has poured unimaginable wealth into establishing countless beast-taming dojos of every size across the entire region. But standing at the absolute pinnacle is this legendary beast-taming pavilion, universally hailed as the ultimate training ground. Its astronomical entry fees are terrifying enough to crush the dreams of ordinary mortals. The true secret behind its terrifying reputation? The most massive sector of this facility is not built for flashy arena battles. It is exclusively designed for pure, unadulterated cultivation. Only when Chen Shu physically sets foot inside does the sheer majesty of the pavilion truly hit him. The spiritual pressure in the air is staggering. He never expected the academy to actually bleed this much cash just for them. Allowing the sheer awe to fully wash over the wide-eyed students, Instructor Wu Shuang's commanding voice echoes through the hall. Listen closely, everyone. Starting tomorrow, the boring classroom lectures are officially dead. He emphasizes every single syllable with crushing weight, burning the reality into their minds. Your one and only mission from dawn to dusk is absolute cultivation. A rare, almost predatory grin flashes across the instructor's usually stoic face as he lays out the ultimate truth. You are standing inside the highest-grade cultivation chamber in all of Nanjiang City. The cost to burn through this spiritual energy? A staggering 100,000 yuan every single day. I highly suggest you do not waste this heaven-sent opportunity. Wu Shuang finally steps back, waving his hand with unquestionable authority. Now, step inside and feel the power for yourselves. At those words, absolute hunger ignites in the eyes of Chen Shu and his crew. Their blood is boiling to dive straight into the training chambers. Any further explanation would just be a waste of precious time. Without another second of hesitation, the entire squad scatters. Each of them instantly locks themselves into deep meditation, desperately absorbing the once-in-a-lifetime spiritual energy. Time inside the chamber vaporizes in the blink of an eye. Before they know it, the intense cultivation session concludes, and the squad is forced to haul themselves back to Nanjiang Second High School. Xu Xing stretches his stiff muscles, a look of absolute bliss radiating from his face. I cannot believe the spiritual aura in that pavilion was so incredibly dense. A euphoric smile refuses to leave his lips. Just a short session inside, and my entire body feels like it has been reborn. Hearing this, Chen Shu simply narrows his eyes, a knowing glint flashing within them. It was acceptable. Just barely acceptable. Deep down, his inner thoughts completely clash with his perfectly crafted, enthusiastic facade. Compared to the system rewards, this is nothing but a side quest. He just needs to play along for now and find a chance to slip away tomorrow. Suddenly, the sharp ringtone of Xu Xing's phone shatters the silence. It cuts their conversation dead in its tracks. Glancing at the glowing screen, his eyes widen before he quickly shares the news. Chen Pai, your beast-taming pearls are here. This bombshell leaves even Chen Shu entirely stunned. That fast? Wasting no time, the whole squad rushes outside to intercept the delivery. Within moments, a bodyguard stands beaming next to an open car trunk. Young master, everything you requested is right here. Chen Shu marches forward, his face lit up with pure, unrestrained excitement. Beast-taming pearls worth 40 million. Euphoria washes over him as he stares at the massive stack of crates. They are finally here. Their timely arrival is an absolute game-changer for his immediate plans. It seems the day he breaks through to become a level 9 Beast Tamer is well within reach. Time slips away in the blink of an eye. In a flash, a dense veil of night completely swallows Nanjiang City. While the rest of the world is lost in slumber, Chen Shu is secretly grinding experience points with his own mouth. He chews for what feels like an eternity just to finish one single crate. He is utterly exhausted, but the biological clock of a human body is not something easily defied. Before long, his eyelids grow heavy, and his body completely gives out. Whatever, sleep comes first, the grind continues tomorrow. As the morning sun crests the horizon, the students of Nanjiang Second High School eagerly line up for their turn. Soon, the bus carrying the future of the city, and perhaps the entire nation, rolls toward the most prestigious beast-taming dojo in the area. Stepping up to the front, Li Wushuang wastes absolutely zero breath on pleasantries, cutting straight to the core issue. Today marks your very first day of official cultivation. Head to your private training rooms immediately. Within minutes, every strength-obsessed student has firmly locked down their spots, channeling every ounce of their spiritual energy. The second Chen Shu takes his seat, the system ruthlessly drops 4 choices into his mind. Option 1. Focus entirely on cultivation, yielding 0 rewards. Option 2. Use the beast-taming pearls to level up, granting a massive surge of beast-taming power. Option 3. Cause enough chaos to get kicked out by Li Wushuang, rewarding a stamina potion manual. Or Option 4. Straight up run away, unlocking a brand new wind breath skill. Bathed in the golden glow of the morning sun, the beast-taming dojo radiates an aura of absolute majesty. But while everyone else is dead silent, desperately squeezing out every drop of their cultivation potential, a sneaky shadow completely shatters the sacred atmosphere. Unsurprisingly, that shadow is none other than Chen Shu, boldly executing the system's escape mission to perfection. However, something terrifying catches the corner of his eye. Li Wushuang is already waiting in ambush alongside his black and white giant python, making his blood run entirely cold. Old Li is so painfully used to dealing with this rebellious student that he just offers a calm, chilling smile. Good morning. Chen Shu freezes solid, instantly accepting his miserable fate. Forget the bonus skill, surviving is more important. Deciding the manual is the safer bet, he obediently tucks his tail and retreats inside like a perfectly programmed robot. Touching down near the cultivation wall with an ironically cool crab-like pose, his face grows incredibly heavy at the current predicament. With old Li standing guard outside, jumping out is practically a death sentence. Chen Shu's brain spins at lightning speed before hitting a realization. There is only one path left. With a flick of his wrist, he summons the beast-taming pearls he meticulously prepared. Instead of sitting still like a good student, he pops his head up and carefully prowls around to scope out the entire perimeter. His eyes dart left and right, hunting for any sign of a breakthrough. Gnawing on these pearls is way too bland. Then, sensing an opportunity, a wicked, excited grin spreads across his face. Oh, jackpot. Without a second thought, he locks onto the system's third option. Time to unleash pure chaos. He just needs to pick a fight with someone. But before he can even flex a muscle, a suffocating wave of killing intent from Li Wushuang freezes him right in his tracks. The pressure is so overwhelming that Chen Shu screams internally before even turning his head. Old Li. When did he slip inside? Not daring to wait for a single word of scolding, he instantly accepts his place in the food chain. I am going back to cultivate now. Cursing under his breath, he throws in the towel. Being a good boy is the only option left. Discarding the system choices, he plops down and kicks off an endless mukbang session, twisting into bizarre poses that put yoga masters to shame. Still deeply suspicious, Li Wushuang observes from the shadows for a long time before finally nodding in satisfaction. It seems the troublemaker has finally given up his rebellious schemes. The moment the teacher definitively walks away, Chen Shu slips right into dreamland to meet the Duke of Zhou. Time flies by like a blur, transforming the vast sky above into a breathtaking sea of romantic stars. Only in the dead of night does he finally flutter his groggy eyes open. A vicious rumble in his stomach forcefully drags him back to reality. But Chen Shu is always 10 steps ahead. He fully prepped for his midnight dinner. This is not your average packed lunch. With a swift motion, he yanks out an entire barbecue grill. Then, he starts rummaging around for the missing piece. Of course, it is his ultimate, indispensable outdoor dining toolkit. In a matter of seconds, Chen Shu proudly opens his grand beast taming pearl barbecue stall. If he wants to level up fast, he has to feast like his life depends on it. If he does not scarf these down now, there might never be a next time. But inevitably, fate intervenes. The unique spiritual ingredients cannot stop thick, blinding smoke from billowing out everywhere. Peering through the dense haze for a long moment, a dumbfounded expression slowly creeps across his face as a shocking realization hits him. Something feels terribly wrong. He finally stands up to investigate why the thick smoke is spreading at such an unnatural speed. The sight before his eyes leaves Chen Shu utterly stunned. Without anyone noticing, the massive cultivation hall has ignited into a blazing inferno, and the true culprit frantically scrambles away. Fire! A sudden, ear-piercing scream shatters the solemn atmosphere of the beast-taming dojo. Fire! Everyone run! The crowd erupts into absolute chaos, desperately fleeing for their lives. Get out of here! Meanwhile, Wu Shuang has just finished his private business in the restroom when the terrified shrieks reach his ears. His pants are barely zipped up, but survival instincts kick in as he violently dashes out of the danger zone. The students of Nanjiang Second High School stand completely paralyzed by the sudden catastrophe. What in the world is happening? How did a fire break out from nowhere? In all their years of training, a raging fire at the prestigious beast-taming dojo is totally unheard of. Like magnets, every single pair of eyes, especially Jay Hong's, instinctively locks onto Chen Shu. The timing is far too suspicious. Could this be a deliberate arson attack? But before anyone can hurl an accusation, Chen Shu jumps the gun with the world's most guilty conscience. How absolutely despicable. Do not let me catch that wretched arsonist. Whether it is his incredibly dramatic acting or something else entirely, Gahong and the others are left dead silent. Invisible dots of speechlessness practically float above their heads. Out of nowhere, Wu Shuang suddenly materializes behind him, wearing a chilling, narrow-eyed smile. Oh? And if you do catch this arsonist, what exactly will you do? Chen Shu puffs out his chest, still playing the fearless hero. I will beat him to a pulp. Wu Shuang instantly grabs the culprit by the collar, dragging him away without a second of hesitation. Excellent. Then let us go review the security footage together. Time vanishes like a wild dog off its leash. 10 minutes pass in the blink of an eye, right until Wu Shuang's furious roar violently shakes the entire building. Chen Shu, you actually dared to barbecue inside the sacred beast-taming dojo? Inside the head office, the teacher unleashes an absolute hurricane of scolding. If you are bold enough to roast meat in here, why do you not just set up a grill at the local gas station? Chen Shu merely scratches his head. He fires back with a tone so incredibly innocent that it makes everyone in the room want to flip their desks. I have barbecued in alternate dimensions, and even in public restrooms. I just have not tried a gas station yet. Thank you for the brilliant idea, teacher. He immediately tries to use this ridiculous excuse to slip out of the death zone. I will be taking my leave now. Sadly, Wu Shuang is not letting him escape that easily. With a furious command, he instantly summons his legendary black and white giant python. Relying on just his 2 human legs, there is absolutely zero chance Chen Shu can outrun a colossal beast. In mere seconds, he is brutally dragged back to his exact starting spot. Wu Shuang's rage has completely shattered its limits. The only thing missing is a literal explosion sound effect. Trying to run away? Chen Shu frantically waves his hands in absolute terror. I would never dare. Teacher, I was just rushing to pay for the property damage. Hearing this miserable surrender, Wu Shuang finally snorts in satisfaction and grabs his student. I will escort you. By the time the massive fine is settled, Chen Shu steps out, looking utterly defeated. This is infuriating. A single barbecue meal cost me 300,000, and I even got blacklisted. This is beyond unbelievable. Wu Shuang practically rolls his eyes into the back of his skull at this brainless disciple. Even you realize it is unbelievable? Consider this matter closed. You are extremely lucky you did not end up behind iron bars today. But in the very next second, the teacher's aura shifts into absolute seriousness. Tell me the honest truth. Do you genuinely have no desire to cultivate? Chen Shu answers with a painfully casual shrug. It is not that I refuse to train. I simply lack the talent. I cannot even absorb the most basic beast-taming energy. This devastating revelation leaves Wushuang frozen in pure shock. Then how on earth did you achieve your current beast-taming level? Chen Shu awkwardly purses his lips, dodging the deadly question with a vague half-truth. All roads eventually lead to the peak. This cryptic answer only deepens Wushuang's suspicion. What is that supposed to mean? But instead of explaining, Chen Shu unleashes his ultimate puppy dog eyes. Teacher, I swear on my life, by the end of this year at the absolute latest, I will definitely become a level 9 Beast Tamer. Please do not lock me up in here anymore. Have mercy and let me go. Seeing his desperate state, Wushuang drops his murderous intent and offers a dangerous gamble. Fine, but we are making a bet. If you fail to reach that rank, you owe me 30 million. Without hesitating for even a fraction of a second, Chen Shu arrogantly locks in the insane deal. By the time the chaotic drama finally concludes, the glowing moon is already hanging high in the night sky. He struts out like a champion, admiring the shiny new system guidebook he just acquired. The reward was painfully delayed, but victory is finally his. Having barely survived the mental torture of managing Chen Shu, Wushuang cannot help but let out a soul-weary sigh from the very depths of his heart. He truly is a legendary troublemaker. Meanwhile, on a completely deserted street, Chen Shu kicks the dirt, walking aimlessly with total boredom. The night is still young. Heading home right now would be an absolute waste of time. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of inspiration flashes through his mind. Wait a minute. Why do I not go check out my new shop in the black market? Actions speak louder than words. He instantly flags down a passing taxi, burning zero time as he speeds straight into the dark underworld. Before long, Chen Shu arrives at his destination, immediately locking eyes with a familiar figure. Boss Wang Tianba takes one look at the approaching teenager and practically jumps out of his skin. Young Master Chen, the massive brute and his terrifying thugs instantly bow at a perfect 90-degree angle, showing textbook reverence. Greetings, young Master Chen. Used to this mobster treatment, the boy simply nods in acknowledgement. Yeah. Without needing Chen Shu to utter a single command, Tianba eagerly rushes forward to report their glorious victory. Our shop's current performance is absolutely monstrous. Every single afternoon, we completely sell out. But upon hearing this supposedly great news, Chen Shu's eyes widen in pure disbelief. Sold out? Meanwhile, a calculated glint flashes across Chen Shu's eyes as he maps out his future. If he wants to crush the entrance exams for the Imperial Capital Academy, absolute strength is the only currency that matters. Even if he fails to break through to a rank 9 Beast Tamer, reaching the Grandmaster tier in potion crafting would still guarantee his royal ticket in. His eyebrows shoot up, radiating an undeniable aura of absolute confidence. The path forward is crystal clear. He needs to grind his system guidebook's proficiency to the absolute max, and while he is at it, why not skyrocket his shop's popularity? A true man of action. The second the grand plan forms in his head, he frantically dives right into his latest crazy scheme. Moments later, a magnificent new advertising board is born. It reads, "The legendary public toilet alchemist is offering absolutely free potion crafting with a 100% success rate. Offerings include the Endurance Potion, the Ultimate Defense Potion, Physique Enhancer, Wisdom Potion, Leap Booster, and the Explosive Burst Speed Potion." But the mastermind does not stop there. Whipping his head around, he immediately starts barking out his brilliant master plan. Take this wooden sign to the black market's main gate and scream it at the top of your lungs. He then glares fiercely at Tianba. Where are my official clothes? Hand them over right now. The terrified underling instantly scrambles to comply. Within mere minutes, Chen Shu has the entire operation running like a well-oiled machine. The stage is perfectly set, completely primed for his grand debut, lacking only a proper title. Strutting with absolute swagger, he leisurely makes his triumphant return to his legendary, long-lost base of operations. The public toilet alchemist is finally stepping back into the underworld. But the moment he crosses the threshold, Zhou Yu abruptly pops out from the shadows, his jaw completely hitting the floor. Holy crap! Almighty God, it is actually you! Pure, unadulterated joy explodes across Zhou Yu's frantic face, utterly mind-blown that the insane promotional shouting at the black market's entrance is actually true. Hearing that familiar voice, it finally clicks in Chen Shu's brilliant mind. This is the exact same guy who once ran pale-faced and screaming that some lunatic was brewing potions in the bathroom stalls. Never one to miss a golden business opportunity, our menacing protagonist immediately zeroes in on his very first lucky victim. So, what do you say? Got the guts to try an ultimate potion? It is free of charge, totally on the house. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu does not have a death wish today. I will pass on the potion, but I can definitely help skyrocket your hype. With a massive, excited grin, he instantly fires up his live stream. What is up, chat? The impossible has happened. I have finally tracked down the mythical public toilet alchemist. I cannot believe he has officially respawned. Not stopping there, the streamer respectfully turns to Chen Shu. Almighty God, do you grant permission to show your legendary face? With a stoic, confident nod, the master gives his royal approval. Crashing into the camera frame with dominant energy, Chen Shu announces his arrival. Listen up, world. I am the legendary, absolutely free potion crafter of the Nanjiang Black Market's public restroom. The live chat instantly detonates into an absolute emotional roller coaster. Holy crap, is that actually him? Wait a minute, is not that the infamous menace? Hubby, step on me. I need to hear that fierce voice. Streamer bro, you better run for your life. You have just summoned a walking disaster. While Zhou Yu stares like a deer caught in headlights, our shameless protagonist casually reads the chaotic chat out loud. Oh, fierce brother, you are so handsome. I want to marry you. Please, everyone, do not focus purely on my devastating good looks. I highly encourage you all to appreciate my profound inner soul instead. Thank you. Zhou Yu is absolutely paralyzed by secondhand embarrassment, as Chen Shu relentlessly keeps going. I will definitely come support the menace. If anyone tries to stop me, I will fight them to the death. See? No one is stopping you. Come on down. Baby, I am rushing over to my menace oppa right now. I love you. And I love you too, random citizen. Mwah, mwah. The more Zhou Yu listens to this sickening sweetness, the more his brain hurts. Squinting at his screen to investigate these supposedly gentle comments, the brutal reality slaps him in the face. The chat is absolutely not filled with love. It is a terrifying wall of spam screaming one single warning. The menace is here. Evacuate the premises immediately. His soul leaves his body as he stares blankly at the overly confident Chen Shu. Big boss, are you absolutely sure you are reading my chat right now? Because I do not see a single word of that up there. Chen Shu does not even flinch. Instead, a terrifyingly dangerous aura erupts from his eyes. He slowly grinds out his words, heavily emphasizing every single syllable, to prove his unhinged reality is the only truth. Why do not you look a little closer? Sweating profusely under the crushing pressure of the menace, Zhou Yu instantly caves. I looked closely. Yes, your reading comprehension is flawlessly accurate. Watching this insane exchange, the livestream viewers are left completely speechless. So it was the legendary art of gaslighting the chat out of thin air. His delusion levels are truly light years ahead of humanity. If anyone dares to disagree, come catch these hands in a debate. Honestly, is the atmosphere in here not getting just a little bit too philosophical? But what is there to even debate? Refusing to let the awkward tension linger for too long, the master forcefully takes back control. Alright, enough fooling around. Back to the main event. Staring dead into the camera lens, he drops his ultimate promotional slogan to a chat room, frantically spamming sixes in pure awe. Jokes aside, my lethal potions might be a crime against nature, but the $0 price tag is 100% real. Come find me before it is too late. The second those epic words leave his mouth, a frantic knocking shatters the silence. The door bursts open to reveal none other than Chi Hao. Hearing rumors of the legend's grand return, he sprinted all the way here just to ask, "Excuse me, are you the legendary menace? I need you to craft me 2 portions of the Leap Booster Potion, right now." Oozing with overwhelming confidence, Chen Shu effortlessly smirks. Not a problem. Never forgetting his captive audience, he dramatically points right at the livestream camera. Keep your eyes peeled, mortals. A brand new miracle potion is about to be birthed into this world. Tossing the smartphone back to its trembling owner, he spins around. With a perfectly straight back and footsteps as heavy as a mountain, he marches into his sacred restroom laboratory like a legendary warrior preparing to step onto a bloody battlefield. The sheer epicness of his aura leaves the livestream viewers absolutely breathless. He truly lives up to the title of the public toilet alchemist, fiercely honoring his glorious, chaotic roots. 10 agonizing minutes later, the restroom door swings open. Chen Shu emerges from the shadows, proudly clutching the promised peerless elixir. The potion is complete. Chi Hao also politely steps forward to offer his deepest thanks. Without a single drop of hesitation, placing his absolute faith in the boy's bizarre reputation, he declares, "Let me test this out." Within mere seconds, a magnificent mystical fox is summoned right before their very eyes. The little creature was absolute perfection. It eagerly consumed whatever its master offered, without a single moment of hesitation. Suddenly, a bizarre light sparked within its eyes, a mystical gleam, completely different from before. The very next second, overflowing energy surged through the fox. It bounced around with the terrifying speed of pure lightning. Chi Hao's eyes widened in sheer awe, sparkling like brilliant stars at the incredible sight. This potion is the real deal! The viewers watching the stream absolutely lost their minds. Holy crap, it is actually real. I need to go right now. Do not even try to fight me for it. I am already on my way. The legendary potion maker of the public restroom truly lived up to the hype. A victorious smirk crawled across Chen Shu's face. Radiating absolute confidence, he announced to his livestream, "Seeing is believing. As for my true skills, you all have witnessed them with your own eyes. Feel free to come find me." Wild cheers of pure excitement shattered the romantic silence of the night sky. Charge. I am definitely going to be the first one there. By now, the public restroom was packed so incredibly tight that anyone who actually needed to use the toilet stood absolutely no chance. What followed next was a display of pure, godly mastery. Chen Shu crafted potions with zero wasted movements. Every single person was brimming with wild excitement. After all, they were scoring top-tier goods absolutely for free. Time flew by in a blinding flash of relentless work. Soon, the brightly lit city buildings went entirely dark as midnight approached. Chen Shu stretched his arms high into the air. Ah, that hits the spot. Today's shift is finally over. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhou Yu quietly trailing behind him. He raised a curious eyebrow and voiced his confusion. Huh? It is incredibly late. Why are you still hanging around here? Zhou Yu rubbed his neck awkwardly but got straight to the point. I want to ask the Grandmaster a question. His gaze turned dead serious as he looked Chen Shu straight in the eye. Grandmaster, why are you brewing all these potions for others completely for free? All traces of his previous shyness had vanished. Chen Shu answered without missing a single beat. For world peace and the love of humanity, of course. His tone dripped with fake, exaggerated saintliness. And with that, he immediately tried to shoo the boy away. All right, hurry up and go home. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was left standing there with tears welling in his eyes. What kind of absolute saint was this guy? But Chen Shu was not done issuing orders just yet. He turned his attention straight to Tianba. Old Wang, modify the restroom door tomorrow and install a window. From now on, I will just slide the potions straight out. The man nodded without a second thought. Understood, young Master Chen. Hearing these incredibly practical, yet noble commands only elevated Chen Shu's image further in Zhou Yu's heart. As expected, true Grandmasters simply operated on a completely different level. From that fateful day forward, driven by his own hidden agenda, Chen Shu arrived at the black market's public restroom every single day to brew potions for free. Such relentless grinding truly deserved an epic reward. And sure enough, the legendary reputation of the mighty potion shop spread like absolute wildfire. Hordes of customers stampeded in every single night. The stock sold out so incredibly fast, the time could only be measured in mere seconds. 10 grueling days passed in a flash. As the golden rays of dawn finally pierced the sky, the once crowded restroom was left completely empty. Inside Chen Shu's vision, the bright red proficiency bar for his potion making had skyrocketed. It was pushed right to the absolute limit, with barely a sliver of white left to fill. Pure thrill sparked in his eyes, and a brilliant grin stretched across his exhausted face. All those sleepless nights of non-stop grinding were finally paying off. He was right on the edge of a massive breakthrough. Deep within the midnight black market, the bustling stalls had all closed up for the night. The only ones left wandering the silent streets were Chen Shu and his cute little slime. Once my potion proficiency officially breaks through, my brewing speed is going to hit a whole new level. He locked eyes with his bouncing spirit pet, deep in thought. Slime has also been chugging down a mountain of potions lately. At this crazy rate, my Beast Tamer level is going to skyrocket in just a few days. But suddenly, a shadow stepped out to block his path. It was none other than Azi. Her piercing gaze locked onto him as she dropped a heavy, undeniable statement. A giant, invisible question mark seemingly popped up over Chen Shu's head. He blinked in pure, unadulterated confusion. Who the heck are you? Before he could react, she closed the distance between them, leaning in dangerously close. Anyone watching would assume they were completely smitten lovers. I am Azi, from the company 333. Her warm, intoxicating breath ghosted teasingly against his ear. Tell me, are you free right now? Azi showed absolutely zero intention of backing off from this heavy flirting. I would love to invite you over. She pushed her luck even further, refusing to give Chen Shu a single second to interrupt, to my place. We could have a deep, private chat about potion brewing, but naturally, our main character was not about to just stand there and be played. The tension was thick, the romantic atmosphere reaching a boiling point, and in less than a second, Chen Shu ruthlessly shattered it into a million pieces. No thanks, it is way too late, and my dorm has a strict curfew. He flashed a perfectly polite, yet completely dismissive smile. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to find me tomorrow during business hours. But Azi was a seasoned hunter who never backed down easily. Curfew? That actually works out perfectly. With a deeply calculated motive, she locked her seductive gaze onto his. In a mere heartbeat, she cranked the spicy tension up to the absolute maximum. We can spend the entire night taking things very slowly. However, her ultimate seduction hit a solid brick wall against this romantically dense protagonist. Absolutely not. I still have to cultivate tonight. With that, he bolted away at lightning speed. He ran as if Azzi were a terrifying, primordial beast. Damn it. That woman almost cost me my precious breakthrough time. Watching his violently retreating figure, she did not even bother to give chase. Her seductive smile instantly vanished into a cold, serious glare as she tapped her phone. Mission failed. Staring at the boy who did not look back even once, Azzi came to a rather hilarious conclusion. The target might actually not be into women. Prepare a backup strategy immediately. Meanwhile, back at the completely dark dormitories of Nanjiang High School No. 2, Chen Shu sat cross-legged in absolute silence. He poured his entire soul into cultivating, fully absorbing the glorious rewards granted by the system. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him like a bolt of thunder. His eyes snapped open, blazing with brilliant light. The raging energy swirling around his body ascended to a completely new realm. My potion mastery finally broke through, and my Beast Tamer rank just skyrocketed straight to level 9. Chen Shu practically vibrated with wild anticipation as he pulled up his status screen. Now, let us see what epic bonus rewards the system has waiting for me. Then, his gaze shifted to the system's latest gift. The glorious reward? A black iron tier unlocking potion. Before he could even inspect the item, Sunan's voice echoed through the air. Chen P. Absolute triumph was written all over his smug face. I finally broke through to level 8, but his boasting was cut agonizingly short. As he stepped closer, the harsh reality finally hit him. Absolute panic and sheer disbelief shattered Sunan's confidence. You! He stuttered, his jaw hitting the floor. Did you already break through to a level 9 Beastmaster? Facing this utter meltdown, Chen Shu did not even blink. He just casually tilted his head and smirked. Is there a problem with that? Sunan's voice cracked with overwhelming despair. He looked so utterly defeated, you could almost hear a tragic violin playing in the background. We grind every single day, tired as dogs, and still cannot catch up to you. But instead of comforting his grieving comrade, Chen Shu gleefully rubbed salt in the wound. Hey now, how could a dog possibly be more exhausted than you? Seeing his friend on the verge of tears, the main character finally dialed back the roasting and dropped the brutal truth. Honestly, there is exactly one way you can catch up to me. Chen Shu offered a solution that sounded like a total scam. Just tell your family to prepare 10 million Beastmaster pearls. Do that, and you might just match my pace. This outrageous flex instantly shattered Sunan's patience, making him raise his fists to teach Chen Shu some manners. Get lost, Sunan roared. Ignoring the outburst, Chen Shu rode the high of his new power. Excitement dripped from his every word. Jokes aside, though, I really should pay the Beastmaster Dojo a little visit. It is officially time for the world to witness my grand breakthrough. Early the next morning, the golden sunrise painted the streets. It cast long, heroic shadows behind Chen Shu and his two friends as they confidently marched toward the Beastmaster Dojo. However, their epic entrance was cut abruptly short. A staff member blocked their path before they could even take 5 steps. Shinru flashed them a perfectly practiced, corporate smile. I am so sorry, sir, she chimed cheerfully. But you are currently on our infamous blacklist. We will need you to pay the hazard fee first. Chen Shu did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. With the ultimate arrogance of a ridiculously wealthy man, he casually swiped his card like an absolute boss. Without another word, the receptionist processed the payment. The machine beeped, confirming the massive transaction was a complete success. Payment confirmed. Please take your card back, Shinru said, stepping aside. With the gates finally open, the trio strutted deep into the dojo with overwhelming, undeniable swagger. It did not take long to find their target. They stumbled upon Li Wu Shuang, who was deeply moved by the recent events. It seems everyone has been breaking through lately, the teacher sighed. Chen Shu immediately stepped into the spotlight, grinning brighter than the blazing sun. What is up, my friends? Long time no see. But his legendary urge to provoke the masses could never be contained. Is there anyone brave enough to challenge me today? For the current hymn, crushing rookies was just another Tuesday. If you have a death wish, please take one step forward. Dead silence choked the entire arena. Every single student there had already tasted Chen Shu's terrifying brutality. Even those who had leveled up could not stop their legs from shaking. The entire crowd violently scrambled backward in sheer terror. When the dust settled and the cowardly crowd finally stopped moving, one single figure remained standing at the front lines. Tang Li had been left completely stranded. This hilarious contrast made Chen Shu raise an eyebrow before slowly clapping his hands. As expected of young Master Tang, truly fearless, shall we begin the slaughter? Though totally caught off guard by his fleeing classmates, Tang Li refused to back down. Chen Shu, do you honestly think I fear you anymore? fierce lightning aura exploded from his body, crackling wildly through the air. Let me enlighten you. Thanks to my absolute genius talent, I have officially broken through to level 8. Today is the day you pay for everything in blood. With devastating, earth-shattering momentum, his blue bird was summoned to the battlefield, screeching at its prey. Yet, Chen Shu did not look intimidated in the slightest. Instead, a terrifying battle lust ignited in his eyes. Perfect. It is time for a little field test. At his command, his summoned beast materialized. The once tiny slime baby burst onto the scene, now a towering, colossal mountain of pure arrogance. Let us see if a level 9 can actually one-shot a level 8. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the slime was suffocating. Li Wushuang and the entire student body went violently pale, screaming in horror. What? For Tang Li, those words struck like a devastating thunderbolt to the soul. You are a level 9 already? The sheer injustice of the power gap crushed his spirit completely. Tang Li was so immensely frustrated he practically coughed up blood. Unbothered, Chen Shu stepped forward, eager to flex his new god-tier strength. Yep, now hurry up and attack, Chen Shu urged. But the burning determination that once fueled Tang Li had instantly evaporated. The terrifying reality of their level difference broke him. Showing absolute mastery in the ancient art of running away, Tang Li aggressively gritted his teeth and surrendered on the spot. Who in their right mind would fight a total monster like you? He screamed, recalling his battle aura. I forfeit. I am out. This shamelessly swift surrender left even the mighty Chen Shu utterly speechless. Just as things got awkwardly quiet, Li Wushuang stepped in to end the pathetic standoff. Enough of this nonsense, the teacher barked. His stern gaze swept over the terrified crowd of students. Every single one of you, get back to the cultivation rooms immediately. Denied his glorious moment of absolute domination, Chen Shu clicked his tongue in profound disappointment. What a completely anticlimactic ending, completely abandoning whatever shredded dignity he had left. Tang Li scrambled away from the battlefield like his life depended on it. Yes, sir, I am going to cultivate right now. With a heavy sigh, Chen Shu turned to follow the fleeing crowd to train. But given his catastrophic track record of destruction, Li Wushuang was not about to let him out of his sight. Hold it right there, Chen Shu, the teacher ordered. I need to thoroughly inspect your bag before you go anywhere. The ultimate troublemaker froze in his tracks, suddenly sweating bullets at the unexpected bag check. Teacher, is this really necessary? But before the students of Nanjiang Second High School can even turn around, they chant in perfect unison. It is absolutely necessary. Teacher Wushuang raises a single eyebrow, his voice dripping with absolute amusement. See, the people have spoken. Left with zero options, Chen Shu helplessly watches his precious stash fall into the instructor's hands. Now, let the teacher see exactly what you brought along. From a heavy-duty drill and a suspicious sack to a hairdryer, glowing green liquid, a weighing scale, and even cooking spices, the bizarre stash leaves him completely speechless. He immediately lays down the law. There will be absolutely zero compromises today. I am confiscating all of this, he declares sternly. You will get them back on the way home. Without missing a beat, he turns his sharp gaze to the rest of his little ducklings, driving them back to their stations. Dismissed. Hurry up and get back to your cultivation. But little does Wushuang know. Chen Shu's unusual, complaint-free silence is a massive red flag. A highly punchable smirk creeps onto the boy's face. He's secretly held onto his ultimate weapon. Good thing I kept a spare, he snickers. Beneath the gentle afternoon sun, the atmosphere around the beast-taming dojo feels deadly serious. A heavy, respectful silence hangs in the air, until a certain shameless troublemaker decides to absolutely shatter the peace. Good evening, my dear classmates. It is none other than Chen Shu, generously dropping by to offer some totally unsolicited encouragement. Cultivation is a sacred duty, he announces grandly. You guys absolutely must work hard. His tone drips with pure, concentrated sarcasm. Even though I am already a level 9 Beast Tamer now, I still take full responsibility for my words. He thumps his chest proudly. Every single drop of my beast taming power is earned through sheer, agonizing blood and sweat. He does not stop there, tossing out lines that make everyone want to flip their desks in raging fury. Even at the peak of level 9, I never forget my humble beginnings. Unfortunately for him, his majestic ego trip is brutally cut short. Chen Shu, have you completely lost your mind? Wushuang arrives just in time to save the sanity of the other students. His blazing fury is an erupting volcano. Tell me the truth right now. What on earth do you think you are doing? Yet, the boy replies with infuriating calmness, as if stating a universal truth. I am simply caring for my peers, sir. As the class monitor, I must check on everyone's progress. He places a hand over his heart. They are the precious seedlings of our nation. After all, after dealing with this menace for so long, the teacher sees right through his absolute nonsense. Speak human, he growls. Cornered, the boy flinches and drops the righteous act. His true answer instantly makes the veins bulge dangerously thick on Wu Shuang's neck and forehead. You are not pretending anymore, are you? Boiling, killing intent radiates from the teacher. Every single word is hissed through tightly clenched teeth. Come on, let me see what your level 9 power looks like. He cracks his knuckles. You are fighting me today. The terrifying aura instantly scares Chen Shu half to death, forcing him to stumble backward in panic. But suddenly, a glowing blue screen appears. The system presents him with a crucial choice. Option 1. Nod and accept. I was just thinking the same thing. Reward. Black iron grade physique potion. Option 2. Refuse bluntly, maintaining the image of a respectful student. Reward. Level 2 bouncing fruit. Option 3. Wait for an opening and launch a sneak attack. Reward. A massive amount of beast taming power. His mind instantly races into deep tactical analysis. While all three rewards are incredibly tempting, he glances at the towering, furious Wu Shuang before him. I need to break through to the black iron grade before the exams. He grits his teeth. What I need most right now is pure beast taming power. Chen Shu lets out a long, heavy sigh of relief, his decision locked in. Looks like I have no choice but to be a brave warrior today. He throws caution to the wind and instantly executes his master plan. Teacher Lee, look, a UFO. Unbelievably, this legendary distraction technique actually works. It shifts the man's attention just long enough for Chen Shu to draw his weapon. Unbelievably, this legendary distraction technique actually works. It shifts the man's attention just long enough for Chen Shu to draw his weapon. It is the very same sack Wu Shuang thought he had confiscated. A sinister, cunning grin stretches across the boy's face, channeling his maximum level of sheer trickery. Chen Shu seizes the perfect window to strike. Old Li, you absolutely cannot blame me for this. Unfortunately for him, Wu Shuang's decades of brutal battle experience are not something a kid can easily outsmart. The older man's eyes snap back, blazing with apocalyptic fury at Chen Shu's arrogant mockery. What exactly are you trying to do? He booms. The boy's soul practically leaves his body as cold sweat cascades down his back like a waterfall. Nothing at all. His desperate brain works in overdrive, frantically scrambling for an escape route. I am going to chase that UFO and contribute to our glorious national aerospace industry. However, this absolute brain-dead excuse pushes Wu Shuang so far past his boiling point that he actually starts laughing. Come over here, let's have a nice long chat. No matter how hard Chen Shu struggles, or how desperately he begs for his miserable life, he cannot escape the loving gifts of education about to be violently beaten into him. Witnessing this brutal beatdown from afar, Tang Li is almost moved to tears, not out of sympathy, of course. It is absolute justice. Pure, unadulterated ecstasy spreads across his face. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. He cheers inwardly. When the doors finally reopen, Wu Shuang strolls out with a thoroughly refreshed and relaxed aura. Trailing behind him is Chen Shu, battered and bruised, but sporting a stubbornly stoic expression, as if saying, mortal wounds cannot strike fear into a true man's heart. In reality, he is just desperately trying to look cool in front of the massive crowd. A true protagonist must face all hardships with utter calmness, he tells himself. His absolute refusal to break character and admit his pain leaves Sunan completely speechless. Before long, the veil of night drapes over the student dormitories. Seeing Chen Shu return completely drained of his earlier explosive energy, his roommate hurriedly tries to cheer him up. Chen Shu, do you want to go grab some food? A gloomy, dark cloud of utter depression hangs over the boy. Not only has he been brutally thrashed, but he has also failed his system quest. You guys go ahead and eat without me. I need to cultivate, he mutters miserably. His mouth claims he wants to train, but his stomach fiercely disagrees. He suddenly snaps his head up. Oh, right. Please bring me back 3 bowls of beef noodles, 4 giant meat buns, and a massive hamburger. Seeing Chen Shu in such a weirdly gloomy state makes Sunan feel genuinely bad for him. Looks like he really took a massive mental hit this time, he thinks. Meanwhile, hidden away from this dorm room drama, the elite students of Nanjiang High School, number 2, are burning with fiery determination. Provoked by the shocking revelation of Chen Shu's level 9 status, their training reaches a terrifying new level. But what new nightmare is waiting for them next? Time flies without mercy. In the blink of an eye, 2 grueling months of training vanish, ushering in a brilliant new dawn. Standing tall before the assembled students, Teacher Wu Shuang projects his commanding voice across the training grounds. Today marks the absolute end of our 2-month training camp. Skipping the boring formalities, he cuts straight to the brutal truth. It is time to announce the final rankings. To absolutely no one's surprise, the results match their wildest expectations. First place, Chen Shu. Wearing the most smug, punchable grin imaginable, the main character struts to the front. Thank you all for trying your best to keep up. Down in the crowd, Tang Li's eyes burn with pure, unadulterated jealousy. Dulong, weren't you just saying you wanted to protest this level-based ranking system? Too cowardly to step up himself, he shamelessly uses his classmate as a meat shield to ignite the drama. Now is your perfect chance to speak up. And like a total pawn, Dulong actually takes the bait. Yeah, you are right. Just as Wushuang hands over the golden first-place certificate, Dulong leaps from the crowd. Teacher! The sudden outburst instantly forces Chen Shu to knit his brows in pure annoyance. The atmosphere freezes. Chen Shu glares in dead silence as the fool marches forward. But our main character never comes unprepared. His signature weapon of intimidation is already locked and loaded. A terrifying chill shoots straight down Dulong's spine. Yet, blinded by foolish pride, he stubbornly pushes forward with his death wish. Teacher, I strongly believe this ranking is. He chokes on his words. It is not just Chen Shu's hand slipping into his bag anymore. The terrifying silhouette of his slime is already halfway out. Chen Shu flashes a dazzlingly bright, yet utterly murderous smile. What were you saying about the rankings? That simple threat is enough to turn Dulong's blood to ice. His survival instincts kick into overdrive. Dulong instantly bows his head with a trembling, fake laugh. I feel this ranking is absolutely 100% justified. Chen Shu nods, immensely satisfied with this display of submission. Very smart. But just as he claims his mental victory, a heavy hand claps onto his shoulder. He turns to see none other than teacher Wu Shuang, who has been watching this entire theatrical display of bullying with deadpan eyes. All right, enough messing around. Let us return to actual business. Wasting zero time, the instructor drops his next bombshell. Tomorrow marks the start of the new year. You all get 3 days off. But once the holiday ends, playtime is over. I will personally drag you all to the Spirit Arena to clash with the elite beast masters of Daxing City. Those two words strike Chen Shu like a bolt of lightning. The Spirit Arena. A storm of strategic calculations immediately begins to swirl in his mind. I have heard the legends surrounding the official Spirit Arena, he mutters to himself. But I have never actually stepped foot inside. Recalling the intel he gathered, his eyes narrow in deep thought. Rumor has it, it is a colossal coliseum directly funded by the government. To boost morale and push limits, the state updates the combat rankings every single month, handing out massive, top-tier rewards. I never expected high schoolers like us would get an invite. Suddenly, a familiar, elegant figure glides past his line of sight. Wang Qinghan. The sight of her instantly jolts a specific memory awake. Back then, to pay off a crushing debt, she had plunged straight into the brutal world of the underground Spirit Arena. Smelling an opportunity, he enthusiastically bolts in her direction. Unbothered by his sudden approach, Wang Qinghan pauses, offering him a remarkably gentle smile. Chen Shu, is something on your mind? His face lights up with sheer, unadulterated excitement as he cuts straight to the chase. Since you fought in the underground Spirit Arena before, care to pass down some veteran combat secrets to us? Hearing his grand request, Wang Qinghan blinks, delivering a brutally honest and completely flat response. Nope, absolutely none. The underground ring I fought in was strictly a private bloodbath. It operates entirely differently from the official, government-sanctioned arena. But before he can even process his disappointment, her entire demeanor shifts. Oh, actually, Chen Shu, do you have any plans for tonight? Her eyes sparkle with a vibrant energy, carrying a tone that absolutely refuses to take no for an answer. We want to treat you to dinner. Cut to that very evening in the chaotic boys' dormitory. Chen Shu paces the floor, his mind spinning with suspicion. Dinner? Why on earth would they suddenly want to feed me? Beside him, Sunan's wild imagination shatters the very boundaries of space and time. Bro, could it be that they actually want to? Chen Shu cuts him off, his face the absolute picture of a dense, romance-blind idiot. You think they want me to secretly tutor them in combat training? The sheer stupidity of that conclusion leaves Sunan completely speechless. Forget it. You are single for a very good reason. Where is this dinner? We are tagging along to protect you. Too lazy to overthink the details, Chen Shu joyfully rallies the troops. Perfect. Let us march forth and shamelessly secure some free food. In no time at all, the 3 hungry boys arrive at the designated coordinates. Chen Shu raises an eyebrow, thoroughly impressed by the luxurious setup. A top-tier hot pot restaurant. The target is table 234. Muttering the numbers under his breath, his sharp gaze sweeps across the bustling dining hall like a radar scanner. 234. It does not take long to spot them. The shy and adorable Xiao Yu sits beside Wang Qinghan and the icy beauty, Xia Bing. Before he can even sneak up, Wang Qinghan's face lights up with pure joy as she catches him in her sights. Chen Shu. We are over here. Scene transition. A prime slice of marbled beef is slowly, agonizingly dipped into a bubbling, blood-red, spicy broth. The massive restaurant is alive with the roaring energy of hundreds of diners. Amidst the chaotic steam, Xiaoyu carefully prepares a perfectly cooked bite, her cheeks dusted with a shy pink hue. Chen Shu, please, try a bite of this. Not to be outdone, Wang Qinghan aggressively shifts closer, giving our main character a heart-stopping, extremely close-up view of her undeniable assets. This one is absolutely delicious too. Even the normally reserved Xia Bing flashes a rare, brilliant smile, dropping another premium cut of meat directly onto his plate. And do not forget this piece. Trapped in a paradise of sizzling meat and overwhelming feminine charm, our battle-hardened hero freezes. For the first time ever, the shameless Chen Shu is left blushing, completely surrounded by three breathtaking beauties. How will he survive this delicious, heart-racing torture? Laughter echoed beneath the warm glow of the lanterns, but amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Xuxing and Su Nan sat completely forgotten in the shadows. Their judging eyes locked onto the impossibly lucky protagonist sitting across from them. Finally, Su Nan cleared his throat, desperately trying to remind the group of his existence. So, let me get this straight. Why exactly did you invite us out for dinner? Qinghan's sweet demeanor pulled a complete 180-degree turn. We did not invite you. Those ruthless words struck Su Nan like a physical blow, leaving him frozen solid. He took a deep, trembling breath, desperately swallowing his utter humiliation. Quickly, he pivoted the conversation to save face. Fine then. Why did you invite Chen Shu? Hearing his name, Chen Shu nodded in agreement, his cheeks still hilariously stuffed with food. He is right. What exactly do you want with me? The girl suddenly fidgeted, her cheeks burning like a shy 18-year-old maiden experiencing her first crush. A delicate hand gently tugged at the corner of his shirt. Well, the truth is, stepping up for her rival, Xiaoyu finally revealed their true intentions. We really just wanted to get together. We want to thank you for saving us back there. And we were wondering which academy you plan to apply to. Her breathtaking face suddenly lit up, shining as brightly as the celestial stars above. After graduation, we want to go with you. But tragically, their romantic frequency completely missed his dense radar. Chen Shu's mind immediately jumped to the most battle-crazed conclusion. Wait, do you guys want to compete with me for academy spots? You have got to be kidding me. I am aiming straight for Huaxia Academy. Xiaoyu's bright expression instantly darkened. It was as if her entire pink-colored dream world had shattered into a million pieces. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly into the endless void. Forget it. Just consider this dinner a simple thank you for your help. The dense protagonist only grew more intensely confused. Huh? What do you mean, forget it? Suddenly, a glass of fruit juice was aggressively thrust into his face. Just take it! The sudden gesture left Chen Shu completely bewildered. Huh? The three stunning beauties cheerfully raised their glasses and toasted together. They completely ignored him, leaving him to watch in absolute bewilderment. The silent night gradually descended over the modern city. Towering skyscrapers reached into the deep azure sky, illuminated by the brilliant, piercing light of the silver moon. From a distance, the group of girls turned back. They offered a warm, friendly wave goodbye to Chen Shu before vanishing into the night. Yet, even at this very moment, our utterly clueless hero muttered the most senseless question. So, what was the actual point of that dinner? Su Nan shot him a look of absolute, soul-crushing judgment. There is a very good reason you are single. Beside him, Xuxing nodded aggressively in profound agreement. Yeah, exactly. Chen Shu was just about to argue back. But suddenly, an emergency system notification flared to life right on cue. The Beast Tamer Association had just broadcasted a brand new mission. The objective was clear: hunt down and annihilate a pack of level 9 demonic beasts. The alert displayed two distinct choices, each carrying a massive bounty. A wave of pure shock washed over his face. Wait, what? An emergency subjugation request. His tactical mind began spinning at lightning speed. Slime just broke through to level 9. If I can secure just a bit more beast-taming power. His eyes gleamed with burning ambition as he turned to his comrades. Old Shi, Little Xing, I have got a high-stakes mission. Are you guys in or out? Without missing a single beat, Su Nan and Xuxing exchanged a fiery look. Their voices roared in perfect, unshakable unison. We accept? The scene shifted to a breathtaking nighttime wilderness. Majestic, jagged mountains stacked endlessly against the horizon. A dense, foreboding jungle blanketed the vast territory below. Chen Shu slowly stepped out of the transport vehicle that brought them to the danger zone. The three young tamers fell deadly silent, their sharp eyes scanning the treacherous environment. In his grip was the official bounty claiming this deadly operation. Their target? A vicious nest of level 9 fire snakes terrorizing Taiping Mountain. These beasts threatened Nanjiang City just yesterday. The reward for protecting the citizens? A staggering 1 million Huaxia credits. The intel also provided a crucial weakness. Their resistance to freezing temperatures was pathetically low. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a blade. Su Nan turned to his leader for the final call. Chen Shu, What is the battle plan? A fearless smirk crept across Chen Shu's face. His answer had been carved in stone from the very beginning. We strike. The silhouette of the young Beast Tamer stood tall against the towering, moonlit peak. His unwavering presence fueled the burning determination of his comrades. Tonight, they would conquer the summit. Crackling violently, the Thunderbird erupted with wild bolts of electricity. It dive-bombed from the pitch-black heavens, following the swift guidance of Little Butterfly leading the charge. Suddenly, Sunan's sharp voice cut through the roaring wind. Target spotted over there. The Thunderbird instantly banked its massive wings, shifting its flight path. But in that split second, something sinister caught Chen Shu's eagle-like gaze. Staring into the abyss below, he spotted the horde of fire snakes. They were sleeping soundly in the very lands they had stolen from innocent humans. He narrowed his eyes and issued a tactical command. Bingo. They are exactly where we expected. Thunderbird, halt your advance. Do not engage just yet. Thrusting his hand forward, a brilliant summoning circle blazed to life in the darkness. Time to shine, slime. Go. In a flash of blinding light, the colossal slime materialized. It plummeted from the sky like a devastating meteor, crashing toward the earth at godlike speed. Down below, one of the seemingly dormant fire snakes snapped its terrifying eyes open. Its primal instincts had sensed the incoming doom, but its realization came far too late. The devastating aerial bombardment of the slime had officially begun. Furious at the sudden ambush, the serpentine monsters refused to let intruders disrespect their deadly lair. Boiling thermal energy rapidly gathered within the jaws of the monstrous beasts. Witnessing the impending clash, Chen Shu's blood boiled with absolute thrill. Let the collision begin. Responding its master's fiery will, slime blitzed straight into the heart of the enemy formation. The two unstoppable forces finally stood face to face in a deadly standoff. The numbers were vastly against them, but fear was not in Chen Shu's vocabulary. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he smirked with overwhelming arrogance. You think these pathetic little sparks are enough to burn my slime? You really need to take a good, hard look in the mirror. The result? That round yellow face smashed violently into the swarm of fire snakes. The brutal impact unleashed an ear-piercing shockwave across the area. Sunan witnessed the entire chaotic scene unfold. His mind was completely blown. Damn it, he muttered. He was absolutely determined to confront Chen Shu and get to the bottom of this. Chen Shu, be honest with me. How on earth did you raise this slime? It is literally just an F-rank contracted spirit. The main character answers with a face full of absolute pride. Mainly with my whole heart. I used the power of boundless love. The pack of fire snakes is so terrified by his little slime that they scramble back into their cave. They run for their lives, even though they do not actually have any legs. Shu Xing turns pale with utter disbelief, sweat pouring down his trembling face. Give it a rest, man. But looking at this situation, this battle is practically over. But just as the victorious little slime bounces back to its master, Sunan blurts out a loud curse in pure disbelief. Holy crap, they retreated. Did we actually just solve this? However, Chen Shu immediately shuts down their premature celebration. Pointing at the pitiful tears streaming down his tiny slime, he scoffs. Solved. My foot. His eyes lock onto his pet's once glowing golden backside, which is now completely scorched into a dark ash gray. Can you not see how thoroughly roasted my slime's bottom is? Things have just taken a catastrophic turn. Slithering out from the darkness is a fire snake, but its terrifying form is completely different from the mindless grunts before. Its massive, towering body easily dwarfs the nearby mountain peak. Chen Shu instantly senses the overwhelming aura of pure danger. It is a black Iron Lord tier monster. Run for your lives. The Thunderbird immediately accelerates, tearing through the sky like a brilliant streak of lightning. It sharply angles its massive wings, desperately preparing to retreat. But right in the middle of this life or death crisis, the iconic system interface suddenly flashes right before his eyes. A glowing blue screen presents him with three distinct choices. Option 1, flee Taiping Mountain to save his own life. Option 2, stand his ground and fight to the death. Or Option 3, report the crisis to the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Each choice offers a completely different reward. One of the rewards catches his eye immediately. A miniature concentrated bomb. Chen Shu's brilliant mind instantly calculates the surrounding terrain. Rubbing his chin with 2 fingers, a wicked thought begins to form. The gears in his head spin wildly, sparking an absolutely insane, yet genius idea. Wasting no time, he immediately signals Shu Xing, who is frantically controlling the flying beast. Shu Xing, halt the bird. Chen Shu suddenly leaps to his feet, boldly declaring his insane plan to the heavens. Brothers, prepare for battle. Sunan immediately loses his mind and screams back. Have you completely lost your mind? Shu Xing is practically paralyzed with terror, absolutely refusing to believe what he is hearing. That is a Lord-tier monster down there. But the moment Chen Shu slips his hand into his pocket, the system directly drops the miniature concentrated bomb into his palm. He arrogantly hoists the explosive high into the air. A confident smirk dances on his lips. Of course I am not crazy. Take a good look at this. Seeing the bomb, his two friends completely break down in tears. They desperately cling to Chen Shu's legs like their lives depend on it. Boss, this is not some alternate dimension. This is Blue Star. Using explosives like that is highly illegal. Are you insane? After that stunt you pulled at the ravine, the authorities are literally already hunting you down. If you blow up another mountain and cause casualties, you are going to become a most wanted criminal. Just calm down. But Chen Shu's resolve is made of pure steel. Absolutely nothing can shake his twisted determination. I have already thought this through. Just trust me, guys. He flashes them his signature, supposedly trustworthy smile, trying his best to reassure his terrified teammates. I know my limits. Everything is going to be perfectly fine. In reality, his brilliant mind is already calculating the chaos. This is just a miniature version, not like the massive one from before. Plus, the system reward for this is a real, full-sized bomb. I might not need to use it, but I absolutely must own it. His eyes lock onto their target. Chen Shu immediately barks his next tactical command to Xu Xing. Xu Xing. Command your bird to accelerate right now. Hearing the command, the Thunderbird violently spreads its colossal wings. Blinding, crackling blue lightning erupts from its entire body, lighting up the dark sky. Down below, the Lord-tier fire snake is already locked onto them. A devastating cannon of infernal flames builds up in its terrifying maw, ready to completely obliterate the enemies above. Chen Shu remains ice-cold, calmly guiding his terrified pilot. Keep your distance, just a little further away. The colossal serpent snaps its razor-sharp jaws wide open. A terrifying sphere of concentrated thermal energy blasts into the sky, trailing a devastating storm of scorching embers in its wake. However, the sky is the Thunderbird's absolute domain. With its superior agility and blinding speed, it effortlessly barrel rolls past the blazing death beam. The aerial dance is far from over. The electric beast executes a breathtaking, high-speed dive straight toward the monster. It completely denies the giant snake any chance to reload its breath attack. This is the exact golden opportunity Chen Shu has been waiting for. He pulls out his ultimate trump card. Have a taste of this, you overgrown worm. The giant bird never intended to clash head-on. It perfectly glides right over the monstrous serpent's head, giving its master the absolute perfect angle to drop the explosive right into the beast's gaping maw. The towering Leviathan, thinking it just caught a tasty, high-energy snack, does not hesitate for a single second. It catches the bomb and swallows it whole with a massive gulp. Chen Shu's eyes go wide. He violently screams at his crew, "Get us out of here! Fly!" Following the desperate command, the Thunderbird pushes its elemental core to the absolute limit, fleeing the drop zone at breakneck speed. Its massive form literally transforms into a blinding bolt of lightning, tearing the very fabric of the sky. Yet amidst this pure terror, our main character actually whips out his smartphone, snapping a quick, legendary selfie to immortalize their epic escape. Barely 5 agonizing seconds pass. An apocalyptic, heaven-shaking explosion violently detonates. Devastating shockwaves crash outward like an unstoppable tsunami, ripping the earth apart and sending colossal pillars of ash roaring into the heavens. The entire mountain range violently quakes. A blinding, catastrophic flash of pure destruction completely devours the landscape. Meanwhile, miles away from the epicenter, Li Wushuang is just trying to peacefully enjoy a hot bowl of instant noodles. But little does she know, the shockwave of absolute chaos is already heading straight for her. Damn it. One single glance was all it took. Teacher Li immediately recognized that this terrifying masterpiece could only belong to his most precious, headache-inducing student. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a location not too far from the absolute devastation. Thick, white smoke completely swallows the skyline. The air itself feels heavy, choked with the suffocating stench of explosives and a massive cloud of polluted dust. Suddenly, 2 suspicious silhouettes materialize at the peak of a nearby mountain. They stand like silent ghosts, coldly observing the chaotic aftermath from their high vantage point. The mysterious figure, draped in a black cloak, breaks the silence. Are you telling me that Chen Shu actually caused all this destruction? Ozzy instantly delivers a firm, unwavering confirmation. That is correct. My investigation is absolutely solid. The massive incident at the ice ravine was his doing as well. High above the ruined landscape, Chen Shu and his crew ride on the back of the majestic Thunderbird. They glide directly over the epicenter of the earth-shattering blast. Below them lies a colossal, devastating crater. Lingering dust hangs stubbornly in the air, twisting into thick patches of terrifying gray smoke. Xu Xing's face turns a sickly shade of pale, completely shivering from absolute dread. Did you actually plan for things to get this out of hand? Chen Shu just scratches his head sheepishly. flashing the most utterly clueless smile imaginable. This little accident? Haha, oops. Sunan, however, is sweating bullets and urgently barks a warning. We need to run, right now. Taiping Mountain is literally wiped off the map. The Spirit Suppression Bureau will definitely investigate this mess. If they trace this back to us, we are straight up going to prison. Realizing the brutal truth, Chen Shu instantly signals the Thunderbird to bank hard and retreat. Yeah, you make a solid point. Just like that, the chaotic trio completely withdraws from the decimated Taiping Mountain after wreaking absolute havoc. But they remain completely oblivious to the fact that a suspicious, black-cloaked figure is tailing them on a flying beast from afar. This shadowy stalker has likely been tracking their every single move, watching the entire disaster unfold right from the very beginning. Fast forward, and the three reckless youths finally make it back to the city limits. The dead of night swallows the streets, leaving the roads completely deserted and eerily quiet. Breaking the tense silence, Sunan finally speaks up to process their completely unhinged adventure. Look, Chen Shu, are we still turning in the quest? Chen Shu just lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. We cannot submit it. We totally failed to collect the fire snake scales. Xu Xing knows perfectly well that chewing out his friend will not magically fix their ruined mission. But holding back his frustration is driving him absolutely crazy. We literally could have just run away. But no, look at us now. You blew up the entire freaking mountain. He pivots toward Chen Shu, demanding answers for the absolute madness. Seriously, Chen Shu, what was the actual goal behind nuking that peak? Did your ultimate arch-nemesis have a grave buried up there or something? That dramatic accusation completely freezes Chen Shu in his tracks. Forced to speak, he casually spits out the most ridiculous excuse ever conceived. Look, nobody is setting off fireworks for the new year, right? I just wanted to spice up the festive vibe. Detonating a mountain was simply my way of bringing some holiday cheer to the good people of Nanjiang City. Right at that perfectly awful moment, Chen Shu's phone starts ringing like crazy in his pocket. He begrudgingly fishes it out to see who would dare interrupt his flawless logic. But the caller ID flashing on the screen instantly sends his panic levels straight through the roof. It is old Li. Sweating profoundly, Chen Shu drops his voice to a buttery soft tone and cautiously answers. Hello? Teacher Li? Li Wushuang's raging voice blasts through the speaker, sounding like he wants to crawl through the phone and strangle the destructive brat. Chen Shu, did you blow up Taiping Mountain? Everything is playing out exactly as the chaotic student had feared. So, naturally, he decides to play completely dumb and dodge the accusation with every excuse in the book. Oh? What are you talking about, sir? Taiping Mountain? I have absolutely no idea what that is. But the furious teacher instantly drops his voice to a deadly, threatening growl. Cut the crap with me, kid. I am standing right at the blast zone. This absolutely reeks of your signature handiwork. Now listen to me very carefully. No matter who interrogates you, do not breathe a single word of the truth. Do you understand? Feeling a massive headache coming on, Chen Shu swiftly jams his finger down on the end call button. He shoves the phone back into his pocket, letting out a reckless, heavy sigh. Man, Teacher Li really has a short fuse. Well, I guess there is no avoiding it now. Beside him, both Sunan and Xu Xing are glaring daggers, silently judging their so-called leader. Their suffocating silence speaks volumes of pure irritation. Annoyed, Xu Xing demands a plan. So, what exactly is our next move? Chen Shu stares up at the pitch-black sky and makes a painfully simple executive decision. It is way too late for this. Everyone just go home. Without another word, the trio of troublemakers temporarily part ways, melting into the shadows as they head their separate routes. Back at Chen Shu's residential complex, massive towers loom under a bleak, cloudy night sky. The atmosphere feels strange, wrapping the city in an unsettling, dead silence. Exhausted, he drags himself up the concrete stairs, one step at a time. But out of nowhere, a pair of legs appears right in his path, making him jump out of his absolute skin. Standing there in the shadows is none other than Ah Zi. A breathtaking beauty, flaunting a ridiculously stacked figure and deadly curves that make it impossible to look away. Her long, flowing hair amplifies an aura that is both gracefully elegant and dangerously mesmerizing. She suddenly breaks the silence, her voice dripping with honey-sweet venom as she greets him. Hello there, little brother Chen Shu. Ah Zi's tone is perfectly melodious, laced with a playful, crystal-clear gentleness that could melt right into the midnight air. It looks like our paths have crossed once again. Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyebrows twitch into a sharp frown, utterly questioning his luck in life. Why on earth did you track me down to my apartment? With practiced ease, he smoothly slides his key into the door lock. If you are here to ask about the medicine, find me at the shop tomorrow morning. He coldly lays down his terms. Otherwise, you better leave before my parents get home. But out of nowhere, Azai suddenly grabbed his arm. Chen Shu, who was just about to make his escape, froze right in his tracks. But I simply cannot wait any longer. she whispered. She boldly pushed Chen Shu backward, firmly pinning him right against the edge of the door. Aziz had taken complete control of the situation. Her stunning face flushed a deep, vibrant red like a ripe tomato. "Brother Chen Shu," she purred, breathing warmly into his sensitive ear. Her sweet scent surrounded him. "I want to know your answer today." She proceeded to throw every seductive trick in the book at this innocent young man. "You do not need to worry about whether your parents are coming home or not." It turned out this supreme seductress had calculated everything. "I already did my research," she teased. "Your parents will not be returning tonight." She fully weaponized her generous, breathtaking curves. "Assets powerful enough to trap any strong man. So tonight, we can just stay at your place." Her soft, alluring figure pressed even closer. Those twin peaks intentionally shifted higher to completely break his mental defenses. Her skin-tight dress revealed a flawless, shaped curve that could rival a master-crafted piece of art. She continued her intimate, whispered assault. However, despite this absolute goddess practically throwing herself at him, only one single detail caught Chen Shu's attention. "My parents will not be home tonight?" "Mm-hmm," Aziz hummed. She pressed her soft, intoxicating figure firmly against him, trying to maximize her charm. "That is exactly right. Tonight, we can do whatever we want." This wildly tempting invitation sparked an absolutely brilliant idea in the innocent young man's head. Do whatever we want? His master plan? He ruthlessly shoved the stunning beauty aside with one hand, completely rejecting a temptation that no mortal man could resist. "Then you need to leave right now," he declared. "Stop wasting my precious time." Before AZ could even process the rejection, she received a brutally cold wave goodbye. "If you need something, come to the shop tomorrow. Tonight, I have to refine potions all night long." The supreme seductress completely froze in place. Her brain literally short-circuited, unable to process this unbelievable rejection. "Refine potions?" she gasped. The door immediately slammed shut in her face with zero hesitation. Her absolute pride as a top-tier beauty had just been shattered into tiny pieces. Aziz took a massive, deep breath, desperately trying to swallow her boiling rage. "You have really done it now." But in the end, her patience utterly snapped. She exploded like an active volcano, screaming at the top of her lungs. Chen Shu, meanwhile, the completely clueless Chen Shu was only thinking about his absolute freedom. With his parents gone, he could finally enjoy watching television in the living room while refining potions to his heart's content. His finger gently pressed the television remote. He could finally experience this ultimate luxury. The crystal-clear images and dynamic surround sound made him nod in absolute satisfaction. "So beautiful," he whispered in awe. Without missing a single beat, he pulled out an entire arsenal of alchemy equipment. "Tonight is going to be my most passionate potion refining session ever." At the exact same time, Ozzy was pacing outside, actively plotting a home invasion. A terrifying, burning determination blazed within her eyes. "No way. I refuse to accept defeat like this," she gritted her teeth. Just then, a completely open balcony window caught her sharp, predatory gaze. "Bingo!" she smirked. She was overflowing with supreme confidence in her flawless beauty and legendary seduction skills. "I will definitely make Chen Shu beg for my attention." Back inside, Chen Shu had his eyes tightly shut, completely immersed in his alchemical focus. But suddenly, an incredibly ominous chill crept down his spine. He slowly cracked open his piercing blue eyes, glancing sideways to critically assess the situation. Pure panic struck his soul. Aziz had somehow infiltrated his house, and she was now wearing an ultra-spicy bunny girl outfit. "Hello there," she winked. "I have been waiting right here all afternoon." She smugly swayed her breathtaking, heavy assets back and forth, parading them right in front of the completely bewildered alchemist. "Brother Chen Shu," she purred. Ever since that fateful night, AZ transformed into a literal, dedicated stalker. She popped up constantly, determined to drop romantic traps on him at every single opportunity. On another bizarre occasion, she stood silently outside a glass window, intensely locking eyes with her prey. No matter where Chen Shu ran, she would track him down like a radar. Hiding in the darkest corners proved absolutely useless. A brand new day finally began. Beneath a crystal-clear sky and floating white clouds, a vibrant blue bus cruised smoothly down the city street. Inside the vehicle, Chen Shu was literally bawling his eyes out over his tragic fate. Twin waterfalls of tears streamed down his cheeks in the most pitiful display imaginable. "I was absolutely terrified, man." He frantically gripped the arm of Sunan, who was sitting right next to him, firing off endless paranoid questions. "Tell me the truth," he sobbed. "Which dark organization sent her as a spy? Who is trying to sabotage my sacred study time?" Shu Xing practically face-palmed into another dimension. How could his friend be this incredibly dense? "Are you seriously telling me you think she did all that just to ruin your study schedule?" Chen Shu nodded with absolute, unshakable certainty. "Exactly. Why else would someone randomly visit me to study? And she purposefully chose the dead of night. This is clearly a calculated plot to destroy my academic future. Sunan violently twitched, barely suppressing the urge to throw a solid right hook. This absolute blockhead had a massive jackpot literally handed to him, and he was completely oblivious. There is a very good reason you are chronically single, Sunan groaned. But even after hearing that, Chen Shu just blinked back at them, looking as clueless as a deer caught in the headlights. However, little did this oblivious genius know, the ultimate romantic nightmare was far from over. What does this have to do with me being single? He and Shu Xing can only suppress their judgmental glares at the whining guy throwing a massive pity party. Old Xie. Xiaoxing. Right at that moment, Wu Shuang's booming voice cuts through the chatter. Settle down, everyone. Let your teacher speak. He smoothly outlines the details for the upcoming tournament. We are finally arriving at Daxing City. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the beast taming tournament. The battles will require a strict 3-person squad. Form your teams wisely and listen closely to these crucial details. Furthermore, by the end of February this year, our very own grounds will host the highly anticipated city-level beast taming championship. Whoever manages to seize the absolute top rank will earn the sacred right to compete in the brutal provincial tournament. And for those hungering to reach the absolute pinnacle, here is your path. Securing a top 5 spot in the provincials will grant you massive bonus points. Wu Shuang's eyes swept across the room, his targets for the tournament already locked into his mental roster. Therefore, I expect certain individuals to abandon their lazy habits and fight with everything they have. Isn't that right, Chen Shu? Even Chen Shu felt a sudden chill, sensing something incredibly bizarre about being singled out. He said, certain individuals, so why did he specifically call my name out of nowhere? But at the mention of the provincial tournament, old memories flooded his mind. Back in the day, his senior Fang Xi used her devastating S-rank spirit contract to utterly dominate the city championship. Yet, when she stepped onto the provincial stage, that same absolute powerhouse only managed to rank 15th. While Chen Shu sweated over this terrifying power scaling, Wu Shuang kept detailing the brutal rules. Chen Shu, you have absolutely no choice but to enter this tournament. As for your squad members, Su Nan and Shu Xing shot their hands into the air, instantly volunteering without a single second of hesitation. Instructor, is that even a question? Obviously, the 3 of us are teaming up. However, their excitement crashed into an impenetrable wall of rejection. Absolutely not. You must select teammates with actual combat power. Sunan desperately tried to pitch his utterly bizarre skill set. But instructor, I can psychologically torment our enemies. I can unleash the dazzling light of love. The following pitch from Shu Xing proved to be even more catastrophically useless. Honestly, 10 out of 10 for sheer, unearned confidence. Instructor, my lightning bird can aggressively spit on people. A massive vein violently throbbed on Wu Shuang's wide forehead, followed instantly by a merciless rejection. Get out of my sight! The 2 hopeless dreamers immediately replied in perfect, defeated harmony. Understood. Wu Shuang furiously locked his piercing gaze back onto his main target. Did you hear me, Chen Shu? Left with 0 avenues for escape, Chen Shu could only surrender to his destiny. Loud and clear, sir. He sighed internally, fully aware that his own overwhelming talent was exactly why the instructor refused to let him off the hook. Hours later, the rumbling transport bus finally arrived at the battlegrounds. Wu Shuang stepped up to lead the charge, throwing the doors wide open. We have arrived. Everyone, disembark. But Chen Shu felt a sudden, chilling shift in the atmosphere as their instructor froze completely solid like a stone statue at the doorway. Instructor, why did you stop moving? That was the exact moment Chen Shu's eyes widened in sheer horror. His entire soul plunged into a chaotic crisis as the terrifying scene outside finally registered. A massive, intimidating mob led by Yang Bao and Azi had formed a military-grade blockade. They stood in flawless, terrifyingly disciplined formations, waiting for his arrival. The moment Chen Shu appeared, dozens of fierce subordinates snapped into a flawless 90-degree bow. We greet the big boss. Total chaos erupted among the utterly bewildered students on the bus. Who are these terrifying people? What kind of mafia setup is this? Are they waiting to ambush someone? Breaking the tension, AZ stepped forward, shooting him an extremely seductive, heart-stopping wink. Brother Chen Shu, you are finally here. Chen Shu's face instantly went black as the abyss. Without a second of hesitation, he yanked Yang Bao into a dark corner for a very serious conversation about life and death. His voice dropped to a menacing, deadly whisper. Have you completely lost your mind? What kind of catastrophic stunt are you pulling? Yet, Yang Bao merely flashed the most delightfully clueless smile imaginable. I just wanted to give you a grand welcome, boss. Chen Shu's jaw clamped shut so hard, the terrifying sound of his grinding teeth echoed with pure, unadulterated fury. Speak to me like a normal human being. Realizing the danger, Yang Bao instantly began massaging his boss's shoulders to diffuse the wrath. I heard you were entering that Grand Spirit arena, so I brought the boys to study your legendary techniques. However, that flimsy excuse did absolutely nothing to explain why the dangerous AZ was standing right over there. Chen Shu grabbed him by the collar, demanding the absolute truth. Then what about her? Why is that woman crashing our arrival? You little punk, did you seriously bring an enemy spy right to my doorstep? Sensing that Chen Shu was about to snap like an over-tightened bowstring, Yang Bao immediately dropped the comedy act. No, master, I swear. Today is the very first time I crossed paths with her. She was the one who approached me. She claimed to be my master's wife, my martial aunt. She is the one who tipped me off about your arrival today. Hearing this massive bombshell, Xu Xing and Sunan seized the ultimate opportunity to mercilessly roast their suffering friend. Master's wife, huh? Chen Shu could only helplessly massage his violently throbbing temples. In a flash, terrifying deductions formed in his brilliant mind. A hidden mastermind was still pulling the strings from the shadows, absolutely hell-bent on ruining his path. Since she has already dared to show her face, then I have no choice but to show the entire world my absolute dominance in this exam. With blazing resolve, he gripped Yang Bao's shoulders, delivering a deadly serious command. Your master entrusts you with a life-or-death mission. Keep your eyes glued to that woman, and do not let her stray even half a step out of your sight. Yang Bao immediately shot up a wildly confident thumbs up. Consider it done, master. Chen Shu cast a highly cautious glance toward the distant, waiting figure of Wu Shuang. I need to head inside the arena first. That terrifying instructor of mine is still waiting for me to finish the check-in protocols. His loyal disciple nodded with absolute obedience. I understand completely, master, but still feeling a nagging sense of impending doom, Chen Shu violently hoisted Yang Bao up by his collar for one final, utterly menacing warning. I mean it. Do not let her out of your sight. The sheer killing intent, rolling off his boss, caused the poor lackey to break into a frantic cold sweat. Crystal clear, boss. With the crisis temporarily averted, Chen Shu casually brushed past AZ's location. However, he caught a terrifying glimpse of her eyes. They were practically glowing with obsessive, heart-shaped mania. A devastating chill instantly shot down his entire spine, freezing the very blood in his veins. Meanwhile, the exhausted students began lining up at the reception desk for their room keys. But little did they know, the real nightmare of this tournament was already lurking in the shadows. Seizing the opening, Wu Shuang casually questions Chen Shu about the earlier commotion. Chen Shu, what did they want with you? But the troublemaker expertly deflects. Oh, they just wanted a friendly little chat. As a veteran educator, Wu Shuang isn't foolish enough to buy the innocent act of his most notorious headache. Let me warn you right now. If you dare cause any chaos in Daxing City, or blow anything up, I will personally dig your grave. Cornered, Chen Shu swears on the heavens. I hear you loud and clear. I promise. Absolute zero trouble. Deep down, he knows exactly why the teacher is treating him like a ticking time bomb. If he sets off another explosive, he will put a massive target on his own back. In a flash, Wu Shuang's strict demeanor pulls a complete 180. He places a surprisingly gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. Good. Now go on. To make sure you perform at your peak, I booked you a premium suite. You get it all to yourself this time. Chen Shu tosses back a cheeky reply and strolls toward the reception desk to grab his keys. Copy that, boss. Though Wu Shuang projects total calm on the outside, his inner thoughts are a chaotic storm of high-alert paranoia. No way. I still need to keep a hawk's eye on this brat Chen Shu. If things go south, it will be an absolute nightmare. Soon, a silent night blankets the towering luxury resort. Safely inside his suite, Chen Shu burrows deep into the thick, warm blankets of his pristine white bed. He is fully prepared to sleep like the dead until sunrise. Perfect. Time to recharge. However, the universe refuses to let him rest. Trouble comes knocking with a sudden, relentless pounding on his door. Chen Shu shoots up like a coiled spring, his eyes darting toward the suspicious noise. Who is hunting me down at this ungodly hour? Did old Xie and the gang miss me already? Without wasting brainpower on the mystery, he hops out of bed to welcome his uninvited guest. But the moment the door swings open, his jaw drops. It is Ouyang Bao and Azi, crashing his private sanctuary in the dead of night. Good evening, master. They casually stroll right in, treating his room like their own living room. Chen Shu is left frozen in the doorway, choking on a ball of rage he cannot even articulate. Recovering his senses, he spins around and throws a decidedly hostile arm over his disciple's shoulder. Did I, or did I not, tell you to keep a close eye on her? Little did he know, Ouyang Bao's brain processes logic in the most frustratingly literal way possible. Exactly. You commanded me not to leave her side for even half a step. So when I came looking for you, I obviously brought her along. Then, the dense disciple awkwardly drops the real bombshell. Master, I just spoke to the hotel staff. The entire place is fully booked and I am essentially homeless, so can I crash here tonight? Veins popping on his forehead, Chen Shu furiously points at AZ, who is already lounging comfortably. Crash here? Then what about her? Wu Yangbao puffs out his chest with absolute confidence. She stays with us. Naturally. This bed is massive. We can easily fit all three of us. Suddenly, the vixen's honey-sweet voice fills the room, clearly seizing the perfect chance to corrupt an innocent soul. Shu, come join me. Caught in this absolutely absurd dilemma, Chen Shu's face cycles through 5 different shades of shock. Snapping back to reality, he grits his teeth so hard they nearly crack, glaring at his idiotic disciple, Comrade Wu Yangbao. Before the guy can blink, Chen Shu hoists him up by the collar like a stray kitten. Kindly step outside for a second. His voice is a 0-degree blizzard. I need to have a private little chat with AZ. Before Wu Yangbao can even process the eviction, the heavy door slams in his face. With the dead weight gone, Chen Shu marches right up to the problem. Alright, what exactly is your endgame here? But AZ shows zero shame. Instead, a wicked, seductive spark lights up her eyes. My endgame? Without warning, she reaches out and yanks him forward. The ambush completely shatters his defenses. Damn it. Before he can catch his balance, AZ forces him down, pinning him right onto the mattress. What kind of chaotic development is this? With the atmosphere burning hot, the temptress definitely isn't letting this golden opportunity slip by. Naturally, I just want to have a deep, heart-to-heart session with you, brother Chen Shu. Her slender fingers begin a torturous, teasing path. You have rejected me countless times. Her hand slowly drifts dangerously far south. Can't you just indulge me a little bit? Under her hypnotic whispers, his rigid expression actually begins to melt into a daze. Just once is all I need. Right as they teeter on the absolute edge of the abyss, the door violently blasts open. Wu Yangbao crashes the party, spectacularly derailing the steamy momentum. Master, your brilliant disciple went to the front desk and got a master keycard, but when his eyes register the mature-rated wrestling match on the bed, they practically bulge out of his skull. AZ drops the sweet act instantly, locking onto him with pure, murderous intent. Get out! Wu Yangbao turns ghostly pale, slowly backing away. My apologies. Please continue. But that hilarious interruption works like a bucket of ice water on Chen Shu. Hold it right there. Without missing a beat, he reaches out and summons his trusty infamous sack. It is the exact same dirty trick he has used 1,000,000 times before. Look over there. A flying saucer. The excuse is absolute garbage, but 100 times out of 100, it works like absolute magic. With razor-sharp focus and flawless timing, he moved. In a flash, he completely neutralized AZ, stripping away her ability to pull any violent stunts. Only then did Chen Shu finally dare to let out a long, exhausted breath. He arched an eyebrow, throwing a glance at Yangbao that left zero room for argument. This room is all yours now. He made sure to hammer his command home, his tone thick with absolute authority. Remember this. No matter where I go, she stays locked right here. He practically hissed the words through his teeth, spelling out his final ultimatum. If you let her anywhere near me again, our master and disciple bond ends right this second. It was hard to tell if Yangbao actually grasped the gravity of the situation, but he obediently nodded, understood. With that confirmed, Chen Shu practically bolted, desperate to escape this chaotic hellhole immediately. I am out of here. No need to see me off. He slammed the door shut, gleefully tossing back a farewell. Bye-bye, my absolute best disciple. As he glanced back at the closed door, a wicked, scheming grin crept across his face, making him look exactly like a final boss villain. Yet, in the very next heartbeat, a blinding aura of pure righteousness seemed to erupt from his very soul. Finally, no one could interrupt his precious study time anymore. Chen Shu and his 2 buddies made their way over to Wu Shuang, who had been waiting for them for quite a while. His face looked utterly drained of life force as he raised a hand to stifle a massive yawn. The teacher frowned, instantly worried about his student's condition. What exactly happened to you today? Did you not get enough sleep? Chen Shu's eyes were circled with heavy, dark bags, looking as if a ghost had sucked away his vital essence. He offered a weak, sluggish nod. Yeah, his mind flashed back to the nightmare of last night. Su Nan and Xu Xing had cornered him, aggressively condemning his actions. Chen Pi, look at yourself. A girl literally delivered herself to your door, and you treat her like this? You are crossing a massive line. They had furiously shoved him away, lacing their words with heavy, merciless sarcasm. Go back and sleep in your own bed tonight. We absolutely refuse to ruin your good time. He had planted his feet, fighting desperately to stay. But their minds were entirely made up. They grabbed his arms and dragged him out like a convicted criminal. The moment the 3 of them had stepped into the room, they had witnessed a scene that screamed pure scandal. Azi lay face down on the mattress with her wrists firmly bound, her fiery curves on full display. A delighted, eager smile had stretched across her face. Snapping back to the present reality, Chen Shu realized the truth was way too tangled to explain. He aggressively scratched his head, tossing out a vague excuse. I am perfectly fine, just a little exhausted. Seeing his state, Wu Shuang decided not to pry further, and simply gave a gentle order. All right, make sure you eat something on the bus to recover your energy. It is time to move out. Dragging his battered, spiritless shell of a body, he slowly crawled onto the waiting bus. From the very back row, Sunan and Shuxing poked their heads out. Their eyes gleamed with scandalous implications, accompanied by wicked, perverted chuckles. Heh, heh, heh. Fueled by their wildly overactive imaginations, they were dead set on the idea that Chen Shu had survived an intense, passionate battlefield. Sunan leaned in close, dropping his voice into a teasing whisper. So, how was last night? Operating on absolute zero sleep, his temper was currently hanging by a fragile thread. Oh, we fought until the sun came up. The chaotic memory of dodging through fiery hoops just to escape, Z's grasp flashed through his mind. I spent the entire damn night in a deadly battle of wits and courage against her. Chen Shu could only release a heavy, defeated sigh. Spies were truly terrifying creatures. Eventually, the bus rolled to a stop at the Daxing City Spirit Arena, and the crew piled out one by one. A staff member immediately rushed over to deliver the news. Teacher Li, the match arrangements are completely locked in. Taking the vanguard position today is Chen Shu. Instantly, his grim expression melted into pure excitement, a spark of life finally returning to his eyes. I get to go first? But the moment he turned around, he caught Wu Shuang's deeply calculating gaze. It all clicked into place. Teacher Li definitely wanted to test the true depths of his hidden power. A mysterious, arrogant smirk curled on Chen Shu's lips. He quietly slid his hand deep into his pocket, digging around for his secret weapon. Down in the grand arena, the blazing spotlight hit the announcer. Luo Qian gripped the microphone, his voice booming like thunder. Next up on the stage, a clash between level 9 Beast Tamers. The crowd roared as he passionately introduced the fighters. In this corner, representing the legendary Blue Sky Beast Tamer group, we have Xu Yang. With a cold, intimidating scowl, Xu Yang marched straight toward the combat ring. Luo Qian dramatically pointed to the opposite end of the stadium, and facing him, the rising star from Nanjiang Second High School, Chen Shu. Unfazed, the young man flashed a dangerously confident smirk, calmly sizing up his new prey. Across the arena floor, their gazes clashed like invisible blades, intensely probing each other's aura. Luo Qian cranked his voice to the absolute maximum. Let the battle officially begin. In a violent swirl of light, a massive wolf materialized directly from the void. Its razor-sharp fangs and deadly claws looked capable of shredding any prey into bloody ribbons. Xu Yang practically vibrated with smug satisfaction. He felt so insanely lucky today that he swore to buy a lottery ticket on the way home. I cannot believe my opponent today is just some clueless high school kid, and his contracted spirit is nothing but a… Before he could even finish his taunt, his smug expression shattered, doing a complete 180-degree turn into absolute disbelief. Chen Shu simply stood there with his arms casually crossed, completely ignoring the older man's hostile attitude. Right beside his feet, a squishy little slime rested with its eyes shut tight. It was completely lost in dreamland, even letting out tiny, soft snores. Xu Yang burst into a mocking, arrogant laugh. Playing the role of a merciful senior, he sneered. Little boy, why do you not just surrender right now? Otherwise, you are going to suffer a humiliating, crushing defeat today. Chen Shu had heard that exact same trash talk so many times his ears were practically bleeding. A crushing defeat? Oh, that was far from guaranteed. Acting as if he were entirely alone in his living room, he casually dug around inside his pocket. Xu Yang blinked in absolute confusion. What the hell is this brat doing? While the enemy was totally distracted, the sleepy slime seized the moment, silently creeping toward the fierce wolf. After a bit of digging, Chen Shu finally yanked his prized weapon into the light. A giant megaphone. Overflowing with absolute arrogance, he aimed it straight at the packed stands and roared. Attention, all Beast Tamers. The ultimate menace of Nanjiang has officially taken the stage. I highly suggest you all measure your own worth and surrender immediately. Do not even try to put up a useless fight. Nobody is going to cover your massive medical bills when I am done with you. Being treated like absolute thin air made Xu Yang's blood boil over. Pure rage consumed him, leaving him desperate to beat this arrogant kid into a bloody pulp just to vent his fury. What a stubborn, reckless brat with a blatant death wish. I will show you the truth. Real battle-hardened beast tamers are not fragile greenhouse flowers that little boys like you can mess with. Chen Shu's expression remains perfectly calm. He casually offers a cold reminder. Is that so? Why do you not check on your contract spirit first? Hearing this, Xu Yang violently flinches. His intuition screams that something is terribly wrong. What? Across the battlefield, The wolf's lower half is completely pulverized. The slime's massive body mercilessly pins it down, forcing mouthfuls of blood from the beast's jaws. Fury blazes like wildfire in Shu Yang's bloodshot eyes. "You dared to launch a sneak attack?" he roars. Chen Shu just flashes an innocent, boyish smile. "How can a beastmaster's brilliant tactics be called a sneak attack? Tell me, do you concede?" Perfectly in sync, the slime multiplies its devastating gravitational pressure. The wolf throws its head back, howling in absolute agony as fresh blood spews forth. Shu Yang grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter. Swallowing his bitter pride, he chokes out the humiliating words, "I surrender." Only then does Chen Shu look satisfied. He ruthlessly twists the metaphorical knife. "I told you already, nobody is paying for your medical bills." Chen Shu grabs a megaphone, his voice booming across the massive arena. "I will declare this one more time. If you face the fierce outlaw of Nanjiang, surrender immediately. Do not cling to false hope or rely on sheer luck. Fighting me only guarantees your absolute ruin." The ruined example in question, Shu Yang, turns dangerously pale. He does not dare to argue back. Pointing a trembling finger, he vows, "Just you wait. I will return." The heavy arena doors slowly creak open. Hundreds of eyes lock onto Chen Shu, but he just calmly strolls forward like a conquering king. The crowd erupts into resentful whispers. How does Chen Shu even do it? His power is just overwhelming. Yeah, even if his methods are incredibly dirty. He flashes a brilliant white smile at the audience. He puts on a perfectly humble facade, though he is practically radiating pure arrogance. "It is nothing special. Please, hold your applause." Teacher Li Wushuang can no longer stomach this smug display. He smacks Chen Shu hard on the shoulder. "Do not get cocky so soon." Chen Shu doubles over, choking on his own spit from the brutal impact. The teacher instantly ignores him, turning his attention to the next student. "Xiao Yu, you are up next." Her expression remains freezing cold as she nods. "Understood." Chen Shu drops his voice, warmly cheering her on. "You have got this." She brushes past Chen Shu as if he were thin air. That single, detached syllable hits him, making him feel like a lonely winter breeze just blew past. Down on the battlefield, the tension is suffocating. Flame and the raging flame tiger circle each other, cautiously testing their opponent's strength. Chen Shu watches with sheer astonishment. Heavy tension grips his chest. That raging flame tiger is an S-rank contract spirit. His slime might be able, but an S-rank is an entirely different monster. Chen Shu furrows his brows, silently analyzing Xia Yan. It seems he has finally found his ultimate rival. Suddenly, the raging flame tiger moves. Its claws swipe with lightning speed. Flame cannot even react before being brutally pinned down in sheer agony. Referee Luo Qian's voice echoes through the arena. "Victory goes to Xia Yan." The boy smirks with overwhelming arrogance. This total domination was exactly as he planned. Even mentally prepared, Chen Shu is left absolutely stunned. The match ended in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu actually lost. Luo Qian faithfully continues his announcements for the next match. Chen Shu lets out a disappointed sigh and turns away. The rest of these fights are not worth his precious time. His eyes scan the empty sections of the bleachers. He mutters under his breath, "I should just find a quiet corner for a nap." Finding a spot perfectly split between sun and shade, Chen Shu lies back and instantly starts snoring. Hours slowly pass. The sky darkens into night, but the arena lights blaze on. His eyes suddenly snap open. A giant snot bubble pops on his nose. Still groggy, Chen Shu jolts upright in a daze. Where did everyone go? Su Nan and Xu Xing stare at him with deeply judging eyes. Their matches ended ages ago. They already headed back. Right on cue, Yang Bao sprints over, throwing his arms wide for an emotional hug. "Master, you are finally awake." Chen Shu violently flinches back in utter panic. "Wait a minute. Why are you here?" Chen Shu furiously grabs him by the collar. "Did you forget the vital mission I gave you?" Yang Bao frantically stammers to explain. No, this disciple remembers perfectly. I already stationed the elite bodyguards at the school." Yang Bao beams brightly, oozing absolute sincerity. "I only came here to treat my master to a feast." Hearing the magic word treat, Chen Shu's attitude flips instantly. He drapes an arm over his disciple like sworn brothers. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let us go." Together, the chaotic duo struts off toward a highly rated restaurant nearby. But the exact moment they step through the doors, they immediately run into Teacher Li's group. Startled, the teacher turns his head, then instantly looks away, pretending he does not know them. But Chen Shu gives him zero chance to escape. He enthusiastically waves his hand. "Teacher Li." Li Wushuang forces an incredibly stiff, awkward smile. "Oh, it is Chen Shu. What a coincidence. You are awake?" The students wanted to grab a meal together. Unfortunately, Chen Shu's skin is thicker than a fortress wall. "Yep, I am awake. Since it is so late, I guess everyone is eating here." He is just about to shamelessly invite himself to their table when a familiar silhouette catches his eye. Huh? Chen Shu intensely scrutinizes the face. It is definitely him, the arrogant guy from the arena today. Xiaoyan suddenly halts his steps, letting out a mocking scoff. Well, if it is not my dear older sister. Xiaoyan stares at Xiaobing with pure, unadulterated disdain. My completely useless sister. Chen Shu furrows his brow in suspicion. He stays completely silent, watching the dark drama unfold. Those two are siblings? Xiao Yu, possessing a fiery temper, violently slams the table. She jumps up in absolute fury. Hey, how dare you speak to her like that? Xiaoyan just sneers, his words dripping with venom. Oh, look who it is. Just the pathetic lackey of a defeated loser. Xiao Yu grits her teeth, struggling to restrain herself against his unbelievable disrespect. He continues his ruthless taunting. Does the lackey of a loser still think she can act arrogant in front of me? Xiaoyan's words grow more poisonous by the second. You are all just a bunch of absolute trash. Xiaobing's face darkens like a thundercloud, her fists trembling as she clenches them tight. He lazily waves a hand in farewell, delivering a devastating final blow. Seeing how pathetic you are now, I realize father abandoning you was the smartest decision he ever made. Trash belongs with trash. Feel free to stay exactly where you are. Wu Shuang's murderous aura erupts, completely blocking his path. Yet Xiaoyan simply stands there, completely unfazed by the threat. What's wrong? Are the strong trying to bully the weak? Knowing his high status prevents him from attacking here, he instantly drops the hostility. His face twists into a fake, gentle smile as he pats the boy's shoulder. Watch your back when you're all alone. Xiaoyan turns his back and swaggers away, leaving a trail of pure arrogance behind him. Suddenly, a holographic system panel flashes before Chen Shu's eyes. It lays out 3 distinct choices. Option 1, kiss up to the enemy and build a friendly bond. Option 2, swallow his pride and turn a blind eye. Or Option 3, launch an immediate, ruthless counterattack. No matter which path he chooses, a massive reward is guaranteed. Chen Shu shoots a silent, deadly glare toward Sunan. Catching the drift instantly, his buddy nods in perfect sync. Meanwhile, the quick-witted Shu Xing quietly locks the door behind them. Wasting no time, Sunan channels his aura and summons his contract spirit, Xiao Die. The ethereal butterfly takes flight, darting straight toward Xiaoyan's retreating back. It hovers right above their target, unleashing a blinding flash of green light directly onto Xiaoyan's head. The arrogant jerk flinches in pure panic. What the hell is this? Suddenly, a massive patch of glowing green grass sprouts right out of his scalp. Looking like a walking lawn, he thrashes around like a maniac. Get this garbage off me! Seizing the golden opportunity, Chen Shu whips out his phone and starts snapping rapid-fire photos. He intentionally rubs salt in the wound, his fingers clicking away. Smile for the camera, bro. You are about to go viral. Veins pop on Xiaoyan's forehead as he roars in absolute fury. Do you have a death wish, punk? Chen Shu just flashes a deliciously wicked grin before spinning on his heels and sprinting away. Tisk tisk tisk. If you want a peaceful life, you have got to wear a little green on your head. They say it brings good luck. Blinded by blazing wrath, Xiaoyan prepares to summon his own contract spirit. Seeing the escalating danger, teacher Wu Shuang immediately steps in. Wait right there. The veteran teacher grips the boy's wrist with crushing force. His voice drops to a deadly, ice-cold warning. Are you really planning to attack my student, right in front of my face? Xiaoyan grits his teeth so hard they might shatter. Veins throb violently across his forehead, but realizing he is outmatched, he forcibly swallows his pride. You just wait. I am going to make you pay for this. Watching the arrogant jerk storm off, the rest of the class erupts in absolute satisfaction. Sweet, glorious payback. Looks like we really needed Chen Shu to handle that scumbag. Anyone who insults our class is asking for a death sentence. Let us see if he ever dares to bully Xiaobing again. Haha, what a glorious green-headed clown. Meanwhile, Xiaobing's cheeks flush with a soft, rosy hue. She steps forward, her voice shy and trembling. Chen Shu, thank you so much. He just flashes an easygoing smile. No sweat, it was nothing. But suddenly, Chen Shu freezes in his tracks. Something is glaringly wrong. Huh? The system mission still has not been completed? A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes. Looks like I will have to handle this trash personally. Refusing to let his prey escape, he immediately bolts into action. He waves a quick goodbye over his shoulder. Save your thanks. This show is far from over. Old Lee, I need to step out for a bit. You guys head back first. Teacher Wu Shuang immediately shouts a stern warning. Do not take this too far, and absolutely no explosives. The young menace just gives a cheeky thumbs up. Crystal clear. The entire class erupts into a roaring frenzy, cheering their chaotic hero. Chen Shu is the boss. Chen Shu is mighty. Meanwhile, A few blocks away, Xia Yan is still choking on his toxic, boiling rage. Those damn bastards. How dare they unleash a contract spirit right in the middle of the city? His face twists into a shadowy, demonic scowl. He swears to the heavens he will drown them in absolute agony. I'm calling the Spirit Suppression Bureau right now. I will make those pathetic losers rot in a cell. Completely losing his mind, he aggressively yanks out his phone to dial the authorities. Hello, is this the Spirit Suppression Bureau? He is so hyper-focused on his furious rant that he completely misses the terrifying shadow creeping up behind him. It is Chen Shu, moving with the silence of a lethal assassin. Those punks from Nanjiang, second high school, just. Before Xia Yan can finish his snitch call, Chen Shu strikes like a viper. He ruthlessly shoves a massive burlap sack straight over the snob's head. Plunged into sudden, suffocating darkness, Xia Yan panics. What the hell is going on? A sinister, spine-chilling smirk stretches across Chen Shu's face. He violently kicks Xia Yan to the asphalt like a bag of hot garbage. Just a little something special to deal with scum like you. Xia Yan's legs completely buckle under the crushing force. He rolls helplessly across the gritty street, shrieking in absolute terror. Ah! Showing zero mercy, Chen Shu delivers another devastating kick to his ribs. Xia Yan squeals like a slaughtered pig, his pathetic cries echoing through the alleyway. Even while trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, the arrogant fool still tries to talk tough. Do you have any idea who I am? You are a dead man for touching me. Seeing the once proud elite reduced to a pathetic, whimpering mess sends a surge of pure adrenaline through Chen Shu's veins. You talk way too much. With zero hesitation, Chen Shu channels all his explosive power and delivers a legendary, earth-shattering kick straight to the family jewels. In the dead silence of the alley, a horrifying crack echoes through the air. His ultimate pride as a man has just been completely obliterated. Driven past the brink of utter madness, Xia Yan abandons all reason. Screw the city laws. He is summoning his contract spirit. You miserable bastard, I am going to rip you to shreds. A massive, terrifying blazing tiger bursts from the void. It bares its razor-sharp fangs, launching itself forward to tear Chen Shu apart. Fueled by its master's catastrophic rage, the fiery beast is completely bloodthirsty. It raises its blazing, lethal claws and unleashes a deafening roar. Searing sparks brush dangerously close to Chen Shu's face, but the protagonist merely smirks with overwhelming contempt. You think a glorified kitten can kill me? With a flick of his wrist, a majestic, golden spiritual aura erupts from his body. Boom! His legendary slime is summoned directly above the blazing tiger. The fiery predator's lethal jaws are just inches away from snapping Chen Shu's neck. But the gigantic, gelatinous slime crashes down like a meteor. It instantly squashes the mighty blazing tiger flat against the pavement. The once terrifying beast actually bursts into pathetic, whimpering tears. Even blinded inside the suffocating sack, Xia Yan feels his spirit beast's devastating defeat through their soul link. Pure shock paralyzes his body. Meanwhile, Chen Shu cracks his knuckles, a terrifying, demonic shadow casting over his face. Now, it is your turn. Xia Yan scrambles backward on his hands and knees in pure, unadulterated terror. No, stay back, do not come any closer. Refusing to show an ounce of mercy, Chen Shu whips out a second burlap sack. He ruthlessly shoves it over the first one and unleashes an absolute hurricane of brutal punches and kicks. Somebody help me, Xia Yan screams helplessly into the void. Minutes later, an eerie silence reclaims the alleyway. Fresh crimson stains the ruined elite's clothes. Staring down at the completely broken Xia Yan, Chen Shu delivers a spine-chilling, ice-cold ultimatum. Are you ever going to call anyone trash again? That single menacing question hits Xia Yan like a freight train. The horrifying realization finally dawns on him. He knows exactly who this monster is. You are that maniac from Nanjiang Second High School. Chen Shu simply grinds his boot violently into the loser's chest, pinning him to the dirt. You talk way too much. Applying even more bone-crushing pressure with his foot, Chen Shu leans in with a terrifyingly calm voice. I am simply an envoy of pure justice. Without another word, he delivers one final, spectacular punt to Xia Yan's backside. The arrogant snob goes flying through the air like a discarded soccer ball. Chen Shu gives him a ruthless thumbs down. Burn this into your memory. Next time you try to act tough, your fate will be 1,000 times worse. To drive the absolute terror home, Chen Shu intentionally cracks his knuckles. The horrifying, bone-snapping echoes ring out through the dead air. Now, grab your head and start running blindly forward. And if you even think about taking off that sack, utterly broken and traumatized, Xia Yan obeys without a single second of hesitation. He scrambles away into the darkness, reduced to the most pathetic joke imaginable. Wait, do not attack. I am running. I am running. Right on cue, the system chimes in. Mission accomplished. The ultimate reward? A massive surge of beast-taming power coursing through his veins. Chen Shu exhales a deep breath of relief. Finally done. Once again, he had to handle things himself to get the job done right. Meanwhile, pedestrians freeze in their tracks. All eyes lock onto a bizarre, moving object in the street. What the heck is that? Oh my god. The urine sac has evolved into a monster. Chen Shu just casually shoves his hands into his pockets. He walks away from the chaotic scene without looking back. Returning to the rendezvous point, he spots a familiar figure. Wu Shuang has been standing there, waiting for him. Is everything taken care of? Chen Shu arrogantly flips his hair, flashing a cocky grin. Of course. When I make a move, is it not always a piece of cake? His cheeks suddenly flush with exaggerated emotion. He dramatically rubs his face against his teacher's shoulder. But honestly, I never expected you to worry about me this much. Even waiting outside the door for me. Wu Shuang shivers with absolute disgust. He ruthlessly shatters the boy's touching delusion. You are overthinking things. I was just worried you were going to drop another nuclear bomb. Emotional damage. Chen Shu instantly turns to stone. He bites his lip, forcing out fake crocodile tears to look as pitiful as humanly possible. The older man chuckles helplessly at his student's antics. Go back and get some rest. We have to head to the spirit arena early tomorrow morning. Chen Shu nods absent-mindedly. But wait, did he forget something? Suddenly, a vivid image flashes through his mind. A Z, completely tied up and gagged. Oh crap, I remember now. He furiously sprints after Wu Shuang. Wait up, teacher. Chen Shu literally throws himself onto the ground. He shamelessly hugs the man's leg, looking up with massive, sparkling puppy dog eyes. I need to negotiate a tiny little favor with you. Fast forward to the very next day. The massive spirit arena is already roaring with deafening cheers and endless excitement. Chen Shu sits in the spectator stands, practically vibrating with fresh energy. For the first time in ages, he actually got a perfectly good night of sleep. I should definitely crash in old Li's room again tonight, he mutters to himself. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing voice slices through the air. Are you the ones who dared to bully my student? It is Xia Yan's teacher, Liu Shi. She stands there with her hands aggressively planted on her hips, radiating pure arrogance. Her face is twisted with toxic bitterness. Meanwhile, Xia Yan stands silently beside her, absolutely humiliated. Xia Bing and the rest of the class take one look at his completely bruised, battered face. They immediately slap their hands over their mouths, trying to hold back their laughter. Turning around, they secretly flash a thumbs up toward Chen Shu. The true mastermind behind this masterpiece simply fires back a mischievous wink. The tension instantly thickens as someone steps forward. The simple-minded Chen Shu immediately opens his mouth, fully prepared to claim his glorious victory. But Wu Shuang is way too fast. He instantly blocks his student, smoothly cutting him off. What student? I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. Liu Shi scowls in pure anger before a mocking smirk crawls onto her face. You have the guts to do it, but not the spine to admit it? Teacher Li, is this really how you raise your students? Yet, the veteran teacher remains perfectly composed, playing the fool flawlessly. What exactly do you mean? Are you trying to provoke me right now? Behind them, the massive crowd starts buzzing with dramatic whispers. Suddenly, Xia Yan makes eye contact with Chen Shu. That utterly sinister, menacing glare. All the color instantly drains from the boy's face. Trembling uncontrollably, he weakly tugs at his teacher's sleeve. Teacher. Liu Shi puffs up her chest, radiating an aura of fake righteousness. Do not worry, I will absolutely drag justice out of them for you. Finding his fake courage behind his backer, Xia Yan nods firmly. He actually dares to shoot a hostile glare right back at Chen Shu. Meanwhile, Liu Shi spins back to Wu Shuang, her tone turning venomous. Since you insist on shamelessly shielding your precious student, then we will settle this inside the spirit arena. Crack. The very fabric of space splinters wide open. From the dark void, two pairs of terrifying eyes ignite. One blood red, one piercing gold. A colossal black and white python and another majestic contract spirit violently tear through the rift. They lock their deadly predatory gaze straight onto Liu Shi. Wu Shuang's voice drops into a chilling, absolute zero tone. Are you entirely sure about that? Liu Shi physically recoils, her eyes blowing wide open in absolute, crushing terror. A half-step general, summoning an S-rank contract spirit? You are Li Wu Shuang? The formidable man merely waves his hand with terrifying nonchalance. Oh, you know who I am? Then by all means, lead the way. A literal waterfall of cold sweat drenches Liu Shi's back. She desperately backpedals, frantically waving her hands. Well, you know how kids are, just young and impulsive. They can easily sort this out themselves. Talk about a 180-degree turn. She nervously clears her throat, desperately trying to save her own skin. As respectable educators, we really should not interfere with children's silly little squabbles. The surrounding crowd cringes so hard they practically want to dig a hole for her to hide in. Wushuang narrows his eyes, shooting her a deadly warning glare. Then, exactly why are you standing here? Realizing she stepped on a landmine, she instantly changes her tune. I merely came over to kindly ask if your students had a tiny disagreement with mine. Wushuang nods, a terrifyingly satisfied smirk on his lips. So what if my student bullied yours? Liu Shi's jaw practically drops to the floor. She forces out the most awkward, painful smile imaginable. Haha. I was honestly just curious. That is all. Her survival instincts are screaming. Grabbing Xia Yan by the collar, she prepares to bolt like a gust of wind. Well, since we have cleared up this little misunderstanding, I will take my leave now. Goodbye. Watching them run for their lives, Chen Shu immediately goes into ultimate bootlicker mode. He flashes a massive thumbs up. Boss, that was absolutely badass. But Wushuang refuses to buy into his flattery. He coldly slaps the boy's hand away. Cut the crap. What exactly did you do to that kid? Chen Shu falls into deep, dramatic contemplation. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. What did he do? Exactly. A wicked, ridiculously cunning grin slowly spreads across his face. In his memory, he casually grabs a piece of paper. He locks his eyes onto Xia Yan's miserable, retreating figure. Smack. With the stealth of an assassin, he slaps the paper right onto the poor guy's back. Written in massive, bold letters, I am Xia Yan, and I am a massive idiot. The clueless victim just confusedly looks around, totally unaware. Snapping back to reality, Chen Shu puts on his most innocent, angelic face. I swear I did not do anything. I only did what any righteous hero would do. The entire group falls into a dead, heavy silence. Yeah, right. Absolutely nobody buys into his supposed pure and holy character. However, seeing them fiercely protect their own truly melts Xiaobing's heart. Teacher Li, Chen Shu. Thank you everyone. The troublemaker actually flashes a surprisingly warm, modest smile. Hey, it is no big deal. People can curse at me all they want, but nobody gets to disrespect my friends. A bright crimson blush instantly paints her cheeks. This chaotic boy was officially stealing her heart. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobing opens her mouth, finally ready to confess her hidden feelings. But suddenly, the blaring arena loudspeakers violently cut through the romantic tension. A staff member marches right up to their group. Chen Shu, it is your turn to enter the battlefield. Instantly forgetting about the girl, he completely ignores her and spins back toward Wushuang. But lurking in the shadows, a true nightmare is just beginning. Teacher Li, I am heading out. The older man patted Chen Shu on the shoulder. Go show them. Together, they watched his unwavering, confident back. Xiaobing gripped her chest. Her heart pounded like a war drum. Silently, she whispered his name. Luo Qian grabbed the mic. His voice echoed through the arena. I know you have all been waiting for this. Today's matches are going to be legendary. He hyped up the crowd. On this side, ranked 89th just last month. Give it up for the level 9 Beast Tamer, Lin Yuan. Then, his gaze locked onto Chen Shu and his opponent. Well, he is a truly fascinating wildcard. He has only fought once, but he left an unforgettable mark. The absolute menace, the proud student of Nanjiang Second High, Chen Shu. Chen Shu strolled onto the stage, hands casually stuffed in his pockets. Not a drop of sweat. Luo Qian slashed his hand down. Spirit battle, begin. Chen Shu pulled his signature move. Just like his fight with Xu Yang, he casually whipped out a megaphone. His arrogant voice blasted out. Hey buddy, I do not care about your ranking. Against me? You are going to suffer. Lin Yuan's face turned purple with rage. This kid's arrogance was completely off the charts. Be a good boy and surrender. Medical bills are not cheap these days. Lin Yuan ground his teeth. Spiritual energy flared around him. He was done talking. Let's end this. A sinister blend of green and black aura erupted into the arena. A massive green-tailed beast materialized. It dug its claws in, launching itself straight at Chen Shu. The boy just yawned. He picked his ear and casually summoned his slime. Bam! The slime used its perfectly round, shiny head to send the beast flying. Up in the stands, Xia Yan's eyes went wide. He recognized that move. He leaped up and pointed. Teacher, that is him! That is the scumbag who sneak-attacked me yesterday. But the green-tailed beast was not some weakling. It whipped its deadly tail forward. Yet, despite the slime's massive size, it was terrifyingly agile. It bounced into the air. A flawless dodge. Lin Yuan smirked, thinking victory was already in his grasp. His voice dripped with fake pity. You are nothing but a cheap trickster. And you dare challenge me? Little kid, running into me today was your worst nightmare. Chen Shu's lips curled into a cocky grin. I would not be so sure. He calmly channeled his aura, activating the slime's ultimate skill. Sleepwalker Strike. Instantly, the giant blob fell fast asleep. It even started drooling. But then, something bizarre happened. A shimmering barrier enveloped the snoring slime. The green-tailed beast's attacks bounced right off. Furious, the beast went berserk, whipping its massive tail again and again, trying to shatter that absolute defense. Chen Shu checked his invisible watch. Time is up. You are dead. Suddenly, the sleeping slime rocketed forward, hurtling straight toward the beast like a wrecking ball. The green-tailed beast could not react in time. Boom! It took the devastating headbutt straight on, its internal organs nearly shattered from the impact, utterly defeated. It skidded across the arena floor, completely knocked out. But the slime was not done. It launched its massive body into the sky, crashing down for the ultimate finishing blow. The beast coughed up blood. Seeing his prized fighter crushed, Lin Yuan finally snapped out of his daze. Tears of absolute despair welled in his eyes. No, my beast. In the stands, Su Nan and Xu Xing went wild, cheering and clapping for that peak menace energy. Teacher Wu Shuang stayed silent, but that proud smirk said it all. Down in the ring, Chen Shu planted his hands on his hips, throwing his head back in a blinding, arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha, too easy. Lin Yuan fell to his knees, utterly broken. My beast's speed is unmatched. How? How did you predict its movements? Chen Shu rubbed his chin, playing the wise master. Just pure talent, my guy. Nothing special, just an ordinary genius. Dropping that absolute mic drop, he turned his back and walked away, leaving the defeated tamer muttering to himself, talent. He is a monster. Chen Shu casually stepped out of the arena. Teacher Wu Shuang was already waiting. Flawless performance, kid. Keep up this momentum. You just might crack the top 10 in this month's Spirit Arena. Chen Shu scoffed, deeply offended. Top 10? Are you kidding me? But suddenly, his eyes locked onto something else. Ding! A blue system screen flashed before him, presenting 4 distinct options. A brand new mission, ranging from the bare minimum of top 30, all the way to the legendary first place. The higher the rank, the crazier the loot. Chen Shu's jaw practically hit the floor. He had to bite his tongue to stop from screaming. The grand prize? Gigantification. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. Gigantification was already his slime's bread and butter. Without that massive size advantage, his combat power would drop by 70%. This reward was practically a divine blessing. His mind raced with terrifying possibilities. If he could level up that skill just once more, he could literally squash Lord-tier spirits like bugs. The promise of unimaginable power ignited his blood. Well then. Looks like first place has my name written all over it. Suddenly, the arena speakers shattered his daydream. Next match, Nanjiang Second High's Tong Li versus Xia Yan. Contestant Tong Li, please report to the arena. Hearing that matchup, Tong Li practically burst into tears. Are you kidding me right now? I am only a level 8 Beast Tamer. Why am I going up against a level 9 monster? Even the announcer Luo Qian felt bad for the kid. He leaned into the mic with a sigh. Your teacher specifically requested this matchup. Said it builds character and strength. Chen Shu shot teacher Wu Shuang a massive thumbs up, fully supporting this cruel and unusual punishment. The teacher just blinked, utterly confused by the kid's antics. Tang Lai braced himself for absolute destruction, marching forward like a warrior heading to his doom. Classmates, remember me. His peers decided to humor him, erupting into a roaring round of sarcastic applause. You have got this, young Master Tang. We will remember your sacrifice. Teacher Wu Shuang facepalmed at the sheer drama of it all. Are these kids seriously this dramatic? The teacher pats his shoulder, a comforting, yet heavy touch. It is all right. Step forward, he urges. The death of a contract spirit does not harm its beast tamer. Tong Li's face turns ash pale. Despair consumes him entirely. Is he just being sent to the slaughter? Around him, his classmates chant, trying to ignite his lost courage. Go, you have got this, young Master Tang. We believe in you. Clenching his jaw, he turns around. A single, tragic tear catches the light before hitting the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan stands there like an unmovable mountain. His arrogant smirk remains unchanged. Tang Li grits his teeth, his body trembling with absolute terror. In the stands, Chen Shu easily predicts the outcome. Xiaoyan is out for blood today. The moment the match begins, the blazing tiger launches a brutal pounce toward the blue bird. Jaws snap wide open, revealing razor-sharp fangs. It aims straight for the blue bird's head. With a sickening crunch, it crushes the bird's neck, violently tearing its prey perfectly in half. Chen Shu closes his eyes and lets out a heavy sigh. As expected, miracles do not exist here. The battle is already over. Bored out of his mind, he waves goodbye. There is nothing left worth watching. Instructor, I am heading out to grab some food, he casually announces. Sunan and Xuxing immediately raise their hands. Instructor, we are leaving too. Down in the arena, Tang Li collapses, weeping over his slaughtered blue bird. Xia Yan just crosses his arms, looking away with sheer disdain. His expression is dark and menacing. A blazing fire of hatred burns deep within Xiaoyan's eyes, locked entirely on Chen Shu from the special class. Next time, I will completely crush you all, Xiaoyan vows silently. Meanwhile, Chen Shu throws his arms around Xu Xing and Su Nan, laughing and chatting without a care in the world. Suddenly, an itch tickles his nose. He lets out a massive sneeze. Rubbing his face in confusion, he mutters, "Who is talking about me behind my back?" Right at that moment, Xu Xing points at the sky. Panic twists his face as he curses. Holy crap, look at the size of that bird. Framed by the bleeding sunset, a gargantuan shadow descends. It is the iron feather. Its pitch-black plumage radiates an overwhelming, terrifying presence. Ding. The system panel suddenly pops up with 3 choices. 1. Run for your life. 2. Obliterate the iron feather. 3. Dump a bag of urine over its head. Rewards are calculated based on absolute difficulty. Chen Shu instantly recognizes the terrifying threat. A Lord-tier Iron Feather beast. Keeping his absolute cool, his mind races to form a battle strategy. Little Xing, get your mutant lightning bird to fly me up there. Xu Xing swallows hard but gives a firm nod. Consider it done. Chen Shu feels zero fear. In fact, his blood boils with absolute excitement. I will show them what a true man is made of, he declares. Crackle. The lightning bird materializes under Xu Xing's summon. Brilliant arcs of electricity dance across its entire body. The trio leaps onto its back, blasting into the sky straight toward the iron feather. The size difference is utterly laughable. They look like tiny ants charging headfirst at a massive elephant. The closer they get, the heavier the monster's suffocating aura becomes. All 3 of them stare wide-eyed in stunned disbelief. Xu Xing suddenly feels a wave of massive regret. Chen, P. Can we actually do this? He stammers, sweating bullets. This monster is way out of our league. Chen Shu, who has secretly chosen the 3rd option, quietly pulls his hand back. His mouth twitches as cold sweat drenches his back. Sometimes, a gigantification potion is way more reliable than beast taming power. Tapping Xu Xing's shoulder, Chen Shu makes the only logical choice. Abort mission. Let's get out of here. But before they can escape, his eyes lock onto something below. Wait! Chen Shu realizes the iron feather is completely ignoring them. Instead, it dives straight for an unlucky student on the ground. His heart leaps into his throat. He roars at the top of his lungs. Ouyang Bao! Get the hell out of the way! But Ouyang Bao stands frozen like a statue. Absolute terror locks his limbs in place. His pupils shrink to pinpricks as the shadow of death looms over him. He can only wait for the Lord-tier beast to tear him apart. Without hesitation, Chen Shu ignites his spiritual energy to shield him. A giant, gigantified slime materializes from thin air, rocketing straight toward the target. Too fast, too furious. The slime launches itself like a cannonball. Bam! It slams its massive body directly into the monster's back. The slime bounces back, landing perfectly safe. Meanwhile, the critically injured iron feather loses all balance, plummeting helplessly from the sky. Is today just Ouyang Bao's cursed day? Even while falling, the beast crashes directly toward his exact spot. Just as his soul is about to leave his body, a hand grabs his collar. Chen Shu yanks him backward, pulling him from the jaws of death. Boom! The iron feather slams into the earth. The devastating impact sends shockwaves rippling like an explosion. Seizing the ultimate opening, Chen Shu roars his command. Perfect timing. Slime, charge. Below them, Ouyang Bao clings to Chen Shu's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Master, you are my absolute savior. You are practically my reborn parents. He wails through endless tears. Bursting with combat aura, the slime turns toward its fallen enemy. It leaps high into the air, activating its brutal crush skill for the kill. Despite being at death's door, the iron feather thrashes wildly. But relentless waves of electricity paralyze the beast. It coughs up mouthfuls of fresh blood. The sickening scent of its scorched feathers fills the battlefield. Sunan rubs his eyes, utterly refusing to believe this miracle. Has a black iron-tier beast really just been defeated? It defies all common sense. His face turns pale as he leans in, whispering to Chen Shu, "Is your slime actually this overpowered?" Meanwhile, Chen Shu grins like a maniac at his system panel. Reward granted. Crush skill +1. Scratching the back of his head, he gives a playful wink. He puts on his best display of fake humility. Ah, how embarrassing. It just happens to be that ridiculously strong. But deep down, he wipes away imaginary sweat. That Lord-tier beast must have been severely wounded beforehand to be this weak. Still, landing the final hit and stealing the glory? Absolute perfection. Sunan, who usually holds onto his pride, is completely speechless at Chen Shu's shameless acting. Suddenly, Chen Shu freezes. He recognizes the towering figure hovering in the sky. That guy. He is a dragon guard. Wang Xianyang descends toward them. An aura of majestic, supreme authority radiates from his every step. Chen Shu and his slime exchange a silent, knowing glance. Their minds connect with a single, greedy thought. We need to swallow the good loot before he notices. Swoosh, the slime instantly morphs into a blur of smoke. It dives straight into the Iron Feather's massive corpse. In the blink of an eye, it rips out the beast's core and swallows it whole. Xuanyang arrived to find the scene completely drenched in blood. He stared in absolute shock, asking if they had actually taken down the Iron Feather beast. Without missing a single beat, the group unleashed an Oscar-worthy performance of pure, unadulterated innocence. Chen Shu flashed a bashful smile and humbly scratched his head. It was indeed me, he admitted with perfect modesty. Serving the people is simply my solemn duty. But Xuanyang's eyes narrowed with heavy suspicion as he pointed a finger straight at him. Wait, you are that ruthless Chen Shu from Nanjiang. Hearing this, Chen Shu's heart violently skipped a beat. His sharp instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. You know who I am? Chen Shu asked cautiously. Xuanyang's expression instantly turned cold and indifferent. I did not before, but I certainly do now. Casually, Xuanyang dropped a massive, earth-shattering bomb. He mentioned hearing rumors that the catastrophic events at Mount Taiping and the Ice Canyon were somehow connected to him. Chen Shu's heart hammered furiously against his ribs, but he maintained a perfectly calm facade. He knew his cover was dangerously close to blowing. Forcing his breathing to steady, he resorted to playing completely dumb. Mount Taiping? What in the world is that? He asked with wide, innocent eyes. I did visit the Ice Canyon once, but honestly, I have no idea what happened. Some absolute lunatic blew the entire canyon to tiny pieces. To sell the desperate lie, he clenched his fists tightly, radiating righteous fury. If I ever catch the maniac who did it, I swear on my life I will beat him to a pulp every single time I see him. Xuanyang stared at him intently, clearly not buying the performance completely. Are you absolutely certain you had nothing to do with it? Chen Shu forced a stiff laugh and nodded his head vigorously to prove his complete innocence. I promise you, I have absolutely zero connection to any of that mess. Fortunately, the older man decided not to press the dangerous issue any further. Very well, if it was not you, then let us drop the subject. Xuanyang summoned his contracted spirit to prepare for immediate departure. Before vanishing, he tossed one final remark over his shoulder. Since you were the one who slayed the Iron Feather Beast, the spoils belong entirely to you. Chen Shu let out a massive sigh of relief, finally daring to wipe the cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He had almost walked straight into his own grave. With the terrifying interrogation over, his stomach began to rumble, and he turned to his teammates while practically drooling. All right, the deadly crisis is over, he cheered with shining eyes. Let us drag this Iron Feather Beast back and roast it over an open fire. We are having a massive feast tonight. As the dark curtain of night fell over the wilderness, a crackling fire illuminated the shadowy landscape. Plumes of savory smoke drifted lazily by a quiet suburban stream. Chen Shu and his three companions sat eagerly in a row, watching the massive beast roast over the blazing flames. Its thick outer skin had turned a perfect, crispy golden brown, releasing a heavenly aroma that completely hijacked their senses. Yang Bao stared at him with stars of pure admiration shining in his eyes. Master, you are seriously a living legend. Chen Shu simply waved his hand with feigned modesty, claiming it was nothing special. But then, Chen Shu rubbed his hands together with a sly, calculating grin. However, since I did save your life back there, shouldn't you show a little gratitude? Yang Bao immediately caught his drift, flashing a wide, knowing smile. Absolutely. I already prepared something incredibly special just for you. Without missing a beat, he pointed enthusiastically toward the dark shadows of the forest. Master, just take a look at this. Chen Shu turned, ready to shower his loyal disciple with satisfied praise. What a good kid. You truly understand how the world works, he started to say. But the moment his eyes landed on the prize, his excited expression completely shattered. Why the hell is it you? Ah Zi was leaning seductively against a tree trunk, striking a dangerously provocative pose. Brother Chen Shu. She purred with a sweet, dangerous melody in her tone. Chen Shu's cheeks instantly exploded into a bright, visible shade of red. He stumbled backward, his confident voice completely failing him. What is the absolute meaning of this? He stammered. Ah Zi slowly closed the distance, her eyes locked onto him like a hungry predator. I finally found you. Meanwhile, Yang Bao stood there with an oblivious, goofy smile, having no idea he had just thrown his master straight into a death trap. Haha, I am the one who invited the Grandmaster's wife over, Yang Bao declared with supreme pride. She even said that since you saved my life, she simply had to express her deepest gratitude in person. I thought long and hard about it, and decided to just bring her straight to you. Before Chen Shu could even process the absolute betrayal, Azi lunged forward with terrifying speed. She slammed him forcefully against the massive boulder behind his back. Chen Shu's entire body went as stiff as a board. He glared at his disciple, stammering out a furious curse. You absolute, completely useless idiot. But Azi merely giggled, fully enjoying the thrill of cornering her prey. He is entirely right, you know. You did such a heroic deed. How could I possibly let you go without a proper reward? Without an ounce of hesitation, she slid right onto his lap, her hands playfully wandering across his chest. Brother Chen Shu, do you not agree? Suddenly, her playful demeanor vanished as she shot a terrifying glare toward the group of third wheels. The sheer, murderous aura she directed at the unwanted audience made a violent shiver run down their spines. Are you all just going to stand there and watch? She hissed fiercely. Sunan and Shuxing instantly realized the deadly danger they were in. Grabbing the totally clueless Yang Bao by the collar, they sprinted off into the darkness, leaving the two completely alone. We are making ourselves scarce right now, they yelled, vanishing from sight. No, wait, do not leave me behind. Chen Shu mentally wept, watching his only hope fade away. Finally, some peace and quiet. Azi purred, excitedly tossing her hair over her shoulder. Now, where were we? She leaned in agonizingly close, her hot breath ghosting across Chen Shu's panicked face. One hand gently trailed down his muscular chest, while the other began to wander dangerously lower. Just as she was about to cross the point of no return, Chen Shu snapped out of his total panic. He forcefully grabbed her wrists, his eyes blazing with absolute resistance. That is enough, he warned, forcing his voice to sound dead cold. If you push this any further, I will stop holding back. Unfortunately, his tough guy act did not faze the persistent Azi in the slightest. She leaned in even closer, whispering, "Oh? And exactly how do you plan on not holding back?" Feeling completely cornered, Chen Shu whipped out his smartphone in a flash. He resorted to the most childish, yet brutally simple defensive technique known to mankind. "Hello? Is this the Spirit Control Bureau?" he shouted into the receiver. "I need to report an emergency. An adult is aggressively harassing a minor." Azi froze, utterly speechless at his incredibly childish tactic. But as embarrassing as the desperate move was, one had to admit sometimes childish tricks dealt the heaviest, most unexpected blows. Exactly 5 minutes later, the flashing sirens of a squad car illuminated the dark forest. Azi found herself in cold steel handcuffs, being unceremoniously escorted right into the back of a police cruiser. Watching from the hidden bushes, Sunan and Shuxing dropped their jaws in absolute disbelief. They actually arrested her? Slowly raising a thumbs up toward Chen Shu, they whispered in pure awe. "You are an absolute god, brother." Chen Shu rubbed the back of his neck, though his smug, victorious grin practically stretched from ear to ear. "What did you expect? Do you boys still not know who you are messing with?" After absolutely demolishing the legendary roasted beast meat, the group finally retreated to their hotel. Their exhausted footsteps echoed softly down the desolate, dimly lit corridors. Chen Shu forcefully collapsed onto his pristine mattress, groaning as his tired muscles finally relaxed. "Thank the heavens," he whispered to the ceiling. "I can finally get a normal night of sleep all by myself." Curling up like an oversized child, he hugged his soft pillow and snuggled deep into the blankets. There was truly nothing better than his beloved bed. But right as his eyes fluttered shut, his entire body jolted wide awake. He felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something incredibly crucial. He smacked his own forehead as realization struck like a bolt of lightning. Oh, right. How could I be so stupid? He had just taken down an elite iron feather beast today. Chen Shu bolted upright, the exhaustion completely vanishing from his system. It was time to harvest the ultimate rewards. Let us see what kind of legendary skill I can awaken by devouring that monster's core. Closing his eyes, he forcefully ignited his spiritual energy ring, letting the wild aura surge through the room. A glowing system notification instantly materialized before his eyes. Skill upgrade unlocked, Power of Wind Mastery +1. Armed with his newly awakened power, Chen Shu kicked his training into absolute overdrive. For the next few days, he basically lived inside the brutal beast arena. The deafening explosions of magical combat echoed through the stadium from dawn until dusk. Together with his trusty slime, he transformed into an unstoppable force, ruthlessly sweeping away every opponent in their path. Meanwhile, far away in a cold jail cell, Azi was shedding endless tears of sheer despair. Thanks to her stunt with a minor, she had been locked up for an entire month, bitterly regretting the moment she ever messed with Chen Shu. Over the past month, rogue spirit beasts suddenly breached the city limits. They tore through the sky in a frenzy. But the spirit wardens struck fast, forcing their massive bodies into spirit-binding nets. 1 month later, the streets are ablaze with vibrant lanterns and festive tassels. Chen Shu walks shoulder to shoulder with his two companions. He narrows his eyes, voicing his suspicion. Why does it feel like this past month has been totally chaotic? He watches a captive spirit beast struggle against the wardens. Even vicious monsters are running wild right inside the city walls. Just then, Wu Shuang steps forward to clear the air. It is likely because a new dimensional rift is about to open. The older man slowly reveals the truth. Spiritual energy has been recovering for nearly 1,000 years. Every so often, a brand new dimension is born into our world. However, I sense a terrifying danger from this upcoming rift. The giant beasts bleeding into our world are massive. Chen Shu's eyes immediately light up like blazing headlights. A dangerous new dimension? Pure excitement washes over him. Wu Shuang smacks him right on the shoulder. Snap out of it. Danger or not, this has nothing to do with you. Even if this rift fully materializes, it will take at least 2 years to stabilize. By then, you will already be in the academy. Now, get moving. Today is your highly anticipated match against Xia Yan. Wu Shuang's expression turns dead serious. Do not dare embarrass me out there. The image of Xia Yan's arrogant, punchable face flashes through Chen Shu's mind. A wicked, sinister grin spreads across his face. Relax, old man. I will make you proud. Cut to the arena. A deafening, ear-piercing screech echoes through the massive stadium. A dangerously familiar warning blasts through the speakers. The Nanjiang menace is entering the battlefield. We strongly advise all opponents to surrender immediately. Do not put up a useless fight. Luo Qian dramatically tosses the megaphone aside, hyping up the roaring crowd. Welcome, my dear spectators. Let me hear you make some noise, as you can tell from that legendary recording. Today, you are about to witness an absolute bloodbath of a match. He points dramatically toward the arena floor. In this corner, the Nanjiang menace, Chen Shu, riding an unbelievable 65-match winning streak, and his challenger, the elite prodigy, Xia Yan, wielding a peak-tier contract spirit. Luo Qian's voice booms over the speakers, pushing the tension to the absolute limit. Who will walk away as the undisputed, undefeated champion today? Let the battle begin. The entire student body of Nanjiang High throws their hands in the air, screaming in pure fanaticism. Let us go, Chen Shu. Crush him, Chen Shu. Chen Shu puckers his lips, blowing a wildly exaggerated kiss to his adoring fans. Thank you all for the love. Across the arena, Xia Yan glares at him with murderous intent. I have finally waited for this day. The rich kid smirks, thinking he has everything perfectly figured out. If my analysis is correct, your slime is a rank A, isn't it? Probably possessing a top-tier bloodline within the A rank. Otherwise, there is no way trash like you could crush so many opponents. Xia Yan grits his teeth, spitting out every single word with pure venom. Today, I'm going to show you absolute despair. I will teach you the meaning of peak-tier bloodline suppression. The blood in Xia Yan's veins boils with violent anticipation. He immediately channels his energy to summon his contract spirit. Chen Shu, I am sending you straight to the afterlife. Roar! The blazing tiger materializes, unleashing the terrifying aura of an absolute tyrant. But Chen Shu just stands there, completely unfazed. He actually pouts in utter disgust. Peak-tier bloodline suppression? Give me a break. Surging with spiritual energy, the main character summons his legendary slime. Let us see how your pathetic rank S contract spirit plans to defeat my slime. Compared to the majestic, ferocious blazing tiger, the slime looks absolutely ridiculously adorable. Yet, it lands with supreme confidence, staring down its massive prey. The slime and the blazing tiger lock eyes. The tension in the arena spikes to a suffocating level. A clash of titans is about to unfold. But wait, the blazing tiger suddenly flinches. It recognizes the terrifying aura of the monster that humiliated it last time. It lets out a pitiful, fearful whimper. Seeing this pathetic display, Chen Shu flashes a mocking smirk. Looks like your sickly little kitten is terrified. Is it losing its mind? Xia Yan's face flushes with absolute rage. You are delusional. Just as Chen Shu prepares to order an attack. Ding! The system screen suddenly flashes before his eyes. 3 golden options appear. Option 1. Use the slime's rear end to violently crush the blazing tiger. Option 2. Surrender immediately and beg for peace. Option 3. Throw a urine-soaked sack over the opponent and beat him mercilessly. Every single choice guarantees a massive reward. Without a single second of hesitation, he locks in option 3. Like a seasoned assassin, he instantly whips a shady sack out of his inventory. Xia Yan's survival instincts kick in as a cold sweat drips down his spine. What the hell are you doing? Ignoring him, Chen Shu politely turns to the referee. Luo Qian. Excuse me, good sir. Is there any way we can turn off the safety barrier? This barrier is specifically designed to protect the Beastmasters from collateral damage. It is strictly activated during every single official match. The traumatic, humiliating memories of their last encounter flood Xia Yan's mind. He steps back, screaming in sheer panic. Do not turn it off. He is trying to jump me. The stadium staff immediately shuts down the request over the mic. We apologize, but the safety protocols cannot be deactivated. Chen Shu lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh of disappointment. He slowly tucks his trusty sack away. Fine. It looks like Lady Luck is smiling on you today. Seeing both combatants finally ready, Luo Qian grips his microphone. Let the battle begin. Xia Yan desperately roars at his beast, completely losing his cool. Quickly, use your skill. The blazing tiger draws in a massive breath before blasting a devastating fireball straight at the slime. Swish! The adorable slime gracefully bounces to the side, effortlessly dodging the lethal strike. Chen Shu stands perfectly still, an absolute master commanding his beast. He triggers the slumber strike technique. Instantly, a shimmering, transparent barrier wraps around the slime's entire body. Boom! The scorching fireball violently crashes into the barrier, but completely dissolves into nothingness. Inside the shield, the slime has literally fallen dead asleep. A soft, rhythmic snoring echoes across the battlefield, confirming the threat is neutralized. The slime's eyes snap wide open. It opens its tiny mouth, unleashing a bizarre, frequency-shattering screech unique to the slime race. Visible shockwaves explode outward like a devastating sonic boom. The blazing tiger takes the brunt of the horrific noise. Its massive brain rattles inside its skull as its eyes roll completely out of focus. Sensing its prey is completely defenseless. The slime instantly triggers its devastating tackle skill. It morphs into an unstoppable, high-speed missile, rocketing straight toward the paralyzed tiger. Will this cute little blob deliver a fatal blow? The blazing fox finally snapped back to reality. Panic filled its eyes as it desperately threw up its defenses, but it was far too late. It had no choice but to brace for impact head-on. Boom. In less than a split second, the beast was sent flying like a broken ragdoll. Crimson blood sprayed across the arena. The defeated fox crashed heavily right at Xia Yan's feet. The young master stood frozen, his mind completely short-circuiting from the sudden shock. The slime was not done yet. It launched itself high into the air, multiplying its gravitational weight to deliver a merciless finishing blow. The entire stadium erupted into chaos. The crowd leapt from their seats to witness the carnage. Did he just win? Up in the stands, Wu Shuang let out a silent sigh of relief for Chen Shu. Xiaoyan's whole body trembled uncontrollably. I lost? He hissed through gritted teeth. His towering arrogance shattered into a million pieces, leaving him completely in denial. No, this is impossible. You definitely cheated. The words burst from his mouth, even as an icy chill of dread completely paralyzed his spine. He desperately prayed this was all a nightmare. That is right, you cheated. How else could a genius like me lose? Xia Yan doubled down on his delusion, absolutely refusing to accept his crushing defeat. I am reporting you. You used dirty tricks. Chen Shu could only stare, amazed that his opponent's shamelessness had reached entirely new heights. Cheating? Chen Shu slowly shifted his gaze to the pathetic blazing fox, which was currently pinned flat beneath his slime. He ruthlessly exposed Xia Yan's fragile ego. You are just utterly weak, yet you cry about cheating to save your face. A razor-sharp smirk painted Chen Shu's face, overflowing with absolute contempt. Having a spirit pet like the blazing fox follow you, what an absolute waste of talent. As if agreeing with its master, the slime increased its crushing pressure, making the fox whimper. Chen Shu's expression suddenly turned freezing cold. If you refuse to surrender, that is perfectly fine by me. But as for your precious spirit pet, he leaned in close with a devilish grin, making Xia Yan's heart instantly drop into his stomach out of pure terror. Xia Yan stammered, completely unable to form a single word. His previous arrogant threats were now nothing but a tragic joke. No matter how intensely his blood boiled with rage, reality had backed him into a corner. Damn it, I have no choice. Swallowing his bitter humiliation, Xia Yan finally lowered his head. I surrender. The referee Luo Qian immediately raised his hand, his voice booming across the arena. The winner of this match is Chen Shu. The stadium exploded into a deafening roar. The crowd went absolutely wild, completely captivated by Chen Shu's dominating and unbroken winning streak. They began to chant his name in perfect unison. Chen Shu is invincible. Chen Shu is invincible. Soaking in the glory, he slowly ran a hand through his hair, striking an impossibly cool pose. Being invincible, Io is truly such a lonely path. Nearby, Xia Yan nearly shattered his own teeth from grinding them so hard. He glared daggers at the champion's back, silently swearing a blood oath. I will never forgive you for this. Unbothered, Chen Shu casually strolled down from the battle stage. Teacher Wu Shuang was already waiting there with a proud smile. Welcome back, champion. Your performance out there was absolutely flawless, Wu Shuang praised sincerely. Give Chen Shu an inch, and he would take a mile. His ego instantly inflated to the size of a hot air balloon. What can I say? I am just way too powerful for them. The surrounding classmates collectively rolled their eyes. No matter how many times they witnessed his legendary battles, They could never get used to his unbelievably thick skin. A massive headache throbbed at Wu Shuang's temples. He pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a heavy sigh. Wipe that smug look off your face. Sit down and watch the upcoming matches. Chen Shu chuckled and obediently made his way over, dropping into a seat right between Su Nan and Xu Xing. The next battle threw Xu Xing right into a ferocious bloodbath. Meanwhile, Su Nan's match felt more like a calm walk in the park. As for Xia Bing, it was a total, one-sided massacre of her poor opponent, finishing without a single hitch. Hours bled away, and a silver moon slowly crept out from behind the night clouds. Wu Shuang stood at the center of the spectator hall, clapping his hands. That concludes all the battles for today. He then cleared his throat, his expression turning serious as he delivered some unexpected news. Listen up, everyone. Due to the upcoming Lunar New Year holidays, our schedule has been cut short. We will be packing up and leaving Daxing City in exactly 2 days. Hearing this, Chen Shu's hand instantly shot up like a rocket. Wait a minute. If we leave early, how am I supposed to secure my absolute #1 rank? Wu Shuang shook his head, utterly defeated by his student's one-track mind. Relax, kid. 2 days is more than enough time for you to claim the championship. Now, everyone is dismissed. Make sure to pack your belongings tonight. Chen Shu let out a long, dramatic sigh before finally standing up. Fine, fine. But his gloom vanished in a flash as he threw his arms around his 2 best bros. Come on, boys, let us head back. The trio walked shoulder to shoulder, bathed in the cold, gentle glow of the moonlight as they left the arena. A crisp night breeze rustled through the dark canopy above, but the peaceful silence was suddenly shattered. Uncle, that is the bastard right there, a voice sneered, pointing a finger directly at Chen Shu. Chen Shu paused in his tracks. He slowly turned around, his eyes narrowing. Who goes there? Stepping out from the shadows was none other than Xia Yan, practically overflowing with arrogant confidence now that he had backup. It is me, you punk. Standing beside him was a towering man named Wu Li, several gruesome knife scars carved across the man's face, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. One look was enough to tell this underground thug was bad news. But Chen Shu merely crossed his arms, an infuriatingly mocking smirk playing on his lips. Oh, did the little baby go crying to his family? Wu Li's scarred face instantly twisted into a furious scowl. He stepped forward, cutting straight to the chase. Are you the little rat who dared to bully my nephew? Unfazed, Chen Shu casually waved his hand to dismiss the threat. Bullying? Hold on a second. Big guy. Sensing the incoming storm, Su Nan and Xu Xing silently exchanged a glance, smoothly tiptoeing backward and slipping away into the night. Left completely alone, Chen Shu stood his ground with absolute fearlessness. He pointed an accusing finger straight at Xia Yan. When on earth did I bully this guy? Are you mad just because I wiped the floor with him at the Spirit Arena? Xia Yan's jaw practically unhinged at the sheer audacity. Meanwhile, Chen Shu completely flipped the script. He bowed forward, adopting a tragically sorrowful tone. If being stronger is a crime, then I deeply apologize. Next time I meet the great young master Xia, I promise I will immediately fall to my knees and surrender. He popped his head back up, shooting a blatantly mocking wink at the furious duo without an ounce of fear. How does that sound? Is that fair enough? Shut up, Xia Yan screamed, his face burning bright red in front of his uncle. I am not talking about the tournament. I am talking about what you did to me. That night, Chen Shu blinked innocently, playing perfectly dumb. That night? Wow. You better phrase that carefully, buddy, or else people are going to start thinking I am some kind of weird pervert. Even Wu Li fell for the logic. The towering thug placed a heavy hand on Xia Yan's shoulder. Little Yan, spit it out, the uncle demanded, his scarred face twisting in confusion. What exactly did this punk do to you that night? Sweating bullets, Xia Yan stammered helplessly. But little did they know, the real nightmare was just beginning. Right at that moment, a blazing hot plate of spicy crawfish rockets straight toward them. Xia Yan, whose guard was already up, immediately screams, "Uncle, watch out." But this guy is no ordinary street thug. His reflexes are razor-sharp as he violently smashes the flying plate to pieces with a single iron-hard punch. However, that defensive move instantly backfires. The boiling, spicy red sauce violently splashes all over Wu Li's shiny bald head and completely ruins his clothes. Xia Yan clicks his tongue in sheer frustration. A wave of intense fury washes over him as he watches his uncle get thoroughly humiliated. Chen Shu and his 2 friends exchange a knowing glance. He shoots them a brilliant thumbs up, and without missing a beat, the trio scatters like mice in 3 completely different directions. Teacher Li, someone is trying to murder us. Save us, he screams at the top of his lungs. Smoke practically billows from Wu Li's sauce-drenched clothes. His eyes burn with murderous intent as he completely loses his mind, gritting his teeth to spit out his words. You think you can run? The moment the words leave his mouth, he explodes forward. In the blink of an eye, his massive figure closes the distance, looming right behind Chen Shu. With a terrifying grip, he snatches the back of Chen Shu's collar, completely paralyzing the boy. Chen Shu's face instantly drains of color, cold sweat dripping down his forehead as pure panic sets in. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of purple spiritual aura slices through the air. Wu Li violently snaps his head around, only to come face to face with a colossal python, its blood-red jaws snapped wide open to devour him. Wu Li momentarily freezes in sheer terror before his senses kick back in. It is just a semi-summoned illusion, he smirks, realizing that within the city limits, absolutely no one is allowed to unleash their contract spirits. But this cheap trick pushes his fury past the breaking point. Thick green veins bulge violently across his forehead as his aura turns utterly malevolent. Chen Shu, you are dead meat. I will crush you with my own 2 hands. Wu Li roars like a wild beast, raising his massive iron-like fist to beat the boy to an absolute pulp. Chen Shu instinctively shrinks back, but hits a dead end. For the first time, genuine fear grips his heart. Is this really the end for the legendary tyrant of Nanjiang? Is he going to fall right here, just as despair threatens to swallow him whole? A miraculous sight catches his eye. 2 incredibly familiar silhouettes just happen to be strolling by in the distance. Chen Shu's eyes instantly ignite with starry-eyed hope. His despair vanishes, replaced by explosive excitement as he screams, "Sister Fangxi, Da Li!" Hearing their names, the pair halts in their tracks and turns around in total confusion. Chen Shu, what in the world is going on? The sudden commotion also forces Wu Li and Xia Yan to snap their attention toward the newcomers. Squeezing out big, pitiful tears, Chen Shu masterfully plays the ultimate victim. "Please, save me," he wails. Instantly, Fangxi's expression turns pitch black, and the very air around her drops to freezing temperatures. "Who gave you the nerve?" Fangxi's voice drips with absolute freezing menace. She bends her knees, gathering explosive power, before launching herself gracefully into the sky. Blazing with rage, she raises her leg high, fully intent on kicking Wu Li straight to the afterlife for daring to touch her little brother. Beside her, Dali tightly grips his mechanical claw, charging in like a loyal vanguard to provide backup. "Hold on, brother, I am coming," Dali roars. Watching the spectacular slaughter unfold right in front of him, Chen Shu violently gulps. "Whoa, that is absolutely brutal," he mutters in pure awe. Fangxi and her terrifying multi-purpose claw unleash a devastating storm of relentless strikes. It is an absolute one-sided massacre. Only when Wu Li and Xia Yan are battered, bruised, and covered in wounds does she finally halt her relentless assault. She glares down at them like a supreme goddess of war, delivering a soul-crushing taunt. "Well, do you still want to keep going?" Trembling in absolute terror, Wu Li instinctively throws his hands over his battered face, desperately begging for mercy. "Please, stop hitting me. I am from the prestigious Wu family of Daxing City." He arrogantly assumed that throwing around his heavyweight background would force them to back off. Instead, it triggers the exact opposite reaction. Fangxi arches an eyebrow, her gaze turning utterly glacial. "Oh, really?" She storms forward, violently grabbing him by the collar. Her murderous aura threatens to suffocate everyone in the alley. "So, you are from the Wu family, huh?" With zero hesitation, she slaps her powerful hand squarely onto his shiny, bald head. Boiling with humiliation, Wu Li screams out in absolute, pathetic despair. This is going too far. Even bullying has its absolute limits. But his pathetic defiance only adds fuel to her blazing inferno of rage. She drives her ruthless fist straight into his face. "Limits, you say?" Utterly broken, Wu Li drops into the most humiliating, cowardly posture imaginable. "Stop. Please stop. We are all important, respectable figures," he cries out, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Fangxi mercilessly unleashes another bone-shattering strike right into his gut. The crushing force sends his heavy body flying backward, crashing violently into the solid brick wall. "Respectable figure, huh?" she sneers. Curled up like a terrified bug, Wu Li hugs his battered head. "Big sister, I was wrong. I yield." But she is far from satisfied. She unleashes a brutal combo of kicks right into his backside. "Wrong, are you?" Watching this absolute carnage, the 2 boys standing nearby turn as pale as mummies. Dali, shaking like a leaf, points a trembling finger at the massacre. "Despicable Chen, could you even block a single strike from her?" Dali stammers. Chen Shu's eyes widen in sheer terror as he shakes his head back and forth as fast as an electric fan. "Are you kidding? I do not think a legendary fierce beast could survive that," he mutters. Right at that moment, Fangxi shoots them a piercing glare and barks a terrifying order. "Chen Shu, hand over that bag of urine right now." Running entirely on pure survival instinct, Chen Shu reflexively snaps a perfectly rigid military salute. "Sir, yes sir," he shouts. His hyper-exaggerated reaction leaves her blinking in sheer confusion. "Why in the world are you acting so hyped up?" Moving faster than lightning, Chen Shu drops down to one knee. Holding the filthy sack up high, he presents it with the utmost reverence. as if offering a sacred imperial seal to an absolute sovereign. Sister Fang Xi, the weapon is yours. Fang Xi's expression twists into something utterly indescribable. She reaches out and grabs the nasty payload, her mind spinning with sheer disbelief. Did my brutal beatdown actually traumatize this idiot boy? She wonders. Whatever. I do not even care anymore. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she furiously hurls the disgusting sack right at Wu Li's battered face. Put this over your head, then grab your pathetic nephew and run a full lap around the entire city. She commands with absolute authority. With his spirit utterly shattered, the once proud thug immediately scrambles to obey. Yes, ma'am, he cries out, desperately yanking the foul bag over his head before throwing the unconscious Xia Yan over his shoulder and fleeing for his life. Chen Shu's eyes instantly transform back into a galaxy of shining stars. He stares at her with absolute, worshipping admiration. That was incredibly epic. Sister Fang Xi, you are invincible. A violent shudder of goosebumps ripples across her skin. She vigorously waves her hands in absolute disgust, trying to ward off his terrifying fanboy energy. Knock it off. Just tell me, what massive disaster did you trigger this time? Chen Shu flashes a cheeky grin and immediately launches into his dramatic storytelling mode. Well, it is a brilliantly long saga. Let me paint you the entire picture. The trio casually strolls down the deserted street, and after a lengthy explanation, he finally wraps up. And boom! That is exactly how it all went down. Fang Xi thoughtfully strokes her chin, her brilliant mind piecing the puzzle together. So, that is the hidden truth behind all this absolute chaos, she mutters, formulating a solid plan. All right, here is the deal. If that pathetic trash ever dares to cause you trouble again, just say the word. I will personally step in and beat him into oblivion for you. Chen Shu waves his hand dismissively, his face glowing with supreme confidence. Oh, thrashing him is an absolute piece of cake. I can easily handle that myself. But since you two legends are already here, I officially invite you to the Spirit Arena Academy tomorrow. Dali's eyes widen in sheer curiosity as he tilts his head. The Spirit Arena Academy? What in the world are we going to do there? A devilish, utterly mysterious smirk spreads across Chen Shu's face. He casually throws his arms around both of their shoulders, his eyes gleaming with thrilling anticipation. To witness my legendary grand performance. Of course, you definitely will not want to miss what is coming next. Seizing the exact moment Chen Shu steps onto the battlefield, announcer Luo Qian hypes up the crowd. Entering the stage today, we have the undisputed, undefeated Chen Shu from Nanjiang Second High School. His booming voice echoes through the stadium. He masterfully ignites the crowd's excitement, turning the arena into a roaring sea of anticipation. As January's absolute rising star, candidate Chen Shu has a massive shot at claiming the #1 spot in the Spirit Arena. With eyes gleaming, he eagerly turns to interview his co-host. From what I have seen, Daxing's Spirit Arena is an absolute meat grinder. Never in our history has a mere high school student managed to snatch the undisputed first rank. Could it be that Chen Shu plans to shatter this impossible record today? Down below, Chen Shu throws his hand high into the air. His confident stance gives them a rock-solid answer. Of course, that legendary record is mine to break. But suddenly, Luo Qian flips his script faster than lightning. A dramatic pause hangs in the air as he speaks with intentional hesitation. Having successfully hooked every single eye in the stadium, he makes his booming declaration. However, we have another monster in the building. He is the undisputed champion Beast Tamer of the December Spirit Arena. The one and only, Wang Zishan. This monumental clash is exactly what we have all been waiting for. The ultimate battle of the rising stars begins now. Wang Zishan slowly strides toward the center of the arena. His brows are locked in a deadly frown as he coldly sizes up his prey. Meanwhile, Chen Shu casually glances up at the roaring stands, instantly spotting a familiar figure waving wildly. It is Fang Xi. A radiant smile lights up her face as she sends a wave of encouragement down to the battlefield. You have got this. Fueled by her cheering, an aura of supreme confidence surrounds Chen Shu. He flashes a fearless smirk at his opponent. Let us get this over with. In a flash of summoning light, his slime appears. Its massive, jelly-like body bounces happily onto the arena floor. Wang Zishan bursts into a mockingly arrogant laugh. Ha ha, you barked so loudly. But it is just a pathetic slime? Dripping with arrogance, he raises his hand to summon his own contract spirit. Feast your eyes on true power. The air crackles as the lightning beast materializes. Destructive arcs of electricity surge around its body, radiating a terrifying, bone-chilling pressure. Chen Shu lets out a low whistle of genuine surprise. A peak A-rank contract spirit, the lightning beast. No wonder you are so full of yourself. But do not get cocky, my slime is no pushover. Wang Zishan sneers with absolute disdain, directly declaring his dominance. Then let us settle this. We will see who the true king is between an A rank and a trash F rank. Without wasting a single breath, the lightning beast explodes into action. Its strikes tear through the arena like a hurricane, locking onto its target for a lethal takedown. The sheer ferocity of the assault catches the slime slightly off guard. The speed of this skill is incredibly overwhelming, leaving absolutely zero room to react. Yet, the resilient slime shakes off the shock in an instant. It delightfully absorbs the devastating lightning strikes, gobbling them up like a freshly baked snack. Standing firmly behind it, Chen Shu perfectly analyzes the opponent's strategy. A paralyzing effect, huh? If you were fighting any other beast, that would be an instant win. But too bad for you. My slime has the absolute super armor skill. Its gelatinous body suddenly hardens into an impenetrable shield. Not a single arc of lightning can pierce its defense. Seizing the momentum for a blitzkrieg, Chen Shu roars his command. Crush them into dust, you insignificant bug. Hearing its master's call, the slime channels its raw, explosive power. It instantly compresses its massive body into the shape of a devastating missile. It launches forward like a cannonball of pure destruction. But its opponent is no small fry waiting to be squashed. The lightning beast evades the crushing impact with supernatural grace. Refusing to back down, the slime chains its attacks, launching barrage after barrage. Yet, the lightning beast weaves through every single strike with terrifying ease. It is as if these two contract spirits share the exact same neural wavelength. Chen Shu furrows his brows, a glint of genuine admiration in his eyes. Are its reflexes seriously this insane? Watching from the sidelines, Xu Yang catches the slight shift in Chen Shu's expression and immediately throws a mocking jab. It seems the great genius has his weak spots after all. Completely unbothered by that supreme arrogance, Chen Shu fires right back without missing a beat. Your fatal flaws outnumber mine by a landslide. Slime, activate Sleeping Dream Demise. In the middle of the raging battlefield, the slime simply drops into a deep, peaceful slumber. It completely ignores the lethal danger creeping up right behind its back. Wang Zishan's face contorts into a savage, overbearing smirk. Did you really think you were the only one holding back a second skill? Lightning Beast, execute the Thunderclaw. The moment the master's command drops, the beast unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the entire stadium. Lethal claws of pure electricity extend, primed to rip its opponent straight to the afterlife. Drunk on the thrill of the hunt, the lightning beast charges forward like a starving apex predator. It lunges wildly, plunging its front legs straight into the opponent as its claws execute a merciless slash. Even as the golden energy barrier slices its flesh and shatters its claws, the beast refuses to let go. It relentlessly digs its mangled talons deeper into the slime, but the agonizing backlash is simply too much, forcing a blood-curdling howl from the creature's throat. Chen Shu smirks, delivering a brutal verbal blow. Looks like those shiny claws of yours are completely dull. Yet, Wang Zishan maintains his chilling composure. A sinister whisper escapes his lips. Is that so? Then how about you taste this? Following its master's lethal will, the lightning beast throws its head to the heavens. A terrifying sphere of raw energy gathers between its horns, blasting unhesitatingly toward the slime. The true target? The glowing seal, directly on the slime's forehead. A jolt of realization strikes Chen Shu like lightning. I was wondering why it kept attacking after taking so much recoil damage. It was just waiting for the perfect moment to detonate the seal. Down below, the sleeping slime suddenly furrows its brow. Its massive body surges with explosive spiritual energy, roaring to life like an unstoppable combat engine. A wickedly cunning smile stretches across Chen Shu's face as he feigns pity. What a brilliant strategy. But tragically, you are a second too late. In the blink of an eye, the slime violently curls into an absolute wrecking ball. Within mere seconds, it obliterates the lightning beast's protective energy shell, chaining the devastating collision skill with the brutal, violent crush. The ultimate counterattack begins. Chen Shu locks eyes with Wang Zishan, delivering his absolute verdict. Your lightning beast is locked into an uninterruptible ultimate attack. This battle is already over. At that exact second, the massive slime launches itself into the stratosphere. It plummets from the heavens, executing a devastatingly heavy crush with its massive, cushioned back. Jaws drop across the entire stadium. The audience sits in absolute, breathless shock at the blinding speed of this legendary clash. But as the dust begins to settle, a deafening uproar is about to explode. The arena erupts into deafening cheers. Chen Shu seizes the moment to act cool, dramatically turning his back to the crowd. He throws up a single champion's wave. Ah, true invincibility is just so incredibly lonely. Meanwhile, hidden far away in the shadows, two mysterious figures watch the entire match unfold through a massive monitor. Their calculating eyes track every single movement. Zheng Shang narrows his eyes, analyzing the data with deadly precision. To think an F-rank contract spirit could unleash such terrifying power. A dark smile creeps onto his face. This Chen Shu is definitely not a simple kid. He immediately barks a chilling order to Azi. Release Ah Hong in 2 days. Make Chen Shu our man, no matter the cost. Without a single second of hesitation, she bows deeply. Understood. Back at the arena, Chen Shu is practically floating on cloud 9. He flexes in front of his friends with a wildly smug grin. Well, am I completely overpowered now or what? His sheer arrogance leaves Fang Xi and Dali completely speechless. They stare at him like he grew a second head. Finally, taking pity on the boy, she tosses him a reluctant compliment. Your combat strength really is not bad at all. But wait, do you not need to head back to class right now? Chen Shu freezes like a deer in headlights. He nods aggressively. Oh crap, I completely forgot. A sly, mischievous scheme suddenly flashes through Chen Shu's mind. He turns to her, his eyes sparkling with an ulterior motive. Sister Fangxi, you should absolutely come with me. Teacher Li talks about you all the time. He really misses his star student. Figuring it is just a minor detour, she nods without a second thought. All right, let us go. Moments later, they arrive at the classroom bursting with joyous excitement. Chen Shu dramatically kicks the door open. Teacher Li, look who I brought. But his cheerful smile instantly shatters at the sight before him. Huh? What is Xia Yan's crew doing here? And this time, they did not come alone. Tian Chen and Wu Li's older brother are standing right beside them. The joyous atmosphere instantly plunges to absolute zero. Chen Shu glares at the intruders, his voice dripping with pure annoyance. Why the hell are you people doing here? Yuan Heng quickly steps forward to ease the explosive tension. Student Chen Shu, please calm down. They are actually our brand new sponsors. Chen Shu narrows his eyes, filled with deep suspicion at the imposing figures. Yuan Heng gestures toward the group with a forced, polite smile. That is exactly right. For this month's first place prize, aside from the legendary Lord-tier materials, they have also sponsored 5 million. He carefully hands a massive gift box over to Dali. All of your rewards are right inside. Tian Chen steps up, putting on a perfectly crafted mask of remorse. Yesterday, my nephew and younger brother acted completely out of line. They caused you unnecessary trouble, Chen Shu. On behalf of my entire family, I sincerely apologize to you. His sharp gaze shifts toward the glowing check, resting beside the prize box. Consider this 5 million our formal token of peace. He extends his hand with a seemingly friendly smile. I truly hope you can let go of the past, student Chen Shu. Let us turn our bitter enmity into a newfound friendship. But then, a dark shadow crosses his face. Remembering his true motive, Tian Chen's voice instantly drops to a cold, threatening tone. However, there is just one more thing. I strongly suggest you stop interfering in our family's private matters from now on. Chen Shu's blood instantly boils. He violently clenches his fist, ready to throw hands right then and there. What kind of garbage family business is that? Xia Bing is a core member of our special class. Without missing a single beat, he shamelessly throws Wu Shuang directly under the bus. Even if I decide to mind my own business, do you really think our homeroom teacher would just sit back and watch? The thick-skinned boy instantly dives behind his teacher's back. He points an arrogant finger at the intruders. If you dare to bully Xiaobing, teacher Wu Shuang will be the very first one to bury you alive. Wu Shuang nearly chokes on his own spit. He was just dragged into the crossfire as a human meat shield. Despite his burning frustration, the poor teacher can only sigh helplessly. He clears his throat to project his absolute authority. Xiaobing is indeed my student. I must ask the 3 of you to leave immediately. Being dismissed so casually, Tian Chen's face turns black with rage. Murderous intent erupts from his venomous glare. Are you not taking things a step too far? He growls. But Fang Xi has absolutely had enough of this nonsense. She steps forward, her dominating aura flaring wildly. Too far? What exactly have we done that is too far? She swats her hand through the air in absolute disgust. She refuses to waste another breath on these arrogant fools. All right, you delivered your fake apology. Now get out of here. We will just consider that 5 million as a simple protection fee. As long as you stop causing trouble for Chen Shu, we will not lay a single finger on Xia Yan. Feeling utterly humiliated and looked down upon, Tian Chen's patience finally snaps. A terrifying wave of pure fury explodes from his body. You dare collect a protection fee from the mighty Wu family in Daxiang City, with just the pathetic strength of you lot? Fangxi simply smirks. Without blinking, she violently flicks a metallic card directly at his face. Is there a problem with that? She mocks coldly. Startled by the sudden projectile, he reflexively catches it in his palm. He brings it closer to inspect the strange, heavy token. The moment his eyes lock onto the engraved crest, all color drains from his face. He screams out in pure, unadulterated terror. You are from the Dragon Guard? When he looks up, He is met with an icy, blood-curdling glare that promises absolute death. Uncontrollable shivers violently shake his entire body. He desperately swallows his immense pride. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant man bows his head in absolute, humiliating defeat. I sincerely apologize. I stepped completely out of line. Please, consider this 5 million as a humble meeting gift for Miss Fang Si. He frantically waves his hand to signal his men. We are leaving. Now. The intruders turn tail and flee like beaten dogs. Watching them run, an unprecedented wave of glorious satisfaction washes over Chen Shu. His eyes practically sparkle like shining stars. He shoots her an aggressive thumbs up, utterly mind-blown. That was legendary, Sister Fang Si. Seeing the perfect opening, Dali immediately jumps in to beg for favors. Sister Fang Si, you have got to make one of those overpowered badges for us too. Seeing right through their shameless little scheme, Fang Si bursts into laughter. Just wait until I become the supreme commander of the Dragon Guard first. The two boys simultaneously curse in absolute awe. Holy crap, Wu Shuang rubs his temples, completely exhausted by his chaotic students. He claps his hands to grab their attention. All right, settle down you maniacs. Let us just pack up and head home for the new year. The teacher gives them a warm, thoughtful smile. The transport is already waiting downstairs. Dali, Fang Si, you two should hitch a ride back with the rest of the class. The chaotic duo flashes bright, polite smiles in agreement. You got it, Teach. The entire class rushes out the doors in a massive stampede. Anticipation for the holiday season fills the air with buzzing energy. Chen Shu throws a heavy arm over Dali's shoulder, practically vibrating with joy. He happily hums a little victory tune. We are filthy rich. We are absolutely loaded. Seeing him about to disappear, Xiaobing anxiously rushes forward. Chen Shu, wait! Hearing his name cut through the noise, he immediately spins around. A deep blush paints her cheeks as she timidly plays with her fingers. Could you stay behind for just a moment? I really need to talk to you about something. As Xiaobing shyly meets his gaze, a sudden heart-fluttering tension fills the air. The atmosphere instantly shifts into something undeniably romantic. Completely oblivious to the mood, Chen Shu tilts his head in absolute confusion. Xiaobing? What could you possibly want to talk about right now? But what secret is she hiding? The moment the words leave her mouth, Xiaobing lunges forward. Without a single second of hesitation, she plants a soft kiss right on his cheek. Her composure immediately shatters, leaving her too flustered to even meet his eyes. Thank you for protecting me back there, she murmurs. Before he can even process it, she turns on her heel and bolts. Her heart hammers fiercely against her chest, completely overwhelmed by her own bold move. Meanwhile, Chen Shu stands frozen like a statue. His mind completely short-circuits as he stares blankly into space. Xiaobing, but his chronic overthinking instantly kicks into overdrive. His face morphs into a mask of pure horror, looking exactly like the famous Scream painting. Wait a minute, he panics. Is she mad that I stole first place from her? Is this some kind of lethal honey trap designed to destroy me? That single paranoid thought sends his anxiety through the roof. He shakes his head vigorously, rejecting the wild delusion, before forcefully steeling his own resolve. No way. I cannot let myself be distracted. The path of studying is my only true love. Yet, the phantom warmth of her kiss lingers, and his face instantly detonates into a bright tomato red. Against his own will, Chen Shu completely melts into the heavenly memory of that fleeting moment. Her lips were so incredibly soft. Suddenly, Dali violently shatters the romantic atmosphere, screaming at the top of his lungs, Chen Shu, let's go. Yanked brutally back to reality, his magical mood instantly evaporates. He frowns in pure annoyance and grunts out a half-hearted reply. Yeah. The golden morning sun blankets the city skyline, piercing through the towering skyscrapers to illuminate the bustling streets below. The group casually steps off the morning bus, sharing some light-hearted banter. Right then, a crucial detail flashes across Chen Shu's mind. Oh, that is right. Dali, Sister Fang Si, I texted my parents on the way back to tell them you guys were in town. He flashes a bright smile. They want both of you to come over for a family dinner. Fang Si has absolutely zero reason to refuse this warm invitation. Sounds great, she agrees smoothly. Perfect timing, actually. I brought something specifically for you. The very moment they step into his living room, the trio immediately huddles around a mysterious object placed directly on the coffee table. It is a tiny, exquisitely crafted potion vial. The liquid inside shimmers with a breathtaking brilliance, exuding a magnetic aura that is utterly impossible to ignore. Chen Shu narrows his eyes, utterly suspicious. Sister Fang Si, is this really for me? You didn't just smuggle some illegal contraband from the black market, did you? Infuriated by his absolute lack of trust, Fang Si instantly snaps. She ruthlessly slams her fist onto his head, leaving a massive bump. What black market? This is a scientific masterpiece engineered by the Huaxia Academy. It permanently boosts all attributes of a contract spirit by 10%. Hearing those legendary numbers, Chen Shu's head violently snaps up. All attributes? Doing a complete 180-degree emotional flip. Tears of profound gratitude instantly well up in his eyes. His voice trembles with overwhelming emotion. Sister Fangxi. She chuckles warmly, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. No need to thank me. Just crush the upcoming exams, and never let anyone look down on you. But Chen Shu's shameless nature strikes again as a greedy grin spreads across his face. No, that is not it. I meant, can we get this in wholesale? His eyes literally turn into dollar signs as he pitches his master plan. I want to start a mega corporation. With an overpowered product like this, we could completely monopolize the entire potion market. Pushed far past her limit, she unleashes a merciless flying kick. Zero hesitation, absolute destruction. Get lost. Just shut up and feed it to your slime right now. He rubs his bruised head with a goofy, apologetic grin. I was just joking, come on. Answering its master's call, the slime appears, happily waving its stubby little arms in pure excitement. Chen Shu gently feeds the glowing liquid to his little companion, coaxing it as if handing out premium candy to a toddler. He watches in absolute fascination as the potion's divine energy surges through its body. This is the exact moment a miracle is born. Chen Shu smirks confidently at the others. Keep your eyes wide open. The slime instantly catches onto its master's legendary vibe, fully preparing to completely blow their minds. Its chubby little body explosively expands. It inflates to a massive size, floating gracefully in the air like a gigantic magical block of jelly. Witnessing this unbelievable transformation unfold right before her eyes, Fangxi gasps in sheer amazement. Wow, it got absolutely massive. The slime visibly blushes, deeply flattered by the high praise. It squeezes its eyes shut in pure joy, bouncing around and emitting the most adorable squishing sounds. A system notification instantly pops up, confirming the stat boost. Chen Shu strokes his chin, thoroughly satisfied. +2 to every single attribute. Not bad at all. Fangxi beams with pride, fueling his motivation. With this kind of power, you actually have a solid shot at entering the Huaxia Academy. Her tone then shifts to a serious, caring warning. From now on, you need to dedicate every waking second to your studies. I will be waiting for you at Huaxia Academy. They share a powerful high five, sealing a legendary oath to reunite at the imperial capital. Just like that, another chaotic day comes to an end. But the very next morning, Chen Shu's deep, glorious slumber is brutally shattered by a blaring ringtone. Yanked from his peaceful dream world, he violently yawns, his eyebrows twitching in pure morning rage. Who dares disturb me? Sluggishly, he drags himself across the bed to answer the call. Hello, he groans. An explosive roar instantly blasts through the speaker. Xu Xingxing invited me to lunch today. You have exactly 3 minutes to appear at my front gate, Fangxi screams. Chen Shu's face instantly darkens like the bottom of a burnt wok. Still reeling from the absolute sonic torture inflicted upon his eardrums, he scoffs, carelessly tossing his phone away. Whatever. He pulls the blankets back up, fully prepared to return to dreamland. But before his head even hits the pillow, his survival instincts violently kick in. He rockets out of bed like a launched missile. 3 minutes. The terrifying ultimatum echoes in his brain. He frantically scrambles, grabbing a random jacket as pure panic sets in. Fast forward to a short while later. The entire crew is comfortably gathered inside a highly elegant, traditional-style restaurant. Chen Shu leans forward, his curiosity practically leaking out. Little Xing, what is with the sudden VIP treatment? Why did you randomly invite Sister Fangxi to lunch? Xu Xingxing's face instantly flashes a nervous red as he awkwardly places some delicious food into Fangxi's bowl. I have always admired Sister Fangxi's immense strength. I just wanted a chance to properly connect with her, he stammers out. Fangxi's cheeks tint pink as she opens her mouth to humbly brush off the praise. But before she can speak, an urgent ringtone slices through the peaceful atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the warm mood completely vanishes. Her expression hardens into dead seriousness as she abruptly shoots out of her chair. Understood. Chen Shu's eyes narrowed with concern. What is the situation? Without missing a beat, she rapidly briefed them on the escalating crisis. A horde of ferocious beasts has breached Wangxing town. You guys finish eating. I need to handle this. Just then, a familiar blue holographic screen materialized, instantly grabbing Chen Shu's attention. Hovering right before his eyes were 3 distinct paths to resolve the deadly encounter. The system demanded a choice to unlock his next reward. Without a single shred of hesitation, his finger locked onto the third option. Hold on, Senior Fangxi. I am coming with you. Chen Shu immediately barked an order. Xu Xing, summon your bird, right now. Adrenaline pumping through his veins, Xu Xing eagerly complied. You got it. Answering the call, the Thunderbird materialized in midair. Its majestic body was draped in breathtaking, midnight blue plumage. Chen Shu cut straight to the chase. Senior Fangxi, what is our exact destination? She was already used to his razor-sharp efficiency. She calmly gave the coordinates. We are heading straight to the Spirit Bureau first. Xu Xing could barely contain his excitement for the epic mission that lay ahead. The Thunderbird instantly launched them into the sky. The veil of night was rapidly falling, providing the perfect cover for their covert operation. Meanwhile, down at the Spirit Bureau, the imposing silhouette of a massive strike force stood ready. Captain Wang Xing stood at the very front. His stern, uncompromising posture radiated the aura of a true veteran. He was the absolute picture of authority and sheer competence. The second Fangxi touched down. She demanded a situational update. Captain Wang, where is the beast horde located, and what are their defining traits? The captain immediately delivered a flawless, rapid-fire intelligence report. These monsters resemble black apes. They are currently swarming toward the south. Fangxi fell into deep thought for a moment. It seems we are dealing with black-tide beasts, she concluded, with deadly certainty. The captain carefully pulled out a pre-prepared envelope. He offered it up with the utmost respect. Please accept this small token of our gratitude. Chen Shu rubbed his neck, faking a shy smile. Ah, there is no need to be so formal. Just hand it over to me. But before his fingers could even graze the cash, a slender hand violently slapped his wrist away. Fangxi stepped forward, her tone absolute. I will personally guarantee this is handled. Keep your money, Captain. Without another word, she turned and gave the signal. Xu Xing, let us move out. He instantly commanded the Thunderbird to blast toward the target coordinates. The spirit pet sharply scanned every inch of the terrain, sweeping from the high clouds down to the pitch-black fields. Fangxi knitted her brows in frustration. These damn beasts are incredibly good at hiding. Hearing this, Su Nan quickly chimed in. Do not worry, you have me here. Fangxi looked at him like a heaven-sent savior. A scouting spirit master was exactly what they needed. Excellent. He scratched his head, a blush creeping up his neck. Ah, you are making me blush. Little butterfly, pinpoint the exact location of that beast horde. Receiving the command, the delicate spirit pet gently closed its eyes. Its sensory waves rippled out across the silent night. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, blazing with a brilliant, neon blue light. A massive thermal signature had been detected in the distance. Su Nan excitedly delivered the good news. Target locked. I found them. Little butterfly instantly darted forward, blazing a trail for the Thunderbird to follow in hot pursuit. The sight before them was pure nightmare fuel. Thousands of bloodthirsty beasts were swarming below, practically salivating for their next meal. Su Nan, terrified, clung onto Xu Xing for dear life. Holy crap, why are there so many of them? Chen Shu's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. The sheer scale of the monstrous horde was absolutely suffocating. Damn it, with numbers like this, I have no choice. Time to unleash my ultimate, secret technique. The rest of the team completely froze in sheer horror. They could only stare as a twisted, maniacal grin spread across Chen Shu's face. He slowly pulled out a highly unstable potion flask. Oh, hell no. Panic absolutely consumed Xu Xing. He desperately whipped his head around to plead for salvation. Senior Fangxi, you have to stop him right now. If you do not, he is going to nuke this entire area, just like he did to the Ice Ravine and Mount Taiping. It was like a switch had been flipped in Fangxi's brain. Pure, unadulterated fury exploded from her as she finally identified the legendary terrorist. Damn it all, that was really your doing? Caught completely red-handed, Chen Shu desperately scrambled for an excuse. Haha, come on now, that was just a minor tactical accident. But before they could even launch their strike, the beast horde suddenly snapped their heads up. The prey had been spotted. Without a single microsecond of hesitation, a massive beast launched itself from the ground, rocketing toward them with terrifying, supersonic speed. Caught completely off guard, the Thunderbird reflexively flapped backward to evade the ambush. The monstrous beast was in a state of absolute frenzy. It rammed violently into their airspace, roaring with blood-curdling rage. Sensing the lethal threat, Chen Shu roared out a warning. Brace yourselves. This bastard is going for a blind spot attack. But Fangxi's eyes burned with absolute confidence. Do not panic. Just focus on keeping yourselves alive, she commanded. She instantly thrust her hand toward the heavens. In a flash, two swirling cosmic black holes ripped open in the sky. The Crimson Flame Dragon and the Crimson Sea Dragon burst forth in a simultaneous, glorious summoning. A tidal wave of overwhelming, ancient energy pulsed from their massive bodies. Down below, the frenzied beast managed to graze the Thunderbird's wing. But that single mistake sealed its utter doom. As absolute, divine punishment, it was forced to swallow a point-blank fireball straight from the Crimson Flame Dragon. The monster's entire form was instantly ignited into a blazing inferno. Countless streams of scorching fire consumed its flesh. It unleashed a harrowing, blood-chilling shriek of absolute agony. But the devastation did not stop there. The torrential flames violently spread outward, ruthlessly catching its entire horde of underlings ablaze. Within seconds, the entire pack was swallowed by a merciless sea of hellfire. They were roasted alive, turning into nothing more than charred ash on the battlefield. Driven completely mad by the searing pain, the leading beast forcefully awakened a hidden ability. It rapidly split its body, spawning multiple deadly clones to turn the tide of war. This desperate maneuver actually managed to catch Fang Xi slightly off guard. A cloning technique? She muttered. Meanwhile, the Thunderbird violently banked back around. It was out for absolute vengeance against these filthy monsters. Exploiting their blind spot, the Crimson Sea Dragon materialized like a phantom from behind. With a single, devastating flap of its massive wings, a terrifying blizzard instantly froze the clones solid. Fang Xi looked down at the shattered ice with absolute contempt. What a pity. You are still far too weak. Refusing to be outshined, the Crimson Flame Dragon roared into the fray. It enthusiastically joined the absolute massacre by unleashing another apocalyptic stream of dragon fire. The surviving beasts had just barely survived a bone-shattering freeze, only to be thrust directly into a blazing hellscape. Unable to withstand the elemental onslaught, they collapsed to the scorched earth in absolute defeat. One after another, the contracted spirits kept their eyes locked on the smoking battlefield, not daring to blink for even a split second. Fang Xi gracefully leaped down from the back of her lightning bird. I will go check the perimeter, she announced. The horde of ferocious beasts had already been reduced to scorched ash. But amidst the quiet destruction, she had no idea the shadow of death had just locked onto her. Miles away, perched like a vulture, Dongming peered through the scope of his high-tier sniper rifle. His crosshairs rested dead center on Fang Xi. A sinister smirk crept across his face, absolutely certain this assassination was already in the bag. Ha ha ha. Say goodbye, you so-called genius of Huaxia Academy. Ding. The system instantly flashed an emergency quest before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Do nothing and pray for a good reincarnation. Option 2. Command the lightning bird to dodge the bullet. Option 3. Summon the slime to block the fatal strike. Just reading the word bullet sent shivers down his spine. Thanks to his perfect 20/20 vision, his eyes darted to the horizon, instantly spotting Dongming's sniper nest. A sniper. Absolute panic seized Chen Shu's heart. He pushed his lungs to the limit, screaming at the top of his lungs, Sister Fang Xi, get down, it is an ambush. Knowing words would not be fast enough to outrun death, he desperately summoned his contracted spirit. Swoosh! At that exact millisecond, Dongming pulled the trigger with a ruthless declaration. You are as good as dead. Only then did Fang Xi feel the chilling aura of impending doom. Bang! But defying all odds, the slime materialized perfectly in the bullet's path, absorbing the devastating impact. Fang Xi stared at the gruesome splatter of slime fluids, her soul nearly leaving her body in sheer shock. Sensing the sniper was preparing another lethal round, Chen Shu roared his next command. Lightning bird! Get behind the slime, now! Dali stood completely frozen, his brain failing to process the sudden chaos. What the hell is going on? Chen Shu ground his teeth together, fury blazing in his eyes as he confirmed the sniper attack. Right at that tense moment, the sweet sound of the system reward chimed in his mind. Lethal poison and berserk potion acquired. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he commanded his spirits to charge straight into the heat of battle. Slime, activate the absolute shield. High above, Dongming's face darkened with absolute disbelief. His guaranteed kill had been blocked. Refusing to accept defeat, he instantly summoned his own contracted spirit to finish the job. A majestic crimson avian erupted onto the scene, its tyrannical aura suffocating the entire area. Its predatory eyes mirrored its master's supreme arrogance. Dongming vaulted onto its back with deadly precision. Wasting zero time, the massive beast dive-bombed straight toward their defensive line like a falling meteor. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, directly confronting the towering threat. So, you are the cowardly rat shooting from the shadows? Dongming slowly rose to his full height, scoffing at the ridiculous situation. To think a measly level 9 Beast Tamer had ruined his perfect assassination. His glare promised absolute agony as he spat out his threat. I truly hope you miserable brats can stay this lucky the next time our paths cross. Chen Shu knitted his brows, utterly unimpressed by the villain's dramatic speech. What do you mean, next time? I have got plenty of time to deal with you right now. Dongming let out a condescending, mocking laugh. Truly a newborn calf who does not fear the tiger. How laughable. Next time, I will crush you insects with only half my power. Delivering his edgy one-liner, the assassin turned his back to make a dramatic exit. Farewell. Chen Shu rolled his eyes at the sheer audacity. This guy was trying way too hard to act cool. But the rage inside Chen Shu was already boiling over. He immediately whipped out his newly acquired highly dangerous potion. You think you can just act tough and fly away? Who do you think you are, the main character? Without a single second of hesitation, Chen Shu hurled his toxic gift straight at the retreating assassin's back. Splash. The fragile vial shattered on impact, drenching the majestic crimson avian in a terrifying, blood-red liquid. Instantly sensing a horrifying shift in his mount's aura, Dongming's cool facade completely crumbled. What the hell is happening to my beast? An earth-shattering screech tore through the sky. The corrupted crimson avian completely lost its mind, nosediving straight into the earth with the force of a falling meteor. Coughing up blood, Dongming painfully dragged his battered body out of the crater. Just what kind of demonic witchcraft was this? Through the settling dust, ominous shadows began to loom over him, all the blood drained from the elite assassin's face. Damn it, it is those academy brats. Chen Shu casually strolled up to the crater, kicking a rock at the fallen sniper with a wicked smirk. Well. Look what fell out of the sky. The entire squad surrounded the crater, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. Their eyes locked onto him like ravenous vampires smelling fresh prey. Why did you stop flying, tough guy? Cornered and desperate, Dongming immediately tried to talk his way out of death. Listen, I swear, this is all just a massive misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Chen Shu's grin stretched into something truly demonic. Oh, take a wild guess. Do I look like I believe you? Out of absolutely nowhere, Chen Shu whipped out a thick, menacing burlap sack. You know, Mr. Assassin, I think your eyes have witnessed a little too much bloodshed today. Swoosh! Chen Shu mercilessly shoved the sack right over the elite sniper's head, cutting off his vision entirely. Giving his squad the ultimate green light, he roared. Beat him to a pulp, even blinded. The assassin's pride refused to break. He blindly threw a desperate punch into the dark. You worthless brats better not push my limits. But before he could even gather a single drop of aura, Fangxi ruthlessly stomped her boot directly into his face. Unleashing years of combat training, she initiated a devastating, non-stop combo. What did you just say? You still dare to fight back? The once majestic battlefield was now reduced to a one-sided alleyway beatdown, echoing only with the muffled, agonizing shrieks of an elite sniper getting jumped by students. Wait! Chen Shu suddenly raised his hand, a diabolical idea sparking in his mind. How about we just bury him alive? Dali instantly caught the vibe, his eyes lighting up with unhinged excitement. I have a better proposal. Pulling a massive iron cooking pot out of thin air like a true maniac, Dali threw his head back and laughed. Let us boil him into a stew. The entire squad froze in absolute silence for 3 seconds, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Seriously, where on earth did he keep a giant cooking pot? Massaging her temples, Fangxi finally stepped in as the voice of reason. All right, enough fooling around, you two psychopaths. We need to hand this trash over to the Imperial Dragon Guards for a proper interrogation. Xu Xing, proving to be the absolute last thread of sanity in this group, nodded solemnly. I agree with the captain. A black iron rank Beast Tamer specifically hunting down students from Huasha Academy is highly suspicious. Adjusting his stance, his expression turned incredibly sharp. This is not random. I can smell a massive conspiracy brewing behind the scenes. Fangxi shared his grim suspicion, her eyes narrowing at the twitching sack on the ground. Exactly. He is most likely a hired dog working for a dark underground syndicate. Inside the suffocating darkness of the sack, Dongming slowly regained consciousness from the sheer volume of their chatter. He ground his broken teeth together, his heart screaming with venomous hatred. These absolute monsters. But lurking in the shadows of his defeat, a deadly spark of defiance remained. While the students were distracted by their theories, his bloodied hand slowly crept into his coat pocket. Grasping a terrifying secret weapon, Chen Shu is about to join the celebration. Suddenly, a chilling intuition strikes him like a whisper from his ancestors. His gaze snaps down, locking onto the enemy who is playing dead. Rongzhen has no idea his cover is blown. A twisted grin creeps across his face as he secretly pulls out a detonator, his thumb hovering right over the trigger. Danger alarms blare in Chen Shu's mind. He roars at the top of his lungs to his squad. Get back! He is going to blow himself up. Without missing a single beat, Chen Shu summons his giant slime to shield them. An earth-shattering shockwave rips through the air. The massive summon absorbs the devastating blast with its entire trembling body. Dust and debris rain down around them. Only when his heavy-duty slime lands safely does Chen Shu finally let out a massive sigh of relief. That was way too close. We almost turned into ash. Fangxi's expression darkens like a thundercloud. She makes an instant executive decision. We are pulling out. Let's head back. Chen Shu instantly understands her underlying tactical caution. He gives a firm, supportive nod. Understood, Sister Fangxi. Crackle. A magnificent lightning bird materializes in a flash of sparking aura. The team quickly mounts the beast's colossal feathered back, ready for extraction. The majestic beast pierces through the clouds, leaving the desolate outskirts far behind. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xi's squad touches down right in the heart of the bustling metropolis. She does not waste another second, and immediately turns to the group. I need to report this suicide bombing incident to the Dragon Guard and officially clear our mission. You boys head home and rest up. Chen Shu feels a slight pang of reluctance to part ways so soon. He gives a half-hearted wave. All right, see you around. Shu Xing and Sunan flash triumphant grins, high on their survival adrenaline. Take care, boss. As Fang Xi's silhouette vanishes into the bustling city crowds, the rest of the crew go their separate ways. Chen Shu's eyes sparkle with newfound energy. All right, let's get back to the strength potion grind. But before he can take a single step, his phone erupts in a frantic, relentless ringing. Chen Shu frowns, a bad feeling creeping into his gut. Old Wang? Why is he calling me out of nowhere? The moment he answers, Tianba's panicked, sobbing voice blasts through the speaker. Young Master Chen, it is a disaster. Our potion shop is under attack. Some thugs are claiming we sell fake goods, and they are threatening to report us to the authorities. The news hits Chen Shu like a physical blow. His jaw practically hits the pavement in sheer disbelief. They said what? He barks, his eyes widening in outrage. The scene cuts to the black market district. A massive commotion is already brewing outside Chen Shu's potion shop, drawing greedy stares from every passerby on the street. A thick ring of gossip-hungry onlookers barricades the entrance. From the center of the chaos, Tianba's desperate, helpless voice rings out. I swear to you, we do not sell fake potions. Stop trashing our business. But Chang Kang's violent mob is not having it. They raise their fists, roaring in a synchronized, menacing chant. Refund! Pay us back! Scam artists! Tianba sweats bullets, completely backed into a corner by the aggressive thugs. Just as he is about to lose all hope, a fiercely familiar silhouette parts the sea of rioters. It is like looking at a descending god of salvation. Tianba's teary eyes light up like fireworks. Young Master Chen, you are finally here. Chen Shu steps forward, his aura terrifyingly calm. Give me the breakdown. What is the situation? Tianba hastily points at the furious mob. That punk bought 10 strength potions from us this morning. The moment the transaction finished, he started screaming they were duds, and then blockaded our front door to ruin our reputation. Chen Shu's lips curl into a dangerously confident smirk. Understood. Let me handle the trash. He pivots toward the hostile crowd, spreading his arms with a chillingly polite smile. Gentlemen, I am the owner of this fine establishment. If you have a grievance, you speak directly to me. The leader of the thugs, Fei Yang, takes an arrogant step forward, spitting his demands right in Chen Shu's face. Cough up the cash, you fraud. Cheng Kang aggressively adds fuel to the raging fire. Since you are the boss, we will make this simple. You sold us counterfeit trash, so empty your registers. Chen Shu does not even flinch. He slowly tilts his head, his eyes turning icy. Fake potions? Show me the undeniable proof that my goods are defective. Or are you just blowing hot air out of your empty heads? Putting on an absolute masterclass of acting, Chen Shu dramatically gasps, feigning absolute shock, as if he has just uncovered a massive, sinister conspiracy. Wait a second. You are all in this together, aren't you? A coordinated strike to frame my flawless business. The thugs visibly flinch. Their eyes dart around in pure panic, terrified that this kid has instantly exposed their exact playbook. Refusing to break character, Lu Rui puffs out his chest and doubles down. What the hell are you babbling about, you scammer? None of us have ever met before today. Stop spitting wild accusations to dodge accountability. Hand over the compensation money, right now. His accomplices instantly bark in agreement like trained dogs. You peddle trash, you pay the price. Cut the nonsense. Exactly. No matter how you spin it, your potions are straight garbage. Right on cue, a new player casually strolls into the spotlight. It is Wen Shu, putting on a sickeningly righteous smile. Gentlemen, if you truly wish to prove the authenticity of these goods, I happen to have a foolproof method. He smoothly projects his voice, making sure every single bystander hangs onto his every word. This young boss simply needs to brew a batch of strength potions right here, in plain sight. We feed it to our contract spirits, and the resulting power-up will immediately separate the truth from the lies. But his smug arrogance completely blinds his intellect, and his true motive slips right out. What a coincidence. I am an elite student from the Nanchang Potion Academy. How about we both brew a batch, and compare our absolute mastery? Chen Shu's eyes narrow into deadly, calculating slits. So that is the angle, a staged public humiliation. His terrifyingly sharp mind connects the dots in a fraction of a second. Hire brainless thugs to ruin my credibility, force me into a desperate public brewing duel, and absolutely crush me to monopolize the black market potion trade. Instead of exposing them, Chen Shu decides to play the starring role in their little theater of doom. A duel? I will pass. Chen Shu waves him off dismissively. Let's just let the Spirit Suppression Bureau officially test my inventory. Without missing a beat, he whips out his phone and ruthlessly dials the authorities. Hello, Spirit Bureau Task Force? Wen Shu's smug facade instantly shatters into absolute terror. Wait, hang up, he shrieks, waving his hands frantically. There is no need to involve the Bureau. A simple duel is perfectly fine. Beep. Chen Shu taps the red button, cutting the fake call with a devilish smirk. His glowing blue system interface suddenly projects into his vision. Chen Shu's eyes lock onto the new quest notification. After crunching the risk-reward ratios in his head, he gladly accepts the arrogant fool's death wish. Fine. You want a potion duel? You've got one. Wen Shu exhales a massive breath of relief, thinking his trap has perfectly closed. A sinister grin returns to his face as he aggressively claps his hands. Excellent. Boys, bring out the brewing cauldrons. Following his silent command, his lackeys rush forward with the equipment. Boss Li, the materials are ready. Chen Shu's lips curl into an excited smirk. They definitely came fully prepared for a showdown. With an arrogant flick of his wrist, he rips away the white cloth, revealing an array of pre-made potions. He flashes a confident smile, ready for the battle. My ingredients are perfectly prepped. Let the trial begin. Unshaken by the display, Chen Shu casually opens the prize box on his desk. Bring it on. But suddenly, a crazy idea strikes him, and he raises his hand to stop the match. Hold up. His eyes gleam with a thrilling challenge. Do you have the guts to brew potions completely blindfolded? Wen Shu scowls, his face twisting with absolute disgust. Is this some kind of sick joke? Chen Shu just scoffs, his tone dripping with pure mockery. A joke? Looks like you're just too scared. Before Wen Shu can even formulate a defense, Chen Shu drops the ultimate insult. What absolute trash. Wen Shu chokes on his own fury, his face turning bright red. You is the only word he manages to spit out. Meanwhile, Chen Shu dangles a black blindfold in the air, the picture of absolute calm. Save your breath. In one swift motion, he ties the thick cloth over his eyes. Watch a true master at work. He raises a hand, flashing a dangerously arrogant smirk. A prodigy brews with his soul, not his sight. Chen Shu slams his flask onto the table. Let the timer start. Wen Shu stares in sheer disbelief, utterly speechless at the sheer audacity. But snapping back to reality, he furiously begins his own brewing process. Sweat drips down his face as he squints through a microscope. He measures every single microgram of his ingredients with absolute precision. Meanwhile, Chen Shu kicks his boots up onto the table. Blindfolded and totally relaxed, he casually tosses random ingredients into his flask like a bartender. The crowd watches this bizarre spectacle in dead silence. Is it just me, or does his brewing posture look completely insane? A spectator nervously nudges his friend. Is the public restroom bro actually going to survive this? Suddenly, the blindfold is ripped away. Chen Shu thrusts his hand into the air. Done. Chaos erupts across the entire arena. The public restroom bro stopped already. Wait, is he seriously finished? That speed defies logic, and he did it completely blind. Soaking in the explosive praise, Chen Shu's ego swells to massive proportions. Normally, this would be humanly impossible, he thinks. But I have the system on my side. Bet you didn't see that coming. I literally have cheat codes. He leans over his desk, throwing a wicked grin at Wen Shu. Time's up. I'm completely finished. Want to inspect the goods? Wen Shu is so obsessed with his own bubbling flask that the words don't register at first. He snaps his head up in pure shock. What did you just say? Scrambling to his feet, Wen Shu roars in utter denial. It hasn't even been 30 minutes. That is scientifically impossible. Chen Shu's arrogant smirk only grows wider. Impossible for mere mortals, maybe. But nothing is impossible for Chen Shu. Gritting his teeth, Wen Shu storms over to inspect his rival's creation. Let me see this garbage. Chen Shu casually taps the glass, adding fuel to the fire. Open your eyes wide and witness perfection. Wen Shu grabs the flask, his hands trembling violently. The potion is absolutely flawless. How is this possible? He whips his head back toward Chen Shu. Did you actually brew this masterpiece blindfolded? Instead of explaining, Chen Shu simply tosses the black cloth onto the table. Why don't you try it on for size? Driven by raging suspicion, Wen Shu snatches the fabric. He pulls it tightly over his eyes, desperately adjusting it, but it's pitch black, utterly opaque. Checkmate. A devilish grin spreads across Chen Shu's face. Hook, line, and sinker, he thinks. Pulling his fist back, he unleashes a devastating haymaker straight at the blindfolded fool. Eat this! Bam! The punch connects flawlessly, sending Wen Shu crashing backward onto the floor. Humiliated and boiling with unprecedented fury, he screams at the top of his lungs. You completely honorless lunatic! Chen Shu completely ignores the crying loser on the floor. Turning to the roaring crowd, he flashes a charismatic grin. Listen up, everyone. Today's batch of strength potions is absolutely free. First come, first served. The entire arena erupts into a frenzy of pure joy. Holy crap, free potions? I call dibs on one. Standing victorious, Chen Shu directs the chaotic mob. Hold your horses, people. Line up inside with the shop manager. The crowd completely loses its mind, stampeding forward like a tidal wave. Out of my way. I need one right now. Watching his rival steal the glory, Wen Shu violently rips the blindfold off. His face is twisted with toxic jealousy. A wise man knows when to retreat, he mutters bitterly. Time to make myself scarce. But Chen Shu's sharp eyes instantly catch the coward trying to slip away in the chaos. His gaze narrows dangerously. Trying to pull a disappearing act, he subtly signals to his massive teammate hidden in the crowd. Dolly, tail that rat. The giant easily spots the target, flashing a silent thumbs up. Consider it done. Wen Shu practically sprints down an empty alley, desperate to escape his humiliation, but his path is suddenly blocked by a towering shadow wielding a steel pipe. Going somewhere, little buddy? Sometime later, Chen Shu strolls casually through the winding backstreets. I'm pretty sure Dolly dragged him down this way. Spotting his boss, the giant enthusiastically waves him over. Chen Shu's eyes light up with dark amusement. Is the trash taken care of? Dolly beams with pride, throwing up a massive thumbs up, like a walk in the park. He points his thumb at the dark corner. There lies Wen Shu, beaten black and blue, completely out cold. Chen Shu whistles, genuinely impressed by the handiwork. You never disappoint, my friend. The duo claps each other on the shoulder, laughing like true villains as they walk away. Our work here is done. Let's head home. In the shadows, the battered alchemist agonizingly drags himself off the pavement. With trembling, bloody fingers, he dials a number on his shattered phone. Hello, master? They jumped me. Days pass in this sprawling, hypermodern metropolis. Chen Shu falls into a comfortable, wealthy routine between his home and the thriving black market. But just as life feels perfect, a sudden, chilling system notification shatters the peace. Chen Shu quickly grabs his phone. A new message from Fangxi lights up the screen. The meeting point? A quiet, local cafe. Chen Shu leans in, his voice laced with intense curiosity. Sister Fangxi, did you actually uncover that person's true identity? She gently slides a piece of paper across the table. She nods softly. Chen Shu's eyes scan the page, reading the classified details aloud without missing a single beat. Liu Ping, age 28, leader of the Iron Fist Beastmasters. Contracted spirit, the devastating magnetic fire beast. A Nanjing University graduate with a spotless criminal record. Chen Shu slammed the dossier onto the table, frustration blazing in his eyes. Something was completely off. Why wasn't there a single trace of weapons or explosives in this file? Mid-sentence, a chilling realization hit him. The truth was terrifying. Could the dark organization backing this guy actually possess enough power to blindfold the legendary Royal Dragon Guards? He rested his chin on his hand, his mind racing through the deadly possibilities. Their last assassination attempt failed miserably, which means a second strike is absolutely guaranteed. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes lit up. He unzipped his backpack with a sharp zip, pulling out a glowing glass vial right before their eyes. Sister Fangxi, you have to check this out. He slammed the glowing liquid onto the table. This is a berserk potion, he declared proudly. It can instantly multiply a contracted spirit's combat power by 10 whole times. But he was not done yet. Chen Shu whipped out a second, dangerously bubbling vial. And this beauty is a liquid explosive capable of leveling an entire city. Fangxi's jaw dropped to the floor, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Completely ignoring her shock, Chen Shu laid out his crazy survival plan. With these babies in hand, we can absolutely crush any enemy that crosses our path. But his expression suddenly turned dead serious. If the situation completely goes south, I promise, I will definitely attend your funeral feast. Fangxi let out an exhausted sigh. She saw right through his nonsense. Can I ever expect anything genuinely helpful from you? She muttered in pure defeat. Seeing her disappointment, Chen Shu's aura instantly shifted. His eyes darkened with lethal intent. I will carve your enemies into 100 bloody pieces, no matter who they are. Hearing this ruthless vow, a wave of deep emotion washed over her. All right. I promise you, nothing bad will happen to me. With a warm smile, Fangxi quickly shifted the conversation. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to enter the legendary Huaxia Academy? Come with me. There is someone very important you need to meet. A massive question mark popped up in Chen Shu's head. Meet someone? Who could it possibly be? As they walked through the quiet city streets, an aged but powerful voice suddenly broke the silence. Is that little Fangxi? Professor Ye Bing stood by the doorway. He offered a gentle, welcoming smile. Come on in, you two. Chen Shu stepped inside the room, scanning his surroundings like a hawk. Why were they meeting this random old man? Then it clicked. This was the grumpy elder from the Resource Bureau. He subtly tugged on Fang Xi's sleeve, whispering with intense curiosity. Sister Fang Xi, what is this old geezer's real background? She shot him a side glance. A knowing smirk played on her lips. He is a legendary gold-tier beastmaster. She paused dramatically, letting the weight of those words sink in. And he is the chief examiner for the Nanjiang City College entrance exams. Boom! The revelation struck Chen Shu like a bolt of lightning. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wait. What? He snapped his head toward Ye Bing's back. This fragile-looking old man held that much terrifying power? Realizing this was the man who held his future in his hands, Chen Shu instantly flipped the switch. A massive, shameless grin spread across his face. Ah ha ha. He dashed toward the elder with overwhelming, over-the-top enthusiasm. Elder Ye, please, let this humble junior massage your tired shoulders. But he was not stopping at a simple massage. Chen Shu decided to go all in, preparing the ultimate honey trap strategy to win this VIP over. Elder Ye, you have been lonely for so many years, it breaks my heart. How about I introduce you to a lovely lady? I know this stunning grandma from the Plaza Dancing Club. She is an absolute beauty. A heavy silence filled the room. Ye Bing stared at him, an ocean of question marks floating above his head. The elder's expression screamed, did this little punk forget to take his meds? Standing nearby, Fang Xi wanted the earth to swallow her whole. Her face burned with absolute second-hand embarrassment. She quickly cleared her throat to salvage whatever dignity they had left. Ahem, Professor Ye, please ignore him. My mentor sent me here to pay you a formal visit. She respectfully stepped forward, placing an ornate wooden box onto the table. With a graceful, deep bow, she offered her gift. Please accept this small token of your junior's respect. I only humbly request that Professor Ye looks out for my chaotic little brother during the exams. Ye Bing did not hesitate. He flicked the elegant latch open. Resting inside was the legendary, mind-bogglingly expensive 01 potion. The sheer glow of the liquid left both the elder and Chen Shu completely stunned. Ye Bing's eyes widened before his brows knit together tightly. He stared at the rare treasure, completely lost in deep thought. This miraculous potion. I am afraid it cost you an entire semester's worth of academy points, did it not? Meanwhile, Chen Shu was still frozen in pure shock. His mind was reeling. The 03 potion from before was already a supreme treasure that boosted all attributes. But this, the mythical 01 potion? But Ye Bing was a man of strict principles. Without a second of hesitation, he pushed the box back. His aura was overwhelmingly absolute, yet perfectly polite. Take this back right now. I will never break the sacred rules of the exam. He glanced sharply at Chen Shu. If this brat actually has the raw power, I will award him the exact points he earns. Hearing this absolute fairness, a confident smirk played on Chen Shu's lips. He turned to his sister, his voice oozing with cocky arrogance. Sister Fang Xi, relax your worries. This genius can crush those exams and claim the top score with my own two hands. You are a proud royal dragon guard. You absolutely cannot resort to dirty bribery for my sake. Fang Xi bit her lip, her heart still heavy with worry. But seeing his blazing confidence, she finally gave in. All right. Fine. With the bribe rejected, Chen Shu locked his piercing gaze directly onto the chief examiner. By the way, Elder Ye, let me ask you a serious question. His playful demeanor vanished in an instant. If I manage to break through to the black iron tier before the exams begin, his eyes ignited with a hungry, burning ambition. Will the legendary Huaxia Academy grant me a direct, unconditional admission? The moment those absurd words left his mouth, the old man shot him a look of absolute disdain. A high schooler reaching the black iron tier? Ye Bing scoffed coldly. Are you completely delusional, boy? Do you have any idea how many decades it has been since a monstrous genius like that appeared? But the harsh mockery bounced right off Chen Shu's thick skin. His cocky smirk never wavered as he pushed the old man into a corner. Ha ha ha, whether I am daydreaming or not is my business. He stepped closer, his aura surprisingly intimidating. Just give me a straight answer. If I achieve the impossible and reach the black iron tier, will Huaxia Academy throw their doors open for me? Seeing the unshakable fire in the kid's eyes, the elder slammed his fist down. Fine. If you actually pull off this absolute miracle, I will bet my entire reputation as a gold-tier beastmaster. I will personally guarantee your unconditional admission into the academy. Hearing that golden promise, Chen Shu's blood boiled with ultimate hype. Deal, he roared. Deep inside, his wild heart was doing backflips of pure victory. Now he didn't have to stress over those boring written exams at all. But lingering in the shadows of his mind, how exactly would his slime's terrifying hidden potential change the entire game? Moments later, as the duo leaves the cafe, Ye Bing watches them from the shadows. His eyes gleam with dangerous anticipation. A black iron rank beast tamer, huh? He thinks to himself. Meanwhile, striding down the bustling street, a sudden realization hits Chen Shu like a physical blow. That is right, Sister Fangxi. My dad said we are hosting the New Year's Eve party today. Dali and the others are already there. We need to head back now. Hearing this, Fangxi offers a warm smile of agreement. But before he can take another step, his pocket suddenly vibrates. A sharp ringtone shatters the moment. He pulls out his phone with a heavy frown. Who is calling at a time like this? An unknown number? He answers, and a deadly serious voice echoes through the speaker. Greetings. Am I speaking to the student, Chen Shu? I am Zhou Jiang, an instructor at Nanchang Pharmaceutical University. I am calling you today with a direct offer. Are you interested in joining our prestigious institution? Before Chen Shu can even process the offer, the next words freeze him completely. I can grant you direct admission. He pauses, as a sudden thought flashes through his mind. Direct admission? I have not even reached the Black Iron rank as a Beast Tamer yet. Why would a university want to recruit me already? Suddenly, a glowing blue system panel materializes right before his eyes. Option 1. Accept the offer from Nanchang Pharmaceutical University. Reward: a master tier potion. Option 2. Refuse, and declare their academy unworthy of his presence. Reward: a giant truth fruit. Option 3. Ask if their university walls can withstand a nuclear blast. Reward: the lightning potion manual. Staring at the glowing text, Chen Shu is visibly shaken. A master tier reward is incredibly tempting. However, the words that leave his mouth completely defy expectations. Can your university walls survive a nuclear strike? In his heart, he knew the other choices were safer, but he had already locked in his chaotic decision. This outrageous question leaves Zhou Jiang absolutely stunned. Over the phone, the instructor can only manage a single bewildered word. Huh? Wen Shu, standing right beside the instructor, is equally dumbfounded. What did you just say? Not waiting for any further explanation, Chen Shu fires back mercilessly. If your walls cannot block a nuke, then I am sorry, but I will pass. He abruptly ends the call, leaving only a cold, heartless dial tone. Wen Shu furrows his brows in pure disbelief. Did he really just hang up? But Zhou Jiang pays it no mind, coldly turning on his heel. It seems we will have to find another approach. Having dealt with that annoying duo, Chen Shu smoothly slides his phone back into his pocket. Fangxi tilts her head, her eyes full of curiosity. What happened? Did a university just offer you direct admission? Hearing this, Chen Shu cannot resist the urge to flex his status a little. That is right, but I rejected them immediately. I only have my sights set on Huaxia Academy. A flicker of worry crosses her eyes. She gently advises him. Was it really wise to be so blunt? But he casually brushes it off, throwing an arm around her shoulder. Let us go, Sister Fangxi. We cannot let Dali and the others wait any longer. Time waits for no one, and soon the moon hangs high in the midnight sky. Inside Chen Shu's cozy apartment, the crew gathers around a massive feast. The atmosphere is incredibly warm and festive. After stuffing their bellies to the absolute limit, Dali suddenly speaks up with an exciting idea. Chen Shu, tonight is New Year's Eve. Since we have nothing else planned, why do we not head out and set off some fireworks? Sitting nearby, Fangxi fully supports the idea. Then I will call Qinghan to join us too. Chen Shu has absolutely no reason to refuse such a thrilling plan. Sounds perfect. Fangxi immediately steps out onto the balcony, dialing a number in a flash. Hello, Qinghan? Come out and shoot some fireworks with us later. The group quickly shifts their base of operations, gathering enthusiastically outside under the crisp night air. Lying on the lush green grass beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Fangxi suddenly breaks the comfortable silence. Qinghan, you must work hard for the university entrance exams. Once you make it to the capital, I will protect you. Lying right beside her, the girl smiles so brightly her eyes turn into crescents. Got it, Sister Fangxi. I will do my absolute best. Then, as if remembering a crucial detail, she speaks up. Oh, that is right, Sister Fangxi. Does Chen Shu not also want to test into Huaxia Academy? Hearing this, she tilts her head toward where he was resting, casually asking, Exactly. Chen Shu, do you feel any pressure aiming for Huaxia Academy? But before she can finish her sentence, she lets out a startled scream. The spot next to her is completely empty. Chen Shu? Fangxi sits bolt upright, scanning the area in total bewilderment. Where did he disappear to? Qinghan is equally confused. I have no idea. Suddenly, his booming voice echoes from right behind them. Both girls instinctively whip around. I am right here. In a single second, their eyes widen in absolute horror. Their jaws drop, completely unable to process the sheer madness before them. Chen Shu stands there, completely unfazed and practically vibrating with excitement. He raises his hands to show off his glorious masterpiece. Behold, my special, ultra-aggressive edition fireworks. Dali's eyes nearly pop out of his skull at the sight of the colossal weapon. He screams in utter shock. Holy crap! When did you even build that? Why is it so terrifyingly huge? Ignoring the sheer panic etched on everyone's faces, he boldly makes his grand declaration. It is the new year. Of course, I had to come fully prepared. Tonight, I will be the youth who blasts his ideals across the entire city on New Year's Eve. Without a shred of hesitation, he flicks his lighter open, ready to ignite the chaos. With a face full of absolute manic thrill, Chen Shu roars to the heavens. Everyone, tonight is the night you witness a true miracle. The moment his words fall, a terrifyingly magnificent explosion of fireworks completely devours the night sky. Admiring his masterpiece, he couldn't help but bask in his own glory. Well, isn't it a thing of beauty? But right then, Fangxi sensed something terribly wrong. Alarm bells rang violently in her head. Wait a minute, what is that sound? It sounds like flying bullets. Meanwhile, miles away, Wang Jian was lounging on his luxurious sofa. Suddenly, his phone shattered the silence. He barely lifted the receiver. Before he could even say hello, an urgent voice crackled through the speaker. Wang Jian, an unknown explosion just rocked the city outskirts. Wang Jian, an unknown explosion just rocked the city outskirts. Take your squad and investigate immediately. The news struck him like a bolt of lightning from a clear blue sky. What? He gasped in sheer shock. Meanwhile, miles away, the New Year's Eve atmosphere was absolutely electric. Chen Shu and his crew were kicking back, mesmerized by the dazzling firework display. High above in the pitch-black night, the massive name Nan De Hui blazed across the sky, framed by a magnificent symphony of exploding colors. But the awe lasted only a split second. Fangxi suddenly noticed a catastrophic flaw in their plan, her breath hitching as a curse slipped from her lips. Damn it. In a flash of pure energy, she summoned her Crimson Sea Dragon. Cut it out, you idiots, she barked. An explosion that big will drag the Spirit Suppression Bureau right to our doorstep. Without missing a beat, Fangxi commanded her majestic beast to dive toward the blazing firework battery. The dragon hovered, coiled, and perfectly ready to strike. Opening its massive jaws, the Crimson Sea Dragon locked onto its fiery target. A devastating blast of absolute zero frost erupted from its throat. In the blink of an eye, the entire payload was entombed in a jagged, towering glacier. Seconds later, the intense residual heat shattered the ice, leaving nothing but a smoldering, blackened crater of dead fireworks. Crisis averted. She immediately grabbed Chen Shu by the sleeve, violently dragging him away. We need to vanish, right now, before the Bureau's hounds sniff us out. But the clueless boy just chuckled, trying to calm her down. Aren't you overreacting? It was just a little holiday sparkler. The universe instantly proved him wrong. Heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows as a uniformed squad marched into view. No way. They actually came, Chen Shu whispered, the color draining from his face as cold sweat drenched his back. Did we really just trigger a full Bureau response? Stepping out from the imposing squad was none other than Wang Jian. His piercing gaze swept the chaotic scene before he launched his interrogation. Was that massive disturbance you're doing, kid? He demanded. Chen Shu's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. He waved his hands with a perfectly innocent smile. Absolutely not, sir. I just heard the blast too, and rushed over to catch the culprit myself. Shaking his head like a seasoned detective, Chen Shu put on his absolute best performance of deep, sorrowful contemplation. But to my absolute shock, the scoundrel had already vanished into the night. Clenching his fists in mock fury, his face radiated nothing but pure, unadulterated justice. Uncle Wang, give me just a little time. I swear on my life, I will hunt them down. Before the lie could even settle, a heavy, murderous hand clamped down on his shoulder, nearly making his soul leave his body. Do you really think I was born yesterday, brat? With a ruthless smirk, Wang Jian gestured to the heavily armed enforcers standing behind him. Like a tightening noose, the elite troops swarmed in, cutting off every single escape route. Chen Shu froze, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of the law. One agonizing, emotion-draining night later, Chen Shu sat slumped, resting his chin in his hands. His lifeless eyes stared into the void, deeply questioning his entire existence. Why? Because he was currently rotting on a miserable, creaky cot behind cold iron bars. Outside the cell, Dolly could not bear the pathetic sight anymore. He turned to the formidable girl beside him. Sister Fangxi, are we seriously not going to bail him out? Her gaze was like absolute zero as she stared intensely at the imprisoned boy. Without a single shred of mercy, her verdict fell. He needs a harsh reality check. If we save him now, he will just blow up the city again tomorrow. Having seen enough of his misery, she turned on her heel. Let us move. It is getting incredibly late, and I want to go home. Dolly felt a deep pang of guilt, but helplessly nodded in defeat. The two heartlessly abandoned him to the shadows, leaving Chen Shu drowning in an ocean of unbearable solitude. Fast forward to the next morning, a radiantly sunny day at the Bureau headquarters. Wang Jian stood with his arms crossed, his scowl deepening as he delivered his final reprimand. Try acting like a civilized human being for once, kid. One more stunt like this, and I am locking you up for good. Chen Shu snapped into a perfect 90-degree bow, radiating completely fake repentance. Crystal clear, Uncle Wang. The seasoned officer simply waved him off in sheer exhaustion, turning his back. Get out of my sight. And just like that, their paths decisively diverged. The veteran officer marched back to the daily grind, while a liberated Chen Shu practically skipped toward his ride home. His hand had just touched the car door handle when his phone suddenly exploded with a frantic ringtone. He answered in a flash. Fang Xi's intense voice cut straight through the speaker. Chen Pai, I need to borrow your buddy's Thunderbird immediately. A massive horde of vicious beasts just breached the perimeter. His heart skipped a beat as the sheer shock set in. Wait, what? Ding! Out of thin air, a glowing holographic blue screen materialized right before his eyes. The system had miraculously awakened, projecting 3 fate-altering choices. His eyes scanned the floating text rapidly, his mind racing through the tactical calculations. The rewards for the third option were obscenely tempting, but it literally required bombing Nanjiang City to the absolute ground. Having just escaped a jail cell for illegal explosions, the trauma was still way too fresh in his mind. He furiously shook his head, slapping his own cheeks to wake up. Erase that thought. Do not even entertain that absolute madness. His survival instinct and thirst for action aligned perfectly. Without a single second of hesitation, his final decision was locked. Sister Fang Xi, count me in. Meanwhile, bathed in the glorious morning sunlight, a ridiculously extravagant mansion stood like a modern fortress. Inside, Xu Xing stared at the lunch tray his butler just delivered, violently tearing at his own hair in despair. Why in the world are we eating this garbage first thing in the morning? Pan Hao, his fiercely loyal butler, did not even bat an eye. Completely immune to the rich kid's daily tantrums, he simply bowed with perfect, unyielding composure. I am terribly sorry, young master. Our hands are completely tied. Your cultivation progress has been tragically underwhelming. The master strictly ordered that you must consume at least 30 beast-taming pearls every single day. The words struck him like brutal, physical blows. Xu Xing's soul seemed to leave his body as twin streams of absolute misery cascaded down his cheeks. This rich boy lifestyle is pure, unadulterated torture. Just as he was drowning in his own dramatic sorrow, his phone started ringing off the hook. Like a drowning man clutching a golden lifeline, he smashed the answer button. Chen Pi, the sun barely just rose. What the heck do you want this early? Silence greeted him. The line was completely dead. Refusing to lose his escape route, Xu Xing furiously dialed back. Hey, Chen Pi, you there? The response came back instantly, laced with absolute breathless urgency. Yo, Xiao Xing, I need to borrow your bird. Right now. The hilariously questionable phrasing made Xu Xing choke on thin air. He could not resist dropping a devastatingly smug smirk. Excuse me? The sun just came up, and you are already asking for my bird? On the other end, Chen Shu's patience completely snapped at that highly punchable tone. Cut the crap and hurry up. I do not have a flying contract familiar yet. This is a literal life or death emergency. You have exactly 10 minutes to get that giant bird of yours to my front yard. Do not make me wait. Hanging up the call, Xu Xing turned back to his butler with a wildly exaggerated sigh of fake regret. Oh, what a devastating tragedy. My dear comrade needs me for an urgent mission. It seems today's hellish training session must be cancelled. The old butler did not even break a sweat. Instead, he immediately pulled a flawless solution right out of his sleeve. No worries, young master. You can let little Lei go, and then resume your cultivation. Those merciless words shattered Xu Xing's dream of skipping practice. He slumped back in utter despair, realizing that being filthy rich was not fun at all. Moments later, a massive silhouette pierced the clouds. The lightning bird soared across the sky, carrying 2 figures straight toward the treacherous mountain range. Chen Shu sat comfortably on his friend's majestic spirit beast. Looking at the magnificent creature, he could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia for its master. He never expected little Xing to actually bail. Fang Xi completely ignored his sentiment, her tone turning deadly serious. Hey, maybe you should sit this one out. That place is an absolute death trap. There is a silver-tier lord leading the pack. I am terrified you will get yourself killed. But Chen Shu did not care at all. He shamelessly leaned his head against her shoulder, acting like a spoiled brat. Relax. I have my slime to act as a meat shield. Sister Fang Xi, please let me go. I am dying to see the action. That was what his mouth said. But inside, Chen Shu's mind was brewing a delightfully wicked scheme. If a perfect opening appeared, he could easily snatch up some rare new materials. He cranked up the cringe, whining her name with sickening sweetness. Sister Fang Xi. Oh, Sister Fang Xi. Her patience rapidly started to drain. Finally pushed to her absolute limit, she threw her hands up in defeat. She had no choice but to surrender to his relentless annoyance. Fine, but let us get one thing straight. We only handle the low-level grunts. Leave the terrifying boss monsters to the Dragon Guard. Hearing this absolute victory, Chen Shu cheered at the top of his lungs. Deal! But their peaceful flight was instantly shattered. The lightning bird violently twitched, sensing an overwhelming bloodlust in the air. It slammed on the invisible brakes mid-air. Feathers exploded in every direction as panic completely took over the beast. Without a single second of hesitation, the lightning bird whipped around. It ignited its maximum speed, desperate to flee for its life. The violent change in direction threw Chen Shu off balance. Panic crept into his voice as he cursed out loud. Holy crap! Is the danger ahead so terrifying that even this beast is turning tail and running? Seeing his sudden panic, Fang Xi offered an out. If you are too scared, we can turn back. But against all logic, Chen Shu's fear vanished, replaced by a wickedly greedy smirk. Then I absolutely have to go. His mind was already spinning a web of pure mischief. If an incredibly overpowered beast was waiting ahead, would not manipulating the chaos be the perfect power-up for his slime? Seeing his unbreakable greed, Fang Xi sighed. Sure, but the lightning bird refuses to fly any closer. Chen Shu scoffed, completely ignoring her warning. He reached into his bag and pulled out something sinister. This is not up to little Lei anymore. The cunning trickster hoisted the mysterious bag into the air. Listen up, little Lei. If you do not fly us right now, do not blame me for playing dirty. Chen Shu barked another threat, draining all the color from the majestic bird's face. Caught between two nightmares, the beast made its choice. The lightning bird violently banked back to their original route, not daring to waste a single microsecond. Fang Xi sat completely speechless. Unable to comprehend his sheer audacity, she slowly raised a thumb in absolute awe. Peering down from the heavens, the duo witnessed an explosive battlefield. Contract spirits clashed in a symphony of destruction. Right now, the blazing fireballs were completely dominating the arena. Chen Shu stared at the legendary slaughter, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He never imagined that silver-tier contract spirits wielded such world-shaking power. Snapping him out of his daze, Fang Xi gently ruffled his hair. Let us move. Stop staring and focus. We need to reach the spatial fragment zone. She immediately commanded the massive beast to advance. But Chen Shu's eyes gleamed with a reckless desire. He aggressively patted her shoulder, signaling a halt. Hold up, he demanded. His terrifyingly calm voice made Fang Xi's blood pressure spike. She cursed out loud. Damn it. What are you planning now? Do not even think about dropping a nuclear bomb down there, she warned fiercely. But Chen Shu only flashed a wickedly triumphant grin. Relax. I am not dropping any bombs. The very next second, his aura flared to life. He stretched out 5 fingers, channeling his spiritual energy to summon his ultimate weapon, the slime. I just feel that this magnificent battle would be a complete waste without my grand entrance. In a flash of blinding light, the slime materialized. Its massive form descended, instantly engulfing the chaotic battlefield of brawling spirits. The beast unhinged its massive jaw. It prepared to swallow the raging fireballs whole, erasing them from existence. Caught entirely off guard by the ambush from above, the fiery beasts froze. They were paralyzed, merely waiting for the Grim Reaper to strike. Down below, Xuan Yang stared in absolute shock at the descending slime. He yelled with surging hope, "More Dragon Guard reinforcements are here! Wait, is that a gold-tier entity?" Unleashing its ultimate trump card, the slime activated terrifying roar. But instead of a monstrous boom, it squealed out 2 hilariously cute noises. The towering contract spirits simply blinked, completely unfazed by the pathetic display. Standing in the wreckage, Qin Chuan and Ziming dragged their hands down their faces. They let out heavy, soul-crushing sighs at the sheer embarrassment of the moment. Fang Xi glared at him with soul-piercing disappointment. Sweating buckets, Chen Shu frantically tried to save face. Wait, is my terrifying roar totally useless against these guys? He forced a ridiculously awkward laugh, trying to bury his shattered pride. Acting as if this humiliating glitch never happened, he waved his hand. Never mind. I am recalling my slime back to its dimension. In a flash of light, he yanked the slime back onto the lightning bird's back. One of the mighty fireballs below stood utterly bewildered, but a split second later, realizing it had been mocked, the beast snorted violently. Its eyes ignited with an unquenchable, blazing bloodlust. The rest of the furious herd refused to be humiliated. Swearing to burn their attackers to ash, the monstrous bulls roared as one. They stampeded forward, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage, their burning sights locked onto a single target, the majestic lightning bird hovering helplessly in the sky above. The Grim Reaper's scythe hovered right over Chen Shu's neck. He screamed in sheer terror. Holy crap! We poked the hornet's nest! Run for your lives! By a miracle, the lightning bird's aerial advantage saved them. It gracefully dodged the devastating, earth-shattering headbutts of the fiery stampede. Now that is what you call a massive skill gap. The raging bulls skidded to a halt. They could only glare helplessly as the lightning bird vanished into the infinite clouds. letting out furious but utterly defeated roars. But fate delivered a hilariously cruel plot twist. Qin Chuan and Ziming were still stranded on the blood-soaked battlefield. Sensing fresh prey, the fiery monsters instantly locked onto them, charging with a renewed wave of apocalyptic destruction. Hovering high above the escalating chaos, Fang Xi stared down with absolute dread. Her voice trembled as she whispered the horrifying truth. The real bloodbath is just about to begin. Fang Xi spun around, glaring daggers at Chen Shu. "You absolute brat, are you trying to get me expelled?" But the boy just offered a sheepish grin, desperately trying to talk his way out of it. "Sister Fang Xi, please, just listen to my sophistry. Wait, I mean my explanation." He was completely stumbling over his own words, weaving a web of ridiculous lies to dodge her wrath. That Silver Lord was incredibly cunning. You could see it in its eyes. It was definitely plotting something sinister. He puffed out his chest, declaring with absolute fake confidence, "I only provoked the beast to ruin its master plan. Every single move I made was totally calculated." But Fang Xi was not buying his nonsense for a second. "Then why are you acting so nervous? Are you actually telling the truth?" Hearing her slight hesitation, he clasped his hands together in sheer joy. "Of course I am." But his sister merely let out an exhausted sigh. "Why does not a single word you say sound reliable?" Sensing the danger, Chen Shu immediately decided to change the subject. He grabbed her shoulders and forced her to look straight ahead. "Sister Fang Xi, look over there. The spatial passage is finally opening." She immediately noticed the massive distortion in the sky. Just as he said, a swirling spatial tear was slowly manifesting right above them. Meanwhile, beneath the vast open sky, Xuanyang stood like a statue, quietly waiting for Fang Xi to arrive. Suddenly, Qin Chuan stepped out from the shadows behind him. He let out a deeply exhausted sigh. "Brother Wang, is Fang Xi seriously still not here?" Hearing the complaint, Xuanyang merely offered a gentle, reassuring smile. She should be arriving any minute now. But Xue Ziming immediately seized the chance to mock them, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. Could it be that the so-called genius of Huaxia Academy has actually chickened out? Qin Chuan's expression instantly darkened at the blatant insult. He did not hesitate to fiercely fire back. "Xue Ziming, you had better watch your mouth." The tension in the air instantly skyrocketed. The arrogant boy just crossed his arms with a mocking sneer. "Listen here, Qin Chuan. You literally possess an S-rank contracted spirit. Why are you acting like her loyal little lapdog?" But Qin Chuan merely shook his head in pity. "You just do not understand. There are levels to this world that you cannot comprehend." At that exact moment, a massive shadow covered the ground. The mighty Thunderbird had finally arrived, carrying both Fang Xi and Chen Shu on its back. Qin Chuan's face lit up with triumph. "She is finally here." The two riders looked incredibly majestic as they descended from the heavens. The moment they touched down, Xuanyang stepped forward with a warm greeting. "You finally made it." He then turned his gaze to the unfamiliar face. Chen Shu gave a totally casual wave, leaving Xuanyang utterly confused. "Wait, Chen Shu? What on earth is he doing here?" Fang Xi immediately stepped up to introduce him to her comrade. "He is my younger brother. I brought him along as extra backup." Hearing her explanation, the commander gave a satisfied nod. "All right, it is great that you are here. I need you to lead the vanguard and hold this position. If anything goes wrong, report to me immediately. I am heading out to provide backup for the others." Fang Xi gave a sharp, confident nod. "Understood." Just then, her sharp eyes caught sight of Xue Ziming. He was glaring at her from atop his massive contracted spirit. The arrogant boy crossed his arms, practically sneering at her. "So, you are the infamous Fang Xi? Rumor has it that you are incredibly powerful. I am extremely interested in testing your limits." But Fang Xi just stared at him with total deadpan confusion. "And you are? Who exactly?" Far from being insulted, Xue Ziming actually let out a wildly arrogant laugh. He puffed out his chest with maximum pride. "Listen well, I am Xue Ziming, the undisputed genius of Modu Academy." But before he could brag any further, a bone-chilling roar completely shattered the silence. Fang Xi's battle instincts instantly flared to life. Surging her aura, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Battle formations, now!" Qin Chuan did not hesitate for a split second. Copy that. Everyone instantly summoned their contracted spirits, radiating pure killing intent. Meanwhile, Chen Shu silently reached into his pocket. He pulled out a highly suspicious glowing red potion, but Fang Xi's deadly glare locked right onto him, instantly draining all the color from his face. "Do not even think about uncorking that cursed potion. You just stay put and behave yourself." Facing his sister's terrifying wrath, Chen Shu had no choice but to awkwardly put it away. All right, geez." But the danger was far from over. Dozens of glowing blood-red eyes suddenly ignited in the darkness above. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror instantly washed over the duo. "What on earth is that?" In the blink of an eye, an entire terrifying pack of Crimson Fire apes stepped out of the shadows, led by a massive, monstrous alpha. Chen Shu's voice cracked in sheer panic. Crimson Fire apes, Sister Fangxi, we are completely surrounded by Crimson Fire apes. Suddenly, one of the vicious beasts leaped through the air. It was aiming a lethal strike right at her exposed back. Chen Shu screamed at the top of his lungs. Sister Fangxi, watch out behind you. He was practically screaming loudly enough to wake the dead. But his voice instantly died in his throat. What happened next was absolutely mind-blowing. Standing completely fearless in a sea of terrifying monsters, Fangxi's voice sliced through the chaos like a blade. Crimson Sea Dragon, now. Nearby, her Crimson Fire Dragon also whipped its massive head around, instantly locked onto its master's command. Sensing its beloved master was in mortal danger, the mighty beast roared and launched itself forward like an unstoppable meteor. The dragon's jaws snapped wide open, unleashing a devastating torrent of scorching hellfire. The blazing inferno smashed directly into the enemy lines, shattering the deadly encirclement around Fangxi. Arriving just a second too late, the Crimson Sea Dragon could only hover in the sky, watching its draconic brother absolutely scorch the earth. Witnessing this god-tier reaction speed, Chen Shu's jaw literally dropped straight to the floor. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Is she literally using cheat codes? Meanwhile, the engulfed Crimson Fire apes shrieked in agonizing pain, but these ferocious beasts were utterly stubborn. They gritted their fangs against the searing flames, refusing to retreat a single inch. Seeing the pathetic monkeys still standing, the Crimson Fire Dragon flew into a blind rage. Channeling every ounce of its draconic power, it blasted out a massive sphere of devastating fire energy. Sensing the incoming annihilation, the monkey absolutely refused to take the hit. It launched itself high into the sky like a rocket to dodge the thermal shock. Choking with pure rage, the ape violently clenched its massive fists, locking its deadly gaze onto the enemy below. Flexing its impossibly jacked muscles, the furious ape exploded higher into the sky, and brought a devastating iron fist smashing down on the dragon. The brutal strike landed flush on the Crimson Fire Dragon's throat, leaving the mighty beast questioning its very existence for 5 straight seconds. Watching the absolute bloodbath unfold, the terrified Crimson Sea Dragon decided it wanted absolutely zero part in this. Immediately scurrying backward in pure, unadulterated panic, the fiery macaques pound their chests like roaring war drums. Their blood boils, ready to slaughter these uninvited guests to defend their turf. Sensing a deadly shift in the air, Fangxi snaps her head back to issue a warning. Chen Shu, fall back. Having stayed dead silent until now, Ziming spots a fatal opening in the enemy's formation. He immediately signals his squad. We charge! The deafening cry of war shatters the air. Both sides clash in an explosive melee. The battlefield turns into pure, chaotic bloodshed, making it impossible to tell friend from foe. Yet, right in the middle of this slaughter, Chen Shu casually chills with his Thunderbird. He is literally eating a bag of popcorn while watching the bloodbath. Moments later, the dust settles. The weak-willed red flame monkeys lie crushed in the dirt, absolutely demolished by their opponent's ruthless assault. But then, a terrifying growl rips through the mountain range. The sheer force of it freezes Qin Chuan and his entire crew in their tracks. Chen Shu's ultra-sensitive ears twitch. A chill runs down his spine. He instantly recognizes that horrifying sound. It belongs to a silver-tier magical beast. Without waiting to confirm his lethal suspicion, he urgently calls out, Sister Fangxi, heads up. Hearing the panic in his voice, she replies with absolute deadly focus. Understood. Her nerves stretch tight like a bowstring. In a flash of light, she summons her battle spirit, ready to clash with whatever comes out of the shadows. The red flame dragon bursts forward through the thick, suffocating smoke. Right on cue, the monstrous beast reveals itself with an earth-shattering roar. Suffocating tension instantly crushes down on the 4 of them. Ziming lets out a shaky breath, his voice trembling as he asks, Are we going to be okay? The colossal monster stalks forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the earth. Fangxi narrows her eyes, locking onto its terrifying form. It has finally arrived. She instantly begins rapid-firing her analysis. Her non-stop tactical breakdown totally ruins the boss monster's epic entrance, turning it into mere background noise. The real threat is a silver-tier lord. But it has not crossed over yet. It is stuck in another dimension. Hearing this, the entire squad lets out a massive sigh of relief. Qin Chuan's tense muscles relax as he blurts out, Thank the heavens, but their relief does not even last a single second. Fangxi's expression suddenly twists into pure horror. She drops a cryptic, blood-chilling warning. However, they are about to arrive. The moment those words drop, Ziming's heart hammers against his ribs. Pure, pathetic cowardice contorts his face. Then what the hell are we waiting for? We need to run. Fang Xi shoots the coward a look of absolute disgust. Her lethal comeback instantly drops the temperature of the entire area. Is this what the elite Magic City Academy teaches? How to be a pathetic deserter? Never missing a beat, Chen Shu jumps right in to add salt to the wound. He smirks, mocking the upperclassmen. Nah, running away is definitely a core subject at Nanjiang No. 2 High School. Murderous aura explodes from Fang Xi. She snaps her head toward Chen Shu, her face dark as a thundercloud. What did you just say? The overwhelming pressure of her glare immediately triggers Chen Shu's own survival instincts. He shivers, backpedaling instantly. You heard absolutely nothing. He shakes his head, letting out a dramatic sigh of open disdain for the college student. Imagine being a high and mighty university student, yet running away like a scared rabbit. How absolutely pathetic. Chen Shu keeps his poker face perfectly intact, but inwardly, he is sweating bullets. Thank the heavens I am only a high school senior. A strategic retreat is totally justified for a kid like me. Now, where is the nearest exit? But before he can even map out his grand escape, ding! A glowing blue system panel materializes right in his face, scaring the living daylights out of him. Option 1. Stand perfectly still and observe the battle. Reward. Ice Potion Mastery instantly leveled up to Grandmaster. Option 2. Step forward and display the unbothered back of an absolute badass. Reward. 2 Black Iron-tier Beast Taming Pearls. Option 3. Use an explosive potion to completely obliterate the spatial tunnel. Reward. All attributes of the golden slime automatically increased by 5%. Chen Shu stares intensely at the glowing system screen. His mind races as he weighs the 3 fate-altering choices before him. All 3 options offer insane rewards. He hesitates for a split second, his gaze lingering, before firmly locking onto option number 3. His dark eyes flash with absolute menace as he pulls out a glowing orange vial. A sinister, wicked smirk creeps across his face. Obviously, I am picking 3, not for the massive power boost, of course, just out of the pure, selfless goodness of my heart. Seeing her chaotic junior suddenly brandish a literal bomb, Fang Xi screeches like a madwoman. Damn it, what the hell do you think you are doing? Chen Shu puffs out his chest. Fully drowning in his own main character syndrome, he declares his heroic intent to the world. Sister Fang Xi, do not try to stop me. I am about to lay down my life and fight for our glorious nation. Watching this absolutely shameless theatrical performance, she is pushed past her limit. She fiercely chops him right on top of his head to knock some sense into him. Fight for the nation, my foot. Knowing that words are useless against this idiot, Fang Xi lunges. She snatches the highly volatile explosive potion right out of his hands. Confiscated, her voice softens slightly, but her eyes are filled with utter exhaustion at the little troublemaker. Stop doing everything on a suicidal whim. We are right on the outskirts of Nanjiang City. If the blast radius from that potion reaches the civilian sector, then what? Chen Shu fiercely rubs the stinging bump on his head, muttering under his breath. But if we do not blow it up right now, we are entirely screwed. Fang Xi knits her brows together. Her voice drops to an absolute, freezing 0, leaving 0 room for arguments. And why exactly is that? Meeting her terrifying, murderous glare, Chen Shu instantly shrinks like a kicked puppy. Panicking, he spits out the most ridiculous excuse imaginable. Because the new school semester is about to start. Absolutely defeated by his incurable shamelessness, Fang Xi's rage boils over completely. She roars out a single, devastating syllable. Scram. After unleashing a roar that could rival a fire-breathing dragon, Fang Xi lets out a massive, exhausting sigh. Once her fury finally cools down, her brain instantly shifts into overdrive. She falls deep into her own intense tactical deduction. Even if I hit the emergency beacon right now, reinforcements will take way too long to arrive. By the time they get here, another silver-tier lord might cross through the spatial rift. Fang Xi slowly tilts her head up, locking her gaze on the 2 battle spirits soaring above. Razor-sharp calculations flash through her mind. Right now, I only have 2 viable options to keep us alive. I either use the Berserk Potion, or I use the Explosive Potion. The Berserk Potion can forcefully push my Red Flame Dragon's combat power into the silver tier. At the very least, it would buy us a few precious minutes. While everyone else stares up in sheer absolute panic, only Chen Shu remains dead silent. His sharp eyes lock onto Fang Xi, as if he is reading her very soul. Sensing the heavy burden weighing on Fang Xi, he stepped forward with absolute resolve. Let us be real, he began. I do not think the Rampage Potion is going to make much of a difference. If we cannot drag this out until Wang Xianyang and his team arrive, we are as good as dead. Catching the lingering shadows of doubt still hiding in her eyes, he gently patted her shoulder to ground her. Sister Fang Xi, we still need to blow it up. We can just move to another dimension and detonate it there. Fang Xi let out a heavy sigh, reluctantly agreeing because their ticking clock left absolutely no room for hesitation. Yet, A lingering sense of dread gnawed at her heart, forcing her to speak up with trembling caution. But the other dimension is heavily guarded by a silver-tier lord. Catching that fleeting hesitation in Danji's eyes, Chen Shu instantly summoned his laid-back spirit pet, startling the creature out of its wits. The Thunderbird read its master's terrifying intentions in a single heartbeat. It shook its head frantically, absolutely terrified of being dragged into this mortal mess. But no matter how hard the bird thrashed, he just flashed a shameless, heartless grin. "How do you like this sack?" he threatened. The bluebird went utterly speechless, accepting its tragic, zero-rights fate and dropping all protests. Carefree and oblivious, he rubbed its feathery head in praise, completely ignoring the silent tears of despair rolling down the bird's face. "Good boy." Fangxi swept her cold, piercing gaze over the two men in black, issuing her orders with ruthless efficiency. "You two are responsible for clearing the vicious beasts outside the spatial portal right behind us." Her voice dropped to a freezing chill, searing the command directly into their brains. "Remember this well. Do not let a single beast escape." Despite his glaring lack of skill, Ziming still tried to act tough and snapped back. "And what exactly are you two planning to do?" Refusing to waste breath on explanations, Fangxi simply lowered her voice in a deadly warning. "Do not ask questions you should not ask. Just follow your orders. Chen Shu and I are heading over there right now. Mark my words, if even one monster slips past you, I will deal with you myself." Terrified by her bone-chilling aura, Ziming instantly tucked his tail between his legs and nodded fiercely. "Understood," he squeaked, as Chen Shu lightly caught his trembling frame. Fangxi vaulted swiftly onto the Thunderbird's back, looking down to deliver one final reminder. "We will go on ahead. You two follow closely behind." Receiving its command, the bluebird did not dare to hesitate. It shot into the boundless sky at the speed of light. Only when the beast was a mere speck in the clouds did Ziming turn to Qin Chuan. "Let us move out," the other man replied swiftly, his voice suddenly deep and completely different from before. "Yeah." The brief exchange ended in an instant, leaving behind a desolate wasteland as the two sprinted desperately into the distance. The spatial portal hovered menacingly in midair, swirling violently like an apocalyptic sphere of fire. The four of them slammed to a halt, their eyes locked onto the blazing anomaly. Fangxi glanced at her companions, her voice dropping low. "We have reached the spatial portal." With that, she tilted her head back, her determined gaze landing squarely on Chen Shu. "We are going in first." He gave a firm nod and a quiet grunt of agreement. Right before stepping into the abyss, she threw one last glance over her shoulder. "We are going inside. Make sure you hold this position." Qin Chuan simply threw up a thumbs up, offering a single, absolute word. "Done." He and Ziming stood in silence, watching the pair vanish into the golden, roaring vortex. The moment they crossed the threshold, a violent, churning ocean of liquid magma greeted them below. Chen Shu glanced down on pure instinct, and his pupils violently shrank in sheer horror. The nightmarish silhouette of the horde below grew clearer by the second, forcing a vicious curse from his lips. "Damn it all. There are way too many beasts down there." Without a second of hesitation, he whipped out a glowing orange vial, roaring as if he were dropping a nuclear warhead. "Taste my high explosives." Hearing this, Fangxi felt her soul leave her body. She desperately lunged forward to grab his arm. "Stop right now. We are too close to the gateway. The blast will tear into Blue Star, and we will not make it out alive." Chen Shu froze mid-throw, his eyes suddenly glued to something in the distance. Drool practically pooled at the corner of his mouth as he muttered under his breath, nodding his head like a madman in total agreement. She stared at him in utter bewilderment. Did he just give up that easily? Unable to hold back her curiosity, Fangxi turned her head toward the mesmerizing glow. "What exactly are you looking at?" she asked. But Chen Shu's gaze remained utterly captivated by those brilliant, burning specks of light. The radiance pulsed from countless crimson flaming flora. His expression was infinitely more intoxicated than if he had seen a peerless beauty. Fire spirit flowers, true hellfire fruits, blazing cloud trees. Fangxi furrowed her brows in deep suspicion. How could he possibly identify all of that from this ridiculous distance? But before she could voice her doubts, a terrifying premonition forced her to snap her head back. In less than a fraction of a second, she screamed a warning and viciously shoved Chen Shu to the ground. "Watch out." A colossal, blazing tail violently cleaved through the exact space they had just occupied. Their eyes blew wide in absolute shock, tracking the monstrous silhouette that had just swept past. What in the hell was that? It was the Silver-tier Lord, mutated into the shape of a gargantuan lizard. Its entire body erupted in hellfire as it blitzed toward them with murderous intent. The moment his eyes locked onto the beast, his face lost all color. He screamed like a blaring emergency siren. "It is the Silver-tier Lord. Thunderbird, run for your life." Catching the desperate command, the bird instantly pushed its speed to the absolute limit, dodging in a wildly different direction. The Silver-tier Lord roared in absolute frustration at missing its strike. But a second later, its murderous gaze locked dead onto its prey, launching into a terrifying, relentless pursuit. Seeing the monstrous beast give chase, Chen Shu exploded in pure irritation. Son of a bitch! You are just a glorified, overgrown reptile, and you dare to hunt me down? Instantly, a sinister, cunning smirk crept onto his face as he issued a new command. The Thunderbird immediately caught its master's devious drift. Its sharp eyes flared with savage delight before it whipped its head around. With supreme mockery, it violently spat a massive wad of glowing saliva straight at the Silver-tier Lord. The viscous liquid splattered right onto the monster's head. It was the ultimate, humiliating provocation. The towering beast threw its head back and unleashed an earth-shattering roar of pure, unadulterated madness. Chen Shu's lips curl into a maddening, arrogant smirk. He is practically begging for a bloody fight. You pathetic trash! Go ahead and chase me. Even if I cannot beat you, I will annoy you to death. The beast locks its deadly gaze onto the Thunderbird. Searing flames erupt across its massive body. With a terrifying roar, it unleashes a colossal fireball straight at them. Caught completely off guard, Chen Shu freezes. It feels like an absolute binding spell. Damn it. The Thunderbird lets out a piercing shriek. Its cry shatters the very air. The mighty bird spreads its wings, blasting forward with explosive speed. Yet, the Silver Lord relentlessly hunts them down like a shadow of death. The monster opens its jaws again. A lethal barrage of blazing fireballs rockets straight toward Chen Shu. He violently twists his body, narrowly dodging a fatal strike. Panic flashes in his eyes as he commands the bird higher. Instantly, it bursts into hyperspeed, leaving a blinding trail of light in its wake. The Silver Lord's jaws unhinge. It unleashes a hellish inferno, 10 times more destructive than before. Chen Shu throws a glance over his shoulder and screams in pure horror. Ah, the fireballs have locked onto us. He violently snaps his head toward his spirit beast, shouting in sheer desperation. Little Lei, your master said you unlocked a new skill. Use it right now. Intelligence sparks in the beast's eyes. It completely understands the command. Suddenly, it performs a series of dizzying barrel rolls like a chaotic roller coaster. Gathering momentum, it shatters the sound barrier with supersonic speed. Fangxi squeezes her eyes tightly shut. Meanwhile, the violent wind mercilessly rips Chen Shu's hair back as he howls. Damn it, this is way too fast, but the ridiculous speed pays off. In a mere blink, the terrifying Silver Lord is left eating their dust. He shuts his eyes, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. 1 second slower, and they would have been roasted alive. That was way too close. The Silver Lord is an absolute monster. Thank the heavens Little Lei learned that new skill. His gaze locks onto the path ahead. Instantly, a greedy joy creeps into his voice. And for our next target, the very moment the Thunderbird touches down, Chen Shu blasts forward like an arrow. He dives straight into a radiant field of glowing red spiritual fruits. It is finally harvest time. Chen Shu maniacally scoops up his legendary loot. He is completely blind to the creeping shadows. A terrifying horde of savage beasts has just materialized right behind him. Right as lethal jaws snap at his neck, the loyal Thunderbird swoops in like a lightning bolt. It snatches him into the sky, mere inches from death. Safe in the air, his eyes crinkle with overwhelming greed. He practically shoves his massive haul into Fangxi's face. The sweet scent of absolute wealth courses through his veins, making him roar with excitement. Little Lei, charge deeper into the zone. There is definitely higher-tier loot waiting for us. Fangxi glares at his reckless greed, her brows knit tightly as she snaps a severe warning. Stop this reckless flying. We need to focus on our main objective. If you keep stalling for loot, something catastrophic is going to happen. Chen Shu waves his hand dismissively, his face overflowing with arrogant confidence. Relax. With the fierce tyrant of Nanjiang right here, even apex predators will be beaten to a pulp. The arrogant words barely leave his mouth. Swish! A set of razor-sharp, lethal claws slashes right at their throats. The Thunderbird violently tilts its wings. It barrel rolls away just in time as terrified screams echo out. All the color drains from Chen Shu's face as he snaps his head back. Is there actually a beast with a death wish? Out of the frying pan and straight into the inferno. They had barely survived the terrifying Silver Lord, and now, a blazing flame tiger is hunting them with murderous intent. But that is not all. The vicious Erlang hound matches its speed, locking onto their trail with absolute bloodlust. Panic completely overrides his brain. His eyes dart wildly in every direction. The monstrous crimson fire has joined the hunt. It is like a chaotic festival, where every apex predator wants a piece of them. Cold sweat cascades down his forehead like a waterfall. His face turns completely ashen as he mutters in despair. Damn it. 3 Silver Lords? But the nightmare does not end there. Chen Shu slowly turns his head to check their 6. The original Silver Lord has finally caught up to join the slaughter. His eyes practically bulge out of their sockets in sheer terror. 4. There are 4 of them. The Thunderbird desperately ascends into the high clouds. Down below, 4 terrifying Silver Lords roar in absolute fury. Their colossal bodies erupt in blinding, scorching flames. But instead of panicking, Chen Shu pulls out a glowing glass vial. A devilish, utterly unhinged smile spreads across his face. It looks like it is time to witness an absolute miracle. He glances down at his contracted spirit beast. Little Lei, is the skill ready? The Thunderbird lets out 2 sharp chirps in confirmation. It immediately banks hard, soaring directly toward the towering mountain peaks. Always one for the dramatics. Chen Shu stands up tall against the rushing wind. Well then, allow me to give a grand speech before the final explosion. First of all, I am deeply honored to smack Fangxi, completely out of patience with his dramatic nonsense, violently chops him right on the head. Her tyrant mode is fully activated as she screams in his ear. Are you out of your mind? Detonate it right now. Who would dare argue with this fiery demoness? He bitterly mutters. Girls should be a bit more gentle. Without another second of hesitation, he hurls the vial. It plummets straight into the center of the enraged Silver Lords below. The deadly package has been delivered. Chen Shu immediately screams his final command to his spirit beast. Catching its master's signal, the Thunderbird throws its head back with an earth-shattering screech. Thousands of crackling lightning bolts surge through its azure feathers. Boom! The sonic boom shatters the sky. Pushing past its absolute physical limits, the Thunderbird blasts away from the drop zone like a shooting star. Down on the ground, the terrifying Silver Lords freeze in confusion. They can only stare blankly at the tiny glass vial spiraling down toward them. The second the glass kisses the earth, a catastrophic explosion erupts with the devastating force of a nuclear bomb. Thank the heavens, the Thunderbird had already dragged Chen Shu and Fangxi out of the blast radius. A terrifying shockwave of blinding heat obliterates everything in its path. The apocalyptic tremor completely awakens the dormant volcanoes beneath them. Massive pillars of magma furiously erupt into the sky. The mighty Silver Lords are completely paralyzed. Their jaws drop in absolute horror as the apocalyptic chain reaction unfolds in mere seconds. By the time their survival instincts finally kick in, it is already way too late to run. Their absolute dominance ends right here. The tyrannical beasts can only accept their fiery doom, buried forever beneath a crushing sea of boiling magma. The landscape lays in absolute ruin like a crimson hellscape. The only sound left is the deafening roar of continuously erupting volcanoes. In the distance, main character Chen Shu watches the apocalyptic scene with pure excitement. He actually pulls out his phone. This is thrilling, absolutely thrilling, he says. I definitely need to record this for the memories. Suddenly, Fangxi pinches his ear hard, making his face twist in pain. Ouch, ouch, he yelps. She is in no mood for his careless joking. She only wants to escape this hellhole as fast as possible. Stop talking about thrills and run, she screams. We are being targeted by the fire dragon. Chen Shu freezes as he catches sight of a blazing fiery cloud closing in on them. Looking closer, his blood runs cold. It is a colossal fire dragon, letting out a furious, earth-shattering roar. The monstrous beast beats its massive, flaming wings violently through the air. Its terrifying posture screams that it will hunt the 2 of them down to the bitter end. 2 astral beasts, one in front and one behind, push their speed to the absolute limit. This is no simple chase. This is a desperate race for survival. Suddenly, the vicious fire dragon launches a sneak attack from behind. It spews a massive fireball straight toward the Thunderbird. Just as they are inches away from the spatial portal, panic grips Chen Shu's heart. Faster! Push your speed to the max and enter the portal, he shouts. The blue bird's silhouette dives straight into the glowing, swirling vortex. The devastating fireball launched by the fire dragon chases right on their tail. At the very last millisecond, the Thunderbird carrying the 2 completely vanishes into the spatial dimension. Chen Shu turns his head to look back. He lets out a heavy sigh of relief, finally escaping the terrifying pursuit of the fire dragon. Outside, that was way too close. The moment the Thunderbird entered the passage, the swirling vortex immediately begins to fade away. The scorching fireball crashes into a nearby volcano instead. In an instant, it triggers another catastrophic eruption of boiling magma. A violent geyser of lava shoots up, unexpectedly striking the fading vortex. Only when the Thunderbird flies safely out of the spatial portal does Chen Shu's racing heart finally settle. Phew, we are finally back, he says. He happily waves his hand at the 2 people waiting to welcome them. Old Qin Chuan, you guys worked. Suddenly, the faces of those 2 drain of color as if they saw a nightmare. They immediately summon their beasts and flee for their lives, leaving Chen Shu staring in utter confusion. A searing pillar of fire erupts from right behind him. Startled out of his mind, he whips his head around. Damn it, we were followed. Thunderbird, dodge it, now. Luckily, the beast possesses blinding speed, narrowly evading the devastating shockwave of the blast. Deafening explosions echo continuously through the air. The Thunderbird can only lower its head and fly for its absolute life. Not too far away, the blast wave has not reached this area yet. Xuanyang has just finished defeating a fire bull. Finally took care of that, he mutters. Let us go check on Feng Si and the others. Suddenly, his razor-sharp instincts tingle. Something is horribly wrong in the air. This is not right. Turning around, Xuanyang's soul nearly leaves his body as he stares at empty space. Where did my mountain go? Where is my spatial portal? He shudders, suddenly thinking of that terrifying explosion earlier. Could it be? Right at that moment, Qin Chuan and Ziming rush over in a panic to deliver the news. Brother Yang, I need to report. But before they can even get the words out, the Thunderbird abruptly appears right behind them. Chen Shu sits casually on its back and speaks up. Report? What are we reporting? Ziming's face turns deadly pale, instantly shutting his mouth as cold sweat drenches his forehead. The group dismounts from the backs of their spirit beasts. They step forward and stand nervously in front of Xuanyang. He glares at the most reliable girl among them, his voice sharp with interrogation. Fang Si, you tell me, what on earth happened on your side? Why have both the mountain and the portal completely vanished? She and Chen Shu exchange a highly meaningful look. Without needing to utter a single word, they instantly understand each other's thoughts. Deep down, anxiety gnaws at his nerves. He is terrified his secret will be exposed. The matter of the explosives is of absolute importance, and it must never see the light of day. Because if the truth gets out, he will most likely be dragged away and locked up for human research. The neurons in Chen Shu's brain fire at light speed to formulate the most logical explanation. I need to weave a lie so flawless that they will swallow it whole, he thinks. Finally, his central nervous system produces the perfect script. I have got it. He clears his throat with a confident cough. Then, he begins to narrate the events with textbook precision and vivid dramatic flair. We poured all our strength into wiping out the first wave of ferocious beasts. But right after, we heard the terrifying roar of the Silver Lord echoing from another dimension. Chen Shu's storytelling grows more passionate by the second. To stop this deadly threat, Feng Si and I bravely crossed into the other dimension first. His majestic and thrilling tone captivates everyone, drawing their complete focus. He is desperately trying to stall for time. But inside that alternate space, we encountered the ultimate nightmare, the volcanic Silver Monarch. Then, he slowly guides his fabricated epic toward its grand climax. In that critical moment, we managed to enrage the Supreme Beast. The distance between us was at least a few thousand meters. He even waves his arms wildly, reenacting how heroically the two of them battled the demonic monster. A blazing white light gathered in its terrifying maw. And then, it unleashed a devastating blast right at us. Never forgetting to credit his beloved comrade, he adds, "Thank the heavens for the mutated Thunderbird's blinding speed. It successfully carried us out of the spatial portal just in the nick of time." Finally, Chen Shu summarizes the entire catastrophic event with one profound sentence. But even so, the sheer power of its skill pierced right through the fabric of space, resulting in the ruins you see now. Having finished his tale, Chen Shu is completely drenched in sweat. He forces a stiff smile and delivers the final hook. And that is exactly the nightmare we barely survived. He firmly believes his fabricated sequence of events is an absolute masterpiece, a flawless script with not a single plot hole to be found. Chen Shu stares up at Xuanyang with sparkling, innocent eyes. My acting was legendary, he cheers inwardly. He must have bought every single word. However, lurking in the shadows of Xuanyang's mind, a storm of unanswered questions still remains. He was present at the frozen ravine on Mount Taiping. Could it really be him? Cold sweat drenched Chen Shu's back. The dragon guard glared at him with soul-piercing judgment. Finally, the man broke the suffocating silence. Despite everything, I will trust you for now. Hearing those words, Chen Shu let out a massive sigh of relief. It felt like a mountain had been lifted off his chest. But deep down, Longwei was far from convinced. A background check was definitely in order. Outwardly, however, he played it cool and bid Chen Shu farewell. Since the imminent threat has been neutralized, our mission here is complete. Everyone, move out. Chen Shu waited until the imposing guards vanished from sight. Instantly, his cheeky demeanor returned. Thank the heavens they are gone. If they had busted out the torture devices, I would have been a goner. He then turned around with a wildly mischievous grin. So, Boss Fang Si, where to next? Her reply was sharp and absolute. We head home. It is time for closed-door cultivation. Despite her intimidating scowl, Chen Shu eagerly accepted the command. You got it. A few eventful days flashed by. By day, Chen Shu visited the local pharmacy, cashing in on the rare herbs he looted from the alternate dimension. By night, he threw himself into grueling, focused cultivation. The wheel of time spun quickly. 1 month later, the sun shone brightly over a massive state-of-the-art academy. Swarms of students poured into the grand halls. The new semester had finally arrived. Chen Shu was practically vibrating with excitement, playing the ultimate social butterfly on day one. Greetings, my fellow comrades. He slumped into his seat, scratching his back like a lazy old man. If school did not start soon, I would have completely lost my mind at home. But the joyful reunion was cut brutally short. Teacher Li Wushuang marched into the room, dropping a bomb that every student dreaded. Clear your desks. The cultural knowledge exam begins now. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire class shot deadly, murderous glares straight at Chen Shu. Their bizarre hostility sent shivers down his spine. He swallowed hard. Why on earth is everyone staring at me? Xu Xing caught his confusion and whispered the cold truth. You crushed the cultural exams last semester. Now, every single person here is out for your blood. The realization finally hit Chen Shu. A wicked, arrogant smirk crept onto his face. Oh, is that so? Well, they are dreaming way too big. Because the #1 spot this time, without missing a beat, he dramatically uncapped his pen. His eyes burned with absolute provocation. Is already mine. After declaring war on the entire class, he unleashed absolute focus onto his test paper. His pen danced furiously, triple-checking every single trap in the questions. Knowing victory was sealed, Chen Shu shot up from his chair. Teacher, I am ready to submit. He strutted down the aisle like a conquering king, slamming his paper onto Wushuang's desk before flashing a disgustingly smug look at his rivals. Pointing a bold thumb right at his own chest, he struck an incredibly punchable pose. Absolute invincibility is truly a lonely path. That shameless declaration snapped everyone's final thread of patience. Veins popped on foreheads as an avalanche of erasers and books rained down. Get the hell out of here. Chen Shu scrambled for his life under the chaotic crossfire. Tisk, tisk, tisk. These foolish mortals just do not understand true greatness. Amidst the comedic chaos, only teacher Wushuang observed the boy with a deeply calculating gaze. This kid, Chen Shu. Later, inside a heavily soundproofed office, a serious report echoed through the absolute silence. And that is exactly the situation. Principal Ming Tai choked violently on his hot tea. What did you just say? Wushuang simply stared back, his unwavering expression confirming the absurd truth. The principal crossed his arms, his face etched with disbelief. Old Li, are you entirely out of your mind? You seriously want Chen Shu to captain our team in the beast taming tournament? That fateful conversation remained a total secret. Soon after, the academy launched a grueling 3-day examination gauntlet. On a painfully bright morning at the academy, Wushuang stood towering over the silent classroom. Listen up. I will now announce the final rankings. Just as the arrogant brat had predicted, his legendary boasting was not just hot air. Chen Shu utterly dominated, claiming the absolute #1 spot in cultural studies once again. Wushuang wasted no time on empty praises. This afternoon, our hellish training continues at the beast taming arena. Class dismissed. But before the chaos of escape could begin, Wushuang's booming voice locked onto a single target. Chen Shu, stay behind. We need to talk. He waited until the very last student scurried out before dropping the veil. Now that the coast is clear, Wushuang cut straight to the bloody chase. I just had a very long battle with the principal. We have officially decided. You will lead our vanguard in the upcoming beast taming tournament. The words hit Chen Shu like a physical blow. His brain completely short-circuited. Had he just heard that right? Right at that critical moment, a glowing blue holographic panel violently materialized in front of him. System prompt activated. Option 1. Ruthlessly reject Old Li. Completion reward. Obtain the legendary title Unstoppable Menace. Warning. Default effect reduces all future system rewards by 50%. Option 2. Agree to Old Li's ridiculous demand. Completion reward. The ultimate cheat sheet for the upcoming exams, plus a massive surge in beast taming power. Chen Shu stared at the floating text, completely paralyzed. What kind of twisted joke was this? The system was practically pointing a gun at his head. He cursed violently in his heart. There was literally nothing to think about. This demonic system had completely cornered him. Misinterpreting Chen Shu's frozen silence, Wushuang threw out better bait. Listen, kid. As long as you step up to the plate. But before the teacher could even finish his pitch, Chen Shu's survival instincts had already made the only logical choice. Wait, if he just agreed immediately, wouldn't he look way too desperate? His mind raced at lightning speed. Chen Shu crossed his arms and struck a defiant pose. Absolutely not. I violently object. Thumping his chest with absolute self-righteousness, he declared, My only true love is studying. No one can stop me from drowning in the vast ocean of knowledge. Refusing to play his games, Old Li instantly dropped the ultimate, undeniable reward. 20 million. Just break the record of Nanjiang Second High School, and the 20 million is absolutely yours. That astronomical bounty instantly hooks Chen Shu's full attention. 20 million. Completely blinded by the scent of pure gold, he lunges forward to hug Wushuang, acting shamelessly spoiled. For the absolute glory of our school, I will gladly lay my life on the line. Hearing this absolute dedication, the old man finally reveals a relieved smile. All right, I will announce this to the class this afternoon. Chen Shu instantly agreed with a confident nod. Yes, sir. Teacher Wu Shuang fell into deep thought. He silently prayed that this time they would actually succeed. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Standing before the entire class, the teacher's expression turned serious. Listen up, everyone. I have a major announcement to make today. Registration for the City Beast Taming Tournament has officially opened, and naturally, Nanjiang Second High School will be entering the battlefield. Wu Shuang swept his sharp gaze across the room, his eyes burning with absolute determination. If we secure first place in the city, we earn the right to represent Nanjiang in the provincial championships. His gaze then landed squarely on Chen Shu. Without hesitation, the teacher revealed the final 3 chosen for the elite roster: Captain Chen Shu, members Xu Xiaoyu and Teng Li. But before the applause could start, Chen Shu suddenly interrupted. Teacher, I object. Chen Shu pointed straight at Xia Bing, demanding a roster change. He immediately fired off a bulletproof list of tactical advantages. I do not want Teng Li on my team. I want Xia Bing. Her pure combat power might not be the highest, but her Ice Wolf provides elite crowd control. Xiao Yu and I already have overwhelming attack power. What we desperately need is a solid controller to lock down the battlefield. Teng Li furiously slammed his desk and shot up. Chen Shu, you are taking this way too far. He immediately turned to Teacher Li, desperately pleading his case. Teacher, the path of the Beast Tamer is built on absolute strength. Teng Li roared, his true ambition. I want Chen Shu out. I should be the captain. He had been plotting this exact moment in his heart for days. This was his chance to finally reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to him. Yet, Chen Shu did not flinch even a single millimeter. Instead, a knowing smirk crept across his face, completely seeing through his rival's pathetic bluff. Did he really think breaking through to a level 9 Beast Tamer made him untouchable? Is that why his ego is suddenly so inflated? Chen Shu patted his own chest, his face lighting up with thrilling excitement. Teng Li, do you seriously want to cross fists with me? Seeing Chen Shu radiating such overwhelming fighting spirit, Teng Li secretly panicked. He clenched his fists tight, desperately trying to reassure himself. Stay calm, do not show fear. He quietly hyped himself up in his mind. I am a level 9 Beast Tamer now, one of the top 2 absolute elites in this class. There is no way Chen Shu leveled up over a single holiday break. Fueled by his own delusion, he stepped forward and issued a ferocious challenge. Naturally, this was exactly what Chen Shu wanted. He spun around, casually strolling toward the battle arena, while tossing a taunt over his shoulder. Then bring it on. The real battle had begun. Chen Shu raised his hand, summoning his contracted spirit, the cute cheese slime. A massive, gelatinous giant materialized onto the battlefield. Like master, like beast, its squishy face was twisted into a fiercely battle-hungry glare. Teng Li staggered backward in sheer horror. Damn it! It was only 20 meters large last semester. How did it grow to 30 meters? Knowing he stood zero chance, he immediately resorted to crying for help. He spun around, whining to the instructor. Teacher Li, save me. But Wu Shuang simply patted the boy's shoulder, his face radiating absolute pleasure at his student's impending doom. Why are you looking at me? Don't worry, kid. Our school infirmary has plenty of open beds. With his escape route completely cut off, Teng Li had to drag his feet forward. His whole body wobbled pathetically, shaking like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Under the heavy gazes of the expectant crowd, Teng Li squeezed out every last drop of his courage. He initiated his summoning circle. Come forth, Wind Beast. But the size difference was utterly comical. Just one intimidating glare from the giant slime froze both master and beast completely solid. He desperately turned back to Wu Shuang, practically in tears. Please, save me. But reality is never that kind. The teacher pretended to go deaf, sharply turning his head away before shouting the command, "Let the battle begin." The instant the command dropped, the slime launched a devastating preemptive strike. It activated its Savage Roar skill, unleashing a deafening shockwave right into its opponent's face. Teng Li's brain completely short-circuited, freezing up like an overloaded computer. Meanwhile, his poor wind beast was left completely stunned, swaying dizzily in place. Wasting zero time, the colossal, round beast launched its massive frame high into the air. It instantly triggered its brutal signature move, Violent Crush. Using its overwhelming sheer mass, it plummeted from the sky. The pathetic wind beast was instantly flattened into a pancake, leaving Teng Li staring in absolute shock. The defeated creature thrashed wildly, desperately trying to escape the mountainous slime sitting smugly on its back. The surrounding classmates dropped their jaws, completely speechless at this brutally one-sided massacre. Chen Shu let out a wicked sneer, proudly crossing his arms over his chest. Well, young Master Tang, do you still want a spot in the beast taming tournament? Tang Li ground his teeth in bitter resentment, his knuckles turning white. But no matter how massive his ego was, even he knew when he was hopelessly outmatched. Knowing utter defeat was his only option. He swallowed his pride. He immediately changed his tune. Actually, I think Xia Bing is a much better fit for the team. If anyone tries to stop her from joining, they will have to go through me. His shamelessly fast attitude reversal left the entire crowd utterly speechless. Having secured exactly what he wanted, Chen Shu smirked and recalled his slime. Very good. Meanwhile, Tang Lai felt his heart bleed as he stumbled forward, looking at his precious beast utterly flattened on the cold floor. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the entire training ground. Nobody could process how ridiculously fast that battle had ended. Capitalizing on the moment, Chen Shu's voice boomed, shattering the quiet atmosphere with sheer authority. Does anyone else have a problem with my roster? His piercing gaze swept aggressively across the spectator stands. From the sea of students, he called out a specific name, causing the target to violently flinch. Dulong. Chen Shu's lips curled into a merciless, mocking smirk. It looked to me like you were holding back some complaints just now. Chen Shu laughed sarcastically, locking his terrifying, provocative gaze dead onto Dulong. The boy did not even dare to make eye contact, cowardly burying his face in his chest. But then, his expression pulled a flawless 180-degree turn as he forced a bright, innocent smile. How could I possibly complain? What are you talking about, class president? I am your #1 supporter. Seeing the coward gracefully back down, Chen Shu decided to drop the issue. Excellent. I am very pleased with that attitude. With the opposition completely crushed, he turned back to Wu Shuang with a triumphant gleam in his eye. Teacher Li, the beast taming tournament is approaching. Chen Shu, Xu Xiaoyu, and Xia Bing's team formation gets the official green light. The ultimate beast battle will officially kick off next month. Use this time to train hard. Finalize your tactics and aim straight for the championship. Chen Shu responds with absolute, unshakable confidence. Understood. Meanwhile, Xia Bing stands right behind him, her cheeks flushed with a shy, rosy tint. The instructor then seizes the moment to drop some crucial intelligence about the upcoming clash. Listen up. We just received top-secret updates regarding this year's examination. The written tests remain unchanged. However, the beast taming department has completely overhauled the combat section. Barring any surprises, you will all be teleported into an alternate dimension. A holographic screen flickers to life. It projects a breathtaking, hazy illusion of endless mountain ranges bathed in a twilight glow. Your battlefield will likely be a standard-tier alternate space. The blazing sun hills. Wu Shuang narrows his eyes, his voice turning deadly serious. This isn't just our city. Candidates from 4 other major cities are joining the bloodbath. Expect the total number of competitors to exceed 5,000. As he speaks, he marches straight toward Chen Shu. His face darkens with a blatant warning. And let me be perfectly clear. If anyone dares to drop anything resembling a nuclear bomb, you will face the absolute wrath of the law. Chen Shu catches the obvious hint. Realizing his favorite chaotic tactics are being sealed away, a wave of salty bitterness hits him. You might as well just read my ID card out loud, old man. But as he stares at the virtual terrain swarming with flame-engulfed beasts, the gears in his mind start turning. The blazing sun hills. The topography of this alternate dimension is far too simple. The examiners will have a crystal-clear view of everything. If I want to stir up some real trouble, I need a flawless scheme. Wu Shuang turns back to face the restless crowd of students, delivering his final orders. There are exactly 100 days left until the exam. Push yourselves beyond your limits. This march is dedicated to pure combat mastery. You will pair up and face off in intense tag team duels. He instantly pulls up the roster and begins forging the alliances. When I call your name, step forward and face your destiny. Li Jun, Dulong. Once the dust settles and every single student has secured their battle partners, Wu Shuang waves his hand, banishing them to the training grounds. Formations are set. Now, go bleed on the training mats. Xu Xiaoyu shifts nervously, looking at her teammate. Chen Shu. Shouldn't we synchronize our combat skills a bit? Chen Shu lets out a cocky sneer and waves his hand dismissively. Completely unnecessary. Rushing in blindly only ruins the master plan. Beside him, Xia Bing's face is still burning red, like a ripe tomato, as she furrows her brows. Then what exactly are we supposed to do? She asks. He smirks, offering a scandalous suggestion. We slack off. You two just focus on fine-tuning your contracted spirit's talents and skills. Leave the brutal details to me. Hearing his absolute confidence, a wave of relief washes over the two girls. They happily link arms, trusting his bizarre genius completely. All right then. We will go work on our spirit adjustments. Ding! Without warning, a glowing blue system panel materializes before his eyes. It flashes with 3 new quest options regarding the upcoming tournament, each promising insanely overpowered rewards based on his choice. Chen Shu's eyes lock onto the ultimate prize. Like a predator catching a scent, his hand shoots straight into the air. Instructor, I am officially requesting a leave of absence. Wu Shuang's blood pressure instantly spikes at this shameless audacity. He roars, the semester hasn't even been open for a full week. And you want a vacation? Are you intentionally trying to provoke my wrath? Putting his hands on his hips, Chen Shu smoothly deflects the rage. Not at all, sir. I am stepping away to craft the ultimate tactical master plan. Give me just 1 week, and I will effortlessly crush the competition and drag that first-place trophy back here. The instructor glares at him, eyes full of deep suspicion. Are you absolutely serious? Chen Shu puffs out his chest with untouchable arrogance. 100%. If the path of righteousness fails, we unleash the absolute dirtiest schemes imaginable. He then dramatically points a finger at 2 miserable souls shivering in the distance. If you deny my leave, I swear I will ruthlessly beat down Tang Lai and Dulong every single day. The 2 innocent victims go completely pale, their jaws hitting the floor. They hadn't even breathed in his direction, yet they were catching stray bullets. With his leave granted, Chen Shu strolls off the training grounds like a conquering king. It turns out he had locked in the system's 3rd, most chaotic option. Force all opponents to surrender before the tournament even begins. Now, it is time for the absolute menace of Nanjiang City to unleash a living nightmare upon every single high school. But first, he whips out his phone. A chilling, downright sinister grin stretches across his face as he dials a number. Hello? Big Sister Fangxi, do you have some free time? Standing under the brilliant golden sun and crystal clear skies, his tone drops a terrifyingly casual bomb. Let's go kick down the doors of every high school and challenge them to solo duels. The alliance is struck instantly. Soon after the call, Chen Shu and the fierce Fangxi regroup at their rendezvous point, fully locked and loaded for absolute mayhem. She sweeps her piercing gaze across the street, a wicked smirk playing on her lips before dropping an arrogant declaration. We start our conquest at First High School. Chen Shu's eyes practically glow with excitement. Hell yes, but standing right in their path is a massive, heavily fortified gate. Standing guard is none other than UC, backed by a squad of security. So, how exactly are you planning to breach the front line? She asks. Chen Shu casually pulls a lollipop from his mouth, his aura brimming with absolute swagger. Such trivial obstacles could never stop a true master. The heavens always provide a divine strategy. He swaggers right up to the front gate, flashing a ridiculously polite smile at his old nemesis. Big boss, it is me. Don't tell me you forgot this handsome face? UC squints, completely utterly bewildered by the teenager standing before him. Seeing the confusion, Chen Shu smoothly reenacts his legendary martial arts stance from the past. Remember? The guy who sent your dean flying with a single, magnificent flying kick? Recognition hits like a lightning bolt. UC's face drains of color as he screams like a man stepping on a landmine. Damn it all, it's you, the demon spawn. Seeing the guard absolutely losing his mind, Chen Shu raises his hands in mock surrender. Whoa, relax your aura. I come bearing absolute peace. I'm just here for a totally harmless, friendly exchange with your students. Now, be a good guy and crack open those gates. But UC immediately bristles, acting like a cornered beast. He stands his ground, violently refusing entry. Not a chance in hell. I haven't received a single official order granting you access. Facing this stubborn blockade, Chen Shu just flashes an untouchable, confident smirk. Seeing the guard playing hardball, Fangxi decides it's time to flex. She steps up to back her little brother. Step aside, kid. Let big sister handle this. With overwhelming arrogance, she pulls a pure, authoritative black card from her pocket and shoves it in the guard's face. Open the gates. Now, UC's jaw literally hits the pavement, eyes bulging out. He completely mistakes it for the legendary badge of the dragon taming guards. His terrifying aura vanishes instantly, crumbling into absolute submission. Right this way, esteemed guests. Chen Shu freezes in his tracks, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined scamming their way into a fortress would be this ridiculously easy. Was it really that easy? Fangxi smirks, slipping the access card into her pocket with absolute satisfaction. Chen Shu narrows his eyes, a plotting grin forming on his lips. Looks like it's time to find old Wang and forge one of these for myself. With the obstacle cleared, the duo casually struts right through the academy's main gates in broad daylight. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Wang Feng stands at the podium, looking down at his students with absolute authority as he hands out their assignments. The beast taming tournament is fast approaching, he announces clearly. I have officially decided that Jiang Tian will be your captain. Wen Yu and Lin Zixuan will serve as his core team members. Wrapping up his grand speech, the teacher scans the room to secure his dominance. Does anyone have a problem with this arrangement? The entire class responds in perfect, obedient unison. Excellent. But right before Wang Feng can formally dismiss the class, just as he assumes he has total control, a single hand boldly shoots into the air. I object. Chen Shu's unyielding voice shatters the silence. The entire classroom erupts into chaos. Students whip their heads around, gasping and whispering in pure shock. Who the hell is that? Ignoring the bewildered stares, Chen Shu and Fang Xi stroll down the aisle. Their footsteps echo with overpowering confidence. Wang Feng's face twists in furious disbelief the moment he spots them. Chen Shu, what in the world are you doing here? Get the hell out of my classroom, right now. But Fang Xi does not give a single damn about his authority. She steps right up, mocking him instantly. Now, Professor. Don't be in such a rush to kick my little brother out. At least let the kid finish his sentence. Humiliated in front of his own students, Wang Feng explodes with rage. Just who do you think you are? Why the hell should I listen to a word you say? Fang Xi meets his furious gaze without blinking. A dangerous, beautiful smile graces her lips. Why should you listen to me? She raises her hand, calmly channeling her mana. A blinding, devastating light erupts from her palm. Two massive summoning arrays materialize in midair, radiating a terrifying, domineering aura that suffocates the room. Naturally, because I have these. The space tears open. A majestic water dragon and a raging fire dragon burst forth from the glowing formations. Their earth-shattering roars shake the very foundations of the classroom. The sheer spiritual pressure they emit instantly drops the temperature, freezing everyone in pure terror. Wang Feng stumbles backward, his face draining of all color. Damn it, two dragon-type contracted spirits? You are. The devastating truth finally hits him like a freight train. He now realizes exactly who Fang Xi is, but it is far too late to apologize. Standing before this legendary duo, the mighty professor completely loses his composure. His legs tremble violently like leaves in a hurricane, mere seconds away from wetting himself in sheer panic. Chen Shu steps forward, his pace agonizingly slow and deliberate. Relax, old Wang. I didn't come here to cause a scene. I just came to make a simple announcement. He turns his back to the teacher, facing the entire class like a conquering king. I am here to formally suggest that all of you forfeit the beast taming tournament immediately. A wildly arrogant grin spreads across his face. Because I will be participating. The sheer audacity of his words strikes the room like lightning. The entire student body instantly explodes into a frenzy of outrage. Jia Shu is the first to slam his hands on the desk. Damn you, Chen Shu. Do you seriously think we are still in the last semester? You only won back then because of your higher level. Now our ranks are completely equal. Do you honestly think that useless slime of yours makes you invincible? Dan Chu instantly jumps onto the hate train. I have never seen a punk so incredibly arrogant. If you have the guts, meet us in the arena. Shu Kai and Wu Ning eagerly add fuel to the fire. Hell yeah. Just you wait. We are going to crush you. That is right. To the combat arena. Right now. Even though sheep only find courage in numbers, Chen Shu remains completely unbothered. He calmly crosses his arms, looking down at them with supreme mockery. Then we will use the old rules. He smirks, his eyes glinting with danger. Every single one of you, against just me. That is the final straw. Driven utterly mad by his disrespect, the entire class roars, ready to jump him all at once. Damn it, he is way too arrogant. But, surprisingly, amidst this mob of furious losers, one individual steps up to stand above the rest. Jiang Tian steps forward, puffing his chest with supreme arrogance, as if victory is already in his grasp. We do not need an entire crowd for this garbage. I am more than enough to handle you alone. He locks eyes with Chen Shu, fiercely declaring war. I only lost back then because I dropped my guard. But today, you are guaranteed to taste defeat. Chen Shu dramatically sighs, shaking his head at the absolute cringe. He thinks to himself, good heavens, this guy is really lost in his own fantasy. How is it possible for someone to be even more of an edgelord than me? Yet, he does not voice his thoughts aloud. Instead, his wild, battle-hungry smile only grows wider. All right then, let's see what you have got. Boom! In a flash of summoning light, his massive slime materializes on the battlefield. Chen Shu arrogantly looks down at his pathetic classmates from atop his beast. Everyone freezes in their tracks. They stare up at the colossal, suffocating shadow looming over them in sheer, trembling disbelief. The colossal slime simply lets out a lazy yawn, but that alone releases an immense shockwave of pressure that strikes terror into their hearts. Instantly, every single one of them deeply regrets running their mouths just moments ago. Chen Shu tilts his head, a devilish smirk dancing on his lips. Hey, Mr. Main Character, didn't you just say you wanted a one-on-one duel with me? Come on, bring out that wind thunderbird of yours. Let's see its true power. But after sensing the slime's terrifying aura, Jiang Tian's arrogant facade instantly crumbles into dust. He stands there completely paralyzed, sweat pouring down his pale face. Desperate, he immediately spins around and violently backtracks. Everyone, this maniac actually wants to challenge our entire class. Fellow students, let us grant him his foolish death wish. Attack him all together, right now. Even Chen Shu is genuinely stunned by this breathtaking display of absolute cowardice. Unbelievable, Chen Shu thinks in awe. This bastard can flip his script even faster than I can. Lin Jiang roars at the top of his lungs, taking command. Charge, rip him apart. Understood. The entire class swarms forward like a mindless plague of locusts. But standing alone against the endless tide, the mighty slime does not even flinch. It immediately activates its devastating ultimate skill, the Sleeping Dream Strike. Desperate battle cries echo through the arena as the students command their beasts to strike with everything they have. The colossal slime stretches its massive mouth wide open. A blinding golden energy violently gathers deep within its core. Its already monstrous body rapidly expands, swelling to an apocalyptic size. The pathetic, lower-tier enemy beasts freeze in their tracks, entirely paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Before they can even comprehend their doom, the slime launches itself high into the sky. It continues to inflate endlessly, absorbing every ounce of that terrifying golden aura. The realization of sheer terror finally strikes the enemy beasts, but it is far, far too late. Boom! The gigantic slime crashes down like a meteor, mercilessly flattening the opposition into the dirt. A spirit wolf lets out a miserable, bone-chilling howl of agony. Without missing a single beat, the massive slime bounces off the ground, rocketing toward its next desperate victims. There is simply no contest. Chen Shu's slime is an undisputed, tyrannical god on this battlefield. Absolute destruction follows its every move. The impact of its strikes is so devastatingly powerful that the enemy spirits can do nothing but scream in pure despair. They are violently sucked into a catastrophic vortex of power, blasting bodies and debris through the thick, choking clouds of dust. Standing safely on the sidelines, Jiang Tian remains dead silent, his eyes locked onto the absolute massacre unfolding before him. Just as he predicted, the real nightmare had only just begun. A sly smirk crept across his face. "Looks like I will have to handle this myself," he sneered. Raising his hand high, he unleashed his absolute pride and joy. "Come forth, Storm Thunderbird." Answering its master's call, the magnificent creature soared into the arena, its eyes locked onto the target and hungry for battle. Crackling lightning began to pool at the tip of its massive beak. The sheer density of the electrical aura sent shivers down everyone's spines. Within its razor-sharp maw, a blinding sphere of pure thunder materialized. Without a single second of hesitation, the devastating blast locked dead onto Slim. Slim braced for the impact, gritting its teeth against the overwhelming force. Sizzling sounds echoed as a patch of its skin was scorched black, but it swallowed the blinding pain. Yet, Chen Shu did not even flinch. A mocking grin spread across his face. "Is that all you have got? You really think a spark like that can break my Slim?" With a dramatic sweep of his hand, Chen Shu summoned a violently pulsing orb of light. In an instant, Slim's legendary super armor skill was fully unleashed. Brilliant golden light erupted, encasing the spirit in an impenetrable layer of golden battle armor. Riding the momentum, Slim rocketed forward, leaving nothing but blazing afterimages in its wake. Its perfectly round body transformed into a colossal, unstoppable bowling ball of pure force. It smashed directly into the Storm Thunderbird with earth-shattering momentum. The raw, devastating impact swatted the mighty bird right out of the sky. It crashed into the arena floor, kicking up a massive storm of blinding dust. But Slim was not done yet. It ricocheted furiously, striking down enemy spirits from every impossible angle. The watching students dropped their jaws, completely paralyzed by its bizarre yet flawless combat style. The battlefield was entirely dominated. Slim was absolutely invincible. Seeing his total defeat, even the incredibly stubborn Wang Feng had to swallow his pride. "We surrender," he choked out. A ridiculously smug and confident smirk instantly plastered across Chen Shu's face. "Now that is more like it," he chuckled. Glancing down at the pathetic pile of defeated spirits scattered across the floor, he just could not resist twisting the knife. "If you had just surrendered earlier, your pets would not be looking like roadkill right now." The ruthless slap to their pride left the entire elite class, teachers included, frozen in pure humiliation. Desperate for answers, Wang Feng suddenly stepped forward with a probing look. "I just have one question," he demanded. Completely ignoring the heavy tension, Chen Shu casually popped his collar with a cheeky grin. "Oh? Dying to know my ultimate secret to success?" Wang Feng nodded stiffly. "Are you willing to share it?" Behind him, the entire elite class practically scrambled for their notebooks, their eyes wide with desperate curiosity. Never one to miss a chance to show off, Chen Shu stepped forward like a grand philosopher. Listen closely. To reach the absolute peak of success, you only need 3 core principles. Number 1. Unrelenting persistence. The elite students furiously scribbled down his words, nodding in profound respect. Number 2. Chen Shu paused dramatically, ruthlessly causing trouble. The pens stopped abruptly. The entire class gasped in unison, completely and utterly bewildered. Causing trouble? How on earth was that a legitimate path to greatness? Completely unfazed by their mental breakdowns, Chen Shu delivered the final blow. And number 3. Unrelentingly persisting in causing trouble, the elite students were left utterly paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor in absolute disbelief. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, Chen Shu let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Man, what a tragic era. You tell people the absolute truth, and they still look at you like you are crazy. Shaking his head, he turned and enthusiastically waved at his companion. Sister Fangxi, let's bounce. Next stop, Nanjiang No. 3 High School. Hearing her cue, Fangxi did not hesitate for a single second. You got it, she agreed, perfectly in sync with his chaotic energy. As the chaotic duo strolled away with agonizing swagger, the traumatized elite class could only pray in their hearts. Nanjiang No. 3 High School. May the heavens have mercy on your souls. Cut to the next chaotic battlefield. Slim roared fiercely into the face of a trembling enemy spirit, its eyes blazing with absolute wrath. With just a few explosive spins, it launched its tiny opponent into the stratosphere. A deathly silence instantly swallowed the entire stadium. Before stepping out of the arena, Chen Shu casually tossed a wave over his shoulder. Well then, thanks for the warm-up. Catch you all later. The second his shadow vanished, the rival teachers' faces drained of all color. Panic erupted among the faculty. Damn it all. This kid is an absolute monster. How are we supposed to fight against that? He is untouchable. Completely untouchable. They shivered. Fast forward 1 week later. Chen Shu's squad was chilling outdoors, entirely unbothered, enjoying a massive backyard barbecue. Twirling a massive meat skewer like a sword, Chen Shu basked in his own overwhelming glory. Man, I honestly did not expect the entirety of Nanjiang students to be this utterly defenseless against me. Just 1 week, and every single school has already thrown in the towel. Standing next to him, Fangxi immediately slipped into her bossy older sister persona. Hey, do not let it get to your big head, kid. There is always a higher mountain, and always a stronger beast master out there. You better focus on leveling up before reality hits you in the face. Her wise words completely bounced off Chen Shu's arrogant armor as he aggressively flipped another skewer. Yeah, whatever. Come, grab some meat, everyone. Tomorrow is the grand beast taming tournament. Are you guys coming or what? He grinned widely. Gripping a skewer of her own, Fangxi's eyes suddenly sparkled with intense anticipation. Actually, I am heading back to the capital tomorrow. The academy is opening soon. Beside them, Dalu, who had been aggressively inhaling food this whole time, finally chimed in. Yeah, me too, man. The sudden farewell completely killed Chen Shu's vibe, earning a massive, dramatic sigh of disappointment. Well, that is an absolute tragedy. You guys are totally missing out on my most legendary God-tier performance yet. But true to his chaotic nature, his depression vanished in exactly 1 second. Thrusting his drink high into the night sky, his eyes burned with fierce determination. If that is how it is, then I will just have to see you both at the capital. Without missing a beat, the 3 companions smashed their glasses together. To the capital, they roared in perfect, unyielding unison. A few nights later, the bustling city streets echoed with their farewells. Standing by the roadside, Fangxi flashed a bright, confident smile as she waved them off. Chen Shu waved back with equal explosive energy as their taxi finally faded into the city lights. Standing alone under the street lamps, he planted his hands on his hips. A terrifyingly ambitious grin claimed his features. All right, the real battlefield belongs to me now. The very next morning, inside the massive central arena, the entire spectator stand was drowned in an eerie, suffocating silence. Old Li Wushuang's razor-sharp instincts immediately flared at the unnatural atmosphere. His usually strict face contorted with deep anxiety as he aggressively nudged Chen Shu's shoulder. Kid, what catastrophic mess did you create this time? Did you literally drop a nuclear bomb on the rival schools? Accused of literal terrorism, Chen Shu was left utterly and completely speechless. Why was old Li's first assumption an actual weapon of mass destruction? Was his reputation really that twisted? Snapping back to reality, Chen Shu proudly thumped his chest with ultimate righteous indignation. Of course not. I, Chen Shu, absolutely crushed them using pure, unadulterated strength. He paused, fixing his collar with an angelic smile. Or rather, I subdued them with my overwhelming moral virtue. Chen Shu shoots a thinly veiled glare at the other students, pressing them. Why do not you guys say something? Stunned and deeply unwilling, they still force themselves to play along. Exactly. He happily turns to Wushuang. See, teacher? I told you I was not wrong. But the old man's wrinkled face still betrays deep skepticism. He weakly murmurs, how on earth am I supposed to believe that? Up on the grand stage, Zuo Xuan's voice booms across the arena. He commands the crowd's attention, inviting the high school instructors to step forward and draw lots. Sitting in the stands, Wushuang instantly perks up. I am coming. The massive crowd quickly floods down toward the arena floor. Chen Shu's expression suddenly twists into a wicked grin as he looks at his classmates. We are up next. Pure anticipation and burning determination flash in his eyes. Meanwhile, Tong Yu and Fu Chi's faces contort into incredibly sour, terrified grimaces. He stands right in front of the group, ruthlessly pressing them. You guys still remember last week's promise, right? Both nod frantically like pecking chickens, absolutely gripped by fear. We remember! We remember! Getting exactly what he wants, Chen Shu smiles so wide, his eyes curve into delighted crescents. Good boys. The classmates can only swallow their rage and stay dead silent before his overwhelming aura. The roaring stands quiet down once more as the instructors finally return from the draw. Gong Hao immediately jumps up, cheering wildly. The teacher is back. Standing before all his students, Wushuang's tone turns dead serious. Our opponent is Nanjiang High School number 3. Hearing this, Chen Shu throws a highly meaningful, predatory glance toward the enemy camp. That single look makes their entire team shudder in unison. Moments later, the massive live broadcast screen flashes to life, signaling the absolute start of the battle. The elite VIP guests and grand judges have already taken their seats of honor. The grand introduction echoes powerfully across the massive stadium. Today marks the 981st Beast Taming Tournament of Nanjiang City. Bathed in stage lights, Shen Leng hypes up the crowd with explosive energy. I believe the elite competitors from every high school are fully primed and ready. For our opening clash, Nanjiang High School number 2 faces off against Nanjiang High School number 3. Let us welcome the warriors of these two great academies. The moment those words drop, Chen Shu and his squad storm the battlefield. Their absolute aura pierces the heavens. Despite the impending bloodbath, their opponents maintain perfect composure. They step out with majestic, unshakable confidence, refusing to keep the audience waiting. A single command shatters the tension. The absolute crucial moment has arrived. The match begins. The entire stadium explodes into absolute madness. Deafening cheers violently erupt from the masses. The fierce demon, the fierce demon. Yet, his opponent's posture remains completely unbothered. The second the start signal drops, Chen Shu immediately flexes a devastating attack in his hand as a show of absolute dominance. Seeing the terrifying arcs of lightning crackle from his opponent, Wang Tang instantly raises his guard. The two lackeys behind him fare no better. Cold sweat has completely drenched their foreheads, terror gripping their souls. But as his team's absolute trump card, Wang Teng forcefully snaps out of it, violently hyping himself up. I, Wang Teng, have never tasted defeat. Hearing this bold claim, Chen Shu does not say a word, merely flashing a supremely confident smirk. The opponent stands his ground, absolute determination etched into every feature. And today will be absolutely no different. The crowd goes completely feral at this intense trash talk. Oh man, this is getting insanely good. Suddenly, Wang Teng snaps his head back and screams at the top of his lungs. MC! The hyped-up crowd begins whispering frantically. Is he about to unleash a legendary ultimate move? One spectator even starts aggressively hyping him up. I have heard rumors about Wang Teng from Nanjiang High School number 3 since day one. Not only is his talent monstrous, but his confidence is unmatched. Thousands of eyes remain glued to the arena, desperately waiting for an epic bloodbath. Wang Teng versus the fierce demon. Today is going to be absolutely legendary. Shen Leng, wanting to milk the hype while satisfying his own burning curiosity, steps in. May I ask what your special request is? Wang Teng furrows his brows, looking incredibly dangerous and utterly badass. Yet, the words that leave his mouth carry zero weight of honor. We want to surrender. Those simple words make the audience's eyeballs practically pop out of their skulls. 3 parts pure shock, 7 parts utter confusion. The explosive hype instantly flatlines. Surrender? Wang Teng does not feel a single ounce of shame. He actually stands taller, confidently repeating himself. Exactly. We surrender. This absolute farce leaves Shen Leng standing there, utterly defeated and overwhelmingly speechless. You are surrendering. Yet you look so damn passionate and serious about it? With the result glaringly obvious, he declares the winner before Wang Teng's inexplicably majestic posture. Nanjiang High School, number 2 wins. As the two completely opposite rivals walk past each other, Chen Shu's eyes lock onto his for a brief second. He genuinely cannot help but respect the sheer audacity, throwing up a thumbs up. King of posturing. As expected of you, but as the absolute bloodbath tournament continues, the millions of viewers slowly realize something is terribly wrong. It feels like every single team is desperately trying to lose. The Beast Pets are putting on the most shameless, blatantly fake acting performances ever witnessed. Team after team steps into the arena to face Chen Shu's squad, and before he can even lift a single finger, the opposition instantly throws in the towel. I surrender. When facing other squads, they would at least pretend to struggle before losing. But against him, they turn pale as ghosts and instantly forfeit. In the blink of an eye, the grand finals arrive. Shen Leng stands at the absolute center of the grand stage, his voice booming to announce the tournament's ultimate climax. Next up, let us welcome Nanjiang High School No. 2 and Nanjiang High School No. 5. The brutal battle for this year's Ultimate Championship begins now. The announcer's voice echoed through the massive arena. Chen Shu's trio strode onto the grand stage. They oozed absolute confidence, acting like the championship trophy was already theirs. But across the battlefield, not a single shadow of their opponents could be seen. A dead silence suffocated the packed stadium. Everyone was completely and utterly bewildered. The host nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He desperately scrambled for a random excuse to save this incredibly awkward situation. It seems the team from 5th High School is experiencing some intense pre-match jitters. Let us give them a few more moments to compose themselves. Before he could even finish his sentence, a single piece of white paper fluttered out of nowhere. It drifted down onto the arena floor, a glaring symbol of absolute surrender. Up in the VIP viewing section, the judges' faces turned completely black with utter disgust. Yet, they were powerless to intervene in this absolute farce. This humiliating display pushed Nibin to his absolute limit. Boiling with rage, he ordered Wu Shuang, "Bring Chen Shu to see me immediately." Robbed of an epic grand finale, the furious spectators erupted into a massive frenzy. Enraged curses echoed endlessly through the stands. What kind of absolute joke is this? Is this really supposed to be the finals? This match is definitely rigged. Backed into a hopeless corner, Shen Ling had absolutely no other choice. He reluctantly stepped forward to announce the final verdict. It appears 5th High School has officially forfeited the match. Therefore, let us congratulate the supreme champions from Nanjiang 2nd High School. He grabbed Chen Shu's hand, raising it high into the air. His words sounded celebratory, but his facial expression was bitter and completely forced. After 3 long years of agonizing defeat, they had finally conquered the entire city to claim the ultimate title. Xiaobing and Xiao Yu stood completely frozen in disbelief. We won the championship without even throwing a single punch? Chen Shu completely ignored their shock, immediately rushing them forward. Stop asking questions. Just get up there and claim our glorious loot. He snatched the legendary champion's reward with a single hand. He burst into triumphant laughter, completely blind to the judges' murderous glares. Haha, receiving this prize is just my destined reward for good karma. His 2 teammates were left utterly speechless. They stood, rooted to the spot like statues, sweating bullets at his shameless display. While Chen Shu was busy worshipping his shiny new treasure, Wu Shuang suddenly appeared behind him like the Grim Reaper. Chen Shu. The mayor demands your presence. He is waiting near the city hall. Leaning in close, his teacher delivered the terrifying news with absolute glee. You completely ruined the tournament. You are a dead man walking. The devastating words struck like a massive lightning bolt. Chen Shu's eyes went wide with pure shock. Huh? Did I actually get targeted? Before he even fully processed the danger, the two were standing before the ominous doors of destiny. Chen Shu's legendary confidence instantly crumbled into dust. Teacher, are you seriously not coming inside with me? Wu Shuang looked like he had waited a lifetime for this exact moment. Go on without me. I am far too busy picking out your cemetery plot. As my beloved student, I will definitely ensure you get a peaceful grave. The chilling joke drained all the color from Chen Shu's face. Cold sweat cascaded down his trembling forehead. Well, there is no escaping destiny now. He took a massive breath, forcing his wildly racing heart to calm down. Mustering every single ounce of his courage, Chen Shu finally knocked on the heavy oak door. Enter. A powerful voice immediately commanded from within. Those 2 simple words made the room spin around him. Swallowing his mounting terror, he cautiously stepped inside. Mr. Mayor? You asked for me? Completely destroying Chen Shu's terrifying expectations, Nibin smiled warmly. Take a seat. There is no need to be tense. Please, make yourself entirely at home. The overwhelming, suffocating pressure instantly vanished. Chen Shu exhaled a massive sigh, feeling a towering mountain lift off his shoulders. Realizing his life was absolutely secure, his attitude did a full 180-degree flip. He shamelessly collapsed into the plush leather sofa like he owned the place. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Chen Shu happily kicked off his shoes. Nibin's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. The utter audacity left the mayor gasping in shock. Good heavens, Chen Shu, the mayor screamed internally. Did this brat actually take my words literally? Totally oblivious. Chen Shu blinked innocently. Is something wrong, Mr. Mayor? Too utterly stunned to scold the shameless boy directly, Bin desperately scrambled for a polite excuse. We are just having a brief chat. There is really no need to remove your footwear. Though slightly confused by the request, Chen Shu obediently slipped his shoes back on. All right then. With the bizarre situation finally under control, Bin decided to set his trap. He opened with a seemingly innocent compliment. Your combat prowess is quite formidable, is it not? But Chen Shu was incredibly cunning. His sharp mind immediately caught the hidden danger. Oh no. He is trying to dig a grave for me. Thinking fast on his feet, he instantly put up a humble front. I am barely passable, sir. Unfortunately, I cannot even land a single scratch on my revered master. This sudden revelation caught the mayor completely off guard. Your master? In a brilliant stroke of absolute genius, Chen Shu masterfully deflected the deadly spear aimed at his neck. He ruthlessly used Elder Ye, the legendary guardian of the Beast Taming Resources Bureau, as his perfect meat shield. The mere mention of that terrifying name drained every drop of color from Bin's face. You mean Elder Ye? Seeing the mayor swallow his massive bluff completely, Chen Shu's ego instantly skyrocketed. Exactly. That old man practically begged on his knees and cried rivers just to take me as his disciple. Since my nature has always been to respect my elders, I had absolutely no choice but to accept. Realizing this kid had untouchable backing, Bin's threatening aura instantly evaporated. If Elder Ye is truly your backer, then you may leave. A terrifying situation that guaranteed a brutal punishment was magically resolved in the blink of an eye. Regarding how you completely destroyed the beast taming tournament, I am willing to let it slide this once, but the cunning mayor refused to let him off completely free. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he issued an absolute ultimatum. However, in the upcoming provincial tournament, you must seize first place. Chen Shu agrees without a single second of hesitation, absolute determination blazing in his eyes. All right. Stepping out of the danger zone at last, he wipes the cold sweat from his forehead. That was way too close. He almost met the Grim Reaper today. Thank goodness his quick wits brought up Elder Ye's name as a shield. He can only pray they will not dig too deep into that lie. But the moment he steps outside, Chen Shu freezes, utterly baffled by the dead silence. Huh? Where on earth did old Lee go? Right on cue, his phone screen lights up with a fresh text message. I took the others back to the academy first. Make sure you get to class early tomorrow. Shrugging it off, he instantly tosses any lingering annoyance out the window. All right then, see you tomorrow. Meanwhile, back in that very same room, Bin retreats to the shadows, pulling out his phone with a deeply sinister vibe. Hello, Secretary Liu. The cunning old fox issues his command without skipping a beat. Use every connection we have. I need to know the absolute truth. Find out if Elder Ye actually took in a disciple recently. The Beast Taming Academy sits quietly beside a lush, sprawling forest. Puffy white clouds drift lazily across a crystal-clear sky. Inside the training hall, Teacher Wushuang stands front and center, passionately lecturing the class on advanced beast taming techniques. In the back row, Chen Shu grinds his teeth so hard they might crack. The bitter truth just hit him. He actually thought old Lee wanted him back early to throw a massive celebration. Clutching his head in pure despair, he curses his own foolish optimism. Who would have guessed the old man just wanted to make sure he did not skip his morning classes? Just thinking about being caged in this stuffy classroom makes his mouth twitch with extreme irritation. The provincial tournament is exactly 1 week away. Does he really have to suffer through these boring lectures until then? Finding absolutely zero answers, Chen Shu lets out a massive, soul-crushing yawn that echoes through the room. He fights a losing battle to keep his heavy eyelids open, his inner voice screaming in pure agony. This is boring me to death. But the very second a crisp ding echoes in his mind, his gloomy mood is tossed into the trash without a second thought. The system reads his mind perfectly. 3 shiny new options pop up, each paired with a mouth-watering reward. Option 1. Study until the provincial exam. Reward: 1 greater strength flower. Option 2. Travel to Nanchang City with a 3-person team. Reward: charge skill level +1. Option 3. Brew potions. Reward: greater strength potion mastery. Chen Shu glues his eyes to the glowing holographic screen, his brain calculating the profits at lightning speed. All 3 rewards are absolutely top tier, but that charge skill upgrade? That is an opportunity he simply cannot ignore. Yet, an image of his utterly demonic contract spirit flashes through his mind, making him weigh his options very carefully. His slime skill is already at a terrifying level, 9. He can already picture the glorious chaos it would unleash on the battlefield, making his heart bloom with pure joy. Once it ranks up, he will not have to fear a single soul in this world. His mind made up, Chen Shu decisively shoots his hand into the air, completely shattering the classroom's peace. Teacher. Standing up right in the middle of the crowd, he drops a massive bombshell with a bright, shameless grin. I want to take a leave of absence. Teacher Wu Shuang's expression remains completely blank. Without a shred of mercy, he spits out a single, freezing word: scram. Seeing the iron-willed teacher refuse to budge, Chen Shu lets out a dramatic sigh. Looks like we have to do this the hard way. Channeling spiritual energy into his hand, he whips his head around, his eyes locking onto a classmate with a terrifying, predatory glint. Tong Lai, I heard your training has been going great lately. How about your beloved class monitor gives you a few personal pointers? The second the massive slime explodes from its summoning circle, every single hair on Tang Li's body stands straight up. Trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, he bursts into a river of tears, desperately begging Teacher Wu Shuang to save his life. Teacher, help me. Hearing the desperate cry, Teacher Wu Shuang points a trembling, utterly defeated finger right at Chen Shu's unbelievably shameless face. Enough, Chen Shu. Withdraw that monster. You want your leave? Fine, take it. But the shameless protagonist is used to taking a mile when given an inch, instantly pushing his luck to the absolute limit. But teacher, if I just go home, I will literally die of boredom. Why don't you let me head to Nanchang City early? Chen Shu pauses, striking a heroic pose before waving his hand with extreme righteousness. I want to engage in an academic exchange while waiting for the provincial tournament to begin. Teacher Wu Shuang does not even blink. He just stands there with his arms crossed, enduring this absolute avalanche of pure nonsense. Realizing the direct approach has completely failed, Chen Shu immediately pivots and targets his next victim, young Master Du. That earth dragon of yours has been growing quite nicely, hasn't it? Du Long does not even wait for the punchline. Copying Tang Li's survival instincts, he wails with maximum grievance. Teacher, save me. Hard countered by the exact same shameless tactic twice in a row, Teacher Wu Shuang grinds his jaw furiously. He is holding on by a thread to keep himself from completely exploding into a raging beast. Left with absolutely zero options, the defeated teacher rips out his phone, typing furiously to make this nightmare end. All right, just stop terrorizing your classmates. In the blink of an eye, a bright notification pops up on his screen. 3 premium tickets to Nanchang City have been successfully booked. He shoves the screen right into Chen Shu's face, desperate to kick this walking disaster out of his sight. Here, these are the tickets for the 3 of you this afternoon. That was exactly what he was waiting for. Chen Shu flashes a blinding smile, changing his attitude so fast that even Li Hai could not keep up with him. Perfect. Thank you so much, teacher. The system instantly delivers the goods. A golden notification confirms his hot prize, charge skill level +1. Several hours later, a long-distance bus finally carries our victorious trio right into Nanchang City. Stepping out of the vehicle, Chen Shu stretches his stiff muscles, releasing a deeply satisfying groan before letting out a mighty declaration. Nanchang City, the great Chen Shu has officially arrived. Wasting zero time, the trio weaves through the chaotic, bustling crowd and heads straight for the station exit. Nanchang City welcomes them with a breathtakingly sunny afternoon. A magnificent golden glow coats the towering skyscrapers, painting the urban jungle in pure light. Acting like a seasoned tour guide, Chen Shu leisurely leads the 2 beautiful girls through the bustling streets, eager to scout out their brand new battleground. But before they can even cross the first block, Xiao Yu tilts her head, tossing out a nervous question. Chen Shu, are we actually eating out tonight? The budget teacher Li provided us is not exactly a lot. Before she could even finish her sentence, he confidently thumped his chest. No problem. Both her eyes and Xia Bing's instantly lit up like blazing spotlights. They shouted in perfect unison, "You are treating us?" He quickly wagged his index finger in absolute denial. No, no, no. Then, Chen Shu pointed a sinful finger right at Xiao Yu, revealing his shameless master plan. You are paying tonight. She froze completely, absolutely paralyzed by his sheer audacity. Unable to hold back, she blurted out, "My mother tongue is literally speechless right now." Whether she was willing or not did not matter anymore. The trio dragged each other to a nearby restaurant to fill their empty stomachs. A bubbling, blood-red hot pot was placed right in the middle of their table. Steam billowed out continuously. It was a simple dish, but the vibrant color, rich aroma, and mouth-watering flavor were absolutely top tier. Chen Shu comfortably raised his chopsticks first, not bothering to show a single ounce of politeness. Xiaobing, eat up. Xiao Yu is treating us, so do not hold back. She paused with a piece of meat halfway to her mouth, her face blushing as she cheered in agreement. Despite her shy smile, her chopstick skills were utterly ruthless. The tragic sponsor glared at the 2 thick-skinned gluttons. She was so furious, she literally lost the ability to speak. She could only sit there, grinding her teeth and swallowing her bitter grievances along with her food. While Chen Shu's squad was busy devouring their meal, a sudden commotion started near the entrance. From the incoming crowd, Xia Yan's voice echoed out loud and clear. Brother Lu, it has been way too long. Chen Shu chewed his food like a chipmunk, muttering quietly to himself. That voice sounds way too familiar. Xia Yan had not spotted him yet, continuing his enthusiastic hosting. Let us take this table. I already reserved it, so please eat comfortably. Lu Ya nodded with deep satisfaction. You are too polite. Chen Shu's eyes instantly lit up like high-beam headlights. Is that Xia Yan? Without a second of hesitation, he sprang to his feet to greet his old prey. Oh, little Jia, it has been forever. A wicked grin spread across his face. You are looking more and more like a total mess these days. Witnessing this absolute street thug-style greeting for the first time, Lu Ya was completely bewildered. He turned to the side. Brother Yan, your friend here is not exactly friendly, is he? A highly suspicious flush of red crept up Xia Yan's face. He stammered frantically, barely squeezing out two terrified words. This guy. Completely missing his teammates' rising panic, Lu Ya immediately turned his aggressive aura onto Chen Shu. Listen here, buddy. To act this arrogant, you need actual strength. Chen Shu did not miss a single beat, casually firing right back. Is that so? And you feel like you are super strong right now? Just as Lu Ya prepared to charge in for a bloodbath, Xia Yan finally snapped back to reality and yanked him back. Do not! Panic seized his entire body as he leaned in and hissed into Lu Ya's ear. Brother Lu, let us just go. Do not mess with this menace. Lu Ya's face twisted in pure, unadulterated confusion. He opened his mouth to double-check this absolute absurdity. Why are you scared? He is only a level 9 Beast Tamer. Xia Yan cast a terrified glance at the so-called level 9 Beast Tamer. The humiliating explanation was completely lodged in his throat, refusing to come out. Cold sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down his trembling face. His mouth opened and closed like a dying fish. He could only gasp out a single sound. But finally, after his eyes darted around like Jiang Luo trapped in a corner, he gathered every ounce of courage left in his soul. He blurted out his most traumatic memory. He absolutely destroyed me before. This massive information bomb slammed into Lu Ya, leaving him completely dizzy. His voice involuntarily spiked an entire octave. Is he really that monstrous? Knowing exactly when to retreat, Lu Ya wisely swallowed his pride right then and there. He immediately turned around, warning his entire crew to stand down. Move out. Xia Yan's crew had not eaten a single bite, yet they were forced to swallow a massive chunk of humiliation instead. They slinked away with grumbling stomachs. Having failed to bait a fight, Chen Shu sighed in deep disappointment. Man, I just wanted to test out a new skill. Running away before the clash even begins? Total trash. Right on cue. Xiao Yu offered a much more logical suggestion. If you want to fight people who are not absolute garbage, you will just have to wait. The real tournament is exactly 1 week away. He happily agreed with her flawless logic, yet his chaotic objective remained entirely unchanged. All right, we will wait for the provincial championship clashes. However, before that happens, we absolutely must. Xiaobing tilted her head, her curiosity completely piqued. Must do what? He waved his hand with legendary arrogance, revealing his incredibly bold plan to stir up absolute chaos. Fast forward exactly 1 week. The legendary trio of destruction finally arrived at their heavily targeted destination. Chen Shu aggressively led Xiaobing and Xiao Yu right to the towering front gates of Nanchang City High School. The three of them were disguised perfectly as top-tier honors students. Yet, without exception, the ruthless security guard blocked their path entirely. In the face of sheer professional authority, even a high-level spirit master was rendered utterly powerless. Left with zero conventional options, Chen Shu resorted to his roots. He stealthily shifted to his all-time favorite tactical maneuver, the classic wall-climbing infiltration. But the exact moment he dropped to the other side, a chilling sight awaited him. Yandu was already standing there, flashing a dangerously radiant smile. In the end, all of his chaotic tricks ended in absolute failure. The man snatched Chen Shu up by the collar like a helpless little chicken. With a single, effortless swing of his powerful arm, he tossed the boy right back out the front gates. Utterly humiliated, the trio dragged their heavy feet back to the Nanchang Hotel. Forced to accept their miserable fate, they stayed completely out of trouble for the entire week. Now, Chen Shu lay sprawled across his bed like a defeated starfish. Crushing boredom echoed relentlessly through his exhausted mind. To think that a legendary menace of Nanjiang like myself would actually sink in this gutter. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door violently pulled him back to reality. Xiao Yu stood out in the hallway, her voice ringing through the wood as she hurried him. Chen Pai, today is the official tournament draw. Hurry up. His teammates were burning with wild anxiety, yet this guy still had the sheer audacity to heave a lazy sigh. After moving at the speed of a dying snail to sling his heavy backpack over his shoulder, Chen Shu finally opened his mouth to announce his grand departure. I am coming. I am coming. The iconic one-girl, two-guy combo swiftly arrived at the massive Nanchang City Spirit Arena. Their footsteps echoed with an intimidating rhythm as they strode straight into the grand hall. His sharp gaze swept over the chaotic swarm of active reporters and flashing cameras. His tactical mind instantly started calculating. Are these live interviews happening right now? But since none of that flashy nonsense involved him yet, Chen Shu ignored the crowd completely. He kept his head down, following his two beautiful teammates straight into the competitor waiting room. The moment the overwhelmingly packed room entered his vision, his brain kicked into absolute overdrive. 32 elite teams in total. The real nightmare was just beginning. He rubs his chin with overwhelming excitement. His heart dances wildly in his chest. Just who will be his very first victim? But before Chen Shu can sink deeper into his delusions, the system violently snaps him back to reality. The familiar holographic interface materializes, but this time, it only offers two choices. Option 1. Wait quietly for the drawing to begin. The reward? A pitiful amount of beast-taming spiritual liquid. Option 2. Use a special method to make everyone remember your name. The reward? The slime's defense power increases by 5%. His eyes dart left and right as he ponders. Is the system just giving away free stats? A wicked realization dawns upon his shameless mind, and Chen Shu cheers internally with a profoundly despicable smirk. He has the perfect plan. Stepping right to the front of the bewildered contestants, his legendary performance begins. Ahem. Since everyone has gathered, I have a few words to say. Where did this thick-skinned clown come from? The entire crowd stares in slack-jawed disbelief, invisible question marks popping up above their heads. Completely oblivious to the suffocatingly awkward silence, he continues his one-man show with a beaming smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Shu, hailing from Nanjiang City. You all can just call me Uncle. Drunk on his own audacity, he completely ignores their murderous glares. I am here to announce something to all of you. Pay close attention. This is an absolute decree, not a negotiation. After beating around the bush like a Three Kingdoms tactician, Chen Shu finally drops the nuclear bomb. If you encounter me in the arena, surrender immediately. Abandon all hope of getting lucky. The crowd instantly explodes into chaos. They react like cats whose tails have been violently stomped. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think you are some kind of heaven-sent genius? Vicious insults fly from every direction. What even is Nanjiang City? Just a frog at the bottom of a well. The only person not losing his absolute mind is Xia Yan. In fact, he can only let out a defeated sigh. These superficial insults are utterly useless against someone so incredibly shameless. Making matters worse, Chen Shu drags him out as a witness. I know you are all geniuses, but life is always more precious than pride. Right, Xia Yan? You understand this better than anyone. Chen Shu approaches the trembling boy with an encouraging pat. Come on, Xia Yan. Educate everyone on basic survival skills. Hurry up. A wave of terrifying trauma washes over Xia Yan. His lips quiver, only able to stutter two pathetic words. This. The other students watch this shocking display with their jaws on the floor. A singular, terrifying thought crosses all their minds. This horrified expression. Xia Yan is clearly being threatened. But who in the world has the power to terrorize him like this? Panic-stricken gazes dart back and forth across the room, eventually landing on the boasting lunatic. Could it be? Did Xia Yan actually lose to this Chen Shu in battle? As the system chimes in, confirming the slime's defense has increased by 5%, Chen Shu strokes his chin in deep satisfaction. These kids are way too easy to manipulate, he thinks to himself. Just a few words, and they are already scarred for life. This dramatic little interlude is sharply cut off by the loudspeaker. All contestants, please proceed to the drawing box. It is time to determine your opponents. A sinister smirk creeps across Chen Shu's face. His blood boils with anticipation for the glorious carnage ahead. The real slaughter is finally beginning. Without hesitation, Chen Shu leads his team forward. The trio marches into the spirit arena, radiating an intense fighting aura. One by one, the competitors step up to test their fate. It is Chen Shu's turn to reach into the mysterious box. Watching from afar, Xia Yan is practically sweating bullets. Please do not pick us. Please do not pick us. He is shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, drawing highly suspicious glares from everyone around him. Is he really that terrified? But destiny cannot be avoided. Chen Shu pulls his ticket from the shadows. The most villainous smile imaginable stretches across his face. He slowly turns his gaze toward Xia Yan, his voice echoing like a demon crawling out from the underworld. It seems, fate has brought us together once again. Xia Yan's sanity completely snaps. He throws his head back and wails at the merciless heavens. Damn it all! Are you actually kidding me? Luya quickly steps up, patting his shoulder to calm him down. Have some confidence. This is a team battle. Individual strength means nothing against numbers. Hearing this, Xia Yan forcefully swallows his fear and reignites his fighting spirit. You are right. I will crush him with everything I have got. Even as he walks away, Chen Shu does not forget to flash his opponents a terrifyingly friendly death glare. Soon enough, it is the other prodigy's turn to draw. A cunning smirk identical to Chen Shu's appears on the rival's face. Meanwhile, Tan Qiu frowns deeply, clearly displeased with her own draw. Taking command of the stage, Chu Zhe grabs the microphone. The drawing phase is officially concluded. Tomorrow, the provincial beast taming tournament truly begins. I urge all competitors to prepare yourselves to the absolute limit. Rest up and bring glory to your respective cities. Chen Shu's team practically glows with overwhelming battle intent. It is a stark contrast to Xia Yan, who is still aggressively sulking in despair. As the crowd begins to disperse, the heavens play one last cruel joke. The two fated opponents cross paths once again. Chen Shu's belligerent nature flares up instantly. He flashes a provocative smirk that gives Xia Yan full-body goosebumps. The poor guy scrambles away as fast as his legs can carry him, dodging Chen Shu like a literal plague. Out of the way! Move! Let me through! Xia Bing nervously turns to Chen Shu for guidance. What is our strategy for tomorrow? There is absolutely no way I can defeat Xia Yan. Chen Shu immediately flashes a confident thumbs up. Do not sweat it. With me here, victory is entirely within our grasp. His absolute certainty finally puts her racing heart at ease. Understood. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. The very next morning at the Spirit Arena, Wang Qing stands before the ocean of competitors, his voice booming with authority. Welcome, challengers, to the ultimate battlefield. The Nanxiang Grand Tournament only comes once a year. I expect nothing less than your absolute best. After tossing out those few generic words, the man abruptly wraps up his opening speech. Enough wasting time. I declare the tournament officially open. Meanwhile, in the competitors' lounge, the contestants watch Wang Qing's broadcast on the massive screen. Chen Shu absorbs the information, his mind racing. That man's aura. He has to be at least a gold rank master. Right on cue, Jia Qi and Cao Yuan step into the spotlight to lay down the law. Listen up. I will now announce the official rules of the tournament. The core format is team battles. Cooperation is absolutely everything. And now, the moment you have been waiting for. The prize pool. He hypes up the crowd with absolute fiery passion, the glare on his sunglasses flashing dramatically. The champion team will receive 3 exclusive skill selection opportunities. Any skill below the gold rank is up for grabs. Plus, a staggering cash prize of 100 million Huaxia credits. Cao Yuan continues to list off a mind-blowing array of treasures. The runner-up will receive 1 skill selection ticket, along with 50 million Huaxia credits. Third place takes home 30 million Huaxia credits. With every word spoken, Chen Shu's eyes gleam brighter, practically drooling at the thought of cold hard cash. The rewards are absolute madness. Wrapping up the agonizingly long rule presentation, Cao Yuan takes a deep breath and roars into the microphone. Next up, we will commence the very first round. Nanjiang City versus Daxing City. Go Nanjiang City. Crush them. The entire arena erupts into a deafening roar of absolute hype. The fierce beasts of Nanjiang will slaughter Daxing City. The fateful moment has finally arrived. Without a single word, Chen Shu and his 2 teammates rise from their seats in perfect synchronization. The opening battle is set. It is Chen Shu's squad against Xia Yan's elite team, throwing down right here in the Nanchang Spirit Arena. Across the field, Xia Yan mutters desperately to his teammates, trying to psych themselves up. Yet, their entire bodies shake with uncontrollable dread. I can fight this guy. I can totally take him. But while his opponents are busy shaking in their boots, Chen Shu is already making his move. A blinding, sun-like, golden mana erupts violently from his palm. His slime hits the battlefield with a massive thud. In the blink of an eye, the creature expands into a colossal, towering behemoth. It glares down at Xia Yan with intimidating, massive eyes. You really think you can beat me? Staring up at the mountain-sized slime, Xia Yan's soul leaves his body. His jaw drops, completely paralyzed by fear. Fight that? What the hell even is that absolute monster? The colossal beast shifts its weight, its entire gel body vibrating with such raw power that the stadium gasps. It is a legendary golden slime. The spectators in the stands absolutely lose their minds, their jaws hitting the floor. Its aura is completely suffocating. There is no way that is just an F-rank contracted spirit. Damn it all, everything the textbooks taught us was a complete scam. In the real world, absolute power makes its own rules. Up in the VIP administrative box, Xia Hao nearly falls out of his chair as he watches the live feed. He stammers in sheer disbelief. Minister, is that beast truly just a slime? His professional analyst instincts kick into overdrive, murmuring a rapid-fire breakdown. A golden mutation only has 2 evolutionary paths. The first is an awakening of a supreme light attribute talent. Squinting at the screen, Xiahao pieces the terrifying puzzle together. The second path is an ultimate defensive physical mutation. And that monster down there, it is undoubtedly the defensive form. Its sheer mass is its primary weapon. If my eyes do not deceive me, that beast possesses the divine gigantification skill, and its mastery level is absolutely off the charts. The mere thought sends shivers down his spine, forcing him to shake his head in utter denial. Impossible. Could it actually be a level 8 gigantification? His eyes snap back to the arena, glued to the terrifying spectacle. To awaken a divine skill as a mere level 1 beastmaster, and then have every single subsequent breakthrough funnel directly into upgrading that very same skill? Xiahao narrows his eyes dangerously, his brow furrowing so deeply it looks like a twisted knot of pure tension. It seems this kid named Chen Shu is hiding an earth-shattering secret. Unable to contain his suspicion, he immediately spins around to his commanding officer. Minister, should I deploy a shadow team to investigate his background? Wang Qing's eyes flash with cold authority, giving the order without a second of hesitation. Do it! While Chen Shu's arrogant, triumphant smirk dominates the stadium's jumbotron. Back on the battlefield, a glowing blue system window suddenly materializes right in front of his face. The divine system forces a critical choice upon him. Option 1. Secure a spot in the provincial top 16, reward upon completion. A massive surge of pure Beastmaster energy. Option 2. Smash through the ranks to the provincial top 8. Reward upon completion. A +1 level up to his brutal lethal crush skill. Option 3. Dominate your way into the provincial top 4. Reward upon completion. The slime receives a legendary bloodline evolution opportunity. And finally, Option 4. Annihilate everyone and claim the #1 spot in the province. Reward upon absolute victory, the infamous title of the Despicable Champion. Passive effect. Automatically triggers intense absolute contempt from every single citizen of Nanjiang City. Chen Shu reads the final cursed option, his knees nearly buckling from sheer disbelief. Is this system trolling me right now? Are you dead serious with option 4? Oh, please, as if I need a magical system title for the citizens of Nanjiang City to look at me like absolute trash. But he violently shakes his head, locking back into his razor-sharp battle focus. He analyzes the brutal stakes. Looking at these choices, does destiny only expect me to scrape by into the top 4? Across the arena, Bo Yang is practically sweating bullets, ready to sprint for the exit. He turns to his captain in sheer panic. Xia Yan. Do we even fight this thing? Swallowing the absolute last shred of his pride, Xia Yan makes a reckless gamble. We fight! Xia Yan's eyes ignite with desperate fury as he barks out their battle strategy. Take out his 2 pathetic teammates first. Once they are down, we surround that monstrous pile of yellow crap and obliterate it together. With his battle cry echoing across the stadium, a fiery summoning circle bursts to life beneath his feet. A screeching flame fox leaps from the inferno, baring its scorching fangs at the towering slime. Catching their captain's fiery resolve, the remaining 2 teammates push past their paralyzing fear. Let's do this, Bo Yang roars, slamming his palms together. Awaken, glacial bird. Right beside him, Duanfeng channels a surge of emerald energy. Descend, wood spirit. The battlefield trembles as all elemental beasts take their stance. Xia Yan points a trembling but determined finger at Chen Shu. Bring it on. Let the massacre begin. Not backing down for a single second, Xia Bing and Xiao Yu unleash their own terrifying forces. A blazing flame bird and a howling ice wolf materialize in a storm of aura. The grand tournament's opening clash erupts as both squads charge forward with murderous intent. Slim opens the battle with an explosive entrance. Overwhelming magical energy violently erupts from its body, instantly flooding the entire arena. The blazing fire tigers are caught completely off guard and instantly knocked out cold. Xia Yan nearly coughs up blood in pure fury. Damn it! Ambushed again. Seeing his enemy's pathetic state, Chen Shu laughs like an absolute maniac. Ha ha! The chubby Slim gathers its full power, launching itself like a massive cannonball straight at the dizzy opponents. Its heavy, round body crashes violently into them. The sheer impact sends the beasts rolling helplessly across the dirt floor. Poor blazing fire tigers. Crushed beyond recognition at the very start of the match. To add absolute insult to injury, Slim actually winks, striking a cocky winner's pose. The wood spirit also loses its balance completely, slamming violently onto the hard arena floor. Before it can even struggle back to its feet, the enemy lunges for another brutal strike. Xia Yan panics, desperately warning his teammate. This is bad. Recall your spirit pet right now. But it is entirely too late. Slim uses its signature heavy body press, ruthlessly crushing the helpless spirit underneath. Bu Yang can do absolutely nothing. He drops to his knees, crying out for his beloved pet. My precious wood spirit. Pushed to the brink, Xia Yan's mind races to formulate a desperate counterattack. Have your glacial bird freeze that thing. My blazing fire tiger will strike immediately after. Duanfeng agrees without a single second of hesitation. Understood. The glacial bird unleashes a massive breath of absolute zero frost, aiming to completely lock Slim in place, but Slim instantly activates its size-shifting magic to grow massive. Taking advantage of the sudden chaos, the blazing fire tiger stealthily circles behind for a deadly sneak attack, right as the fiery beast lunges forward, baring its razor-sharp claws for the kill. Slim thinks faster. It instantly activates the Dream Iron spell, forming an impenetrable barrier around itself. The glowing defensive bubble easily deflects the deadly strike. The blazing fire tiger's terrifying fangs scrape uselessly against the absolute shield. Even the razor-sharp beak of the glacial bird fails to pierce the absolute defense. Watching from afar, Chen Shu flashes a wicked, triumphant grin. My turn now. In a flash, Slim shoots straight into the sky. It glares down at the two miserable enemies waiting below. Its usually cute face twists into an incredibly sinister expression. Accompanied by a chilling, suppressed chuckle, the aura it emits becomes utterly terrifying. Seeing that pure, unadulterated malice, Xiaoyan's fighting spirit instantly shatters into dust. We surrender. Zhao Yuan steps onto the stage, grabbing the microphone to announce the results. Let us congratulate the Nanjiang City team for advancing to the top 16. The entire stadium completely erupts in deafening cheers. The Holy Poop Beast is supreme. The Holy Poop Beast is supreme. Chen Shu casually kicks his feet up. Humming a familiar tune, he completely bathes in the glorious afterglow of his victory. Meanwhile, his teammates seem utterly paralyzed by the unbelievable result. Xia Bing and Xiao Yu suddenly speak up in perfect unison. Did we actually just win like that? He vaguely reassures them with the face of a complete swindler, making his words hold zero credibility. Do not overthink it. We will have plenty more moments exactly like this one. Right after boasting, he shamelessly lets out a massive yawn right in the middle of the crowded arena. Xiao Yu, Xia Bing, our next match is at least a full week away. He slowly turns to ask about their upcoming schedules. Do you two have any grand plans? Once again, sharing a single brain cell, the two of them reply with absolute calm. We will stay in the hotel and read books. Chen Shu freezes as if struck by lightning, staring at them like they are literal aliens. As expected of you, absolute nerds. Xia Bing looks slightly embarrassed, hurriedly shooting the question right back at him. Well, what about you? What are you planning to do? A wicked, calculating smirk creeps across his face. Naturally, with a heavy rumbling sound that shakes the room, a massive gambling table is wheeled right into the center, signaling the start of a very different kind of game. He spreads his arms wide, loudly declaring to the world, I am looking for some real fun. Chen Shu warmly pitches his shady business. The sexy thug is now dealing cards online. To ensure nobody dies of extreme boredom while waiting, I have brought a little bit of entertainment for everyone. Without wasting a single second, he fires off the rules like a machine gun. Just scan the QR code right here on the table, pick your favorite team, and place your bets directly online. He does not stop there, throwing out persuasive arguments to hide his total scam. I only take a completely reasonable 20% handling fee from the winners. Everyone, please gamble to your absolute heart's content. The crowd below looks as if they have been struck by a massive, ultimate spell. Every single face is frozen in utter disbelief at his shameless performance. Chen Shu places a hand dramatically over his heart, guaranteeing them with absolute certainty. Do not be shy. If anything goes wrong, the Nanjiang thug will take full responsibility. Suddenly, his friendly attitude flips faster than a falling coin. His voice drops into a deadly threat. Also, if any of you snitches dare to report my illegal business, I will beat you within an inch of your life every time I see you. But lurking in the shadows, the frantic, furious voice of Wang Qing suddenly echoes through the hall. Student Chen Shu, I need to speak with you outside for a moment. As soon as the words leave his mouth, his eyes lock onto the massive gambling table blocking the doorway. His face turns completely purple with apocalyptic rage as he roars. Confiscate this absolute garbage right now. He ruthlessly scolds the shameless mastermind. If there is a next time, you are stripped of your tournament qualifications and handed straight to the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Naturally, Chen Shu quickly raises his hands, playing the absolute innocent victim. I had absolutely nothing to do with this. Even though you are furious, you wouldn't waste your precious time coming out here just for me. Waiting until the man finally takes his seat, Wang Qing takes the initiative to break the silence. I just want to ask you one question. Chen Shu casually lays out his outrageous condition. One question costs 100,000 Huaxia yuan, and there is absolutely no bargaining. The older man was utterly and completely speechless. The boy's shameless, flippant attitude left him grasping for words. Swallowing his mounting frustration, he finally decided to reveal his true identity. I am the Minister of Education for Nanchang Province, he declared. In other words, Absolute authority over the provincial exams rests solely in my hands. Cold sweat instantly drenched Chen Shu's back. His jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. This random old man possessed such terrifying backing, his survival instincts kicked in immediately. He lunged forward with both hands outstretched, quickly slapping on a mask of absolute reverence. "Minister Wang," he announced with fake solemnity. "Whatever you ask, this humble Chen Shu will answer honestly, and if I do not know the answer, I will quietly absorb your profound wisdom." Wang Qing chuckled, instantly seeing right through the act. "Is that so? Then what about that 100,000 yuan fee you demanded earlier?" Chen Shu immediately deployed his ultimate skill, playing completely dumb. "Fee? What fee? I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about." The minister could only sigh helplessly at this shameless teenager. "You cheeky brat." Wang Qing's playful demeanor vanished in a flash. It was quickly replaced by the sharp, calculating aura of a high-ranking official probing for truth. "I need a straight answer from you. Is your contracted spirit truly a slime?" He paused, his brow furrowing with deep concern. The committee has heavily debated this exact matter. It defies all natural logic. A simple slime absolutely cannot grow to such a monstrous size. Chen Shu opened his mouth to explain, but a familiar blue glow suddenly illuminated his vision. The system had awakened. 3 holographic choices materialized right before his eyes. Option 1. Reveal the system's existence to the world. Reward. A premium ironwood coffin. Chen Shu's eyes widened in sheer horror. What kind of suicidal garbage is option 1? A literal death sentence. He cursed mentally. He quickly scanned the next holographic prompt. Option 2. Lie and say his contracted beast is not a slime. Reward. 3 basic tier beast taming pearls. Then, his eyes locked onto option 3. Unleash his ultimate specialty. Utter and complete nonsense. Reward. 1 vial of burning potion. Chen Shu let out a heavy dramatic sigh. Without a second of hesitation, his mind locked onto the third choice. Since things have reached this dangerous point, I have no choice but to deploy my supreme deception arts. He flashed a radiant, totally innocent smile. "It is definitely a slime, Minister." A wicked, almost villainous shadow passed over his face. "It is just a little bit special," he purred. And just like that, the master of deception went to work without blinking an eye. "Every single day, my slime absorbs the pure essence of the sun and moon, fusing cosmic energy into its very core. With every breath of heavenly aura, its physical form expands." Chen Shu spun the massive lie without skipping a single beat. That is the grand secret behind its colossal size. Wang Qing's eye twitched violently. He immediately threw his hand up to interrupt. "Hold on just a damn minute. What on earth are you blabbering about? Sun and moon essence?" Chen Shu nodded with unparalleled shamelessness. "It is true. It cultivates the invincible slumber supreme art." The Minister of Education stood completely frozen. His brain had entirely short-circuited. He actually started questioning his own sanity, hearing this absolute drivel. Stop right there," he stammered. "What supreme art did you just say?" Hiding a brief flash of guilt, Chen Shu aggressively doubled down. "The invincible, slumber supreme art." Wang Qing's eyes bulged from their sockets as he gasped. Did you transmit this legendary technique to it?" Chen Shu cheerfully shook his head. "Oh, no. It gained enlightenment all on its own. I simply translated its profound wisdom." He was now firing full-powered nonsense on all cylinders. "In fact, Minister, my slime is incredibly scholarly. It reads ancient texts and practices calligraphy daily." He shamelessly elevated a brainless blob into a supreme divine genius. "And that is not all. On weekends, I even enrolled it in a professional dance academy. One must nurture a contracted beast's artistic soul, you know." Wang Qing felt a massive migraine coming on. He urgently needed an escape route from this madness. "Right. Well, the Ministry of Education has an urgent meeting. I must leave." He abruptly shot up from his seat. "This interview is officially over." Chen Shu immediately reached out in fake protest. "Minister, wait. Are you leaving so soon? I have not even finished detailing its majestic talents." He wildly chased after the fleeing official, shouting more fabricated nonsense. "I forgot to mention the best part. During its holiday breaks, my slime is entirely self-taught in computer programming." The minister completely ignored the raving lunatic behind him. He sprinted toward the exit, as if his life depended on it. Seeing his target vanish, Chen Shu finally halted his supreme deception. "Oh, Minister." Knowing the older man was still within earshot, he deliberately raised his voice for a mocking jab. Sigh. "This minister is far too fragile. He cannot even handle a little casual conversation." The word fragile struck Wang Qing like a physical blow. He froze in his tracks, his pride taking massive critical damage. Like water flowing down a mountain, time rapidly slipped away. Ever since that fateful, absurd interview, Everything seemingly returned to its normal, peaceful orbit. Though, as a petty act of revenge, Minister Wang officially confiscated Chen Shu's exam desk as a stern warning. Stripped of his beloved desk, Chen Shu spent his terribly boring free time cultivating within his hotel room. In the blink of an eye, one quiet week vanished into thin air. The grand arena was now a booming ocean of deafening cheers. The preliminary matches had concluded with spectacular flair. The announcer, Cao Yuan, grabbed the microphone with electrifying energy. And now, the 16 remaining teams will battle for a spot in the absolute top 8. All team captains, approach the main stage. Destiny will now decide your opponents. Competitors swarmed the illuminated stage like a tidal wave. Eyes burned with fierce determination as everyone scrambled for the lucky draws. The tension in the stadium skyrocketed to the absolute boiling point. Standing among them, Chen Shu showed absolutely zero shame. In front of everyone, he loudly declared to the heavens, "I offer 20 years of lifespan from all opposing city candidates. In exchange, grant me the weakest team." He pulled a slip from the box. His eyes instantly exploded with maniacal light. Holy crap, the dark sacrifice actually worked? His head snapped back toward the terrified crowd. With the bloodthirsty glare of an absolute demon, he roared, "Now, let the glorious slaughter begin." Every single competitor in the vicinity instantly shuddered. Cold sweat dripped down their pale faces. They desperately prayed to every known god that they would not face this unhinged psychopath. Beneath the vast, crystal-clear skies, the stadium speakers suddenly blasted with earth-shattering volume. Nanjiang High School No. 2 versus Nangan High School No. 3. The blood-boiling battle had officially begun. Chen Shu's squad simply stood perfectly still, yet they radiated a monstrous, suffocating aura. As the crowd erupted into deafening roars of anticipation, who would become their very first victim? Nanjiang's invincible tyrant. Charge forward for me. The crowd drops their jaws, screaming with passionate and fierce admiration. Crush them all. The invincible tyrant. The overwhelming pressure crashing down from all four sides leaves Zhuoming's trio sweating cold bullets. Everyone unconsciously freezes in place like stiffened statues. Xiaobing simply cannot hold back her curiosity, poking her head out to ask, "Why are you radiating so much fighting spirit?" Chen Shu confidently taps his fingers against his forehead. Leaning into the moment, he puts on a ridiculously exaggerated smirk. "This level of flashiness is just the basics. No need to obsess over me. I am simply a living legend." He completely hypnotizes himself with his own hype, laughing triumphantly with his hands on his hips. He completely ignores the two girls beside him, who are left staring blankly in utter speechlessness. Ji Ming's blood absolutely boils at this blatant, arrogant provocation. Without a second thought, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Cut the useless trash talk." Maintaining his irritating stance of always listening and understanding, Chen Shu just smiles brightly at his fuming opponent. All right. I will stop messing around. Let's get this bloodbath started right now." The very moment those words leave his mouth, spiritual energy violently surges into his hands. He instantly summons his contract spirits. A fiery trio of red, yellow, and blue bursts onto the battlefield. Each beast aggressively flares its aura, eager to show off its absolute dominance. This terrifying and sudden lineup catches Ji Ming completely off guard. He involuntarily mutters in sheer disbelief. A B-rank Frostwolf? Zhuo Ming is suddenly overflowing with wild optimism. He flashes a thumbs up, his eyes practically sparkling with hope. "Looks like we actually have a ray of hope this time." On the opposite side, his three spirits viciously bare their fangs. They desperately try to salvage some intimidating presence for their crumbling master's sake. Chen Shu completely drops his playful, carefree act. He issues his battle commands with dead seriousness. "Xiao Yu, pin down that cheetah. Xia Bing, have the Frostwolf cover Little Yellow's blind spot." The two girls are practically connected by telepathy. They shout in perfect unison. "Understood." Xiao Yu does not waste a single heartbeat, calling her spirit's name to initiate the clash. "Flamebird, go." Understanding its master's violent intent perfectly, the creature spreads its blazing wings. It dive bombs in a straight, fiery line toward the cheetah. Not to be outdone, Xiaobing screams for her Frostwolf. Carrying a bone-chilling glare, the beast silently stalks from behind, making the little monkey pale in sheer terror. Ji Ming desperately tries to carve out his own path and break their rhythm. He furiously barks an order to his contract spirit. "Little monkey, attack the slime." Realizing it does not have to face the terrifying Frostwolf, the monkey breathes a heavy sigh of relief. It flashes a wicked grin, crossing its arms to initiate a battle stance. The little monkey fiercely thrusts its palms forward. It unleashes a bizarre, unpredictable technique. Blinding layers of crystal energy surge violently across the battlefield. The slime grits its teeth, using its back to absorb the brutal physical damage. But before it can even recover from the devastating impact, The monkey ruthlessly presses the attack. Chen Shu urgently turns to warn his teammate. Xiaobing, activate the Hydrofrost domain. She clenches her fists tightly and screams at her core spirit. Little wolf, frost domain. Hearing that familiar, commanding voice, the beast instantly whips its head around to lock onto its target. Once the enemy's position is secured, a massive wave of freezing energy erupts from the little wolf's body. It spreads outward like a devastating frozen ocean. Smelling the incoming aura of death, Jiming quickly redirects his beast. Little monkey, use your skill, right now. Being highly obedient, it decisively hurls a thick, purple sludge into the air. Caught in the chaotic crossfire, the slime takes a direct hit from the monkey's nasty crowd control attack. The suffocating, sticky sensation scrunches the slime's face up worse than a monkey's backside. Chen Shu's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Is this a crowd control skill? The three opponents clench their fists in triumphant joy. They roar together. Victory is finally ours. But Chen Shu just smirks with pure, icy disdain. He does not hesitate to dump a bucket of cold water on their hopes. What are you getting so excited for? It is nothing more than a cheap parlor trick. To prove his absolute dominance, the slime simply activates its super armor skill. The oppressive, filthy sludge is instantly purified. Now completely cleansed and glowing, the spirit narrows its eyes and enters revenge mode. In the blink of an eye, its entire body bounces fiercely like a hyperactive rubber ball. Then, the slime unleashes its incredibly violent ultimate move. Violent Seated Strike. Its massive shadow looms directly over the enemy's head. The little monkey looks up, its jaw practically dropping to the floor in absolute terror. The monkey stands completely paralyzed. Its entire body trembles violently under the slime's overwhelming, mountain-like presence. Afraid his beast will be crushed into paste, Jiming screams at the top of his lungs. Little monkey, retreat! But suddenly the monkey's body begins to bizarrely mutate. Seeing this shocking change, the two opponents gasp in absolute horror. Chen Shu looks at the scene with a helplessly disappointed expression. Are you really acting that desperate? He immediately shifts his gaze to find a new punching bag. The sudden, murderous glare makes the wild bull flinch violently. Then let's switch to a different target. He swiftly issues the attack order to his spirit. Slime, attack the wild bull. Receiving the command, it charges forward like a cannonball. But the wild bull shows zero fear. It glares back with eyes overflowing with pure killing intent. With a mighty roar, the beast ruthlessly stamps the ground and charges. Both spirits clash head-on, using every ounce of their strength in this brutal deathmatch. The sheer destructive power of their collision triggers a massive explosion. The earth shatters, blowing rocks and debris into absolute pieces. Overwhelmed by the devastating impact, the wild bull is instantly knocked out cold. Moments later, the cheetah shivers violently, unleashing an ear-piercing screech. Seeing its bizarre, terrified reaction, Xiao Yu asks in a blind panic, Chen Shu, did you just use some secret skill on it? Why did the cheetah suddenly turn out like this? Chen Shu stares at the cheetah's pathetic, trembling state for a second. He rubs his chin, putting on a face of deep, serious thought. But the answer he gives leaves even Xia Bing totally dumbfounded. Its empathy is simply too strong. It imagined itself as the wild bull, and completely scared itself silly. With those chilling words, his piercing, predator-like gaze slowly locks onto Jiming's crew. Well, do you brothers still want to fight? All three opponents hung their heads in utter defeat, sighing heavily. Forget it. We are done. We surrender. Cao Yuan instantly grasped the shifting situation. A victorious grin spread across his face as he joyfully announced the result. Nanjiang High School No. 2 versus Nangan High School No. 3. Nanjiang High School No. 2 takes the absolute win. The stadium erupted into a deafening roar. Tyrant! Tyrant! The crowd chanted in perfect, thunderous unison. Hearing this, Chen Shu's lips curl into a cocky smirk. Yeah, he strikes a shamelessly narcissistic pose. Being truly invincible is just so terribly lonely. Down below, his two female friends flush crimson at his ridiculous antics. How embarrassing. Soon, night falls, bathing the entire city in a cold silver moonlight. Chen Shu flashes them a warm smile. Let us call it a day. I will see you two later. The girls happily wave back, bidding him a good night. Hand in hand, the girls cheerfully disappear down the street. Chen Shu stands in silence, watching their silhouettes fade into the distant shadows. Heading back to his room, he stretches, ready to call it a night. But suddenly, he jumps. The phone in his pocket starts buzzing like crazy. Chen Shu quickly yanks it out. The caller ID flashes, Sister Fangzi. His brows furrow in deep confusion. Why is she calling so late at night? He immediately answers the call. Hello, Sister Fangzi. What is going on? Did you need something from me? Fangzi does not waste a single breath. Listen, I have some news for you. Do you remember Liu Ping? Chen Shu blinks in innocent confusion. Who is that? Is that the guy who owes us money? Hearing his clueless, punchable tone, Fang Zi erupts into a furious roar. The sheer volume makes Chen Shu tremble in fear. He is the Black Iron rank Beast Tamer who ambushed us last time, she snaps. Taking a deep breath, her voice finally softens into a serious tone. I did some digging. That guy belongs to an international criminal syndicate, and they might have a hidden stronghold right there in Nanchang City. You are still over there for your tournament, right? You need to be incredibly careful. Hearing this grim warning, panic flashes across Chen Shu's face. What? They are in my area? On the other line, Fang Zi nods solemnly. Yes. I only called to give you a heads up. Whatever you do, do not cause any trouble over there. Do not draw their attention. That is all. I am hanging up. With that abrupt warning, the line goes dead. Chen Shu stares at the screen, shaking his head with a wry smile. She is always so impatient, but suddenly, ding, glowing system panels materialize right in front of his eyes. Each holographic screen presents him with a different path to choose. Option 1. Lay low until the tournament ends, then safely return to Nanjiang City. The reward? A medium dose of beast taming power. Option 2. Report directly to the Dragon Guards and investigate this syndicate's stronghold. The completion reward? A 10% boost to all of the slime's attributes, plus a massive surge of beast taming power. But wait, as if sensing a hidden truth, Chen Shu abruptly snaps his head up. He slowly approaches the glass window. That stronghold Sister Fang Zi just mentioned. He stares intensely at a brilliantly lit building just across the street. Could it actually be? Right there, Fang Zi's warning echoes in his mind once again. The enemy base is located dead in the center of Nanchang City. An epiphany strikes him, and pure satisfaction washes over Chen Shu's face. Slowly, his lips twist into a brilliantly wicked, scheming grin. I am not trying to cause trouble, he rationalizes. The system is literally forcing my hand. A chaotic idea sparks in his mind. Without hesitation, he pulls out a highly volatile incendiary potion, but his hand pauses. Chen Shu's brows knit together in serious thought. That entire office building must be packed with innocent people. If I just chuck this explosive right now, the collateral damage would be catastrophic. I need to scout the area first, before I blow it sky high. His mind made up. He whips out his phone and dials a number. Hello, old Sia. Send your spy bug over here right now. I need to borrow it for a little mission. Over the next few days, taking advantage of the downtime before the second tournament round, Chen Shu deploys the spy bug to thoroughly infiltrate and scout the mysterious office building. The reconnaissance is a complete success. Soon, the day of reckoning arrives. Standing alone in the shadow of the towering building, Chen Shu quietly observes his target. He glances left and right. This is definitely the place, he mutters under his breath. Gripping the deadly incendiary potion tightly, he prepares to storm the front doors. Ring! Ring! The sudden, piercing sound of his ringtone makes him jump out of his skin. Chen Shu hastily answers the call. Hello, Xiao Yu? What is the emergency? Did they finish the tournament brackets already? Is it time to fight? His voice drops an octave as he absorbs the intel from the other end. Wait, our opponent only has a single S-rank contract spirit? A fearless smirk returns to his face. Then let them wait. He tilts his head up, his eyes locking onto the towering syndicate base. Just wait until I burn this entire building to the ground. I will be there as soon as it is in ashes. Xiao Yu sounds completely bewildered. What? Burn what building? But before Chen Shu can answer, a shockingly familiar figure steps into his line of sight. Chen Shu narrows his eyes, his mind racing to place the face. Then, it hits him like a lightning bolt. That guy. He is a member of the criminal syndicate. Without a second of hesitation, he cuts Xiao Yu off. Something just came up. I have to hang up right now. The call drops dead. Chen Shu turns his full attention to the man, a dangerous, calculating glint flashing in his eyes. Not far away, Lu Xing is casually strolling along when he spots a fat wallet lying on the pavement. His greedy eyes light up instantly. A sleazy smirk creeps onto his face. Talk about pure luck. Free money right outside the front door. But just as his grubby fingers reach for the prize, a shadow falls over him. Excuse me, brother, Chen Shu calls out smoothly. I seem to have dropped my wallet. Lu Xing shoots him a shifty, paranoid glare. Unbothered, Chen Shu calmly presses on. Did you happen to pick it up? Furious that his easy payday is being snatched away, the syndicate thug aggressively barks back. Oh yeah? And how exactly can you prove this is yours, kid? Chen Shu just offers a perfectly serene smile. My ID card is right inside. Just open it up, and you will see for yourself. Grumbling with suspicion, the thug flips the leather flap open. Inside, there is no ID card, just a tiny piece of paper with a single line. Congratulations, you are getting bagged. Before Lu Xing can even process the trap, his entire world plunges into pitch-black darkness. What the hell? Why did the sky just go dark? From the outside, Chen Shu has expertly yanked a massive burlap sack right over the thug's head. Without missing a beat, he delivers a bone-crushing right hook straight to the man's face. Chen Shu is absolutely wailing on him, lost in the thrill of the beatdown. But suddenly, a panicked scream shatters the chaos from down the street. He has a gun! Gun! Chen Shu whips around in surprise. A trembling passerby caught him in the act. Not missing a beat, he twists his face into a terrifying scowl. What are you looking at? The poor guy nearly jumps out of his skin. His voice shakes uncontrollably. Bro, my bad. I was wrong. With that, the guy bolts. He vanishes into the shadows, leaving only a desperate squeak. I didn't see anything. Chen Shu smirks. Kids these days. So easily spooked. He turns back, dragging Lu Xing into the shadows to finish the job. Agonizing screams echo through the alley. 10 minutes later, Chen Shu casually strolls away from the scene. He is now sporting a brand new outfit, freshly looted from Lu Xing. Standing before the towering building, he whispers to himself, Dark Knight Organization, here I come. Meanwhile, a severely beaten Lu Xing is left groaning on a bathroom floor. Chen Shu forces himself to walk calmly inside. But beneath his cool exterior, his mind is racing a mile a minute. He remembers Lu Pingfan's intel. This office building is crawling with Dark Knight members. This is my chance to strike. But he barely takes 5 steps before a voice calls out, Halt! It is Wenke. Chen Shu's nerves snap tight like a bowstring. Has his cover been blown already? Wenke stares at his back. Without a second thought, the man asks in a stern tone, Old Lu, how is tonight's progress? Cold sweat instantly drenches Chen Shu's back. This guy is a black iron-tier Beast Tamer. Seeing Lu stay dead silent, Wenke closes the distance. He pushes for answers. Did you secure the escape route for the executioner? What about the cleanup crew? Wenke's nagging flows like a broken faucet. It sounds like an endless rap verse of complaints. I am not trying to lecture you, but as the contact person, you need to be careful. One mistake from you, and the executioner takes the fall, riding the wave of his own rant. Wenke does not stop. The frustration pours out of him. He brings up ancient history. Last time, Liu Ping failed his assassination because of bad intel. He ended up alerting the Imperial Dragon Guard. After a solid few minutes of passionate complaining, Wenke narrows his eyes. Something feels off. Frowning at the silent treatment, he finally connects the dots. Wait, why are you so quiet today? He forcefully spins the man around. Chen Shu's face makes Wenke freeze in his tracks. The man's expression turns to absolute ice. Cornered and out of options, Chen Shu lets out a heavy sigh. Looks like he has to do this the hard way. His hand darts into his stolen vest. In a flash, he whips out a highly volatile glass vial. Without a single moment of hesitation, Chen Shu smashes it onto the floor. Boom! A deafening explosion rocks the corridor. As thick smoke and raging flames erupt, Chen Shu books it. His legs blur as he escapes. The hungry fire swallows the hallway, completely blinding his pursuer. Chen Shu glances back at a coughing, struggling Wenke. A wicked thrill courses through him. Enjoy the taste of my fury. Leaving behind a blazing, chaotic mess, he sprints away. His manic laughter echoes down the street. Ha ha ha! Reaching the main gate, he stops to drop one last taunt. That is the price you pay for messing with the Nanjiang Ruthless. With a flick of his wrist, he summons his trusty slime. Time for a tactical retreat. He leaps onto its back. With a mighty flap, the slime launches them into the night sky, escaping the fiery chaos. Wenke finally stumbles out of the gate. He screams furiously into the empty night air. Get back here! Seeing his flawless getaway unfold, Chen Shu lands safely behind a distant wall. He flashes a brilliant, villainous grin. He looks like an absolute mastermind. He nods in pure satisfaction, practically glowing with arrogance. You want to catch the Nanjiang Ruthless? Keep dreaming. But he is not done yet. Chen Shu pulls out his phone, his thumbs flying across the screen. Here is a grand finale gift for you all. The screen flashes with success. He lights up like he just won a full-ride scholarship. Mission accomplished. He struts away, not a single care left in the world, now that the trash is taken care of. Next stop, the Spirit Arena. Just as he walks off, a chain of thunderous explosions begins. Boom, boom, boom. The entire building is engulfed in scheduled detonations. Back at the security room, guards leap out of their chairs as all camera feeds turn to static fire. Meng Han receives the disastrous news. He urgently reports to his boss. Boss, the Nanjiang Ruthless set the whole place on fire. Liu Wuji barely blinks. His dark eyes gleam with a dusty, long-forgotten thrill. So, this Nanjiang Ruthless is the kid named Chen Shu? Deep in the underground base, Meng Han hesitates. Most likely, sir. He is the one who sabotaged Feng Xi's mission. Fei Shen cracks his knuckles, his aura flaring with violent intent. Do we crush him? Liu Wuji strokes his chin, calculating. No need. We fall back for now. He turns to his shadowy subordinates. We will settle the score with Chen Shu later. Shortly after, at the underground exit, the syndicate scurries to evacuate their cargo. Suddenly, a cold voice slices through the tension. Liu Wuji. Why the rush to leave? Wuji turns slowly. It is you. Wang Qing stands there, his smile dripping with absolute contempt. No wonder you escaped the Imperial Dragon Guard back then. You became a rat for the Dark Knight. The horrific crimes Wuji committed are burned into Wang Qing's soul. He illegally hunted a silver-tier beast king, but that was not the worst of it. That madman intentionally lured the frenzied beast right to the Spirit Suppression Bureau's stronghold. His methods were pure evil. While the Spirit Suppression Army fought desperately against the monster, Wuji sneaked in and slaughtered the exhausted survivors. Wang Qing clenches his jaw, his teeth grinding in pure hatred. 10 years. 10 long years. And my revenge is finally here. Wuji still carried that unbearable arrogance. You are no match for me, he sneered. Wang Qing simply pointed a finger toward the heavens. I was just buying time. Your real opponent is up there. A chilling smile crossed his face. Governor, you may strike now. Cold sweat instantly drenched Wuji's face as he looked up. The Heavenly Ice Phoenix King. A majestic phoenix, woven entirely from freezing frost, slowly descended from the sky. The one-eyed man riding it was none other than the governor of Nanchang Province. He was the absolute pinnacle of power, the only king-rank beast tamer in the entire region. Panic finally shattered Wuji's composure as the Heavenly Ice Phoenix King dove straight toward him. Damn it, I need to run. But Wang Qing instantly saw through his desperate escape plan. Trying to flee, he slammed his power down, completely sealing off the surrounding area. Wuji was trapped like a rat in a cage, his escape routes totally cut off. Suddenly, Meow Meow appeared out of nowhere with a sharp cry. Meanwhile, back at the Nanchang City Spirit Arena, Xu Xiaoyu and the others were already waiting. Chen Shu was in an incredibly good mood, having just received a massive system reward. All of his slime's attributes had instantly surged by 10 points. On top of that, a massive wave of beast-taming power coursed through his veins, but his celebration paused when he noticed the girls staring at him with dark, complicated expressions. What is wrong with you two? Chen Shu asked, blinking in confusion. Then, his terminal overconfidence kicked in again. Are you stunned by my overwhelming handsomeness? Xu Xiaoyu did not even entertain the joke, cutting straight to the chase. That skyscraper that just caught on fire, was that your doing? Over by the burning building, every single criminal had already been dragged into custody. Sheng Jun finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. They had finally brought this vicious syndicate to justice. He suddenly turned to Wang Qing. By the way, do you have any idea who reported the crime and set the building ablaze? Wang Qing's very first thought was a certain chaotic student. Could it really be Chen Shu? As the battered criminals were loaded into transports one by one, Wang Qing shook his head, feeling that his suspicion was simply impossible. There was no way. How could a mere high school student possess that kind of devastating power? He gave Sheng Jun a polite, measured response. I do not know yet, but I will launch an investigation. Hearing this, Sheng Jun decided not to press the matter any further. All right, I will leave the cleanup in your hands. With that, the governor mounted his Heavenly Ice Phoenix King and vanished into the sky. Only then did Wang Qing quietly issue a secret order to investigate Chen Shu. Back at the arena grounds, Xu Xiaoyu and the others were deeply engrossed in their discussion when Chen Shu strolled up. Xiaobing still could not wrap her head around the situation. Was the absolute chaos at that skyscraper truly his doing? Xu Xiaoyu, however, trusted her sharp intuition. I am telling you, he definitely did it. Just then, Chen Shu arrived, completely clueless about their intense whispering. Huh? What? What are you two talking about? What building? I do not understand a single word. Startled by his voice, the two girls immediately whipped around. Xia Bing was the first to speak. You are finally here. Her eyes narrowed with lingering suspicion. Was it really not you? Xu Xiaoyu chimed in from the side, rolling her eyes. Xia Bing, are you silly? He is the Nanjiang thug. Are you seriously going to believe a word that comes out of his mouth? Besides, he literally just told us he wanted to go burn a building down. Chen Shu flashed a shameless grin, waving his hands in defense. Come on, do not joke around. The weather is freezing. I just wanted to make things a little warmer. Without missing a beat, he frantically pushed his teammates forward. All right, it is time for our match. If we delay any longer, they are going to lose their minds waiting for us. He chuckled inwardly to himself. As long as I refuse to confess, who could possibly trace this back to me? Out on the arena floor, the stage was perfectly set for absolute destruction. The two hyped-up announcers grabbed their microphones. Next up, we are about to witness the highly anticipated clash between the Nanjiang Thug and Nanchang Middle School No. 5. Let us see what kind of magnificent performance the Nanjiang thug will deliver today. The announcer dramatically spun toward Chen Shu's waiting team. The challengers are ready. Please welcome the thug. The trio marched onto the battlefield, their overwhelming auras flaring with confidence. Up in the stands, the crowd absolutely erupted, chanting in a deafening frenzy. Thug, 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 thug. The announcer immediately threw his hand down, signaling the start. Let the battle begin. Without hesitation, all three members of Chen Shu's team unleashed their spirits. A wave of absolute shock washed over the spectators as they witnessed the summoning. Holy crap, how is that thing so absurdly massive? Did that monster eat a truckload of hormones? But someone nearby quickly argued back. Even hormones cannot make it grow that fast. Did he literally pump it full of gas? It had never been this gigantic before. The opposing team was trembling in sheer terror, save for Han Yi, whose arrogant smirk never wavered. Well now, this is getting a little interesting. Chen Shu offered his terrified opponents a sickeningly polite smile. You guys can make the first move. Han Yi confidently stepped forward, but instead of attacking, he raised a hand to stop the fight. Hold on. Han Yi pointed his finger directly at Chen Shu's face, his eyes burning with challenge. I want a one-on-one duel with you. Chen Shu did not panic in the slightest, an amused thought crossing his mind. Did this guy suddenly discover some mind-blowing hidden skill? With a relaxed shrug, Chen Shu cheerfully accepted. Sure thing. Let us make it a solo match. Having gotten exactly what he wanted, Han Yi gave a mock bow. Thank you. Spiritual energy instantly erupted around him, his combat stance flawless and ready to strike. The moment his words faded, a stunningly gorgeous figure materialized from the shadows. It was a dark element spirit, taking the form of an incredibly alluring woman. A gleam of absolute triumph flashed in Chen Shu's eyes. He looked at Han Yi not as a threat, but like a predator counting down the final seconds of its prey's life. An S-rank, dark element spirit, no less. What a tragic waste. If they had faced literally any other team, they might have actually secured a victory. Chen Shu twitched his fingers, and brilliant golden lights instantly surged toward him, converging flawlessly without a single command. But you ran into me. He thrust his arm forward in a decisive, commanding strike, his voice dropping the temperature in the arena. You will still have to kneel. Han Yi did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, he threw his head back in a manic laugh and fired back a taunt. Is that so? Then let us see you try. The very second the words left his mouth, the dark element spirit received its silent command and shot forward like a lethal shadow. The summoned spirit stood ready for battle. The dark elemental let out an earth-shattering roar. A devastating beam of purple energy erupted from its jaws. Han Yi smirked. Absolute arrogance danced in his eyes. You are completely finished. The blinding purple light spiraled violently toward the slime. But Chen Shu merely glanced at the incoming destruction. A sneer tugged at the corner of his lips. Is this your ultimate trump card? How utterly disappointing. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he issued his command like a general on the battlefield. Hiss! The slime reacted with explosive speed. It activated its charge skill, rocketing straight toward the enemy like a cannonball. But right in midair, the energy beam snapped into a sharp turn. The sudden trajectory shift left the slime completely frozen, unable to dodge the incoming strike. Chen Shu stood perfectly still, but his mind raced at lightning speed. A rare lockdown tracking skill? The enemy was trying to stall, waiting for his slime to burn through its defensive buffs. Seeing the dark elemental closing the distance, Chen Shu unleashed a furious shout that echoed across the arena. Hearing its master's call, the soaring slime slammed on the brakes mid-flight. It twisted its flexible body right out of the sky. Confusion washed over Han Yi's face. Then, a burst of wild excitement lit up his eyes. Why did it stop? Did he just give up? Victory is finally mine. He smacked his hands together, grinning like a madman who had just won the lottery. I am going to win. The champion title is mine. But Chen Shu simply shot a sideways glance at Xiaobing. His voice dropped to a meaningful whisper. Xiaobing, you know what to do. Without a second of hesitation, she screamed her command. Frostwolf, intercept. The majestic beast leaped directly into the line of fire, absorbing the absolute brunt of the dark elemental's devastating strike. The horrifying impact shattered the arena floor. The Frostwolf coughed up fresh blood, its massive body stumbling wildly before collapsing to its knees. Chen Shu's sharp eyes caught the crucial detail instantly. The terrifying beam of light had noticeably weakened upon collision. The enemy summoner had planned this flawlessly. Han Yi's eyes bulged with blazing fury as he roared at the top of his lungs. Did you not swear this was a one-on-one duel? Seeing the perfect opening, Xiao Yu decided it was time to crash the party. With a commanding shout, he summoned his own spirit beast straight onto the battlefield. The blazing bird erupted into a magnificent inferno. It unleashed an absolute storm of scorching fireballs, raining pure destruction down upon the dark elemental. Seizing the split-second distraction, the slime executed a flawless sneak attack. It launched itself from the blind spot, violently pinning the dark elemental face first into the dirt before anyone could blink. The devastating ambush forced the dark elemental to violently cough up blood. Unbearable agony twisted across its shadowy features. A deadly silence swallowed the entire stadium. The audience sat completely paralyzed, their jaws hanging open at the utterly shameless gang-up unfolding below. Han Yi's face turned a violent shade of purple. He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Shu, spitting curses of pure wrath. "Chen Shu, you shameless coward. You are playing dirty." Chen Shu blinked, wearing the most innocent expression imaginable. He raised his pitch to a theatrical gasp. "Playing dirty? Who? Me? I am strictly fighting a one-on-one duel." He casually gestured toward Xia Bing and Xiao Yu, a devilish smirk creeping across his face. "The three of us are having a one-on-one duel against just you. It makes perfect logical sense." Not stopping his absolute menace, he turned to the referee, Cao Yuan. "Mr. Announcer, do you not agree?" Cao Yuan froze in pure awkwardness. A painfully stiff smile plastered itself onto his lips. Having absolutely no idea how to logically defend this nonsense, the quick-witted announcer tossed the bomb to the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, what is your verdict?" The entire stadium erupted like an active volcano. As if rehearsed a million times, a unified chant shook the heavens. "The ruthless maniac is supreme. The ruthless maniac is supreme." Gripping the microphone tight, Cao Yuan milked the absolute hype of the roaring crowd. "Well then, it seems the people have spoken." He raised his hand high into the air, declaring the final judgment. Nanshang High School No. 5 versus Nanjiang High School No. 2. Victory goes to Nanjiang High School No. 2. Chen Shu instantly spun toward the stands, throwing his hands up in absolute triumph as deafening cheers washed over him. Xiaobing stood there in a complete daze. She simply could not process how ridiculously easy that victory was. She hesitated before speaking. "Are we actually this incredibly strong?" Chen Shu tilted his head, a supreme smirk of confidence gracing his lips. "Sometimes, the way of the battle is just this brutally simple." As the evening sun painted the sky in shades of fiery orange, Chen Shu waved casually at his teammates. "All right. See you two later." Parting ways with his stunned friends, he shoved his hands deep into his pockets. He strolled down the street, humming a cheerfully obnoxious tune, but barely a few blocks down, his footsteps slammed to a dead halt. His pupils shrank in sheer disbelief as a shadow loomed over him. A sharp gasp escaped his lips. "Huh?" Recognizing the intimidating aura of the man marching straight toward him, a legendary name flashed like a warning siren in his mind. Wang Qing. Survival instincts kicking in instantly, Chen Shu snapped into perfect posture. He threw up a flawless military salute. "Greetings, Chief Minister." Wang Qing's heavy brows knit together in deep suspicion. His piercing gaze felt like it could slice through steel. "Was it you who sent me that anonymous message?" Chen Shu's eyes widened into perfect, clueless saucers. "Message? What message, sir?" The mighty minister crossed his arms, exuding a terrifying, mountain-like pressure. "The skyscraper inferno. Did you start that fire?" Chen Shu immediately slapped his hands together in a desperate plea. He bowed his head in defeat. Yes." But then, he shot up, launching into a rapid-fire defense. "You see, I was taking a bathroom break in the nearby bushes. Suddenly, my backside felt burning hot. I thought my hemorrhoids were acting up again. But turned out, the whole place was on fire." Before he could spew another word of absolute nonsense, Wang Qing threw his hand up. "Stop! What garbage are you spouting?" The minister's face darkened like a thundercloud, his voice booming with fury. "I do not have the patience for your clowning. Give me the absolute truth, right now." Sweating bullets, Chen Shu threw both hands up in total surrender. All right, you caught me." The playful facade instantly shattered, replaced by a dead serious gaze. "I witnessed the legendary clash that night, a hellfire that even the city governor could not extinguish. Could that possibly be a normal flame?" An image of his slime flashes through his mind as he continues. "Furthermore, my slime is an all-attribute beast, and having every attribute is basically the same as having no attribute at all. It cannot deal any massive damage. So there is absolutely no way it could produce such a massive blaze. Anyone with eyes can see this fire has nothing to do with me." Chen Shu's eyes burn with unwavering conviction. "You can frame me all you want, but I believe justice will never fade." Wang Qing listens to this passionate speech, almost moved to tears, as if he were watching a tragic romance drama. He steps forward, gently patting the boy's shoulder before slowly walking away. "All right, just do your best in the tournament," he encourages before leaving. Chen Shu stands completely still, watching the man's silhouette fade into the distance. He finally lets out a long breath of relief. Crossing his arms, he thinks to himself, even if he fooled the guy, he cannot just wander around outside anymore. He needs to check the rewards from the system enhancement bag first. Humming a cheerful tune, he turns and walks away. Meanwhile, Wang Qing suddenly stops in his tracks. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out his phone and dials Wu Shuang. The moment the call connects, he immediately asks, "Old Li, I heard Chen Shu is your student?" The late afternoon sun stretches the shadows westward. It bathes the beast-taming arena in a warm, golden-brown hue, looking just like a peaceful vintage filter. With his hands stuffed in his pockets and a confident swagger in his step, Chen Shu grins from ear to ear. He looks like a man who just hit the absolute jackpot. While chilling out, his jaw suddenly drops. A glowing blue system panel materializes right in front of him, displaying 3 glorious words. Bloodline Evolution. Instantly, both he and his slime strike identical comical expressions. Their eyes sparkle with overwhelming excitement. Is the system finally giving him a triple S rank upgrade? Suppressing the wild anticipation in his heart, Chen Shu practically smashes the button to claim his reward. The moment it activates, the slime squeezes its eyes shut, waiting for the epic skin upgrade to take effect. It puffs up like a freshly steamed bun, and immediately falls fast asleep. Blinding rings of light erupt around it, forcing Chen Shu to step back and shield his eyes from the intense glare. He urgently slaps his hands together in prayer, the crisp smack echoing his sheer determination. Dropping to his knees in utter reverence, he clasps his hands tightly and begins muttering non-stop. Taishang Laojun, hear my desperate plea. Fulfill this command. If it truly reaches S rank or higher, I swear I will wash my hands of evil. I will never be the fierce tyrant of Nanjiang again. Time slowly ticks by as the setting sun retreats toward the horizon, painting the sky in warm orange and gold. The sun quietly dips below the horizon, entirely vanishing from sight. It yields the stage to the moon, which slowly rises from behind dark, heavy clouds, accompanied by a sea of glittering stars. Snapping awake from an accidental nap, Chen Shu looks completely bewildered by the sight before him. Huh? Staring at the shimmering golden slime enveloped in a fading mist, he questions his own sanity. Wait, is that it? Is it over? Looking as absolutely clueless as humanly possible, he frantically scans the area. Where are the heavenly tribulations? Forced to accept reality, he finally remembers to check the new attributes of his slime. The screen flashes with a chaotic mess of post-upgrade data, but it all boils down to a few simple lines. Giant golden slime, kind-hearted, loves sleeping, absolute ironclad defense, diverse skill set, potential is E-class, but bursting with hidden possibilities. This result hits him like a devastating lightning bolt. Infinite agony crashes over Chen Shu. So all that flashiness was just to increase its potential rating? He collapses to the ground, throwing his head back and crying out in utter despair. I even gave myself a chance to cleanse my soul. The light fades from his eyes as he mutters curses at his own terrible luck. What a shame. Heaven simply would not allow it. Once his sorrow finally subsides, he springs back to his feet to absorb his new power. At least its base attributes leveled up, and it awakened a new talent. Their combat power just spiked by 15%. Staring intently at the golden glowing force in his hands, Chen Shu cannot help but let out a thoroughly satisfied smile. At this rate, crushing 2 S-rank contracted beasts will not be a problem at all. Having reaped at least a decent harvest, he gazes up at the high-hanging moon and mutters, "Time to head back." The gentle moonlight showers from the heavens, casting his leisurely silhouette onto the quiet streets. Before long, Chen Shu arrives back at his hotel, an oasis right in the middle of the bustling, neon-drenched metropolis. But the second he steps into the lobby, he freezes. It feels like his pressure points have been struck. Standing directly in front of him is none other than teacher Wu Shuang. Oh my god, it is old Li. The old man's gaze turns into 2 razor-sharp blades piercing right through him. That deadly aura instantly drenches Chen Shu in a cold sweat, his heart panicking like a deer caught by a hungry wolf. Do not tell me, did he find out about the skyscraper? Without wasting a single microsecond, his absolute survival instincts kick in. As long as he can run, he can breathe. He decisively spins on his heel, preparing to bolt for his life. Unfortunately, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. A massive hand, heavy like the palm of Buddha, reaches out and utterly crushes his escape attempt. Snatched up by Wu Shuang in a single beat, Chen Shu can only put on a defeated expression that screams, "I have no more lingering attachments to this world." Realizing it is too late to lock the barn door now that the horse is gone, he desperately slaps on a fake, innocent smile. Teacher Li, what kind of wind blew you all the way here?" His only answer is a truly murderous glare. When the old man finally speaks, his voice carries the terrifying weight of a suppressed tidal wave. Not wind, fire. Chen Shu's face instantly turns as green as a banana leaf. Inwardly, he screams in sheer terror. I knew it! It really is about the skyscraper. Against all odds, he sat there completely unharmed while Wu Shuang began his earnest lecture. Chen Shu, listen to your teacher, he pleaded. Turn yourself in. The absolute sincerity in the old man's eyes was genuine. but the words still hit him like a physical blow. "I have already looked into it," Teacher Lee insisted. "You did not cause any casualties. It is just disrupting public order, plus burning down their building. At most, you will get 20 to 30 years. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became. Tears actually welled up in his eyes, sounding like a tragic farewell speech. "You will only be over 40 when you get out. We can start over, okay? I swear, I will hire the absolute best lawyer for you." Chen Shu stared back with a deadpan expression, completely and utterly speechless. Seeing Wu Shuang's heart-wrenching dedication, he decided to come clean before the old man spat out more ridiculous nonsense. "Forget it. I will just tell you the truth." Using every ounce of his vocabulary and wild hand gestures, he recounted the entire legendary saga from start to finish. "So it went like this, and then that happened." After talking until his throat went dry, he slammed down a fiercely righteous conclusion. "And that is exactly how I eliminated a massive threat for the people." But his teacher just raised an eyebrow, entirely unconvinced by this heroic tale. "Eliminating a threat? I feel like you are the biggest disaster of them all." Wu Shuang stood up, his aura suddenly shifting to dead serious. "Chen Shu, can you promise your teacher just one thing?" Sensing the heavy tension in the air, Chen Shu actually sat up straight and replied respectfully. "What is it?" But he never expected the tearful, desperate plea that followed. "If the day ever comes when you finally get arrested, please, never tell anyone I was your teacher. I just want to live my final years in peace." Chen Shu's blood boiled, his face puffing up with absolute pure indignation. Just as he opened his mouth to argue, his phone shattered the moment. Ring, ring, ring. Wu Shuang caught a glimpse of the caller ID and immediately put his hands on his hips. "See that? Even your senior sister is calling to convince you to be a good person." But the second he answered, Fang Xi's booming voice echoed through the speaker. "Little brother, did you burn down the South City Center? Outstanding work." The old teacher froze like a stone statue. Realizing these two lunatics were cut from the exact same cloth, his jaw practically dropped to the floor. Ignoring his teacher's shock, Chen Shu shamelessly patted himself on the back. "It was nothing, just the duty of a model citizen. Smashing evil forces is something I, Chen Shu, could never ignore." After a relentless exchange of mutual praises, Fang Xi finally cut to the chase. "But seriously, how on earth did you locate the Dark Knight's stronghold? Even our Dragon Guard could not track them down." This was exactly what Wu Shuang was dying to know, and he leaned in closer to eavesdrop. But Chen Shu shot the old man a sly side-eye before mercilessly shutting her down, leaving his teacher fuming silently. "That is a top-tier secret." Fang Xi was not disappointed in the slightest, instead offering a solemn warning. "Then watch your back. The Dark Knight organization will definitely seek bloody revenge." Chen Shu scoffed with supreme confidence. "Relax, sister. If the Dragon Guard could not dig up my traces, the Dark Knight certainly will not either." Hearing his absolute certainty, she breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then, let us leave it at that. Stay safe." Chen Shu hung up, suddenly realizing his teacher had backed away to the very corner of the room. "Teacher Lee, why are you sitting so far away?" God knows what wild conspiracy Wu Shuang had pieced together, but he furrowed his brows and interrogated. "Was it Fang Xi who ordered you to do this?" Chen Shu completely ignored the question, smoothly dodging the accusation. "All right, Teacher Lee, stop overthinking things. I still have a massive tournament to prepare for." Without giving the old man a single second to argue, he bolted for the door. "That is everything. Have a great night, teach." This lawless, arrogant attitude finally snapped the old man's saintly patience. Forgetting his status as an educator, he cursed out loud. "You absolute little bastard." But Wu Shuang's deeply ingrained righteous nature left him pacing the floor in anxiety. "No, this is way too huge. I cannot just pretend I heard absolutely nothing." Making a split-second decision, he whipped out his phone and frantically dialed a top-secret number. The instant the call connected, he bypassed all pleasantries. "Hello, Minister Wang? We need to meet. Right now." The dawn of a new era broke through the heavy clouds, golden sunlight piercing the towering glass skyscrapers. Because of Teacher Lee's suffocating supervision, Chen Shu actually stayed obediently indoors, avoiding all absolute chaos. Time flew by like a blinding flash of lightning. One intense month later, the highly anticipated tournament finally commenced right on schedule. Aside from the powerhouse trio of Chen Shu, Xia Bing, and Xu Xiaoyu, 3 other elite teams were ready to clash in the arena. Bright and early, as the morning sun blazed high in the sky, a sharp knock rattled the door, instantly grabbing the students' attention. Wu Shuang scanned the room with a hawk-like gaze before his brows knit together. "Xu Xiaoyu, Xia Bing, where is Chen Shu?" Without a single ounce of loyalty, Xiaoyu answered bluntly. "Probably still dead asleep." That single word struck Wu Shuang's most sensitive nerve, making his blood boil instantly. Asleep? For a legendary tournament this important, he is actually sleeping? He exploded with absolute fury, marching out like a rigid robot while muttering dark threats, leaving the two girls staring in sheer helplessness. Meanwhile, the morning sun had already climbed fiercely high into the heavens. Brilliant rays of light bounced off the pristine glass windows, illuminating a breathtaking sky of crystal blue and pure white clouds. Inside his room, Chen Shu was curled up happily like a lazy cat, completely oblivious to the catastrophic disaster approaching. Suddenly, Wu Shuang loomed over his bed, radiating a murderous dark aura so intense that Chen Shu's survival instincts screamed in pure terror. Why does the air feel so freezing all of a sudden? The teacher's massive, terrifying face hovered right above him, spitting out two bone-chilling words. Wake up. The nightmarish jump scare made Chen Shu shriek at the top of his lungs like his tail got violently stomped on. Holy crap, old Li. The merciless result? He was violently dragged all the way to the battle arena, his soul practically leaving his body, radiating an aura of a man who had entirely given up on life. But what truly awaited them in this tournament would change everything. Up in the announcer's booth, Cao Yuan looked incredibly sharp. He was busy hyping up their home team to the roaring crowd. Next up, Namjiang High School, number 2, versus Nam Thuong High School, number 2, competitors. Enter the arena. Without a word, Wu Shuang smacked the back of Chen Shu's head. Hurry up, it is starting. The main character did not show a single drop of sweat. He casually brushed it off. Do not rush it. They will not dare make a move until I arrive. Wu Shuang tried to suppress his erupting volcano of rage, but the veins on his forehead were popping like a disco beat. Reaching his absolute limit, the teacher unleashed a devastating kick to Chen Shu's backside. Get down there right now, he roared. Chen Shu stumbled down the stairs. He could feel the murderous glare of Teacher Li burning into his back. Suddenly, his foot caught the edge of a step. Gravity took over, sending him plummeting forward. His arms flailed wildly in the air. Panic flashed across his face as he screamed. Everyone, get out of the way! With an epic crash, Chen Shu face-planted right into the solid ground. The massive thud echoed through the entire stadium. He ended up crashing practically on top of Xia Bing. A furious blush exploded across the young girl's cheeks. Feeling intensely awkward, he quickly checked on her. Xia Bing, are you completely unhurt? Her face was burning red as a ripe tomato. She shyly whispered his name. Chen Shu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's voice shattered their little romantic bubble. What are you waiting for? The battle is about to begin. Move it. Unable to hide his intense embarrassment, Chen Shu scrambled to his feet. He extended a gentle hand towards Xia Bing. Here, let us get you up first. The young maiden's heart was racing like a war drum. It took her a second to process the moment. Oh. Her delicate, pale hand slowly rested in his warm grasp. The air between them practically sparkled with pink pastel energy. Imaginary little hearts seemed to float all around them. Xia Bing's mind was spinning in absolute spirals. Every single thought vanished, replaced only by the feeling of their intertwined hands. Completely overwhelmed by shyness, she let out a tiny squeak. She turned and bolted away like a startled rabbit. Chen Shu stood frozen with a giant question mark floating above his head. Why is Xia Bing acting so weird today? A chilling wind swept across the massive arena. It ignited the heavy smell of gunpowder in the air. The tension was already at its breaking point. With a booming voice, Cao Yuan raised his microphone high. He officially ignited the sparks for the impending warfare. Let the battle begin. Zhuang Yao stood proudly at the front of the enemy team. She shot them a look of pure disgust, dripping with unmatched arrogance. Are you losers ready to accept defeat? Facing this wildly cocky opponent, Chen Shu simply let out a bored sigh. Unfazed by his indifference, she continued her vicious taunting. Your slime might be strong, but it is absolutely nothing against our combined forces. Chen Shu was not the type to easily swallow insults. Yet, he merely met her glare with absolute apathy. Is that so? In a blinding flash, the enemy summoned 3 contract spirits at once. They materialized fiercely in the center of the battlefield. Zhuang Yao could not hide the smug victory on her face. How about that? She sneered. Chen Shu and Xiao Yu instinctively exchanged a cautious glance. A super rare plant-type contract spirit, and a healing-type contract spirit too. Without needing another word, the duo ignited their own spiritual power. Come forth and join the fray. In a split second, the slime and the blazing bird materialized. Their auras erupted like a raging inferno, completely ready for war. A subtle smirk crept onto Chen Shu's lips. Deep down, he let out a massive sigh of relief. If I had not upgraded my attributes, we would have definitely been crushed this time. What a shame for them. He quietly watched his contract spirit from behind. His mind analyzed the situation perfectly. My slime has grown insanely powerful again. The opposing team scowled in sheer confusion. Because, in the eyes of Zhuang Yao, these actions were nothing but the desperate struggles of dying prey. You are holding back your last summon? Chen Shu raised a hand in absolute, dominating confidence. His words were like tossing a match into a barrel of gasoline. To crush trash like you, 2 is more than enough. I can mock you all day, but the moment you get hit back, you throw a massive tantrum. The enemy team instantly exploded into a furious screaming match. You bastard! You are way too arrogant. We are going to bury you this time. A deafening roar from the massive gorilla shattered the air. It was the ultimate death knell, signaling the true start of the slaughter. Instantly, a layer of brilliant golden metal spread across its massive fists. It rapidly hardened like solidifying volcanic magma. Next, an indestructible armored helmet locked into place. Finally, its entire colossal body was engulfed in impenetrable armor. Next, an indestructible armored helmet locked into place. Finally, its entire colossal body was engulfed in impenetrable armor. Golden armor activated. Without even waiting for its master's command, the gorilla dragged its monstrous frame forward. It charged directly toward the slime like a runaway freight train. But then, something terrifying happened. Standing perfectly still, the blazing bird's eyes suddenly rolled completely white. It was as if its very soul had been violently hacked. Without a single warning sign, it viciously lunged forward. It struck at the exact moment its ally was executing a critical skill. The slime worm was hit by the water dream kill. Even though it sensed the deadly betrayal, there was zero time to counterattack. The slime uncontrollably sank into a deep, magical slumber. Witnessing this brutal friendly fire made the masters gasp in absolute horror. Why did the blazing bird just attack the slime? Chen Shu furiously cursed out loud. Damn it! Xiao Yu! Are you betraying us? His teammate frantically screamed her defense. My contract spirit is being mind-controlled. She had just realized the horrifying anomaly within her precious summon. Xiao Yu desperately pointed at the creature. Chen Shu, look at its eyes. The ferocious crossfire continued to rage on. The slime and the bird collided in an endless storm of absolute chaos. She furrowed her brows in pure agony, her mind completely blank. Left with zero solutions, she practically begged Chen Shu, "What the hell do we do now?" Yet, in stark contrast to Xiao Yu's sheer panic, the main character remained terrifyingly calm. The smirk of absolute confidence on his face had never once faded. Don't panic, you still have me. Chen Shu shoots a knowing signal to his teammate. Xia Bing catches the cue instantly, offering a sharp nod of acknowledgement. She moves like a shadow toward the slime, which is dead to the world in a deep slumber. Suddenly, its body erupts in size, triggering its legendary tyrant form. The entire arena gasps in absolute shock at the unfolding spectacle. My god, how is that thing getting even bigger? Seizing the perfect opening, Zhuang Yao's voice cuts through the chaos. Now is the time. The moment the words leave her lips, the giant slime stretches its massive jaw, inhaling a swirling vortex of brilliant green energy straight into its core. Chen Shu thrusts his hand forward, his voice booming across the stadium. Go, slime. By now, the slime has inflated into a colossal hot air balloon of pure power, launching a devastating counterattack. The opposing giant ape recoils, pure terror flashing in its eyes at the sheer scale of the monster before it. Zhuang Yao violently gnashes her teeth in absolute frustration. How can this damn beast be so ridiculously strong? I will not accept this. Pushed to the brink, she furiously barks a new command. Charge at them. The giant ape immediately obeys her order. Its ferocious eyes glow with a bloodthirsty crimson light as blinding golden lightning erupts from its massive body. The lightning auras of the two contracted spirits collide violently in midair, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. Up in the stands, the crowd absolutely loses their minds, cheering frantically and snapping photos on their phones to capture the epic clash. Whoa! In a breathtaking display of agility, the giant slime gracefully dodges the giant ape's aggressive dive. It moves so fast that even the allied little treant startles in shock. But the danger is far from over. Without warning, a mysterious pulsing light completely engulfs the little treant. Sheng Yi's eyes widen in horror as he screams, "This is bad! That monster's real target is my little treant." Hearing the panic, Zhuang Yao swiftly raises her hand, channeling a fierce surge of aura. "Don't panic. Leave this to me." She fires off a crackling whip of lightning that tightly coils around the giant ape's legs. This massive power infusion acts as an instant buff, sending the beast's blood boiling with double the battle fury. Riding that explosive surge of transferred energy, the berserk giant ape leaps high into the sky, ready to crush anything in its path. Meanwhile, Chen Shu simply smirks with absolute arrogance. Everything is dancing right in the palm of his hand. Finally, time for the ultimate move. Slime, wind riding technique. Acting on his master's command, the slime whips up a raging hurricane, riding the violent winds into the air like a mythical flying cloud. Its true target locks into focus, the soaring purple-winged butterfly. Like a cannonball, The heavy monster launches itself relentlessly toward the purple-hued spirit. Yet, against all odds, the majestic butterfly miraculously shields itself, successfully blocking the slime's devastating impact. Seeing the opening, Huolin aggressively channels his inner aura, desperately pumping raw power into his contracted spirit. Is that all you have? You are severely underestimating my purple-winged butterfly. Fueled by his arrogant shout, the radiant energy encasing the beautiful creature flares up with even more ferocious intensity. The giant slime dives in again, determined to crush the enemy with its sheer, overwhelming mass. But the agile spirit gracefully dances to the side, effortlessly dodging the crushing blow. Watching this fierce aerial dogfight unfold, Chen Shu chuckles darkly. Underestimating you? So what if I am? With a sharp glint in his eye, he tosses a glance over to Xia Bing. Xia Bing remains dead silent. She simply raises a single hand, unleashing a devastating wave of absolute frost. In a split second, the proud purple-winged butterfly is trapped in an unbreakable block of solid ice. This brutal plot twist leaves Zhuang Yao completely paralyzed in shock. What on earth? Beside her, Sheng Yi gasps in terrified realization. Wait, is that slime actually an ice attribute monster? Huolin desperately screams out in denial. No, look closely at its mouth. Hidden deep within the giant slime's gaping jaws, the little wolf has miraculously materialized. When did it even get in there? It is the little wolf. Acting as a living ice cannon inside the slime's mouth, the combined weight and freezing power finally slam down, brutally crushing the helpless purple-winged butterfly. The final victory is absolute, rightfully claimed by Chen Shu's unstoppable squad. He throws both arms toward the heavens, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. We win. Fast forward to a blazing barbecue stall, where Chen Shu's crew and Wu Shuang are throwing a massive victory feast. They eagerly clink their glasses together, roaring out a unified toast to their spectacular semi-final triumph. Xiao Yu beams, offering the main character a deeply genuine compliment. Chen Shu, you seriously have terrifying natural talent. She lets out a heavy sigh of pure admiration. You are light years stronger than the rest of us. But the boy simply waves it off with mock humility. Oh, please, you call this little trick talent? You guys already know what my true, unparalleled talent actually is. Hearing this shameless bragging, Wu Shuang instantly fires back a savage roast. You mean your natural talent for committing crimes, right? Chen Shu pauses mid-chew, aggressively gnawing on a meat skewer as he glares at the older man. Why would you call it a crime? That just sounds awful. Without skipping a beat, he seamlessly redirects the entire conversation. By the way, when exactly are the grand finals? I am already itching to head back to Nanjiang City. He casually closes his eyes, slowly savoring the rich flavor of his barbecue. I am honestly starting to miss my dear old friends. The absolute horror that flashes across everyone else's pale faces is priceless. Their minds instantly flash back to his legendary, downright diabolical pranks. They vividly remember the time he ruthlessly ambushed someone, brutally bagging their head in a burlap sack just to play dirty. And the worst part? He had laughed like an absolute supervillain afterward. Sweating nervously, Xiao Yu and Mu Bai try to gently break the reality to him. Your friends might not actually miss you that much. Unfazed, the boy simply tilts his chin up with unbearable arrogance. Why wouldn't they miss me? I am undeniably the ultimate heartthrob of Nanjiang High School. Millions adore me. Wu Shuang and Xiao Yu simply exchange exhausted, defeated glances. Meanwhile, Xia Bing giggles softly behind her hand, gently explaining that the grand finals are still quite a ways off. She takes a soft breath, continuing her breakdown of the tournament schedule. Right now, the eliminated teams still have to battle it out in a bloody gauntlet for their final rankings. Based on the official brackets, the ultimate showdown will not kick off until mid-May. Chen Shu processes her words, his sharp mind already calculating the timeline. In that case, we are cutting it terrifyingly close to the national examination. He rests his chin on his hand, sinking deep into thought. Going by his current insane progression rate, simply gaining beast-taming power while he sleeps every single day should easily push him to the legendary black tier before the exams even begin. A wickedly devious smirk slowly creeps across his face, a terrifying sight that makes Wu Shuang visibly shudder. The provincial tournament is securely in the bag. The upcoming exams are a guaranteed sweep. These past few days have honestly been running way too perfectly. But naturally, his chaotic mind is already cooking up another diabolical prank on Wu Shuang. Oh, that reminds me. He violently pivots toward the older man. Teacher Li, I need to buy some industrial-grade laxatives. Got any lethal recommendations? The kind that completely destroys a man's dignity and leaves him bedridden. The sheer malice in his request makes the teacher's soul nearly leave his body. What in God's name are you plotting? Teacher Li stammers in sheer panic. Are you seriously planning to drug the entire roster of Nanchang No. 2 High School? He waves his hands dismissively. No way. But Master Wushuang has zero tolerance for his dirty tricks. The old man erupts in a furious roar. Damn it. Why are you always so absurd? Can you not use that massive brain of yours for the righteous path just once? Why do you insist on acting like an absolute menace every single day? Yet, Chen Shu completely ignores the harsh scolding. He simply pouts in defiance. There are hundreds of thousands of ways to achieve victory. I just prefer the unconventional routes. Is that really a crime? To provoke Wushuang further, he casually picks his nose. He truly believes his twisted logic makes perfect sense. This sheer audacity makes the master's blood boil, prompting him to violently grab a shovel to threaten the boy. Absolutely not. If you pull another stunt, I will bury you alive right here. Facing the undeniable wrath of the shovel, Chen Shu finally surrenders. Fine, fine. I will do exactly as you say. Changing tactics in a flash, he offers his master a massive plate overflowing with grilled skewers. Master, please enjoy some delicious food. But this sudden act of kindness? It only pushes Wushuang's suspicion to the absolute maximum. He knows he must watch Chen Shu like a hawk. On the journey back, Chen Shu whistles a carefree tune. Meanwhile, Wushuang secretly pulls Xiaobing aside. I have to leave for a short while. Xiaobing, listen to me carefully. You absolutely must not betray my trust. She bows politely with deep respect. Yes, master. Meeting his serious gaze, she makes a firm vow. I understand completely. Please rest easy. I will keep a close eye on him. The master sighs heavily in his mind, restoring the shattered reputation of Nanjiang City. Everything hinges entirely on this crucial moment. The golden morning sun pierces through the towering skyline. Inside a cramped room, Chen Shu is glued to his phone. He looks as serious as a scholar studying a forbidden martial arts manual. Suddenly, his eyes blaze with excitement as a hospital symbol appears on his screen. Target locked, he smirks with pure thrill. According to these exact coordinates, this place is packed with explosives. A wicked, cunning grin spreads across Chen Shu's face. He chuckles darkly, looking exactly like a final boss ready to strike. Pocketing his phone, his master plan quickly forms. Old Li is temporarily out of the picture. Let us see who can possibly stop me now. Filled with absolute confidence, he grabs his backpack and heads for the door. But right at the threshold, he freezes. He lets out a surprised gasp. Xia Bing is suddenly blocking his path. He stares at her with deep suspicion. Jia Bing? Why are you not asleep yet? Her face is flushed as red as a ripe tomato. She can only stammer out her words timidly. Master ordered me to keep an eye on you, so I have been monitoring your every move. Though slightly panicked, Chen Shu immediately notices her incredibly strange mood. Keep an eye on me? Then why is your face burning up? He steps uncomfortably close, his tone full of genuine concern. You do not look well at all. Let me check if you have a fever. Without hesitation, he reaches out. He attempts to press his palm against her forehead for a manual temperature check, but Xiaobing violently flinches. She dodges to the side, her voice trembling in denial. No, I am perfectly fine. With his emotional intelligence completely at zero, Chen Shu keeps pushing. Whoa, your ears are bright red too. He playfully pinches her soft earlobe. The sudden, electrifying touch makes her legs buckle from pure embarrassment. Her extreme physical reaction instantly sends him into a panic. Xiaobing. Chen Shu dashes forward at lightning speed. He perfectly catches her collapsing body in his strong arms. Be careful, he cries out with heavy concern. Flustered beyond belief, she quickly averts her gaze. She asks in a breathy whisper, It is the middle of the night. Where are you sneaking off to? Keeping a perfect poker face, Chen Shu fabricates a flawless lie. I just get a little terrified being all alone in my room. I wanted to go out, see some people, and feel the vibrant energy of the city. Xiaobing completely freezes for 2 seconds, her brows knit together in pure disbelief. The fearless Chen Shu, terrified? Suddenly, an incredibly bold idea flashes through her mind. Before she can stop herself, the words slip out. If you are really that scared, why do you not just stay in my room tonight? The moment the words leave her lips, intense regret hits her. Realizing how scandalous that sounded, she scrambles to explain. Xiao Yu and Teacher Li both went out. I am completely alone in my room right now. Completely ignoring her fiercely burning cheeks, Chen Shu latches on to one specific detail. Wait, Xiao Yu is not here either? Xia Bing nods shyly. She frantically avoids his gaze, feeling like she might literally combust if they make eye contact. Yes, Teacher Li dragged him along. Upon hearing this, a devilish smirk creeps onto his face. Xiao Yu is out of the picture too? Pure, unadulterated joy explodes in his heart. Heh, the heavens are truly on my side tonight. Hiding her crimson face, she completely misses his villainous grin. She just nervously continues to stammer. But, Xiao Yu and I actually share the same bed. Chen Shu practically shouts in absolute ecstasy. Well, that is just perfect. Xia Bing nods, her shyness peaking as she makes the ultimate offer. Then, let us get some rest. She peeks up at him through her lashes. Her gaze is a dizzying mix of high expectation and nervous tension. The room falls dead silent. Yet, a thick, sweet, and incredibly ambiguous tension fills the air. Without warning, Chen Shu slides his arm securely around Xia Bing's slender waist. She stares up at him, completely and utterly stunned. He pulls her tightly against his chest. His voice drops into a dangerously mischievous purr. Going to sleep this early? That completely ruins the passionate spirit of our youth. He leans in dangerously close. His warm breath brushes against her sensitive ear. Why do we not do something else? Xia Bing's eyes widen as her imagination instantly runs wild. Something else? Her heart practically beats out of her chest as she asks in a tiny whisper, "What exactly do you want to do?" Chen Shu flashes a wicked, irresistible smirk. Looking exactly like a midnight rogue, he gives a deeply suggestive reply. Something incredibly fun. Before she can process the sheer gravity of his words, bam! He kicks the door shut with explosive force. Seeing his aggressive move, Xia Bing blushes fiercely and shyly melts right into his strong embrace. Actually, my room might be a little better for this. Hearing her words, Chen Shu completely froze in his tracks. He repeated her statement, his face full of utter bewilderment. Your room? He tilted his head at Xia Bing, not even trying to hide his massive confusion. Why in the world would we need to go to your room? Suddenly, a brilliant, chaotic thought flashed through his mind. His eyes lit up with wild excitement as he blurted out, "Wait, do you have laxatives in your room?" Xia Bing stared at him, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Laxatives? Her gaze violently shifted, looking at him as if an alien life form had just crash-landed on Earth. Why on earth would you need laxatives? Chen Shu instantly flashed a wicked, scheming grin. He looked exactly like a master villain preparing his ultimate evil plot. "I need them for a little secret project." The moment those words left his mouth, Xia Bing turned to absolute stone. So, the grand mission he was talking about was making laxatives? His emotional intelligence was truly deep in the negatives. Completely clueless, Chen Shu casually dropped a massive emotional critical hit. "Xia Bing, I only let you in on this because I see you as a true bro." He looked at her with sparkling eyes, full of absolute, unwavering faith in their martial brotherhood. "You are not going to sell me out, right?" Those three words, a true bro, they pierced straight through Xia Bing's fragile, beating heart like a devastating lightning strike. Chen Shu completely failed to notice her face darkening like a brewing thunderstorm. He just kept pushing, his voice filled with desperate earnestness. "Xia Bing, you will not tell Teacher Li, will you?" She desperately swallowed her unspoken pain, burying it deep within her soul. When she finally spoke, her voice was terrifyingly calm. "No, I am going to change my clothes first. I will join you later." Hearing her solemn promise, Chen Shu cheered with absolute joy. "You are the best, bro." Meanwhile, Xia Bing just stood there with a pitch-black expression, silently questioning her entire existence. A little while later, Xia Bing dragged her feet, slowly and gloomily walking behind Chen Shu. The guy was practically skipping, holding his precious bag of laxatives like he had just won the universal lottery. He turned around and slung an arm over her shoulder, beaming like he had achieved a legendary miracle. "Thanks for today, Xia Bing. My good bro. Now that we have the ultimate goods, we should probably split up." Hearing his horribly dense words, she could only let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Fine. Not another single word was spoken between them. They separated in complete silence, each heading back to their own rooms wrapped in a terribly awkward atmosphere. For some strange reason, Chen Shu suddenly glanced back at Xia Bing's retreating figure. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Why did she seem so strangely gloomy today? But he quickly shook his head, totally dismissing the feeling as mere imagination. He immediately looked down at the glorious loot resting in his hands. A radiant, totally unbothered smile bloomed on his face. Whatever. The Grand Master plan was far more important. He rushed back to his room and instantly dove into his brewing process like a true alchemical genius. A few intense moments later, the bizarre concoction was finally complete. Chen Shu pumped his fist, cheering with wild, unstoppable excitement. "It is finally done." He lifted the vial high into the air, treating it like a supreme, sect-defending artifact. His eyes sparkled brighter than a massive galaxy of stars. Forget about basic beastmasters. Even a gold-rank expert would absolutely lose their mind after taking a sip of this. Chen Shu burst into a fit of maniacal, triumphant laughter. His voice echoed through the room like a mad scientist declaring the greatest invention in human history. "Ha ha ha! A potion this divine belongs in the heavens. How could the mortal realm ever comprehend its glory?" He flashed his signature, insanely wicked grin, bursting with overwhelming pride. "I hereby proudly name you the Bandit Brand Laxative." For the next few days, Chen Shu fully dedicated himself to his sleep-based cultivation. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Before he even knew it, the month of May had finally arrived, on the very night before the grand tournament. He pulled out his handmade potion, staring at his precious treasure with pure, unadulterated joy bubbling in his chest. Tomorrow is the ultimate battle. It is finally time for the Bandit brand laxative to unleash its devastating power upon the world. But before he could even finish his evil villain laugh, a sudden, heavy knocking violently echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. A deep, fiercely strict voice immediately followed. Chen Shu, open the door. That booming voice struck him like a terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning on a clear day. Pure panic exploded in his chest. He felt exactly like a mastermind criminal about to be caught red-handed. Who would come at this ungodly hour? Did they somehow find out about my glorious poisoning plan? Trembling, Chen Shu hurriedly shoved the vial deep into his pants pocket. His hands and feet fumbled in pure chaos as he frantically tried to destroy the damning evidence. Hide it quickly. Only when the coast was completely clear did he dare to rush toward the door. Coming. Chen Shu reached out to unlock it, still muttering under his breath like a grumpy old man. Who goes around knocking on doors in the middle of the night? The very second the door swung open, Chen Shu was instantly met with the towering, highly intimidating figure of Wu Shuang standing outside. Just making eye contact with the man made him violently flinch in pure terror. Teacher Li, what brings you here? The older man used a gaze as sharp as a finely honed blade, ruthlessly dissecting every single micro-expression on Chen Shu's face. You are acting a little strangely today. Without waiting for an invitation, he boldly strode right into Chen Shu's room. His vigilant eyes swept across the entire space like a highly trained radar, actively searching for any hidden secrets. He aggressively turned his head, inspecting every single corner as if he had already sniffed out the absolute scent of treachery. Seeing this intense scrutiny, a freezing chill shot straight down Chen Shu's spine. Cold sweat began pouring out of his entire body. Teacher Li Wushuang sharply snapped his piercing gaze toward the boy. Meeting that terrifying stare, Chen Shu completely petrified, his face violently draining of every single drop of blood. Suddenly, the teacher narrowed his eyes to deadly slits, as if he had just uncovered a massive, earth-shattering conspiracy. Without uttering a single word, Wu Shuang took massive strides, marching straight toward Chen Shu. Closing the terrifying distance, he glared down at his trembling student with overwhelming suspicion. Why do you look so incredibly guilty right now? Just one softly spoken sentence was enough to make the boy shake like a fragile leaf in a massive hurricane. Inside, his soul was screaming, Teacher Li found out. But on the outside, he desperately kept his mouth shut tight, clinging to his crumbling poker face. No, not at all, Teacher Li. Why are you really here? Only then did Wu Shuang finally drop his intense interrogation aura, firmly stating his actual purpose. I came here to warn you. Do not dare to oversleep for tomorrow's grand duel. Hearing those totally blessed words, Chen Shu felt like he had just been granted a royal pardon. He let out a massive, soul-saving sigh of pure relief. Is this what it is about? Snapping back to reality at 5G speed, Chen Shu lied without even blinking. Yes, sir. I promise I will wake up super early tomorrow. Not giving the man a single chance to argue, he shoved Wu Shuang toward the door. Teacher Li, I am exhausted. I am going to sleep. See you tomorrow. But the older man narrowed his eyes with heavy suspicion. What exactly are you so nervous about? Bam! A ruthlessly slammed door was his only answer. Boiling with absolute fury, Wu Shuang stomped away down the hall. Damn it! That little brat has zero respect. Back inside the room, listening to the fading footsteps, Chen Shu finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew. He is finally gone. Wasting zero time, he whipped out a carefully hidden potion. His eyes burned with an intense, unyielding determination. I need to use this now. Before Teacher Li catches me, he quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Xia Fengyu. Thank God Xia Bing lent me this phone. I have to make the call first. A wicked, demonic grin spread across Chen Shu's face. He threw out the bait without hesitation, his voice dripping with fake sweetness. Hello there. Is this student Xia Fengyu of Nanchang First High? I am Chen Shu. Want to grab a late-night snack? Wu Shuang led the way down the hall, with Xiaobing's trio following closely behind. Suddenly, the teacher stopped dead in his tracks. You did not slip them laxatives, did you? Chen Shu's face instantly drained of color. Deep down, his heart screamed in frustration. I totally wanted to, but I could not. He vividly remembered the exact words he spoke into the phone last night. Let us have dinner together tonight. Our two teams should totally be friends. But when he met with dead silence on the line, Chen Shu had started to panic. Hello? Hello? Are you listening? Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone had left him absolutely furious. Swallowing that bitter memory, he puffed out his chest with sheer righteousness. Absolutely not. How could I, Chen Shu, ever stoop so low as to drug someone in secret? Wu Shuang slowly turned his head, shooting him a look of absolute disbelief. Yeah, right. I do not believe a single word coming out of your mouth. A terrifying smirk crept onto the teacher's face, revealing his ultimate trump card. I know exactly what kind of degenerate you are. Right before we left, the principal granted me special authority. While Chen Shu's jaw practically hit the floor, the duo behind him desperately tried to hide their laughter. The second you cause any trouble, I can instantly disqualify you and hand you straight over to the cops. Brushing past that terrifying little threat, the entire team finally took their seats in the grand arena. Today was the ultimate beast taming showdown. Standing center stage, MC Cao Yuan hyped up the roaring crowd. On one side, the undisputed, multi-year champions, Nanchang First High, and on the other, the absolute strongest dark horse of Nanjiang City. Across the arena, Xie Fengyu's entire team looked dead serious. Will they send out Wang Yongheng, or the new guy? But looking back at them from across the stage, Chen Shu and his teammates just smiled. They stood with absolute confidence, ready for the ultimate clash. While the announcer whipped the massive crowd into a frenzy, the real spectacle was just about to begin. Cao Yuan dramatically threw his hands high, setting the stage for the moment everyone had been waiting for. Please welcome our two most brilliant teams to the grand arena. The stadium instantly erupted into absolute chaos. Deafening cheers shook the very foundation of the arena. Nankang First High, crush them. Number 1, genius, Xie Fengyu. Let us go. Refusing to be outdone, the opposing fans unleashed a monstrous roar of their own. Nanjiang bandits, wipe them out. Destroy Nankang First High. As the two leaders finally locked eyes, Chen Shu casually extended a hand in a mockingly polite gesture. Feng Yu merely scoffed with ice in his veins, ending their so-called friendly greeting. Completely ignored, Chen Shu shot him a painfully sarcastic glare. Feng Yu fired back with a piercing, murderous stare, sparks practically flying between them. Suddenly, the referee's booming voice shattered the tension, cutting their silent warfare short. Let the battle begin. In perfect synchronization, Xie Fengyu's squad instantly channeled their roaring auras. The arena trembled as massive magic circles appeared. Their terrifying contract beasts materialized in a blinding flash of light. Even standing as enemies, Chen Shu could not hide his sheer awe. An extreme ice antler deer, a phantom blood-eye bird, and even a heavenly lightning beast. He marveled while sparking his own summoning aura. 3S rank contract spirits. Now this is a terrifying lineup. No wonder he dared to reject my alliance. Hearing his master's call, Slime burst onto the battlefield. It led its bizarre crew forward, unleashing a dominating presence that rivaled their elite foes. With all trump cards laid out on the table, Xie Fengyu coldly commanded his squad. Fall into formation. Execute the plan. Bing Zhao grinned fiercely. Understood. The heavenly lightning beast roared to the heavens. A devastating orb of raw thunder shot from its jaws. The apocalyptic strike hurtled straight toward the glowing golden egg on the opposite side. Slime could not dodge in time, taking the brutal, agonizing blast head-on. Yet, Chen Shu's team held their ground, their fighting spirits blazing hotter than ever. Xie Fengyu smirked with absolute arrogance. Minor damage, keep pressing the attack. But Chen Shu was utterly fearless. You really think I will not bite back? Across the chaotic battlefield, Slime squished into a battle stance. Its body glowed as it prepared its ultimate counterattack. Fengyu directed his towering antler deer, and the beast unleashed a terrifying roar to assert dominance. But suddenly, a chilling shift in the air made Chen Shu's blood run cold. Slime had been completely trapped. A devastating ice prison skill locked it down tight. Gasps of pure dread echoed throughout the spectator stands. Slime is trapped. The Nanjiang bandits are finished. Reveling in his overwhelming advantage, Xie Fengyu let out a dark, mocking laugh. Just as I thought, you have absolutely no idea how to counter. Yet, Chen Shu remains completely unfazed. He calmly signals his companions, while Xia Bing shouts, Xiao Yu, back me up. The duo drops into a combat stance. Xiao Yu commands her flame-bird spirit to unleash blazing waves of fire. The massive ice block simply cannot withstand the intense heat, melting away into thick clouds of steam. Spotting the opening, Xiao Yu smirks. Perfect. Just give me a second. Flamebird can shatter this ice prison. Feng Yu watches from the sidelines before stepping up to trash talk. Huh. You really think you can break my ice cage? His two lackeys immediately back him up. Did you seriously think you were the only ones with teammates? With that, they summon more battle spirits to the field. Shadowbird launches a vicious sneak attack. Flamebird takes a brutal hit, suffering massive damage. Two more massive spirits suddenly block Little Wolf's path. They use their overwhelming numbers to relentlessly bully the weak. Even Frostwolf begins to collapse under the crushing pressure. Xia Bing cries out in sheer panic. Frostwolf. The battered wolf struggles to stand back up. But Chen Shu is far more worried about its actual life. Recall it now. If this continues, Frostwolf will suffer permanent damage. The loss would be catastrophic. Left with absolutely no choice, Xia Bing bites her lip and obeys. All right. Little Wolf vanishes in a swift flash of light. Instantly, Horned Deer locks onto a brand new target. It aims directly at Flamebird hovering high in the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Shu watches the chaos with heavy concern. Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu sets her jaw with iron resolve. Do not worry. I can hold them off. Her expression is fierce and completely unyielding. Flamebird suddenly surges with 3,000 times more explosive power. Its entire body blazes red hot, firing a scorching blast. The intense heat instantly melts the ice, setting the slime free. The slime anxiously braces against the storm of fire and attacks. Seeing the battlefield chaos, Shadowbird seizes the perfect opportunity to strike. While Flamebird is totally distracted, it launches a deadly sneak attack from behind. At the exact same time, Horned Deer strikes viciously from below. Adding to the nightmare, Heavenly Lightning Beast unleashes its ultimate move. Flamebird is caught in a brutal, point-blank crossfire. Its entire body is covered in devastating burns and gashes. It shrieks in pure agony as every single wound smokes and sizzles. Watching his spirit get relentlessly bullied, Chen Shu's heart absolutely aches. Maybe we should just call it off. But suddenly, a miraculous shift occurs. The massive ice block trapping the slime begins to aggressively crack. Chen Shu shouts in ecstatic joy. I cannot believe it actually worked. He violently hypes up his spirit's morale. The slime lets out a mighty roar. The chubby slime bounces high into the air, completely shattering the reinforced ice. With a sharp cry, it unleashes a mass hypnosis wave on all enemy beasts. All enemy attention is now entirely focused on the slime. It pumps itself full of absolute adrenaline. It prepares for a glorious do-or-die final stand. But the hypnosis effect wears off entirely too fast. Shadowbird violently snaps awake. Horned Deer regains its fierce battle focus, and Heavenly Lightning Beast completely shakes off the daze. Chen Shu watches the terrifying scene unfold in stunned silence. This is really bad. They are already awake. Heavenly Lightning Beast strikes first. A devastating bolt of lightning crashes directly into the slime. The massive electrical shock sends the poor creature into a frenzied spasm. The enemies play incredibly dirty. They mercilessly gang up and bombard the defenseless slime. It is a brutal, point-blank massacre. Exactly like what happened to Flamebird just moments ago. The poor slime absorbs every single devastating hit. Its once shiny, chubby body is now riddled with horrific wounds. Chen Shu glares at the cowardly opponents with blazing fury. Damn it! These three beasts want to trap us in an endless crowd control chain. Frostbird and Flamebird are both completely out of commission. Relying purely on the slime will not break this combo. Are we really going to lose this time? Refusing to let him lose hope, Xiao Yu firmly grabs his shoulder. No! We are absolutely not going to lose. With fire in her eyes, she issues another bold command. Flamebird, arguably the most tragic creature on this entire battlefield, forces itself back into the fight. It desperately takes to the skies in a wild frenzy, but not before blasting Horned Deer with a massive wave of flames. Completely overwhelmed by the scorching heat, Horned Deer freezes in absolute shock. Both spirits clash in an endless, explosive brawl. Every single ice shard fired by Horned Deer gets perfectly absorbed right into the slime's squishy body. Hearing its master's command, the slime relentlessly pushes the attack. It suddenly inflates into a gigantic, terrifying rubber ball. Its massive shadow intensely looms over the terrified enemy spirits. Feng Yu's team finally realizes the grave danger they are currently in. This is bad. Feng Yu frantically barks out immediate orders. Brace for impact and defend. Shadowbird and Heavenly Lightning Beast roar in pure fury after being heavily suppressed, but the slime instantly activates its rapid teleportation skill. Its insane movement speed makes it completely invisible to their eyes. In a mere fraction of a second, it appears directly above Shadowbird. Using its massive, squishy body, it prepares for a highly devastating crash landing. Unable to withstand the crushing weight, Shadowbird is violently blasted away. The slime has completely flipped the momentum of this battle. It activates another passive stacking skill, creating a massive vacuum to suck Shadowbird right back in. Seeing its comrade getting utterly destroyed, Horned Deer rapidly builds up momentum to charge in and help. But Flamebird spots the sneaky maneuver instantly. It boldly dives down, totally blocking the deer's path and engaging it in a fierce one-on-one duel. Having totally overpowered Shadowbird, the slime fiercely glares at the bully who tormented it earlier. Its aura grows even more chaotic and absolutely terrifying. The passive power it stacked up since the very beginning is finally unleashed. The slime ruthlessly crushes Shadowbird beneath its massive, jiggly weight. Shadowbird is absolutely finished. Chen Shu firmly calls out his next strategic move. Recall Flamebird. Leave the remaining two to us. His slime has completely regained its unstoppable fighting spirit. Chen Shu places his absolute, unwavering trust in his partner. The slime can handle this. Hearing the clear call, Xiaoyu instantly recalls her beast. Come back, Flamebird. The incredibly slick and shiny slime now stands tall and completely arrogant. It fearlessly faces down the last two enemy spirits all by itself. Chen Shu smirks with the bold confidence of a true victor. Your perfect crowd control loop is completely shattered. Looks like you guys have already lost. Completely outplayed. Feng Yu's team suffers a devastating psychological blow, but Chen Shu does not give them a single second to breathe. Slime, avenge, Flamebird. Radiating a terrifying aura of pure vengeance, the slime violently charges at the remaining targets. It launches an endless, brutal barrage of crushing attacks. It violently smashes Shadowbird into the ground one last time, before immediately locking onto Heavenly Lightning Beast. Bouncing high like a massive cannonball, it crashes down like a flying meteor of destruction. Heavenly Lightning Beast takes the full brunt of the apocalyptic impact. Its energy is completely drained, leaving it utterly defeated. The entire stadium arena erupts in absolute shock. The audience simply cannot believe their own eyes. They wildly cheer out its legendary new title, Invincible Bandit Slime. Bandit Slime is absolutely invincible. Chen Shu's team excitedly celebrates their hard-fought victory alongside their round, squishy MVP. Even their strict teacher cannot help but gasp in sheer awe. Holy crap, that was way too overpowered. The announcer enthusiastically screams the final result. Nanjiang Third High School claims the victory. Xiaoyu looks at Chen Shu with deep gratitude in her sparkling eyes. Chen Shu, we really survived this, thanks to you. But Chen Shu simply smiles, humbly waving off the heavy praise. If I were fighting entirely alone, there is zero chance we would have won. You two played your parts perfectly. Xiaobing's cheeks burn crimson at the overwhelming praise. Meanwhile, Chen Shu plays the perfect saint, casting a pitying, arrogant look at the defeated Feng Yu team. Don't lose heart now. Life is just a bumpy road of endless suffering, he mocks. Naturally, his toxic encouragement earns them death glares. Tough crowd. Let's bounce, he shrugs. The losing team curses him violently in their heads. How can such inspiring words sound so utterly despicable? His pure shamelessness is on a whole different level. The arena announcer's voice booms through the colossal speakers. Today, we witness history in the making. 3 underdogs from a small city have defied all odds, crushing every opponent to claim the championship crown. Now, please welcome the guiding light of Nanjiang Third High to the podium. The crowd roars as their exasperated teacher steps up, walking heavily toward his chaotic students. The stands erupt into a frenzy of wild, unhinged cheers. The Nanjiang Bandit is an absolute beast. All hail the all-powerful bandit, they chant in unison. An eager fan excitedly pushes through the massive crowd, holding up a camera to capture Chen Shu's glorious moment. Get ready. Smile for the champion's photo. The camera flashes, immortalizing his smug, arrogant grin. But Chen Shu could not care less about pictures right now. He brushes past them. Out of the way! It is time for the legendary champion's interview. He practically vibrates with excitement, craving the spotlight. But reality hits him like a brick wall. Instead of a captive audience, the crowd is already packing up and rushing for the exits. Let's bounce. The show is over. What are we eating tonight? My treat. The arena quickly empties out, leaving behind a chorus of fading chatter. Chen Shu stands frozen, completely ghosted by the masses. Are you kidding me? He screams internally. Where is my glorious champion's interview? If no one is watching, just hand over the prize money already. Fake tears well up in his desperate, greedy eyes. Wait, do not leave me. This is not the epic finale he envisioned. Does being the ultimate champion not guarantee instant celebrity status? Just as his ego hits rock bottom, a saving grace reaches out from the shadows. Excuse me, could I possibly get an interview with you, student Chen Shu? Chen Shu's eyes light up like he just struck pure gold. He ruthlessly snatches the microphone right out of the reporter's hand. Glaring at Gu Yi and the camera crew, he barks, "What are you statues staring at? Start rolling the cameras. Action." The golden moment he has been thirsting for has finally materialized. He clears his throat, posing like an absolute god. First of all, Nanjiang City claimed this ultimate victory entirely due to my terrifying world-shaking power. Add in my unparalleled genius and irresistible charm, and the win was guaranteed. Of course, my 2 little teammates did a decent job too. Hearing his rare words of public praise, Xiaobing's heart flutters with genuine, undeniable emotion. She watches him with sparkling eyes, hanging on to his every word. As for our teacher, well, let us just pretend he does not exist. Off camera, teacher Wushuang's face instantly turns black with pure rage. Chen Shu completely derails the broadcast, turning it into a shameless advertisement. I am a master of all trades, especially high-explosive bombings. Any rich sponsors out there looking for a brand deal, hit my line. I am the legendary Nanjiang Bandit, and I represent no one but myself. Oh, and for any die-hard fans craving an autograph, the line forms to the left. Signatures are on sale now for a cool 990,000 each. Reporter Gu Yi boils over at his blatant, shameless profiteering. Cut the feed. Turn the camera off right now. But before she can reach the lens, Chen Shu effortlessly shoves her aside. Wait, hold your horses. I still have prime airtime left, he shouts into the lens. Is there no wealthy tycoon out there willing to buy this glorious championship trophy? For the low price of just 1 billion huaxia credits, you can take home the ultimate glory of a champion. Bidding starts now. Gu Yi finally snaps, violently wrestling the microphone out of his greedy grip. You completely lack business vision. Chen Shu scoffs in disgust. Before he can sell anything else, teacher Wu Shuang aggressively drags him away. Enough! We are leaving. You are a walking public relations disaster. Wu Shuang barks. Dragged through the halls, Chen Shu stubbornly kicks and whines. You narrow-minded fools just do not understand my genius. Later that night, glasses clink in a lively restaurant. To Nanjiang City's ultimate victory, they cheer in unison. Teacher Wu Shuang sets his glass down first. All right, getting down to business. How are we dividing the tournament spoils? We split the cash prize evenly down the middle, Chen Shu declares, surprisingly fair for once. And for the custom skill rewards, we each take one. Perfect balance. The two girls exchange a quiet, meaningful glance. Xia Bing plays with her glass, blushing softly as she speaks up. You should keep all the prize money, Chen Shu. Just the custom skills are more than enough for us. Chen Shu's eyes turn into literal dollar signs. Say less. I accept your generous offering, he grins shamelessly. So, what kind of overpowered skills are you two planning to forge? But Xiao Yu shakes her head, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. I am skipping the custom skill. I need the cash to pay back the elders. Xia Bing blinks, completely taken aback. Pay them back? For what? Does your family not run the massive 666 Potion Corporation? Chen Shu asks, raising an eyebrow. Since when did a corporate heiress hit rock bottom and need pocket change? Xiao Yu glares at him, then lets her shoulders slump in defeat. Do you have any idea how much my family burned through for this tournament? They spent nearly 2 billion huaxia credits, just to keep us in the game. Chen Shu's chronic overthinking immediately kicks into overdrive. He gasps dramatically. Did your family bribe the tournament officials to rig our matches? Both girls instantly facepalm, their patience completely evaporating. Teacher Wu Shuang rubs his temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. You absolute idiot. They spent that fortune to protect your precious slime from Nanshang First High's counters. I instructed her to purchase a high-tier defensive skill. Did you really think an A-rank contract spirit could survive that onslaught on its own? The truth hits Chen Shu like a ton of bricks, and fake tears stream down his face. He grabs Xiao Yu's hands, looking at her with absolute, overflowing gratitude. Xiao Yu, my greatest ally, I have burdened you too much. The scene fades, and morning sunlight washes over Nanjiang City. The cheerful chirping of birds signals the dawn of a victorious new day. Inside the bustling train station, the atmosphere is a mix of quiet exhaustion and hurried chaos. Everyday citizens rush past, keeping their heads down as they grind through the daily struggle of making a living. The moment Chen Shu's boots hit the station platform, he strikes a majestic pose. He takes a deep, dramatic sniff of the smoggy, dust-filled air. Ah, the sweet, toxic scent of home. There truly is no place on earth greater than Nanjiang. Buzzing with endless, chaotic energy, he viciously elbows teacher Wu Shuang in the ribs. His eyes widen, acting like he just remembered a matter of life and death. Old Li, that brilliant suggestion you made last night was pure gold, he chatters excitedly. I am feeling so incredibly homesick right now. I can barely wait to see all my lovely friends back at Nanjiang Second High. Wu Shuang shivers, goosebumps erupting all over his arms at the sickeningly sweet tone. He stares at his student, convinced the boy has completely snapped. You do not miss them. You just miss figuring out new, creative ways to mercilessly bully them. Reading the deadpan, absolute disgust on his teacher's face, Chen Shu realizes his innocent act is not selling. He lets out a dry, awkward chuckle, immediately pivoting. Teacher, whatever do you mean? I am an angel. Knowing better than to push old Li any further, he drops the act and falls into step with the two girls. Pushing his chest out, he marches forward. Let us march, back to our glorious kingdom. Home. Sweet home. He struts confidently up the station stairs, ready to conquer the city. But the moment his foot hits the final step, he freezes dead in his tracks. The sight before him makes his jaw drop straight to the floor. It isn't just him. The three trailing behind crash right into his back, instantly paralyzed by the deafening roar that shatters the station's peace. A massive sea of people erupts in unison. Welcome home, our glorious champions. Who knows how long his classmates had been waiting in ambush. Suddenly, a massive crimson banner smacks right into his face. Congratulations to Nanjiang's second high school for winning the championship. The glorious cheers of the crowd echo like thunder. Champion! We are the champions! Chen Shu scratches his head with a sheepish grin. He tries his absolute best to look humble, but his sparkling eyes completely betray the overwhelming thrill exploding in his chest. It was nothing, really. Slicing through the chaotic mob, Mayor Ni Bin steps forward. He approaches with an aura of absolute authority to personally deliver his greetings. Too humble, young man. The entire city of Nanjiang is incredibly proud of you. Seizing this rare up-close encounter with such a powerful VIP, Chen Shu immediately tests the waters. Mr. Mayor, does this mean I get a reward of tens of millions, or what? Hearing this blatant demand for cash, the mayor's polite expression violently twitches. A forced, awkward smile plasters across his face as he thinks, what an absolute headache this kid is. Desperate to escape this financial shakedown, the mayor violently changes the subject. Let us all give our grand champion a proper welcome. His tactical deflection works perfectly, as the frenzied crowd lunges forward to swarm the hero. All hail the champion! All hail the champion! Caught completely off guard, Chen Shu glares daggers at Niabin, mentally cursing the man's shamelessness. If you do not want to pay up, just say so. So cheap! Hurled high into the sky by the roaring mob, his entire body stiffens in pure terror. He frantically prays to Buddha, begging the heavens that they do not drop him. Sometime later, the chaos finally fades. The scene shifts to a ridiculously peaceful residential district right in the heart of the city. Chen Shu stares blankly at the quiet surroundings and exhales a massive sigh of relief. It is finally over. Flashing back to the agonizing torture he just endured, his exhausted brain practically weeps tears of blood. Signatures. Endless signatures. Staring down at his right hand, which is now trembling violently like an earthquake, pure horror washes over his face. I signed so many autographs, my hand is practically crippled. Remembering the massive mountain of wealth that slipped right through his fingers, his soul leaves his body. The worst part? He did all of that grueling work for absolutely free. Brushing off his chaotic swirl of emotions, he drags his heavy feet toward his house. A warm, fluttery sense of joy slowly returns to his heart. Time to go home, and finally get some well-deserved rest. Pushing the front door open with a gentle creak, Chen Shu calls out cheerfully before even stepping inside. Mom, Dad, your legendary son has returned. The words barely leave his mouth before Ling Dan appears. The frantic, thunderous slapping of her footsteps instantly pierces right through his eardrums. Just hearing that chaotic rhythm, his combat instincts scream that something is horribly wrong. Every single sense goes on high alert, locking him into defense mode. But before he can even react, his mother grabs his shoulders and shakes him violently. Son, thank heavens you are finally home. Her face is as pale as a ghost, her voice cracking as she screams out a desperate plea. You need to go check on your father right this second. He is completely losing his mind. The sheer panic in her words hits him like a ton of bricks. His brain completely short-circuits, caught between absolute terror and utter confusion. Wait, what? Creeping into the living room, he slowly approaches the back of Chen Yu. Dad? Met with absolute eerie silence, Chen Shu braces himself and calls out a second time. Dad! Suddenly, the older man violently shoots up from the floor. Gripping burning incense sticks tightly in both hands. He starts roaring a completely unhinged, nonsensical chant. Why have you not transformed into a dragon yet? It has been so many years. Stop hiding your true power. This absolute clown show hits Chen Shu so hard his soul briefly exits his body. He freezes completely, desperately searching for the mental button to reboot reality. Staring in pure disbelief as his father bows deeply and worships with ultimate devotion, right in front of a completely normal fish tank. Chen Shu's jaw drops so hard it practically hits the floor in terror. But after a moment of processing, he remembers this embarrassing man is actually his flesh and blood. He lets out a soul-crushing, infinitely weary sigh. Standing perfectly still beside Chen Yu, he gathers every single ounce of his inner strength just to ask one simple question. Dad, what in the world are you doing? Completely ignoring his son's existence, his father violently thrusts a paper talisman forward and roars again. Awaken your sacred contract spirit bloodline. Ascend to the absolute peak of life. Despite her face still being ashen with dread, Ling Dan leans in close. She quietly whispers the insane origin story behind this ridiculous disaster. After seeing how overwhelmingly powerful your slime is, your father became fiercely convinced that you inherited your peerless talent from him. Now, he firmly believes his pet fish is secretly a legendary divine beast. She shakes her head, unleashing a deeply tired sigh. Without missing a beat, she expertly tosses the entire mess right into her son's lap. If this is not sheer madness, then what is it? Quick, go talk some sense into him. Seeing his mother's nerves stretched as tight as a bowstring, Chen Shu exhales another heavy sigh. He accepts his miserable fate and prepares to intervene. This is just pure absurdity. Do not worry, Mom. I will go talk him down right now. However, the absolute sheer stupidity of the situation forces him to stand frozen for a moment, frantically brainstorming a plan. Ahem. After a long, awkward pause, he slowly shuffles toward his own bedroom. Just wait right here for me. Several agonizing minutes later, under Ling Dan's anxious gaze, Chen Shu finally emerges. He holds a highly questionable object firmly in his grasp. His face radiates with the brilliant confidence of a savior at the end of a dark tunnel. I have arrived. He triumphantly raises a completely ordinary cardboard box, crudely labeled with 2 words, Dragon Gate. Wasting absolutely no time, he marches straight toward Chen Yu with a domineering aura. Dad, this method will never work. You have to let it pass through the Dragon Gate. The pitifully cheap paper box resting in his hands instantly catches his mother's furious gaze. Witnessing this unparalleled display of collective stupidity, Ling Dan violently recoils 2 steps backward. She unleashes a furious scolding, unable to hide her sheer exasperation. Both of you are completely out of your minds. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she aggressively turns on her heel and abandons the crime scene. She does not even spare them a second glance. She is absolutely done dealing with these 2 lunatics. The father and son duo stare intensely at the remarkably stupid goldfish as it slowly swims into the cardboard box. But after waiting an eternity with absolutely zero magical progression, Chen Yu severely furrows his brows and demands answers. What in the world is wrong with Xiao Huang? Did you feed it some sort of bizarre, corrupted spiritual pill? If not, how could my glorious Xiao Huang be reduced to such a pathetic state? Hearing his father's utterly delusional rant, Chen Shu stands paralyzed in absolute helplessness. Reduced to what state? It is a perfectly normal fish, staring into the splashing water of the fish tank, watching the tiny, clueless creature float around. He falls into deep silence, desperately calculating his next move. Well, you see, the thing is, before he can even finish weaving his web of lies, Chen Yu viciously cuts him off. The older man glares holes straight through his son, his face radiating absolute, undeniable suspicion. Just by looking at your shifty eyes, I know you are preparing to spout absolute nonsense. Tell me the truth. Cornered in a life-or-death crisis, his panicked brain instantly forces him to blurt out the most brain-dead confession imaginable. Fine. I admit it. I am the one who messed everything up. Chen Yu's brow furrows heavily. He grinds his teeth, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl as if trying to rip the truth straight out of his son. Yet, sensing he is losing the upper hand, his previously booming presence deflates. The intimidation tactic has officially crumbled. This time, Chen Yu does not waste breath on questions. Instead, his eyes blaze with pure, murderous intent. Cold sweat drenches Chen Shu's back as he braces himself for his father's next devastating strike. Negotiations are over. The older man unleashes his ultimate weapon, the household broom. He swings with ruthless precision, cursing and scolding without missing a single beat. Still refusing to tell the truth? Terrified that his father will actually go berserk, the boy hastily spits out his confession. Fine. I drank the potion. Fang Si was the one who gave it to me. Finally, hearing a satisfactory answer, the patriarch lets out a heavy snort, asserting his dominance one last time. Now that is more like it. Chen Shu nods meekly on the outside, but inwardly, he just wants to escape this nightmare. For over 20 years, nobody believed his lies, and clearly, the truth fares no better. With the fiery rage dissipating, the terrifying tyrant morphs back into a caring father. Oh, right, his father asks casually. My son's exams are coming up soon. When are you heading back to the academy? The sudden question strikes him like a physical blow. He freezes instantly. Just as he scrambles for an excuse to buy time, a glowing blue screen materializes before his eyes. The system has issued 3 new choices. Option 1. Get into university for a stable job. Reward: 3 bottles of Black Iron Tier Patience Potion. Option 2. Activate Summer Vacation Mode. Reward: 2 Explosive Potions. Option 3. Drop out of the exams and become a security guard. Choose the ultimate shortcut to surpass your peers at any cost. Reward: 1 bottle of Silver Tier Wisdom Potion. Chen Shu's expression slowly turns to stone as he reads each glowing word on the interface. By the end of it, his soul has practically left his body. What kind of cursed garbage is option 3? It is straight-up self-sabotage. Without hesitation, his finger taps on the second choice. Summer Vacation Mode activated. He does not forget to casually toss a goodbye over his shoulder. My teacher says I am too exhausted. He gave me a few days off to rest. Dad, I am going to get some sleep now. Chen Yu can only heave a massive, defeated sigh at his son's shameless behavior. This brat. It seems I really need to have a chat with old Li. Time skips forward, and the morning sun soon reaches its peak in the sky. Chen Shu is still dead to the world, happily snoring away, when his phone begins screaming with an incoming call. Caller ID: Old Li. Driven by pure muscle memory, the sleepy teenager reaches blindly for the buzzing device. So noisy. but a large, callous hand intercepts his grasp. Chen Yu glares down at the flashing screen. Want to answer your phone? Let your dear old dad help you out. With a wicked smirk, he purposely slams the speaker button to teach the boy a lesson. Teacher Li's roaring voice explodes from the device, loud enough to be heard in Antarctica. Chen Shu, what on earth are you trying to pull? Having dropped the bomb, his father casually saunters out of the room. Dad is heading out now. The sudden screaming jolts Chen Shu wide awake, his heart hammering against his ribs. Dad, that is just cruel. Hearing the unmistakable grogginess in his student's voice, the formidable teacher's fury reaches boiling point. You are still slacking off? This is the second day. Are you planning to skip school forever? Cold sweat rolls down Chen Shu's face, but his silver tongue kicks into gear. School? What school? I am on an officially sanctioned break. Teacher Li has absolutely zero patience left for his nonsense. Break my foot. Get your behind to the academy right now. Today is exam registration day. If you miss the entrance exams, I will bury you myself. The threat of missing the crucial exams finally shatters his supreme laziness. Wait, registration is today? I am on my way. He scrambles out of bed, snatches his phone, and desperately throws on his academy uniform. Sprinting out the door, he yells back, "Bye, Dad. I am off to school." Chen Yu watches his son's frantic dash with absolute amusement. That brat. And here I was, actually thinking of letting him rest. Moments later, Chen Shu arrives at the Grand Academy gates. The female students immediately swoon, treating him like a superstar idol. Good morning, class rep Chen Shu. It is the champion. Even the male students look at him with eyes full of burning admiration. Greetings, class rep. All hail the champion. Basking in the glorious attention, he casually waves back. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. But right at his moment of triumph, an ominously familiar shadow looms directly behind him. Smack! A merciless chop strikes the back of his head, nearly sending his soul straight to heaven. Ouch! He roars, whirling around in fury. Who did that? Who dares strike the fierce tyrant of Nanjiang? Teacher Li's face is as dark as a thundercloud as he glares at the tardy student. What are you acting so smug for? The entire cohort has registered, and we are waiting on you alone. Do you still want to take this exam? Completely hard-countered by his nemesis, Chen Shu instantly loses all his arrogant bravado. I am taking it. He sulks in defeat, trailing miserably behind old Li. Standing firmly at the classroom podium, the teacher casts a sweeping gaze over the quiet students. Everyone, continue your self-study. Chen Shu, come to my office. Chen Shu barely takes 2 steps into the room before those dreaded words hook him right back by the collar. His guilty conscience immediately goes into overdrive, imagining the worst-case scenarios. Is old Li really going to bury me alive? Inside the cramped office, the teacher surprisingly offers him a steaming cup of tea. But to Chen Shu, it looks exactly like a cup of deadly poison. It is poison. This is definitely poison. Old Li catches his suspicious glare and scoffs. Relax, kid. It is not laced with cyanide. In a flash, Chen Shu chugs the entire cup down. Good. The older man nods in approval. Then, he pulls a sleek access card from his desk. I am giving you a little treasure. This is a special hall pass. For the remaining time before the exams, I need you to be a good boy and stop disrupting the other students' revision. You can wander wherever you want, just do not cause any trouble. Chen Shu's eyes practically sparkle with glee at having secured such an overpowered item. You are seriously giving me an all-access break? Well then, I definitely will not hold back. From the shadowy alleys of the city's black market to entirely new hunting grounds, Chen Shu spends the following days roaming free. In the blink of an eye, only 10 days remain until the ultimate trial. With supreme confidence, he swaggers straight into the beast taming dojo. It has been months since we last met. It is high time my dear classmates remembered how to fear me. Inside the massive arena, crowds of top-tier candidates are busy sparring with their spirit beasts. Bang! Chen Shu kicks the double doors wide open with sheer arrogant majesty. Instantly, every single eye in the dojo locks onto his imposing figure. You are all training incredibly hard, he praises with a slow, dramatic clap. As your class representative, I feel deeply ashamed for neglecting your practical education, but worry no more. Today, I shall personally guide you all. With a flick of his wrist, intense spiritual energy surges outward as he summons his legendary slime. A devilish smirk creeps across his face. I assume your beast taming levels have somewhat improved? Good. Because you can all come at me together. If anyone here can actually defeat me. The reward is 5 million Huoxia coins. His bold challenge instantly ignites the crowd's blood, everyone itching for a fight. But Chen Shu is not done talking. Of course, to step into the ring, you need to pay a 100,000 coin registration fee. Win. and you walk away with 50 times your money. Do not miss this chance. But the moment money is mentioned, the fiery crowd freezes. A 100,000 fee? The students instantly turn and swarm toward the exit. Show is over, let us go. Chen Shu desperately tries to reel them back in. Wait, I will drop it to 50,000. Is that okay? He frantically slashes the price until it hits rock bottom. 30,000, 10,000. Pushed to the absolute brink, he finally caves. Fine, no fees. It is completely free. By the time he surrenders, only 2 young men remain standing before him. Chen Shu shrinks back, suddenly terrified. Hey, do not try anything funny with me. I am not looking to get beaten half to death. Sunan instantly wraps an arm around him, shamelessly claiming brotherhood to ride his coattails. We are brothers. How could I ever raise a hand against you? For this upcoming exam, our entire squad is relying on you. Chen Shu rolls his eyes, completely disgusted by the act. Do not tell me you are planning to cheat? That is literally illegal. Sunan waves his hands wildly, his face full of fake innocence. What are you talking about? How could an honest guy like me break the law? Quickly changing the subject, he explains the new rules. This year's exam heavily tests teamwork. We have to form squads of 3 or 4. Chen Shu freezes, completely dumbfounded. Since when? Why am I just hearing about this? Sunan continues his endless rambling. Old Lee announced it yesterday. You probably skipped class, and he just forgot to text you. A cold sweat breaks out across Chen Shu's forehead. It is not that the teacher forgot to text him. It is because Chen Shu completely blocked his number. His face turns deathly pale as he stares blankly at his phone. All his fighting spirit instantly evaporates into thin air. Whatever. The 3 of us making a team works perfectly. Chen Shu quickly regains his confidence, smirking at his elite beast lineup. Little Xing's Thunderbird has unmatched, absolute speed. You bring top-tier scouting abilities. Combined with my overwhelming raw power, we are an invincible squad. There is a catch, though. The final grade depends heavily on individual performance. If you want a top-tier score, you have to dominate. Realizing he has to carry these 2 deadweights, Chen Shu's expression shifts a dozen times. I suggest we take the direct route and blow up. Blazing Sun Hill. Hearing this absolute insanity, his 2 allies stare at him with massive question marks floating above their heads. If someone as crazy as you lived in my hometown, you would be chained to a wall. Without a second thought, they both flip him the middle finger. Get lost. Seeing that this lunatic is a terrible investment, Sunan grabs his classmate's shoulder, ready to ditch him. I think we need to find someone whose brain actually functions. Agreed. Just like that, Chen Shu instantly loses both of his teammates for the most important exam of his life. Wait, I was just kidding. Come back. He desperately clings to them, begging for his life. Let us form a team, please. You cannot stop fate. Even though they secretly want to join him, they force him to swear he is serious, making Chen Shu's face scrunch up in pure agony. I am serious. Hearing his promise, Sunan and Xu Xing finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew. The vanguard quickly steps up with a plan. If that is settled, we spend the next 10 days grinding our teamwork to perfection. He thrusts his hand out, igniting their fighting spirit. May we achieve absolute victory in this exam. The 3 boys slam their hands together, their voices echoing with fierce determination. Absolute victory. For the next 10 grueling days, Chen Shu, Xu Xingxing, and Xie Sunan train like demons, completely reforging their original battle synergy. Even their spirit beasts bond through the intense blood, sweat, and tears. 10 days vanish in a flash, and the grand exam officially begins. Standing before the towering university gates, Chen Shu's heart pounds with a sudden wave of nostalgia. The moment of truth has finally arrived. 2 security guards notice him staring blankly at the entrance. Hey there. Are you a lost student? But Chen Shu completely ignores their existence. Instead, he does something so shameless it defies human logic. He proudly whips out a massive wooden plaque that instantly makes their blood boil. Where the hell did you pull that from? Unauthorized props are strictly forbidden. Without a hint of shame, Chen Shu straps the giant plaque to his chest. The arrogant words carved into it are blinding. Beast Taming Tournament Champion. The ferocious beast of Nanjiang, Chen Shu. Seeing the legendary title, the 2 guards instantly do a 180-degree attitude flip. With a glorious plaque like this, Student Chen Shu, please head inside. The exam is starting. Armed with the Beast Taming Champion title, Chen Shu can flex on peasants for the rest of his life. Oh? How did you know I was the undisputed champion? The guards just stare, completely helpless against his astronomical ego. Chen Shu arrogantly pats the guard's shoulder and strolls inside like a king. Do not worry. I absolutely will not disappoint your high expectations. Staring at his retreating back, the security guards suddenly realize what just happened. In mere seconds, they have somehow been forced into the role of his hardcore fans. When did I ever say I expected anything from him? Unbothered, Chen Shu swaggers through the gates, instantly swarmed by a sea of desperate students. Oh great deity, bless my exam. Heavens above, it is actually Chen Shu. Holy crap, the legend is real. Am I seriously taking the exam in the same room as the god himself? Chen Shu shamelessly soaks up their worship. Ah, being invincible is truly a lonely but joyous peak. As the final bell approaches, the chaotic atmosphere shifts into dead serious silence. Every candidate sits rigidly at their desks, the heavy tension suffocating the room as the test papers are rapidly passed down. Here is your paper, bro. In that exact moment, Chen Shu shamelessly abuses his cheat code and summons the system panel. Option 1. Score high enough for a totally average, boring university. Option 2. Crush the exam and secure a spot in a high-tier key university. Option 3. Dominate the rankings and enter a prestigious, elite university. Option 4. Shatter all records and claim a spot in the legendary Huaxia Academy. But none of those options matter to Chen Shu. His eyes lock onto a single, glorious line of text. Gigantification +1. Does this mean his beloved slime is about to crush the world all over again? This time, the ultimate reward is a literal divine skill. I absolutely must claim it. With his blood boiling, millions of complex math, physics, and chemistry formulas instantly explode across Chen Shu's mind. His pen dances across the paper, crushing every question with absolute ease. A confident smirk plays on his lips. That should do it. He casually raises his hand. Teacher, I am ready to submit. The proctor's eyes widen in absolute shock at Chen Shu's terrifying speed. It has only been 30 minutes and you are turning it in? Every gaze in the exam room instantly snaps toward him. Handing it in already? But Chen Shu does not flinch. Yep, I am in a huge rush. He strides right up to the podium and slaps his test paper down. Here you go, miss. He even throws a teasing smirk at his stunned classmates. I am heading out. Good luck, everyone. His infuriatingly arrogant swagger makes the others clench their fists in sheer rage. Outside, the school banners wave proudly in the wind. Congratulations to all students on conquering the college entrance exams. Seeing Chen Shu stroll out so early, teacher Li Wushuang's heart skips a beat. He has to double-check this absolute madness. It is time to teach this brat some humility. Chen Shu, how dare you submit your paper early? I am going to beat you to a pulp. A chaotic game of cat and mouse explodes across the courtyard. Wushuang swings his wooden club with all his might. A direct hit would send anyone straight to the afterlife. Take this. Chen Shu shrieks, bending his spine backward at an impossible angle to dodge the lethal strike. Striking nothing but empty air makes the teacher's blood boil even hotter. You still dare to dodge? Feeling more wrongfully accused than Do-yi, the boy sprints for his life while panicking. Teacher, I am not skipping. I actually finished the test. Wushuang freezes, as if he just swallowed a soul-calming pill. He manages to suppress his fury, but his eyes narrow with deep suspicion. Is that true? Having just danced on the edge of hell, how could he dare to lie? He desperately throws both hands into the air. It is true, I swear. The teacher hides his weapon behind his back, deciding to spare this rascal. Fine, I will trust you this once. Yet, the student's eyes immediately dart to the lethal weapon that almost ended him. Teacher, where did you hide that club? Ignoring the brain-dead question, old Li brings the focus back to reality. How did your exam go? Now that his life is no longer on the line, Chen Shu's arrogant smirk returns. Let us put it this way. If anyone in the entire country scores higher than me, young Master Tang will get explosive diarrhea. Knowing a dog's mouth cannot sprout ivory, the teacher scoffs. You are seriously using someone else's misery to swear? You are unbelievable. Disregarding their completely inappropriate location, Wushuang plants his hands on his hips, ready to deliver a massive lecture. Let me tell you something. But before the sermon can even begin, Sunan and Shuxing suddenly pop up and interrupt. Teacher Li, Chen Shu. Caught off guard, he awkwardly halts his scolding and coughs to save face. Why did you two come out so early as well? While the prime suspect grins from ear to ear at his lucky escape, old Li repeats his dreaded question. How did the exam go? Sunan strokes his chin, looking incredibly deep in thought. How should I say this? After pondering, he throws an arm around his best friend's shoulder and delivers a terrifyingly familiar vow. If little Xing and I score below average, Dulong will get explosive diarrhea. Wushuang's soul dies a little inside. Defeated, he slowly raises a thumbs up. You guys truly deserve to be roommates. He lets out an exhausted sigh, aggressively waving them off to spare his own sanity. All right, stop loitering around and get out of my sight. But before the trio can teleport away, he barks one final reminder. Gather at the school this afternoon. Tomorrow, I am taking you all into the alternate dimension for the beast taming practical exam. The three troublemakers huddle up with massive grins, shouting in perfect sync. Yes, sir. Then, locking arms in absolute triumph, they strut away. leaving Wushwang staring at their swaggering backs. He watches them leave with a tangled mess of emotions. Recalling their utterly bizarre confidence, a terrifying thought slips from his mouth. Did those brats cheat? Skipping past that little comedic interlude, the convoy of buses rolls down the highway right on schedule. The vehicles are packed with tense students, everyone desperately maintaining a heavy silence. The only one shattering the solemn atmosphere is Chen Shu. Looking around wildly, he drops an epic statement. After so many grueling days, we are finally heading to the alternate dimension. That obnoxiously familiar voice pierces Wushwang's ears. He sneers, his sharp eyes instantly scanning the crowd. As soon as their gazes lock, the student shivers in sheer panic. Every hair on Chen Shu's body stands on end. His inner voice screams in alarm. Why is old Li glaring at me like that? But with a nervous system as thick as a steel pillar, he easily brushes it off. Whatever, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Before long, the massive convoy completely halts in front of an ancient, majestic structure. Chen Shu leaps from his seat, stretching his arms high with an excited roar. We have arrived. The other students file out of the bus, one by one. He hurriedly turns to rush his two partners in crime. Let us go, boys. Shuxing gives a sharp nod of agreement. But before their feet can even touch the steps, Wushwang's booming voice stops them dead. Chen Shu, you stay right there. The teacher approaches with a face radiating pure murderous intent, leaving the boy completely confused. Beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans roll down his face. His heart hammers against his ribs like a war drum. What in the world does old Li want now? He does not have to wait long for an answer. Pointing a trembling finger right at his face, the teacher roars. Hands in the air, Wushwang's gaze crackles with lightning, looking fully prepared to eat his student alive. Facing this terrifying aura, Chen Shu silently groans in absolute despair. Master and disciple lock into an intense, suffocating staring contest. He swallows hard, the gulp echoing loudly in the silence. Seriously, what kind of execution is this? He wonders in pure panic. Without uttering a single syllable, the teacher lunges. He grabs his arms, ruthlessly patting him down from head to toe. He even squats down to brutally rummage through the boy's backpack. Subjected to this ultimate violation, Chen Shu stands completely paralyzed, looking like a man who has lost all will to live. After several grueling minutes of searching, Wushwang confiscates a highly suspicious item. He tosses the bag back at him. Here, maintaining an ice-cold expression, he crosses his arms and delivers the final verdict. You are dismissed. A giant question mark practically popped over Chen Shu's head. He could not help but ask, Teacher Li, why did you confiscate my sack? But the old man could read him like an open book. Without missing a single beat, he dropped a stern warning. We are in a critical period right now. Do not even think about trying anything funny. Disappointed by the strict lockdown, Chen Shu pouted and sighed. Fine, I get it. But inwardly, a wicked grin spread across his face. Sack or no sack, he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Chen Shu hurried over to reunite with his two partners in crime. As soon as he hopped off the bus, he apologized. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us get moving. Shuxing just laughed it off good-naturedly. It is no big deal. Do not worry about it. But Wushwang trailed behind, still feeling uneasy as she added a strict warning. Just remember to go to sleep early tonight. Playing the role of a perfect model student, he stood tall and made a solemn promise. I know. You can count on me. Once he finally collapsed onto his beloved bed, Chen Shu still found the energy to hype himself. The moment those words left his mouth, he was out cold, snoring straight through until morning. Even with the sun shining bright, his breathing remained completely undisturbed. The nostalgic scenery rested quietly beneath the clear blue sky. It was the absolute perfect weather for a field trip. The next day, the convoy lined up and rolled out toward their brand new exam venue. By the time the sun began to tilt, they finally arrived at the Liyang Mountains. The moment the students poured out of the buses, the quiet atmosphere shattered into chaotic excitement. Chen Shu took a deep breath, throwing his arms wide open as he proudly declared, "We have finally made it." Before anyone could even process the scenery, the head examiner's voice boomed through a megaphone. Listen up, students. This year, the beast taming department only has 2 exams, practical combat and potential assessment. Everyone, form your lines right now. We will immediately begin the potential assessment registration. Following the strict orders, group after group instantly lined up at the entrance, but Chen Shu's mind was still spinning from the sudden drop of information. Only 2 exams this year? As his gaze swept over the surrounding area, his eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait, what? Chen Shu locked onto a familiar figure. Standing right in the middle of the judges' panel was none other than Ye Bing. Old Ye? He was usually full of arrogant swagger, but right now, a rare wave of hesitation hit him. Should he go over and say hello? But before he could make a single move, a mechanical chime echoed in his head. The system had triggered. Chen Shu quickly scanned the 3 flashing options before him. Option 1. Line up and take the exam normally. Reward: a massive amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Ditch the exam entirely. Reward: a black iron wisdom potion. Option 3. Throw a bomb, cause utter chaos, and be a hero for exactly 1 second. Reward: instant promotion to silver rank Beast Tamer. Processing this insane information, his eyes lit up brighter than high-beam headlights. His heart was doing backflips in his chest. The time had finally come. A direct shortcut to leveling up was right in front of him. Acting purely on instinct, his hand slipped into his pocket, rummaging around. Whatever secret weapon Chen Shu was hiding in there, it made his footsteps feel as light as air. Standing right at the center of the entrance, he lifted his chin with absolute arrogance. He made a silent, terrifying vow. It is time to cause some absolute chaos. Chen Shu whipped a stick of dynamite out of his pocket. He sighed dramatically in his heart, feeling a tinge of regret for what he was about to do. But halfway through the motion, his brain suddenly hit the emergency brakes. He rapidly shoved the explosive back into his pocket, his mind racing as he frantically recalculated the odds. Logically speaking, option 3 was still the ultimate power play. Staring at the glowing system panel, he let out a long, heavy sigh. Even though he felt incredibly disappointed, he read the prompt one more time just to be absolutely sure. Throw the explosive right here at the scene. Become a glorious hero for a single second. Completion reward: become a silver rank Beast Tamer. But the moment the terrifying images of Xiao Feng and Peng Shi flashed through his mind, all his grand, destructive plans instantly crumbled to dust. It was a total shame. Besides old Ye, the other 2 judges on the panel were terrifying gold rank masters. Glaring at the absolute powerhouse lineup standing guard, he could perfectly vividly picture his own gruesome ending. Even if he instantly broke through to silver rank, they would absolutely obliterate him on the spot. He would be reincarnating before the smoke even cleared. His overwhelming desire to survive kicked in. The chaotic menace instantly turned into an obedient little quail, scurrying back into line. But the exact second Chen Shu stepped into his spot, the system forcibly delivered his reward. Massive amount of beast taming power distributed. He instantly started flailing his arms wildly, desperately trying to grab the attention of his 2 bros standing nearby. Holy crap, old Xie, little Jing. Why is there smoke coming out of me? The unlucky duo turned pale at the sight of actual flames licking across his body. Without a single word, they simultaneously executed the ultimate tactical retreat. Watching this chaotic scene unfold, Wu Shuang instantly flared up in anger. What kind of twisted performance art are you guys doing now? Xu Xing's face was completely drained of color. Trembling, he pointed a finger, immediately selling out his best friend. Shameless Chen, are you literally self-immolating right now? The student standing nearby caught the terrifying word, self-immolation. The crowd instantly erupted into a panicked frenzy. Wait a minute. That voice sounds awfully familiar. Some widened their eyes in absolute shock, while others covered their mouths in pure terror. Holy crap, do not tell me that is actually Chen Shu? Meanwhile, his haters had stars in their eyes. The heavens are finally striking down this absolute menace. This deafening, chaotic uproar quickly caught Ye Bing's attention. The veteran instantly summoned his massive gorilla to suppress the entire area. He unleashed a deafening roar of his own. Absolute silence. The rowdy brats who were just chirping like startled sparrows instantly snapped their mouths shut, paralyzed by the veteran's overwhelming aura. Carrying a terrifying pressure, he marched straight toward the flaming student to investigate. Chen Shu, what on earth is going on here? With a completely helpless expression, the boy frantically waved his hands. I have absolutely no idea. But standing nearby, Peng Shi urgently voiced a bold theory. Old Ye, why does it feel like this kid is actually breaking through? Catching the hidden meaning in those words, Chen Shu froze in sudden realization. Breaking through? Chen Shu stared blankly at his own hands, watching the violent energy surge and spiral around him. The shocking truth finally clicked into place. Could this overwhelming beast-taming power be the system's true reward? Yi Bing does not even pause to think, immediately shooting down the absurd idea. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He barks. That kid is not even cultivating, but reality strikes like a ruthless slap to the face, caring nothing for status or pride. Before the old man can even finish his sentence, he is forced to choke on his own words. Wait, no. He is actually breaking through. The 3 highly respected examiners drop their jaws in absolute, mind-numbing shock. Ye Bing gasps in pure disbelief. A breakthrough without even cultivating? Under the dumbfounded gazes of the massive audience, Chen Shu sits perfectly unfazed, letting the scorching waves of heat rip through the air around his body. The surrounding students finally snap out of their paralyzing daze. They open their mouths in unison, desperately trying to confirm the impossible sight before their eyes. A breakthrough. Suddenly becoming the absolute center of everyone's attention, the boy flashes a sly, unbelievably arrogant smirk. Basking in the glorious vanity of the moment, Chen Shu spreads his arms wide, leisurely soaking in the euphoric sensation of leveling up. Ye Bing stares blankly at the examinee, breaking through right in front of the testing gates, every word dying helplessly in his throat. Knowing exactly when to step back, the old man tactfully recalls his spirit. He then pivots around, desperately trying to control the chaotic, buzzing crowd of remaining students. All right, everyone else, form a line immediately. Alongside the wildly swirling sparks of fire, his urgent command echoes sharply through the tense space. As Chen Shu sits cross-legged to enter a deep, meditative state, the crowd simply cannot hold back. Several students whip out their phones, furiously snapping pictures of this legendary scene. Chen Shu sits peacefully in a perfect lotus position. Brilliant, flickering flames violently wrap around him like a protective divine mantle. A rhythmic, bone-chilling cracking sound echoes continuously in everyone's ears. Outside the testing grounds, the obedient students wait in line as Zheng Xiang announces the rank C results. He patiently reads through the massive list in his hands without taking a single breath. The final name called out belongs to a powerful rank B talent. Meanwhile, the absolute outlier remains locked in his meditative trance for 3 grueling hours. Sunan watches with burning, undeniable impatience. Why is he not done yet? It has been way too long. The very moment those words leave his mouth, Chen Shu finally snaps his eyes open. As the boy exhales a final, scorching wisp of fiery smoke, Zheng Xiang wastes absolutely no time stepping forward to check on him. Chen Shu, are you ready to begin? Rising calmly from the ashes of the dying flames, the boy agrees without a single second of hesitation. I am ready. He stretches out his hand, shamelessly showing off his rank E beast taming spirit contract, bubbling with secret absolute smugness on the inside. Haha, let all of you feel true despair for a moment. The students who have not left yet simultaneously widen their eyes, their jaws hitting the floor in absolute, unadulterated shock. Sharing their collective, crushing disbelief, Zheng Xiang tries to make sense of the madness despite his own dropped jaw. You are the beast taming champion. How can your rank be this painfully low? How is this even possible? Finally finding their voices again, the massive crowd of male and female students utterly explode in an uproar. Are you kidding me? Have all our high-tier rank A, rank B, and rank C spirit contracts really been crushed by a mere rank E? Yi Bing is the only one standing who manages to maintain a shred of composure. Record this anomaly very carefully, Ye Bing firmly commands. The exact moment Zheng Xiang nods in agreement, Chen Shu suddenly jumps up in a frantic panic. Looking like a man who just stepped on a landmine, he urgently throws his hands up to stop them all. Wait a minute. Realizing his desperate reaction is a bit too extreme, he chuckles awkwardly, trying to play it cool. I just need to break through a little bit more. Give me one quick second. Invisible question marks practically pop up over his close friends' heads. While Sunan can only let out a profoundly confused gasp, Shu Xing bluntly interrogates him. You can still break through even more? Chen Shu says absolutely nothing. He simply channels the wild spiritual energy coursing through his veins, letting his explosive actions answer for him. In addition to the familiar, blazing red and gold flames, lethal, crackling streaks of purple lightning begin to surge violently around his body. Relying on his decades of rich combat experience, Ye Bing throws his arms wide, roaring a desperate warning. Fall back, everyone! Get away from him! He barely finishes his sentence before a devastating shockwave of energy blasts outward, with Chen Shu at the dead center. Right after, an awe-inspiring phantom with glowing blood-red eyes materializes grandly behind his back. The entire arena lets out a collective, synchronized gasp of pure awe. Every single person stares wide-eyed, completely paralyzed by the legendary miracle unfolding before them. His spirit, once mocked as a pathetic rank E runt, suddenly morphs. With a single shake, it transforms into a terrifying, towering mountain of power. The sheer pressure completely suffocates his classmates. Slapped ruthlessly by reality, they still stubbornly refuse to accept the truth. Damn it. Did he seriously just break through again? Another group of students simply covers their eyes in despair, outright denying this absurd, logic-defying reality. Such a monstrous spirit contract, such insane cultivation speed, and it even evolved its bloodline just by leveling up? Suddenly, Zheng Xiang can only hear the agonizing, soul-crushing wails of despair echoing all around him. Mom, I do not want to go to school anymore. How can the gap between humans be this terrifyingly massive? Just as a familiar, ominous purple gate tears open in the sky, Ye Bing shouts in sheer excitement. It is not over yet. A spatial passage has just appeared. The old man proudly strokes his precious beard, smiling so wide his face could split in two. Chen Shu's second spirit contract, stepping into the legendary Black Iron rank, is finally about to descend. The boy stands unyielding amidst the swirling winds, quietly waiting for the beast to materialize from the thick curtain of smoke. The black iron rank creature is completely pitch black like an abyss, making its glowing emerald green eyes look downright demonic. It throws its head back and unleashes a deafening, earth-shattering howl, claiming the space to greet its true master. The entire crowd watches in paralyzing fear. The massive spatial gate radiates a sinister, dark energy that makes every single person tremble to their core. Yuzi is thoroughly spooked, constantly throwing out wild guesses about what kind of spirit this Nanjiang brute will summon. Could it be a rank A? Or maybe even a rank D? Do not tell me it is a rank SS? Zhuo Yang nods slowly in deep agreement, analyzing the chaotic situation with an air of profound, untouchable wisdom. It is highly possible. After all, that monster slime of his is already a super rank S. Mo Qian, however, is buzzing with incredible thrill at this once-in-a-lifetime legendary spectacle. Come out already, hurry up. I am suddenly way too hyped for this. Shu Xing, standing right beside him, cranks up the heat by unleashing an incredibly loud, roaring cheer. Chen Shu, push harder. The beast is finally about to come out. Chen Shu is left completely speechless by the man's burning enthusiasm. Yet, the fiery battle aura is too contagious. He reaches out, gently patting Slim's head to channel some extra strength into his companion. However, as his sharp gaze shifts toward the dense, blinding white mist ahead, a wave of pure, heart-racing anticipation washes over him. Could a legendary divine beast actually be descending? Answering his wildest prayers, a majestic, wolf-like silhouette materializes within the swirling smoke. Ye Bing gasps in awe, his eyes widening. He quickly deduces it must be a formidable wolf-type contract spirit, and its commanding aura suggests a remarkably high grade. Moments later, the heavy mist finally dissipates. The mysterious spirit's true form is completely revealed, causing the breathless tension in Chen Shu's chest to instantly evaporate. But his heart-pounding thrill barely lasts a second. His soaring expectations screech to a brutal, devastating halt. Wait a minute! As he scrutinizes the creature's features, a massive storm of confusion brews in his mind. He stares at it, his eyes overflowing with absolute disbelief. His glorious dream shatters into a million jagged pieces. He takes the devastating blow head-on, his jaw dropping to the floor. Why in the world does this majestic beast look exactly like a husky, completely ignoring its master's paralyzed state? The creature happily bounds over with an idiotic grin, barking playfully. The surrounding crowd freezes in collective bewilderment, their faces screaming pure confusion. Is that seriously just a husky? As if the overwhelming humiliation is not enough, the mutt strikes what it clearly believes is an incredibly cool pose, letting out another goofy howl. Chen Shu plummets straight from heaven into the abyss of absolute despair. He clutches his head in sheer agony, mentally screaming at the heavens for playing such a cruel, twisted joke on him. Out of sight, out of mind. Nursing his bleeding pride, he decides to check the spirit's stats, desperately praying for a hidden, overpowered ability to salvage this total disaster. Whatever, he needs to check its core attributes first. The system interface immediately flashes with the husky's profile. Contract spirit classification. Elemental beast. Personality traits. Energetic and smart. Potential evaluation. A devastating rank D. Beast taming talent. Completely and utterly ordinary. This is the final nail in the coffin. Chen Shu completely breaks down, screaming internally in absolute, bottomless despair. This is not how the script is supposed to go. Where is his legendary dragon or phoenix? At the very least, he deserves a nine-tailed white fox or a mythical Keelin. Instead, the cruel reality slaps him brutally across the face. He weeps 7,749 rivers of tears over his new elemental husky. Suddenly, a heavy hand firmly slaps his back. The reassuring thud attempts to pull Chen Shu out of his tragic, soul-crushing misery. Shu Xing looks at his friend with deep, unspoken sympathy. He sighs softly, telling Chen Pi that everything will be okay. Cheer up! Sunan quickly chimes in, throwing a friendly arm around Chen Shu's drooping shoulders to add a cheerful dose of encouragement. These contract spirits are otherworldly beings, right? Sunan reasons that it definitely is not like a regular husky from the Blue Star, and its intelligence must be significantly higher. In stark contrast to their blind optimism, Chen Shu forces out a painfully twisted smile. His eyelids twitch violently as he mutters, "Are you absolutely sure about that?" Right in front of them, the so-called otherworldly beast lacks even a single ounce of majestic aura. It shamelessly rolls around in the dirt, practically begging someone to rub its belly. Shu Xing and Su Nan exchange deadpan stares, desperately racking their brains for any words to salvage this train wreck of an image. Chen Shu cannot bear to watch his husky make a fool of itself for another agonizing second. Sighing in absolute defeat, he accepts his miserable fate. He mutters that he will just recall it for now. A swirling pulse of blue spiritual aura immediately ignites around his hand. But before Chen Shu can execute the recall, a massive spike of energy erupts. The imposing presence of Da Xiong, standing right beside Ye Bing, instantly locks the husky's attention. The goofy demeanor vanishes in a flash. The dog's fur stands on end as a vicious growl rips from its throat. It draws in a massive breath, channeling an explosive surge of raw power. The husky's skill activates with a blinding flash. Sizzling orbs of blazing fire materialize out of thin air, locking onto their towering target with lethal precision. The magical bombardment launches in a split second. The blistering barrage catches Da Xiong completely off guard, forcing the massive bear into a desperate defensive stance. But the bear is no ordinary beast. Showcasing its terrifying strength, it twists and weaves with unnatural agility, narrowly evading the deadly, scorching projectiles. The surrounding students gasp in collective shock. They are left completely paralyzed by this overwhelming and unexpected clash of titans. The skill-casting speed is simply unheard of. This sudden, explosive display of power leaves even the veteran Ye Bing secretly sweating. He realizes that even his elite black bear had barely managed to dodge that lethal strike. Following his initial mental breakdown, an arrogant smirk finally creeps onto Chen Shu's face. He puffs out his chest, completely reveling in this glorious, unexpected redemption. Ye Bing immediately catches onto the boy's smug attitude. He strictly commands him to stop showing off and recall the beast at once. Drunk on his sudden victory, Chen Shu actually obeys without a single complaint. With a confident nod, he instantly triggers his skill to pull his two contract spirits back into his domain. It is time to step down from the stage. After all that fierce, heart-stopping commotion, the examiner delivers a brutally anticlimactic verdict. He coldly announces that the evaluation remains a pathetic rank D. Before the ink can even dry on the paper, Chen Shu lunges forward like a madman. The sudden movement nearly scares the examiner, Zheng Xiang, half to death as the boy screams for him to wait. Zheng Xiang blinks in utter confusion at the sudden ambush. Still maintaining a sliver of professional courtesy, he raises an eyebrow and politely asks what the problem is. Did your beast suddenly evolve its grade? In a flash, Chen Shu drops his serious facade, morphing into a shamelessly sly merchant as he confidently prepares his ridiculous argument. He boldly claims that since he possesses two rank D beasts, basic math applies. According to Chen Shu's flawless delusional logic, two rank D ratings fused together obviously equal an invincible triple S rank. Just write it down. Zheng Xiang is completely dumbfounded by this sheer, unadulterated nonsense. His brain practically short-circuits as a massive swarm of invisible question marks pop up above his head. Thankfully, Ye Bing abruptly cuts in to mercifully end the farcical comedy. His voice booms with absolute authority, ordering them to stop fooling around. The brutal 10-day practical survival exam is about to officially begin. With such a grueling, agonizingly long survival period ahead, the veteran master finally reveals the ultimate, ruthless requirement for this trial. He commands the terrified students to form their own combat squads. The second the words leave his mouth, pure chaos erupts as everyone frantically scrambles to secure the strongest, most reliable allies. A storm of desperate shouts and aggressive recruitment pitches instantly sets the entire courtyard ablaze. Voices scream out for teammates, quickly locking down three-man formations in the blink of an eye. Perhaps he already saw this coming. Watching the chaotic, bustling frenzy of alliances forming without him, Chen Shu can only sigh and brutally accept his fate as the ultimate lone wolf. But what dark challenges await him in the shadows? Xia Bing wanders through the crowd, her eyes scanning desperately. Catching sight of his familiar back, her heart leaps, and she whispers Chen Shu's name. She slowly approaches him, hesitation practically written across her face as she tries to speak. But the young man is completely in his own world. His mind races with battle strategies, utterly blind to the girl standing right beside him. I need something explosive, he calculates inwardly. If I want maximum points in this practical combat exam, I need to make a massive impact. Before Xia Bing can gather her courage, his squad swarms in from nowhere. She swallows her invitation bitterly as Sunan boldly steps up, radiating clear intent to form their own powerhouse team. Chen Shu, you made it! The squad's arrival brings a satisfied smirk to his face. The three brothers are finally assembled. Forced to accept defeat, Xia Bing abandons her hopes of teaming up and releases a heavy sigh of pure regret. Seeing the students finally settle into their designated squads, the head instructor Ye Bing commands the room's attention to lay out the brutal rules of engagement. Listen up. Now that your teams are locked in, one proctor will be assigned to shadow each group. The instructor's voice echoes with absolute authority. The trio is already deep into plotting their tactical dominance when Du Ming suddenly approaches their circle. Before anyone can overthink the situation, the loud command to depart shatters the chatter. Despite his calm and battle-hardened appearance, the proctor wears an easygoing smile, expertly creating a friendly atmosphere. Chen Shu, I will be your team's shadow proctor today. Du Ming attempts a bit of light networking before the absolute chaos of the exam begins. I have heard the rumors about you, kid. I am really looking forward to this. But before the proctor can even finish his sentence, he is left choking on a massive cloud of dust as the majestic Thunderbird launches into the sky. The massive creature hovers in the air, its piercing gaze practically screaming at Du Ming to hurry up. Reading the beast's blatant impatience, the proctor pauses, entirely thrown off guard. Can a teacher really be this shameless? Brushing off the awkwardness, he focuses on his mission and initiates his own spirit summoning sequence. Tear the sky, avian beast. Crackling with raw electricity, a majestic bird bursts from the lightning, spreading wings just as intimidating as the Thunderbird itself. Wasting no more time, Du Ming leaps onto his flying mount, rocketing after Chen Shu's squad to fulfill his monitoring duties. High above, the trio speeds through the clouds, their sharp eyes scanning the rugged terrain below with deadly precision. They mentally calculate every tactical advantage for the grueling days ahead. Trusting their captain implicitly, Shu Xing naturally turns to him for the final call. Chen Pi, what is the play? Where are we dropping? The initial landing zone will dictate their entire survival strategy. Chen Shu does not answer immediately, his eyes narrow in intense focus. Give me a second. Right at this crucial moment, his vision flickers as the system's glowing interface forces a choice upon him. Option 1. Charge straight into the deadly depths of the Blazing Sun Hills. Option 2. Camp right here and treat this exam like a holiday. Option 3. Execute a master deception against the rest of the candidates. His gaze sweeps over the smoking, volcanic ridges below. Honestly, the Blazing Sun Hills are a joke compared to the Qingyuan forest, swarming mostly with standard-tier fierce beasts. Rubbing his chin, a confident smirk creeps onto his face. For him, this is zero pressure. Plunging into the deepest zone is the only way to harvest those top-tier points. Direction locked. Chen Shu thrusts his finger forward with burning excitement. Take us straight into the heart of the zone. Shu Xing does not even blink. He nods firmly. Copy that. Hearing the command, the Thunderbird ignites. Blinding arcs of electricity surge across its feathers with a terrifying hiss. It instantly breaks the sound barrier, leaving poor Du Ming eating its dust once again. Watching them vanish into the horizon, the proctor's jaw drops. Why do I suddenly feel like this is going to be a complete disaster? He forcibly shakes away the rising dread. Whatever. I just need to shadow them. Gripping his mount tightly, he commands his beast to chase after the wild trio. Just as Chen Shu's squad cruises through the sky, a bone-chilling roar erupts from the earth below, instantly putting everyone on high alert. What was that noise? Without missing a beat, Su Nan summons his contract spirit. Xiao Di, scout the ground. Catching the battle scent, Chen Shu quickly orders, Xiao Xing, drop our altitude. Shu Xing instantly complies without a second thought. On it, the Thunderbird goes into a steep dive. Moments later, Su Nan grips his contract spirit, his eyes flashing as he receives the incoming data. Xiao Die confirms it. Level 9 mutated fierce beasts. Su Nan points down at the crater, revealing 3 menacing mutated earth-digging beasts. Spotting the intruders descending from the sky, the 3 monsters crane their thick necks, unleashing furious roars to defend their territory. But this pathetic display of hostility scares no one. In fact, Chen Shu's eyes light up with pure thrill. Perfect test subjects. Xiao Xing, take us right above them. The Thunderbird screeches, folding its wings and plummeting even closer to the danger zone. Hitting the perfect strike distance, Chen Shu throws his hand forward. Time to shine, Husky. A violent surge of mana erupts, and from the blinding flash, his chaotic companion materializes. The moment it spawns, the Husky throws its head back and unleashes a wildly arrogant bark. Woof! Woof! The disrespect instantly drives the 3 earth beasts into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Standing tall, Chen Shu smirks, a dark glint in his eyes. Let these trash mobs taste the crushing weight of a black iron rank aura. Feeling its master's command, the Husky drops into a combat stance. A terrifying shockwave of power explodes from its body, immediately startling the 3 monsters below. Seeing them flinch, Chen Shu laughs like a true villain. Trembling already? Tear them apart, Husky. But right as the ultimate clash is about to begin, an unnatural, oppressive energy suddenly crashes down from the heavens. Both contract spirits and fierce beasts are instantly frozen in place. High in the sky, a mysterious beast-taming spatial rift silently tears open. It hovers there, pulsing with a strange, hypnotic pull. The Husky pauses, tilting its goofy head. It casually trots over, taking a few loud sniffs. Completely enchanted by whatever lies beyond, the ridiculous dog strolls straight into the portal without a single ounce of hesitation. It vanishes into the void in the blink of an eye. Chen Shu stands completely paralyzed, absolute panic shattering his cool facade. Damn it, what kind of sick joke is this? He furiously tears at his hair, his face scrunching up like a monkey chewing on a hot chili. Seriously? How did I end up stuck with a spirit contract like this? While he was losing his mind, Sunan tapped his shoulder. Chen Shu, that burrowing beast is furious that you are ignoring it. The creature glared at them, looking utterly offended. Pushed to its limit, it bared its fangs and charged up a devastating attack. But right at that moment, a hand reached out, unleashing a massive surge of endless energy. In a split second, his slime was summoned. It plummeted from the sky, crushing the beast completely flat. Chen Shu gritted his teeth in pure annoyance. Read the room, will you? Can you not see I am having a crisis here? With the threat neutralized, Shu Xing stepped forward. Let us get out of here. Chen Shu nodded. All right, slime, return. But before they could take a single step, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Chen Shu froze. Huh? At first, it was just a faint vibration, but the shaking rapidly escalated into a violent earthquake. Something is wrong. Everyone, move. Without a second of hesitation, the trio leaped onto the back of the Thunderbird. And then, the earth pulsed with a heavy, deafening rhythm. Boulders shattered as an invisible, crushing pressure descended. The ground violently ripped apart. A colossal burrowing beast erupted from the depths. Its terrifying aura exploded outward like a raging tidal wave. The three of them stared in absolute horror. Damn it! It is a beast king! Chen Shu furrowed his brows, rubbing his chin as the gears turned in his head. He pointed at the dazed monsters they had just crushed. Are those three mutant babies, the Beast King's offspring? Hearing this, the trailing students panicked and scrambled away. Oh my god. We never should have followed the madman of Nanjiang. We just got here and already triggered a monster horde. Watching them flee for their lives, Chen Shu was left speechless. It is not like I asked you guys to follow me. A deafening screech echoed through the dust cloud. The baby beasts instantly swarmed around the furious Beast King as it rose to its full height. Seeing the deadly situation escalate, Shu Xing anxiously shouted, Chen Shu, which way do we run? Du Ming sneered from a distance. You three troublemakers caused this mess, and now you want to run away? But against all expectations, Chen Shu pounded his chest with undeniable heroic flair. Run? Why would we run? We started this, so it is our absolute duty to finish it. If we run now, what will happen to the other students? Hearing this righteous declaration, Du Ming was deeply moved. Chen Shu actually has a heart of gold. I completely misunderstood him. However, the moment Chen Shu turned around, his friends were glaring right at him. Shu Xing tilted his head in pure confusion. Did you grab the wrong script or something? Sunan stepped up. Did that husky summon infect your brain? Chen Shu casually brushed off their hands, completely dropping his heroic act. No, I just want to farm those massive points. This shameless confession instantly shattered Du Ming's newfound respect. In the very next second, Chen Shu raised his hand, unleashing a massive surge of aura. Plus, if we strike first, we can always run away if we cannot win. In the blink of an eye, his giant slime materialized directly above the Beast King. The slime furrowed its non-existent brows. It stared down at the burrowing beasts, who were completely dumbfounded by this jelly-like meteor. The baby beasts blinked in utter confusion, completely failing to grasp the danger of the situation. But in the center, the Beast King's eyes flashed crimson. It let out a blood-curdling shriek. Its horns crackled with violent red lightning, activating its innate talent. Tear, sparks flew everywhere, yet the slime did not even flinch. It lazily watched the incoming barrage of lethal energy. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Shu waited for the perfect moment. Slime. Use Slumber Illusion Strike. Upon command, a brilliant, mirror-like barrier enveloped the slime. The devastating red lightning smashed right into it, without leaving a single scratch. Immediately after, the slime activated Countershock. A massive shockwave erupted outward, shaking the entire battlefield. The baby beasts took the full force of the blast. They rolled across the dirt, crying like spoiled brats. Up in the air, Sunan was utterly flabbergasted. Damn it! Since when do burrowing beasts know how to throw tantrums? Observing the chaos, Chen Shu realized the beasts were not actually launching a second wave. They are crying just to play the victim. But suddenly, a horrifying detail caught his eye. Wait, that is not right. Right beneath the slime, a strange, unsettling color seeped through the cracked earth. The slime had its absolute defense active. So why is there blood? The terrifying truth struck Chen Shu like a lightning bolt. Oh my god, they were playing us this whole time. Without a second of delay, he roared his ultimate command. Slime, brutal meteor drop. Hearing its master's voice, the slime gathered its strength and launched itself high into the sky. The instant it cleared the ground, the real threat was exposed, lurking right beneath them. Pos was a one-star black iron beast king. Seeing its hideous form confirmed Chen Shu's worst fears. He was right. From high above, the slime plummeted like a devastating meteor, crashing down with unstoppable killing intent. The terrifying beast below snapped its head up. Panic flashed in its monstrous eyes. Without a second thought, it drilled violently into the earth to escape. Boom! Slim slammed down on the empty ground. The devastating impact sent massive shockwaves, violently shaking the entire battlefield. Chen Shu threw his head back and laughed. You are completely countered. Now, I will crush your little minions. Wasting no time, he rapidly fired off his next command. Slim, charge forward. The slime narrowed its eyes with deadly focus. With a determined pop, it signaled it was ready for slaughter. Like a runaway cannonball, Slim launched itself. It crashed through the enemy lines, violently launching everything in its path. The lesser beasts shrieked in absolute terror. The smaller burrowing beasts were blasted into the sky. They crashed back down, crying out in sheer helplessness. In mere seconds, several lay completely paralyzed on the shattered earth. Bursting back up from the dirt, the burrowing beast lord panicked. It let out a frantic screech, commanding its army to scatter and run for their lives. Hearing their alpha, the monsters scattered like fleeing rats in all directions. The remaining students turned deathly pale. They are charging right at us, they screamed in absolute horror. Panic consumed the crowd. Without a single word, the students turned on their heels and ran for their lives. Run away, hurry, the burrowing beast lord panted heavily. Its blazing, murderous gaze locked onto the one blocking its path. Its massive body trembled with each breath, visible waves of raw power violently gathering around it. On the other side, Slim held its ground. Not daring to make a reckless move, the slime stood perfectly still. Its squishy face was tight with unprecedented tension. Watching from high above, Duming observed Chen Shu's group in deep silence. After analyzing the tense battlefield, a serious realization hit him. An epic battle is about to unfold. Slim and the towering beast lord locked eyes in a deadly standoff. Neither dared to strike first. The entire battlefield felt completely frozen in time. Chen Shu stared at the glowing magical array on the beast's massive body. A staring contest will not win this fight, he calculated sharply. He needed to break the stalemate. After a split second of intense calculation, Chen Shu made his move. Time to bait this monster, he smirked. Springing into action, he roared at the top of his lungs. Slim, as if sharing a telepathic link, the slime enthusiastically popped in agreement. Turning around, Slim shamelessly wiggled its bouncy, round backside in the ultimate provocation. The burrowing beast lord witnessed this absolute disrespect. Its monstrous face flushed purple with explosive fury. It let out an ear-piercing screech of pure, unadulterated rage. Boom! The enraged boss violently nosedived into the terrain. It shredded through solid rock and vanished completely from sight. Shuxing watched in absolute panic. It went underground again. In the blink of an eye, the earth shattered. The towering monster violently erupted right behind Slim. Shuxing screamed in sheer terror. Slim, watch your back. Without missing a beat, the beast lord raised its massive, razor-sharp claws. It swung down with earth-shattering momentum. Slash. Unable to dodge, Slim took the brutal, sweeping strike head-on. Refusing to back down, the brave slime instantly summoned a glowing energy shield to pursue the cowardly beast. Seeing this flawless opening, a wicked smirk crept across Chen Shu's face. You think you can run away? He sneered with absolute confidence. His powerful voice echoed across the battlefield. Husky, do it now. The moment the mighty hound materialized, the air turned scorching hot. It unleashed a relentless barrage of blazing fireballs. Every single fiery blast was locked onto one doomed target. Bam! A direct hit. The scorching fireball smashed flawlessly into the beast lord's absolute weak point. The monster shrieked in soul-crushing agony. Meanwhile, Husky happily wagged its tail, looking back at its master with eyes begging for praise. Am I a good boy? Its goofy face seemed to ask. Staring at the chaotic devastation the dog just caused, Chen Shu and Slim stood there, completely stunned. Well, at least that idiot is finally useful, Chen Shu muttered. But the monstrous boss was refusing to go down just yet. Realizing the danger, Chen Shu instantly shouted his next deadly command. Slim, use your terrifying roar. Catching the order perfectly, the slime opened its mouth unbelievably wide. It unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking pop. The bizarre shockwave blasted directly into the beast lord's brain. The boss instantly went rigid. Like a glitched system, it violently flipped upside down. All four legs thrust helplessly into the sky. The perfect window of opportunity had opened. Chen Shu firmly gripped Xu Xing's shoulder. Little Xing, grab that beast right now. Hearing his cue, Xu Xing's eyes blazed with intense adrenaline. Hell yes, hold on tight, he roared back. Without a second of hesitation, Shu Xing commanded his Thunderbird. The massive bird flapped its lightning-laced wings, diving like a missile toward the helpless beast on the ground. Swoosh! The magnificent bird descended with blinding speed. Its razor-sharp talons perfectly locked onto the exposed, squishy belly of the burrowing beast lord. With a thunderous beat of its wings, the giant avian launched back into the sky. It effortlessly dragged the massive earthbound monster into the high altitudes, taking it to heights it had never seen before. But the violent altitude change snapped the terrifying beast wide awake. It unhinged its massive jaw, magical energy rapidly gathering for a devastating blast. Shu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Thunderbird, drop it right now. It is charging a skill. The majestic bird let out a sharp, piercing cry. Chirp! It was a clear signal that the command was received. Without a fraction of hesitation, the talons snapped open. The towering beast lord plummeted into a terrifying free fall. In that exact split second, Chen Shu seized the opening and roared his ultimate command. Slim. Crash attack. Now. Receiving the master's call, the round little creature exploded with power. Intense, swirling rings of raw energy rapidly materialized around its squishy body. Plummeting desperately from the heavens, the burrowing beast lord violently trembled. For the first time, sheer, unadulterated terror flashed in its monstrous eyes. Boom! Slim launched upward like a rocket, slamming brutally into the dizzy boss's exposed stomach. The devastating impact forced a horrific, agonizing squeal from the monster's throat. By the time Slim finally hit the brakes, the massive impact had already launched the Earth Beast. It was sent violently spinning through the air like a broken toy. Seeing the enemy helplessly airborne, the Thunderbird practically screeched with joy. Sparks of blue lightning violently exploded across its wings as it pushed its speed to the absolute limit. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of the majestic bird ruthlessly pummeling the falling boss echoed like a war drum. The once mighty beast lord was completely defenseless. Its brain spinning into oblivion, it could do nothing but whimper in absolute misery. Watching from below, Slim clutched its squishy belly, bouncing up and down with uncontrollable laughter. Pop. High in the distant clouds, Duming sat atop his flying mount, witnessing the entire flawless execution. A look of genuine awe washed over his hardened face. This kid truly knows how to shatter every expectation, he murmured in deep respect. Watching Chen Shu wildly cheering on his bizarre slime, Duming could not hide his absolute admiration. To think he just broke through to the Black Iron rank. Yet he is completely dominating a Lord-class beast of the exact same level. A knowing smile crossed Duming's face as he whispered, "The younger generation is truly terrifying." Meanwhile, back on the chaotic ground, Chen Shu watched Slim bouncing the massive earth beast around like a cheap volleyball. His jaw literally dropped as he gasped out loud. The mid-air attacks were flashy, but they barely scratched the enemy. Realizing this, Chen Shu pivoted, barking a command for Husky to unleash a fireball. Sparks of lightning danced across Husky's fur. It was just about to munch on a flower when its master's voice echoed. Instantly, it spun around, tongue hanging out in that classic, goofy Husky smile. Answering the call, the magical hound opened its jaws wide. A massive torrent of scorching flames erupted forth, but heaven knows how it aimed. The fiery blast completely missed the target and roasted Slim's backside instead. The poor slime's eyes bulged in absolute shock, while Chen Shu's face contorted in pure, screaming rage at the disastrous friendly fire. "Oh my god, you absolute idiot dog," Chen Shu roared, his blood boiling. "Listen to my commands, not your own empty head." Meanwhile, the terrifying Lord-class beast crashed into the earth. It hit the ground with a heavy thud, like a discarded sack of rice. Pain paralyzed its body, but it secretly sighed in relief. At least the mid-air torture was over. Suddenly, the monster's eyes snapped wide open. Bloodshot veins strained against its pupils in sheer horror. Falling rapidly from the heavens, Slim's freshly roasted backside was zooming right toward it, ready for an aggressively intimate crash landing with its face. Bam! The moment Slim made devastating contact, the volcano in the background erupted in a glorious, cinematic explosion. Chen Shu's rage instantly vanished, replaced by a triumphant grin. "Good job, Slim, always carrying the team." Majestic wings beat against the wind as the lightning bird finally descended near the unconscious, dirt-digging monster. Out of nowhere, Sunan popped up. He stood there with his hands on his hips, watching the chaos unfold. Deep down, his inner monologue was already plotting how to steal a little bit of the spotlight. A foolish grin spread across his face. Without hesitation, he whipped out a comically massive butcher knife, the kind normally used for slaughtering pigs. Watching from a safe distance, Duming's jaw dropped. What on earth is he doing? Who carries a pork butcher's knife into a deadly dungeon? Could a mortal blade like that actually carve through a lord-class beast? Actions spoke louder than words. Gripping the oversized cleaver, Sunan leaped gracefully through the air, slicing swiftly past the gigantic, immobilized monster. Landing with a flourish, he proudly flashed a thumbs up to Chen Shu and Xu Xing. "Looks like meat is back on the menu tonight, boys." In the distance, Du Ming was so utterly bewildered, his eyes narrowed into two skeptical slits. As night draped its dark cloak over the wilderness, the crew set up camp. A roaring fire crackled as they happily devoured the premium, roasted meat of a lord-class beast. Tearing into a juicy skewer, Xu Xing looked over. "So, Chen Shu, what is our combat strategy for tomorrow?" Chewing aggressively, the main character opened his mouth to reply, but a sudden shift in the air made him pause. Something was happening. Ding! A glowing blue system panel materialized right in front of him. 3 bold options flashed on the screen. Option 1. Eliminate 1 Lord-class beast. Option 2. Annihilate 2 Lord-class beasts. Option 3. Slaughter 3 Lord-class beasts. Staring at the mouthwatering mountain of rewards, Chen Shu's face instantly morphed into the sinister grin of a ruthless capitalist. He did not have a plan a second ago, but oh, he definitely had one now. Turning back to Xu Xing, his eyes glinted with greed. "Tomorrow, we push deeper into the abyss." Fast forward to the next morning, the majestic lightning bird carried the whole squad deeper into the danger zone, following the greedy blueprint laid out the night before. Riding on the bird's broad back, Chen Shu frowned in deep thought. To clear this insane system mission, relying on Slim alone would not cut it. He needed to train that goofy husky, and fast. Wasting no time, he raised his hand, channeling his aura. "Come on out, husky." A brilliant flash of lightning pierced the air. Husky materialized, instantly barking with overwhelming joy, tail wagging like a frantic windshield wiper at the sight of its master. But Chen Shu just stood there, holding a mysterious, menacing burlap sack. His eyes glowed like demonic headlights. Su Nan and Xu Xing froze in absolute disbelief, their brains short-circuiting for 5 solid seconds. "Wait a minute! Did old Li not confiscate that terrifying sack?" Xu Xing was equally dumbfounded. How on earth did he still have that cursed item? A quick flashback to the morning of their departure. Chen Shu was staring intensely at his precious gear. Old Li had been keeping a painfully close eye on him lately. Weighing the burlap sack in his hands, paranoia crept in. What if that old teacher suddenly demanded a random bag inspection? He could not risk losing his ultimate weapon. With the dexterity of a master thief, he folded the fabric down to the size of a wallet. Wearing a downright villainous smirk, Chen Shu secretly stuffed the miniature sack deep inside his jacket. Back in the present, he left Su Nan and the others completely bewildered by his dark magic. Suddenly, he crouched down in front of the happy hound, flashing a suspiciously bright smile, as he issued an order. "Husky, shoot a fireball." But the goofy dog completely ignored the command. Instead, it shamelessly rolled over, exposing its fluffy white belly to beg for belly rubs. Swoosh! With the terrifying precision of a professional dog napper, Chen Shu ruthlessly bagged the unsuspecting hound. Plunged into darkness, Husky panicked, thrashing violently, and whining in absolute terror. But the ruthless master showed zero mercy. Without batting an eye, he callously dropped the squirming sack right onto the floor. Thud! The bruised and betrayed dog lay flat against the lightning bird's back, crying out in exaggerated agony. Only then did Chen Shu yank the bag away, staring down with the aura of a final boss. He issued the command once more to the trembling, sniffling hound. "Husky, fireball, now." The poor creature was overwhelmed with grievance. 2 streams of comical tears cascaded down its furry cheeks. Even then, Chen Shu refused to let up. He pointed a threatening finger at the dreaded burlap sack, unleashing ultimate psychological warfare. "Look closely." "What is this?" Traumatized into obedience, Husky squeezed its eyes shut and blasted a massive fireball dead at the target. Even after succeeding, it whimpered pitifully, while Chen Shu offered the most half-hearted, dismissive head pats ever. Such a good, obedient dog," he praised dryly. Watching this bizarre abuse, Xu Xing cringed in profound pity, but since it was not his familiar, all he could do was heave a heavy, helpless sigh. Another innocent soul, forever traumatized by a burlap sack. The squad continued their aerial journey into the next day. Far beneath the lightning bird, a bottomless abyss opened up, swarming with glowing, blood-red eyes and menacing growls. Peering down at the terrifying depths, Chen Shu's face lit up with excitement. "Perfect. We must be incredibly far from the dimensional entrance now." Pointing toward a desolate spot, he commanded the group. "We stop here." The team descended onto a patch of barren, jagged earth. With the sky already darkening, Chen Shu declared it was time to set up camp. Nodding in agreement, Xu Xing rolled up his sleeves. "I will get the tents ready then." Suddenly, a frantic fluttering broke the silence. Little Butterfly darted out from the shadows, rushing straight towards Su Nan. Through their telepathic bond, it rapidly relayed a frantic warning. Su Nan's face drained of color as he gasped. "What?" Spinning around, he urgently warned the team. "Chen Shu, we are surrounded by extreme danger. But the main character did not even flinch. Completely unbothered, he casually pulled out a mysterious glass vial, bubbling with an ominous substance, calmly trying to soothe his panicking teammate. Relax, do not sweat it. Tonight we sleep peacefully, and tomorrow, the real hunt begins. But seeing the sinister liquid in his hand, Shuxing and Sunan nearly jumped out of their skin. What insane trick was he pulling now? Chen Shu, what in the world are you doing? Dunan roars, his voice cracking with absolute panic. Damn it, don't you dare do anything reckless. In stark contrast to their frantic panic, Chen Shu simply stands there, radiating calm, cool confidence. Relax, he smirks, cracking his knuckles. My hands are just feeling a little itchy. Sunan and the others stare at him, their faces pale with total disbelief. Are you seriously so bored that you decided to play around with a literal nuclear bomb? Out of nowhere, the husky pops up. Its tongue rolls out in a goofy grin, eyes sparkling like twin stars as it barks a happy woof, woof, woof. It lunges straight for the explosive canister in Chen Shu's hands. A jolt of pure adrenaline surges through his brain, forcing his battle-hardened reflexes to instantly kick in. With lightning speed, he whips out a sturdy burlap sack. The exact millisecond the husky leaps, Chen Shu throws the trap wide open. Gotcha. The poor dog tumbles perfectly into the bag, and Chen Shu ruthlessly ties the top shut. As the captured beast thrashes around wildly inside, Chen Shu grips the sack and begins his savage scolding. You dare mess with me? He casually tosses the squirming bundle aside like a piece of trash. Stay right there and think about your life choices. With the crisis averted, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, he can get some sleep. Chen Shu ducks back into his tent, throwing one last glance over his shoulder at Shuxing and Sunan. You two better hurry up and get some rest too. The other two are still completely wide awake from the shock, but Shuxing nervously manages a weak, yeah. Beside their camp, the massive Thunderbird gracefully descends to rest by the tents. Not taking any chances, Sunan sets up a surveillance drone pointing directly at their campsite. With the perimeter secured, he collapses onto the giant bird's feathery back and drifts off to sleep. As the sun breaks over the horizon the next morning, Chen Shu's squad immediately starts tearing down camp. Dunan drags himself up, unleashing a massive, bone-cracking yawn. Suddenly, his eyes bulge out of his skull. He doesn't say a single word, but his soul screams in absolute horror as he beholds Chen Shu's trio, casually wearing hospital patient gowns. What in the world is happening? Have these three completely lost their minds? Who on earth wears psychiatric ward uniforms into a deadly wilderness? Totally oblivious to his mental breakdown, Sunan enthusiastically rubs the fabric of his striped gown. Little Xing, this material is amazing. Did you somehow upgrade the quality? Basking in the praise, Shuxing shoots him a proud thumbs up. Absolutely. The temperature out here is already hitting 40 degrees, so this breathable outfit is exactly what we need to beat the heat. The trio effortlessly vaults onto the Thunderbird's massive back as Chen Shu lays out their master plan. Old Xie, track down the mutated fierce beasts. From now on, we exclusively hunt mutant tier targets and above. A flicker of hesitation crosses Sunan's face at the dangerous request, but he nods in agreement anyway. Without missing a beat, he summons his little butterfly to lead the way. The spiritual insect instantly activates its radar abilities, scanning the perilous wasteland. Catching the mental signal, Sunan sharply points ahead. Bingo. 1,000 meters dead ahead, I am sensing a black iron rank mutated beast. The eccentric trio instantly blasts off on their hunting expedition, completely abandoning a dumbfounded Dunan and his bird in the dust. Bathed in a mesmerizing aura of sparkling stardust, the little butterfly flutters relentlessly toward the danger zone. Over the roaring wind, Chen Shu's hyped voice cuts through. Get ready, we are almost on top of them. Trailing right behind the glowing insect, the squad dives through the skies on the back of their majestic Thunderbird.